Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The blonde stood opposite and thanked him for saving her, and Uno replied that he didn't need gratitude, anyone would have done the same in his place. Then she came closer and said that it was already quite late. She leaned over and offered to eat at her place. The guy scratched his head and said that he wasn't hungry. The main character watched the series and pumped up, "What? Does this person have problems with his head or something?" I read the comments, just look at how much hate. Now this is one of the biggest titles with the biggest Kate. People wrote what was to be expected from a virgin. What the hell? Please beat him up someone, and so on. Kang Lim was lying on the bed. A high school student, second year, said how annoying it is. Why is this person sometimes such an idiot? Jumped up from the bed and shouted, honestly, if he were in his place, he would not refuse. He is already thinking about marrying this girl. Suddenly the sister entered the room, while the young man continued to shout. How could he refuse such a thing? Min Jiang, junior school first year, asked him to shut up, too loud, already annoying. Then she slammed the door. The boy managed to say that he was actually her older brother. He lay down on the bed again and said that now he had to wait a whole week to find out the continuation, and there was no money. I read the comments. It was written, I don't know about them, but personally he liked his innocence, thought that the commentator was an idiot. He looked at the screen and decided to put a dislike, how he wanted to be the main character, but in this case, you can only be secondary. The boy stood up. He looked at himself in the mirror, adjusted his hair. As for his appearance, he was quite cute. He began to box, and he was strong. But then he accidentally hit a chair. He began to wave his arms. His sister ran into the room and asked how much can he shout. School, office. The young man was met by Yang-soo, who said that he welcomed his servant, a high school student, second year, characteristics, suffers from 8th grader syndrome. The guys sat down at the table. The brunette looked at him and asked why he was so happy. The brown-haired man replied that he finally achieved the platinum rank and also knocked out new characters in the game. Then the boy turned around and said that he shouldn't say that he knocked him out with a free ticket. The young man adjusted his glasses and said that it was fate. In response to this, he heard that it looked like it, and was spending all his luck on this year. The guy turned around and asked if his friend had seen the new chapter. He turned around and asked what exactly he was talking about, and the young man replied that the new chapter of the goddess came out on Wednesday. The brown-haired man asked again, is this a new webtoon? The friend looked at him and said that the goddess of wealth, 6 brides escaping from the crisis. The comrade thought about it, quite an interesting title, just to think that in this world there are masterpieces unknown to him. Kang Lim made a face and said, why is he pretending not to know? Does he really want to say that he doesn't know this webtoon and doesn't know everyone's favorite E-rim? The guy turned around and asked, what are we talking about now? Then a notification came to his phone. The young man looked at the screen and asked, what again? Those bad people from the dark church. While he was shouting that he shouldn't underestimate him, since he prepared for such a case, the main character took his phone and thought that maybe his comrade wasn't lying. He needs to check. Something really surprised him. It wasn't in his viewing list. Why isn't it here? Maybe yesterday's episode flew out. He looked at his phone in surprise and thought maybe the episode was deleted and there was a lot of hate. In any case, it was a little strange. The teacher came and said that it was enough to chat and that they needed to sit down. She looked at the class. Today a new student transferred to their class. A blonde entered the office. She went up to the teacher. She stood at the board and waved to everyone, introduced herself. Her name is Dahi, transferred from Britain, studied in elementary school in Korea. That's why she speaks Korean so well. Everyone around began to admire her. Cutie, how beautiful. I wonder if the girl has a boyfriend. The brunette looked and was surprised. The girl smiled and said that of course there are things she doesn't know, but she wants to be friends with everyone, so let them not be too strict with her. She hopes for friendship. Everyone was charmed by this girl. The teacher intervened and told everyone to shut up. In any case, it's still the beginning of the semester, so we have to try. At that moment, the guy suddenly stood up. He looked forward and shouted the girl's name. The whole class turned to him, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, he also looked at his friend and asked what happened. Did he really know this 3D girl? The guy's eyes widened. Of course he does. I looked at her. Her name was Dahi, a second year in high school, a Sagittarius. Her major was playing the piano. Her hobbies were arranging flowers and appreciating classical music. She also worked as a model for magazines and a child actress. She studies, trains, even her personality was completely different. I looked at my phone. This was the same heroine of the webtoon. She imagined the cover, 6 brides escaping from the crisis, the goddess of wealth Bayo. I remembered the series. Even among the 6 she was the main character. The new chapter was here. Then the young man looked at the girl and shouted that this was impossible. Is there some kind of hidden camera or cosplay here? No nonsense. It's not just that they look alike, they also have the same name. Is this a dream? Is he really sleeping? The teacher turned to the girl and asked if she knew him. She was a little embarrassed and said that she did not know. Maybe this guy was her friend from elementary school. 12:40 Alb's break. The guys were sitting at the table. The brown-haired man said that it was lunchtime now. Unlike his body, then as the Dragon King, his comrades' bodies needed food. He had a strange feeling in the morning. Maybe he was under the curse of the Dark Church, or he was jealous of him because the young man had knocked out gacha rolls. The boy buried his head in the table and said that this was not so. He thought that he needed to sort out the situation again. He imagined the girl, the heroine of the webtoon, appeared in reality. He looked at the screen. There was nothing about this series in the search. 6 brides escaping from the crisis disappeared. Wherever I looked, nowhere. He looked at his comrade. No one knows about this except him. He raised his head and thought that even if this is not a dream, not a delusion, has he really gone crazy? He jumped up and thought what was going on. Maybe he should ask the blonde about this. And he already looked at her. By the way, she is really beautiful. It's like seeing a real celebrity. At that moment, the girl turned and saw him. Their eyes met. She stood up and walked closer. Is he coming here? Really? Why? Wait, he is still not mentally prepared. Well, the girl was already standing next to him and said hello. She put her hand behind his ear and asked if they had ever met. The young man became embarrassed and answered no. Dahi then asked why he shouted out her name. The brunette was very worried, very nervous. The girl came up to ask because she thought he knew her. She smiled and said that she remembers people poorly and had forgotten before, but she was glad that he said no. The boy raised his hand and said, "We are talking about the time when she met Seo Yun-young. She even prepared white chocolate, which the girl likes, because she was delighted to meet her after a long separation." The young man was talking about this funny episode, which he watched over and over again. The blonde looked at him and did not understand what he was talking about. She asked in surprise how her classmate knew that she liked white chocolate. The boys looked at each other in surprise. Why did the guy say that? Kang Lim panicked and said that he was talking about himself because he loved white chocolate. All his classmates turned and looked at him. What? Is this really flirting? Now I feel sick. The girl felt awkward. She could not find the words. At that moment, a classmate came up from behind and asked if she had been to the store yet. She looked at her and introduced himself, Ho-chan, and next to him was Jae-hoon. He suggested going to the store together. Today's school lunch is not very good. It is better to skip it. The blonde looked at the guys and agreed. They walked forward. When the girl moved to Korea, she really wanted to visit the school canteen. The guy asked, "Really? There are no canteens in British schools." Then the brunette turned from the frontal one and looked at his classmate. He was sitting at the table dejected. This was expected. He clenched his fists under the table because he knew what the girl liked and didn't like. He thought about how they could get to know each other better, but reality wasn't as sweet as he would have liked. The boy watched his classmates chatting sweetly. He decided to make a request. The main character appeared in real life. Seriously, if the webtoon, which he usually read when he woke up, the main character appeared at his school, but no one except him knows about it. The series also disappeared. Crazy, how is this possible? The commentators answered that the guy had reread the Romanovs. He was crazy. The brunette looked at the screen with displeasure. What did he expect? Then he leaned back and said that even if he were in their place, he wouldn't believe it either. After that incident, they hadn't talked. At that moment, his mother called him into the kitchen. The young man introduced the girl. Then it doesn't matter whether he or the rest of the world is crazy. Came to the kitchen. Mom asked to go to the nearest store and buy ketchup. Food was cooking on the stove. The brunette asked why him, because he can eat without ketchup. His sister was sitting on the couch and said that she was busy, so she can't, so why shouldn't he go? Anyway, she plays games in the corner of the room all day. And he already saw that the girl was just watching TV, doing nothing. But he still went to the store, came back with a bag, walked and thought. If you think about it, the events with the transfer to another school were in the first chapter. There was no one else on the street. The boy walked forward. He wondered what happened next. Damn it, he doesn't remember. Suddenly, something started happening behind him. With a huge roar, a body fell on the car behind him. People started running up and asking if it was really a person who fell. The guy was horrified. Now he remembered. 6 brides escaping the crisis. Poster. Announcement. 6 heroines experiencing various crises. A love comedy in which the main characters save them. Episodes with names. The first crisis that Dahi experiences is the first incident with a stalker. The main character saves the blonde, if he remembers correctly. This incident happened on the roof. That's where he intervened and saved her. The boy looked at the body in shock. However, unlike the webtoon, in reality the main character is not here. And the knee body was lying on a broken car. He grabbed his face. People called 119. There is a girl. Everything around was shrouded in darkness. The boy fell to his knees and said that this was some kind of madness. This was too much. He looked at the corpse. The blonde did nothing wrong. Then the guy started crying. Some strange events began to happen. And a moment later the teacher said that after the lesson, he should go to the teacher's room. The brunette did not understand what was happening. He again found himself at the school desk. A girl entered the office. A new student joined their class today. Kang Lim was in complete shock. After all, a blonde stood in front of him, raised her hand, introduced herself and said that she transferred from Britain, studied in elementary school in Korea, so she speaks Korean well. Of course there are things that they do not know. And the boy stood and did not understand what was happening. He looked at her, said that she wanted to be friends with everyone and asked not to be too strict, thought about the fact that he returned to the past for one day. The teacher said that today is all. Then she looked at the guy and said that he should go with her to the teacher's room for swearing. He tried to justify himself and said that the teacher seemed to have misunderstood something. The brunette came closer and thought that it means he really returned to the past. It is hard to believe. He looked to the side, everything is so, and what happened yesterday, you can consider that nothing happened. The blonde looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Then he remembered her on the roof of the car, already dead. The teacher raised her hand and told the boy not to say that again. Understood her, he apologized. The boy stood in front of her and listened that he should become a good person. I think that now the main question is how to prevent death. He continued to listen to the teacher, thinking that he was not the main character, but an ordinary unremarkable person. Then he frowned. After all, no one except him could help the girl. He lay on the desk and thought how tired he was. His notebook was all written down. All this time he was trying to create a plan based on the webtoon. A friend looked at him and asked what happened. Because he never sleeps in class, the brunette replied that everything was fine. Yang-soo moved closer and said, just don't say that the webtoon the boy was talking about is forbidden. The guy denied this, but the friend said that it was okay, he would never turn it in. The young man looked at him and said that he was mistaken. The brown-haired man said not to worry because he was not a snitch. The boy ruffled his hair. If you compare him and the main character, then they are like heaven and earth. He imagined a man, handsome, strong, smart, every girl's dream. Then he turned away and thought about what he had, and compared to him, the boy was nothing. Besides, the man was also a taekwondo champion. He remembered the series where the main character beats the stalker and wins. Therefore, it was very easy for him to reveal the stalker. Kang grabbed his head and thought that he could not save Da-hee by force. Then he turned to his friend and asked for help. Since he was writing a novel where the main character saves a girl from accidents, he knows what will happen to the heroine. Well, because he is weak, he can't do anything. Then what should he do? His friend looked at him and said that the main character cannot save her by force. To which he received the answer that yes, an ordinary high school student. The guy smiled and said that then he can use magic. Speaking about ordinary high school students in novels, magic is standard here. The brunette looked at him and thought, why did he even ask? Then the boy with glasses added that if the hero only knows what will happen to the heroine, then let him go to that place and prevent the misfortune there. The guy was shocked. Then he grabbed him by the shoulders and said that his friend was a damn genius, and then thanked him as the king of dragons. The brown-haired boy was embarrassed by this, said that his friend was reacting too violently, and asked him to be quieter. The whole class turned around at his shout, and the teacher scolded him. The blonde also turned around and looked at him with incomprehension. It was break, and the young man was walking down the corridor from the teacher's room and thought that now he knew what to do. All that was left was to get closer to Da-hee. He frowned, a little scared, but nothing could be done. He walked into the office and thought that he needed to get to work. At that moment, classmates were asking the girl about whether she really had a fan club, was a model, and also used some kind of cosmetics. The boy couldn't approach her, as if there was an insurmountable wall between them. He sat down on a chair and thought that he would approach her later. He folded his arms. He needed to calm down. There was still time. How difficult it was to approach her, and his classmates were pestering him. After some time, he followed her down the corridor. He needed to talk to her, but it turned out that the boy followed her everywhere like a shadow. Only once. He followed her down the stairs. He walked along a different corridor. 12:40, lunch break. The young man sat at the table upset. In the end, he couldn't even say a word. He looked at the blonde again. There was always a crowd of people around her. Because of this, he couldn't even get close to her. Then he smiled sarcastically. In any case, he had one trump card left. Now is a certain lunchtime. He remembered how last time she came up to him during recess and started talking. The boy sat at his desk and just waited. He sat for a long time. Some time passed, and suddenly he heard his classmates offer her to go to the store. He watched, then as the guys left and thought that last time she spoke to him. He watched the dialogue of his classmates. Maybe it was because the future had changed. He remembered the incident that happened in class. Because of this, the future had changed. Then he stood up, thought that, and suddenly teleported back. Again he stood at the desk. The teacher said that today a new student would join them. She looked at the guy and asked why he stood up. Kang did not understand what was happening. Water was flowing from the faucet. He stood at the sink and thought that he had returned to the past again. Imagined a time loop. This is not a one-time return, it is a system. If you fulfill certain conditions, then the save point will change. Then she took a step forward and thought that if so, then what are the conditions? He remembered the first day, last time the trigger was death, in a series about time loops. These are normal conditions. As classmates went to the store, how about a second time? The guy stood and looked ahead. Unlike the first time, this time he didn't even talk to her. Then he turned off the water, thinking that I don't know for sure, but maybe in order to move forward, he needs to talk to the blonde. He walked down the hallway, thinking that this might cause problems. Then she looked down. We'll wait until lunch. Someone greeted him. I pass on to him. Jang Ah, middle school, second year, said that his eyes are still the same. The guy asked if the girl would always say this. She asked that it was impossible, then added that she wanted to show him something. Just yesterday she finished the first episode of her new work. The brunette smiled and clarified that this is the same one that the girl talked about last time. She answered that yes, they will send him a link to the chat, asked to watch, and the guy asked what genre this time. The brunette looked at her phone and said that it was fantasy. Then she leaned the phone against her and said sheepishly that she was going to show it to him in the club room at first, but then she met him. The boy got scared and asked if she really shouldn't have shown it to him in the first place. Hearing the affirmative answer, he got scared. Doesn't it change the future, like the butterfly effect? I haven't even met a brunette here, I need to be careful. He ran ahead and shouted that he should show it to her in the club room, said goodbye and ran away. The girl stayed in the hallway and didn't understand what was happening. 12:40, lunch break. The guy was sitting at his desk. It was lunchtime, waiting for the girl to come up. He was determined. This time he had to speak without fuss. He had already run through tens of thousands of simulations in his head. He was literally burning on his chair and thinking, no matter what happens, he was ready for this. He came up and asked if they knew each other. The young man was confused and thought that he had forgotten everything. He answered that they did not know each other. The girl smiled and asked if it was true, then why don't they get acquainted? The boy was burning with shame. He needed to calm down. Then he dropped his head and tried to say something. The girl looked at him questioningly. What should he do? Maybe he should say everything straight out, that she would die today, they would throw her off the roof? No, then she would think he was crazy. He lowered his head. The blonde asked him to say something. He was very confused. He needed to say something. Damn, nothing came to mind. Ho-chun came up from behind again and asked if she had been to the store. He turned around, introduced himself and his friend and said that they were going to the store. Today's school lunch was not very good. It was better to skip it. The brunette sat on a chair and thought that this was a failure. He watched as the guys left, talking about when the girl came to Korea. She really wanted to get into the school canteen. She was asked if she was serious. There are no canteens in British schools. He imagined her dead. Would it really happen again? Then he quickly gathered his thoughts. He jumped up from his chair and thought that no, he would not allow this. He ran up to the girl and said that he heard about her from Seo Yoon Young. The blonde turned around. The guys did not understand what and who they were talking about. Then she came closer and asked the guy if he really knew this person. He smiled and answered that the girl often talked about her, so he was very surprised when he saw her here, and he thought that he had only read about this person. The girl came closer. He thought that wouldn't it be normal to start a stalker story. He looked up and asked how close the guys were and what was Yoon Young's real personality. The guy was confused. Was this some kind of best friend test? The blonde raised her head and said that she should be. They were very close, and what exactly had he heard about her? She came closer and said, what now? She put her hand on his shoulder, adding that the young man should shut up and quietly follow her. If he chatted too much, he would die. The girl took him along with her. The guy asked where she was dragging him. He remembered their conversation. What happened just now? Maybe he heard wrong, but for a moment he thought it wasn't her. He continued to follow the girl and asked her to tell him where they were going. The blonde replied that she wanted to go somewhere where there would be as few people as possible. Then she lowered her head and said that they were going to the backyard. The young man didn't understand what was happening. Then he made a simple equation, love plus schoolyard equals confession, but let him not say that he wanted to confess his love to him. The guy imagined bells and flowers. As his mother, sister and friend stood, said that the son, who used to watch cartoons in the corner of his room, was now getting married. The sister said that she would not forgive the girl if she made her brother cry, and the friend wished him happiness. The blonde stood in a beautiful white dress. She stood at the altar, turned around and asked what he was thinking about. The young man scratched his head and said that he remembered the day they first met. That's when he fell in love at first sight. The lovers kissed. It was the cursed kiss of the groom and the bride. At that moment, the guy stretched his lips forward. The girl said that they had arrived. They were standing in the backyard. The boy had already managed to imagine all sorts of things. Then he looked at the blonde's angry eyes and asked what was going on. She answered, didn't he hear that she told him that she would kill him? Then the girl stood in front of him and said that if he talked about her, she would kill him. She moved her hand aside and added that there was no need to misunderstand. It didn't mean that she would physically destroy him. She would just mobilize all her connections and destroy him on purpose. That was enough, right? The boy didn't understand what was happening. The blonde frowned and said that she had warned him. Then she came closer and asked if the brunette was even listening to her. That day, the young man raised his hand and started shouting who she was, and the blonde replied that she didn't understand this strange question. Kang Lim was shocked and said that he was not like that and why speak ambiguously. The girl asked what we were talking about. If you really know Yoon Young, you should know everything. Then she folded her hands and said that she was only pretending to be pretty. The boy asked again. He looked at the girl, imagined her achievements. If we really talk about her studies, sports, art, she was exceptional in all areas. The reason why fans call her a mistake of the creators is because of her character. I remembered the article about the girl. He imagined how she helps old people, too perfect, thanks to this, and took first place in the rating of heroines. He personally monitored all the information on the phone. What he heard surprised him very much. The girl's idea cracked like glass. It turns out that it was all a game for the audience. The young man continued to shout that this was a lie. It can't be, the girl is not like that. He is a kind and innocent character whose hobbies are making flower arrangements and reading. The blonde looked at him and replied that this is a hobby created by the agency. Her hobby is watching professional racing. Then the young man decided to ask questions again, asked what movies she likes, Hollywood blockbusters. What about world peace? Isn't world conquest better than world peace? What music she likes? Death metal. The guy was literally killed. This can't be. Then he fell to his knees. The girl asked if she hadn't heard about this before, to which she received the answer that no, she hadn't. At first she did not understand what was happening. Then she smiled sweetly and suggested going back to class, but it was too late to change her shoes. The blonde looked away and said that she screwed up. At that moment the guy shouted to watch his language and made such a face, for which he received a slap. The girl said that it was all because of him. Kang Lim was lying on the ground, asking what he had done wrong and thought that the girl did not drink people. She came up to him and answered that the thing was that he had confused her. In any case, he should watch his language in the future. Now he will always be with her, because he does not want to ruin his list because of him. The guy raised his head and asked again to sleep. They were going up the stairs. The girl showed her notebook and said that she had a list of 101 things that she wanted to do at school. There were a lot of different points. She definitely needed to try what she wrote here at least once. Completing the list was her dream. The guy exhaled and said that it was childish. At that moment, the blonde punched the wall with her fist. He suddenly changed his mind and said that if you look closely, it's not so childish. Then he looked at her and added that he didn't understand one thing, why she wanted him to follow her, to which he heard the answer that it was because he could tell her everything. They walked down the corridor. The girl said that firstly, most of the list was related to the club. What should she do to join the club? The guys around were discussing how the new girl could communicate with this guy. The brunette pointed to the board and said that if she wanted to join the club could be found there. The girl immediately ran up there and started studying the posters. There were so many of them. She transferred here specifically for this. The guy came up and asked if she really changed schools for this reason. She answered that not only because of this, but also because the school uniform was beautiful. Then the young man turned away and said that it wouldn't be better to give up the school club. In particular, clubs are only needed to add a line to a thesis. He stood nearby and reasoned that this was a comprehensive check of the student department, so it was useless. To find out the reason for all this, you need to go back more than 10 years to the educational policy of their country. The blonde smirked and asked if he had friends. The guy was very surprised and asked where she got that from. Then the girl turned away and said that if she was wrong, then let him forgive her. She continued to look at the board and the chorus. This girl knows how to piss off. Despite this, only her appearance is a plus. He looked at a beautiful classmate until she could not decide what to choose. She turned and asked how many clubs there were in total. The guy replied that he did not know, but let him not say that he wanted to go around them all. The main character was standing on a football field. Nevertheless, she decided to go around all the clubs. By the way, the webtoon said that the girl is good at sports. The blonde overtook everyone, ran very fast, swung, hit the urine, and she hit the very gate, scored a goal. The girl started jumping on the field and screaming with joy. She was asked if she was a professional player, to which the blonde smiled and said no. Where did they get that from? And Kang Lim thought that she could already make her professional debut. Then there were other clubs: basketball, tennis, running, baseball, and so on. After all this, the girl got tired and drank water. She walked forward along the corridor and said that they had tried almost all the sports clubs, and the guy was extremely tired. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a sign on the door. The blonde came closer and asked what it was. The Department of Multi-Purpose Cultural Experience. This club was not on the board. The boy came up and said that this was the club he was a member of. He gave a lot of targeted cultural experience. The girl thought about it and asked what this department was for. Then the young man opened the door and said that firstly, to experience and study various cultural contents, to expand their horizons, insight and work prospects, to look for career paths. They went into the office. In fact, all this was a cover. There were guys sitting and playing computer games. As she saw, they gather here only to play. Yang-soo raised his head and asked why the young man came so late. Then his friend saw the girl. She came up and introduced herself with a smile. Today she transferred to the same class as the guy. Just look how quickly her tone changes. The brunette took off her glasses and said that she was also a second-year student, asked why the guys came together. The brunette lowered his head and said that he was showing her the clubs, then she saw them and wanted to take a look. The girl came closer and said that they say that he plays games. What kind of game is this? And can she try it? The other agreed. The boys stood aside and discussed what they needed to explain right now. In order to accompany the 3D woman, he fell for the dark church bastards. Then he looked at him and said that all women are demons. The boy asked him not to talk nonsense. The brown-haired guy asked again, and the brunette replied that it was rude to Jong-ah. The guy in glasses covered his face with his hand and said that she was an exception, a person chosen by the gate. The blonde turned around and said that she roughly understood it is generally possible one-on-one. The brunette replied that it is impossible if it is something like the middle one-on-one. The girl frowned and said that now. The brunette intervened and asked what happened to her face. What if she thinks she can beat him? She turned around with a smile and replied that maybe, hadn't she beaten him by now? The boy was crushed. He lowered his head and thought that she was teasing him for not having friends, for being bad at sports. Was she really laughing at him? Then he clenched his fist and shouted that he would play with her and destroy her. His friends supported him. Evening, the sun was setting. Da-hee walked tired and said that in the end, she just played games until the sun went down. Then she turned around and said that the guy should take responsibility because she had only slightly completed her list, to which she received the answer that it was her own fault, insisted on playing until she won. The blonde replied that she could not help herself, suggested that tomorrow after the break they go earlier. The guy looked at her bewildered and asked why she said it so naturally. The girl walked forward and said that today was a fun first day of high school, a little nervous, thinking about the times when she studied in middle school in England. The brunette looked at her and thought about middle school. Then he caught up and said that it turns out she was pretending, and at school there are a lot of. The blonde, without turning around, answered that otherwise no one would care about her because everyone expects her to be a cutie and a pretty girl. The young man was shocked. She turned and said that he was also disappointed when he learned the truth about her. Then the boy remembered their first conversation and thought. He came closer and said that it does not mean, but she interrupted him and said that everyone understands, everyone does it, she is already used to it. The girl lowered her eyes, said that she decided that she will no longer be that Da-hee that everyone wants to see. She remembered how she walked among people and smiled at everyone, but at the same time she was not happy. The girl turned around and said that the young man was also disappointed that she was not the one he dreamed of, unfortunately, no matter what he said. But the young man came closer and interrupted. He doesn't know about others, but he likes her even side more. The blonde was surprised, and the boy spread his hands and said that although compared to the heroine from the movie, it seems that the word character was forgotten. Then he smiled and added that, nevertheless, it was nice to talk to the real her. Da-hee could not answer anything. Kang Lim noticed how she was shaking and asked what happened. In response he heard that nothing. The girl looked away embarrassedly. The guy was surprised. He looked at her, received a question, "What are you staring at?" Then he received another slap in the face for looking at her, because you can't look, and the question of where to look was no longer answered. A little later, he walked down the street, thinking why hit. In the end, he could not remember the stalker's face. He raised his head and thought, the stalker must be there already. He looked at the roof, there was still time, he hoped he could prevent a disaster. Then the young man took out his phone and dialed 112. All he could do was trust the police, he couldn't do anything about it. He stood in the crowd, called the police and reported the hooligans who were shooting firecrackers on the roof. At that moment, the girl was at home. She received a call from Yoon Young. The blonde listened carefully and asked where she should go. Day, apartment. The phone started ringing. The young man pulled his hand out from under the blanket. Thursday, March 24th, 8:20 was written on the screen. He jumped up and said that since it was Thursday, it meant he had managed to escape the time loop. At that moment, his mother told his younger sister in the kitchen that he had woken up and that she should tell him to come down and eat. The girl replied that she didn't want to go into his room. The guy pointed his finger to the side and shouted, everyone saw, he was even better than the main character. He smiled and shouted, if he were the main character in a webtoon, that he could finish everything in 3 chapters, not 8 but 3. Then he remembered a meeting with a policeman. Because of this they crossed paths on the road. His sister came into the room at the wrong time and thought that her brother had committed a crime. Then she ran to the kitchen and started shouting at her mother that her brother had done something wrong. Their screams could be heard on the street. He said that it was a misunderstanding. His mother asked in anger what kind of crime. The young man tried to justify himself, but she started beating him. The boy was going up the stairs. He looked up and thought that he seemed to be late. I wonder what will happen to this stalker. Then he thought, for now he was able to prevent the first incident. He imagined the stalker. It would of course be easier if he understood who it was. Then he stopped, exhaled. Unfortunately, he does not remember. The guy raised his head and thought that in any case he would find out his identity if he did not hurry. And he thought, it's good that at least he has information that will be useful to him in the future. A brunette ran after him and said that the bell had already rung, he should hurry. She stopped and sighed, if she didn't want to ruin her attendance. The girl stood a few steps below and said that his eyes were still the same. The young man said that they were actually late. The girl looked at him and said that everything was fine. It had been a long time since she had perfect attendance, heard the answer that it was not quite good. The boy looked at her and asked if he was late because he fell asleep late. She took out her phone and said that she changed the details that he told her yesterday. Then she raised her head and added that the ending, that it turned out too boring. That's why she thought of giving the main character the ability to return a day after death. She thinks it's a good idea. The boy grabbed her shoulder sharply. Then he came closer and said that there was no reason to do this, because then he would condemn the main character to eternal suffering. He stood on the ground saying that for readers it is normal, because they do not know what hellish suffering it is. You need to understand how it is when the same day is repeated over and over again. Then the guy left. The girl looked at him and thought what had already happened. Didn't the brunette like him before? At that moment, a friend came up to her, middle school, second year Na Yoon, and said that I would be across the hall. If she was late so often, then she would need to report it. The young man turned around. This girl is the class president, and she is also late. Will everything be okay if the president and deputy are late? Then the girl looked at him and said that everything is correct. She has the position of president, and the brunette asked if she was really going to use her status. Then he went into the office and said that he had to go. Na Yoon nudged her friend and said, so, how'd it go? What did Kang Lim say after you gave him that? Jang Ah sheepishly replied that, I wasn't able to give it to him yet. I was gonna give it to him during clubs yesterday. The girl looked at her and said, hey Young Ah, it's been 3 months already. This is why everyone gets taken before you get to them. Do you think you're the only one I've seen this happen to? The brunette clenched her fists and said, it's okay, Kang Lim is only interested in 2D girls. Her friend said, isn't that also a problem? Then she came closer and added, and I don't think he's too like that either. The brunette turned around and said, what do you mean? Then the president took out her phone and said, that thing here, it popped up on that one Facebook page. A classmate caught the young man around the corner and showed him the phone. There was a post about Da-hee on the phone. Ho-chun was very angry and ordered to explain why the brunette was here with the girl. Then the guy turned his hand away and said that it was because she made him. The young man looked at him and asked what would he take it for, why would she need it? Kang Lim looked at him like he was a fool and said that if he didn't believe him, then why ask? Why didn't he just ask her personally? The classmate spread his arms and said that it was obvious from the blonde's character that she felt sorry for him, though she was so innocent and sweet that it seemed as if she was wearing a mask. The main character thought that he was there too. Then the guy folded his arms and said that the girl was excellent in many things, as if the creator had made a mistake. In response, he heard that only he had made a mistake here. Then the brunette turned around and said that if that was all, then he had to go. Ho-chun stopped the guy and asked if he was really from D1 High School. The young man was surprised, and the classmate added that even if he didn't know him, he definitely knew him, warned him to stay away from the girl. The brunette said not to worry, he would stop messing with her very soon. I imagined a webtoon, the guys from there, the main character helps a girl in the face of a class team, but there is no main character here, so I was worried. I didn't know what to do, but I looked at my classmate and thought that it seemed like I was worried in vain. The next stalker incident was still far from. He walked, scratching his head. This is where his wrong love comedy ends. Suddenly, something upset him. He asked what the blonde was doing here. The girl was sitting on a chair in front of him and asked again. The guy clarified what he meant. Why was she sitting here and eating their sweets? The girl finished everything from the bag and replied that there was no need to be petty. She ate very little, and didn't she get permission from Young-ah yesterday? Marinet put his hand to his chest and said that he was actually the manager of the club. The girl replied that she knew, and also looked ahead and said that yesterday the young man promised to help her fulfill the entire list. The guy looked down and said that if the blonde was worried about her secret, she should know that no one would know. Da-hee turned around and said with a smile that the boy had no friends, so no one would know, but that didn't mean she could tell others about it, and she didn't go out with him because she liked it. The boy raised his hand and said that there were many who liked her, so he should go out with them, to which he replied that that was the problem, there were too many of them. Then she gritted her teeth and said that she didn't want a relationship, she just wanted to enjoy her school life. It was a mistake to write her number on the club membership form, and what's more, confessing via message. She presented her confession chats, the worst of the worst. Then she folded her hands and said that confession is the process of confirming a romantic relationship to become a couple, but confessing to someone you've never talked to is stupid. The guy listened to her attentively. Then the blonde threw up her hand and said that she could do it because it meant that she was beautiful even in the eyes of these idiots, a truly sinful girl. The brunette looked at her and asked in surprise if the girl knew the meaning of the word modesty. Then she turned around, introduced Muhammad Ali, said his quote, "It's hard to be modest, a future great like me," and added that if the young man were popular like her. Then she suddenly fell silent. She lowered her head and apologized. Now she really went a little too far. The girl picked up the phone and said that now she stood in front of her, they can continue to fulfill her list. Because of him they were late. The young man did not understand what she was talking about. The guys walked along the corridor. The girl looked ahead and thought. She remembered all the situations associated with the guy and the phone conversation. She walked and thought that one of them was lying to her. She thought about it, and most likely it was Kang Lim. Then she thought and thought, maybe this guy Yoon Young. She lowered her head and thought that it was unlikely, remembered how the girl said that her boyfriend was 180 centimeters tall and a promising college student. She looked at the young man again. Then why did he lie to her? He had no reason to lie to her. The guy turned and said that they needed to go faster, and the girl continued to reason how it was better for her and to use the available information. She overtook him and said that she was going. Schoolyard. The guy was walking with a backpack and thought that today they finished faster than yesterday. The list was already coming to an end. But the blonde stretched and said that not yet, she just had to work as a model today, someone should come for her soon. She turned around, stuck out her tongue. Unlike some people, she had something to do. The boy waved his hand and drove her away. He was already leaving when the girls called, said that she was standing in front of the school gates. Then today, suddenly she began to scream, "Seriously, how is this possible?" He turned around, he was interested, while the girl asked what to do now. The young man turned around and asked what was wrong. The blonde looked at him and asked if it was true that he had nothing to do. They were standing opposite each other. The girl raised her head and offered to be her manager for today. The brunette was surprised and asked again. Kang Lim waved his arms and did not believe it. Someone was watching them from around the corner and saying that he would not forgive him. The expression "dahi," the young man is spoiling their dahi. A boy was standing around the corner and asking the girl to wait a little bit. He would save her soon. The car was driving along the road. The woman was driving and said that she forgot to introduce herself. She held out her business card and said that her name was Hyunju, but he could feel free to call her Andy. The guy took it and introduced himself. He looked at the business card. It said that the woman was the manager. The brunette was driving and added that due to an error in the schedule, they did not have enough people. Now she had to deliver the girl as soon as possible and go for others. At that moment, the blonde propped her face up with her hand and said that she had been told not to act like an amateur. The woman apologized. Then she raised her hand and added that the guy would still get paid today. He thanked her in return. She thought that she could buy herself a new keyboard, and the girl moved closer to him and began to whisper. She looked at the woman and told her to be careful when talking about her age. In the past, one manager accidentally touched on this topic, and Lundy asked her to stop. The guy turned around and said that surprisingly the girl was not pretending. And she folded her arms and said that she was not pretending. If she and her sister were alone, she was one of the few who knew about her secret. The woman turned around and said that yes, but she never thought that the girl would reveal her true nature to someone her age, besides Yoon Young, besides this time the boy. Then he covered his mouth with his hand and embarrassedly said, "Did she really interrupt their date?" Both guys got angry and said that everything was wrong. The sister laughed and said that they looked good together, and they both screamed in one voice, "Where the hell is this?" And they continued driving. They pulled up to the GGD magazine building. The guy asked if the work would be held here today. She heard the answer that this magazine is quite famous among the new fashion magazines. Then the girl picked up the phone and said since they use YouTube well, its influence is growing, and this company also has a film advertising studio. She put her hands on her hips and said that they had to try. Then the boy asked what he would have to do. The blonde exhaled and said that he would just have to nod his head. The woman ran up to them and shouted that she was already here. They had to go in. They went inside. The director shouted, "How much more can you do?" He raised his hand up and asked for more emotions. "Is it so hard?" The model apologized. The older sister came up from behind and greeted him. Kang Lim watched silently from the side. The man turned and asked why the woman had come. Tanya hesitated a little, pointed at the guy and said that due to a shortage of staff they had to hire a new manager for a while. He was standing there. The man was angry that he was only finding out about this now. He looked at the woman and started yelling, "Doesn't Tanya know that the manager is busy because they are short-staffed? They even changed his schedule for this." He raised his hand and started yelling that they don't take them seriously because they are a small magazine company. The woman tried to refute and say that this is not true. The blonde just smiled sweetly in the country. The guy said that he seemed to understand now why she sighed before. The girl turned and said that she needed to take care of herself and be more careful. In any case, she was not going to make the newbie do anything more than just run errands. The director yelled at her to get ready. The girl ran to change. Her sister came up and said that she was sorry that the guy had to see this scene. Besides, she had to go. She would pick him up at the end of the day. She patted him on the shoulder and wished him luck, and also asked him to take care of her younger sister. After that, the guy came into the waiting room. At that moment, other guys entered the room and shouted that they were tired. They went inside and started discussing why this man treats the head of another company as his subordinate. The second one answered that he didn't even know. The red-haired guy came up and said that everything was fine with them, but they made a mistake and came to a new magazine, so at the end of each word he says that he is not taken seriously and he is overcome by an inferiority complex. Then they went to the exit again and said that a new guy came today. It should be easy for him. It's good that they let them go early. The boy was changing clothes and listening carefully. He remembered the previous scene, the GGD magazine. He thought before that he had heard this name somewhere. As soon as he saw the director's face, he immediately remembered. He picked up the phone. This director was a character in a webtoon. He remembered scenes from there. This is a character who often appeared in episodes related to models. He also remembered how he looked through these episodes, how this man annoyed him. He was also a third-rate villain who irritated readers every time he appeared. Then he left the locker room and thought that after all, this man is just a character. The young man walked down the corridor. The content of the episode shows only the difficulties of the girl. He clenched his fists and thought what he could do. He would have to do everything in his power. The director was sitting in his chair and thinking, choose a student manager. Can he do anything at all being a student? The guy came up and said that he was ready to work. He smiled and thought that the discontent from the man was just pouring out. A blonde entered the frame. Everyone around gasped. It was incredibly beautiful. But the director intervened and started shouting. Why everyone was staring, you need to put on the next suit. Then he looked ahead and started shouting that this is not it. He needs to start with number 4. Is the girl really going to stay up all night? The girl apologized, and the young man was already standing behind him and shouting that number 4 is here. He also brought number 809. The man was not satisfied with this. He started shouting, is the boy really clumsy? Do we have to drag the props? Time after time he was not satisfied with something. This time there was not enough lighting. The guy was already standing at that moment and saying that he would fix everything now. Then the director shouted that the height was not right in the warehouse, but the boy was already running there. The others watched from the side and thought who this guy was, smart and fast. The woman turned to the blonde and asked if this was the one who works with her. But she stood in shock and answered that no, the young man was just helping her today. She watched with a surprised face and thought, has the guy always been like this? The other managers stood aside and discussed, whispered. Then the man grabbed his head and shouted that everything was going too smoothly. The director only eats sundae-guk in this restaurant, and they brought the wrong thing. What to do? Another employee showed a message where it was written that the owner's cat was sick, so they took a temporary break. Why today? The man stood opposite and asked how to get out of this now. The brunette came up to them, took the phone in his hands and said that he knew one restaurant that made this soup. He ate it there. It cooks very tasty. If they wanted, they could place an order. But the man got drunk and said that their director was very picky about food. It was hard to please him. And the other one turned around and said that it was worth trying. There were no other options anyway. Then he whispered that if he didn't like it, this guy would get it anyway, not them. And so the order was brought. The director came up to the table and asked what it was. It wasn't what they usually ordered. The assistant said that his favorite restaurant was closed, and the man replied that it was the only place that cooked well in this city. Everything else was not very good. He tried it and fell silent. One of his subordinates came up to him, bowed and apologized. It wasn't them who ordered it, it was new. But the director raised his head and shouted that it was incredibly delicious, so much so that words could not describe it. It was much better than what he had eaten before that day. He continued to eat the ingredients. This is the best thing he had ever eaten. The employees stood and looked at this in bewilderment. For the first time they had seen a man so happy. Then the director approached the brunette and asked where he had worked before. The blonde ran up and introduced herself, then said that the young man was their temporary worker. The man began to laugh and said that then they should film part of this in a video. He sat down in his director's chair and thanked everyone for their work. The can fell into the machine. The brunette took it, wanted to drink. A girl ran up to him and asked what happened. Had she really once worked as a manager? Then she was surprised. Even if so, how did he know that the director would like him? The guy turned around and said that he simply guessed. Dahi did not believe and began to scream. If she did not want to, she may not tell, but the boy had already told everything. He continued drinking and said that he simply used what he saw in webtoons. There are many similar ones with such situations. He almost and said that it wouldn't hurt her to read it too. The girl became embarrassed and asked if the guy wanted to say that she became a LZM, like him. The young man asked what it meant. Then she raised her hand and said that it was an abbreviation for the word loser. She abbreviated it to look cute. The guy got angry. All the employees passed by and said that the boy had worked well today, after which the brunette turned around and said that he only works during the day, and as a blonde, she is not tired. Her school life goes hand in hand with work. She closed her eyes and said that of course it is hard, but what can be done? She looked away and added that she must do everything perfectly because this is what is expected of her. She must live up to their expectations. The guys were silent, an awkward pause hung. Dahi turned around and said that even though the boy was a loser, no one expected anything from him and he didn't need to be perfect. The young man finished his soda and said that such an innocent conversation was also wonderful. The blonde was surprised. He threw away the bottle and said that because no one expected anything from him, there was no confidence. He sincerely thought that the girl was doing great. Then she took out her phone and said that she was not alone. He looked at the message from his older sister, who was interested in how the girl was doing, although sometimes you have to rely on others. He showed her these messages and said that there were people who wanted to support her and he was one of them. The girl was shocked, and Kang added that if she needed his help again, she could safely call at any time. The blonde turned away and agreed. A guy came out from around the corner, turned to the brunette and asked her to move things from the warehouse. He turned around, looked at him and agreed. At that moment, the girl stood and looked at the floor in embarrassment. The boys were walking down the hallway. The boy raised his head and thought that the characters from the webtoon looked the same as in the webtoon, but they were different from the characters he knew before. The man opened the door. For example, their character, there the girl is cute and helpless, but in reality everything is different. They went into a dark room. The young man continued to think that because of this difference he needed to prepare, asked what needed to be transferred. Then he turned around, did not understand what was happening. The guy in the cap flew into him and shouted that the brunette was to blame for everything and stuck a knife in his stomach. The young man opened his eyes wide, flew back and did not understand what was happening. A stalker stood in front of him, said how dare he stain their beautiful Dahi. Kang lay in a pool of his own blood and thought that he was about to die. They threw a piece of paper at the boy. He studied abroad and it was pure hell. Classmates made fun of him. Nobody wanted to sit next to him. Someone came up and asked if he came from Korea. Dahi came up and offered to be friends. The young man looked at her and asked if she was doing modeling there. The girl smiled and said that she was still an amateur. Then the brown-haired man replied that it was still amazing. Only the blonde was kind to him. He was her only fan. Then she began to gain popularity. Posters with her photos appeared. Classmates began to show interest in the girl. Everyone bumped into her friend, saw her photo in an article. Just a bomb wanted to discuss it. The girl stood with the rest of her classmates. Mila talked, and the young man thought why she was not looking at him. Why was she laughing with them? He stood and watched. Why? Because he knew her before she became famous. She watched the girl walking down the corridor. It hurt him because only the blonde was on his side. They sat at their desks. The young man said that he did not believe the rumors. She thanked him. He followed her, didn't believe her. This beautiful girl doesn't say such dirty things. What's behind their conversation with the brunette? Dahi, whom he knew, is not like that. Attacked the young man. It's all because of him. The guy looked at him with wild eyes and said, how dare he dirty Dahi. Suddenly the brunette teleported. The girl turned away and agreed. He started touching himself. Time loop. Is he really alive? A classmate turned around and asked what was wrong with him. Suddenly turned pale. The young man looked down and thought that this was crazy. He had just been stabbed, almost died. Then he grabbed his head and couldn't understand what was happening. The girl called passers-by and asked for help, said that the guy suddenly turned pale, and the stalker was standing around the corner. Kang held his head and thought, what is the stalker doing here? He looked down. Now he thought that he needed to run urgently. He grabbed the bag. Then he grabbed his girlfriend and shouted that they needed to run, and it was dangerous to stay here. The blonde started asking where they were dragging her. Some brunette was strange. He grabbed the phone and started calling her sister, asked where she was now. She answered that she would be at the studio in 10 minutes and asked what was going on. They went outside. It was too long to wait. It was impossible to go slowly. The guy did not see the stop and said that they should go by bus. At first, the girl tried to break free and asked why. Then she looked at the guy. His face was filled with determination, and so they rode on the bus. The blonde looked at her friend and asked if she understood correctly that he had just been stabbed by her stalker, and then returned to the past. They ran away because it was dangerous there. Yun started screaming that everything was like that, but the girl did not want to believe him. She looked at him and said that it was beyond her understanding. Who would even believe this, and how did he manage to return to the past? He sat back and said that he knew it would happen. He just wanted to be honest with her, so he told her everything. The blonde looked out the window and said that even if she put aside all this nonsense about returning, then maybe she really did have a stalker. The boy turned and said that this was not nonsense. She answered him that she was popular, so this should cause looks. For some reason she felt something like that. The guy turned and asked if the girl reported it to the police. She lowered her head and said that she did, but the police said that they could not help until nothing happened. She exhaled and said that as always, but now it does not matter. The brunette was scared and thought that something else could happen if nothing was done. A call came from Mindy. The boy folded his arms and thought that he didn't even know the exact conditions of his return. There was no guarantee that he would survive the next time he died. The girl moved closer and asked what the stalker looked like, how it was it scary? The young man lowered his head and answered that no, the stalker looked normal. He imagined him. This is a mating, if he's not mistaken. He thinks that he was dressed in their school uniform. The girl was scared. The webtoon didn't reveal the details of the stalker. It seems that he had been following Dahi since England, then maybe he transferred to their school like the blonde. The boy folded his arms and thought, if they conduct an investigation tomorrow, then they will be able to identify him. He turned to the side and said that they need to be more careful at school. At that moment, she folded her arms and said that if it weren't for someone, everything would be perfect, although it was not the boy's fault at all. The bus stopped. The guys looked out the window. The blonde raised her head and thought. She remembered how her mother stroked her head. Then she raised her hand and said with a smile that the girl should not worry. In the future there will be a person who will extend his hand to her, just like she did. She raised her head and said that sometimes she wonders if she made the right choice. She sat next to the brunette and said that if she had been herself from the very beginning, then people would not expect anything from her. Maybe it was karma. Then she turned and asked if she was listening at all. But Kang Lim sat and reasoned. In the end, what caused the distortion of the future? Of course, the details are very different, but he lowered his eyes. He is not the main character and cannot follow the plot. Dahi looked at him and was silent. And the young man continued to reason. If you think about it from the other side, only the time of the incident has changed, but the content may remain the same. If so, then it is good. The blonde turned away and asked what he thought. If the girl had remained herself from the very beginning, would it be better than now? The guy looked at her and asked why such questions suddenly. Then she turned and asked to tell the honestly, could she succeed in school life and the modeling business if she were honest? The young man was taken aback. Then he smiled and said that it was impossible. Then he lowered his eyes and reminded him of yesterday's quote. The girl was pinching her skirt while he was saying that it is difficult to be modest, being as great as I am. Then he moved aside and thought that if he continued to talk like that, he would be beaten again. But something really surprised him. The girl was sitting and crying nearby. He hung there for a while, did not understand what to do. Then their stop was announced, and the blonde abruptly jumped out of the bus and said that she would go. The brunette stood there not understanding what to do. When he returned home, he was all in his thoughts. His mother was preparing food and asked why her son had returned late again. Was he not listening to her? But he replied that it just happened. He passed by the sofa. His sister said that she must have been playing in the computer cafe until late again. Mom said that they had already had dinner and cleaned up, so if he was hungry. But she did not have time to finish, as the young man slammed the door with all his might. He fell on the bed, buried his face in the pillow. He lay there thinking that he had never seen the girl cry like that. Why wasn't she angry as always? Then he got on his knees and started shouting that it was all his fault. The blonde asked a serious question, and he thought about something else, so he answered too casually. The phone rang. The young man answered. It was the girl's older sister. She was driving and asked if they had left together. She knew there was something between them. Then she said everything was fine. She wouldn't ask about it. Then she smiled and said she called to thank him. She heard that the young man had done a good job today, and it's not easy to work with such an old man. The guy was sitting on the bed listening, so he wanted her double to kill him and laugh. The woman changed gears and said that this was an adult speaking. It's not easy to be a girl's guardian. Then she raised her head and thanked the guy for spying on her. Then she opened her eyes and said that Dahi was an honest child, offered to talk to him. After some time, she stood by the car and thought. The brunette was sitting on the bed. His sister told him about this girl. He imagined two sides of one person, first about her social life, then about her pretense, but something happened at school. A classmate made fun of her, said that she was ugly, her character was ugly. After that, the blonde started playing the good girl in everyday life. The woman lowered her head and said that even when it happened in high school, then stopped and decided not to tell. The guy listened carefully. He imagined Dahi. It turns out that she was not always like this. Of course, the story with the incident at school, he already knew. It was the story that everyone learned. He sat on the bed and continued listening. Then the woman stretched and said that one way or another, it was dangerous. At first she was afraid that she would have to take everything on herself. But seeing how the guy was talking to her, she calmed down, thanked him for being with her younger sister today. He grabbed his chest and thought why it hurt so much now, barely holding back tears. As soon as they agreed, he hung up. He fell on the bed, started screaming that he really wanted to go and the killer after what he told her. He looked at the ceiling and thought that he did a bad thing. Then he calmed down and thought that he would need to apologize tomorrow. The next day, school. The blonde was walking down the hallway. The guy saw her and went forward, extended his hand, wanted to talk about yesterday. Then the girl turned around with a smile, said hello, then thanked him for yesterday. He put his hand to his chin and said that if next time something like yesterday happened, could she ask him for help? Then she went ahead and said with a smile that she was already late, and he should not stay late. He grabbed her hand and asked her to stop, asked what was wrong with her. Then he added that if it was because of what happened yesterday, the girl turned around and asked what was going on, did something happen yesterday? Then she pulled her hand away and said hello to another classmate. The boy was left alone. He thought that 100% something was wrong, but maybe it was safer this way. The blonde went into the classroom, said hello to everyone. If the stalker sees the real her, then it will definitely be dangerous. Then he lowered his head and thought that finding the stalker was a priority now. First he had to go around all the classes during the break, and then look in the attendance book. If he really studied here, then he would definitely find him. Break, office. The guy looked through the book and thought why the stalker wasn't there. He started to get angry, checked everyone who was in the second grade, then this person in another class. Young-ah came up and asked why he was looking at the attendance book, to which she received the answer that it was just out of interest. Then the guy turned and asked if she would go to the club today, then see you soon. The girls looked at him and thought why he came, what he was looking at, it was unclear. Then the brunette said with affection that it was an ordinary candlim. Several days passed, the guys passed each other, the relationship between them did not change. The girl was talking to other classmates, it was not a problem. He was sitting with a friend in class, the problem here is only in the stalker, checked the report card, and except for the girl, no one transferred to their school. Then he yawned and thought that if you think about it, even if this person does not study at their school, it does not mean that he cannot buy a school uniform. Perhaps he did it in order to better stalk the girl. The brown-haired man turned around and asked what happened. The young man answered that he needed a plan, but how to find the stalker. He scratched the back of his head and thought that he could just wait until the so-called second stalker case. He sat in front of the computer and thought that the stalker would calm down until the anniversary of Dahi's debut and then appear again. He imagined their meeting on the roof. He will begin to stalk her even more angrily than before. Then she will try to deal with the stalker on her own and organize a face-to-face meeting to record his confession on a dictaphone. Because of this, the stalker, blinded by anger, will attack her with a knife, will run straight to the girl. And then the hero appears, prevents the tragedy and attacks the stalker. Then the police are called to arrest him and take him away. The stalker's case is closed. When everything is over, the blonde gives herself up thanks to the main character for saving her. The boy folded his hands and thought that this bright scene that they were shown in that chapter was really great. Then he raised his head. Now is not the time to dream. In any case, since this is the plot line, it will not be possible to change it completely. He began to outline the plan. Before going all the way one-on-one, you need to find him. Everything was already ready. Now the girl needs help. He took the phone and thought that the stalker would try to get closer to her. He wrote a message, offered to talk, said that there was information about the stalker, then asked if she would ignore him. I exhale. I did not receive an answer to the message. The next day she decided to approach her at school, said that he needed to talk to her, could she spare some time? And the rest of the classmates looked at their dialogue and whispered what they could talk about. If they told her in front of everyone, they would not be able to refuse. The girl smiled and said that she did not know what the young man wanted to talk about, but suggested moving to another place. It was going to rain outside. They stood opposite each other. The girl said with a smile that she was in a hurry, asked him to tell her faster. The brunette asked if she was going to continue pretending. No one was looking, so why? Well, the girl raised her hand and said, as he recently said, that she needed to be careful. Then he lowered his head and said that she could do whatever she wanted. Then he came closer and said that he would like to talk about the stalker, but the blonde interrupted and said that everything was fine. Then she smiled and added that she told Ho-chun the situation and asked him for help. That guy is in the Taekwondo Judo club. He thinks he can protect her, right? The boy frowned and said that it would really be safer with this person. The blonde looked at him and understood, and the young man thought that in the webtoon the main character was at the level of a human weapon. The guys continued to stand opposite each other, so the stalker is now okay. The girl thanked him for worrying about her. Kang Lim raised his hand and asked to wait a second, also asked her to stop playing the good girl. He looked at her and said what was wrong with their conversation, asked her to be like before. The blonde asked what they were talking about, then the brunette said that he asked her to talk to him like before. The girl frowned and asked what else she could do. Then she came closer and explained that maybe the young man knew, but she lost her parents in an accident. She frowned and added that she was not smart, she only had looks, and she had no choice but to pretend to be good. She stood opposite him and said that this was her only value. The boy came closer and asked why he was talking like that. The blonde answered with a question, why did the guy keep being a stalker? She took a step forward and said what else did he say? About returning? No one would believe such nonsense, and why does he care about things that have nothing to do with him? The boy was stunned, he didn't know what to answer. The blonde continued, maybe he is a stalker. The young man asked in surprise, how could he come up with such a thing? The clouds were gathering. A classmate said that yesterday she had talked on the phone with Yoon Young. She said that she had never heard of him. She came closer and asked how he knew about them and Yoon Young. Everything points to the fact that he is a stalker. Pa grabbed his head and said no. Then he looked at her and said that it was not that easy to explain everything. The girl looked at him and asked how to trust him then. Did he know what rumors were going around about him? Kang Lim started to get nervous and said that they had spent several days with her. Did he look like someone who could stalk someone? The blonde answered briefly that yes, he did. The brunette was very surprised. She came closer and said that she looked like a fucking stalker and hung out with him because she was afraid that he would tell everyone about her secret. How else? Young man panic. Isn't that too much? Why even go into the forest for this? The girl continued to swear at him, clenched her fists and said that no one would hang out with him. He should look at himself from the outside, but no, he was trying to save her. Then the girl added a question, what is his true self? And the young man thought that he did it for her sake. A thunderstorm began to rumble. He remembered all the moments, tried to protect her, in the process he was even killed, and for all the suffering, they receive accusations in response. He stood and just listened. The classmate looked at him and said, really, take all of this. The young man could not stand it and began to shout, why did she do this to him? The girl fell silent, and the guy was very offended. It started to rain. They stood and got wet. They looked at each other. The girl was silent, she had nothing to say. Then the brunette said that he did not care, he would not even come near her anymore, and that was it. After which she turned around and left. Ho Chum came to them and asked why the girl was standing in the rain. He saw the brunette walking towards him. He tried to offend him, asked what he was doing there, but the young man simply remained silent. In the women's toilet, the blonde was wiping her hands and hair. The girls stood around them praising her. Yesterday she played in the volleyball club. In fact, nothing is impossible for her. The guys persuaded her to join the clubs, offered to become a vocalist, help them with the orchestra, maybe come to the broadcasting club. She stood listening and thought that she could not deceive their expectations. Then she smiled, thought that this was the right choice, asked the guys to calm down and said that she would help in any way she could. A defeat appeared on the screen. The brunette was angry that he lost, and his girlfriend said that she would be lucky next time. Then she took off her headphones and asked if the guy was okay. He had been acting strangely lately. The young man looked at her and asked how the girl understood this. Then she raised her hand and said that now the young man looked different. She imagined two facial expressions, seemingly the same. Jang Ha looked at him and said that besides, he missed the long-awaited witch myth event. If he was not sick, something must have happened. The boy scratched his head. Then he looked forward and said that there was something that he thought only he could do himself, so he tried to do at least something, but now, I think it was frivolous. He turned around and apologized with a smile for involving his girlfriend in this. She replied that it was not like him. The girl was embarrassed and said that no matter who the young man ran into, he always copes well. She remembered how they spent time together. Then he bowed. She stood up with a smile and said that the guy was a good person. Kang Lim leaned back and thanked him. The brunette was embarrassed and turned away. She wanted to say what she meant. But the guy interrupted her and said that the thing is that he screwed up. In order to resolve everything, he needs to find the stalker, and for this he needs the girl's help. The girlfriend moved closer and asked what the situation was, could she help him somehow? To something he answered that from the point of view of the game, he should attack the enemy first, but he does not know how to find him. Yang Su entered the office and said that he came to help his service. Reddit turned around and said that his comrade is as always, he hopes he did not eavesdrop on their conversation. The boy adjusted his glasses and said that he had a third eye that could see the future. The brunette asked if he was serious, meaning that his eye could see how they could win. But the brunette said that it was unlikely. The young man with glasses folded his arms and said that there was one way. The dark church was constantly trying to grab him. Because of this, fighting an unknown enemy had become a daily routine for him. The comrade did not understand what he was talking about and asked what he meant. The brown-haired man looked at him and said that they needed to throw away the knives and just wait, and then the enemy would definitely appear. The guys looked at him in surprise. The girl came up and asked where the guy got this from. He read it in a webtoon, to which she received the answer that the third eye was to blame for everything. The brunette thought this could work. He said that he would need his girlfriend's help for this, and then he began to whisper something in her ear. The girl listened to all this and screamed and asked again. The entire wall was covered with Dahi's photos. A man was sitting at the table and typing something. He was googling information, trying to write to the girl. He was writing a lot of messages. In each message he confessed his love, but it was unrequited. And finally the girl answered and offered to meet and talk. The guy was happy. Then he looked away with his wild eyes. It finally happened. The next day, the young man was walking down the street. He passed by a building and thought that the blonde was waiting for him somewhere in the yard. He saw her standing with her back to him. He came closer and said that he had wanted to meet her for so long. They had not talked for a long time. The girl continued to stand and remain silent. Then he came closer and asked what was the matter, asked her to say at least something. Wasn't she happy to see him? At that moment, the blonde was answering messages she actually wrote. The boy looked at his phone and asked what was going on. Then he got another message that she didn't want to get closer to him, grabbed his head and asked why she continued to be so insincere. He extended his hand and said that he knew that they loved each other, she just kept trying to get away from him, so now he had no choice but to continue to stalk her, just like in high school. The girl heard this in the message too and asked what happened in high school. Then the savage answered that bad rumors had spread about her in high school. He remembered that situation, how classmates were discussing the girl, that the director had done something to her and someone had caught them. And the young man just looked at her with a smile. He was the one spreading the rumors. It was easy because everyone was a fool who envied her. He remembered how the girl turned around and said that she was busy today, suggested seeing each other next time. And her classmates did not understand why they were ignored. They thought that she was showing off because she was pretty. At that moment, the guy came up to them and started telling them something. Then he corrected himself and said with a smile that he also said that he had a big heart, and it was Dahi's fault that she did not take care of him. He could not do anything. Then he threw his backpack on the ground. Now it was all in the past, so he forgives her, can put all his affairs aside and go with him. He extended his hand and said that they would go far away, the girl would be his and be happy. At that moment, the boy said that it was disgusting. The stalker was surprised, did not understand what was wrong with his lover's voice. Then he began to scream and ask who it was. The girl began to turn around, and it turned out that it was not a girl, but Kang Lim. The stalker was very scared. The guy said that if he continued to follow her, she was finished. He took off his wig and said that he really wanted to meet him. He might not believe it, but he recently had a dream where he stabbed him. The brunette asked what kind of nonsense this guy was talking about, then remembered him. This is the one who constantly stalks the girl, asked why he was here. This is the place where they were supposed to meet the blonde. But the brunette picked up the phone and said that the meeting was supposed to take place with him because he wrote to him. The stalker looked at the phone and realized that he was deceived. Then he threw it aside and said that he got the number from the form that the girl filled out. And suddenly it dawned on him that the number was replaced. In front of him stood a brunette in women's clothing. I advise you really helped. He imagined a meeting between the girl and the stalker. If it could not be prevented, he thought that he would go instead of her. There was only one problem: how to intercept the stalker's approach. He drew a whole diagram, so he created a trap and waited for him to appear. He found the form, filled it out instead of the girl, entered his own in the phone number field, and he understood that this person still comes to school despite the fact that he is not her student. Lure him with a fake number. In the Webtoon, stalkers did not know her number yet, so the young man used the registration form to find a way to contact him. Then messages began to arrive. As expected, he wrote to him. Correspondence began. It was easy, and now the young man was standing in front of him. Because he changed his phone number to his own, they began to call constantly. The calls came very suddenly. If this continued for several days, he would definitely be exposed. Then he bowed his head and said that he was sure. Shat was shocked. In the comic, he will contact her before the debut anniversary, and today is just that day. The weather was good. Kang Lim came closer and explained that he meant that the young man was crazy. He looked at him and was very angry. He reached into his bag and said that the guy always irritated him. The brunette did not understand what was happening. Then the stalker took out a knife and said that it would be better if he was just killed now. He ran at him and started screaming. The brunette looked at this and thought that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to win, unlike the main character. He was not as strong. He remembered how he tried to learn to fight by watching videos on YouTube, but he lost his breath after 3 minutes. He was on his knees and could not catch his breath. The brown-haired man continued to run, and the guy put his wig back on and thought that was why he decided to use it. Then he screamed loudly, and his classmate intervened in this fight. Ho-chun knocked the stalker down with his foot. He flew to the side. The guy stood in front of him and asked what this man was trying to do with Dahi. Then he turned with a smile and asked if she was okay, but he realized that it was not a girl, but Kang Lim. At that moment, the boy was confused and said that he received a letter from her. They were supposed to meet here. The classmate apologized and said that in fact he wrote it. Then the brunette picked up the phone and said that he would explain everything later, so first they had to catch the stalker. This was the same person who was stalking the girl. The young man turned around and asked if he was serious. He pushed away and said that he would kill everyone in a row, the fool with a pocket knife, and he ran straight at the guys, saying that he had gotten in the way. The classmate took a stance and waited for an attack. A fight began. With one kick the knife flew out of the attacker's hand, and the second kick dented his face, after which the boy grabbed him by the shirt and threw him straight into the ground, and so hard that dust rose around him. He stood up and looked at him with calm eyes. The brunette watched all this in horror and thought that he was a real monster. Ho-chun turned around and asked again what was going on, to which he received the answer that it would take a long time to explain, but he had free time. Then the young man began to tell. This time, she had prepared her own excuse. She said that she had learned about the stalker, and because of the webtoons he had read, he was intoxicated with a sense of justice. The classmate listened attentively. This should have been enough to explain the whole situation to him and the police. The stalker in the background began to rise, talking about their happy future. He had no strength, his whole face was beaten. The classmate looked at the brunette and asked what he meant. Then he turned around and shouted that this bastard was running away. He ran after him, ordered to catch him, but Kang Lim said no need, because there was no one at school. He called someone and said that he had chosen this time for a reason. First, he needed to report to the police. He raised his head and saw someone upstairs. The girl was standing on the roof. She wiped her forehead and said that half was ready. There were paintings on the floor. The blonde said that drawing was more difficult than she thought. She looked at her phone. There was correspondence with the theater department. One of the girls got sick and asked to replace her. Yoon Young was online at 12:53. They were talking on the phone. The girl asked if this was what she expected. The blonde asked what it was about. What she expected, her friend explained that it was Kang Lim. The girl listened to her attentively. She said that she was already used to this, which was to be expected from the real her. Then Yoon Young smiled and said that she wondered why the blonde was so angry at him. The girl started screaming that the thing is that this guy is a stalker, but heard the answer that she does not think about it. He has done so much for her, how can he be a stalker? Then he fell silent in thought, and Yoon Young added that one thing is clear, this guy is definitely hiding something. The girl was sitting on the roof and painting a stump. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets, but still, what could you expect from him? The stalker ran out onto the roof. He ran up and said, is this really all? We just need to go with him, where no one will bother them. She got up and asked what is Woon Hyun doing here. The guy ran up and said that he was her stalker, apologized, but there was no other choice. He just wanted her to look at him at least a little. The girl came closer and said that this was nonsense. The guy was crazy. He ordered her to watch her language, never to talk like that. Then he smiled and said not to worry, if the tongue was dirty, then you just need to clean it. The girl began to back away. What the hell, if it weren't for the knife in her hand, she would have just hit him. What to do? There was only one solution, to run. She stretched her hand forward and shouted that the young man could talk, but only if he didn't move. She needed to somehow buy time. And then the railing suddenly broke. The girl got scared, and she started to fly down. She couldn't even grab onto anything. The stalker extended his hand forward and got scared. He stood there and couldn't do anything. And he was flying and wondering if she was really falling now. What nonsense, would she really die like this because of him? She remembered her whole life, so this was the end, if only she knew. She remembered how her mother talked to her and said that the young man would definitely appear and accept her as she was. The brunette burst onto the roof. He screamed and ran forward. At that moment, the girl was already flying. Kang Lim extended his hand and told him to grab onto it. The blonde was flying and looking at him. She managed to grab onto his hand at the last second. The railing fell to the ground with a crash, and the girl continued to hang on the edge of the building. It was very hard for the brunette, her hands were shaking. Woon Hyun ran up from behind and shouted, who is he to hold her hand? But at that very second he got punched in the face. Ho-chun hit him so hard that the boy flew to the side. Then he rubbed his hand and thought that this man was crazy. He was lying on the ground unconscious. When the classmate turned around, the guys were already on the roof. The girl was still alive. The brunette was lying on the floor, tired. The classmate said that the stalker had fainted. They needed to follow the blonde while he called the teacher. She turned around and asked how the guys knew that this man would come here. Then she noticed that he was wearing her clothes and asked why. And she got scared and asked if this friend was one of those. Then she jumped up and started screaming for him not to come closer. Of course she would respect his choice, but let him not walk around like that in public. The boy started screaming that it was to save her, so she was the only one to blame. The blonde stopped and asked why, and the young man sat down and said that something was stabbing in his chest. Police cars appeared. While they were standing under the building, the guy was saying that he was in a lot of pain, and the girl shouted to wait, she would call the nurse now. After some time, you are in the teacher's room. The teacher stood in front of the girl and shouted that thank God everything was fine. There was no need to worry about anything. The teachers would take care of the rest. Then she leaned over and said that she had contacted her guardians. They would soon come and pick her up, and they would talk about the details later, because the most important thing was that the girl was safe. Then she asked if there were any injuries. The girl raised her hands and said that everything was fine, she was not hurt. Then she smiled and added that it was all thanks to Kang Lim and Ho-chun, who came at the right moment. The teachers began to lead the guy, incredible, a real hero, the pride of their taekwondo club. The coach put her hand on his shoulder and said that there was no need to be modest. The guy thought about it. In fact, it was not he who saved her. If you remember what happened at the roof, while he was looking up, the brunette shouted that the stalker was coming towards her. Then he ran forward, but something surprised him very much. Because the brunette ran even faster, He doesn't like him in many ways. Regarding that moment, he moved faster than him. The boy stood, looked forward and thought about all this. Young-ah ran down the corridor. Then she opened the door and screamed. Kang Lim was lying on the hospital bed and asked what she was doing here. The girl with tears in her eyes began to scream that she was told that he was wounded when he tried to protect the blonde. Then she pulled back the blanket and asked if everything was okay. The wounds? How deep? The young man sat up and said that nothing was wrong. He should calm down. He was okay. Then he turned around and said that if he had been stabbed, he would now be in the emergency room. They were in the medical center. The brunette replied that she hadn't really thought about it. They told her that the boy had fought alone against 13 and then fallen off a cliff. The boy didn't understand where the cliff came from, as rumors are usually exaggerated. Then he looked at her and said that the nurse said that it was nothing serious, that he would return to normal after a short rest. The girl smiled and said that she was very happy about it. Kang Lim understood her hand and thanked her for that strange request, although he couldn't fully explain everything to her. There was a bag next to the bed. He would try to return the school uniform tomorrow. Then he smiled and asked her to thank Na Yoon. He heard that the wig was borrowed from their theater club. He asked how she was able to take it from them, and the girl was thinking about not having to wash the uniform. Then she raised her hand and said that about that. She said that she had discovered a new hobby and that she needed a wig for it. The boy was shocked. The girl asked what was wrong, but seriously, Yang-soo, as usual, was eavesdropping behind the door. After some time, the guy was walking through the schoolyard. Finally, this whole story with the stalker was over. He raised his head. A week had already passed since that day, after the evidence presented such as the recording and testimonies, as well as numerous clues found in his apartment. He was sentenced to a juvenile prison. A bag, many photos and recordings on a voice recorder were found in the apartment. He yawned and thought, if he knew that this person had known her in high school, he thinks it would have made the task easier. Classmates were discussing what chicken legs were for lunch today, so hungry and wants to eat as soon as possible. The girls were standing around the blonde and discussing something heatedly. One of them leaned over and offered to join the club this month. The girl listened to everyone attentively, continued to behave the same way as always. She smiled and said that then. She did not change her face even despite this whole situation with the stalker. The brunette was walking down the corridor. In any case, it's good that she is okay. He went to the cook. He told him to eat more. He and his friend sat down at the table, thinking that this would give him time to rest, because lately his nerve cells had been heavily loaded. He started eating and a message came. It said that the blonde wanted to meet him in class after school. School corridor, office. The guy went inside. He approached the table, saw the blonde and asked what she was doing. She turned around and said that she did not notice him. Yes, just asked to do something guys from the broadcasting club. The young man just listened, then asked about his chest. Is he okay? She continued writing and explained that that day the boy was holding his chest and writhing in pain. How is he? The guy answered that it is okay, everything is normal. He continued writing and said that it is good. By the way, it would not hurt him to take up sports. Kang Lim answered that he is thinking about it, wants to take up boxing. The girl raised her head and asked about the boxing with a smirk. In response, she received a question. Was it true that she called him so that you could mix? Then she put her pen on the table. She turned around and said that she called him to say thank you for saving her that day. Then the brunette stepped forward and asked to let him start. He lowered his head and apologized. The blonde did not understand what was going on. Kang Lim looked at her and said when they were talking on the bus, he said it without thinking. He said it as a joke. He wanted to apologize because he should not have said it. Then he came closer and added that he did not know that it would hurt her and apologized again. The girl nodded and said that everything was fine, because it was true, not everyone likes cute dahi. Then the guy leaned over and said that he could answer the question that she asked him then. He remembered this situation and said that she asked him if she had been herself from the very beginning, would it be better than now? He folded his hands and said that he thought yes, even sure. The girl jumped up and started asking why he was saying this now. He didn't understand what was happening and explained that it was obvious that he was going to improve, but it wouldn't be that easy. He threw up his hands and remembered her sarcastic jokes. Then he smiled and said that he was sure that she could handle it. He was shocked, and the guy added that the real her was an honest and kind girl. He smiled and looked into her eyes. At that moment, the blonde didn't know what to answer. The young man raised his hand and said that she could start with him and be herself with him. That's when the girl couldn't stand it and laughed really hard. She held back her tears and said how funny it was that he had prepared this specifically to cheer her up, so clumsy in many ways. Kang Lim wilted and said that he didn't see anything funny about it. That's when the blonde leaned her elbows on the table and said that okay, she wouldn't demand guarantees. The young man didn't understand. At first she laughed at him, and now she came closer and asked if he was sure that everything would be okay. She lowered her head and smiled sarcastically. Then she extended her hand forward and said that she would be especially honest with him. A true fan of dahi, she would spoil him. Kang Lim looked at him without understanding that this was a friend. The girl folded her hands and said that there was no room to back down. The young man asked what she meant by spoil. It sounded like a confession. She looked him in the eyes and said that last time when he was her manager, he was very helpful and did a good job filling out the diary. The brunette looked at her and still did not understand what was happening. The blonde stood and coughed embarrassedly. The guys stood opposite each other, and she repeated that, as she had said earlier, she would spoil him from now on. Her hair was fluttering in the wind. She tucked it behind her ear and told him to wait. The young man was embarrassed. She stood and wondered why this was suddenly happening. Then Dahi turned away and said that now. She handed him a huge stack of papers. He needed to help with this. They were standing in the office. The boy began to ask why he should do this. In response, he heard that since he was the #1 fan, he should do it. The next day, the girl was sitting on a bench near the school. She asked in a message how it happened that the brunette knew about her friend. In the correspondence, he asked not to laugh when he told about it. She looked closely at the phone, and a message came that before she transferred to school, the young man was her most devoted fan. She was very touched. Classmates came up and greeted her. These were members of the baseball team who offered to come to training today. They were told that the girl knows how to play. If she wants, she can join. The high school students said that they would also come. She was a little embarrassed and said that she was tired today, so she was going to go home early. But the guys did not give up and asked how so, because they had already said that the blonde would come. One of them added that how to understand. He was told that last time the girl helped the volleyball and basketball teams, but when it came to them, so immediately know what's wrong. After which the blonde lowered her head and in a completely different voice answered that she had already said that she could not. To put it mildly, they should know when to stop. Are they really deaf? It was clear that the guys were tense. Then the girl stood up and said that to be honest. She smiled, stuck out her tongue and said that she just did not want to. The blonde was surprised. The girls were discussing that they watched this drama yesterday. They smiled and said that she was delightful. Their lieutenant was as good as always. The girl also said that she was especially struck by the main character of the drama. This was after the stalker incident. The brunette was observed from the side and thought that she had changed her attitude towards her classmates. Unlike before, one could say that they had become friends with whom you can communicate normally. The girl folded her fists and said that this genie made her angry. The young man continued listening, thinking that she often tried to hide that part of herself that was unknown, but thanks to the stalker incident she decided to be herself, of course not completely, but it's a matter of time. Then he looked at the phone with the game. Now is not the time for it. First you need to solve your problems. He lost and thought that after several days he racked his brains and thought about the conditions of the return cycle. Preliminary hypotheses are the game over hypothesis. He imagined how they died. So far the loop worked a total of 3 times. When the girl died, when he died, and then when the relationship between him and the blonde did not even begin. He remembered all his teleportations. If this were a game, then the screen would appear, game over. He lowered his head and thought, the meaning of this hypothesis is that bad or sad endings can be allowed. He remembered their conversation on the street. For example, last time the relationship between him and the girl was completely different. Because of this he was going to give up trying to help, even for a moment. He remembered how the stalker attacked the girl. If everything went as it did, what harm do you think this guy would have done to the blonde? He imagined her in a hospital bed. If it was not death, then an injury or a coma. Even in this case there is no guarantee that there will be a loop. In short, it is not about death in the events. He looked down and thought that the hypothesis that the game is over is that the continuation is different. But to be honest, he wonders if this is based on the limited number of loops. The young man sat at the table and scratched his head. This is not a webtoon, but real life, so you need to prepare for the worst, and you should prepare in advance. Then he looked at his phone and thought that the heroine of the next incident will be certain. There was a comment. Drake 1 is on a losing streak. Rosenti is excluded this time. Yoonga asked embarrassedly, how is it? Na-yoon moved the phone away and said that she always liked the webtoons that her friend drew. However, she moved the phone closer and asked if the girl thought it was better than before. Then a classmate came up, snatched the phone and asked if she drew it. Another one also asked if the girl really draws webtoons. Then she raised her head and said that it was not her work, but Jang Oz asked to look and give her opinion. The guys started looking and embarrassedly said that the girl seemed to be doing art. They looked, it seemed interesting. The brunette was embarrassed and said that she understood everything. Then a classmate came up and said that the teacher was calling her. In the hallway, the girl met her friend. She came up from behind and said that he was the same as always. Well, then she saw something, asked if everything was okay. His circles under his eyes were 1 millimeter lower than usual. The guy asked how it was even possible to notice this. Then the brunette came closer and asked if something was happening to the blonde again. Last time it was very dangerous. The boy rolled his eyes and said no, she was fine. They continued walking down the corridor. The girl could help him if she told her everything, but he said nothing. Then the guy started waving his arms and said that everything was fine. And then he thought that he couldn't tell her about the webtoon because she would take him for a madman. He spread his arms and said that midterms were coming soon. Now that they were in high school, he wondered if he should get a little. He turned around and saw his girlfriend calling 911 and trying to call an ambulance. Then he indignantly asked what was surprising about the fact that he wanted to study. The girl turned around with a smile and said that everything was fine, modern medicine would help him. In response, the young man asked not to treat a normal person as if he were terminally ill. The guys continued walking down the corridor. It's good that the girl believed him. Then he looked ahead and thought that he didn't want to involve her in all this. So the brunette lowered her head and said that she still. The guy turned around and asked again. The girl sheepishly tried to repeat. Then she looked at him and was sure that she wanted to help this time, because when she was having a hard time, it was the brunette who helped her. She remembered their meeting. The only thing that kept her from quitting drawing webtoons was him. After which the brunette turned around and added that if he was having a hard time, he didn't need to suffer alone. She was ready to share it with him. The period came as close as possible and said that she wanted to help him. They were standing so close that the young man leaned on the windowsill. Then he turned away and began to feel embarrassed, too close. Then the brunette jumped back and said that she had suddenly become too emotional, apologized to him. The guy sheepishly answered that no, because she did it because she was worried about him, and thanked her in return. Then he read his nose. In fact, the girl already helps him with many things, last time for example, but if he says so. He turned and said that something was bothering him. Would his girlfriend be able to listen to him? She agreed. The brunette looked down and said that it was difficult to talk about it. Then he turned and said that he was called to the teacher's room about their club, because there were too few students there. He looked at the piece of paper. Because of this they set conditions. If they do not recruit new members in 7 days, their club will be closed. The guys listened attentively when he said that is why he gathered them all to come up with something. You brown-haired grinned and said that these are bastards from the dark church. How dare they use such vile tactics? The brunette lowered her head and said that she tried to get new members, but because the club consisting of 3 people does not have much achievements, nothing worked out. The blonde put her head on her hand and said, however, this place can't disappear. Even if her school life has become easier, it's still the best place to relax. Then it dawned on the guy that among them there was a person who was not a member of the club. The girl turned around and asked in surprise what they were talking about. Didn't the brunette say that he was a member of this club? And he shouted that they were actually talking about her. Then he looked at the girl and said that if she was going to continue to be here, then why not join the club? The blonde folded her arms and said that she didn't want to. First she wanted to try all the clubs and then decide which one to join. Then she turned away. How so? Since he helped her last time, so be it. If he asks, she will join. She winked and asked how long she would have to wait. She raised her head and saw that at that moment the brunette was already discussing with his friend how to recruit newcomers. They needed to start with freshmen. Then the guy raised his head and asked why she was looking at him like that. Did she have an idea? The girl got angry and replied that she didn't. Yang-soo continued to study the sheet. They definitely needed new members. Then he added that if he wrote an annual activity plan using magic, then maybe their club wouldn't be closed. The brunette thought about it. Annual plan. He took some documents. This must be it. The girl came up and asked to show what was there. On the sheet was an annual activity plan. Activity? No, the goal. I just want to play. The blonde got angry and asked what it was, and the young man replied that he just wanted to be honest. Then she raised her hand and said that it was just holiness itself, and when she told her in the club, she spoke so plausibly that she even believed it. The boy looked up and said that the old manager told him about it. The girl added, what can you expect from him? Okay, he will help with it. The brunette ran up and thanked her. The girl replied that she is good at this, so it will be quick. Then Kang Lim looked at them and said that they play not only online games, but also board games. The young man with glasses said that these are not just board games, but real weapons. The brunette said that they play them quite often. The blonde smiled and said that she should probably quit and not even start this idea. Then the guy stood up for her and said that they weren't just playing games here. Well, the girls had already gotten the impression that it was a disease. The brunette pointed at his friend and said that Young-ah draws webtoons. He was surprised and asked if it was true. Then the brunette raised her hands and said that she wasn't the author, just an imitator. The blonde ran up to her and said that it was really cool, asked to show it. The other one replied that she felt a little awkward. And now the girl was sitting in front of the computer and reading all of this. She cried and said that it was so touching, a restaurant and a story about a man who sacrificed himself for a friend. Then the girl approached the brunette and asked if she wanted to publish it, to which she replied that not yet, she wanted to send it to a competition in the summer. The guys were watching from the side, asked if she also liked reading this. I think it would be better. The guy in glasses started shouting if the main character was actually a descendant of a Balor who had passed through a storm of time and space, and the brunette reminded her about the activity plan. The girl smiled, picked up the paper and said that everything was fine. It was easy to write a plausible activity plan. Then the young man came up and asked what she was going to write. The blonde spread her hands and said that she would focus on the word experience, and the brunette just stood aside and listened. In the school corridor, evening. Dahi walked down the corridor. With her other hand, she had an application form for membership in the club. In the teacher's room, she stood in front of a woman who said that there was nothing wrong with the content of the plan itself, but 3 members were too few. She lowered her eyes and said that they had big clubs that needed the school budget more. Despite everything, they needed at least 2-3 more members. The girl smiled and agreed. Then the teacher looked at her and said that she was a member of the Multipurpose Cultural Experience Department Club, so why was she doing this? And if we go back to the application, she decided to enter her details and join it. She looked at this application and thought that she did not want to join any clubs, but the guy saved her and did not want to remain in debt. A brunette was walking towards her. She turned around and asked why she had not gone home yet. The girl replied that the drawing teacher was late. She asked about the plan and saw the application in her hand. She was surprised and asked if the girl was really going to join the club. She was embarrassed and said that she wanted to. In any case, this is a place where she often goes. Then she looked away and said that it was also because Kang helps her. The brunette asked again, and the girl said that she wanted to say about the incident with the stalker. She would like to thank him somehow, and so the chance came up. At that moment, the brunette sadly noticed that her mood changes when the brunette talks to her. The girl was very surprised. Jang-ah turned away and asked if she could ask a question, came closer and asked if she liked this guy. A brunette's friend came running, leaned over and asked if they had seen where the girl went, wrote her a message asking where she was. The results of the Webtoon competition were on the screen. The first qualifying round, eliminated. The girl was sitting on the street and thought that she had put so much effort into this, but all in vain. A tablet and a phone were lying nearby. She looked at them and thought that she would have to quit. The blonde and the brunette were standing opposite each other. Dahi asked again in surprise about her sympathy for Kang. The brunette looked at her carefully. Then the girl turned away and said that she did not speak Korean well. Well, her friend confirmed that this was exactly what she was asking. Then the girl was even more surprised. She tried to hold back her laughter, but a second later she laughed very loudly. The girl noted that this was too much. The blonde introduced the young man and asked if the question was really about her sympathy for him. Young-ah came closer and said that the guys look so friendly, and they always go together. The blonde thought about it. Yes, you could say that they are something like acquaintances. Then she smiled and said that plus the young man saved her life, and so she just wanted to join the club. Then she raised her head and said that the earth is called faster than she will feel even a drop of some feelings for him. The girl noted that this is a strong statement. Dahi turned away and said that as a person yesterday I was not bad, but she does not have such feelings for him. The brunette exhaled and apologized for the question. She answered that everything is fine. Thanks to her, she laughed heartily. When they went down the stairs, the blonde asked why her friend asked her this question. Does she like the brunette? The girl, embarrassed, answered yes. At first the blonde did not hear this and laughed, then she suddenly stopped. She turned around and asked again, is it true? The brunette was embarrassed and said that yes, she likes him. Then the girl grabbed her by the shoulders and started asking why she could like this man. Was it because he was a rich son, a member of a conglomerate? The answer was no. Then she looked down and said that it was something completely different. The model was shocked. Then she raised her finger up and said not to worry, she would help her with this. The next day, the guys were standing in front of the office and did not understand what was happening. There was a note on the door that a meeting was going on inside and boys were not allowed to enter. The brown-haired man thought that now his nest had been broken into. Well, how could it be? It was a stepped barrier that even the strongest could not break. The brunette began to hit the door and asked not to talk nonsense. He did not know why, but there was only one person who could do it. At that moment, a meeting was going on inside. The blonde hit the board and said that the so-called Operation Cupid would become Cupid and tie the brunette and the brunette with love. First of all, a strategy was needed. The girl listened attentively and said that it seemed that she was more excited than she was. The blonde put her hands to her cheeks and said that she really wanted to talk about a date with her friend. It was on her wish list. Then she raised her hand and said that she shouldn't get it wrong. She wasn't trying to take it lightly. In fact, she had no experience with dating, so she invited an expert. She didn't understand what they were talking about. Then the girl called someone into the room, and Na-yoon appeared, said that she heard about it, and immediately ran here. The girl raised her head and asked why her friend was here, then answered her own question. They met at the theater club. The class president lowered her head and said that finally her beloved friend knew love. There was a person who could share her heartache. Until now it was a lonely struggle. Du took out markers and said that now this struggle is over, let the first chapter begin. Chapter 1, Love and the Keeper. The blonde was happy, and the brunette asked that most likely the girls just want to have fun. Then her friend turned around and said that there is a saying that love is war. If you know your enemy and yourself, then victory is yours. Na-yoon spread her hands and said exactly what. She has a question. What exactly do girls like about Kang? She got embarrassed and said that there are many things. Firstly, isn't the guy cute? She looked down and said that besides that, he is also attentive and has some kind of humor. He extended her hand and asked to wait a bit. She must have misunderstood something again. Then she looked down and said that there is another person with the same name in their school. She thought they were talking about the brunette from the Culture and Experience Club. The girl looked at her and said that everything is correct, it is a unique name, and there is no one in the school with the same name. After that, the girls were shocked, and the brunette added that she does not think that he likes her in terms of a girl. She got embarrassed and said that she is not as beautiful as they are. While the girl was embarrassed, her friends realized the fact that beauty standards can be different. One of them put a chair down and said that this should not happen, there is a guide to date counseling. She sat down on the chair and added that chapters 2 through 10 are sold for 9,001 per episode. When asked how she knew about this, she raised her head and said that her friend would not need more advice. The brunette asked what this meant. The friend looked at her and said that they were already closer than most of their friends, so much so that it didn't look like a normal friendship. Then she moved her closer and said that in this case something small would be enough. The blonde lowered her head and said that, to put it simply, if there was a reason, then they could go somewhere or give something. The girl was surprised. She was embarrassed and began to shake her head. Yang-soo was upset and said that it seemed that she would not be of any use. Then the brunette went to the briefcase. The friend asked if she really still carried it. The girl was rummaging through the briefcase. She took out some candy and asked if this was what she was talking about. The blonde came up and asked what it was. Chocolate. In response, she heard that it was homemade, made for Valentine's Day for the brunette. She was surprised and asked about Valentine's Day. Isn't it February 14th and it's already the beginning of April? Then it suddenly dawned on her that the brunette made it and didn't give it away, so she keeps it for herself. They went to negotiate. It was more difficult than they initially thought. Is there really no choice but to just take and retreat? While the girls were whispering that they really should do this, frankly speaking, their age. The friend interrupted and said that they had gone too far. They turned around and said, "Who was talking? How can you keep chocolate for so long?" Young-ah dropped her hands and shouted that she was determined, so she would give him this chocolate today. The blonde ran up and said that it was a good idea. In any case, she would be fine. The best friend looked at them and was a little worried. Then she raised her head, not sure that the girl could handle it, and here they were standing on the roof. The brunette turned away and embarrassedly thought that it was too much, and the young man asked what was the matter. If she had anything to say, she could call. She was very worried. She could not say a word. Then she turned around and said that she was interested in what they would do. They said that writing a plan was really not enough. Would their club really be closed? The guy scratched his head and said that the blonde had joined the club, so now there was still a month to find one member. Then he looked down and said that there were downsides to this. The girl had been more forgiving before. He turned away and said that it had been easier to live. After that, the brunette got upset and thought that maybe Kang Lim's heart belonged to someone else. She was so beautiful and good at everything. The guy raised his head and asked how they managed to open the door to the roof. Last time there was a commotion on the roof, I didn't think the door would have remained open. The girl extended her hand and said that the door handle here was old, so if you turn it a few times, it will open. When she was in first grade, she often had to come here. Then she put her hand to her chest. If you think about it, on this day when they first met, they were scared because the teacher came and noticed the open door. The class teacher was standing on the stairs and asked if there was anyone there. The boys panicked. It was the voice of the class teacher. Did they really not close the door when they came? Then they started whispering. The guy apologized and said that he thought the door was closed. If they were caught, they would scold them. They can't get caught. They started running around the roof and looking for a place to hide. The teacher suddenly went out onto the roof and started shouting, "Don't they know here that it is forbidden to walk on a tire?" But there was no one in front of her. She started looking around, then no one. Countries, she definitely heard voices. Someone was hiding behind the door. A guy and a girl were standing there and pressing themselves against the wall. It was very exciting. The brunette pressed herself sweetly against the young man. Then the teacher turned around and wondered if old age was really taking its toll. The boys exhaled. Were they lucky? Suddenly the guy realized what was happening. They were hugging. He jumped back and said that he was just trying to hide in a hurry and couldn't think of anything else. And the girl put her hand to her chest and heard her heart beating. She came closer and turned to him. This beating meant love from the first grade, which was developing. She decided to confess here and now. She raised her eyes and said that she really wanted to say something. The girl took a step forward and apologized. The guy did not understand what was happening. She looked into his eyes and said that she really wanted to say something. She embarrassedly said that the truth is that. At that moment, the teacher burst out onto the roof. She came up to them, her eyes practically burning with rage. In fact, she did not hear. She ran up very angrily, said that they were little children. Did not they really know the word forbidden? She thought everyone knew this word. Well, apparently she was wrong. The guys stood and listened to all this in fear. They were very sorry. The blonde looked at his friend and wondered what she was trying to tell him. This is the atmosphere. Was she really trying to confess? Then he started shaking his head. No, he needs to come to his senses. He's definitely wrong. Why confess to this girl? He's not remarkable at all. The teacher shouted and asked if they understood everything. The boys scratched their heads and apologized and said they wouldn't do it again. Then the woman turned to the girl and told her to follow her. They needed to continue yesterday's career consultation. The girls walked down the hallway. One was drinking juice and wondering how the brunette was doing. Was everything okay? They could handle it, right? The other turned around and said that she was a calm girl, so it was hard to say for sure. Then they heard screams from the office, like Young-ah was being asked if she had gone crazy. A woman was sitting in the office and screaming how long the girl planned to do webtoons. She needed to prepare for the tests. Then she looked into her eyes and said that she heard that she extended the competition in her first year. Why continue doing this? She was at the top, but over time her grades dropped. She should take care of herself. The girls eavesdropped and discussed that it was the teacher. Why was she yelling at their friend like that? They were watching all this. These women are their class teachers. She is also an advisor to the discussion group, which the brunette belonged to before she joined their club, and she would also add that women are a little old-fashioned. At this point, the teacher was sitting and asking how many people make a living drawing these comics. Shouldn't she have insurance in case it doesn't work? She moved closer and said that first she needs to go to college, and then can she draw them. Besides, her parents also want her to devote more time to her studies. The girl just listened attentively. The woman added that she would talk to the art teacher later. Her friends continued to eavesdrop. They knew that she had problems in career counseling, but they did not know that the teacher was scolding her so much. The blonde was surprised, shouted why they were making a fuss and for their desire. Then the woman gave the girl a piece of paper and told her to think carefully, rewrite the questionnaire and send it. After which the little girl left the office. She turned around and noticed her friends who asked if Liana was okay. She asked what they were doing here. The girls started shouting that they were just passing by and accidentally heard her talking to the teacher, but the teacher clearly overdid it. The girl was embarrassed and thanked them for worrying about them. Then she became a little embarrassed and said about the chocolate. The girls listened to her attentively. The brunette did not understand what was happening. Then her best friend said that how can I say, she clearly looks better than she thought, and they wanted to console her about this. The girl smiled and said that everything was okay. Then she came closer and said that it did not matter anymore because there were people who took good care of her. She kept her hands behind her back and thought about the past. She remembered herself as a little girl at a family feast. She was born later than her relatives and therefore there was no one about the same age as her. She looked up. When the whole family gathered together on vacation, she was always alone. One day, her father gave her a phone. It had several applications, and one of these applications was Webtoon. The girl looked at the phone. She became interested, after which she began to draw them on paper. She wanted to try, and when the adults saw it, they praised her, so she worked even harder. But at some point, the girl was drawing. Her parents came up and started making fun of her. Are they really going to become an author of webcomics? It's not serious. She should give up this idea. Her classmates also condemned her. Other people did not understand why she was doing this. They said to give up this idea, it would be better to start studying normally. And so the girl was left alone. No one took her seriously. She sat in front of the computer and drew, decided to take part in the competition. She applied. They accepted her to prove that it wasn't just a temporary hobby. But at some point she sat on the roof upset and thought that she had put so much effort into it all in vain. Because there was a phone and a tablet lying nearby. On the phone screen it was written that she had dropped out of the competition. The girl looked and thought that now she really would have to quit. Here she buried her head in her knee. It's just a hobby. She doesn't think she can make a living from it. She took her tablet, looks at it and becomes sadder. She picked it up, decided to throw away the USB and finish it. She went to the very edge, swung. Well, I couldn't do it. I thought it would all look more epic. She lowered her eyes and couldn't. A strong wind blew. Her hair began to flutter in the wind. Because of the gusts of wind, the tablet flew away. The girl didn't have time to catch it. Everything flew down. At that moment, Kang was passing by and noticed the fallen gadget. He came up and thought what it was. Why was there a tablet here and a new model? He picked it up. There was no password, but there was a comic book. He began to read it carefully. The girl ran out of the house and started screaming if everything was okay. The young man looked up and replied that everything was fine and asked if it was her tablet. He realized that this girl was his. She stood in front of him and said that she accidentally dropped it when she was on the roof. When the guy asked if she drew this webtoon, he had seen many comics before, but this was the first time he had seen one like this. The girl shouted, did he really watch it? The young man apologized and said it was an accident. She replied that everything was fine. Then she asked him shyly how he was doing. The brunette scratched his head and replied that it seemed good. She was upset and replied that she understood everything. The boy thought about it and said that the main character was a little disappointing. It looked like a story from the past, where he solves a crime. It was a little difficult to immerse himself in the story since he had never read anything like it before. Then he raised his hand and said that it was also nice that the background setting was unique and original. Because of this, the greeting in the first episode was a little unclear. He would prefer to solve this through a conversation with the character. The girl continued to listen attentively. The end of the second episode. He looked at the plan and said that if he slightly changed the order and moved the beginning of the third episode, it might interest people more. If he did this, the number of people reading it could increase by 80%. Then he noticed the brunette's tears rolling down. He started waving his arms and apologizing for upsetting her, although she really didn't want to. Something surprised him. The girl was standing there saying that she had failed the competition. The guy stepped back and asked again, and the brunette looked at him in tears and said that she still didn't want to quit. And she started crying even harder. The guy tried to calm her down. He waved his arms and said nice things, that the main character was good enough. That meeting him helped her make the right choice. After which she walked down the hallway and thought that she had met him that day and hadn't quit comics. Since then the guy had always been with her. She went into the office and saw him. Brunette was sitting at the table. Wasn't today the day he didn't come to school? The boy raised his head and said that he felt guilty that the teacher had caught them. Then he turned around and asked what had happened in the teacher's room. The girl imagined their conversation about why she liked the guy and thought that it was this trait. She reached into her briefcase and said that it was not such a big problem, instead she would like. She held out a bag and offered him chocolate. The young man took it and asked what it was. Then he moved it closer and said that he liked sweets, thanked him. He began to eat. The brunette watched carefully. Then she came up and asked how he liked it. The young man turned around and said that it was delicious, asked where she bought it, to which she heard the answer that she made it herself. He continued to eat and thought that she made this chocolate herself. But suddenly it dawned on him, is it true? Is she really into baking? He turned around and asked why the girl made homemade chocolate. And a moment later it dawned on him, homemade chocolate, usually it is. The girl gives the guy homemade chocolate as a confession. He remembered all the events that happened recently. He became embarrassed and thought that it couldn't be. He began to shake his head again and decided that he needed to wake up. He was definitely mistaken. This is just ordinary chocolate, especially not Valentine's Day. The boy jumped up and said that everything was fine, it was just a shame to eat. Then he tripped over a chair. The candies flew up, and he flew straight at the girl, so that they both fell. The brunette was lying under him and asked if he liked it. The brunette was embarrassed. Then he jumped up and said that it was sweet and filling. He started waving his arms as if it was melting in his mouth. Young-ah giggled embarrassedly, and the guy added that it was tastier than in many stores. Then she decided to turn to the young man. He froze. She looked straight at him and thought that she was afraid that their quivering relationship of hands, so she could not say everything right now, but someday she would definitely reveal her feelings. She smiled and said that she would continue to do this, so she needed to look at her carefully. Kang Lim was very surprised and asked again. The brunette giggled and said that it was nothing, then asked about the comic. She corrected everything there. The guy threw up his hands and said that everything was fine, he would say something now. On the screen there was a robot and a message about the rank increase. The blonde threw up her hands and shouted that she finally did it, got platinum. The guys came up to her, crazy, she really raised her rank to platinum in less than 20 rounds, as expected, she has talent. Then the girl came up to her friend and said that we should wait a little longer, he would quickly catch up with her so I would play together. The girl replied that she also really wanted to. And the brunette felt sorry for the fist and said that he had a gold rank, if not for that troll, the bastard in the last round, then now he would have a platinum rank, and why does he always have noobs on his team? The girl turned around and said that you shouldn't blame your team, maybe he plays badly. The guys were very angry about this, and the classmate turned to Young-soo. He also has a platinum rank and offered to play together. The young man adjusted his glasses and said that he accepted her as a comrade in arms. The brunette came up and said that the girl was really incredible. But how did she learn to play so well? She didn't have much time for games because of her work, and she replied that that's why she watches YouTube in her free time. Kang Lim listened to this to the side. The blonde said that she simply followed what she saw and found a way to quickly raise the rank. It's generally possible. Even if she did everything as in the videos, it doesn't mean that everything will work out. The girl took the mouse and said that if specifically she showed a channel with videos, she mainly watched a lot of this person's videos. It seems that this is where the most views are. The brunette was surprised. The guys noticed that this was Rosentia's channel. Now everything is clear. He turned around and asked if this was really a famous person. In response, she heard that he was not just famous, but one of the best players. If you imagine this person, the nickname Rosentia and the name Siren, she is the same age as them. She won the championship on her first debut, the best player. The girl was holding the cup because she was a woman, a pro gamer in the industry, and her popularity had grown to a worldwide scale. The brunette also raised her hand and said that the girl also made videos and held fan meetings. She came closer and said that the last fan meeting on her birthday was very noisy, and the guy with glasses added that because of people who claimed that the woman was using macros and illegal tickets, the people in the press had made such a noise. The blonde started clapping her hands and saying that it was cool, were they really the same age, and next time she would have to watch her game. Then Junna turned around and said that the girl had disappeared from the radar lately. She came closer and said that they didn't know why. It seemed that the team was allowing her to compete. The specific reasons were unknown, so her fans were also worried. Yang Su looked at the screen and said that he didn't think that the girl was in shape now. It seemed that the Empress had collapsed. The brunette also continued to listen to them silently on the sidelines. He looked and thought that he knew all this because he had already seen it on the internet. He looked away. They were talking a lot about them. ESW. The girls turned and asked what he was thinking about so much. Why was he silent when they were talking about games? The guy scratched his head and did not answer. Then he turned around and said that he had to go home. He still had to think about how to recruit another member to the club. He walked forward and thought that now he needed to stop the accident of the second heroine, Siren. If she could not, then trouble would happen and she would be accused of manipulating the score of the matches. He walked down the street and reasoned. The stalker incident happened with Dahi, and with Siren the incident with the manipulation of scores. It was already night, there were no more loyal players than her, so it was obvious that the girl did not do this. He imagined the chase. After suspicions arose, she contacted the broker to find out the truth, and ran into the main character. The guys are sitting on the ground, after which the guy decides to help her. They start to communicate, thus, in the process, they become closer. This incident of manipulation of the account is the starting point where they meet. I was walking down the street and thought that it would happen right here, a computer cafe that the girl often visits. PC Cafe. He had to compare today's date with the competition date, so he is sure that it is today. All that remains is to wait and he will appear at the right moment. The young man stood on the street and could reproduce the first meeting of the main character and the girl. He looked out from behind the pole. There is one part that worries him. This is that he cannot go according to the plot. He tensed up and thought, even if he tries to do everything perfectly, he still deviates from the plot because he is not the main character. He remembered the situation with the stalker. It was hellishly difficult there. He stood and remembered the logo in the comics. He does not know how it will be now, but if you can use the information to solve problems easier, there is a way to complete the scenario faster. He wants to try. Then he leaned forward, smiled and said that he would hide first and wait patiently. Several hours passed. It was deep night outside. The boy was already tired of waiting. He realized that she did not come. This is the difference between the comic and reality. He leaned on his knees and thought that he was tired of waiting. Maybe it would be better to just play a game in a computer cafe. Came closer and thought that it was worth sitting next to the window in any case. Walked forward and bumped into a girl, apologized. She passed by and said that it was okay. The boy turned around and thought that this hair definitely belonged to Siren. Looked at her and thought about the disguise. Was she really disguising herself because she was dating a broker? Watched the girl and thought that she would definitely be arrested like that. So, follow, need to prepare. The fact that the girl appeared means that he will finally meet the broker soon. Saw her approach the bus stop. She looked ahead and said that at 7 p.m. at the bus stop in front of the PC Cafe, she was told to talk to a man in a white hat. Granny was sitting in front of her and asked what she was talking about. Clearly this was not a broker, an ordinary grandmother. The girl adjusted her glasses and said that it was useless to pretend. You have to confess. But only confess what? It was written on her face that she knows nothing. The woman looked at the child and did not understand what was happening. The man sitting next to her said that last time it was a reporter, this time a small child. He turned around and said that the girl was just wasting her time. This woman had nothing to do with it, so she should leave her alone. Then Siren turned around and asked if he was a broker. The man trampled the cigarette butt and said that he had wasted so much time. If you didn't know, time is money. He looked at her and said that she should consider herself lucky. There is a camera in their world, otherwise she would have paid with her body. Then he tried to leave, but the girl asked him to stop. In her attempts to catch up with the broker, she did not notice the guy following her. Now it was his turn, if only it worked. He ran out onto the road, knocked her down. A loud scream rang out. Even the glasses fell to the floor and broke. The girl sat on the ground, clutching her head, and asked why the young man suddenly appeared. The boy became embarrassed. Then he extended his hand and apologized, asked if she was okay or the girl. She replied that she had just run into him, if she was doing it on purpose. Looked at the guy and said that there was no time for that now. The guy knelt down and thought that everything was fine. There was no point in stuttering. This scene was in a comic book. The guys fell. The main character shouted something. There shouldn't be any problems if you repeat the main character's words. The gamer looked at him and asked what was the matter. If there was some business with her, then the main character most likely said, "I'm sorry, but I can't just let you go." The brunette raised his hand and said that he didn't know what happened, but he wanted to help. The girl looked at him and didn't understand what was happening. And the young man was proud of himself. Did he really do it? That's when Siren asked what he was talking about. The brunette felt ashamed. He didn't understand what kind of reaction this was. The girl came closer and asked about help. What does he know, and who is he anyway? Then she came even closer. This is their first meeting. His intervention crosses the line. The boy began to remember the comics. Her reaction was not the same, but the situation is the same as there. Then why is the attitude different? After which she turned around and said, how can a guy say that he wants to help a person he meets for the first time? Does he really think that the main characters of the movie or what? The young man looked at him in shock. Perhaps it was because the person he was talking to had changed. He repeated the words of the main character exactly, but at the same time he was not the main character. Siren raised her head and said that the boy was strange, so he should back off and not interfere. Then she ran forward. The young man stood and did not understand what had just happened, and began to teleport. A moment later he was back in the office. The girls looked at him and asked what happened. Again he stood to the side and laughed like an idiot. He was a little wilted, said that he just thought how cruel the world was. Again he walked down the street and thought. He lowered his head and thought as he expected. His assumption was correct. He needed to use a slightly different approach. Then he saw the suit next to him. There are more fun caps, 2 for the price of 1. He smiled, straightened his tie, decided to act differently. After some time, he was walking along the streets of the city. He remembered the situation that happened during the day. The girl came there at 7 p.m. and the broker was already there. He put his hands in his pocket and thought that this meant that he was somewhere nearby. He turned around and saw this man on the bench. The man was sitting and looking at the plan. The young man began to hide. Glasses, white hat, no doubt, now he needs to make him leave. He knelt down and thought that he should first go around him. Then he walked next to him and pretended to be talking on the phone with Nuna. He deliberately said loudly that he was almost there. Of course I know about the manipulation of accounts. The man paid attention to him. The young man continued to say that he would film him on his phone when he met him. We should try to discuss the terms and agree on a fair payment for this. The man exhaled and said that again. Then he got up and left. The guy smiled, took care of him. A young man approached an old lady at a bus stop and asked if she had called a taxi. The brunette came up and said it was his car. He picked up her things and said that there were too many of them, offered to call a taxi and pay for it so she could go. The old lady turned around and thanked him, after which the guy watched the car go. He looked at his phone. It was almost 7 o'clock. He sat down on a bench and opened his briefcase. He took out a large white cap and put it on his head. The guy looked ahead. The preparation was complete. That's when Siren approached the bus stop and saw him. She was walking and saying 7 p.m., a bus stop, in front of a cafe, a man in a white hat. She stood in front of him and said that this was the one she needed, a broker. He continued to look at his phone. The girl came closer and said that it was useless to remain silent now, since it was clear from the correspondence that he was somehow involved in manipulation, so she had to lay everything out. The boy raised his head and apologized and asked if she was talking to him. At this point, the heroine was a little taken aback. The young man stood up and asked if this was not a Siren player. He did not understand why he was wearing these glasses and a mask. And the girl at that moment looked at him and did not understand whether it was a broker or not. The guy added that she was definitely who he took her for, with such hair and voice. He handed over the phone with her YouTube channel and said that he was her fan, watched all the streams. At that moment, the girl took off her glasses and said that she was sorry she confused him with someone else. The brunette acted surprised. It seemed like she had just talked about a broker and manipulation. He began to shout, "How is the player involved in manipulation?" Then he began to poke at his phone and said that this was madness. Then the results of the match were falsified. This is no longer just a scandal. Then the heroine covered his mouth with her hand. She came closer and repeated that this was not so. Kang Lim was a little embarrassed and asked again, "Just now." The girl covered her eyes with her hand and said that everything was very complicated. She thinks it is better to clarify, not a misunderstanding. She looked up and told him to follow her and explain everything on the way. They came to a computer club. They sat down at the computers. The guy asked why they were there. He thought they would go somewhere quiet. The girl looked at him and said she didn't know any other place to talk. Anyway, he was a senior. What year? He replied that he was the second, the same age as me. Then she felt calmer. She said that now it was clear why he was talking to her so informally. The brunette apologized and said that he could switch to formal speech if necessary, but the girl refused. She held out her hand and said give her a piece of paper. If you have one, she would give him an autograph. The guy thanked her. Then he looked at the piece of paper and asked his name. In response to the name, she said that it was a great rarity. The waiter came up and brought sweet black soy ramen and cola, asked to leave it on the table. Then she broke the chopsticks and said that she had recently left after the game, so there was no time to eat. And she began to eat. He watched as the appetizing girl ate. She turned around and asked why he was looking like that. The guy replied that he just looked very appetizing. Then she handed him a plate and asked if he wanted one. The sweet black soy ramen here is very tasty. They even measure the water to make it tastier. The boy moved away and refused, thanked him and said that in any case she said something earlier. Then the girl lowered her head and said that she would explain the situation to him to avoid misunderstandings. She had never participated in manipulation. She planned to solve this case. Then she turned and said that the guy might have heard of newcomers. The young man turned and asked if they were talking about trainees who are developed before their debut. Siren turned away and said yes, and their group communicates well with them. They often hang out together and also help them develop. She remembered moments of training. There is a dorm nearby, so they see each other constantly. She also remembered how she once noticed something. Last month she went into the dorm and accidentally saw an email on the public computer that surprised her very much. She went to the computer. This email was discussing a fixed match. She carefully read the message where the subscriber had to lose for a certain amount of money. She started moving the mouse. When she read this letter she became furious and was ready to explode at any moment. She looked closely at the screen, did not know what to do. Then she walked down the corridor and immediately went to them to find out everything. She opened the door. The guys turned around and asked if one saw the broadcast. They played well, thanks to her. The girl looked at them and understood that it was too late. She lowered her eyes and said that she was scared, so she did not find out anything. Yunus listened to her carefully. Then he turned away and said that knowing her for sure, she did not give up so easily. Then the girl closed her eyes and said that of course, this is something that she cannot just ignore. And at night she immediately ran to the captain and told everything. But the email was deleted, there was no evidence. She remembered the conversation with the captain. Then he told her that no one from their team would do such a thing. The guy at that moment imagined his face, another typical villain. The girl continued eating and said that she could not just ignore it. She was so angry that she could not concentrate on the game. She looked at the young man and added that this is why she wanted to find out everything personally through a broker. Then she lowered her eyes and said that she had prepared a trap for him at the bus stop, but he was not there. He must have found out about her. The boy threw up his hands and said that this was not the only such match. There would be another one next month. Something could be done or just spread it online or somewhere else. He began waving his arms, looking at her, added that of course she should prevent this and so that no one would find out. If she wanted it herself, the girl asked if he believed her. He asked again in surprise. The girl turned and said that she did not think that the guy would believe her right away. She talked to many people about it, but no one believed her. She looked him straight in the eyes and said that they kept saying that this couldn't be true, but what was unexpected was, the guys were sitting opposite each other. What was unexpected was that the person she had met for the first time believed her. He must have gone too far. Then the young man scratched his head and said that, as he had said before, he was simply a fan of hers. Siren was shocked. Kang Lim turned away and said that he still knew how devoted the girl was to games, so as a fan, it would be insulting not to believe her. The girl listened attentively and replied that she understood everything, and the guy hoped that his speech sounded convincing. She lowered her head and said that she would like to ask him for a favor. The young man tensed up and asked what she needed. Then the girl moved over and said that she would like to see him with her this Sunday. The guys left the PC cafe. They were walking down the street, and the brunette caught up and asked what place they were talking about. Siren turned around and said that one of the newbies had a birthday and she needed someone to go with her and pick out a present. The brunette was surprised, and the girl added that after they picked out a present, she turned around and said that she wanted to discuss match fixing, so she wanted him to go to the mall with her. The young man stopped and agreed, then asked if there was a match this Sunday. Siren turned around and sadly replied that the captain had said that it would be better for them to rest this Sunday, so they were free this weekend. He came closer and said that they didn't know if he could help. He didn't know much about it, but the girl replied that she was better than she was. Then she looked at him and added that last time, when it was another participant's birthday, she gave him a bus card and Steve 30's autobiography. The boy asked why. She raised her hand, presented these items and said that she thought the bus card would be practical, and the autobiography. She heard that the man is a role model that teenagers like, thought it would be a good gift, but their reaction was not very good. The brunette replied that he understood why the girl chose it, but it was definitely strange. Then Siren looked at him and asked if he would go with her or not. If anything, no one is forcing anyone. The young man smiled and said that of course he would. He clarified, then on Sunday. The girl handed over the phone and said that then they should exchange numbers. Then they said goodbye, agreed to call. The guy walked down the street and thought. Forward, there were many thoughts. Then he raised his head. Which shopping center is best to go to? He put his hand to his chin. This is. Suddenly it dawned on him that this was a date. His eyes almost fell out of surprise. Kang Lim stopped and realized that he had been thinking too much about comics, so he did not notice that meeting a girl on a day off is a date. He clenched his fist and was happy, finally the first date. He walked skipping and thought that for a date you do not need to prepare, first of all, clothes. Then he stopped and thought what he should wear. He does not have clothes for such occasions. Maybe he should wear his school uniform. Maybe it is better than wearing uncomfortable clothes. It seemed that he made a decision, but he heard the girls nearby whispering. The last time one of them met a guy, their first date was the worst of all. A friend asked her if he was the one in the photo. The other answered that yes, and can only imagine. He came to a date in a school uniform. Isn't it funny? Then they went and discussed why they met him at all. One of them was talking about it. She was so shocked that they just drank a cup of coffee and went their separate ways. Then the guy looked at his uniform and thought. He got angry and thought that there were 2 days left until Sunday. He couldn't waste time. He came home. It was already late. He turned to his sister and said that he would take her mirror, took off his shoes on the go. She, as usual, was sitting on the couch, said no, but there was no time to explain. The decision was made. After which the guy asked his mother where the box in which they put his clothes. The women asked why he needed them, and the sister added, what's wrong with him? The next day, the blonde was holding the phone and saying that she was wondering why the brunette called her on Sari, and he was just asking her to choose clothes for him. The guy was sitting in a pile of scattered things and asking for help. She was a model. He just had no one else to ask. It must be something that boys his age wear. The girl smirked and said that she didn't know much about boys' clothes. Well, it seemed more than he did. The guy shouted into the phone that he needed it tomorrow. Urgently, definitely. Then she asked why and why all of a sudden. The boy hesitated a little and said that he had a meeting with a friend and needed to look good. The blonde thought about it. Then she started combing her hair and said that she would help him, asked if there were any clothes that she had already chosen. Kang Lim replied that he had been looking for them yesterday and had chosen a couple of sets today. If they didn't suit him, he would need to go and buy something. Then he looked at his phone. There was a message that even if that were the case, honestly there were some good options, especially for teenagers. He could try to keep his look street or casual, and it was perfect to become a homeless, buffoon, or luxurious. Even Americans come to Korea and change themselves to please someone. Men's fashion is definitely better in Korea. She thinks there is only a style that claims to be minimal in terms of individuality. Also in this way he can save money. The guy's head was boiling, as if it was about to burst. Then he said that he had just sent her a photo. She had to choose something from 3. The girl looked at the phone and said that she would evaluate everything now. And then her face changed. There were 3 terrible images in the photos. The blonde did not even try to hide the fact that it was complete crap. The girl looked at the phone screen indignantly. She did not understand how one could choose something from this. Kang Lim looked at her tiredly, asking what was wrong. He looked at the screen of his phone and scratched the back of his head. He said that he thought he had chosen good sets. He only wears the clothes his mother gives him. He was outraged. He doesn't have any normal clothes anymore. If so, let him wear a regular shirt. The guy took the white shirt in his hand and looked at it. Would the school uniform shirt do? No way. It won't do. He needs to choose another one. Kang Lim put his hand on his belt and sighed. He asked her for a favor, but she was super picky. He screamed, saying that she was trying for him. The guy looked at his phone. He heard him not take anything deep. Just let him take a shirt and some pants. Pants? He asked again. He covered her face with her hand, asking what kind of pants he had and what they looked like, thinking it would be easier to give in. While she continued to be indignant looking at the screen, another girl came up to her. She apologized, saying that they had to get ready for the shoot. She leaned over and whispered, asking what happened. The people outside couldn't enter the room because they were afraid of her. He apologized, saying that she would be ready soon. He lowered her head and turned to Indy. She closed her eyes and asked if she remembered the man who was with her at the shoot. Had she not returned the clothes they gave him yet? No, she hadn't returned them yet. Why was she asking? The blonde brought the phone to her ear, telling Kang Lim to take his measurements and send them to her right now. People were walking along the corridors of the shopping mall. There were several floors between them and an elevator in between. Kang Lim stood by the railing looking at his phone, feeling a little awkward and nervous. The guy thought about it and his cheeks turned a little red. Why shouldn't he feel like that? This was his first date in his life. He put his hand on his chest and exhaled. He needed to calm down. Last time she was in uniform, I wonder what she would look like in casual clothes. Siren was breathing heavily. She apologized for being late. She put on a gray skirt, white clothes, and a dark sweatshirt. She said that she was lost, and asked how long will Lion wait. Kang Lim looked at her in shock. The girl looked at her clothes. Did she come in a uniform? Yes, she likes it. So she bought a few more to wear all the time. The hero smiled nervously. It seems that he was the only one here who thought that this was a date. Siren tilted her head and looked questioningly. He only sighed deeply. He put his hand on his waist and smiled. He suggested that they go, adding that this shopping center is very big, so let him know if he gets tired. The couple walked along the shops. The girl said that she was thinking of a few things that could be given, and she asked Kang Lim what he thought of the autograph of the genius scientist Nikola Tesla. He asked why him. Siren embarrassed him a little by answering that the scientist is in the top 1 for keywords last year and this year. He thought it wasn't the best birthday present. She said that many bloggers recommended it. Kang Lim angrily replied that she should stop relying on YouTube. They stopped and the hero pointed at something. Later, the girl held a bottle in her hands, offering it. Kang Lim looked around and wondered where else they could go. People were standing at the counters, looking at the goods. The couple went up to the food court and Kang Lim brought them refreshments. Siren thanked him. She took a sip, sticking a straw into the glass. She said that she had lunch. The pink-haired girl was pleasantly surprised after taking a sip. The guy was standing next to her and smiling. Kang Lim asked if she liked it. She replied that she did, and she raised her head and looked at her friend. Does he like it? Yes, it's very tasty, he replied. Many people passed by them. In any case, there are a lot of people in this shopping center, and during lunch there were even more. The girl looked at the crowd. She was glad she asked him for help. If she had come alone, she would have gotten lost and returned home. Kang Lim looked at her. She thought they could choose which of those 3 things would be the best as a gift. The guy asked again. She was talking about the Starbucks tumbler, the aroma diffuser, and the AirPod, right? It was hard to choose just one because they all seemed like a very good gift. The guy looked ahead. He didn't know the person she was going to give it to, so she would have to choose. He smiled and turned back to his friend. What would she choose? The girl lowered her head to her drink and thought about it. Kang Lim looked at her in surprise. Siren just looked at the floor. She said that she was far from normal and therefore did not know if her opinion was important. He did not know what to answer and stood silently, and he looked around confusedly. He asked if she was hungry, they could go and eat, but he was interrupted by a loud scream. Both looked ahead in surprise. A little boy was standing there in tears, screaming that his mother had disappeared somewhere. He was standing alone and no one was paying attention to him. The boy and the girl looked at each other in confusion. They approached him. Kang Lim asked if he had gotten separated from his mother. The girl asked if the child was lost. The child tried to answer through his tears. He said that his mother had been in front of him and then disappeared. Kang Lim leaned towards him. Siren stood behind him. He asked that if he had gotten separated from his mother, then shouldn't they take him to security? The two stood in front of the screaming, crying child, and other people began to pay attention to them. The hero replied that he needed to be calmed down before taking him away. Kang Lim removed the lid from his drink, offering him a try, saying that there was even chocolate in the drink. The child frowned and looked at him incredulously. His mother had told him not to take anything from strangers. The boy smiled and said that he was right. The boy walked up to Siren and extended his hand. He thought that he could drink her drink. The boy cursed in his mind. The girl and the boy sat on a bench and drank the contents of the glass. She asked if he had a phone. Yes, but it didn't work. Siren handed him her phone. Is he saying that it ran out of battery? He could use hers if he remembered his mother's number. The child took the phone in his hands, embarrassed. He started crying again. They looked at him. Siren suggested that he didn't remember his mother's number. The boy replied that he was too young to remember such a thing. They needed to calm him down somehow. Suddenly, Kang Lim had an idea. He turned to the boy. He asked if he liked playing arcade games. The arcade machines were lined up. The heroes brought the child to the play area. He looked at Kang Lim in confusion. He asked, can he seriously play all of these? He replied that he had already exchanged the money for game coins, so he needed to spend them all. The boy ran cheerfully around the game room. He chose a machine with a joystick and red buttons. The hero looked and said that these were stone fists. 2 players played it. The boy replied that he knew about it. He was the best player in his class. The boy smiled and pointed to his girlfriend. Wouldn't he like to play with her then? She played games well. The girl looked at him questioningly. Was this really a good idea? Kang Lim put his hands in his pockets. He said that he would go get security for now, and she would look after him. The girl agreed. She sat down next to the child. He hurried her. Siren was lost in thought. He was still a child. Should she give in to him? If the game was one-sided, he would quickly lose interest. 10 minutes later, the girl and the boy were sitting at the slot machine. The guy shouted "Ko." He looked at the screen emotionlessly. He was bored. This surprised the girl. He was not having fun because Siren was playing too badly. At first, the girl looked at him silently, but his words caught her attention and she asked again, "What did he just say?" The child looked away and walked out, saying that playing with her was very boring. She couldn't even win one round. These words angered her. The boy added that even playing with a bot was more fun. Siren laughed maliciously and surprised the boy. So she didn't know how to play, huh? He got a little nervous. She asked him to remind her what was his name. Choi Young-do, he answered. Siren looked at him with a smile, saying that there were gaming devices in the electronics department on the 2nd floor. If he won against her at least once, she would buy him a Playbox 5 with all the games. The child's eyes lit up with happiness. A Playbox and all the games. Siren was taking off her sweatshirt. The boy, worried, asked again if she would take her catches back. No, she looked at him, warming up her wrist. But first he had to win. On the slot machine screen, a fighter had defeated his opponent. Both were playing with concentration. Young-do turned to her, demanding that she not cheat. Her character was delivering crushing blows. Siren was deftly pressing the buttons. The boy looked very angry. This was impossible. How could he not win a single game? The girl let out a cold breath. He played well, but nothing more. The boy fell to his knees. She asked, does he now understand the difference in levels? Young-do began to tremble, about to cry again. Siren was very surprised by this, and lowered her eyes. It seemed she had overdone it. She should not have defeated him right away. She lowered her head. Again, she had made a mistake. Someone's voice from behind distracted them from their thoughts. They had been watching her for a short time and it seemed she was playing well. Siren turned around, asking who they were. Two muscular guys were standing in front of her. A good question, but let him not be too surprised. The first guy looked at them sternly. They are the heads of the largest gaming club in Korea, the winners of the amateur tournament Stone Fist, 4 victories in a row. The second guy looked at them just as seriously. Those who can spend the whole day playing arcade games with 1 coin. Nightmares of arcade bosses, and their name. The guys were dressed in the same sleeveless kimono. The twins of the Black Devil. Siren looked at them in confusion. The twins of the Black Devil. The guys smiled broadly. The first guy asked, is she already afraid of them? The second added that there is no one who does not know them. The girl turned to the boy, asking if he knows them. Young-do said no. The twins stood in heroic poses and tensed their muscles. Then she will now find out who they are. The twins will gladly accept the challenge. They so wanted to see her true skills. Siren looked at them. Refusing, she ran out of coins. They looked angrily, saying that there is no need to justify yourself. Thinks he can escape from them. The guy reached out and poured several game chips into her palms. He was ready for this. The girl thanked him. The guys shouted in unison. Now they are starting a 2-on-2 team match. The game is 5 rounds up to 3 victories and the choice of characters is limited. Young-do happily clenched his fist. Siren looked at him and suggested that he just leave. The boy replied that they should play, the twins are paying anyway. People looked at him with interest. What is going on? Several passers-by were surprised. Is someone famous here? Another recognized the famous Black Devil twins. The team sat down on opposite slot machines that were positioned so as not to see their opponents. The crowd asked who was against them. No one knew. Both looked young, but they seemed to play well. The girl heard the conversations and thought about it. So they were telling the truth. A battle of 4 characters was taking place on the screen. They are not that simple. They attack in sync, thereby making paired combo blows. Young-do began to worry. Why are they pushing him back? Siren frowned and started giving commands, so that he wouldn't be distracted and keep his distance. The picture on the screens was changing quickly. The health of the game characters was lower than that of the twins. The girl was armed with 2 swords, the boy was holding a sword and a shield. The guys folded their arms across their chests and smiled widely. It seemed that victory was near. It was time to show their signature move. Their health bar showed a flaming number 5. The characters put their hands in front of them. A bright glow appeared in them. That's it. A bright ball headed towards the Young-do character. Siren rushed forward and cut the ball with her swords. The guy fell to the ground and the girl's weapon was charged with energy. But it seemed to her that the match was not over yet. The twins looked at her in shock. What did she say? He said that the opponents almost lost. They would win even with the slightest touch. The twins pointed their hands at her, releasing a charge of energy. One of them told them to just keep shooting. Siren deftly avoided the attacks by moving forward, saying that they were too slow. The boys looked at her in confusion. How could she dodge like that? Her character jumped back, appearing above their heads, and dealt slashing blows at them. They only had time to turn around and say that it was impossible. The twins' characters lost health and fell to the ground, and the screen showed Ko. The girl exhaled heavily. The guy in the crowd was shocked. Unbelievable. They defeated the Black Devil twins. Especially that girl. What kind of moves were those? The boys' mouths dropped open. This is crazy. This match was supposed to relax their minds and hands before the competition. The boy and girl looked at each other and clapped their hands joyfully. The 2 spectators looked at each other. Doesn't she look familiar? He's right. Doesn't she look like Siren? They looked at Young-do and Siren. He only sees her on screen, but he thinks it's her. Look, there's even a uniform next to her. A lot of people gathered around the girl. Someone was shouting that he was her fan. Another was asking for an autograph. The girl waved her hand away in confusion. This is great, but now is not the right time. The girl smiled at everyone and thought, she needs to disguise herself, and then she can leave, but that kid. Her glasses fell out of her hand. Kang Lim suddenly appeared in front of her, managing to catch the falling glasses. He called her Young Hye, saying that he had to go around the entire mall to find her. He shielded her from the crowd so that she could put on her glasses. He wonders where she went. Was that the uniform he bought for her? Is she also a Rosentia fan? Kang Lim turned to the others and smiled awkwardly, holding a hoodie in his hand. Because of her hairstyle, anyone could mistake her for Siren. The people looked at her in surprise. Is she not Rosentia? It seemed like she was just like her. People began to disperse. The guy sighed heavily. He apologized and said that it took longer than he thought. Behind her, a woman approached them, looking worried. He had managed to bring the employee here after all. Kang Lim sat down at the child's level. He asked how they played. The guy complained, thinking that she was a very bad player, but then Kang Lim's face changed. What? And she is a bad player? The girl looked at him silently. An announcement sounded throughout the mall. A lost child had been found. The employee leaned over to the child. Did he want to wait inside? The boy didn't want to. Siren and Kang Lim were watching their conversation. The guy looked at the girl. Did all this happen while he was gone? Yes, she was curious about who they were. She remembered their reaction to their defeat. The twins said that they would definitely come back when they got stronger and that they should be ready for it. Having said that, they left. Kang Lim smiled. He was glad that she took care of the child. It seemed that he liked it too. Siren looked down. She replied that she didn't think so. She looked at the floor. She didn't know how things would have turned out if it weren't for those two. At first, she was easy with him in a one-on-one game, but then she started to lose control of herself, and in the end, she didn't even give him a chance to win. Hearing this, the hero was confused. Seriously? Well, fighting games usually end like this. Siren remembered playing with Youngdu. She accidentally used a combo of Fornix Smasher, Fireball, low-speed kick against him. That's cruel, the hero replied. The girl clenched her fingers. A sad expression appeared on her face. She was always different. Siren remembered how she looked behind the open door as a little girl. Her first time was when she was 6 years old, and she saw two men playing chess. Her father's friend, a professor, came to their house. Then, he taught her to play chess. The girl moved the white piece on the field. It took her exactly 1 week to do this. Siren was sitting in front of the chessboard. The professor was a chess grandmaster and she was the one who beat him. The professor looked very surprised. He praised her for her intelligence while she kept winning as they played. The man tried to put up a good front, but his eyes gave him away. He kept saying it was okay, but his expression said otherwise. Later, the girl was sitting alone at the table with the game. After a while, the professor stopped coming. She was the only one moving the pieces. That's when she realized she was different from the others. There were many different games lying behind her. When it came to them, she was unmatched. Siren was standing with her school bag on her back. Because of her passion for the games, she had lost interest in other things. Her classmates looked at her strangely. They asked if she was serious about not knowing that song. It seemed she was listening to their conversations. They were discussing how the guy told her he was tired of her. Her friend advised her to forget about him because she was too good. The girl looked at her classmates passing by. They asked their friend why he was so smart. Another joked that it was because he was a bookworm. Siren looked at them silently. The friends walked down the hallway. The girl went in the opposite direction. For most people, this was normal, but not for her. After meeting Mr. Songos, she became a professional player. They sat on chairs near the stores, and with this talent, she pleases her fans. Siren raised her hand and looked at it. Sometimes she thinks about how her life would have turned out if it were normal. The girl remembered her classmates. Then she would get along better with others. She remembered how they met the child in their game together. She would get along better with children. And she remembered her teammates, and she could help them. The guy looked and silently listened to her. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. She began to share her regrets with him without realizing it. Kang Lim put his hand out and made her talk hard, asking her to stop lying. Siren raised her hand to her head in confusion, said that it was not a lie and she was telling the truth. The guy took his hand away and smiled. He knows he was just joking, but he doesn't understand what she means because he thinks that it's not a problem. The girl looked at him in surprise. The hero continued looking into her eyes. What's wrong with being different? It's not a weirdness, it's a feature. While they were talking, the child saw something. He told her to stop thinking about it. Youngdu happily shouted, "Mom." The angry woman stood in front of him, asking what she told him. The heroes looked at her. Was he distracted by games again and got lost? And here is his mother, said Kang Lim. A female employee approached the mother and child and pointed in the direction of the couple. She approached them and bowed. She apologized and thanked them for taking care of him, adding that she did not even know how to thank her. The hero stood up in confusion. The child's mother turned to him and looked at him angrily. She demanded that he also say thank you. Youngdu became embarrassed and looked away. He sharply pointed his finger at the girl and frowned, telling her not to be so arrogant from winning several games, because next time he will win. Siren looked at him questioningly. The child became embarrassed and blushed, and if she has an account on social networks, he could accept her as a friend. The girl was surprised at what she heard. The angry mother pounced on him. She told him to say thank you. The boy said it. The heroes watched what was happening. Kang Lim reminded her that he said that the child had fun with her. He looked at his friend with a smile. In general, even if she is far from normal or does not understand anyone, Siren's mouth fell open in surprise. The main thing is that she is sincere and that is enough. The girl bowed her head. That's what he thought, and isn't that good? The store has a lot of fun clothes. Someone thanked him and wished him a good day. They walked out of it and she had several bags in her hands. Did she buy all three? Yes, she couldn't decide which one to get, so she bought all three. Kang Lim smiled nervously. She added that it wasn't that expensive. He wouldn't say that. The girl walked thoughtfully. She said that she decided to talk to the newbies about fixing matches. Kang Lim looked at her in surprise. Seriously? Yes, thanks to his words, she made a decision. And she stuck her hand into one of the bags. And this? She took out a gift box and handed it to her friend. Her gift as a token of gratitude for him coming here with her today. For him, when did she buy this? Siren remembered how they were standing in the bookstore when he went to return the autobiography book she had picked out. He looked at the gift with confusion. But what was this? In his hands were several yellow sheets. It was a set of 3 paper talismans to do well in school. He said thank you to her. The girl lowered her hands holding the bags, saying that she should be the one thanking him. Saying thank you, Siren lowered her head and became embarrassed, asking if he would go with her again next time. She blushed and her voice trembled a little. It seemed like the principal had told her that things other than games were also important. Kang Lim smiled while holding her gift in his hand. Of course, no problem. He looked into her eyes. He also enjoyed today, even though he rarely goes to places like this. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and laughed softly, so he did too. The guy became a little nervous. Is she laughing? Siren had already started to leave, saying that they were saying goodbye here. She smiled sweetly at him and looked into his eyes, wishing them a quick meeting. Kang Lim bowed his head and smiled slyly. They would meet very soon. The teacher looked at the register, putting her hand on the back of her head. She said that they had another student in translation. A girl with pink hair appeared behind her. Strictly speaking, she was not a regular student of pop translation. In any case, she would be joining their class, and asked her to introduce herself. Hello everyone. Siren was standing at the board in front of the class. Her name is Siren. She is a pro gamer. A few days ago, she changed her dorm and address in this area and transferred here. She had been absent for a long time and only came to school today. Someone caught her attention. Kang Lim was sitting at his desk and smiled nervously. The girl smiled at everyone. In any case, it was nice to meet her. Siren raised her hand in greeting. The students were shocked. Some of them jumped up. What? Rycentia is a student from their school. This is crazy, it's really her. Oh my god. Will she be in their class? He was surprised. That's right, it's that gamer girl from YouTube. The teacher slammed the table. She shouted at everyone to shut up. What kind of a mess were they making? And turned to the new girl. She doesn't know much about her, but she seems to be very popular. So much so that even the teacher from the neighboring 7th grade asked her for an autograph. She turned and looked at the blonde. If she were left like this, there would definitely be an uproar, thinking that he could handle it. The blonde smiled. She said to show the new girl around the school, and she agreed. The teacher frowned and put her hand on her face. But he also transferred to this school not long ago, and she said that Kang who should help too. Siren turned to the teacher, asking if she could ask someone she knew. She asked in surprise, did she know anyone from the class? The girl pointed her finger at him and everyone turned around. The whole class looked at Kang Lim in shock. The boy and girl were sitting on a bench in the schoolyard. He took out juice and some food and handed it to her. Time flew by so quickly that it was already lunch. This was the best thing they sold in their school store. The girl took the offered lunch and thanked him. He added that if they went to the cafeteria right now, then there would be complete chaos. Kang Lim looked at her in surprise as she opened the package. She didn't know that so many people knew about her. He asked in surprise, doesn't she know how popular she is? The package opened, there was a sandwich in it. She said that there were a lot of people at her last fan meeting. Yes, but she thought that no one at school knew about her. The boy chuckled. It's impossible. Not only the teachers know about her, even the students consider her an idol. The girl bit into the hamburger and blushed a little, asking again if she was serious. The guy imagined himself taking pictures of her with another fan and sighed heavily. She offered to become his manager, but he refused, not wanting to be stabbed. She asked again. Siren took another bite and closed her eyes. Anyway, her condition had definitely improved. The principal told her to rest, so she decided to go to school to experience school life, and looked at her interlocutor. At first, she thought about which school to go to, and she found the one he studied at, so she chose it, because she had something to talk about with him. Kang Lim opened the juice box and wanted to take a sip. He assumed that she had already talked to the newcomers. Siren raised her head and looked ahead. Yes, she had talked to everyone and given everyone a chance to express their opinion. She opened the door to the room, saying that it was a one-on-one game. The loser would get one wish, so it was a competition, not a conversation. Dorm disputes were settled with one-on-one battles. She sat across from the newbie, who felt awkward. She tried to disguise it as a consultation to avoid the topic, telling him that it was just a story from her friend. But it didn't work. Siren lowered her eyes, but even so, they looked like they didn't understand what she was talking about. Kang Lim looked at her, confused. Maybe whoever did this was lying, or maybe she was wrong, like the director said. The guy looked a little shocked. His friend added that she didn't understand anything. He was lost in his memories. Maybe it was because he interfered with the story and then Siren didn't meet the broker in person. He looked at his sad interlocutor. Maybe because of the changes in the story, a different plotline was created. Worried, he put his hands out trying to explain everything. He said that it would be fine if it wasn't one of them, but if there really was a culprit among them, then he might start moving since he knew that she suspected someone. And he spread his hands, suggesting that they watch first. Siren replied that he might be right. Someone's scream was heard throughout the schoolyard. What? Seriously? Two students looked very excited. Rice and Tia goes to their school. The second one replied that he heard that she was in the 2nd grade, suggesting that they go ask for an autograph. Siren was happily eating a hamburger. She stood up and bowed, saying that she should go back to class. She felt guilty about avoiding her fans. The guy looked at her and smiled. He replied that answering questions was one thing, but signing autographs was tiring. It was okay, she liked it. She squeezed the empty package in her hand, adding that for now, the value of her autograph would not decrease. The boy stood up from the bench. Okay, if she was going to give autographs to her fans, could she please do it for his friends first? There was a blue door at the entrance to the room. His classmates looked ahead in surprise. So he was saying that they met by chance at a cafe. He remembered how he had agreed with Siren that they should keep it a secret and they would tell everyone that they met by chance at a cafe. He told them that that was true. Young-ah and Da-hee looked at him strangely. If that wasn't the case, then how could he have met Rose and Tia? After all, he rarely went out. The girls smiled shyly. Now they understood. It would have been suspicious if it had been someone else, but it was okay since it was him. That was the reaction the boy wanted. But why did they believe him so easily? The boy with the bandaged hand and glasses chuckled. He never thought that they would meet on the territory of a dark church. It might be because he had a battle with the king of the Red World not long ago. Siren stood opposite him, looking at him questioningly. He said that their light was nothing other than fate. Kang Lim stood behind her. He said not to think about it. It was his way of saying that it was nice to meet you. And he was also their classmate. The girl picked up a pen and paper. She asked his name. The blue sky and white clouds were visible outside the window. He replied that his name was the Blue God Drake. The girl asked again, but her friend replied that it was better not to ask and to write down what he said. The classmate delightedly raised the sheet of paper above his head. Finally, it was in his hand. The 1,000-year-old mark of the Empress. Yuna approached Siren shyly. In a trembling voice, she said that it was nice to meet you. She was also a big fan of hers. And she also watches all her competitions. The girl smiled back. She said a big thank you. If she wanted to, she could talk to her informally. Da-hee looked suspiciously at Kang Lim. Why is he smiling? And she hit him on the leg. He grabbed his leg and turned to the blonde, asking why she did this to him. The girl had already started to leave. Apologizing, she said that her leg just twitched. A lie, she did it on purpose. Siren turned around after hearing their conversation. Da-hee said that she had already apologized, but her expression said otherwise. The pink-haired girl approached the blonde, saying that she was probably Da-hee, so she asked how she knew her. The girl looked into her eyes and frowned. Kang Lim told her on the way here, said that she was capricious, cruel, and selfish. The guy got nervous and indignant. Why was she exaggerating? Maybe she is sometimes capricious, cruel, and selfish, but she is a very good person. Siren continued to speak calmly. There is an unfair contract between them. She tied him up as if he were her slave. Da-hee smiled and waved it off. That's not it. She seemed to have misunderstood something. Siren realized that she had hit the nail on the head, saying that even her smile was fake. She pointed her finger at the blonde, saying that completely, she had figured out her trick. At the beginning, she says one thing, but with a smile, she twists her words. And thus, it proves that she is rotten at heart. The guy took a deep breath. Da-hee laughed nervously and frowned. Isn't it too rude to say such things on their first meeting? Siren folded her arms across her chest. It doesn't matter, they wouldn't be able to get along anyway. The blonde smiled evilly. Really? Then maybe she doesn't need to be friendly. She finally revealed her true form. She raised her hand and fixed her hair. And this room of their club anyway. Why is she here if not for his dick? The girls looked into each other's eyes. She came here with Kang Lim. They had already become so close so quickly after just meeting once. It was as if sparks were flying between them. Young-ah waved her hands in fear, suggesting that everyone calm down. The guy with glasses covered his face with his hand, telling the vice-regent to step aside. He better not participate in this. This magical power is comparable to the power of a vampire representative. Kang Lim looked at what was happening in fear. This is a big problem. Fear was visible in his eyes. He specially explained everything in advance so that they could get along, but everything happened the opposite and the situation became even worse. Siren lowered her head, saying that they were not pretending to be close. She grabbed him by the jacket and pulled him towards her, saying that they were very close and last weekend he helped her choose a gift at the mall. Her classmates were surprised by what they heard. Kang Lim awkwardly scratched the back of his head, trying to justify himself, but the girl said that she would free him from them. Siren put her hand on her chest and frowned. She said that she was challenging Da-hee to a duel. She looked confused. What, a duel? Siren raised her finger. In her dorm, players settle sports by playing games. If she wins, she will cancel the agreement with Kang Lim. Da-hee was surprised to hear this, and she does not approach him anymore. The guy approached his friend, clearly worried. He asked her to calm down. It seems she misunderstood something. Siren turned to him. He himself told her. She knows that you are her fan and uses you as her slave. The hero frowned. No, she got it all wrong. The girl looked at her friend in confusion. Besides, she was not going to join any clubs, but then she joined yours. She enjoys the club more than anyone else, leaving them fools. Yes, it's true, he said. And then he received a punch in the face from Da-hee. The blonde put her hands on her waist, accepting the challenge. She is not going to avoid a fight, much less lose. Young-soo and Young-ah were shocked. Why don't they just sit down and talk? The guy with glasses added that it was useless. The game characters in armor looked at each other above the girls. Their battle would be the greatest. The guy adjusted his glasses and smiled. But also dangerous. Right now, the best solution would be to become a neutral party. The blonde looked at her opponent. And how does she want to try? In games? No, that would be unfair, she answered, and she doesn't want to hear that she is a better player and that would be unfair. Siren thought about it and suddenly the bell rang. What should they fight? She would think of something later. She leaned over Kang Lim, who was lying on the floor, saying that they should go. She put him on her shoulder and turned to Da-hee, telling her to be ready, because next time she would put an end to her tyranny. The blonde asked why she was talking like she was a villain and weren't they in the same class. Young-soo helped carry Kang Lim, saying that it was better not to provoke his anger. Clouds were slowly floating above the school. Da-hee was angry. Why was he on their side? She thought he was on her side. The guy was surprised. He was on the side of the strongest. Young-ah asked everyone to calm down. The students were standing in the hallway. Now it was PE. They were going to play badminton again. They wanted to play soccer. Da-hee overheard her classmates talking. One of them was talking about not wanting to go to the locker room. She asked why. She tilted her head and remembered the conversation with Kang Lim on the phone. When he asked her to pick out clothes for him, was it because of Siren? How did they even meet? The girl frowned. And what kind of relationship could these two have? The others were already leaving when she was left standing in the hallway. Apparently she is a famous professional gamer and he is a nerd. Taking this into account, don't they seem too close? The blonde looked at the floor. She doesn't care whether they are close or not, she is just curious. Her friends turned around and called her. She waved her hand at them. Asking if she was okay, she replied that everything was fine. And she frowned. She asked her friends. One closed her eyes and answered confidently, if a man and a woman meet together on the weekend, then it is a date. The second supported her, answering that it is definitely a romantic relationship. The girls were standing near the locker room in sportswear and help in choosing a gift. They are definitely close. Her classmates looked at the blonde in surprise. But why is she so interested in this? Does Da-hee really like someone? Sly smiles appeared on their faces. Didn't she ask because she likes someone? Their friend's expression was more serious than curious. Da-hee blushed and blushed. He replied that it was not so, it was just that in their country everything was perceived differently. They turned away from the girl and moved on, deciding that it was Ho-chan, accepting the fact that Da-hee would not win. The blonde became like a wild predator from anger. She asked if they were listening to her. The girl frowned and thought, yes, she really liked Kang Lim, but she was rooting for Ho-chan, and she shook her head, and she was not worried at all. Her cheeks turned red. It was irritating, all because of that strange girl. She didn't know what kind of duel it would be, but she would win. There were stands and nets for playing ball in the gym. The teacher pointed his finger. He asked them to stand in pairs and practice together. There was an assessment test next week, so they needed to practice in today's lesson. The students were playing badminton. Siren approached Da-hee with a racket in her hand, saying that it was a good chance they could battle it out. She asked again if she could play. The pink-haired girl shrugged, answering that she could. The blonde looked at her sideways and smiled. Was she that confident? Great. Kang Lim overheard his classmates talking. Siren and Da-hee were going to play. He He thought about what to do with them. The girls stood opposite each other with a net stretched between them for the game. The students gathered nearby. That Rosantia also plays sports. Someone answered that she probably did. The crowd looked at the girls on the playing field. Is Dahi the opponent? She is the first female student to conquer all the clubs in one day. No matter who wins, it will be a memorable battle. Siren held a shuttlecock in her hand. She said that she was going to start. She threw it up and hit it with her racket with all her might, but it fell a meter away from her. Dahi and the others looked on in surprise. When the blonde served the ball, Siren missed. The score reads 0-0-121. The girl with pink hair fell to the floor. The opponent asked her what she was so sure of. She answered that she had made a mistake. She had been told that intelligence was more important than physical ability. She raised her head and looked at Dahi, saying that she is a very good player, so she replied that she said she can play. The classmate behind her left, saying that she is quite clumsy. He thought that she is different from them, but it turns out that she is the same as them, except for games. Siren was surprised to hear this. The others laughed. He offered to teach her the basics, but they said that he is also bad at it. Kang Lim approached the blonde, asked her to take it easier, not so seriously. She asked whose side he was on. The guy smiled. No one's, they just look alike. The blue-haired guy put his hand on her neck, saying that the details may be different, but they are similar. She also has bad memories of her school life. Dahi was surprised to hear this. She may look confident, but deep down she is nervous, but also proud. The blonde listened to him silently. Because of his words, Siren took them too literally, and somehow this situation of a duel and all that happened. He asked her not to get carried away with it like she did, just let her try and become friends with her. The girl turned away and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Ho-chun was teaching Siren how to play. He said that she was doing well. The girl tried to hit the shuttlecock. She stopped when the guy turned to her. She said that she knew Kang Lim. Is that true? Yes, they met at a cafe. The guy looked at her carefully, asking how he was. Siren asked again, what did he mean? The girl was confused when she heard the question. What did she think of him? Ho-chun laughed awkwardly. He apologized, saying that he seemed to have surprised her with this question. Then he frowned. He said that he also did not know what he was like. Dahi approached them, asking if she was getting it after several practices. Her classmate answered that she was. The blonde looked away and blushed. She wanted to say that she won this battle too easily, and so if she wanted, she could invalidate it. Siren's answer made her a little angry. She said that there was no need for that. She lost. She thought that she was trying to be nice to her. The blonde got angry. She shouted that if that was the case, then she won. But her opponent replied that to win, she had to win 2 out of 3 rounds. Dahi frowned. She said that this was the first time she heard about it. The others were glad that this was not the end. Siren looked into her eyes. They needed to find something in which they could fight fairly. Kang Lim looked at her with a smile. Later, Dahi walked down the school corridor. How tired she was. She kept asking her to fight her during every break. She turned her head and saw several students standing next to Siren. One of them said that they had already searched for her. 2 boys turned to her with a smile. She wasn't avoiding them, was she? Asking her to appear in their next video at least once. The classmate handed her the phone with a smile, saying that YouTube algorithms have promoted them well and they are gradually gaining popularity, and it will be good if Rysantia appears at this time. Dahi let go and said that she was very tired and that her rival asked to fight at every break. She imagined the image of Siren and remembered her request to play different games, after which she said that she would definitely win if not for these mini-games. The girl remembered how she sat opposite her rival during the game, thought that because of their duel a lot of people had gathered, and she did not know how long she would last. The blonde suddenly noticed something around the corner. The rival said on the phone later that her classes were already over. The blonde thought that she said that she was going to the club, but she had not yet entered. Suddenly she remembered something, then thought that she didn't have a key and Kang Lim was on duty in the class today. Siren smiled and said that Mr. didn't have to worry about anything, and all of her classmates were nice to her. The blonde looked at her suspiciously and thought that Mr. was probably the person who made her a professional gamer. Siren looked up with a smile and said that it was even better than she expected because today was a fun day. The blonde listened to her words about how she was hesitant at first, but now she was very glad that she came. The girl put her hand in her pocket and added that there was one girl she didn't get along with because she had a bad personality, so they competed all day. The blonde thought irritably that she was wrong about who had a bad personality. The girl smiled softly and noted that it was fun too. Dahi looked at her in surprise. The girl added that it was the first time she felt like she had a friend. She smiled softly, closed her eyes and noted that she liked it. The blonde looked at her silently. The girl continued to answer the phone. She went around the corner, remembering the guy's words that although the details were different, they were similar. The girl imagined the image of the young man and remembered his words that she, like Dahi, had bad memories of her school life. She may look confident, but deep down she worries. The blonde raised her nose and crossed her arms. Siren looked down and said goodbye to her interlocutor. The blonde looked at her in surprise and thought that she did not understand why she was hiding, after which she turned to her friend and said that she had a key. She suddenly noticed the guys who approached her rival, who were looking for Siren. The guys smiled and asked if she was avoiding them and if she could appear in their video at least once. The blonde frowned tensely. One of the guys held his phone out in front of him and said that the video hosting algorithms had promoted them well and that they were gradually gaining popularity, and it would be good if she appeared at that time. The girl raised her hand, apologized, and said that she could not do this because of the contract. The guy smiled with annoyance and asked what that meant. They tried to persuade her with wide smiles. He said that she was afraid that they would not share the income with her. The girl turned away. They said that it was time for her to go. The young man blocked her path and called her by name. He frowned slightly and said that even if she was popular, she was still behaving too impudently because they begged her so much, but she still refused. He approached her and asked if she was rude to her fans because she was popular. The girl answered in the negative, "I'll try." The guys behind her back mockingly asked if they were people like her. She waved her hands, trying to deny it. The blonde guy smiled widely. He closed his eyes and said that it was a big shame and that now they should film another video, and the title would be about revealing Siren's true identity. He looked into her eyes with a smile and asked what she thought about it, after which he offered to star in their show right now, participating in a video question and answer. The guys looked at her with mocking smiles. The red-haired young man said that they just wanted to ask a few questions that journalists can't ask her. The dark-haired boy gave examples of if she had a boyfriend and when she had her first kiss. The blonde began to walk away shorter. The blonde guy pointed his hand at his friends and said that these were simple questions. He suddenly turned around, looking for a place to talk. A full bucket of water was flying at his head. The guy suggested that they could go to a cafe. Suddenly, the bucket crashed into him, splashing the contents around. The blonde fell to the floor, ending up in a puddle. Dahi brought her hand to her mouth and said that she was very sorry because the bucket accidentally slipped off her hands. The guy frowned and rose from the floor. The guys turned pale, discovering that the water smelled like feces. The blonde jumped up, approached the girl and asked if she was making fun of him, after which he said that she intended to do it. The girl laughingly replied that she had no reason to do it. She looked at her rival with a smile and feigned surprise that she was also nearby, after which she said that she was just looking for her. The blonde grabbed her rival by the hand and called her to the teacher. They say that there is something urgent there. The blonde guy stopped. He frowned deeply and asked if she held a grudge against them because of that interview. The guys looked at her suspiciously, discussing the fact that they were in the same class and that the gamer girl probably called her. The blonde guy put his hand in his pocket and asked if she was willing to go that far to get rid of them and whether her fans were nothing to her. He raised his eyebrows pitifully and asked if she knew what world they were living in now, after which he offered to tell her everything, hoping for a reaction from the fans. The blonde calmly said that he was talking nonsense. The guy looked at her in surprise. She quickly walked up to him and repeated her words again. The guy said that he was talking about telling how she felt about her fans. The blonde smiled mockingly and said that no one would believe them. If he thought it wasn't so, then he was definitely going, after which she asked what would happen if they told on them. The guys frowned tensely. The girl asked what would happen then. Siren watched what was happening. The blonde said that she thought nothing good would come of it. She touched his chin and told the boy to just shut up and get lost. The blonde smiled tensely. The girl frowned and said that I advise you to do it faster. The guy gritted his teeth and swung his hand. Dahi calmly looked into his eyes. The guy lowered his hand and pursed his lip. He gritted his teeth and turned away from her. The guys began to walk away. The girl called them worthless. She turned to her rival, asking if she would say that the blonde should not have interfered. Siren bowed and thanked her sincerely. She looked at the spilled bucket and said that it was a difficult situation, and the girl should not have interfered, but she was still very grateful to her. The blonde blushed slightly, not understanding why she was suddenly thanking her. She frowned, turned away, and said that it was hard for her to stand and watch because the guys treated her the same as her rival. Siren said that it didn't matter what the reason was because she was still grateful to her. The girl looked at the irritated blonde with a serene expression and said that she was just like Kang. Dahi asked if it was a compliment. Siren, with a calm expression, said that she thought she might have misunderstood her. The girl remembered how the guy told her about the blonde and said that when it happened, she got the impression that she was some kind of demon. Dahi insulted the guy. The girl added that it was probably because his expression was too serious. She raised her eyebrows and added that she would like to postpone their duel to get to know her better. The blonde smiled and said that she didn't mind it. She smiled widely and suggested that they go inside first. The girl replied that the key seemed to be with the club president. Dahi frowned as she entered and said that everyone had a copy of the key and that the girl would get one too since there weren't many of them in the club. The boy walked down the hallway thinking about what to do. He frowned tensely, thinking that if they left things like this, the relationship between the two of them might get worse, but because of their classmates supporting their competitions, they seemed somehow closer. He closed the door from the inside and hoped that they would get along. The blonde laughed loudly. He looked at the girls in surprise, discussing him with laughter. The girls turned to him and greeted the boy. He looked at them and awkwardly said that he thought they had become closer. The blonde crossed her arms and said that she didn't think so since they were too different. Siren looked at the girl and asked if she was saying this because of their last game, because if so, then she had something to complain about. The blonde stood up from her seat and angrily said that she should be the one complaining. Then turned to the guy. Siren interrupted her and said that she should be complaining. The young man could not understand what was going on. The man tapped his fingers on the table, saying that the girl had good intuition, because he even got a little worried. The man sat in a dark room in front of the monitor, saying that everything was fine. He smiled widely and added that she would never know who he was. Kang Lim and Siren stood opposite each other in the hallway. The guy frowned in surprise and asked if she was really going to tell everyone about the match-fixing case. The girl looked into his eyes, confirmed it, and said that even while they were talking, she felt like she would have to lie all the time. She shrugged her shoulders and added that she hated lies the most. Frowning slightly, the girl said that she didn't want to hide it from them because for her, the club members were like him, the first friends she had outside of work. She blushed embarrassedly, looked down and added that if she told them everything, she thought it would make things easier and they would be able to come up with something. Kang Lim looked at her and said that he understood everything. The girl said that she wanted to know what he thought about it. The guy was lost in thought about how this was completely out of the plot, and that he would be lying if he told the audience that the difference was small. He imagined the inscription from the 6 brides hitting him in the back, and he thought that he could easily solve the problem if he used what he knew about the webtoon, no matter what method, after which he thought that although he had long ago decided that he would deviate from the webtoon. The guy looked at the girl and added, because they were no longer just characters from the webtoon. He frowned slightly and added that if they thought and chose something, he should not be against it. Besides, he thought that this was the right choice. The young man crossed his arms and said that if she wanted it, then they would tell everyone when they came, and that he would support her. The girl smiled softly and thanked him. The guys gathered in the club room. The girl told them about what she wanted. She looked down and said that this is how she met Kang Lim, after which she apologized for lying. Young-ah folded her hands and said that the girl shouldn't apologize, because if she were in her place, she probably wouldn't even be able to tell anyone about it. The blonde frowned deeply. Young-soo adjusted his glasses. The girl said that it was far from easy to talk about such things. The guy added that she had been struggling alone all this time, so she could understand. The blonde puffed out her cheek and said that in any case, after her story, everything fell into place, and it became clear why they became so close so quickly. Young-ah brought her hand to her mouth and laughed, saying that she could imagine how the guy would act after that story. The young man asked her what that meant. Young-soo frowned and touched his chin, saying that it was dangerous, because it would be difficult for two to cope with such a thing. He raised his hand and asked if it wouldn't have been easier for her to post it on the internet. The girl shook her head and said that she had thought about it, but came to the conclusion that it was too early, because if she did it now, she would not be able to find the one behind it, and perhaps she would just be ignored. She raised her hand and said that before doing anything, she first needed to provide evidence. The guy touched his chin and agreed with her. The girl added that they needed to act before it was too late. The hero looked at them in confusion and said that there had been a similar situation before, and even when they found out about the fixed matches, the criminals fled abroad and they still hadn't been caught. Jong-ah shrugged her shoulders and asked how they could find the one behind all this. The blonde raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if she had seen a suspicious letter in her ally, and when she returned, it had disappeared. The girl confirmed this and said that there was a chance that it had been deleted. She listened calmly to the blonde's words that the other girl probably even asked the newbies about it. Siren confirmed it and asked what she was getting at. The blonde put her hand in front of her, then said that MFC was an insider in Do, and that they could call them X, then said that X should be more careful now. She looked to the side and added that of course they don't know for sure yet that he wants to expose them, because at least now they take more precautions than before. She looked at the other girls and gave an example that they can meet offline instead of online. She looked at the girl and added that if they agree on a meeting together in advance, then there will be no evidence. Siren said that they spend most of their time in the practice room, so it is difficult for her to meet someone. She suddenly realized something in surprise. Young-ah and Young-soo did not notice it. The pink-haired girl approached the hero and said that their tournament season ended last week. They were given a few days to rest. She looked down. The guy pointed at her with a smile. The girl said that if you shouldn't meet someone secretly, then only at this time. The guy lowered his finger, awkwardly agreeing with her. The girls looked at him in surprise. Young-ah said that if he could find out what the newbies did on their days off, The blonde finished her sentence by saying that they could find his skills. Yang-soo crossed his arms and said that if he didn't think about it, it shouldn't be that hard, because if the guy lived in the dorm and planned to go somewhere, for example, to his hometown. He looked at the hero with a smile and added that he should have said so. The girl apologized and said that she hadn't dealt with this issue before. She frowned slightly and asked if Young-ah would help her. The guys looked at the guest in surprise and asked if it was obvious. The man asked if she was okay with it. Siren looked at them in surprise. The blonde raised her hand and said that she couldn't ignore something like that. The guy with glasses laughed and said that she could just trust him because he was a blue god. He looked at the guy with displeasure and asked if he was too serious. The dark-haired girl said that he just had a strong imagination. Siren looked awkwardly at the hero. The people around were discussing what they thought. The sunset rays painted the sky amber. The guys began to disperse, saying goodbye to each other. Siren smiled slightly and wished them the same. She followed the guy. He said that telling the truth to the group members was a good decision, and that she hoped that they would not hate her, but she never thought that they would decide to help her. The guy looked back at her and said that although sometimes it does not seem so, they are all very good people. The girl looked at him in surprise. She took her purse with both hands and said that he always helps her anyway, after which she asked how she can thank him. The guy answered that she talks too much. The guys continued walking down the street. The young man added that, after all, she is a professional gamer, so the only way she can thank him is. Kang Lim turned around with a smile and finished his sentence by saying that she can thank him by winning the next match, since he is her fan. The girl blushed embarrassedly. She pursed her lip awkwardly. Quickly turning away, she thanked him and said that she should practice hard because there will be an international tournament soon. The guy looked at her and agreed with these words. The girl added that this was a strong opponent, to whom they lost last year. Her hair rose slightly. Siren said that in order to thank him. She turned to the guy, smiled softly and said that she held the victory. The man with glasses frowned and told the girl that this was an order, because during the holiday season she should rest and not harm her condition by increasing the amount of practice again. The girl shrugged her shoulders and told the director that the international tournament would start very soon. The director answered negatively and said that he would check the access to the entrance. The man scratched his cheek and awkwardly said that he was doing this only because he was worried about her, and not only he, because the captain was also worried. The girl looked down. The guy added that they were all worried, so she should rest, at least for one season. There was a multicolored poster on the wall. From that day on, the club members began an investigation. The girls were standing at the table. The guy thought that if they really went to their hometown during the holiday season, they did it secretly to meet the broker. He glanced at the girls and added that they would find out. But the problem was that during the holiday, the period was long and all 5 members had different personal plans for the holiday and it would take a lot of time to check everyone. He frowned slightly and thought that unlike our web, in this episode he would cope very quickly. The blonde frowned slightly, apologized to her friend and said that she liked Kang Lim and that she could not give up on him just because she liked him before. The pink-haired girl looked away and said that it did not matter who liked him first and that her ally was trying to take advantage of it, but it was very selfish. Young-ah trembled in surprise upon hearing these words, after which she apologized and tried to justify herself. The girls took the guy by the arms and said that they were and will remain friends, so she needs to find someone else because the guy is only for them. She knelt down and put her hand in front of her, asking them not to leave. The girl screamed loudly, jumped out of bed and put her hand forward. She suddenly realized that she was in her room. The girl blushed embarrassedly, lowered her head and said with annoyance that it was a bad dream. She walked embarrassedly along the corridor. Exhaling heavily, the girl said that it was all because of the dream, because she could not concentrate on a single lesson. Thinking that, in the end, the guy being with her is just a dream. Siren turned to her and greeted her. The brunette greeted her back. She approached her friend and whispered if the others had gone to investigate. Siren said no and said that the blonde had work and the boys had gone to an after-school makeup class. Young-ah shrugged her shoulders. The girl added that if we talk about the investigation, it would take some time. The interlocutor agreed and said that Siren should not worry because they would go with her until the end. The girl thanked her heavily and said that she was thinking about how to thank them all, so she decided to buy several computers. Young-ah looked at her in surprise and thanked her, saying that even cheap computers are very expensive. The pink-haired girl showed her the phone screen and said that she did not need to worry about it, because she had saved up a small amount of money, and she thought it would be enough. Young-ah could not understand why there were so many zeros. The girl put her hand on the mouse and said that she was going to look for something on a video hosting site, but the guy told her not to do it. Young-ah thought that even she knew that Siren would not tell her something like that. She remembered her dream and thought that she was too selfish. The guy lowered his eyebrows heavily and said that he was very tired, after which he asked for some rest. Young-ah recoiled in surprise and asked what happened, because the dark circles under his eyes were very large. The guy smiled slightly. The girl looked at him in shock. The hero answered negatively and asked how she noticed it. The girl answered that she was sure that she was not the only one who managed to notice it. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that it was probably because of lack of sleep, because he did not know what he wanted to do in the future. The girl put her hands on the desk, smiled and asked if he was talking about the questionnaire, and that he wrote that he had not decided on it yet. The girl gently raised her eyebrows and said that she understood him, after which she thought that the guy was constantly helping her. The hero looked at her in surprise. The girl decided that now it was her turn to help him. She was walking down the street. The sky above her was painted amber. The girl remembered how she offered the guy cologne, to which he replied that his younger sister collected brands of idols. Young-ah took the spray and comb with a smile, offering to do the guy's hair. She styled his hair. The young man looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, his hair returned to its previous state, torn off the varnish. The girl folded her hands. Standing in front of the stove, she took the burnt pastries out of the oven. The girl collapsed face down on the desk and thought why she couldn't do anything. The teacher paid attention to her and addressed her by name. The girl thought that she also wanted to do something for the guy, and that since that day, what kind of dream she had. Young-ah quickly jumped up from her seat, hearing the teacher's scream. The woman looked at her suspiciously and asked what happened, after which she suggested that the lessons were too boring for her. The girl answered that everything was fine. She smiled awkwardly and apologized. The guys looked in her direction. The first drop of rain fell on the windowsill from the inside. Dark clouds covered the sky above the school. The guys quickly ran inside from physical education. It got very dark outside. The guys turned and looked at the sky. The girl did not take her eyes off the windows, thinking that she understood, because now the guy is not the same as before. The teacher raised her hand and asked to close the window. Young-ah introduced the girls from the club and thought that Kang Lim was surrounded by a lot of people, and if the girls had feelings for him. She looked out the window with a calm expression and added that she couldn't take him for herself because she wasn't confident enough. The guy noticed her in surprise and asked if she was going home. Young-ah looked him in the eyes and said that she heard that the guy had extra classes after school. The hero confirmed this and said that he missed a couple of classes, so he needed to catch up with the others. He looked away and added that it was raining heavily outside, after which he asked the interlocutor if she had taken an umbrella with her. The girl looked at her backpack, smiled and confirmed this, saying that it was in a small bag, and she had only taken it because she had seen the weather in the morning. The hero was surprised by this and said that the umbrella was from the club. The guys went down the stairs. The guy frowned slightly and asked if everything was okay with her. The girl looked at him and asked why he was suddenly asking about this. She jerked in confusion, hearing the words that she was constantly thinking about something. Even being in the club, the girl tried to deny it. She suddenly trembled in place. The guy turned to her in surprise. The girl looked down and said that she constantly compared herself to other people, not realizing that it was harming her, and as a result, she did not develop the proper self-confidence. The hero frowned tensely, thinking about what she was talking about Webtoon, because recently the winners of the competition began to publish their works. He looked at the girl and imagined many moments with her. Young-ah added that she is ahead of others in only one thing, and that is luck. Standing slightly above the guy, she said that sometimes she behaves selfishly because she is afraid of a fair fight. She clutched her purse. The guy smiled broadly and asked what was wrong with that. The girl looked at him in surprise. He said with a gentle smile that although he was not sure what she was talking about, she did not need to fight fairly because it was impossible to win in a fair fight. He raised his hand with the umbrella and added that no matter if she was crazy or a perverted person, she did not have to be good at competition. Kang Lim turned around and said that if she wanted it and was persistent. Young-ah slumped and heard the words that she would definitely succeed. The hero frowned angrily, apologized and said that he had said too much and that it should be her, the one who would make the decision. The girl hurried after him, saying that she thought he was right, after which she decided that it did not matter to her which of the three it was. They went outside. The girl added that even if there were others, no matter what happened, her feelings for him would never change. The young man looked up at the sky and said that the rain had intensified. He turned to the girl, hearing the apology. Young-ah looked at the umbrella in her backpack. She smiled softly and said that she thought she forgot it at home. The guy with a calm expression asked if she was serious. The girl shrugged her shoulders, came closer to him and offered to go together. The guy smiled awkwardly and agreed with this. The girl embarrassedly lowered her eyes. They walked along the playground. Chewing gum thought about how she liked him, and really liked him. She blushed, smiled and said that she decided that no matter what happened. She smiled wider and said that she would never lose. The hero looked at her, agreed and said that he would root for her, after which he thought that she read a strange webtoon because she became energetic and ambitious. People were walking down the street under umbrellas in both directions. The guy asked her to come closer because her shoulder was wet. The girl replied that everything was fine and that the bus stop was already around the corner. The hero replied that he needed to go to the store to buy something. The teacher was writing something on the board. The hero yawned widely and thought that the match-fixing case was still ongoing. But honestly, nothing interesting was happening yet. He was watching the teacher closely. The guy thought that there were no signs that the next goddess would appear soon. And this was good, because he had to solve the many problems of others, after which he added that he knew the girl's whole story by heart. He put his head on his hand and decided that just at this time a small incident would happen to her. The guy looked at his phone and thought that in fact, it couldn't even be called an incident, because she would just catch a cold and would not be at school for a few days. The heroes looked at the weather forecast, thinking that the cold matter did not seem so serious to him, because it does not match the character that makes a good combination with a cold, and then wondered if he could change history and avoid a cold, but it also worked with other allies. He scratched his head, imagined a sick blonde and decided that it would be nice to see her sick. He quickly washed away these thoughts, shook his head and wondered how he could prevent this cold. The hero turned to the side and addressed his comrade. The guy adjusted his glasses. Kang thought that he called himself a descendant of dragons. The guy with glasses looked at him and asked what happened. The young man answered that nothing happened. Young-soo asked if he was cursed. The hero frowned, looked up and thought that he didn't know what he could do to avoid catching a cold. However, there was one possible reason. The guy with glasses asked him not to worry, because he could heal him. The hero was washing the floors, while the blonde was wiping the tables. He turned to the girl and asked why she was cleaning today too. He looked down and added that he thought it was enough for her to be in the modeling business, because sometimes she also did more than she should. The girl looked at him and asked where he got that from, after which she asked him not to worry, saying that her schedule was made especially for today, because her younger brothers had also enrolled in school, so she had already planned everything in order to pick them up before dinner. She smiled, took out her diary and said that everything was written there, and in any case, this schedule was only for a few days, so she was fine. The guy smiled awkwardly and said that he understood her, then asked if she was afraid of catching a cold, because it had become chilly lately. The girl answered negatively. The blonde smiled, raised her hand and said that she had never been sick, and that illnesses only happened to feeble-minded people, because it was simple psychology. She touched her chin, smiled slyly and said that she was not as weak as he was, and that she was completely, so she could not worry about anything. The heroes remembered how she would lie with an illness and thought about what he could do to prevent her from catching a cold. The girl wrung out the rag and said that she was already finished. The blonde headed for the exit, turned to the guy and said that the rest of the work was on him. The young man replied that she could not worry. The girl went out the door and said with a smile that she did not do what she did not want. The hero lowered his head to the mop and decided that sometimes it was hard, but he thought he needed to use all the important methods, but usually in order not to get sick. He waved to her friends with a smile. The next day, the girls thanked her. The blonde said that it was only a pleasure for her to help them. The guy quickly ran to her. He handed her the ginseng root extract and asked her to drink it. The girl confusedly agreed. She took the package from him. The guy quickly walked away. The next day, the girl was standing with her friends again, discussing something. The guy handed her a bottle of highly concentrated pure honey, which strengthens the immune system well. The girl twitched tensely. One of the following days, she saw a drink on her desk with a request to drink it. She frowned with displeasure. She drank it all anyway. The guy handed her another package and said that it was today's drink. The girl angrily asked why he was giving it to her so naturally, and what it was anyway. She slumped her shoulders and said loudly that everyone was asking her if he was using it to advertise these products. The young man replied that he was giving it to her because it was healthy. Kang looked away and said that there was nothing suspicious about it, and that people in the modern world were very strange. The girl said that the only strange thing was himself. He handed her the package again and asked her to just drink the contents. The girl awkwardly agreed. The hero walked away, asking him to take care of his health. The blonde blushed embarrassedly, stopped him and said that she could not accept it just like that, so she would give him a special permit. The guy looked at her in surprise. He frowned in confusion, saying that by a special permit, she meant helping in the student council. The guys were walking down the hallway. The girl looked at her interlocutor and asked if he was her #1 slave. The young man replied that she had no conscience at all. The blonde touched the switch and said that she thought they were there. She dragged a folding ladder and said that they had to change a light bulb there. The girl climbed up and reached into the lampshade. The guy said that he would help change it, since she was using him as a slave. The girl with a calm expression replied that she was fine and that this was not necessary. The hero looked at her in surprise, hearing the question of whether he remembered her diary, in which she wrote what she wanted to do at school, because at this point it ends. The girl pulled out a lamp and confirmed her own words, saying that the last thing she wanted was to help the student council. The guy watched the girl's actions. He remembered how her mother gave her her diary. Holding her arms outstretched, she said that her mother had given her the diary for her birthday, and she had immediately filled it with what she wanted to do. The girl let go of the twisted light bulb and added that after some time she had an accident. The girl remembered crying as a child because of her mother's death, and said that this was her last gift. The young man looked at her silently and listened to her words about how it was all because of this incident. The girl put her hands on the stairs, looked down and said that she couldn't go to high school, but she managed, and her younger brothers remained sisters with her. She looked down sadly and said that she sometimes feels sad remembering all this. She remembered writing something in the diary while lying on the bed, and said that to distract herself she filled out a list, thinking that when she went to school again, she would complete it. The girl landed on the top of the stairs and apologized to the guy for chatting, because he probably felt uncomfortable about all this. The young man touched the switches and said that everything was fine. The girl said that he had done a lot for her. He lit up. She added that she was able to finish her list. A bright light shone. The girl smiled widely and said that all this was only thanks to him, after which she thanked him heartily. The guy looked at her in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The girl smiled widely and asked if she was too kind. The guy said in confusion that this was too much. Suddenly his phone rang. He answered the call and said that he would come now. He frowned slightly and told the girl that the computers that their friend ordered had already arrived, and she was already walking towards the house. The blonde said that she would finish soon and he could leave. The guy took off his jacket and asked her to take it with her. He took it in her hands in confusion and asked what it meant. The guy answered that it was cold in the school because all the windows were open to air the school, so she should take it with her. The girl looked after him, saying that she did not need it. She raised an eyebrow and said that she told him that she wouldn't catch a cold. She moved the ladder aside. After climbing up, she started on the next light bulb. A strong gust of wind blew in. The girl closed her eyes and sneezed loudly. She shivered and hugged her body. Suddenly, the girl frowned, realizing something. She looked at the windows and decided that it was really cold outside. The girl threw the guy's jacket over herself. She smiled widely and said that she felt warm now. She continued working on the light bulb serenely. The next day, he was playing badminton with passion. The guy decided that he had worried in vain. The guys gathered in the room. The blonde sat down at the laptop and said that it was a great job curled after investigating all 5 participants. She turned the screen away from herself and said that only one of them is the most suspicious, and that is Kang Lim. Siren looked at the results in surprise and said that it couldn't be. The guy with glasses added that they should consider him as the one behind all of this. Young-ah folded her hands and said that the guy said he was going to visit his family, but he didn't get on the train. Instead he went to meet someone. The blonde frowned and suggested that they were involved in this, then asked what the hero thought about it. The young man replied that they had been acting suspicious since the moment they met, constantly looking around as if they were checking if no one was following them. Siren jumped up from her seat and said that she didn't believe it, then asked how he could be involved in this and that she wouldn't believe it until she checked it herself. She looked at Young-ah, who asked how she would do it. The girl replied that she would go and talk to him. The guy replied that he was against it. He crossed his arms. The girl asked why. He replied that he thought this broker was a tough hooligan. He closed his eyes and added that today there are people involved in illegal games involving fixed matches, and it is said that gangsters like in the movies take advantage of this, since there is a great demand abroad. The guy imagined big bandits and thought that in the 21st century, of course, there are no gangsters, but webtoons of course have them, just like in The Goddess. Siren stood in front of him and said that she could not stop for this reason alone. The guy replied that he knew it, after which he said that they needed something. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard the words about more evidence. The guys gathered behind a closed door. The guy and the girl sat awkwardly at the table on which there was tea. The man lowered his head and said that he did not believe it, after which he asked how this happened, and even behind his back. The girl shrugged her shoulders and said that she was sorry and that she wanted to tell him earlier, but doubted it. The man replied that she did everything right, then thanked her for it. He frowned deeply and said that fixed matches were absolutely unacceptable, citing that cheating and betraying your fans was a disgrace, so he would take responsibility for this and start an investigation. The guy in glasses smiled broadly and looked at the hero, saying that he was grateful to them in any case, and although the guy was an outsider, he still helped the girl. The hero replied that he was glad to help them. He looked into the face of the interlocutor. The man said that everything was different there, then he would contact the association. The guys went out the door. The man took hold of the door and wondered how this could have happened. He kept his face closed. Then the man reached for the phone. He called someone and said that, as the other person had said, they had one annoying midge. With a calm expression, the man added that the guys said that they would put an end to match fixing in the upcoming competitions. He looked down and said that they probably didn't know that this wasn't the first time for them. The guy in the hat raised his head and said that it made things easier, and then asked what the man would do. The director looked ahead and said that they should get rid of the guy quietly, as if nothing had happened. He frowned slightly and added that, of all people, it was Siren, and then said that now she wouldn't let him go so easily, and if it came to that, they would just blame her for everything. The man in the hat turned to the side and asked if it was possible to do this. The director replied that he had an idea. If they started preparing now, there would be enough time, they would just have to take a few assistants. He stood up from his seat and added that they would meet at the same store as before. The director lowered his phone, looked up and said that he couldn't get caught, and then wondered why he was doing this. The man looked at the photo of the girl holding the cup and said that it was not enough, but Siren, looking at her happy face, he asked if the money she earned was not enough. He smiled widely, apologized to her and said that she would have to stop investigating because he did not want to lose her. The hero walked inside, startling the director. The man quickly turned around and asked why he came back and if something happened. Kang walked further with a smile and said that he thought he left his phone somewhere. The guy picked it up from the chair and said that it was on the couch between the cushions. The hero noticed a voice recorder on the screen and said that he needed to buy a new recording device or something similar. He looked at the director and asked him to continue where he left off, then asked who would blame whom. The man smiled awkwardly and said that there was a misunderstanding between them. The guy called out to him. He frowned sternly and asked him to stop making useless excuses. The man looked down heavily. The guy said that he knew that X was him, the insider who was fixing the matches, or rather, he knew that he was the referee. The young man held up 3 fingers and said that the puzzle was now solved and that he had 3 pieces of evidence. First, that the man did not allow the girl to participate, and second, he frowned slightly and thought that although he spoke confidently, it was all thanks to Webtoon because he already knew that it was the director. The guy remembered how he fell onto the bed and thought that last time ESW used different methods to solve everything in the fastest and most accurate way. He smirked slightly and decided that they just needed some time to gather enough evidence, but the problem was just keeping the girl with them. He imagined Siren and thought that even if he tried to solve everything using shortcuts, it would be difficult for her to go down the same path as ESW on her own. Kang remembered telling what to the girls and thought that the investigation into the case against the newbies was because they just wanted to buy time. The blonde argued heatedly with her friend. The boy thought that it was obvious that even X's meeting with the suspicious person was a fake photo taken by him to pass himself off as X. The boy came out of the memories and decided that he had to do it this way to carry out the final stage. He frowned slightly and added that besides, he managed to catch the broker, although Siren was crying in the webtoon. The director smiled tensely. The boy thought that he could at least watch his face distort. The man asked if he thought he was involved in match fixing just because of that. The boy exhaled heavily and said that he could accept that the man was telling the truth, but he just. The boy blew out the air of the photo and finished the sentence by saying that he had even more evidence. The photo showed the director next to the guy in the hat. The young man said that he had a photo of himself meeting with the broker. The man stood in the middle of the room, confused, listening to the words about how even private and mountain sites that profit from match fixing. Kang looked at him sternly and said that he assumed that his laptop had broken since then. He pointed at the man's laptop and said that he was sure that more evidence would come out when they investigated this. The director frowned tensely and asked how he did it, and then he went into his memories. And he remembered lying on the floor after the accident, and wondered if anything would have changed if he hadn't injured his wrist that time, if he hadn't retired at an early age. The man remembered standing with his hands still bandaged, and thought that he was lucky that an acquaintance helped him with training, because after retirement, a professional gamer would no longer be useful. He remembered his success and decided that after a while, he had luck that he didn't have when he was a professional gamer, because in his first year as a coach, he helped a losing team overcome all obstacles and win. He remembered how the news headlines were full of his name, and thought that finally the contracting season had begun. He was inundated with calls not only from Korea, but from international agencies on the street, and thought that at the same time he had to go abroad. The director remembered meeting the team leader and thought that the leader had made an inquiry to his agency, asking the man to lead the team for another year, and then lowered his head and started to mumble something about loyalty. The director tensely raised his eyebrows. Looking at him, he thought that the leader had convinced him and he had stayed in the country. The team leader pointed at the guy and said that the company would start experiencing financial difficulties, and he did not know what he would have to do. After which he added that he also wanted to help, because they had to save money. The director thought that now I had become loyal, they demanded loyalty from him. Ma imagined drinking alone, and thought that in the end their sponsors went bankrupt, and he could not even receive a minimum wage. Suddenly he noticed that his colleague's name was flashing on the news, and thought that around the same time he had made him an offer, because he had received $1 million, he was given a house and was given support in obtaining a green card. The director smiled slightly and decided that on the other hand, his career was ruined. The overseas expansion was cancelled due to a long legal battle. Ma imagined himself adjusting his tie and thought that first he hated himself, and then this country. He looked ahead with confidence and thought that it was not a fact that someone would take care of someone if a person worked hard, because only they themselves could take care of themselves. He came out of the memories, thinking that everything had started like this, but he had never let his guard down. He had made his own rules and had never been careless. The man gritted his teeth and added that he had only made arrangements via email. Direct contacts were kept to a minimum thanks to the broker. The man clenched his fist and thought that the Iraqis always went through several checks. He recruited players from different sports to cover his tracks. He suddenly calmed down, continuing to think about the fact that he also laundered money through cryptocurrency. And in order to live a perfect double life, he drew the attention of those who left behind, because it was assumed that he would be impossible to catch. The man tensely pursed his lips and wondered how the guy did it, and how he read all his steps. The young man calmly watched the director. The man asked who he was. Kang Lim smiled widely, introduced himself by name and said that he was not a detective, because he was just a schoolboy. The director frowned. He did not understand how this happened. But the truth is, the child in front of him knew everything, so the man somehow needed to shut him up. The hero looked at his interlocutor with displeasure. The director thought that the problem could be easily solved if he told the broker's people everything. But if the guy reported them before they had time, it would only complicate the situation. The man smiled. He should get rid of the schoolboy right now, and then ask the broker to clean up the mess. In any case, their opponent is a child. Kang Lim sighed and said that he would not succeed. He looked at the director and asked if he thought the boy came without a plan. The boy said that if he got into a noose, beaten by him, then all the people of the world would choke on potatoes. The hero frowned and said that he had already made a backup copy of the evidence, so if he suddenly disappeared, then the letter would be sent, and all their crimes would go to his most trusted friend. The man looked at the student in shock. Kang Lim scratched the back of his head and added that he knew about the director's past and he really felt sorry. However, he had a chance to stop all this. The guy looked at his interlocutor from under his brows and noted that he became a director and could build his career on the right path. Then he would have a chance to go abroad. But he did not stop. In the end, the past became an excuse for him. A man blames his crimes on others when things go wrong. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that this proved that the director was a complete scum. The man gloomily adjusted his glasses. The hero stood in front of him and asked if he himself had ever disliked people who cheated a hard-working person in the past. Director Ma threw his head back and exhaled. He asked, "What part of you is an ordinary schoolboy?" The police ran to the door. The hero walked down the street and yawned. So, it looks like the part with the fixed matches is over. However, the consequences of all this and the people involved have yet to be determined, so the situation is heating up, so this is just the beginning of the storm. The boy put his hands in his pockets. Apparently, the broker got wind of something. He did not show up at the agreed upon place to meet Director Ma, so he was not caught. In any case, the broker was not caught in Webtoon either. There is a rumor that he fled abroad. The boy frowned. It is sad, but it is not such a big deal. In any case, nothing can be done. He was most worried about Siren. When he met her, he told her everything about the case from yesterday. She looked shocked. It was obvious, since the principal she followed and trusted turned out to be like that. Kang Lim furrowed his brows and thought that even if it was to solve the case, he still lied to her. He would have to apologize at school today. The teacher raised an eyebrow and clarified that Siren was absent. The woman added that it was not strange, considering how busy she was. The hero leaned on his arm and looked at her in surprise. During recess, Dahi approached him. She asked if the girl would come today and if something had happened again. The boy turned to her and said that he was not sure. He told her that when he spoke to her yesterday, she said that they would see each other tomorrow. The boy wondered if she was called as a witness. The blonde added that maybe that was why she was ignoring her messages. The girl looked at the hero and clarified that there would be another competition soon. It seemed to be an international one. The young man answered in the affirmative and added that Siren had to fly out late in the evening. Dahi leaned towards him and whispered whether it was okay for their classmate to participate in a competition after the incident. The brunette replied that the players had done nothing wrong, and it would be easier to investigate if they remained calm. He looked at his interlocutor and said that most likely they would officially announce this after the competition, both about the case and the disbandment of the team. The blonde looked at him in surprise and blushed. The guy assumed that Siren wanted to make a good impression since this was the last time. Perhaps she was absent because she was training. He frowned and wondered if everything would be okay. After all, the fixed matches were over, but just in case, he needed to make sure. The guy pressed the doorbell. Something was wrong. The schoolboy was standing in front of the door. The dorm was closed due to the investigation. He didn't think she could have gone anywhere other than her apartment. Young-al walked past him. She was talking on the phone with Yang-soo. The girl looked at him with confusion and assumed that Siren had gone to her parents' house. The guy looked at the girl nervously and took out his phone to call again. He thought that something was wrong since her parents and teacher were abroad around this time. Kang Lim dialed the number. A bell rang nearby. The students turned around at the sound. There was a phone down the hall. The guy picked it up. Young-al looked at it and said that it was Siren's phone. The screen was broken. The guy opened the camera. There was a recent photo in the gallery. In the photo, two thugs grabbed a girl. Siren was lying on the seat of a car. Her hands were tied and her mouth was taped. The man behind the wheel glanced sideways at his partner and asked if everything would be okay, since they were causing more trouble instead of leaving calmly. The man in the cap and glasses looked at his phone. He frowned and said that he was doing everything for that very reason. The safe route he had prepared in case of an emergency was discovered much faster than he expected. The man frowned and said that if they did not do anything, they would be caught before they left the country. He was trying to slow down the police by making people keep quiet. The criminal looked at the girl lying behind him and said that Director Ma would keep everything a secret. There was only one girl left who could become an informant. He remembered the conversation with the director. The bandit frowned and said that she should atone for what she had done and pay for everything. The taxi was moving fast. The hero was sitting in the back seat and clutching his head. He was in a panic. The driver glanced at him in confusion and asked if everything was okay. The young man was furious. He was indignant that there was no word about this in Webtoon. How inhumane. If the future changes like this, what should he do? The guy sighed heavily and covered his face with his hands. The hero thought that the problem was that they were quickly exposed. The most important thing now was what to do in this situation. If something had happened to Siren, then he would have gone back in time. The young man gritted his teeth and frowned. Why did they kidnap her and not get rid of her? After all, considering how they behaved in Webtoon, there was human trafficking. This is the worst thing that could happen. The schoolboy threw his head back and thought that if this is a bad ending through trafficking, then there might not be a time reversal. He has to stop them. Kang nervously rolled around in his seat and wondered why he was going through this at all. Why did they even have to put human trafficking into a romantic comedy? His phone vibrated in his pocket. The boy sat up and answered. It was Dahi. The boy asked what happened and how things were with the police. The blonde was standing in the classroom. She replied that she called the police and their guys are explaining everything now, but it looks like they don't believe them. It will take some time. The girl looked serious. Dahi said that, judging by the photo she sent, it was clearly a kidnapping. The schoolgirl thought it was international human trafficking. She couldn't believe that it happened in the center of Seoul. The hero grabbed his head and said that he was already on his way to the port. He frowned and thought that he knew everything only because of Webtoon and did not understand how it could be explained. Dahi held the phone and said that the hero sometimes gets angry and mutters something to himself. The young man closed his eyes and thought that nothing could be done about it and he would have to do everything himself. The blonde smiled and said that she would believe him. Kang looked at the smartphone in surprise and asked again. The interlocutor explained that he had always told the truth since that incident with the stalker. The schoolgirl frowned and said that she did not believe him when he told the truth. But from now on, even if it was complete nonsense, she would believe the hero. The young man shuddered. She smiled and thanked Dahi. The girl became embarrassed and began to make excuses. The blonde sat down at the computer and said that she would find a place right now. She asked if the guy was seriously going to watch everything in turn in the big port. The hero shuddered. Kang said he had no other choice. The girl sat at the computer and said that it was difficult to hide on a small boat, unlike in the movies. But a cargo ship is a different matter. They will narrow the search to the place where the sailing permit is indicated. She typed quickly. The girl said that she recently heard that a crane broke down there. Fortunately, it seemed that there were fewer cargo ships than usual. The schoolgirl looked through the pages. Dahi excluded subsidiaries, regular ships. If they find an insignificant ship that was recently applied for. The girl looked confidently. She pressed the key and said that one cargo ship was leaving today. The schoolgirl sent the hero a location and told him to look around there. Kang was standing near large containers. A guy was peeking around the corner. A bandit with a hat and glasses was standing in front. Siren was sitting on the ground and looking around. She could not believe that she had been kidnapped. The bandit approached her. He said that the girl must have already realized the situation. The man leaned over and peeled the tape off her lips. The man reasoned that the child was very expensive and she would not be harmed if she remained still. A signal sound was heard. The schoolgirl looked in that direction. She lowered her head and realized that in front of her was the broker who was involved in the fixed matches. The girl thanked him for dispelling her doubts. She wondered what kind of person he was who did such things. Siren looked at the villain with disdain and called him a demon in human form and a mistake that could not be left. The interlocutor grinned. He grabbed her by the hair and said that she did it for the money, and she ruined everything for him. The man threw the girl on the floor and advised her to say goodbye to her home because there was less than a minute left before the departure. The schoolgirl gritted her teeth and looked after the departing bandit. Siren frowned and muttered that she needed to stay calm. The hero peeked out from behind the door and asked if the broker had left. The girl was surprised. The guy started to untie her hands. She asked how he knew where to look for her. The young man promised to tell her later, but noted that Dahi played the main role in this. The girl turned around. The hero got rid of the rope and said that the blonde helped him, Then he found the broker and followed him straight to this building. The interlocutor condemned his recklessness. The guy said that he wanted to go in while no one was there, but his accomplices showed up. So he went in so as not to be noticed. The brunette helped her get up and expressed relief that she was okay. Kang Lim smiled and said that Young-ah was crying and very worried, and it was difficult to explain everything to the police. He looked at his phone and was going to send their location. The guy noted that now is not an emergency, so they need to wait for the police. And now he is trying to get in touch. The girl frowned and said that they needed to leave right now because the man had said that they would be on board in 15 minutes. The hero looked at her in surprise. The schoolgirl looked at him nervously and repeated that they needed to somehow get out of here. The guy frowned and remembered how many enemies there were on the way. The friends stood and were silent. Finally, he smiled awkwardly and suggested moving on, because nothing would change if they continued to stand like this. First, they needed to look outside. The hero ran into a thug with dyed hair. The man looked at him displeasedly and asked who the hero was and what he was doing here. The schoolchildren looked at him in confusion. The man grabbed the young man by the throat and said that, in any case, everything would be over if he was gotten rid of. The girl ran up anxiously. Kang Lim tried to pry the villain's hand off. The guy looked at her and called her by name. Tears welled up in his eyes. The man punched him in the face. The hero's face was covered in blood. He was hanging above the ground and mentally begging for a time reversal. His body went limp. A rollback. The boy exhaled. He found out that Siren was safe and where she was. Now the main thing was to not enter the building. The girl stood in front of him and said that they needed to somehow get out. The schoolboy looked at her in shock. He was sweating. A rollback occurred, but why was he here? The thug appeared again with the same questions. The hero turned around. He was grabbed by the throat. He was suffocating. Could it be that the save point was not working? Another rollback. The girl looked at the hero and asked how they could get out. The young man handed her the ropes and told her to tie them back. He quickly rewound her. The schoolgirl did not understand anything. The hero hid behind the barrels. The door opened and a man entered. He discontentedly threatened to tape her mouth again if she did not keep quiet. Siren shuddered. The door slammed shut. The hero stood up and put his hand to his head. Was this a plot twist that made him roll back? In the very center of the enemy base without help. However, he screwed up at the save point. The girl stood up and untangled herself. The guy looked ahead thoughtfully. She asked how the hero knew that the bandit was coming. The brunette thought that when this happened, there was only one way out, active use of the loop. The young man clenched his fists. If the number of rollbacks had a limit, he would be doomed, but could he come to terms with it? If the episode of Top Goddess ended like this, the girl looked at him questioningly. Didn't he understand that something like this would happen someday? The guy smiled. The hero looked at the interlocutor and told her to listen to him from now on. He looked at her carefully and asked her to trust him, even if his words were strange. The schoolgirl stood opposite. She asked if the boy was okay. He replied that it was not okay, so everything was just perfect. The world was crazy, but it had to be crazier to survive. The brunette looked through the crack. A man was walking down the hallway, talking on the phone. On the count of 3, the hero grabbed his companion and ran out. They crept up behind the man. He said that they were loading everything onto the ship now. He was holding the phone. The man said that he would be there soon. The guy waited and held the phone. The man turned around. There was no one in the hallway. The schoolchildren hid in the room behind the door. The bandit was surprised why it was open. The guy abruptly dragged the girl in the other direction along the hallway. The friends ran quickly. The girl turned around and pointed in the opposite direction. She asked if that was the emergency exit. The hero frowned and replied that it was closed. Villains violate fire safety regulations, and he had already been caught there a couple of times. The guy opened the door. Kang Lim said that he tried to jump, but all the windows were blocked. They entered the hall. It was much more difficult from here. The young man hung his clothes on a hanger. The girl looked at him in fear and said that there were footsteps behind the door. He grabbed her hands. 2 men entered the hall. The schoolchildren were hiding behind a hanger. The men were talking. She passed by. The guys stuck their heads out. The hero said that they needed to go back. He was standing in slippers. A man was walking along the corridor and lamenting that the boss had entrusted him with the children he hated. Siren looked at her companion in panic and whispered that they needed to hide. The man looked ahead. From around the corner, the voice of another bandit was heard, who said that he would be here and he could rest. The man asked if his colleague would take everything. The hero turned on the recorder with a voice that answered in the affirmative. The girl watched, dumbfounded. She looked at the hero and said that it was amazing. The boy frowned and said that it was too early to be surprised, because only the boss battle remained. The students blocked the exit with nightstands. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and said that thanks to this, they would gain some time. She asked what now. They broke through the 2nd and 3rd floors where the enemy subordinates were. They blocked here too. The 1st floor remained. This was not a problem, but the hero was hindered by that guy. No matter how many times he repeated the cycle and how many times he tried, the boy could not do anything to the broker. In Godness, the middle of the match-fixing incident, Siren is the alias of the protagonist. The broker's gang tries to eliminate him, but he finds out that it is a criminal organization and goes after it. As a result, the protagonist becomes the target of the broker's gang. The result was an action movie similar to cartoon fights, oriented towards boys. But, as said before, the protagonist is a weapon of humanity. Everything was exaggerated, and he looked like a Superman. The action scenes showed his invincibility. Goddess Y seemed to have managed it too. In this part, even against the enemy, the superhuman uses it. The hero watched the broker from the corner. The boy thought with annoyance that he could not attack or break through. It did not matter how he tried. Numerous attempts led to death in various ways. Siren stood next to the hero and asked what they should do. The schoolboy leaned on the locker and suggested taking a short break and then continue. He stepped back and said that he felt sick. Kang abruptly sank to the floor. Surprisingly, the villain was better than the hero could have imagined. This is because he stopped counting after the third digit. The youth turned pale. Perhaps at some point he crossed the line. Fortunately, the hero's heart is fine. He does not want to give up or do anything like that. The brunette chuckled. For starters, since the point itself is so-so, he needs to find a way to simply escape. He has no choice but to start doing something. The boy tried to get up. He said that what they were about to face was very difficult. The girl looked at him with confusion. The schoolboy's body was shaking. He muttered that he would succeed. The boy looked at his hands. A bunch of thoughts were swirling in his head. The boy thought that if the number of rollbacks was limited, then he would really die. If he died without doing anything, everything would be in vain. The girl sat down next to him and exclaimed that they needed to move. The schoolboy was shaking. He closed his eyes and thought that he should stop, otherwise this would not end. The boy wondered why this role was given to him. Siren pressed his head to her chest. She smiled and said that everything was fine. The girl looked at the interlocutor and asked if he was okay. The boy pulled away and thanked her, but said that now was not the time. The interlocutor smiled and hugged the boy. She looked at him with a smile and said the reason why she was told to use a respectful tone. She tries to be more considerate to fans and the media. Siren looked at the hero and said that it all started with something completely different. The girl told him to remember that they cannot always count on winning, because sometimes there are defeats and difficult moments. Each time, she put more and more pressure on herself. The schoolgirl hugged the guy tighter and said that she ignored her surroundings and treated people as if she was there. Siren smiled and said that when you hit a wall and realize that you are small and inferior, no matter how much you want to change everything right now, it is impossible because reality is not a cartoon. The hero twitched. The girl hugged him by the shoulders and said that even mental strength has its limits. It will take a long time to change something. The guy was silent. The schoolgirl stepped back and said that she must get up no matter what happens. She offered him her help. The girl took his hand and said that even a great man needs a companion, so she would be Kang Lim's assistant. The hero looked at her in surprise. The schoolgirl asked if he would trust her. The guy looked at his interlocutor in confusion and tried to say something. The high school girl smiled and said that she was glad to work with him. The young man shuddered. He smiled. Kang Lim was arrogant without even knowing it. He only had a time rollback, not anything special. He mistakenly believed that he had become the main hero. There are people whom the hero had to save in various crisis situations. The brunette stood up. The girl looked at him. He smiled and clenched his fist. The schoolboy said that he had an idea for an escape. They stood opposite each other. According to the plan, he was supposed to sneak up to the stairs, and Siren was supposed to distract the villain. There he would throw a pot at the criminal right in the back of the head. But this was not enough. He managed to react and avoid the attack. They needed something more. The girl thoughtfully touched her chin. She reasoned that since the broker had previously reacted to her provocation, then this was something like provoking a reaction. Siren suggested using emotional stimulation so that he would not react to the hero's unexpected attack. The guy put his hands on his hips and asked how the girl was going to emotionally shake the enemy. She remembered that when she came to, she saw that the man was keeping something in the safe. The hero looked down thoughtfully. The girl did not know how this could help. In any case, she did not know the password. Why did the young man not think of this? You can't just rely on a rollback. When the plot changes, the information may turn out to be unreliable. He frowned, but the information about the characters remains correct. The hero looked at his companion and said that he knew what to do. He found a solution. The broker looked at his phone and noted that he needed to prepare for departure. The man frowned. Shouts demanding to come out were heard from around the corner. The criminal moved in that direction. He stopped in front of the stairs. The girl appeared behind him. The broker turned around and asked how she escaped. The strategy was simple: lure and hit with a pot from behind. The hero was sneaking up from the stairs behind the enemy. However, if they did that, then he would react quickly. Therefore, it was necessary to evoke his emotional reaction. So the young man remembered the information from the webtoon. The man looked menacingly at the schoolgirl and said that he would no longer restrain himself and her life depended on him. The girl confidently looked at the criminal and said that he would not dare to harm her. Siren put her hand on her chest and exclaimed that she was his lost little sister. The man looked at her. Silence. He stared ahead dumbfoundedly and asked again. The broker's backstory was revealed in EDSW. He was born in the slums and, although he lived as a criminal, he was very attached to his younger sister. However, during the Civil War, he was forced to part with her when he sought refuge. Since then, he traveled all over the country in the hope of seeing her again. These memories surfaced before the protagonist intended to strike the decisive blow. Just like the broken washing machine, it seemed meaningless. But this story was quite suitable for use now. The girl leaned forward and asked if he didn't remember her name and wouldn't recognize her. The man's expression darkened and said that she knew nothing about him and his sister. His face twisted in anger. He asked how she dared to pretend to be his sister. The hero watched in disappointment. As expected, it didn't work. The guy smiled and thought that he had prepared for this. The schoolgirl showed an old photo and said that it was proof that she was his younger sister. The broker froze. It was a special photo taken with his sister. They both had a copy. It was also a testimony between the only siblings. However, at this moment, it was in his shaking hands. Siren looked at him tensely. The man looked at her with distrust. He couldn't help but have doubts. Was this the real photo and the one he kept in the safe? Perhaps the girl had secretly made a copy and lied. The man quickly erased that thought from his mind. The reason he kept the photo in the safe was this. Due to the nature of his work, he did not like the photo to be in danger, so he kept it safe. In other words, if the password was not cracked, the photo in front of him could be real. So the broker could only draw one conclusion. He asked if she really was his little sister. The hero grabbed the pot. The man looked at him in confusion. He belatedly turned around. The boy jumped on top and hit the villain on the head. The pot smashed on the back of his head. The broker fell to the floor. The girl took out a rope. The boy hurried her. The man was lying tied up. The schoolboy looked down at him and said that the talk about his sister was a lie. The criminal frowned and asked how the boy knew about it and opened the safe. Kang grinned and replied that he had simply tried everything. The broker looked at him in surprise. The hero clenched his fist and advised using a 5-digit password. He swung and said that it took only 10,000 tries. The sound of a blow. The schoolchildren looked at the lying man. The brunette stood up and muttered, "Was it really over?" The guys shuddered. They heard the voices of his subordinates. The guy smiled nervously and said that it was time for them to leave. The friends left the building and exhaled. The young man frowned. The girl looked at him in surprise. The hero muttered that he was sure it was somewhere here. He looked at the bike. The guy was pedaling with all his might. Siren was sitting behind him. She turned around and noted that the police had already arrived. The girl said that if the interlocutor was having a hard time, he could stop. The brunette clenched his teeth and exclaimed that it was not the end. She looked at him questioningly. The hero frowned and said that she would make it on time for the plane if they hurried. The schoolchildren were riding along the road. The stars were above them. Kang asked if it wouldn't be a shame if she was late. The pink-haired girl looked at him and answered yes, but in this situation it was normal. The guy said that this was the last match where she could play as due. He focused on the road and reminded her that the girl had promised to show her how she would win. Siren looked at her companion in surprise and blushed. She opened her mouth to say something. The schoolgirl held on to the hero. The girl said that she had learned something new thanks to him, even if it was her who was far from ordinary. At that moment, she unmistakably identified a feeling in her heart. Her cheeks were burning. She could hear her heartbeat. The heroes drove ahead on the highway. From then on, time passed without problems. Siren won the international competition. At the same time, a scandal broke out. The police conducted an investigation. The guy was lying on the bed and looking at his phone. If that was enough, then everything ended up the same as in EDSW. But the process itself was more difficult and tougher. Maybe it's just the effects of the rollbacks, but lately the hero has been having nightmares. Siren conference. The reporter raised her hand and asked if the girl had a plan for what she was going to do until next year. The high school girl looked at her and said that she just wanted to take a break for now. She smiled, remembering the hero, and said that everything would be fine. The reporters looked at her in surprise. The girl smiled and said that she wanted to try dating someone. Kang grinned and thought that he was able to protect this smile. The teacher looked at the documents and muttered that it was time to find out what changes they had. The hero put his hands behind his head and smiled. He confirmed the fact that there were no more cycles. Finally, the guy can breathe a sigh of relief. This episode was intense and dangerous, but everything ended well. The young man closed his eyes. There are no major events planned for EDSW in the near future. He checked several times and was sure that he hadn't missed anything. Now he could return to his gaming life while restoring his mental stability. The teacher looked at the seniors and reminded them that midterm exams were coming soon. The boy stared ahead in shock. His mouth dropped open in surprise. The most important thing was that the young man had successfully forgotten. The hero grabbed his head. Come to think of it, he hadn't been concentrating on his studies lately. The boy was walking back and forth with his bag, and his thoughts were so busy that he hadn't even made a single note in the book. The brunette flipped through the pages in a panic. Fortunately, he clearly remembered that he had been with his mother the last time. Back then, the boy had been sitting at the computer and was being threatened with taking it away for bad grades. Kang Lim frowned. His mother had such a character that she couldn't help but worry about this. From now on, he needed to prepare. Young-ah turned around and clarified that the boy was asking her for help with his studies. The girl said that she was a little unsure of herself. She looked away. The student asked what grade she got last time. Young-ah said that she had to attend a study group. The girl looked and asked to borrow her notes. Yang-soo pointed to the notebook and said that there was a trap that was triggered by a fingerprint. At first glance, it looked like a duel between the first and third. The guy adjusted his bangs and smiled. He said that this was a prerequisite for a grand entrance. This moment was filled with his genius. To survive, you need to choose option number 4. The bespectacled man looked at the hero and asked if he understood everything. The young man answered negatively. It was unclear why his friend had such good grades. They say there is a fine line between a genius and a fool. Siren touched her chin and thought. She replied that she had not tried to study seriously since elementary school and was confident in English. The girl winced and said that it was too difficult, and besides, she was going shopping with her classmates. She looked at her uniform. Da-hee stared at the protagonist. The guy bowed and begged her to help him. The blonde said she would give him a discount. The brunette looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really trying to make money. The girl replied that her time was valuable. He recalled that she had problems with Korean, and the young man was ready to teach her in exchange. Da-hee showed the test results, where they were all 100 points. The young man looked at the forms in confusion. The interlocutor tossed her hair and said that she had improved her knowledge a long time ago. So, she had been pretending to be an EDSW for the sake of their classes together. The blonde looked at the protagonist and explained that she had already decided to help the younger ones with their homework. They stood opposite each other. The girl said that they also had exams soon. He turned around to leave. Da-hee looked away embarrassedly and offered to study with her. They arrived at the door of the apartment. The girl turned around and said not to expect more. It was just a house rented from an agency. They went inside. The schoolgirl said hello. 2 children appeared in the hallway. They ran up to the blonde. Da-hee asked how things were at school. The children looked at the guest and asked who it was. The hero waved his hand and introduced himself. The high school girl frowned and explained that they would be studying together today. The younger ones bowed. The girl's name was Damia, and the boy's name was Yihi. The blonde pointed at the hero and said that he might look suspicious, but he really was very suspicious. The boy muttered that she might be misunderstood. Da-hee pointed to the table and told everyone to sit down while she brought something to drink. The boy sat and wrote. The children were studying nearby. The young man was nervous and waiting for his classmate to return. The atmosphere was very tense and the air was stifling. The brunette was sweating. He asked how much time was left until the kids' exam. The kids wrote silently. The hero looked at them awkwardly. Kang Lim decided to try a different approach. He moved closer to the girl and said that multiplication was difficult when he was struggling with it. Damia looked at him and asked if he couldn't remember the multiplication table. The brunette said that it was easy if you add a little rhythm. He turned on some music and showed it to the girl. The guy explained that you just need to remember the melody of the song. It was a video with the multiplication table as a song. Damia looked at her phone in admiration. The hero looked at the boy and said that he knew everything. He smiled and admired that he did everything so quickly. He was silent. The boy frowned and said that if he wanted to be like his older sister, it should come naturally to him. The hero looked at him in surprise. He smiled. The child turned around abruptly. Kang Lim said that his sister was praising him. The boy looked pleased. The boy asked if he was good at English. He replied that he wasn't very good. The girl looked happily at the high school boy and said that she remembered everything. Da-hee showed up with drinks. She apologized for taking so long because Hyun-ju suddenly called her. The hero was chatting animatedly with the kids. The blonde watched this. She sat down and frowned and said that it was unexpected. The girl looked at her sister with interest and asked what OSSI meant. Da-hee smiled and answered that OSSA meant Kang Lim. The girl took out her textbooks and invited them to start too. The tea was almost finished. The hero was solving equations. The blonde banged on the table with displeasure and made corrections. The boy muttered that if he shouted, he wouldn't understand. Da-hee sighed and exclaimed why he couldn't figure it out. The boy said that Siren got it right last time and people called her a genius. The blonde said that if the hero tried to explain something, even a monkey would not understand. The boy looked at her with displeasure and asked if he was really at the level of a primate. The girl was theatrically surprised and asked if that was true. The younger students watched the heroes argue. The children looked at each other and noticed that the two were getting along well. The older students looked at them. The girl looked innocently and said that the teacher told her something. Kang Lim and Da Hee looked at her questioningly. Damia smiled and said that being deliberately rude means that you like this person. The boy blushed and looked at the blonde. She blushed and exclaimed that it was not so. The girl looked at her sister and noticed that she was blushing. The blonde's cheeks were burning. She jumped up and said that she was hot. The children laughed. The water flowed down the glass. Damia and Yihi fell asleep. The blonde stretched and said that this was the last page for today. If she kept this up, she would get good grades. The hero stared at his notebook and muttered that it was difficult. The girl asked if he had a university in mind. The brunette looked ahead, puzzled. He replied that last time he couldn't even fill out the career questionnaire. He had no ideas. The guy put down his pen. The hero reasoned that all his friends had goals that they worked hard for. He scratched his head and said that seeing this made him feel uneasy. Da Hee looked at him thoughtfully. The young man frowned and assumed that she wanted to say again that he was shirking. The blonde gathered her books and said that this was normal. She looked at the interlocutor and said that they were all getting more serious. The brunette looked at her, confused. Da Hee noted that he still had time to think and she could help with advice. The girl stood up to do some work. She looked at her notebook and noted that he had made a mistake in his calculation. The high school girl pointed her finger over his shoulder. She leaned closer. The boy noticed his mistake. He smiled and turned to his interlocutor. Her face was close. The girl replied that everything was correct now. The hero blushed. He turned away embarrassedly and muttered that he would quickly correct the rest. Da Hee pulled away. She headed for the exit, holding a tray. The boy smiled embarrassedly. The blonde came into the kitchen and put the glasses down. Her whole face was burning. She looked down embarrassedly and muttered that everything was wrong. Dark sky. The girl took off her shoes and went into the room. She saw empty glasses and asked if anyone had come. The sky was clear near the tall multi-story building. Kang Lim was lying on his bed, tired. He was just exhausted. As soon as the exam was over, he came home yesterday and fell over dead. The guy had a discouraged look. Usually, even if he complains, after the exam he comes back like a ghost. Just looking at this, it seems like he really studied hard this time. Now no matter what the results are, they will somehow get better. The guy stood up and scratched his back, asking, hasn't anyone woken up yet? Honestly, he feels like he's dying when he thinks about studying, which of course he doesn't want to do. Why does his body feel like it's broken into pieces? The guy sat on a chair, opening a bag of bread, and thought that his muscles were actually sore. Because he had to rely on time loops alone during the match-fixing incident, although it was inevitable, it was quite long. Kang Lim glanced at his phone, thinking that the stress was accumulated from physical exertion as well as studying. On the screen, a bald man with a beard was saying that summer was just around the corner and he was still procrastinating. It was an advertisement for a complex protein supplement. The screen said a memorable event, fitness fans of the country, a large-scale event with huge discounts, special 1+1 events for the next 7 days. Kang Lim glanced at the phone, hearing that he needed to start now to get in shape. He said out loud that it didn't matter. But in his mind he thought, why should he build a body if there was no one to show it to? The guy froze in shock from the realization and thought, physical strength is the key to everything. He remembered bending over, covered in sweat, thinking that he might fail then. He was looking at the phone on the table when it dawned on him. Young-ah was standing in the bathroom brushing her teeth. She closed one eye, telling her sister that she might be home late today. The exams were over and she was planning to spend time with friends. If she came home early, should she tell her mother? The girl sitting at the table agreed and asked where she was going. Who was she going with? A guy. The girl walked with her clothes in her hands, saying that no, a new girl had joined the club. They decided to introduce her to the dessert cafe. The girl put on her jacket. Hearing the advice to be careful, she could gain weight very quickly, and replied that it was okay, she did not eat that much. Suddenly, Young-ah froze in shock from the realization. She remembered the sweets on her desk, the snacks she ate while drawing, and thought, when was the last time she weighed herself? The worried girl looked at the scale. Loud curses were heard in the white multi-story building. Da Hee walked near the window, humming, and said that yesterday she went out to play with her classmates. Today she will take Young-ah and the others. The blonde opened the door and invited everyone to go out. Ahead of her, Kang Lim was doing squats and Young-ah was doing the exercise bike. A request for another set was heard. The blonde watched in shock as the guy squatted. She watched in no less shock as the girl pedaled. Looking at them, Da Hee asked what was with the sweaty moment. Maybe she was in the wrong place. Siren appeared next to her with a towel and a bottle and said that she was here too. The girl asked what happened. Why was everyone training? Without stopping squatting, Kang Lim exclaimed in displeasure that Siren should also finish the remaining 5 sets. Let her continue in the same spirit, and her muscle mass will go away. She knows that even professional gamers are doing physical exercises today. The name touched the shoulder of her running friend, telling her not to pay attention to it. Instead, take an air freshener from the drawer, and if she is hot, let her take off her jacket. The blonde walked up to the squatting guy and asked him what happened. What suddenly happened? Why was he training? It wasn't like him. With a determined smile, looking at her, the blue-haired guy said that rather, he was training because he had nothing else to do. Health is something that needs to be taken care of when it is there. It's not a quick change, but constant maintenance. She's the type to study for exams before the exam itself, right? Dahi closed her eyes, saying that it was typical. Something strange must have inspired him. Kang Lim indignantly exclaimed that it wasn't so. Frowning slyly, he said that he was simply following a healthy lifestyle, and thought to himself that of course he had a real goal. He remembered the fight with the guy in the hat and thought that it was because of what he realized after the match-fixing incident last time. The difference between him and the protagonist, the difference in strength is as big as the difference in their faces. He imagined himself with beautiful muscles and thought that he already knew it, but it was so painful to experience. Trying to learn how to fight right away failed. Instead, he decided to start by gaining muscle mass. Kang Lim winced with effort, thinking that of course it was due to the feeling of achievement after he managed to learn a little, and the unfounded confidence after waking up early in the morning. The guy clenched his fist while posing and said that it was great. He could already feel the energy filling him. He asked Dahi, "Doesn't it look like he gained some muscle?" The blonde said that he was a typical newbie at the gym. These people sign up for 6 months but only go for 6 days. She looked away and asked in surprise, "Why is Young-ah here? Did she accidentally catch the fitness disease from Kang Lim? Does she have her own reason?" Young-ah pedaled hard and said that no, she just wanted to take care of her health. She sits and draws every day and then plays games. They say that physical weakness is a disease for artists. The girl, sweating while looking at her awkwardly, said that the exams must have ended already, so it's better to start early, but she thought to herself that of course she has a real goal. She remembered standing next to the blue-haired guy. It was because Kang Lim and Young-ah had promised each other last year to go to the pool together during the next summer vacation. The girl pushed Young-ah's shoulder with her tongue hanging out of premature excitement. She even bought a swimsuit in advance. She remembered looking at the scale in shock. The problem was that she had gained a few kilograms compared to that time. The girl looked ahead in shock while pedaling hard. After Young-ah confirmed this fact, she decided to go on an unusual diet this morning. The word diet seemed to hit her in the back. Dahi, looking at her, said that it was a relief. She had thought that she was on a special diet because it was almost summer. The girl's next words hit Young-ah with a double whammy. She said that suddenly going on a diet is a sure way to get sick, right? Siren held up an air freshener, saying that in fact, when people talk about a healthy lifestyle, it's often one of those eternal New Year's resolutions, but the problem is that people tend to give up after 3 days. Dahi closed her eyes, saying that although it may seem a little sudden, she thinks it's good even if it only lasts for 3 days. Opening her eyes, the girl asked, "Isn't it? It all starts today after all." She crossed her arms, moralizing that of course it's not about immediately signing up for personal training or buying equipment, nutritional supplements. He shouldn't spend money on these things right away. The blue-haired man just picked up one of the cans of supplements. The girl exclaimed that it looks like he's already bought everything. There were many jars with colorful labels on the table. Kang Lim said dissatisfiedly that he only bought a few important things: a fat-burning supplement, a muscle growth supplement, a muscle recovery supplement, and of course, protein powder. Dahi said that he was really into it. Where did he learn all this? The heroes turned to the pink-haired girl, who told Kang Lim that he shouldn't blindly follow everything he saw on the internet, and said out loud that she especially shouldn't say that. There was a box of various sports items on the table. Dahi asked, "What are these anyway? Aren't they too many?" She took out a red hula hoop from the box, saying that these looked like products that were heavily advertised on social media. Does he think you can lose weight with these things? The fact that they are cheap imported goods with replace labels is one thing, but the biggest problem is that they don't even have much of an effect. The guy standing with the towel, displeased to hear that she was always interested in who could believe it, said that she was too harsh. Young-ah sat on the floor in great melancholy. Words were heard that she could hurt her with such words. A question was heard, was this all hers? Looking down sullenly, the brown-haired girl said that yes, she bought it recently when she said she was going on a diet. The blonde exclaimed that this was not what she meant. She was just worried about Kang Lim. Siren looked at her and asked if she had a secret. She took such good care of herself despite being busy. The blonde turned to her in surprise and said that in fact, she did not do anything special and just ate what she wanted. The surprised pink-haired girl asked, did she exercise regularly? Dahi waved her hand and said no, she meant that she participated in various club activities but never really exercised consciously. The heroes turned to her with a gloomy expression, hearing her think, she has the type of body that does not gain weight easily. The blonde folded her palms, saying that there is one thing she pays attention to in her diet. Siren clarified, diet control. Dahi smiled, saying yes, it is all about how delicious it is to eat. They say that food that you eat with pleasure does not contain calories. The losing weight friends heard this in anger and fury. They were simply surrounded by an aura of irritation. Young-ah said that she understands, she gains weight just from eating, and the name said Kang Lim, that she was bragging all the time, bragging about her talents. The friends approached the blue-haired girl, shaking with discontent, adding that this is why those who really have talent often do more. Young-ah said that all she did was snack a little while drawing a webtoon. Dahi felt the waves of discontent and turned around worriedly, asking what was wrong with them. There were boxes on top of the closet. Words were heard that she was a cheating character and she should appreciate that she was given the perfect physical form, and a curse was heard that she ate with Dahi all the time and did not even realize it. The buildings of the city were illuminated by the rays of the sunset. The heroes walked along the street. Young-ah said that it was nice that the school had a shower room. Kang Lim, who was holding the phone, agreed, saying that thanks to this, he almost achieved his set goal for today. He held the phone in his hands, thinking that he needed to keep count, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, only pull-ups left. The girl laughed awkwardly. Together they walked through the city. The brown-haired girl looked at the guy a little pitifully, thinking that they were supposed to go to the pool. I wonder if the guy remembers. After all, it was just a conversation. She glanced sideways at the blue-haired man. Timidly folding her hands in front of her, she asked if it was still early, but what was he going to do on summer vacation? Kang Lim answered that the vacation was still far away, there were no specific plans yet. The worried girl asked, though he hadn't thought about any travel, people would usually book something in advance. Still looking at the phone, the hero answered that he might go with his family, maybe he wasn't sure yet. Walking next to him, the girl said that I understand, and thought to herself that she was probably beating around the bush, she should just offer to go together. She turned to the guy with a smile and started talking about summer vacation. Still without turning around, Kang Lim said that they can go to the pool whenever it is convenient for her. He turned to Young-ah, who was looking at him in surprise. Glancing at her, the hero said that they discussed this last year, they promised to go to the pool this year, then she was busy with the competition, and maybe she is busy this year too. Young-ah was nervous and waved her hands, saying that she is not busy, she really is not busy, and heard that this makes him happy. The schoolgirl thought, is everything okay? She stopped, looking at the blue-haired man walking forward, and thought that if such a simple thing can make you happy so much. The blushing girl looked ahead cutely. The buildings were surrounded by a fence. Young-ah was heard shouting, that's right, considering that she needs to work hard on both her draft and diet. Kang Lim said that it was about dieting. In the end, he thought she really didn't need to. The students walked one after another on the street. Young-ah asked. Dahi seemed to have become very busy. The blue-haired man hesitantly replied that she probably did. He walked ahead, saying that it was the season and it seemed like she had gained quite a good reputation among the student models. Yang-soo added that the Empress said that she had seen mentions of Dahi on YouTube and some community forums. The blue-haired man was surprised, saying that she was already at that level. Young-ah looked at him and said that she was really pleased to see that she was doing well, although it was a pity that they had less time to meet. A blonde woman ran around the corner as the guy was saying that it meant that they had less worries and nothing much to do. Dahi quickly ran towards the guys, calling out to them. Running up to them, she stopped and said that they were just in time, asked them to help her hide. The friends looked at the girl in surprise. The blue-haired one asked what she was talking about. Young-ah asked what was going on. The blonde looked around excitedly, looking for a place to hide. Yang-soo asked why she was in such a hurry. Dahi quickly ran behind an advertising poster and asked them to say that she was not there. The friends remained standing in confusion. 3 men in suits and sunglasses ran towards them, asking where she had gone. She had definitely passed by. Young-ah, with her eyes wide with surprise, stared at the man in confusion, who asked if a blonde had passed by here. Yang-soo pointed his finger in the opposite direction, saying that the girl had just gone there. The men ran across the road, saying that they were right behind her and would inform the other teams too. Dahi looked out with relief, wiping her forehead. The guy asked what was going on. Who were these people? Were they following her? The blonde frowned, saying that it was a bit of a long story, but she was being followed by a pervert. There was a signboard of a popular coffee shop on the building. The characters were sitting at a table. Dahi said that she mainly works as a model for magazines, so she usually shoots in the magazine studio wearing clothes from different brands. Looking forward, the girl said that once you become popular, some brands can do individual shoots, sometimes it even leads to an exclusive contract. So, Young-ah asked again, when the blonde said that she usually accepts a job if it seems decent, but she was called by a strange person. Waving her palm, she said that most likely you could say suspicious. When she was in England, she shot for a famous brand and he was its CEO. The girl remembered the figure of the man in the suit and said that it was strange that he came to the studio himself and started directing her back and forth like a director. She thought that it was still possible, but this guy did not take any pictures at all. The friends looked at her in surprise and Young-soo asked what she meant, and Young-ah asked if he invited a model and did not take pictures, what he did then. Da-hee looked very depressed and said gloomily that he just watched silently. She recalled looking at the man in fear, saying that he kept changing her clothes and just staring at her, silent throughout the entire shoot. The heroes looked at the girl in complete shock, their mouths open. The blonde continued that at first she thought that maybe she did something wrong. Frowning, she continued that when she asked why he was acting like that, he didn't explain, and it wasn't just once, they were filming for several days, and he did it every time. Looking straight, she continued that she felt uncomfortable, but it was a studio job, there was nothing else, so she just left it alone, but on the last day of filming. The friends were even more shocked when they heard that he suggested a swimsuit concept for the next time. They exclaimed that he was a pervert and crazy. Da-hee crossed her arms in displeasure and said that she had refused and thought it was all over when she returned to Korea. But then he showed up here with a new proposal. Young-ah looked at her friend in shock and asked if he had followed her from England to Korea. Young-soo said he couldn't believe it, but it was happening again, just like the stalker last time. Kang Lim remained silent and looked ahead with a stern expression. Touching her forehead, the girl said that unlike in England, their company had not yet established a strong position here and they said they couldn't just refuse him because it was a well-known brand. She remembered the employee who spread her hands with a smile and said that and he tried to refuse with a suitable excuse. Then she said that Da-hee was currently filming somewhere far away. But at that moment, Da-hee burst into the room saying that she had returned. It all happened at the most inopportune moment. The blonde girl closed her eyes and sighed and said that was why she ran away. Those people in black, they were that pervert's servants. Looking at her friend in fear, Young-ah asked if they shouldn't be informed so that if something like this happens again. The girl said that she thought it should be fine. She took a sip of coffee, saying that if anything, she would hold out today. At this time, two guys in black approached the counter from behind. One of the men turned his head, noticing her. The heroes turned around in confusion, hearing that she was there. The girls looked scared. Da-hee asked when they came here, and Young-ah exclaimed for her to run. Kang Lim approached the blonde and grabbed her hand, saying that they would go this way. As they ran, Young-soo blocked the black-clad boy's path, telling them to leave it to him and run. He always wanted to use that phrase. The bespectacled boy unwound the edge of the bandage and said slyly that now that it came to this, he had no choice but to break the seal, his hidden ultimate move, following the will of the rising dragon. The crowd of black-clad men didn't listen and simply pushed the boy away. The heroes stood in the corner of the room, breathing heavily after running. Da-hee asked, they should be safe after running so far, right? The scared friend looked at her and asked if they should go even further to be safe. Could they call a taxi? The blonde said that it was a bit difficult because of her schedule. She had another shoot nearby later today. She smiled encouragingly, telling them not to worry too much, and from what she heard earlier, they were going back to their country tomorrow, so they were especially desperate today, so she just had to hold on for one day. Da-hee waved her hand, apologizing for dragging them into this. Now they could both leave, and she could handle the rest. Young-ah asked how she was. Kang Lim frowned at his friends, wondering what to do first. His expression was thoughtful and gloomy, thinking that this was definitely a goddess episode. This was really a goddess episode, but the blue-haired man scratched the back of his head and called out to Da-hee, saying that since he was already involved, he would help her until the end. Looking at the girl, he said that if she hid poorly, she would only be easier to catch. If they couldn't get far, then they might as well hide in plain sight. There were many people on the busy street. A man in black stood in the crowd, touching his ear with his finger. Several others were looking at the people standing around. Kang Lim peeked out from around the corner and said that they didn't know how things worked here anyway, so if they hid well in the crowd, they should be able to hold out. Young-ah exclaimed that that's why they were heading to the busy area. The heroes looked away. The blonde asked what happened. He was quite pleased, but at that moment, a man approached them from behind. The girl turned around and saw two guys with documents. One of them said that they were conducting a survey for a university assignment. The other said that if they had some time, they would like to ask them some questions. Da-hee smiled and said that she was a little busy right now, but heard that it would only take a moment. She was amazed to realize that she had attracted attention. People were looking at her, saying, what kind of girl is she? She is really beautiful. The brunettes in black also noticed her and shouted that she was there. Kang Lim shouted for them to run further. The heroes hunched over tiredly, trying to catch their breath. Kang Lim asked why they had to go there. Da-hee clarified, they ran away, right? Suddenly, two hooligans appeared in front of them. The red-haired one asked if they wanted to have fun with them. They would have a lot of fun, and the brunette said that she was really cute. What was her name? Words were heard that there was no other way. Suddenly, the pursuers jumped out from around the corner, shouting that she was there. It was too noisy. Dahi said in amazement that they must have made too much noise and attracted their attention. They should be quieter. The saleswoman in an apron told the blonde that she had very beautiful skin. Let her come and look at their products. The men in dark glasses looked at her in amazement. Dahi hid behind a billboard, but suddenly a salesman stuck his head out, handing her a cold coffee, and said it was a gift. The heroes quickly ran along the sidewalk, while the men in black were chasing them. Two children approached the heroine, discussing that they had seen her before. They said she was a model. The children ran further through the city. The pursuers quickly ran after them. The heroes stood hunched over, trying to catch their breath. Breathing heavily, Kang gloomily asked what was wrong with her. Why did everyone start talking even when she was just walking quietly? Dahi smiled coquettishly, asking what he meant. The guy exclaimed in shock. That proud look of hers. Let her erase that proud look. Let her get rid of that impudent face. The blonde spread her hands, saying that there was nothing to be proud of. She had long since given up because this was just her daily life. What could she do? What with the fact that she was born? She put her hands on her hips and said that now he realized who he was spending his time with. In that case, shouldn't he at least express his gratitude? Kang said dissatisfiedly that the situation had just gotten worse. Why was she so proud? The blue-haired man looked ahead gloomily, thinking about what it was like to live in the body of an attractive girl. Except for when asking for directions, no one had ever spoken to him on the street. Dahi remembered how Dahi had fallen while holding out her hand and said that this was her limit. Let them go on their own. The blonde said that she hoped her friend was safe. They had just separated recently. If she just dropped her bag and ran away, she would be fine. Kang looked away worriedly, thinking that he really didn't foresee this if it were to be like this. The blonde looked at the guy who suggested stopping somewhere for a while in surprise. Yuna sat on a bench, leaning on her backpack, and said that it seemed like she really needed exercise. She hoped that they were both safe. Suddenly, she noticed a black car with pursuers ahead. One of them leaned towards the open window and said that they were still searching. The man in the car told them to hurry. They were running out of time. In his hand was a pendant with a photo of the blonde. He said that they really needed that child's help. A question was heard from the glass display case of the store, a disguise. Dahi put her hand on her hip, saying that it was a good idea. Kang replied that Siren often does that. The guy looked around the store, and the blonde said that she left in a hurry. She did not have a wallet. He replied that it was okay, he had his own. Kang looked at the things, and the girl asked why he was so careful in choosing in such a hurry. The hero answered that if she was going to wear it, then wouldn't it be better to buy something nice? Dahi looked at him and said that he used to be like this. He was surprisingly calm in such situations. Suddenly, in the window of the store, she noticed brunettes walking when she said that instead of clothes, a hat. The blonde tugged the guy's hand, whispering to him what was there. Kang grabbed her, bringing her closer to him, and said that everything was fine. He casually extended his hand to the clothes and told her to act naturally. She hadn't committed a crime and they were chasing her. She hadn't done anything wrong. The girl blushed, looking sideways at him, and said no, she knew. She walked alongside the hangers while the guy said that these pants looked good and wondered why he was so calm. Why was he different from his usual self? He looked ahead and asked the sales assistant if she could check it out. Kang thought it was annoying. The pursuers noticed how the saleswoman asked the heroes if they were a couple, and they indignantly replied that they weren't. The heroes quickly ran forward. The guys in black glasses ran after them. Kang ran with the girl, holding a bag from the store. Dahi saw two pursuers ahead and exclaimed that this entrance was also blocked. The guy turned around to look at the running pursuers and, hearing that in that case now, said that this way also won't work. The group of pursuers stopped in surprise, looking around and asking where they went. They should be nearby. Let them search carefully. At this time, the heroes were hiding behind a pedestal. Dahi looked out and said that at this pace it was only a matter of time before they were caught. It might have been a mistake to enter the building. The guys in black ran, approaching the hidden heroes. The girl looked ahead tensely, saying that this won't work. Let him stay here. If something happens, he can at least call for help. Kang extended his hand, trying to stop the girl who ran out of hiding. The blonde resolutely stopped right in front of the pursuers and said that they were right, she was here. Clenching her fist, Dahi angrily stated that she did not like what they were doing. What were they trying to achieve by pursuing her so recklessly? The mallgoers started looking around. She exclaimed that people were watching and there were CCTV cameras everywhere. Kang sighed, slapping his forehead. The heroine stamped her foot indignantly, saying that if they were going to approach, then let them approach. Suddenly, a man in a blue suit appeared among the pursuers and said that he had finally found her. He should have finished this earlier. Dahi looked at him in shock, thinking that he had appeared, and exclaimed that he should be ashamed. Does he understand? She stood in front of him, saying how could he ask such a thing of a young girl? The man bowed and asked her to help him just once. The man bowed and sullenly exclaimed that in order to make clothes for his wife, he needed the help of a person like her. Dahi froze in surprise with her hands up and asked what. Kang Lim peeked out from hiding, scratching his head, and thought that the only reason he was worried was that this was definitely a good episode, but it was not a threatening situation. A black car was driving through the city. In his hand was a pendant with a photo of a blonde woman. He heard the words that it was his wife. The heroes looked at the photo in surprise. The guy said that she really looked like her. The man in the blue suit frowned and said that he wanted to make clothes, but he had no ideas, and then he came across her, who looked like his wife. Dahi remembered the footage of the last fitting and asked, "Any ideas?" So that's why. Sitting in the car opposite, she was surprised to hear that it was for inspiration and said that in that case he could ask his wife to be a model. Suddenly, her eyes widened, struck by a guess, and said that he was planning on making a surprise. The man looked ahead sadly, saying no, she had passed away 10 years ago. The girl threw her hands up in shock, saying she was so sorry she didn't know. Looking at her, the man said it was okay, it happened a long time ago. He remembered showing the girl the jacket and told her that he was an ordinary fashion designer. He was not as rich as he is now, but he met his wife soon after and they lived happily ever after. The man stood by the window in his office and said that later, by a lucky chance, his business succeeded and he even became the CEO of a fashion brand. The men in suits shook hands. The fashion designer continued to tell her that everything had changed since then. He had been absorbed in running an unfamiliar company and had gradually begun to neglect his wife. He looked up, sadly saying that he had learned of his wife's illness too late. The girl sitting opposite him was surprised to hear that he had devoted himself to work since then. The man remembered looking at a colorful cookie box, said that this year marked exactly 10 years since his wife left, and then he finally decided to rummage through her things. The box contained envelopes. He said that he found letters that they exchanged in their youth. He remembered the image of a girl standing among the trees. He promised her that when their circumstances became better, he would sew clothes for her. The man looked at the photo of his wife, saying that, having become the CEO of a fashion brand, and at the same time making clothes for many other people, he completely forgot about clothes for his wife. The heroes sitting in the car were surprised to hear that, for the upcoming anniversary, he wanted to give his wife a dress. The fashion designer bowed, saying that because of this he caused unnecessary misunderstanding. He offers his sincere apologies. Dahi waved her hands in fear, saying that she did not mean anything. She even mentally said a few rude words. The man flashed a glance at the driver, saying that it was clear that she had misunderstood him from her point of view, especially because of that secretary. The frightened driver apologized to the CEO, who was saying that he had doubted his taste and made a fuss over the swimsuit, and that he should just wait and see when he returned. Kang Lim closed his eyes and exhaled, thinking that this time it was okay. He had thought of just running away earlier and skipping this episode. Looking ahead, the guy thought that it didn't work out, and also the situation was not easy to ignore and move on, so he decided that he would have to resolve this problem eventually. He remembered the running protagonist of the webtoon, and thought that in ESW, misunderstandings accumulated, and only after the protagonist's hectic actions did the resolution phase finally arrive, but it was a very rude and roundabout way. Looking ahead, the blue-haired man thought that he had taken the time to carefully select his clothes. The car stopped in front of a white building with large windows, and someone said that it looked like they had already arrived. This was her company's studio. He was too ashamed to ask for help in this situation. Would it be okay if they dropped them off here? The girl sitting opposite him exclaimed that, knowing the situation, she wanted to help if she could. The man held out his palm, saying that it was okay to make clothes after so much trouble. His wife would not want it. The designer looked ahead, saying that, besides, the anniversary was coming soon. The fact that he had not been able to come up with an idea until now was largely his fault. He was too indifferent to his wife. Suddenly, Kang Lim leaned over and asked what kind of clothes he wanted to make. The designer touched his chin, saying that on the day he proposed to his wife, he wanted to make clothes that would evoke those pure memories of that day in the flower garden. He nodded thoughtfully, saying that something modern but classic, strong but soft, simple but detailed, such a feeling. His wife's beauty is not so easy to express. Dahi looked at him in surprise. The guy handed the designer a bag from the store, saying that in that case, how about clothes with such a feeling? The designer looked at him in amazement. Unni stood in front of the red-haired secretary and said that if that was the case, she would understand if it was just a little more. Footsteps and shoes were heard. Dahi was wearing a light floral dress. She asked, "How is it?" The man with a notepad was quickly drawing with a pen and said that it was very refreshing. He had an idea, if only he had a little more time. The girl turned around, posing, and asked what he said. Let him not be shy and come out. Kang Lim, with his hair done and new clothes, walked out embarrassedly and asked why he was doing this. The blonde touched her chest proudly and said, "What do you mean why? Didn't he say he would help until the end? He was playing the role of Mr. CEO and she was playing the role of his wife. Only in this way can she clearly remember the proposal." Kang Lim said dissatisfiedly that it took 30 minutes with a super strong spray. He looked a little puzzled and thought that this was not the case in ESW, but no matter, compared to last time, such a change is luxury. The fashion designer frowned and ordered the staff to make the lighting stronger, put away the props, let them move freely. "Ah," he exclaimed enthusiastically, and the guy asked what he should do with it. The girl intertwined their fingers and told him to leave it to her. The blonde blushed slightly, but Kang Lim's face was red with embarrassment. He heard her request not to think anything strange. They were acting like lovers, so it was natural, right? The embarrassed girl muttered that this was also revenge for what happened. The designer sat in front of them, holding a notebook. He looked ahead in surprise, thinking that it brought him back to that day. The embarrassed girl smiled and told him to think of it as playing with his friends on the playground when they were young. Oh yeah, he was an otaku. The embarrassed Kang Lim was excited to hear that he would be like that now too. It was because she was doing it now. The girl held his hand and asked how he chose clothes that fit so perfectly. He replied that it was just like that. The guy took a step closer, hearing that he understood. In fact, she chose the clothes herself. It was simply amazing. This self-praise had already become a reflex. The girl's hair flew up. She said that she definitely saw his merits today. Beautiful flowers rustled, leading the guy through the flower field. Dahi turned around and told him that he did a good job. Tears flowed down the man's cheeks. They dripped onto his sketches. Instead of the heroes, he imagined himself in his youth, together with his wife. The sobbing fashion designer repeated words of gratitude. He was sitting opposite the heroes when Dahi exclaimed not to step on her feet. During recess in the classroom, the students stood and talked to each other. Na-yoon nervously chewed her finger, saying that this was a complete disaster. If this continued, she would be completely destroyed. Sitting opposite, Young-ah asked what she was talking about and heard that she had told him that she was a fortune teller. Her friend's face sank, saying that recently the number of her clients had halved. No, they had halved from half. The brunette asked, so she wasn't joking. Her friend said that if this continued, her vacation fund would be at risk. Young-ah thoughtfully touched her chin with her pen, saying that she was right. She really didn't see anyone coming to her for advice, and even people from other classes used to come, didn't they? The girl with the ponytail closed her eyes and said that yes, it seems like she is losing her customers. She said that according to her records, a new student had recently transferred to the first year and that it was a student. A crowd of students gathered around the table with the girl with two small ponytails, looking at her in admiration. She was laying out colored cards on the table. Na-yoon continued that she was doing tarot readings. The student listened sheepishly as the blonde said that it looked promising. If she had feelings for him, why not gather up her courage and confess? Dahi indignantly grabbed the monitor, yelling for them to look at it. She knew this would happen. She pointed at the screen in displeasure, exclaiming, "Isn't her horoscope for today the worst? She should have checked before starting the rating game." The heroes were sitting at the table with computers. Kang Lim said, "Didn't she tell him not to blame the team?" The blonde replied that even if he complained that the test was easy, how could a rank 9 disciple and a rank 1 disciple say the same thing? This time, she would definitely get promoted, even if it was because of him. Siren peeked out from behind the monitor and asked if they should play a normal game together then. They had just finished a match. Yang-soo laced his fingers and scrolled that it was unbelievable that he, the emperor, would be defeated. It was hard to believe that there was someone on the opposing team who was so good at controlling the emperor's child, Jin. Young-ah stood up from the table with a smile and said that she thought she should stop for today. Na-yoon asked her to come over for a bit after school. Dahi's eyes widened, remembering that she had also asked her to come over if she could. She said that she had some problems and looked very serious as she spoke. The girls stopped at the door, saying goodbye. The blonde said that in any case, everyone was great, they would see each other tomorrow. Yang-soo stood up, standing behind the chair, and said that then he, the emperor, should also leave for today and asked the servant, is he still worried about his family today? Kang Lim indifferently clicked on the computer, saying that he would stay for a little while longer and then leave. He heard that he often did this lately. The friend looked at him and said that even if he had a new artifact, a computer, wasn't he the first to arrive and the last to leave? The blue-haired man replied that it was just like that. His grades on the exam were barely passing. It was obvious that he would be picked on if he went home and played games. The guy sat with his head resting on his hand and heard that he really was an obedient son of fire, and he thought that, of course, the real reason was different. It was a matter of time. He looked ahead, thinking that it was the time of the third goddess's appearance, so he was waiting on purpose. Yang-soo turned to the pink-haired girl and asked what she was going to do. The girl looked at the monitor in shock. Kang Lim peeked out from behind his and asked what happened. Looking worriedly at the screen, Siren said that after hearing about it from Dahi, she decided to look at her horoscope for today and it worried her a little. On the screen was the description of the love horoscope, which said that today was a turbulent day. She had already encountered many rivals, but today another one may appear. Depending on the effort, she will be able to achieve what she wants, but even then, the path will not be smooth. Kang Lim came closer and asked what was written. The girl fearfully covered the screen with her hands, saying that there is no need to look at anything. He should not see this. The door to the room opened. Words were heard that she should not worry too much. The blonde girl said that horoscopes are only a general forecast for the day. Interpretations can vary greatly depending on how they perceive them. The heroes looked at the girl in surprise, hearing that, in fact, if they think about it too much, then it really starts to affect them psychologically. A girl in a skirt entered the room, saying that, just like how athletes train is not superstition, but science, Siren asked who she was. A blonde girl with 2 small ponytails appeared in the room and said that she was a first-year student. With a smile, she continued that her name was Rami. She knew it was unexpected, but could she ask them for a favor? The girl sitting on the couch, sitting opposite Siren, asked. She was in the student council, but just transferred like her. Rami smiled and said that maybe she was a little persistent from the beginning. She just really wanted to enroll. The girl turned around to look around and said that she heard about Dahi the eldest, but it seems like she's not here today, and the blue-haired guy said that she didn't come to talk about the club, they just filled their minimum quota. Looking at him, Rami said that no, it's not that, she just wanted to ask for a small personal favor. The boys looked at her in surprise. Yang-soo asked, a personal favor. Raising a finger, the blonde girl said that as seniors, they probably know that there is something called the Festival Planning Committee, right? The guy with glasses crossed his arms and said that as the name suggests, he is in charge of planning festivals. It's an internal organization of the student council, right? Siren asked, is she talking about the school festival? The girl sitting in front of them said that yes, the festival's at Manhwa High School that will be held in November. It's only held once every 2 years. She imagined the happy people standing on the decorated ground and said that even many university festivals cannot compare to this one in scale. This is the only school festival that attracts attention. From the outside, the new generation school principal is actively promoting it, isn't he? Kang Lim looked at her indifferently, saying that it seemed like last year was a break, so for them, the second years, this year will be the first. Rami, who was sitting, said that therefore, the role of the festival planning committee is to decide the concept and theme, as well as plan the events. The election of the festival planning committee leader should be held soon. She smiled while waving her hand when she heard the guy with glasses say that he didn't even know such a thing existed, and replied that it was natural that he didn't know. It was an internal election that only the class presidents and teachers participate in. The schoolgirl's headband was in the shape of a dice. She said that it was hard to get elected because of that. There was a lot of noise from the model students trying to write a line in their yearbook. Touching her chest, Rami said that this is where she needed their help. She had an event that she really wanted to hold as the leader of the planning committee, so she needed to get elected. Kang Lim looked ahead in shock when he heard her asking him to help her with the election campaign. He touched the back of his head, asking again. Siren looked shocked and asked, not Dahi, but Kang Lim. Yang-soo, who was standing next to her, asked if this wasn't her first time meeting his servant. Rami waved her hand and said that of course she had heard rumors about Dahi since she was so famous, but this was her first time meeting her henchman. The pink-haired girl looked at her with confusion and asked why. The girl held a fan of tarot cards in her hands, saying that her fate had decreed it this way. Siren looked at her and asked, tarot cards? Rami said with a smile that yes, she seemed to be thinking about something. Did she want to tell her fortune? The girls were sitting at the table. The blonde said that it was about her love fate. Siren whispered that it was a secret. The guys stood at the door and watched the girls whisper. Yang-soo, with a smile, touched his chin, saying that tarot fortune telling is quite interesting. The truth about his past life will finally be revealed. Name thought that he was a little skeptical. Doubtfully, looking ahead, he thought that even if the ESW world merged with reality, he wondered if Rami would appear as she is, because in the webtoon, Rami's fortune-telling was almost at the level of superpowers. The blonde girl was laying out cards on the table. Kang Lim thought that when a problem arose, the author used it as a cheat code. In fact, it was an unreal ability, almost like foreseeing the future. I wonder if such a thing is possible in reality, although it is doubtful. The guy looked ahead with a discouraged expression, thinking that at least thanks to this, even if someone like him took the place of the main character, it was a relief that she came looking for him. There were 3 colored cards on the table. Rami said something. Siren was burning with embarrassment. The pink-haired girl stood up and said that she understood. Let him take care of himself. She was leaving. The girl, burning with embarrassment, grabbed her backpack and ran away, saying goodbye. Yang-soo adjusted his glasses, slyly saying that now he entrusts it to her. From now on he appoints her as his prophet. Rami said with a smile that she heard, but he really is in the last stage of the 8th grade syndrome. A little while later, Yang-soo suddenly jumped up, touching his forehead, and said that it was really a dream to think that she had come down to this earth with such a divine mission. Holding his backpack on his back, he said that then he should immediately go take a look at it and said goodbye to his servant. And Kang Lim, MYA, was sitting on a chair and told the blonde that she was very calm. Even after meeting the dragon, it seems like she had inquired about them before coming, right? Name smiled sheepishly, saying that she was not completely calm, she just couldn't help it because she was not naturally good at doing such things. Standing next to him, she said that since she was asking for a favor, she understood that it might be awkward to make such a request at their first meeting. Rami chuckled, saying that she hadn't actually planned on asking him for help without giving anything in return. Kang Lim looked at her in surprise, asking what she was talking about, and heard her say that if he helped her. She touched his back with her finger and said that if she became the head of the festival planning committee. She tickled the embarrassed boy's back, saying that she would fulfill one of his requests, anything he wanted. Standing behind the embarrassed hero, Rami whispered to him that anything. Burning with embarrassment, Kang Lim jumped back and said that he got it, he would help her. Okay, he means that he was planning on helping her from the beginning. The blonde laughed, pointing her finger, and said that he was just a tsundere. His reaction was much funnier than she expected. Standing in front of him, in response to the boy's indignation, she said that she actually knew that he would help her because the tarot cards told her so. Kang Lim blushed, asking what she said before, that she would not pay attention to the fortune-telling and that everything depends on the interpretation. Rami opened her mouth and said that no, fortune and fate were different things. The blonde girl folded her hands behind her back and explained that their innate fate was something that was absolutely impossible to resist. Surrounded by a dark cloud, Kang Lim looked at her. The schoolgirl said with a slight smile that this was why she came to him. All other reasons did not matter because the tarot told her that this was her fate. The blue-haired man stared at her silently. The girl took out a phone in a case with a cat and said that now that they had reached an agreement, could he give her his phone number first? The stars appeared in the dark sky. Kang Lim sat in his computer chair, thinking that this episode of the student council elections was not particularly important or significant. The guy leaned back and thought that in fact, it served as a prelude to the grand events that stretched out later, but the plot mainly revolved around getting closer to the main character. During the transition from Webtoon to reality, he changed from the president of the council to the head of the planning committee. Looking ahead, Kang Lim reasoned that therefore, instead of trying to do something grand, he should try to navigate. Yes, he should try to navigate without fuss. The hero walked along the school corridor. The blonde walking next to him said that as she said yesterday at the election of the head of the planning committee, only the class presidents, vice president, and teachers have the right to vote. The blue-haired asked that he should personally go around and meet with them to campaign. She remembered the name of the guy with glasses and said that so that he knew, their competitor was a certain nerd named Kim something. From the first year from class 4, the guy thought, why just Kim something? What is his real name? He glanced at the blonde who closed her eyes and said she didn't know why she should care. He was so annoying. She couldn't stand his behavior. He was being arrogant and haughty. The schoolgirls gathered together and whispered, discussing this guy, and thought maybe they could stop him. Kang Lim looked away and said that before they went, he had to tell her something in advance. Rami looked at him and said that it was okay. She didn't pay much attention to what others thought. Hearing a surprised sound, she looked at the guy and asked if he wasn't going to talk about it. The hero replied that yes, she was right. Rami winked, sticking out her tongue, and said that to be honest, she wasn't in a position to talk about others either. The girl crossed her arms and asked if she expected her to help her now. Did she think she was crazy for voting for her? The classroom door slammed shut in the heroes' faces. Kang Lim stared ahead in shock. The girl sighed in displeasure and said she had a feeling this would happen. The guy asked what was this? She was the class president, wasn't she? Why was she acting like this? What was their relationship like? Without looking at him, Rami said it was because people came to her every day to have their tarot cards read. 9 times out of 10 it was about their love lives. They were planning to confess to someone and wanted to know if it was a good idea, something like that. The girl closed her eyes and sighed and said that if the tarot results were favorable, nothing bad would happen, but the problem started when they were unfavorable. If she honestly told them that nothing would work out, they would get angry. Rami walked back, continuing that if she sugarcoats the situation with sweet lies, they end up getting rejected and still take it out on her. The blue-haired man followed the girl, hearing that, well, if she feels something is wrong during the fortune-telling, she usually makes up an excuse and stops the lesson. Maybe that's why some students get upset. Besides, she's quite honest. The girl remembered how she said with a smile that shouldn't she look in the mirror instead of her love fate. Kang Lim said that he thought that might be a real problem. The boy touched his face thoughtfully, thinking that it was difficult. There was no such development in the webtoon, but in general, he understands why it's like that. He imagined the protagonist surrounded by girls and thought that it was probably because of that damn handsome face again. He was already used to it. Rami walked forward, saying that actually if it was hard to get the class leaders' votes, they could think about getting the teachers on their side. The guy turned around looking in the other direction. There was a flyer on the bulletin board saying that they were looking for the principal's 3 cats. Under the photos it was written that they were looking for cats that escaped from the principal's office. If anyone had any information, they should contact them at the number provided. Standing by the poster about the cats being searched for, Kang called Rami over here. He turned around when something flashed next to him. The guy said that it was possible with this, but he was interrupted by a loud scream from a girl. Rami was sitting on the floor trying to chase away a white cat standing next to her. The blonde sneezed and asked the guy to take care of it. Kang waved his hand, chasing away the hissing cat, and exclaimed. The girl covered her nose with a handkerchief and sneezed, saying that she was allergic to cats. It was hard to make a good impression in such a state. Kang turned around, looking at her, and thought that he had forgotten about it for a moment. He asked if she was okay. The blonde said that yes, she would feel better if she rested a little. The blue-haired boy looked at his friend, saying that anyway, if that's the case, there needs to be another way. A scream was heard. Here it is, let them take him there. The students approached the hissing, scared cat, saying that it was that cat. Yes, that's right, it was the principal's cat. The 3 guys with glasses approached the cat. The same nerd giggled, saying that a faculty meeting was coming. If they could catch this little troublemaker and win the principal's favor, the voices of the rest of the teachers would be his. Kang looked at the 3 guys, thinking that it was Kim or something. The guy leaned over the trembling cat, saying that it meant now, even that fortune teller who ignored him would get what she deserved. In the dust that rose, there was noise and crashing, and screams. How dare he, this tiny one, it's trying to escape, and other sounds of struggle. Rami smiled with her eyes closed and said that as usual, the guy with glasses is a loser, trying to push her out with politics. The girl held up some flyers, saying that since it had come to this, there was nothing they could do except catch them themselves. Kang asked if she was sure, even if he took it upon himself to catch them in the end. The blonde winked, showing a sign of victory, and said that it was okay. She believed in one thing. The guy thought that maybe she was trying to determine their location with the help of tarot. Indeed, if it was possible, there were many ways. The heroes went down the stairs. The blonde turned her head, looking around. Suddenly, she sneezed sharply. Covering herself with a handkerchief, she pointed her finger and told them to go there. Kang asked in confusion, why was she looking for them like that? He glanced sideways at the girl, saying that he thought she would do something extreme with the help of tarot. Rami asked what that disappointed expression was. Did he think that a tarot card reader was some kind of psychic who could predict the future? He thought that it was almost like that in the webtoon. The girl closed her eyes and shook her head, saying that in order to read fortunes, someone had to draw the cards. Even if she tried to determine it with the tarot herself, the cat didn't stay in one place but kept moving. She walked forward dissatisfiedly, saying that this is why she doesn't like cats. Even if they are well taken care of, they don't recognize their owner. She thinks dogs are better if you want to have a pet. A question was heard, a sudden debate about who is better, dogs or cats. Kang looked ahead excitedly, saying that maybe her allergies are dangerous. She should rest for a while. He will look for it alone. The heroine replied that she just took her medicine, so she will be fine for a while. She looked up when she heard the bell ring and said that if they had disappeared in the morning, they couldn't have gone far. They would stop at the school after school. The heroes walked around the backyard. Rami looked behind the box. Then she showed someone an ad with cats. Kang was holding a black cat in his hands, looking at it. The botanist with a bandage on his face was looking at the cat caught in a cage. 2 cats on the ad had already been marked with check marks. The heroes walked around the yard. Kang, putting his hand to his mouth, was calling the cat. It got dark. A full moon appeared in the sky. The school building stood under a clear blue sky. The teacher at the blackboard said that that was all for today. Let them not wander around the streets, but go straight home. He looked at the guy with the backpack and said, what about their club meeting today? Kang replied that it had just ended. He would leave through the back door. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what was going on. Where was he rushing to? Who is he talking to on the phone? Yesterday he also disappeared right after the meeting ended. Young-soo, who was sitting at the table, adjusted his glasses and said that if he thought about it, she probably didn't know yet. The girl asked what about. The sky darkened and it started to rain. The heroes with the umbrella continued searching. Kang asked the girl sitting behind how she was doing. Was there anything from her side? The blonde rustled the leaves, examining the bushes, and said that there was nothing at all, but the lady was sure that she had seen him nearby quite recently. Lightning appeared in the sky and a clap of thunder was heard. The guy turned and looked at his girlfriend with a reddened nose. Standing with an umbrella, he said to stop for today. Considering her allergies and the bad weather, if she continued in the same spirit, she would have problems. Looking down, Rami said that they can't leave tomorrow. She really wants to become the head of the festival planning committee. Kang looked down thoughtfully, thinking that he understood. He knew why she was so desperate, but without looking at him, the girl said that they were going. She squatted under an umbrella and said that even for them, humans, this weather seems cold. Let him imagine how cold it is for a cat. She is a house cat. She is not used to being outside. The girl with a red face said that it is a little sad, isn't it? Kang Lim looked at her in surprise. Then he smiled. Standing behind with an umbrella, he refused, saying that she is very kind. Rami turned around, asking again in surprise, and the hero said that he seemed to understand when the students asked her to look into their love state. Standing with an umbrella and looking at her, the blue-haired man said that instead of stopping halfway when it doesn't feel right, why not just give up on it from the start? That's what he was thinking. The squatting girl heard that it would avoid further complications and maybe even be good for the election. He always wondered why she was doing tarot readings, but now he understands. Kang Lim closed his eyes and said that it was just her kindness. He thought that all the actions in the webtoon weren't just because the male lead was there. Rami turned to him with embarrassment, and then she said with confusion that it sounded too weird. The red-faced guy was shocked to hear that it sounded like a perverted pickup line. He exclaimed that he didn't mean it that way. The blonde said that she was completely frozen. Peeking out from behind the umbrella, she asked if the older man had a crush on her by any chance. She asked him honestly for help without any other intentions. Guys often get things wrong. Kang Lim said that it was not like that. Rami said as she stood up that she had a tendency to faint easily. She did not think she could withstand an attack from 3 sides. The hero indignantly exclaimed that it was not so. Could she listen to him? He thought, was this a failed confession? Rami laughed embarrassedly, saying that she felt a little more inspired by his words. Suddenly, she sneezed sharply, surprising the boy. A cat's head appeared from under the bushes. The heroes turned around in shock and exclaimed that here it was, right here. On the wall was a sign that said the director's office. In the carriers sat 3 cats. The director with curly black hair laughed and thanked them both. Thanks to them, his babies were returned safe and sound. The students stood in front of the principal. Rami was thinking about that afro hairstyle, and the guy was thinking that it was surprising that this person was not from ESW. The principal closed his eyes and said that their student Rami. She was running for the post of the head of the festival planning committee. As a member of the school, he would support her. The girl looked at him enthusiastically and asked, "Is that true?" She heard that if she was elected, he would give the festival his full support. She clenched her fists happily and thanked him, saying that as the head of the festival planning committee, there was one event that she always wanted to hold. The principal asked what that event was. Enthusiastically clenching her fists, Rami exclaimed that fireworks. She really wanted to hold fireworks. Thoughtfully scratching his chin, the principal said that fireworks were indeed the highlight of the festival. However, due to emerging security issues, they have been suspended for several years now. May I know the reason? Rami was confused when asked why the student wanted to organize them. She replied that it was because her hobby was tarot reading. Standing in front of the principal, the blonde said that this is why when she consults others, she hears different stories, and among them, one of them struck a special chord with her. She imagined a building with a red fence and said that this story was about a special child born into a unique family. The blonde stood in front of the lined-up maids. The girl said that the child was born with many gifts, and many were taken away as payment for them. Palms reaching for the tarot cards, she continued that because the child's exceptional abilities did not go unnoticed, her parents had to travel the world from an early age, using their abilities day and night without rest. The girl sat surrounded by chains. Moreover, in order to prevent the mixing of personal feelings, they even forbade making friends and meeting other people. She pictured a running blonde, saying that this was how the child often ran away from home, leading a nomadic lifestyle. Rami introduced a man who spread his arms with a smile and said that during one of these outings, this child's first friend said that she doesn't know how to have fun with friends. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that then, this time, they will go to the festival together. They arrange fireworks, so it will be fun. This is a promise. The red doors were surrounded by chains. A rumble was heard. With her hands behind her back, Rami said that, speaking, the child could not fulfill the promise. Their parents found them and returned home. The heroes looked at the blonde in amazement, who lowered her eyes and said that she could not forget the story of this child. Rami smiled and said that during the festival she wanted to see the fireworks. The sky was painted with the colors of the sunset. Words were heard that she was glad. The heroes were going down the stairs. Kang Lim said that the director seemed to be positive about it. The girl replied that yes, it would be in November, but she was already looking forward to it. Smiling at the guy, she thanked him for agreeing to her rather abrupt request. Leaning over, she smiled slyly and said that she would now fulfill one of his requests. As promised, whatever he wants, let him ask for anything. Kang Lim looked at her thoughtfully and said, really, anything. Rami coquettishly showed a peace sign and said yes, and why is the elder asking what he wants to ask his younger one? The guy asked if she would answer one of his questions. He stood in front of the girl and asked, the story she just told, is it about her? The heroine looked at him excitedly and asked why he thinks so. The guy scratched his head and said that he was a homebody. Or rather, almost a YouTube phantom. He searches for different things, following the algorithm. He handed the girl the phone, saying that some time ago he accidentally discovered this channel. On the screen was a channel of a girl who does tarot. He said that this is a consultation channel, which is led by a specialist in fortune telling on tarot. Among the 1.7 million subscribers, most are foreigners. They are mystics who communicate only through a handheld camera and chat. The blue-haired looked at the girl, saying that therefore they held a question and answer as an event for subscribers, and during this time among the stories. The girl silently heard that their desire to see fireworks. They ran away from home because of family problems, and broadcast in order to earn a living. That was the content. The guy looked down, saying that now, after listening to her story, he wondered if she could be this YouTuber and the story she just told. The girl lowered her head, hearing if it could be her own story, because if it was, then everything made sense. The boy thought that of course everything made sense. He looked down thoughtfully, thinking that because he knew it, as always, thanks to ESW, but for that very reason he couldn't let it go unanswered. The girl standing in front of him remained silent, and then, without looking up, she said that she wondered how the elder knew about it, but she was more interested in why he wanted to know. With her hands clasped behind her back, Rami said that if what he said was true, if she were the child in this story, would anything change? The girl grabbed her wrist shyly and said that she had already told him, fate cannot be changed no matter what. She only wanted to enjoy the time she had left. She looked at Kang Lim with a smile and said that this is why she won't answer. She doesn't want to involve him in her family's affairs. It's a really bad family. A man in a tie walked up to her and asked if that was too harsh. The white-haired guy said with a smile, "It's been a while, isn't it?" Rami turned around in shock and asked why he was here at this time. Kang Lim thought that as expected, he showed up. The white-haired guy smiled and said that he came to pick up Rami. She knew, didn't she? Even if the elders knew about everything all along, they still let her go until now. The guy walked closer to the surprised girl, saying that they gave her a reprieve, but due to some circumstances, their schedule got pushed back a bit. Kang Lim looked at him tensely and thought that this was the villain guy from this week's Rami episode, and also a member of that family. At the same time, he was also really disgusting. He imagined the hand placed on the girl's head, the bearded man and the tarot cards. Quotes appeared in his mind to maintain power in the family. Imagine how unusual it would be if their abilities were combined. Let her fate accept it. Only then can the blessing be passed on from generation to generation. With a sly smile, the white-haired man asked if she didn't want to be beaten. Why didn't she follow him politely? She didn't want to wear a wedding dress while covered in bruises. Kang Lim thought it was Rami's fiancée. The girl gritted her teeth and called him crazy. They say he's still talking that nonsense. The groom said that this time it's different. He spread his arms out to the sides and added that it was a decision made by the elders in the family, then asked if she knew what that meant. The girl trembled in fear. The guy added that she knew what would happen if she resisted them. The hero looked at the scared girl. Her groom smiled, said that he felt better and that he thought he would have to make a mess again this time, but apparently that won't be necessary. He extended his hand to her and added that as he expected, his girlfriend understood everything well. The hero grabbed his wrist. He frowned and told the blonde to ignore him when he was standing right in front of him, then asked if he looked like an NPC. He smiled and asked who he was, since he hadn't seen him while exploring the area. Kang Lim frowned and said that he should take a good look, because the guy would remember him for the rest of his life. The groom said that the young man was not her boyfriend, which meant that he was a friend she had recently made. He smiled ominously and said that in any case, it was okay for them to interfere in someone else's family affairs without understanding the situation, because it was unacceptable. He swung his hand with incredible speed. The girl suddenly shouted at him to stop. The guy froze in place, stopping his blow. She trembled, lowered her head and asked him to stop, saying that she would follow quietly, but he should not touch anyone. The groom agreed, pulled his hand away and said that he would give her a week to settle everything. He looked at her angrily and reminded her of the fate she was born with and the responsibilities that came with it. The guy walked away. The guys looked after him. The hero shook his fist and decided that he was ready, but he just couldn't take it. He turned slightly pale and thought that even if he had to die and go through this moment again. The girl grabbed his jacket. She looked down and asked him not to do this because she was fine. Da-hee and Young-ah noticed them. They went to the guys, asking what happened and who was standing next to the guy. The girl looked at Kang Lim in surprise. The hero frowned and said that something happened, and in fact, he needed their help. Rami remembered how she was very capricious as a child and said that she did not want to do this. She wanted to go out and play. Her father looked at her sadly. The girl added that she was tired of reading the tarot every day. The man said that she was causing a scene because she had grown a little. He looked at her angrily and decided that he had no choice. Slaps and blows were heard from behind the door. Abrasions appeared on the girl's arms. The man turned his back to her and turned to the president and asked him to continue. The dark-haired guy bowed to him, thanked him and said that he would take immediate action as per the instructions. The man chuckled and said that he should be in a stable position because with this both corporate and internal affairs should be resolved smoothly. He turned to his daughter and said that she had worked so hard this time and performed exceptionally well. The girl was lost but looked ahead. The man patted her and said that they should continue and that the CEO and the minister were next on the list. He turned his back to the girl and said that even if it was difficult, this was their family's destiny. Rami imagined an angry figure looking at her. Father said that her special gift should be used for the benefit of everyone. The girl agreed with his words. She came out of her memories, lowered her head and said that when she felt that her body and mind had reached their limit, she often ran away from home. The boys listened silently as she told them that their family mostly worked abroad and that she had specifically returned to her hometown to hide and had even gone so far as to change schools in order to be unnoticed, but it seemed that they had still found her. She raised her head, closed her eyes, and added that she thought that once she became an adult, they would finally let her go, and she planned to endure at least a year, that this was the last stage. The boys listened tensely to her story. Dahi frowned and asked who the person who had come for her was. The girl touched her chin and said that the elders in the family believed in blood ties, and they believed that this gift of prophecy was inherited through blood ties, so in order to keep the ability within the family. The girls looked at her in shock when she said that they were trying to avoid external leakage and were continuing the line in this way. The blonde closed her eyes and said that it shouldn't even be called outdated, because for this reason the family determines the partner for marriage, and this person was exactly him. She opened her eyelids and said that he was perfect because he had the ideal character that grandfather wanted. Fluffy clouds floated in the sky of a certain hotel in Seoul. The car doors opened slightly. The blonde guy got out of it. The guards stopped 3 men asking him for salvation. They asked him for a work plan with worried expressions, saying that at this rate they were tied up and the companies would go bankrupt, and that they were on the verge of losing their family ties with their father-in-law. The young man waved his hand and said that it was normal. He smiled and added that this is why he warned them, saying that their fate was unusual. If they had accepted his help then, this would not have happened. The men looked at him tensely, telling the house that they were wrong, and that back then they thought fortune-telling was too expensive. They fell to their knees in front of him, saying that they would prepare cash if he gave them time. The young man replied in the negative and said that the price would never be the same. He looked at them with a smile and said that recently, after acquiring a consortium as a result of a merger, they invested in a small company. The men looked at him tensely. The guy added that although it seemed secondary at first glance, in fact, it was the basis, and even considering their family members and some unknown foreign acquaintances were preparing for a public offering and had passed the pre-qualification, and they had strong connections with the main company. One of the men frowned and asked how he did it. The guy smiled and asked to transfer his half of the shares they owned in this company, and this would be his fee for predicting their future, and they said that this was not a joke. What else did the guy not understand? Because if their future could be expressed in one card, it would be death. The businessman felt an ominous energy from him. The guy said that only he knows how to avoid this future. The young man added that they must make their decision and transfer the shares to him. He smiled widely. The man presented a giant snake. The guy said that otherwise they must face death. The door of the club was closed. Rami raised her eyebrows and said that her brother sees people only as a tool, and wants only a means to inherit the power of the entire family for this monster. Yang-soo crossed his arms and said that it is difficult to understand and that this is a story that is hard to believe. The girls looked at her in shock, saying that they can report domestic violence because it is a crime. The gamer girl confirmed this and said that if it becomes a public matter, the family may have no other choice. The blonde looked down and said that she had already thought about it, but the main clientele of their family includes conglomerates, politicians, and even the mafia, both domestically and internationally. She smiled slightly and added that recklessly exposing herself would only endanger her life, and in the first place, it was impossible due to her brother's ability. Dahi looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. The girl said that it might seem unbelievable, but she imagined a blonde guy and said that he was able to predict their future with cards and avoid any upcoming disasters. The girls looked at her tensely. The blonde frowned in shock and asked if it was possible. The guy mentally said that this was the problem. He looked down and added that even when he found out about it, he was amazed, because it was just a superpower, and he also assumed that he could handle this little villain like last time, despite all the tricks he tried. The hero turned his gaze to the girls and noted that he had never felt so hopeless as when he first saw the girl's fiancé. Rami closed her eyes, smiled and said that it was no big deal and in fact she didn't mean to ask for help, but she was worried that they might interfere without fully understanding the situation, so she wanted to warn them how dangerous it was. She looked at the guy with glasses and asked them to act like they didn't know anything. The girl raised her head and said that she did not run away because she could not accept the situation of the family, because she knew that her fate was already predetermined, but she just wanted to enjoy a little rest. Looking at the ceiling, she added that she wanted to go out and explore the world, observe people who need help with her abilities. She shrugged her shoulders and looked down. Smiling softly, she hoped that there were no more misunderstandings, and then said that she regretted missing the festival. She looked at the hero and asked if she could ask him for one favor. Leaning towards him, she asked him with a smile to be her boyfriend. The guys were stunned by what they heard. The girls frowned in shock and exclaimed in surprise. Rami went out with the guy into the hallway and asked if he had thought about it. The hero scratched his head and said that if you add it all up, she wants him to be her one-night stand because she needs someone to watch the fireworks with her. She looked away, confirmed it, and said that she found out that in a few days, the amusement park was organizing an evening fireworks show, and it would be a little weird to go there alone. The boy raised his hand. The girl added that she can't ask someone who doesn't know about the situation to do that. The hero thought that this happened in ESW too, but he never expected that after he became the main character, this part would remain the same. The girl covered her mouth with her phone and asked if he was happy that he would be the boyfriend of such a cute girl. The boy stutteredly agreed. She turned sideways to him and said that everything was fine, and he could take it as some kind of payback, after which she proposed her first and last date. The hero glared at her. The girl asked if this was his first and last date too. Kang asked who decided that this was the last date. He scratched his cheek sheepishly and said that he had no reason to refuse. The girl smiled broadly and said that in that case, they had agreed, and she had already specified the time and date for the meeting in the park. Ho-chun turned to Da-hee and asked her to show him the script when she was done with it herself. The girl agreed to do so. She sat down on the stairs and said that everything seemed like an unrealistic plot, because telling everything exactly as it happened would complicate everything she was worried about too much. The blonde frowned and decided that they had developed some kind of kinship, even though she did not know her very well. Da-hee remembered her past and the story her childhood girlfriend told her. She remembered her expression when the girl asked the guy to be her boyfriend and decided that this conversation was a little embarrassing to her. She quickly shook her head and said that it didn't matter since it was between them and it didn't concern her. Frowning slightly, the blonde decided that she needed to find a way out during the rest of the week. Her classmates gathered around Rami's desk. The boys noticed this from behind the door. The gamer girl looked at her and asked what they could do. The guy with glasses replied that he thought it was almost impossible. He looked at the blonde and said that even her previous incident was difficult since she was kidnapped and it was dangerous. But this time it was even more serious since it was beyond their abilities as students. Siren turned to him and said that it was hard for her to say this, but even if she had to use her position. Young-ah interrupted her words and said that she felt sad. The blonde smiled widely. Young-ah said that she was talking about the way the blonde spoke to them. She frowned slightly and said that the girl looked like she had already accepted her fate, and that it saddened her. A bright sun hung over the city. The girl was born in a light, beautiful outfit, frowned and said that the guy was late. The young man rested his hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. The girl said menacingly that he was late for a date that was supposed to be the first and last, after which she said that he was disqualified. She closed her eyes, raised her hand and said that since he ran so hard, she would just let it go. The hero thanked her and said that he had to quickly stop somewhere. Rami looked at him in confusion and asked what it meant. The guy smiled and said that he had to take care of what was where. A hum was heard in the crowd of people. Rami raised her eyebrows in surprise. The guy frowned slightly. The girl said that there were a lot of people around, and this was her first time in such a crowded place. The young man thought that there were a lot of people around, and apparently all the sociable citizens from all over the country flew out because of this weather. The girl turned to him with a smile and said that they could immediately sort it out because of her family affairs, so there was no need for unnecessary sentimentality, because he needed to properly play the role of her boyfriend. The guy looked at her in surprise, saying that he understood everything. The blonde suggested that they quickly go inside. There was a long line at the entrance. The heroes looked at the length of the lines and thought that one ride would probably take about 30 minutes. And although it is called free entry, it is basically a ticket to the line, but he does not understand why people like to come to such places. Rami looked at the map and began to think over a plan of action. She smiled widely. The guy looked at her with a smirk. Rami looked at him and asked if there was a place he wanted to go. The boy leaned towards her and said that there really wasn't one. The girl looked at him with a big smile and said that right next to them, there was a special drink in collaboration with Penger for a limited time, after which she suggested that he take it, ask him later if his throat was dry. He looked at her in surprise and said that they had already had a drink on the way to the park. She closed her eyes, slammed the card shut and said that he got minus 10 points. The boy looked at her in confusion. The girl put her hands behind her back and said that she would rate him as her boyfriend for the whole day. If he got 100 points, she would give him a special gift. However, if he got 0 or negative points. The girl came closer and whispered in his ear that she would tell Dahi that they did something. The boy blushed in embarrassment and said that she was crazy. The girl added that this is why she tells him to do everything right. She touched her lip and asked him to disappear right now. The boy quickly ran to the side and said that she really liked teasing him, after which he asked her to stay where she was, saying that he would go get drinks. The girl replied that she would like to go too, but she would stay in line. She watched the boy run away. Exhaling heavily, she thought that she usually noticed things pretty quickly, and she had noticed some things in their group for a long time. She schematically imagined the relationships between the participants and thought that there was a romantic conflict inside. So, apologizing for taking up his time today was a kind of harsh gratitude, because she wanted to try to understand how the older one might feel. She turned slightly pale, imagined his image and added that it was difficult for her to understand this in reality, because he was there for teasing, but as a romantic object he was completely unsuitable. The hero quickly shook his head, saying that he was back, and the line apparently had not moved at all. The girl took a drink from Kang Lim and thanked him. The guy said that he had something else. He took out a small cat keychain and said that he saw it on sale at the counter, so he decided to buy it as a small gift. She glanced timidly at the keychain. The young man asked if he liked this character. He smiled slightly and added that she had the same one on her smartphone case when he saw him last time. And earlier at the entrance he saw her looking at a child who was carrying such a toy, after which he thought that what he saw in ESW was the biggest hint. The girl blushed slightly and said that she liked it, after which she sincerely thanked him. The guy looked at the embarrassed companion. Rami thought about what happened to him, because he is very unexpected in such aspects. Fluffy clouds floated under the sky above them. The girl said with a smile that he was only at 0 so far, after which she asked him to try better. The young man asked her for time for a break. The girl was very happy, sitting in the attraction. The guy turned pale with fear. The situation did not change on the other attraction. The young man fell to the ground face first. The hero walked serenely through the fear room, while the companion trembled with fear. They went outside and took snacks. The guys went into a cafe and had a good lunch. The girl smiled broadly. The rays of the setting sun painted the sky amber. The guys sat down on a bench. The girl said that she had a lot of fun, and that this was her first time playing like this all day. He looked at her and said that if it was true, he was glad, because this was his first time at an amusement park since elementary school, so everything was fresh and interesting. Suddenly, a voice came over the loudspeaker saying that the 30th anniversary parade was about to start. The girl said that it was probably about to start, and rumor had it that there would be fireworks at the end of the parade. She noticed that the guy was holding a photo in his hand with a disgruntled expression. The girl suggested that they go somewhere where they could see the fireworks better. She took the photo from him and asked what it was. The photo was taken while they were skating. The guy said that since she had asked him to act like a guy, he took it because she had done a really good job of smiling. She laughed and said that it was too funny. The guy replied that this photo was the best. Suddenly, she moved her fingers and discovered that there was more than one photo. She looked at the guy. They say that he is supposed to have one. Smiling softly, the girl said that it was okay because she would be leaving soon, so there was no need. The guy looked at her. The girl closed her eyes and said that they could stop talking about it. The guys looked at each other. The blonde asked if she had ever read his tarot cards, because she had already done it for other members of the club in the last few days. The guy was surprised and asked when it was. The girl answered that it all happened after school, but he was almost not there. The hero answered that he had things to do. The girl picked up the cards and said that she would read for him right now. The guy did not understand where she got them from. Rami laid them out on the bench and said that she would do a 3-card layout with major arcana, after which she began to think about what it meant. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that the major arcana symbolize the mainstream, and the 3 cards represent the present, the past. He smiled and said that they also show the future, after which he asked if he was speaking correctly. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew about it. Their conversation was interrupted by the girl's fiancé, who approached them. He smiled slightly, heading towards the guys, and told her to stop wasting her talent on such trifles. The girl jumped up from her seat and screamed, asking why he came again, since it had not even been a week since he made his promise. The guy smiled and said that he had just been called by the elders, and that according to him, the schedule had moved. The blonde took a step forward. The fiancé also added that, as she already knew, this Christmas was not only a family event, because it was an important gathering of people from all over the world, and everyone was so busy that it seemed difficult to make a schedule, and unfortunately, her adventure ended at this point. He raised his hand and said that it was time for her to return with him, after which he offered to save many people with their skills, so she should put her selfish thoughts aside and think about the common good. The girl frowned tensely and asked to at least let her finish this parade. The groom smiled broadly and called the girl by name. He began to take off his glove, saying that she already knew how much he hated it when she resisted his words. The girl quickly had memories of her father beating her. She shrugged her shoulders, turned to her companion and said that she needed to leave. The hero grabbed her wrist. He stepped forward and said that they had a date, after which he turned to the groom and reminded him not to ignore him. The blonde guy looked at him in surprise and said that when he looked at the tarot cards, he thought about it, after which he asked if it was possible that the girl was really dating this guy, because he was a little worried about her judgment. Kang Lim jerked in surprise when he heard the words that when the groom studied his biography, he found out that he was quite an incorrigible otaku who started studying at a famous tea shop in elementary school. And recently he even took part in a love concert. The young man said that this was a hidden attack on the psyche. The blonde guy smiled, chuckled and said that the hero also carefully examined one student in middle school. He raised his hand and looked at them with a smile. The girl opened her eyes in surprise when she heard this. Kang Lim scratched the back of his head and said that, apparently, the guy missed the most important thing. He blocked the girl with his hand and said that today he is her boyfriend, and no matter what the interlocutor says, he is not going to give her away. The blonde guy snapped his fingers and said that he will not be able to solve this. Suddenly, security guards in dark suits appeared around. The groom put his hands in his pockets and said that, fortunately, there were no people around because of the parade, and they had already taken care of the video cameras, having captured all the staff, because there was nothing wrong with eliminating a couple of high school students. The blonde looked at her companion with concern and told him to stop, because this was very dangerous, and if this continued, they would take him too. The guy took a step forward and said that she had seen all the exercise machines in the club room, and then asked if she thought that he had trained in vain. The girl replied that he could not mean that. The hero prepared for a fight. The guards headed towards him. They exchanged glances. A rustle ran through the area. The hero grabbed his companion by the hand. He frowned and quickly took off, saying that he was now confident in his run. The guards ran after him. The groom said that they needed to be caught. The guys ran quickly through the park. Her hours was thinking that although he didn't say it as a joke, he was really sure, because he didn't want to get into a hellish loop like last time, and he had already done several reconnaissances alone in several loops. Frowning, he thought that thanks to ESW, he already knew that the groom would be looking for them right after the announcement. The girl gave the client coffee and said that a warm Americano was ready. The guy ran past, snatched the coffee from her hands and said that they needed to get in line. He waved his hand and threw the coffee at the security guards. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that the time was just right if they passed by the right place right now. The security suddenly froze in place. A huge crowd of people had formed in front of them. The hero looked back at them and decided that they had made it, after which he said that the security was blocked by the crowd wanting to see the parade. The girl ran after him with her head down. The guy said that they should go to the 7th gate, because it closes early. If they leave now, they will be able to get out. One of the guards bowed his head and said that they must have lost them. The groom lowered himself to the ground and said that they should not worry, because he already guessed that this could happen, so he was prepared. The passers-by watched him in confusion. The fair-haired guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He saw that he had 2 identical cards in his deck and thought that this was not a major arcana card and that he did not put it in his deck. A stream of wind suddenly blew the cards off the floor. Kang Lim thought that the enemy had the ability to foresee the future. He introduced the main character from the game and added that even he, who had great strength, was cornered several times thanks to this. Then he imagined the image of an ominous smiling enemy and thought that, despite the knowledge of the future, they were unable to react because the body had adjusted, and although the prediction of the future itself was successful, the tarot cards were scattered on the floor. The fair-haired young man sat next to them, thinking that the card symbolizing the future was not alone. The hero finished the thought by saying that at the moment of reality they could not predict any of the actions of the protagonist. The groom frowned in confusion and thought that the guy had several futures, but he did not understand how this was possible. The evening sky descended over the park. The hero looked at his companion and thought that, seeing that the groom could not pursue him, it turned out that the fortune-telling did not work, after which he decided that the existence of the loop was a great relief, because it was impossible to predict the future if it could change. He suddenly fell into his thoughts, thinking that he was left with only one question: how to publicize this incident, because the enemy is too large scale, and even in the game, in the end, they solved the problem by publicizing it. He imagined the protagonist chasing the blonde guy, and added that the enemy knows how to avoid disaster if they set a trap to publicize it. He can avoid it with foresight, and the protagonist stayed by his side for 24 hours to prevent him from fortune-telling with cards. He frowned tensely. The girl timidly told him to stop. The guy thought that, however, he cannot do what the protagonist did. The blonde shrugged her shoulders and repeated her words loudly. The young man looked at her in confusion. She frowned and said that even if he continued in the same spirit, he would not be able to escape forever, and these actions are even. She lowered her head and added that the fate with which a person is born is something that cannot be changed in any way. With her eyebrows lowered sadly, she explained that this was why she had told him that she had already decided to accept her. The guy looked at her blankly and asked if she was serious. The interlocutor confirmed this and said that she had no alternative, because there was simply no other way out. The black car was rushing along the road. The fair-haired young man said that they were there and on the way, and he would also try to arrive on time. He said on the phone that the interlocutor should not worry, because he knew his abilities, and even if there were some delays in the process. The groom smiled slyly and finished the phrase that the public would not know about the end. He went outside, raised his head and said that this was unexpected, because he wondered where the girl had run off to. There was no light in the windows of the building. The guy walked along the corridor. He took hold of the door handle. Looking inside, he turned to the girl and said that she had been inside all this time. The guy looked around and explained that he thought she would run much further, but that guy eventually abandoned her. She turned slightly to him and said that it didn't matter anymore, then asked him not to touch anyone else. Frowning slightly, the blonde added that he had forced her to do tarot readings since she was a child and had abused her, but she would accept anything, even marrying into a family known for absolute obedience to the family, but he should no longer interfere in the affairs of others. The groom spread his arms, agreed, and said that it was a request, so he should obey. But just when he thought a storm was brewing, he wondered why she had become so obedient. The girl looked down. She took a step forward and said that she had run away several times, but she was always chased and was forced to live on the go. She could never stay in one place long enough to create any meaningful memories. The night sky hung over the school building. The girl added that if there was any significant place, it was this school, where she met many people. They talked, laughed, and became closer. In the end, she even began to do fortune-telling on cards for them. Smiling softly, she finished the sentence by saying that there were many people who were grateful and who liked it, and their support encouraged her to try herself on the video hosting. She looked up at the groom and said that, having come there and thinking about it in the memories, she understood the responsibility that comes with the ability that her brother spoke of. Frowning deeply, the girl added that she could sacrifice herself to help everyone else. The groom smiled and said that she thought correctly, because this is how it should be in their family. He stroked the top of her head and said that she should have just accepted this fate. She lowered her head and began to talk heavily. Pushing away from the guy, she said that she didn't want this. Tears appeared in her eyes. The girl added that she understood everything, but she just didn't want this. She remembered standing with Kang in the park. With her head down, the girl then said that she had no other options. The guy looked at her silently. He smiled and asked if she remembered last time, because in exchange for help in the election campaign she said that she would do him a favor, and he asked for an answer. The girl looked at him confused. The hero said that she didn't answer him that way last time, and then asked if she would answer this time. He scratched the back of his head and added that if we put aside the question of what she should do for others, or that she had no choice but to do this. Rami looked at him in surprise. The guy asked what she really wanted to do, instead of what she just said. He lowered his hand and added that he meant what she wanted and not what they were obliged to do. Looking into her eyes, he explained that there is a phrase from a cartoon that he likes, saying that a good choice is the choice that a person makes himself, even if the result is bad. She remembered all the moments of fortune-telling at school. The guy said that he thought it was great and commendable, that she wanted to use her abilities to help others, because if this is really what she wants, then he will not stand in her way and will stop. The interlocutor silently listened to him. The guy asked if she was sure that this is what she really wants. He smiled softly and added that even if she regrets something, while she has no attachments, he hopes that she will be able to choose her own future. The groom listened to her words in confusion about the fact that although she understands perfectly well that they are using her, she feels worthy when people appreciate her fortune-telling on the tarot, because it brings joy and everything is wonderful. She frowned and said loudly that she wants to live for herself and not for others. The guy started to take off his glove, saying that it was a disappointment. He slapped her hard. The guy looked at the girl with disdain and said that she had no choice, because she just had to silently submit to his decisions. The girl with bruises looked at him pitifully. The groom said that only then, that she did not like it. The guys with a camera burst into the classroom. The blonde said with a smile that they tried hard and that they were finishing the showing of a web drama called The Fate of Tarot. The groom turned around in surprise. The guy turned on the light. Silence fell in the room. The guys from the club watched what was happening carefully. Siren and Young all worked on their computers. Comments flashed through the stream chat about how it was so real that they thought it was true. The blonde guy raised one eyebrow and thought that it said there that they were already on the air and wondered what was going on. The hero grinned, looking at him. He remembered how he creaked into a taxi. He fussily turned to the driver and asked him to go faster. The guards looked after the departing car. The girl frowned and said that she did not want to spoil the general mood, but this was most likely impossible in reality. The hero looked at the phone. The girl explained her words by the fact that she had already said that communication with her family. The young man interrupted her words and said that everything was ready. He brought the phone to his ear and turned to Dahi. The interlocutor said that at the moment everything was ready, and that she had distributed an announcement to all the people she knew. The companion looked at the guy in confusion and asked what kind of preparation there was. The hero pushed the phone away and answered that the preparation was in order to publicize the problem, avoiding his bad feeling, or rather, they were going to make an exposure without exposure. Dahi turned the camera to herself and said with a smile that the main broadcast would be more interesting than today's teaser, so they will look forward to it. Rami thanked the donor for the donation. The blonde guy looked at them and thought that they had transmitted all this through the internet and were probably trying to give the incident some eyes. He smiled irritably and thought that this was absolutely impossible because he was in a state of full readiness for publicity but did not foresee anything. He quickly turned to the guy, who said that it was natural that his ability did not work. The hero put his hands in his pockets and added that it was because people were treating this situation as a web drama. He held out his phone and explained that Dahi and the others had been advertising this since yesterday, telling everyone that they were filming a drama. The young man presented a poster of the girls and said that it was a drama called Destiny to Rose, a story of a great escape and an abused child. He scratched his head, saying that the girls said that this was a drama trailer, so they just showed a live broadcast of him treating his fiancée on a video hosting site. So despite all his disgusting actions, everyone thinks that this is just acting for a drama. He looked at the other guy sternly and added that of course, this only applies if he backs down right now. The blonde guy was scared but pulled back and thought that now he understood what had happened. If they had openly stated it, he would have foreseen everything. Frowning, he added that since it was presented as a dramatic shoot, it was beyond his ability to foresee a disaster because it had not yet been revealed. Looking back at the girls, he thought what would happen if he retreated now. Kang Lim smiled and asked if he understood everything now, because if he still tried to take her away, everyone would understand that it was not a drama. The blonde guy looked at him. The young man finished the sentence by saying that everyone would know that the events happened in reality, and he would reveal it to the whole world. There was silence in the air. The groom thought that in order to prevent this from happening, he had no choice but to retreat like this. He frowned as he listened to the words that in other words, this was an exposure without an exposure, because it was possible because he relied too much on his abilities. And in order to gather as many people as possible in one day, the girls heavily advertised the drama everywhere. The heroes raised their hand and explained that if he had been even a little attentive, he would have noticed this earlier, but after he checked their location once. Kang Lim frowned and finished the sentence by saying that the opponent relied too much on his abilities and came to the conclusion that the future cannot be changed. The guy recoiled in fear. The camera was still aimed at Dahi. Siren and Young-Ah were working on their computers. The blonde guy grinned evilly. He grabbed his head and laughed loudly, asking if the guy thought he had succeeded. He looked at him with a smile and asked if the hero really thought he could threaten him with this, because of course it was innovative for children, but the world is not as clean as he thought. He made one call on the phone. The guards quickly climbed the stairs. The girls turned around in surprise. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that just one phone call could make this program disappear and they would be dealt with, making it look like an accident. The hero silently listened to his words about how they underestimated their power and influence. The blonde guy smiled. The phone in his hands rang. He said that apparently the elders had already seen the news. He answered the call and said that he would take care of it and that he was really sorry for making them worry. The old man interrupted his speech and said that it was too late. The guy froze in confusion when he heard the words about how they could not break ties and leave. He quickly looked at the phone. The boy frowned and asked what it meant. He raised his hand and said loudly that it was a small mistake, but they could still fix the situation. The old man put his hands on his canes and said loudly that the boy had forgotten who their clients were and that they were the kind of people who would not tolerate even a small mistake. And even if they destroyed this program now, rumors would still remain. He was stunned, listening to the words that, given the situation, customers could break off relations with them, fearing that any trace would lead to them. The blonde boy frowned deeply. The old man added that at the moment when they were cornered, they lost, and now their business was at risk, but a little later they would definitely discuss the boy's success. He tried to object, but the old man hung up the phone. He looked around in fear and decided that he believed in the power and family. The boy imagined dark snakes. Suddenly he noticed the snake opening its mouth at him and thought that everything had turned against him. The hero approached him and asked him why he thought the world revolved around money and power when he thought it was essentially true. Kang Lim smirked and said that since that reality was worse, in comics or novels they insert characters who come back from the future to create nice plot twists, and that he accidentally encountered such a character. The blonde guy looked at him and asked what he meant. The hero smiled widely. He waved to his girlfriend and said that he missed the scene and then asked if he could film it now. The girl smiled confusedly. She ran up to them and asked them to leave it to her. Smiling evilly, she flexed her fists and said that this scene was number 38, a manifestation of justice. The girl swung her fist viciously. She hit the guy on the cheek with all her might. The blonde boy fell to the floor unconscious. The guards dragged him away. The blonde put her hands on her hips and exhaled heavily. The doors suddenly slammed shut. Rami knelt down. The blonde turned to her and asked if everything was okay. The girl replied that everything was fine, but she lost her strength for a moment. The gamer girl left the room and said that they had interrupted the broadcast. Yoonga asked if it was over. Rami's phone was deleting all data. Suddenly, a notification appeared with a message that they would definitely be pursued. The girl smiled and said that she thought this was not the end, because this old woman would not let her go so easily. The hero put his hand in his pocket and said that at least they could catch their breath for a while, after which he thought that there were ways to cope with the consequences. He looked at her and asked how she felt. The girl looked at him in confusion. The hero smiled and asked if her fate had changed. Tears welled up in her eyes. She confirmed this and laughed slightly. The girl remembered all her past injuries. Tears rolled down with renewed vigor. She raised her head and burst into loud cries. The guys put up a sign for the recording room. The blonde looked inside and, turning to Young-ah, asked if she should check this part of the console, because everything should be as in the operating instructions. They used this place without telling anyone, so everything should be returned to how it was. The brunette turned around confused, agreed and said that the equipment needed to be reconfigured, but forgot how it was. The gamer took the boxes and said that if the opponents were inactive for several days. The blonde fell inside. The girl added that she would inform her fans about the cancellation of the web drama. Dahi said that she would do the same because the situation had become quite tense. The girls' voices could be heard from the office. The blonde asked the gamer not to put the boxes in that place. Yuna asked where to put the things in her hands. Kang, Lim and Rami were walking through the night city. The girl looked at him and said that she could walk on her own. The guy looked at her and said that everything was fine, because their paths only diverged in the middle anyway, and besides, it was already dark, and there was a chance that her grandfather could do something. He frowned in irritation and decided that if something went wrong until he prepared everything, something terrible could happen. Rami looked at him pitifully, agreed and asked why he helped her if he knew about the danger. The guy with an imperturbable expression said that, as he had already said, if he had closed his eyes to this and not helped her, he would have regretted it. The girl looked at him in surprise. She lowered her eyebrows and thought about how the more they talked, the more unusual he seemed. Suddenly, she noticed a bag in his hand and asked what it was. He picked it up and said that after they arrived at the recording room and while they were all getting ready, he had nothing to do and decided to go to a convenience store. The guy scratched his head and added that since it was already late, he thought that she would get hungry after everything was over, but from what he could see, the atmosphere was not very conducive to that. The girl looked at the bag with great appetite. The lanterns illuminated the night street. The girl took out a pack of goodies with a smile and said that she liked them. The hero smiled softly. The girl looked at the bun with great appetite. The guy said that he liked them too, and in fact, he tried them after seeing them on a webtoon, and they were really delicious, especially the ones with cream filling. The girl bit into the bun and thought that it was unexpected, but their tastes are quite similar and perhaps biased, but seeing that he reads comics and such, she thought that they had nothing in common. She remembered and thought that recently he was a little. Rami blushed slightly and noted that he was cool. The guy was looking at the phone screen. The girl wondered if she would have fallen in love with him if he had the appearance that she liked. She chewed on the bun and thought that she should start reading webtoons, because a long time ago she only read a couple of comedies and that was it, and now seemed like a good opportunity to start doing it again. She raised one eyebrow and wondered where she got these thoughts from. The girl looked in front of her and decided that she might not see him again at all as soon as their pretend relationship comes to an end from the family squabble is settled. The boy asked if she was sad. She looked at him with a smile. The guy reminded her of the fireworks. He looked into her eyes and said that they were interrupted before they saw them at the amusement park, and she was looking forward to it. The interlocutor closed her eyes, smiled and said that it was true, but there was not much time. But if her problems with her family are solved, then they will be able to see this show during the school festival in November. The young man frowned and asked if she meant that they can watch it later. The girl in response asked what he meant by this and whether it is possible to watch the show other than at the festival. The hero looked away and awkwardly said that he prepared something. The blonde looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Suddenly, a shining object whistled into the air. Fireworks exploded in the sky in front of them. The girl looked at them with admiration. Many explosions thundered in the air, and he was not handsome in different colors. The guy with glasses waved his hand, standing at the launchers. Kang Lim looked at this with annoyance and thought that he emptied all the school's supplies. The girl looked at him with admiration. The guy said that no matter what, she went through a lot that day, and he can talk for a long time about the choice and so on, but he understands that it was not an easy decision for her. He scratched his cheek and said with a smile that this was his way of praising her for her good work. He closed his eyes, smiled widely, and added that he himself was looking forward to the fireworks. Rami raised her head and asked what she should do. She looked in front of her. The guy asked if she was talking about where it all came from. Then he told her that they were fireworks that they didn't use at the previous festival, and that they were stored in a warehouse, and the director asked to check them beforehand for safety reasons. He looked up and added that he didn't expect it to be so impressive, then asked if it was okay to use them so irresponsibly, besides possible complaints. The girl turned to him, wondering what he should do. The guy thought that his friend was enjoying it to the fullest. She remembered how she teased him and thought that he wasn't her type at all. She had teased him a few times, but she didn't mean anything like that, so now she didn't know what to do. She blushed all over, pursed her lips, that she really fell in love with him. The boy brought his hand to his eyes and said that it was incredible, and that's why every autumn popular people gather by the river and watch things like this. The girl pursed her lips. She yelled at him loudly and said that he had cream on his face. The guy replied that he didn't think he had eaten anything. She poked him with her finger and smeared the filling on his cheek. He was annoyed. He frowned and asked what she was doing. The faint light of the lantern was scattered along the street. The girl asked if he remembered that she had rated him as her boyfriend, and until now the score was negative. But during this time he earned 200 points. The boy asked what kind of nonsense in the style of a training camp was this. She moved closer to him and said that this meant that she had to give him a special gift. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. She kissed him lightly and licked the cream from his cheek. He instantly blushed. The girl jumped up from her seat and said that this was her gift, because she was his girlfriend for today. The guy grabbed his cheek and looked at her angrily. She put her hands behind her back and asked what was the matter. Fireworks were sparkling brightly above her head. The girl put her hand to her mouth and asked if it was because of her. The boy blushed even more. He jumped up from his seat and sternly told her not to tease him, then asked if she really liked it, because if she continued to behave like this, she would get into trouble. The girl playfully said that she would look forward to it. The morning sky hung over the city. The boy yawned widely, leaving the room. Min Jiang looked at him and asked where he had been, because even though it was vacation, it did not mean that he could walk around until 1 in the morning. The boy replied that he was very busy. His sister called it that. He opened the refrigerator and said that there was nothing to eat, after which he decided to make ramen. His sister asked him to make her some too. He put the water on the stove and thought that this incident had many implications, and the scale of the incident was serious, and like in the game, it was reported in the media twice, just like the stalker incident. He opened the noodles and thought that it was a nightmare to go through this again, and he wanted to end it quickly, so he decided to use the evidence of money laundering and other corruption cases that were mentioned in ESW. He lifted the pack above the water and decided that the core of the corruption was a company with an unusual name, that they existed in reality, and that he remembered the name exactly, but the problem was how to report it, because it would be difficult to expose the corporation during a live broadcast. He imagined a blonde holding a box in her hands and thought that an unexpected gift had arrived, in which the CEO of a fashion brand they had recently encountered sent her a dress, expressing his gratitude. He frowned slightly and thought that along with the dress, he also put a business card, telling them to contact him if they needed help, so he decided to use the card right away. Min Jiang watched the news, which said that an anonymous source had received a tip about corruption in a certain company, and that the prosecutor's office was already reviewing charges including economic crimes under aggravating circumstances. The guy put the saucepan on the table and said that the food was ready. He sat in front of the monitor and thought that the fact that he had pitted one force against another worried him a little, but as long as he could sleep peacefully at night, everything was fine. He suddenly saw a notification for Rami's live broadcast. The girl was sitting in front of the camera and smiling as she read a message in the chat that a person was worried that the fortune-telling results might be unpleasant. She smiled widely, closed her eyes, and said that the person did not need to worry, because whether it was a tarot reading or fate itself, everything could be changed. The young man grinned when he heard this and thought that he could rest for now anyway. The girl suggested reading a story that one of the subscribers had sent them. The schoolchildren were passing by the gates of the school. The girls loudly apologized to Siren. They looked at her worriedly. The dark-haired girl said that she thought they wouldn't be able to go for a walk as they had planned, because her mother had told them to go home right now. The red-haired girl said that she had been interrupted by her sudden tutoring. The gamer girl smiled softly and said that she understood them, that it was okay because they could visit their friend another time. The girls quickly ran away, saying that they would be free next week, after which they suggested meeting on Monday. The gamer girl agreed and asked them to take care of themselves. She looked sadly after them. Looking ahead, she thought about how her schedule was suddenly empty. Kang Lim and Dahi said they were busy today, and as for the rest, the girl remembered Rami rushing into the club room with a smile and asking if Kang Lim was inside. She quickly turned around and walked away after hearing the words that he wouldn't be coming today. The gamer girl looked down and thought that if she remembered that they were reading thorough when they first met. Siren remembered looking at the cards and the girl telling her that instead of thinking about how to deal with love rivals, she should focus on cultivating her inner self because it will increase the likelihood of winning the heart of the one she likes. The gamer girl looked at her in surprise, asking what this meant. The girl said that it was just personal advice because when someone has had a lot of love experiences, men become a little forgetful. Rami approached the other girl with a smile and said that she should take a more assertive approach, like. Siren blushed embarrassedly. The girl put her finger to her lips and quietly continued to speak. The gamer girl blushed deeply, standing on the street. She shook her head and thought that even if she cherished her inner self, she was not sure because until now, games were everything to her. Walking past a crowd of people, she thought about how now that she decided to take a break, she did not know how to fill all this newfound free time because her only skills and hobbies were related to games. She raised her hand and said that they needed to find something other than games. A shopping mall. A young man in front of a shelf with goods and was indignant about the fact that his mouse broke now and when the weekend begins. He angrily looked at the new mouse and said that everything is much cheaper on the internet, so he prefers online shopping. Suddenly, he heard a crash and turned around. Two girls collided with their shopping carts. One of them apologized and said that she did not see where she was going. The boy wondered who it was and why she was buying so much at the local store. The gamer girl looked out from behind the boxes and said that, fortunately, the stranger was not hurt. The guy approached her and asked what brought her there. The girl asked why he was in this store at all. She frowned tensely and asked why he went outside on a day off. The boy asked irritably if she thought he had some kind of disease that kills him if he leaves the house. He looked up at the box and said that his mouse suddenly broke and he came to buy a new one, after which he asked what she needed. She touched one of the goods and said that she came to buy a couple of cleaning gadgets, because Yura will soon come to visit her. The guy said that this is not a little. He looked at her with a stern expression. The girl said that it was a new vacuum cleaner from Company 5, and that this updated version had more features. The boy thought that she had found something new again. He looked at the box and asked how she was going to carry it all. She thoughtfully touched her chin. Looking at the guy, she said that she would do her best. The boy replied that he did not think that would work. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky. The girl thanked him for his help. The boys walked next to each other. The girl said that if it were not for him, she would be in big trouble. The guy replied that it was okay because he had nothing else to do anyway. He looked at her and asked if it had been a long time since she moved in with them, and if she bought things like a vacuum cleaner when she first moved in. The girl looked ahead and said that up until now she had left her apartment mostly empty and lived in a dorm most of the time. The boy said that it must be comfortable. Kang looked at her uniform and asked why she was still wearing it since she said she was going to buy new clothes. He remembered how the girl said that she had made a deal with her classmates to buy clothes together since there was no reason to continue wearing this uniform. She remembered how she looked at the crowd of people in confusion and said that she had indeed gone shopping and that she had gone with her classmates, but before she knew it, it had turned into an autograph session for fans. The boy looked at her in a stupor and said that she had had a hard time. The girl replied that after that, she had ordered a few things online. She looked back with a smile and said that if he didn't mind, she could try them on for him. The boy replied that you didn't mind, but he wasn't sure how useful his opinion would be. The girl closed her eyes and replied that he had helped carry her things so he could come in for tea. She smiled slightly, looking at him. Suddenly, she looked at him tensely and asked him to wait a minute at the door because she was not ready at all. She went inside. A crash was heard from behind the door. The guy sweated in confusion, thinking about what was going on there, after which he asked her if she was okay. The girl was tidying up in a frenzy, shouting that he definitely shouldn't come in now. The door creaked open. She said that everything was okay now. The guy looked at her in surprise. The girl changed into light clothes and asked how she looked, because these were the clothes she had talked about earlier. He blushed and said that it was not bad. The girl asked him to wait a minute, because there was more. She put on another set and asked what he thought of this style, which she had never tried. She began to change into new clothes, asking the guy's opinion. The young man sat down on the floor and said that they all looked good, and although he had not said this before, but the girl stood in front of him with her arms outstretched. The guy asked if the regular uniform would not be enough if it was for school. He imagined her slightly frowning and agreeing with him, and thought that she would probably react like this. The girl bowed her head and timidly agreed with him. She turned away from him. Pursing her lip, she thought that this was all on purpose. The gamer remembered how her friends told her that the uniform did not suit her, after which they asked if she had someone she liked, because this was evident from the interview. The girl blushed embarrassedly. The friends leaned over to her and said that according to the school rules, transfer students can mix and match their casual clothes, so she should take advantage of it. The girl stood with her back to the guy, thinking that she was trying to make a deeper impression on him. She puffed out her cheeks and thought that she knew that this was all on purpose. She unbuttoned her coat and said that she was just going to change her sweatshirt. The girl opened the closet a little, from which a bunch of things fell out. Various junk fell on her, the guy exclaimed in surprise. The girl tilted her head back and said that she was caught off guard and scared. The guy approached her and asked what caught her off guard and if it could be that the noise he heard outside. Siren confirmed his guess and said that her house was so dirty that she was embarrassed and quickly put the things out of sight. The guy lifted the bag and said that he understood her, then asked why she put the things in the trash bags, then asked if she planned to throw it all away. The girl answered affirmatively and said that when she actually tried to throw them away, and it seemed like it would be a loss, and she wanted to look at them again and save everything that could be useful. He shook the video card box and said that it was empty. The girl replied that she kept it, thinking that it might be needed for after-sales service. The hero took out the broken stand and asked why she didn't throw it away. The girl frowned slightly and said that she thought that she would find a use for it someday. Kang frowned and said loudly that it should just be thrown away and that the girl was acting like a hoarder because she couldn't throw things away. She timidly replied that she left it just in case. The guy objected and said that she should get rid of it and that was the only way to tidy up, because she shouldn't have bought a vacuum cleaner, but thrown things away. She received a call from Yura on her phone. The guy told the girl to start with a garbage bag. The woman was standing outside with a suitcase. She held the phone to her ear. He said that she was wondering if Siren was home. The apartment was sparkling with cleanliness. Kang wiped sweat from his forehead. He asked Siren that it looked like they had already cleaned out most of it. Siren replied that she had thanked him for his help. Kang said that it finally looked like someone was living there. Siren looked ahead, confused. She said that her place wasn't usually that dirty and that she had just bought a bunch of stuff. Kang picked up a bag as he walked towards the exit. He said that he would go throw out the remaining trash then. Siren said that she would order lunch in the meantime, noting that they had already passed that time. There were trash bags by the wall. Kang asked what they would order. Siren suggested ordering jjajangmyeon. Kang asked that she really liked it. The protagonist was putting on his sneakers in front of the door. He said that cleaning had taken a long time and that he could treat himself. The pink-haired girl said that was fine. She picked up her phone after seeing the message. I stopped the protagonist. She looked at the guy with fear, saying that they had a big problem and Yoon-sa was coming straight to them. The brunette looked at the door with excitement. Yoon-sa was outside the door asking Siren if she was there. The red-haired girl was standing near the door. Siren whispered that she had checked her phone recently and she had returned earlier than expected. The brunette asked if she was already outside. The boys looked at the front door in fear. The pink-haired girl apologized to the protagonist, noting that if she saw a man at her house. The brunette said that he understood her. The boy looked at Siren worriedly, saying that she was right outside the door, asking what they should do. Siren said that there was no choice and he should go out the window. The protagonist said that they were above the 20th floor and he would die. Yoon-sa poked her finger at the doorbell, wondering why she was not home and where she could have gone. The red-haired girl opened the door. Siren smiled confusedly, looking at the girl, saying hello to her. Yoon-sa asked that she was still there, noting that she had tried to contact her as soon as she left the airport. The pink-haired girl waved her arms awkwardly, saying that she had just noticed it recently. Yoon-sa asked if that was true and why she was sweating so much. Siren said that she had just finished cleaning her room. Yoon-sa looked at the girl in confusion. The pink-haired girl said that it turned out that she had accumulated a lot of things. Yoon-sa noticed the men's sneakers. She smiled slightly. Yoon-sa said that she just came to personally make sure that she was okay. Even though they had talked on the phone, she was still worried. Siren looked at Yoon-sa in confusion. The red-haired girl said that not only because of the match-fixing scandal, but also because of her interview, asked that the internet has seriously gone crazy. The red-haired girl opened the door to the room. Siren said that she wanted to clarify that she was not talking about anyone in particular. Yoon-sa looked around the room. She said that she was still worried. That's why she came, because her parents asked her to look after her. She feels like she has to do it. The red-haired girl stretched her hands to the closet, saying that it was as if it wasn't there. She opened the closet where the main character was sitting, asking who he was. Kang greeted Yoon-sa with a confused expression. The boys sat on their knees with a guilty look. Yoon-sa looked at them with a serious look, suggesting that they talk. The boys sat around the table. Siren said that it was Kang, and she assured her that he was not a suspicious person. Yoon-sa looked at the protagonist with suspicion. The protagonist noted that her real name was Song Yura, and that she played an important role in Siren's professional debut, noting that it was obvious that she was from ESW. The red-haired girl stared at the guy. The protagonist noted that although she was not one of the 6 main heroines, she often appeared as a secondary heroine in the story, Although secondary, at the same time she could play a role on the level of the main characters. The protagonist looked at the girl with confusion. He noted that in order to interact with her, he needed to get closer to the heroine, adding that since he was not the protagonist, he lowered his guard and did not expect to run into her. He awkwardly looked ahead. Kang Lim noted that he did not know that he would meet her like this, and he had to admit it. The guys sat across from Yoon Seo. Kang Lim noted that this situation looked suspicious even to him, so he could understand her concern, and the problem with this character was that Siren looked at the red-haired girl with a serious expression. She said that Kang Lim was not a suspicious person and he was her close friend from class. Yoon Seo smiled maliciously, asking what he meant by a friend from class like that. The red-haired girl introduced herself as the scoundrel pestering Siren. She said that like those who want to get close to Siren because of her naivety, offering to have fun and relax. The red-haired girl introduced Siren smoking, adding that they would lead her down a crooked path. Yoon Seo narrowed her eyes. She asked what she was talking about these close friends, adding that she didn't look good. Kang Lim asked what she meant by she didn't look good, and where did she get these crazy ideas about friends, and why did she make things so complicated. The pink-haired girl started waving her hands nervously, saying that Kang Lim is not like that and he is in the same club as her. Yoon Seo looked at the boy with displeasure. She asked what kind of club it is. The red-haired girl imagined Siren entering the restroom. She said that she was going to the restroom but she went to the wrong door. There were 3 boys in the classroom. One of the boys asked her what brought her there. Another boy asked if this was not the same Rosentia. The blonde boy approached Siren with a piece of paper in his hands. He said that now she can't just leave without giving them her autograph. Yoon Seo looked at Siren with a stern look. She asked what she was talking about these type of club friends, noting that it would be problematic. Siren said that GMT Young is actually kind, asking if he didn't just ask for an autograph. The pink-haired girl awkwardly looked at the protagonist. She apologized to him, noting that Yoon Seo often worries about little things and could perhaps be called restless or a front-runner at times. The protagonist asked what she meant by that, unlike her. The brunette lowered his head. He noted that although he didn't know she was like that, he wasn't popular or a protagonist. The protagonist said that he never thought that he would be suspected of being normal in his entire life. Otaku trait, getting offended when someone calls them normies. The brunette showed the red-haired girl his phone. He told her to look at it, showing her a flawless list of friends in chat rooms. Yoon Seo said that he probably has 2 phones to lead a double life, asking if that was an unusual number of friends for young people in their day. The protagonist looked at the girl with annoyance, saying that it was not like that, and at least they first met at a good computer club. The red-haired girl asked what he was saying that he met her Siren in a quiet, dark and gloomy place. The protagonist looked at Yoon Seo with displeasure, asking if she did it on purpose. The guys looked at Siren in surprise. The pink-haired girl shouted that Kang Lim is not like that. She became slightly embarrassed, telling her to stop worrying. Yoon Seo looked at the pink-haired girl in surprise. She smiled slightly, asking if it was true, adding that in that case. The red-haired girl looked at Siren with a sly look. She said that she was thirsty, asking if she could get her a warm, cold Americano. Siren did not understand what she was talking about. Kang Lim and Yoon Seo were left alone. Yoon Seo brought the mug to her lips, asking the guy that he was Kang Lim. The brunette said that it was him. Cold sweat was running down the worried guy's face. The red-haired girl asked if there was anything between them. The brunette said there was nothing and he swears it, noting that it was impossible between him and Siren. Yoon Seo put the mug on the saucer, asking what it was, noting that she was glad to hear it. She closed her eyes, saying that Siren should focus on her career, noting that the career of a pro gamer is unfortunately very short. The brunette looked at the red-haired girl in surprise. Yoon Seo said that even when you are at your peak, you just need to get distracted by something else and that's it, the end. The girl looked at the guy with a serious look. She said that especially if it is something as stupid as a date and a relationship scandal can be more serious than the one with the fixed matches. The protagonist looked at Yoon Seo in bewilderment. He didn't understand why she was saying that since no one knew Siren better than her. Yoon Seo looked down sadly, saying that given her current popularity and potential, there was no time for things like dating. The protagonist looked at the girl with a serious look, apologizing to her, saying that he thought she was wrong. The red-haired girl looked at the protagonist in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He said that he could understand her concern about Siren getting involved with bad people, asking that the reason why she shouldn't get into a relationship was because of public opinion and maintaining her reputation. The protagonist lowered his gaze, saying that he didn't quite agree with that, especially if it was about the current Siren. The brunette awkwardly looked at the red-haired girl, apologizing to her, saying that he shouldn't interfere. Yoon Seo said that it was true and it was an unnecessary interference. She slightly opened her mouth, saying that even though she was just friends with him, how dare he butt into it. The red-haired girl smiled slightly, saying that she liked it. The brunette looked at Yoon Seo with confusion, asking what she was talking about. The red-haired girl said that she felt that Siren had changed recently, so she decided to come check on her. She winked at the brunette, saying that he had passed and that he could stay. The brunette asked what she had recently said. Yoon-sa said that she was testing him to see if he was trustworthy. She turned her gaze to the guitar, saying that she had recently mentioned that something was bothering her. There were various things on the shelf. Yoon-sa said that during her sabbatical, she said that she did not know what to do other than play games, and she tried many things in hopes of finding a hobby. The protagonist awkwardly looked at the trash. The red-haired girl imagined Siren knitting. She said that Siren felt like she was stressing herself out, but she thought it was normal for someone her age. The red-haired girl closed her eyes, remembering Siren's embarrassment, even mentioning her expression a while ago. Yoon-sa put her hand on the table, saying that to be honest, she was glad that Siren was becoming more normal in a good way and that she thought he had influenced her a little. She looked at the protagonist with a satisfied smile, noting that that was why she liked it. The brunette looked down embarrassedly, saying that he hadn't done anything wrong. The guitar was standing next to the closet. Yoon-sa asked when they would have an official meeting with his family. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. The red-haired girl asked if he thought it would be too cramped for the two of them. Kang Lim said that she was getting ahead of herself. The boys walked down the road. Young-soo smiled contentedly. He said that using the power of his devil eye at that time, he borrowed the power of the dragon god and destroyed them all. Young-ah asked that it was true and he had already reached the final stage, and it seemed that he had immediately dove in after the last update. Rami awkwardly looked at the guys, asking what they were talking about, and it sounded like they were talking about a game, asking what they were saying in Korean. The blonde looked behind her with a smile, turning to Kang Lim, asking about this game, can they next time? The brunette looked down thoughtfully. The blonde asked the protagonist what was wrong and what happened to him, noting that his expression looked really bad. The protagonist awkwardly looked away, saying that it was just like that. The brunette flinched from the piercing gaze from behind. He abruptly turned around. Kang Lim was looking at the crowd of people. The boys looked at the protagonist with bewilderment, asking what was going on. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, saying that it was nothing to worry about. A black silhouette peeked out from behind the wall, watching the boys. The boys were leaving the classroom. The schoolboy asked what they were going to do in physical education. The boy said that he wasn't sure, but they were done with badminton. The brunette walked down the hallway, looking at his phone. He noted that lately after school he keeps feeling a cold gaze, as if someone was following and watching him, and at first he thought he was just being paranoid, but that was not the case. The protagonist stared ahead with a serious look. He noted that he really couldn't figure out who it was or what they wanted, and it didn't seem like Dahi or the others were sneaking glances at him, and he was sure that there was no other stalker incident. The protagonist continued walking down the hallway. He wondered if there was something in ESW that he might have missed, adding that he spent the whole night remembering the chapter order and rewatching them, but he still had no idea. Kang Lim glanced sideways. He thought that even among all this was surprising, not only after school, but even during school time. The protagonist looked at a black silhouette behind the wall. A terrifying silhouette was peeking out from behind the wall. Kang Lim noted that it was there. He pulled out his eyes, thinking that he was not happy about this, but if it came to the worst there was always a noose, and he did not want to drag this out and strain himself in vain. The protagonist grabbed his head, saying that he was looking at his phone and was in the wrong place, noting that at this rate he would be late for class. The protagonist abruptly rushed down the hallway. The silhouette of a man rushed after the protagonist. They quickly ran down the hallway. The protagonist ran up the stairs. The silhouette of a man ran after Kang Lim. The brunette hid behind the wall, waiting for the man. He suddenly appeared in front of the silhouette, saying that he was caught, asked who the hell he was. The protagonist grabbed the man by the hand. He looked at the man in surprise and asked who he was. The girl looked confused at the protagonist. The protagonist asked that so it was she who was watching him all this time. The brunette said what about it? The girl bowed sharply to the protagonist, greeting him, saying that her name was Yu Na Rai. The brown-haired girl looked at the protagonist with a serious look, saying that for Dahi, she is a younger sister. The gym teacher stood outside, saying that he could not add up the numbers, asking where the last one was. Silhouettes of the guys were visible outside the window. Nari closed her eyes. She said that she was so sorry, and she did not think that it would look like she was stalking him, asking that she upset him and apologized. Kang Lim looked at the girl with confusion. She said that everything was fine. He thought that at least she was not a villain from ESW, so this calmed him down. Nari looked at the floor sadly. The brunette thought it was a relief, but even though she was a sub-heroine, she was also the most dangerous heroine, and he wanted to keep his distance from her if possible, wondering why. He looked at Nari with confusion, asking that if not for this reason, then why did she do it and why was she spying on him? The girl looked away in confusion, saying that she just had to see for herself what kind of person he was. Nari looked at the guy with a serious look. Kang Lim asked why she did this. Nari asked him to be frank. The brown-haired girl looked at the guy with a menacing look, asking what kind of relationship he had with her sister Dahi. The protagonist looked at the brown-haired girl with confusion, asking what kind of relationship she was asking about and where this suddenly came from. The girl lowered her eyebrows, saying that it started shortly after her sister went to Minhak school, and every time they sat down to eat dinner together. Nari remembered Dahi smiling and embarrassed, always talking about the boss. The girl clasped her hands, saying that not once or twice, but every day, she burst out laughing every time she mentioned this boss, and it seemed like he even visited their house recently. Nari looked at the guy with a serious expression. She said that's why she wanted to ask him directly, casually asking if he was dating her sister. The main character started waving his arms, saying that he was not at all, and in fact, they definitely do not have that kind of relationship. The brunette looked at the girl awkwardly. The brown-haired girl asked if that was true. The brunette said that it was indeed true and they were just classmates, noting that they were in the same club, so they just hung out, but that's all. The brunette sighed in relief, saying that she had calmed down, thanking him for his answer. Nari looked at Kang Lim in surprise. The brunette said that if that was the case, she should have just asked earlier. Nari said that she was going to do that at first. She looked away in confusion, saying that to be honest, the more she looked, the more suspicious he seemed. Kang Lim asked why he seemed suspicious to her. The girl noted that she heard what they were talking about with her friend. The brunette remembered a satisfied Yong-soo. The red-haired guy said that he was a being that could erase even the heavens. If they did not obey, then destruction was the only option. Kang Lim said that fine, and then he would send their guys to destroy them. Nari watched in shock. Yong-soo suggested that they torture them and earn a few points before finishing them off. The brunette looked at the protagonist with confusion, saying that this had happened a few times. Kang Lim pointed out that it was just about the game and his friend always talked like that. Nari looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. She said that other than that friend, he was always on his own, and if it wasn't her sister's club, he went straight home, asking if that wasn't suspicious. The brunette raised an eyebrow, asking why she found that suspicious. The brunette widened her eyes. She asked if people usually didn't hang out after school, noting that her friends always came. Kang Lim said that it was just because she did. He looked at the girl with annoyance. He wondered what the hell those popular sisters were trying to bully. The protagonist closed his eyes. Nari said that anyway, that was why she came all the way to school and it was a happy day, their school's anniversary. The protagonist looked at the brown-haired girl thoughtfully. He said that he understood her, asking that if just hypothetically speaking, if he had such a relationship with Dahi, how would she act? Nari tilted her head to the side. She said that she would probably study in detail to determine if he was truly worthy of her sister, and if she saw that he was suitable, she would give her blessing. The girl leaned slightly, exuding a dark aura, saying that if not. The brown-haired girl looked at the protagonist with a terrifying look, saying that absolutely she would not let him slip away. Nari looked at Kang Lim with a frightening look, saying that for the sake of protecting her sister. The protagonist looked at the girl fearfully. He noted that, as expected, just like in ESW, cold sweat ran down the frightened guy's face. Kang Lim noted that she is usually a model student with good manners, but when it comes to Dahi, it is an extreme obsession. Kang Lim imagined the red-haired guy. He noted that this is why even the protagonist could not get the recognition he deserved. And she is not joking, he has faced life-threatening situations before, so he knows. Nari pierced the protagonist with a frightening gaze. She asked why he was like this and that he was just lying to her, noting that he was with her sister as expected. The protagonist looked at the girl in fear, saying that this is not the case, and he made a mistake by asking to spare him, noting that he does not want a knife-edge situation anymore. The brown-haired girl smirked slightly, saying that he was even begging to be spared, all because of her sister. The protagonist thought that her eyes looked like she was about to do something. Nari closed her eyes and smiled, saying that she understood but she would watch for a bit, adding that he should be careful not to cause any trouble. The protagonist said that she looked full of bad intentions. The protagonist widened his eyes. Nari asked if she could make a small request. She lowered her head, asking that he keep this event a secret from her sister since she did not want to cause her unnecessary trouble. Kang Lim looked at the girl with a confused expression, saying that he understood. Nari bowed to the protagonist, apologizing for the inconvenience. The protagonist watched the girl leave. He thought that in order to avoid any further misunderstandings, he might have to keep his distance from Dahi for now. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, thinking that besides school, it wasn't like he had any other occasions to run into Dahi anyway. The name of the school, Minhak, was visible on the board. The protagonist frowned, pointing his finger to the side, asking why she was there. Dahi looked at the guy in surprise, while an angry Nari stood behind her. Dahi asked the boss what happened, and that he also attended this academy. The protagonist looked at Dahi in confusion, asking why she was there, that she also studied at this academy, and did she need it. The blonde pointed at her younger sister, saying that she came to enroll her, but because of the promotions, tuition for 2 became cheaper, noting that she had never attended such events before, so she decided to try for a month. The blonde looked at her sister, asking Kang Lim that they were meeting each other for the first time. Da-hee said that this was Yu Na-rai, their second sister, and this was the boss, whom she had already mentioned several times. The brown-haired girl tilted her head to the side with a smile, saying that she was pleased to meet him, and she had heard a lot about him, adding that her name was Yu Na-rai. Nari glared at the protagonist with a menacing look. She asked Kang Lim that he remembered their agreement and that he should just pretend to be a fool, adding that, besides, he could not have come to the academy after her sister. The protagonist, frightened, looked at the girl. Da-hee asked what was wrong with him, noting that he was acting weirder than usual that day. Da-hee looked at her sister, saying that class would start soon, suggesting to meet in front of the academy after class. Nari agreed, saying that they would see each other soon. The protagonist watched the blonde go. Da-hee told the boss to take care of himself. The protagonist looked at the scary brunette with fear. Nari asked if she hadn't told him to be careful and if it was possible that he was just stalking her sister. The brunette said that he had told her that it wasn't like that and that he had been there for quite some time. The brunette looked at the girl with confusion, saying that he understood her concerns, but they were unnecessary, asking if she really thought Da-hee would fall in love with some bad guy. The brunette spread his arms out to the side, saying that he would actually be more worried about Da-hee bossing someone around. Nari looked at the guy with a scary look, asking what he just said, that he was speaking badly about her sister. The protagonist thought that he had slipped up. Nari gave off a scary aura. She told him to be careful and stay away from her sister, asking what he knew, noting that she was talking about the stalker incident. Kang Lim told her not to worry. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that if he was that bad, then he was nothing like him, adding that they would not run into each other at the academy anymore. The door to the classroom opened slightly. The protagonist, sitting down at his desk, froze, looking away. Nari looked at the brunette in surprise. Her eyes widened. Nari asked him not to tell her that he was actually aiming for her, adding that it couldn't be true, asking if the room assignments weren't a coincidence. The girl looked at the guy worriedly, saying that maybe he was hunting for her sister and her. Nari kicked the protagonist with her foot. She told him that he was a pervert and to stay away from her. Kang Lim said that people would get the wrong idea. The students were sitting at their desks. Nari poked the protagonist in the shoulder with a pencil. The brown-haired girl looked at the guy sheepishly, asking if he could lend her an eraser. The protagonist handed the eraser to the brown-haired girl, saying that of course. The brown-haired girl thanked the guy. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise. Nari was erasing a pencil from a notebook with an eraser. The protagonist asked what happened to her fingers. Nari raised her hand, which had bandages on it. She said that she recently started working part-time at a restaurant. The protagonist asked what part-time job she had. Nari smiled slightly. She said that she had a work permit, and most decent part-time jobs were allowed, so she took this job to help around the house, noting that she was looking for a job that would help with household chores. The girl looked sadly in front of her. She said that even when she tried to cook, her younger siblings refused to eat it, saying that it was not tasty. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. He thought that this detail was not mentioned in the main plot, wondering if it was because she was a sub-heroine. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. He thought that a finger injury and all that, and she was also a bad cook. The brown-haired girl smiled slightly, saying that even if it was not enough, she still wanted to somehow reduce her sister's time. The protagonist smiled, saying that in that case he would support her. The protagonist remembered his younger sister. He said that he also had a younger sister about her age, but the way she acted towards him was really something and made him feel more like an enemy than family. Nari looked at the brunette in surprise. The protagonist said that if he were Da-hee, just the thought of her caring so much would give him strength. The brunette smiled shyly, thanking him, saying that she was pleased to hear it. She looked at the brunette, telling the boss that if he ever came to their restaurant, she would give him special service. The brunette suddenly froze. She looked at the guy in shock, asking how he snuck up on her sister. The students looked at the guys in surprise. Nari said that he was a pervert and he wouldn't fool her. The brunette started to kick the protagonist. The brunette told her not to say anything that could be misunderstood. The brunette said that she would never tell him about the restaurant. The protagonist asked if she could be quieter there. White clouds floated over the city. The brunette walked down the street, thinking that he had been racking his brains over this all weekend, wondering how he should act as a sub-heroine from now on. He looked ahead with a thoughtful look. Kang Lim thought that in essence, this situation was like a short story, so there was nothing life-threatening in it and there were no stalkers, no human traffickers, much less any abnormal people. He put his hands in his pants pockets. The protagonist thought that in the end, he came to the conclusion that it would be better if he did not get involved in this unnecessarily and, of course, to be honest, it was not that he did not want to participate. The protagonist raised his head up, imagining the image of the red-haired guy and Nari. He noted that he also wanted to join the team like an ESW, but such a romantic scenario is intended for the main character. If he tries, then at best it will be comical, and at worst it can turn into a thriller. The protagonist approached the door of the cafe. He noted that he does not want to take risks just to confirm what he already knows, so he is more inclined to not interfere as much as possible. After opening the door, the bell rang. The waiter greeted the protagonist. At the entrance, the guy was met by Nari, asking how many people were with him. The protagonist looked at the girl in shock, asking that this is a joke. Nari loudly put a glass of water on the table. She looked at the protagonist with a menacing look, asking what he wanted to order. Kang looked at the brown-haired girl in bewilderment, saying that her eyes are very scary. He added that it was also a misunderstanding and he went out to buy chicken with mayo, but the lunchbox store was closed. The girl narrowed her eyes, saying that she was mentally raising his danger level from someone to be wary of to a potential suspect. The brunette said that he really didn't know. The waitress closed her eyes, telling him to stay away from her and her sister from now on and not to go near them at all, as she would report him next time. The protagonist asked what she was talking about, noting that it was a bit too much. The brunette looked at the girl with irritation. He asked why she even thought that he needed to be reported. Nari said that as expected, both me and her sister. The man said that he was telling the truth. The red-haired man approached the waitress, saying that he had been coming here for a long time. Nari asked the owner of the establishment if it was true. The chef looked at the protagonist with a smile. He said it was true, asking that the two of them knew each other, noting what a coincidence it was. Kang said that she was his friend's younger sister, and he heard that she had a part-time job, but never thought that it was there. Kang looked at the brunette, asking that this place was not too far from her house. Nari said that after all, it was just a weekend job. She looked at the guy with a smile. The girl said that they mainly cooked Western food and catered to regular customers, adding that she thought it was a good learning environment. There were various trophies on the shelves. The waitress said that what's more, the owner of the place was a participant in a famous culinary competition, a Grand Prix chef, adding that he was the winner. The chef said that this was such an old story. Kang wondered if he was just a quirky old man from next door. The brunette studied the menu, saying that in any case, this cleared up the misunderstanding. The boss looked at the guy thoughtfully, asking what the misunderstanding was. Nari said that this pervert was trying to seduce both her sister and her at the same time. The main character looked at the girl angrily. He asked her that she misinterprets everything he says and how many times has he told her that it's just a coincidence. The girl told him to stop lying, asking how these coincidences can continue. The boss watched the exchange with a smile. The protagonist told her to stop calling him a pervert all the time. The brunette told him to behave decently then, continuing to call him that. The protagonist said that this child continues to make a scene. The owner of the establishment winked, saying that this is a good time and it's almost break, asking Kang if he wants to help. The brunette looked at the owner of the establishment in surprise, asking what he could help with. Nari asked the chef if he was joking. There was a sign on the door of the cafe that said break. The brunette tied an apron around her waist, saying that she would take care of it then. The protagonist watched Nari leave, asking the owner if it was okay to leave a temporary waiter to develop a new menu. The chef smiled slightly, crossing his arms over his chest. He said that of course, because fresh minds like her can throw up brilliant ideas. Besides, cooking is love and passion. The protagonist thought that now he understood why this place was a secret for gourmets. The brunette rested his face and his hand, saying that it suited him, and in the end he would be able to try new dishes for free. The brunette narrowed his eyes, asking what kind of feeling this was, adding that he thought he forgot something. The protagonist with a wary face recalled the conversation with Nari. He looked ahead in shock, thinking that this dish, which seemed to have jumped straight out of the comic, was a tasting of dishes. The protagonist wondered what a catastrophic cooking in comics was. He imagined how Nari cooked. The protagonist noted that this is a trait that shows off the character's uniqueness, and it's more than just being a bad cook, adding that over-exaggeration in comics leads to disastrous results. Nari rubbed her forehead. The protagonist noted that, for example, turning the kitchen into a complete mess is a given. The brunette looked at the pot. The protagonist added that sometimes they add completely random ingredients. There were disgusting dishes on the table. Kang noted that sometimes they create something that can't even be called food. The brunette imagined a person fainting. He noted that when someone tries this creation, they are lucky if it just tastes bad, considering fainting is a common occurrence. The brunette imagined an explosion. He noted that in severe cases, this can lead to a trip to the emergency room, and sometimes the food can just explode on its own. Kang added that right at that moment, Nari, who he suspects has this trait of catastrophic cooking. He looked ahead dumbfounded, adding that he was in the middle of cooking and he was in a dangerous situation and he would have to try it. The chef looked at the depressed protagonist thoughtfully. Kang Lim thought that this can't be happening and that it can't just end as a joke, wondering that this is reality after all and how can food explode, but considering that the tarot predictions turned out to be true, then who knows. The owner of the establishment looked at the guy with a smirk, asking that their two-faced guy seemed to be hungry. The brunette noted that those flashbacks from the past were in his head again. He remembered looking at his phone and saying that those cartoon characters made him hungry. If the heroine cooked the food, even poison would be a reward. Kang Lim said that he was doomed, wondering if this was some kind of omen or something. Cold sweat was running down the boy's face. He thought that if the male lead just fainted from this, he might just die, and moreover, to be honest, when it comes to sub-heroines, there is no guarantee that the cycle will start, noting that all the cycles so far were related to the female leads. The male lead looked at the brown-haired girl in fear. He thought that it would be a shame to die after going through all that chaos. Nari said that everything was ready, asking him to try it. The brown-haired girl placed a plate of food on the table. The male lead looked at the dish in surprise, asking if it was fried rice. He thought that it looked quite normal from the outside. The chef looked at the dish curiously. The brunette thought that he couldn't let his guard down, and just because the outside looked fine didn't mean the inside was fine, noting that it was a classic plot twist. The chef said that it looked delicious, asking what the dish was called. The girl lowered her head. She said that it was rice with vegetables, fried in a Central and South American style, and slices of grilled beef with a hint of basil. The brunette thought that this didn't look like something they would serve in a regular restaurant. The protagonist carefully extended his hand with a spoon towards the rice. Nari asked the boss to try it. The protagonist closed his eyes and put the spoon in his mouth, thinking that it didn't matter anymore, and he gave up. The brunette opened one eye. He looked down in surprise. The brunette looked at the food in confusion, saying that it was delicious. He wondered if it tasted good at all, noting that it wasn't just good. The protagonist ate rice with gusto. He said that he had never eaten anything so delicious before. The chef said that the degree of roasting was simply amazing, and thanks to this, the texture was preserved and the flavor was revealed in layers. The protagonist looked up, remembering the conversation with Nari. He wondered what was going on and why it was like this last time. The brunette looked at the girl in surprise. The brown-haired girl said that she still had a long way to go. She looked down sadly, saying that compared to her sister, she was still far behind. The girl rushed towards the kitchen, apologizing to the owner, asking to cook just one more time. The chef asked Nari to wait. The owner of the establishment looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. He asked if he knew the brown-haired girl's sister and what skills this sister had. The brunette asked why he suddenly brought this up. The owner of the establishment looked away. He said that Nari was a good cook, but she kept putting pressure on herself because she thought she couldn't compare to her sister and kept getting hurt in her attempts to cook complicated dishes. The protagonist remembered the conversation with the brunette in surprise. He widened his eyes. The brunette thought he understood, adding that it wasn't that Nari was a bad cook, it was just that he was exceptionally skilled at it, relatively. The protagonist remembered the dejected brunette. The waitress was reaching for the box. She looked ahead worriedly, thinking that this wasn't enough and that she needed to start from the beginning, and first she would try working on the main sauce. The boxes from the top shelf began to fall. The girl looked at the falling things in surprise. The boxes and things fell on the brunette. The sign of the restroom was visible on the door. The protagonist was bandaging Nari's leg. The brunette sat motionless on the chair. The protagonist was wrapping his leg, telling her to be patient since everything was almost ready. The chef appeared from behind the wall, telling Nari that they were closing early and once she was patched up, she could go home. The brunette apologized to the owner of the establishment. The girl was upset, looking down, saying that she had caused trouble, and for him too. The protagonist continued wrapping his leg, saying that everything was fine and moreover, it didn't look like she needed to go anywhere, but just in case, she should visit the hospital when it was open on Monday. The brunette looked down. The brunette said that it was just a small thing and there was no need to go to the hospital. The protagonist asked why and that she was trying to hide it from Dahi. The girl blushed slightly, pressing her lips together. The protagonist told her not to be silly and look up how to apply a cold compress on the internet. The brunette stood up, looking at the brunette. He said that now the question is how she will get home, asking Nari that from there she will have to walk a bit even if she takes the bus and if she has money for a taxi. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket. Nari said that she has no money. The brunette said that all he has is change from his lunch. I suggest asking the owner to lend them some. The girl looked at the guy worriedly, saying that this is too much and she can't bother him anymore. The brunette narrowed his eyes, saying that she is as stubborn as her sister. The brunette smiled slightly, asking that in that case, maybe she will cause trouble for him and not the owner. A green bus passed by on the road. The protagonist was carrying a brown-haired girl on his back. People looked back at the guys. The girl lowered her head embarrassedly, saying that it was so awkward when people looked. The protagonist said that it was good that she could talk about it, so she was okay. Kang Lim looked back at the brunette. He told her to imagine how worried Dahi would be if she got seriously hurt, adding that at least for her sister's sake she didn't overexert herself too much. Nari looked away sadly. She looked at the floor, saying that she always relied on her so much. Kang Lim asked what she meant. The brown-haired girl said that she meant her sister. The boys were walking down the street. The girl said that ever since she was little, she always felt inferior to her sister, like in her studies or even in her hobbies, and as soon as she started doing something, she would immediately overtake her. The girl imagined an image of a smiling blonde. She said that naturally, comparisons turned into a routine, and to be honest, she envied her sister back then. The girl recalled the image of her sister. She said that, however, after their parents died, her feelings changed, and seeing how her sister desperately tried to provide for them, she seemed so reliable, and she sincerely admired her. Nari looked down, upset, saying that on the other hand, she also looked lonely. The girl squeezed the protagonist's shoulder. She said that it seemed like she was carrying all the burden alone, and she wanted to help her, but she was unable to. Kang Lim continued to carry the girl. Nari said that, however, if she just stood there and watched, it could have ended up like that time with the stalker. Nari looked ahead sadly, saying that that's why she tried to do everything she could in her own way, and apparently she overdid it, just like he said. The protagonist raised his head, saying that that's why she was checking to see if Dahi's boyfriend was reliable. The protagonist held the girl's legs. Nari said that she hoped that her sister's boyfriend would not be unreliable and wished that they would support each other in their relationship, adding that she thought it would be great if he were that kind of person. The brunette smiled slightly, saying that her sister had been through a lot to deserve a good man. The protagonist smiled slightly. The girl looked at the laughing protagonist with embarrassment, asking why he was laughing and what was wrong with him. The brunette looked at the girl with a smile, apologizing to her, saying that she really looked like her sister. The protagonist smirked slightly, telling Nari that she was also a very good sister. A blonde ran to meet the guys. She looked at the guys with fear. The protagonist sighed with relief. Nari asked how she got there. Kang Lim said that of course he called her. The protagonist's hands were shaking. He thought that he was actually at his limit. Dahi ran up to the guys, asking what happened and whether she was very mistaken and what about the hospital. Nari told her to calm down and that it was an unnecessary significant incident. Dahi looked at her sister with worry, saying that she was an idiot since she had asked her to be careful, adding that she appreciated her help. The brown-haired girl looked at her older sister in surprise. Dahi said that it was enough for her to be by her side, adding that she gave her so much strength. Tears began to appear in Yuri's eyes. The blonde hugged her younger sister. The protagonist watched what was happening with an awkward smile. Stars were visible in the night sky. The brown-haired girl was sitting on the bed. She remembered how the protagonist carried her on his back. Nari, I thought that this was her first time being carried like this, and his back seemed wider than she thought. The girl looked down embarrassedly, calling Kang Lim a pervert. The white car drove down the road. Unni asked Dahi how she was doing at school. The blonde sat in the back seat looking at her phone, saying that everything was fine. Unni asked if that was true and if she was sure she didn't have any problems. The brunette smiled nervously. Dahi said that it was definitely true, asking why she was asking. The brunette said that for no reason, noting that she had been feeling strange lately, so she decided to ask her how her guardian was. The blonde turned her gaze to her guardian. Unni asked how she was doing in the club and that it was called the Multi-Purpose Cultural Club. Dahi said that it was, asking if she remembered the person she had mentioned last time. She added that the first year who did the tarot card readings had recently joined the club, so they wouldn't be disbanded now. The brunette glanced sideways at the blonde, asking if that was true. Unni thought that meant there was one guy and 4 girls. Unni looked ahead excitedly, thinking that if they weren't college students, it would be chaos, wondering that maybe everything would be okay since they were still young. The blonde looked out the window, saying that she was cold and would close the window, adding that even though summer was coming soon, the wind was still cold. The boys looked away in surprise. Dahi asked if that was true, and then they would go without her. Rami waved her hand with a big smile. She told them to go, adding that she wanted to stay behind to practice the game for a bit, so she wanted to think about something alone. Rami smiled contentedly. Young-ah said that they would meet up tomorrow then. Rami wished everyone a safe journey home. She looked ahead with a serious look, thinking that since she was there often, she had already begun to understand how others felt about her senior. The blonde sat down at her desk. She thought that all 3 of them had feelings for her eldest, but she thought that each of them had different feelings. She added that the eldest Dahi was currently the most dangerous rival, but fortunately, she didn't realize her feelings yet. Rami looked down thoughtfully. She noted that even if she pestered Kalia, she wouldn't complain. Rami imagined the image of Young-ah and Siren. The blonde thought that it meant that only the 2 of them were the main obstacle for her, since they had known him longer than her, adding that with the eldest Young-ah, they mostly talked about webtoons, and with the eldest Siren, about games, and they clearly had more topics to talk about than she did. Rami stared at her desk, thinking that, to be honest, her chances of success were slim. She sighed heavily. Rami thought that her main advantage was that there was little that stood the day before, and she was also not particularly afraid of ruining their current relationship. She asked that it turns out that being proactive and straightforward is the right way. The girl sheepishly recalled the conversation with Siren. She thought that if she remembered the advice she gave Siren, now thinking about it, she felt stupid. The blonde lay down on the desk, thinking that besides, she had already shown the older one her interest in him. The blonde said that she had, and if anyone was acting strange, it was him. She waved her fists furiously. The blonde said that for a cutie like her to show open interest in him so many times, wondering why it all ended with him just blushing. The blonde lay down on the desk, asking that the only thing left to do was to directly confess to him. Siren watched the blonde with bewilderment. Rami said that if she suddenly confessed to him. The girl turned her attention to the side, seeing Siren. The pink-haired girl widened her eyes. The girls sat opposite each other. Rami awkwardly looked at Siren, asking if she was supposed to come that day. The pink-haired girl looked away awkwardly. She said that she would be the class monitor that day, but she finished faster than she planned, adding that she thought there was someone else there and decided to check. The girls sat silently at their desks. Siren looked at Rami with a serious expression, asking if she had feelings for Kang. The blonde turned her head to the side, saying that she owed him for helping her with her problem, but she couldn't lie to herself anymore. She furrowed her brows, looking at Siren, saying that she liked Kang not just as a person, but in a romantic sense. Siren widened her eyes. Rami asked if she had feelings for him too. The pink-haired girl lowered her head, saying that she did. The blonde looked at the girl dejectedly. She closed her eyes and sighed heavily, saying that nothing could be done. Siren looked at the smiling blonde in shock. Rami said that they should divide the eldest into 6 parts, asking if they could divide him fairly. The pink-haired girl looked at Regina in confusion, asking why 6, since this was the only one between them. The blonde said that this was also for Dahi and Yoonga, asking that she really didn't know about their feelings. Siren looked at the blonde in surprise, asking that they did too. Rami said that if you think about it, they met him before them. Siren looked down thoughtfully, asking why 6 anyway. Rami smiled sarcastically. She said that it was quite possible that the number would increase soon, or perhaps it had already increased. The blonde slightly rose from her chair, asking Siren if she knew what. The blonde narrowed her eyes slyly. She said that she recently started reading webtoons again and there were a lot of romantic ones among them, adding that they were mostly read by men, asking that they were called rom-coms. Siren stared at the girl. The blonde said that there were heroines that appeared last and had the least chance. There was also an unspoken rule about it. She looked sadly ahead and said that the 3rd and 4th in a row had a 99% chance of losing. Rami raised a finger, saying in order to break through that 1%, asked how she felt about them forming an alliance. The blonde smiled wickedly, saying that their goal was 1st and 2nd place, asking what she thought and if she would listen to her suggestion. There was a jar on the table. The blonde said that the school would soon be holding a sports festival. She went to the window, saying that unlike the big festival, there was nothing special and among the main events were such as a race and tug of war. She looked back at Siren, saying that there was also such a thing as 1, 2, 3. Siren looked at the blonde in confusion, asking what it was for 2 players. Rami said that it was 2 people participated. The blonde walked up to the desk, saying that there were some subtleties, but they would skip it for now, adding that it was a competition where people paired up and went through 3 challenges. Rami said that it was a 3-legged race, a treasure hunt, and jumping with a rolling pin. The girl closed her eyes. She said that the top 3 teams would get a small cash prize in addition, and only the 2 of them would be in the photo and they would be put in the graduation album. Siren looked at the blonde with embarrassment, noting that it was only the 2 of them. Rami said that this meant that only they would be in the photo, even if they didn't take 1st place. She looked at Siren with a sly smile, asking that as partners, they would work together during the festival. The girl looked at the pink-haired girl seriously, saying that everyone else would be trying to get paired with Kang, noting that here was her plan: if they teamed up, they would be able to take a place with him first. The pink-haired girl looked at the blonde seriously, asking that they would decide later who would take the seat. Rami said that was the plan, asking how she felt. Siren lowered her head thoughtfully, saying that it was an interesting proposition, but she didn't know what to think about doing something like that, not that she was against it. Rami looked at the girl with a smirk, thinking that it was interesting. She narrowed her eyes. The blonde thought that the older one was thinking about all sorts of stupid things, wondering if she was just a bad person. The girl turned to the side, asking that she had already mentioned that she had recently started reading webtoons again. Siren said that she had. Rami noted that as soon as she started, she quickly remembered why she quit. She looked up with a cold gaze, saying that she didn't like rom-coms, adding that they were full of cliches that she didn't like. The blonde leaned against the chair, looking at the pink-haired girl, saying that if she asked what it was about. Siren said that she knew, asking that it was about the same plot that was repeated often. Rami said that it was exactly like that, and for example, in rom-coms, for some reason, they often confess their love on the roof. The girl closed her eyes, imagining confessions of love in different places. Siren wondered, what is this feeling that some topics are not worth bringing up? She looked at the blonde thoughtfully, asking what do you mean she doesn't like it because it's too predictable. The blonde said no, not because of that, and she even likes cliches, and thanks to them, you can predict how much fun she will get from reading. Rami narrowed her eyes, saying that what she hates is rom-com cliches, adding that at the end of the story, only one heroine will get her happy ending, and on one hand, she will be happy. The blonde stood with her back to her hands removed. She said that for the others it would be a sad ending, a broken heart can help you mature. But it doesn't matter, because pain is still pain and that's the reality when you can't be with your loved one. The pink-haired girl looked at the blonde with confusion. Rami said that such cruel stories become cliches, adding that this is the true nature of rom-coms, which is why she doesn't like them. She slightly opened her mouth, saying that having found herself in such a scenario, she does not intend to be a secondary character. The blonde looked at Siren with a serious look. The pink-haired girl pressed her fist to her chest, saying that although she does not know much about webtoons, she understands what it is about. Rami looked at the girl with surprise. Siren said that one of the traits of pro gamers is their ego after all. Rami stared at Siren. The pink-haired girl said that a legendary pro gamer once said that he would rather be the MVP when his team loses than a bad player when his team wins. Siren rested her hand on the table, saying that in other words, she also has a strong desire to win, and she didn't expect that trait to be necessary in love. She blushed slightly, looking at the blonde. Siren said that it turns out that it is very useful, and yet she also has feelings for Kang. The blonde looked at the girl in surprise. She smirked slightly. The girls stood opposite each other. Rami asked that then she accepts her proposal. Siren agreed with her, offering her to secure a seat next to him. The pink-haired girl looked at the blonde seriously. She said that she wanted to clarify something, asking if they could use her tarot reading. The blonde said that she already tried. Rami turned her attention to the side. A black silhouette of a person could be seen through the crack in the door. The girl abruptly opened the door. She looked into the empty hallway. Rami raised one eyebrow in confusion. The teacher stared at the students and said that she almost forgot that starting today, there would be a box for the sports festival near the central staircase. The excited students looked at the teacher, who added that she would leave the applications on her desk, but still did not force anyone and hoped that many would participate in it. The blonde looked away in confusion, thinking about the box for the sports festival. Dahi was surrounded by 3 students. Ho-chan looked at Dahi with a smile and said that it was a competition of 1, 2, 3, and each of them, and an application was needed for this. The blonde gasped and realized that this was what they had been talking about recently, one of the competitions. The brunette showed a heart with a sly grin and said that they would be competing in pairs, so she pointed to her application and asked them to simply write down their names and throw them in the box next to the central staircase. It was a piece of paper with a pink heart on it, which surprised the others, because it was rather childish or another bizarre idea of their director. Dahi looked at the brunette, who was taken aback that it was possible to try it, because it felt like a special event, and if everything was done correctly, she could find herself a boyfriend. Dahi asked if everyone had already been paired up. Ho-chan presented a box with a broken heart and said that if she tore the application in half, she could participate on her own, and then pairs would be formed among those like her. The 2 girls widened their eyes at what she heard. The brunette noted that thanks to this, special pairs are formed every year. The brunette leaned on the table and asked Dahi if she was interested in it, since there were quite a few people who wanted to pair up with her. The brunette looked at Ho-chan with a confused expression and asked Dahi if she could pair up with him. The guy raised his eyebrows and noted that he had previously refused since he had participated in other competitions, but in Dahi's case, he was willing to do it. Behind the blonde, the protagonist and his friend were walking away while she was thinking about whether or not to participate in it. Yang-soo sarcastically adjusted his glasses in front of the protagonist, while Kang-lim informed her that they had to change classes during the first lesson and it was not very convenient. Dahi, blushing slightly, wondered if Kang-lim was planning on participating in it, and she really wanted to pair up with him, since if he did, she thought that he would also be alone. However, she reassured herself that she should not worry about it at all. Suddenly, all the students turned to look at Siren. The pink-haired girl looked ahead indifferently and realized that people were discussing the game. The day before, Rami was walking with Siren on the sidewalk. Siren looked at her friend excitedly, hearing that they were most likely being eavesdropped on. The blonde girl replied that she was not sure, but noted that it was most likely. She closed her eyes and explained that it did not matter even if it was Dahi or Young-ah, since once the box for the sports festival was set up, they would be the first to submit their applications. The blonde girl began to smirk, looking back in front of Siren. The pink-haired girl noted that if they were going to do that, she asked why they did not warn Kang Lim by writing about it in the chat. The blonde understood who she was talking about and said that it was useless knowing him because it was obvious what he would say to that. She imagined the displeased smirk of the main character and quoted him because he thought, why do this at all, because it was a useless waste of energy. The blonde smiled maliciously and said that right after the morning assembly, during the break tomorrow, she asked to look after the older Dahi. Siren looked at her friend with puzzled disgust and did not understand what was being discussed, although she was asked not to worry about it. Rami looked from under her brows and explained that it was only necessary to strike up a conversation with her. Siren approached the guys and began to talk to them. Before that, the girl wondered if Dahi was known as an excellent athlete. She thought that if the girl found a good partner, then their victory would be practically in the bag. Rami looked back leisurely and said that in this way, the older Dahi would not see any chances for romance in this game, but only a competition. Dahi's eyes widened in surprise. The other two girls opened their mouths in amazement, thinking that this would be a big plus for their resumes. The brown-haired girl turned to Dahi and asked if she knew that the girl was going to enter a sports university and asked her to team up and win. Siren watched from the side as Dahi smiled mockingly, telling the guys to rely on her. Ho-chan noticed how everything turned around abruptly, and he realized that she was a strong contender for victory. The pink-haired girl watched the events calmly and realized that the rest was left to Rami. 3 minutes earlier, it was a room with a sign that said 1-4. Another teacher with glasses stood at the board and said that these were the basic rules and starting from today, as he was about to finish, but was suddenly interrupted. Rami abruptly jumped up from her seat and ran to the side. She ran forward and thought about the fact that only the eldest Young-ah was left, and she could not relax now, and it so happened that she and the protagonist should cross paths in the next lesson. She imagined running into Kang Lim in the hallway. As far as she knew, Young-ah could run into him in the hallway and she would be the center of attention. However, she wanted to use the central staircase and get there first. The blonde ran as fast as she could towards the protagonist, wanting to meet the guy faster than the older Young-ah. The brunette looked back in confusion, seeing Rami. The blonde leaned on her knees and was about to catch her breath. The girl noted that it was a coincidence that they met here, although the guy did not understand what Rami was doing here on the second year's floor. While Young-soo walked forward, the blonde started to push Kang Lim aside. She noted that more importantly, she wanted to talk to him. They ran down the hallway while the students looked back at them, not understanding what the girl was doing here. They stood at the end of the hallway, and the blonde asked the guy to team up with her in this competition. The main character looked at the girl in surprise and smirked at such an offer. Rami said that she brought an application and therefore asked to fill it out faster. The blonde blushed slightly and maliciously showed a heart, realizing that Kang Lim did not expect that such a cute girl would invite him. The brunette looked at the girl in bewilderment and wanted to say that he did not participate in this, but the girl forbade him to refuse to participate in this. The brunette raised his eyebrows in bewilderment and asked whether it was really necessary and why he should participate in this, because he had just saved a couple of web novels to read during the festival, because reading will fly by unnoticed. The blonde began to puff with indignation, standing opposite, and began to persuade that this event happened once and the guy had to participate in it and have fun. The guy repeated his words with displeasure that the girl could participate, but she could do it with someone else. Rami had tears streaming down her face and said that she couldn't do it. She looked ahead tearfully and said that if not with Kang Lim, she couldn't do it with anyone. She immediately grabbed the red-faced protagonist's hand. She grinned maliciously and showed Kang Lim's heart-shaped stamp because she pulled off the trick, and now it turned out that they were partners. The brunette pointed at himself in confusion and resigned himself to the fact that he could try it once. The girl began to rejoice and wanted to put it in a box. Fat clouds floated in the sky. The blonde sucked on a lollipop. She crossed her legs and looked at her phone. It was a general chat of a member of the clubs, where they announced that the elder Kang Lim had participated in this competition. The blonde was watching the dialogue closely when Dahi realized that Kang Lim had participated, and he himself did not understand how it happened. Young-ah was also surprised when she wrote a message in the chat. Rami was sucking on a lollipop and watching the conversation. She saw a message from Young-ah, who noted that it was unexpected that Kang Lim would participate in the sports festival. Suddenly, a notification came to the girl's phone. She had sent a new message from Siren. Rami saw that Siren was already aware of this and was not going to leave things as they were because she wanted to decide on partner positions soon. Rami held a lollipop to her mouth and said that she had no intention of becoming a villain yet, but for now. She began to pull herself up from her chair, raising her hands, and realized that in any case, with this, she should narrow the distance between her and the older Dahi and Young-ah. She thought so, but something went wrong. A guy ran down the hallway and shouted that there was trouble. He looked into the classroom excitedly and shouted that someone had stolen the box for the sports festival. All the boys opened their mouths in bewilderment upon hearing such news. Rami stood aside and was also perplexed. The boy reported that when he checked the box, it was not there, and his classmates asked him again if it had really been stolen. The boy said that he was sure because he overheard the teachers when they were discussing it. The blonde's eyes widened in shock when they tried to find out what would happen to those applications. She heard that no one knew because they could have forced everyone to retake it. Rami immediately rushed out of the classroom. The classmates discussed who would even think of stealing the box because no one knew the answer. The three boys looked at each other in bewilderment and thought that it could have been because someone couldn't be with the one they liked. It was crazy for them if someone could steal the box for this reason. The blonde looked at the floor with concern and tried to reassure herself that everything would be fine because she had already discussed it all with Kang Lim, and they would simply reapply. She looked at the protagonist, who was standing by the window. The brunette was talking to the black silhouette at the time. Suddenly, the girl showed him a valentine from under his armpit. This valentine had the name of Kang Lim, who they were counting on. Inspired, Young-ah looked at Kang Lim with trepidation. The blonde's eyes widened, looking at what was happening. Siren was also watching what was happening with excitement at this moment. Joyful Young-ah began to run away from the protagonist, saying that they would see each other during the break. The brunette noted that they would write to each other later. He saw the brunette running away from him along the corridor. Suddenly, Rami ran up to him from the side and was unhappy with how this could have happened. She looked at him angrily and asked if he was going to participate with Young-ah since he had promised her. The protagonist scratched his head and said that he was sorry that everything turned out this way. The girl was angry after hearing this. She looked at him with a sad look when he said that he was really sorry. She immediately rushed to run away from him when the guy tried to stop her. Rami ran past Siren. Siren immediately started running after the girl. Siren saw the blonde stop. She angrily widened her eyes and sweat, realizing that she had enough this time, because if you think about it, she ran away before and wanted something to drink. The two of them were standing near the soda machine. Siren sadly looked ahead and said that Kang Lim had gone too far this time, because even if the box had disappeared, she knew that the guy couldn't just go back on his promise earlier. The blonde sipped her soda with displeasure and said that, to be honest, she had some guesses as to why the guy did that. She imagined Young-ah's worried look and explained that he was probably captivated by Young-ah's so-called charming look, who also knew that he was the only one she needed. The blonde looked ahead with displeasure and said that the guy was only talking about himself. Rami lowered her head and said that she didn't expect such behavior from the older Young-ah, and perhaps she had let herself relax, or maybe she had underestimated her too much. The girls glanced at each other and Siren said that it wasn't the end yet. Rami widened her eyes as she looked away when she heard that Young-ah hadn't submitted her application yet, since Siren had overheard something earlier. The pink-haired girl looked away and said that it would take some time to set up a new application box because the previous one was stolen and there were concerns about personal information leaking. The two girls stood next to each other, holding soda. Siren pointed out that there was still time before the school investigation was over. The blonde looked at her friend and wondered if Young-ah and Kang Lim had already filled out the application, because in this situation, if people thought that they had intercepted or tampered with it, then everything would be bad. Rami exclaimed when she heard that there was another option. Siren looked on coolly and said that they would return the stolen application box. The students in the classroom were talking among themselves. The blonde gloatedly slammed her hand on the table and said that it looked like a case. The brunette sat with his hands folded and did not understand what they were talking about. Rami said that she was talking about the box and mentioned that no one said that it was stolen. Rami crossed her arms and smirked because she said that it was not just a small incident, but a whole case, or in other words, it was a thief of the box for the sports festival. Kang Lim stated, no matter what, why the girl was excited. Rami imagined herself as a nun in a black cape and explained that it was on her wish list to become a detective and solve the 7 school mysteries. She imagined herself shining a light from the cross at the monster and shouting that she commanded the filthy evil spirit to perish with the power of the Holy Cross. The protagonist replied that such a thing would never happen and she was confusing a detective with an exorcist. The blonde clenched her fist in excitement and stated that she never thought such a thing would happen, so she thought it was a great event because she would solve the case no matter what. The disgruntled brunette sat next to the brown-haired man, who smirked when he heard about the exorcist because he thought he should join in. The blonde asked if he wanted to solve the case together. Yang-soo immediately jumped up enthusiastically, because he wanted to drive out the spirits of those wandering in this mortal realm, and he believed that this was the duty of the descendant of the dragon god. The girl noted that she said this for a reason. Kang Lim looked at his friend laughing next to Rami. The blonde noted that they needed to find and punish the thief who stole the box for the sports festival. The main character noted that these two worked well together. The brunette looked up with indignation and asked what would happen if the culprit was not from their school, because if they caught him, nothing would change. The blonde smirked, extended her index finger and said that she had already managed to find out about this from someone, because the CCTV system was at the entrance to the school and did not record the intrusion of strangers. girls. She immediately put her hands on the table in excitement and said that the box and the culprit were definitely at the school, and so she wanted to call the others and investigate the matter together. Rami stood in front of Siren and said that they were planning to start the investigation after school. Rami walked behind Siren, who sighed, mocking him. The blonde was happy about how they were just in time, because they had thought about it, and even if they didn't find the culprit, they definitely wanted to get the box back. Rami looked at the floor with a smirk and said that it would be terrible to give up after all this, and said that it felt bad when they put in so much effort and for something that could disappear, like taking the cherry on top of the cake. Siren looked away sadly and said that she had the same feeling, like when she knocked off almost all of the boss's HP and someone else finished him off. Dahi looked at Rami with a wide smile, who was trying to understand what his plan was and what they were supposed to do. Dahi replied that they needed to gather evidence about the culprit while searching for the box, and they could pair up and search every corner of the building. The blonde smiled mockingly when she was asked if they really paired up in pairs of two. Dahi replied that they would be the two of them, and she would be with Yang-soo. The two girls immediately sank and became numb when they heard that Yong-ah had decided to team up with Kang Lim. The blonde looked at the girls kindly, not understanding what had happened to them. It was the art class room. Siren and her friend were searching the dusty room. Siren thought that the box was not here, which Rami agreed with, and there was a lot of dust. The blonde looked away and asked her friend if she thought the whole situation was strange. The two of them walked around the art room, confused as to how it was that Yong-ah was the only one benefiting from all of this. Siren suddenly looked to the side as Rami wondered how they were even here. She saw the blonde wandering around the room, noting that the older Yong-ah wouldn't do something like that, but the timing of her stealing the box was just perfect. Siren looked at her friend in confusion. She immediately became flustered, telling Rami that even if that was the case, she didn't really believe she did it either. The blonde closed her eyes sadly and asked what would happen if, hypothetically, someone overheard their conversation in the club room, if that person could be Yong-ah. The blonde looked at her pink-haired friend. She imagined Yong-ah standing outside the door, eavesdropping. Rami asked about whether Yong-ah had taken this as a challenge or maybe some kind of hidden battle after eavesdropping on their conversation. Rami looked down and noted that even if it was only Yong-ah's fault, they had no right to complain since they were the ones who started it after all. She immediately smirked mischievously, noting that it was ironic how things turned out, like in comedies where the hero creates an ingenious trap and then gets caught in it. Siren frowned slightly and noted that it wasn't the end yet. However, as the days went by, Siren and Rami were unable to find the box. The protagonist looked at the blonde with her arms crossed. The same went for the others since Dahi's plan to catch the culprit had failed. Yong-ah smiled while looking at Kang Lim. Besides, a new box had already been set up. It was a temporary box with applications for the sports festival on the table. Red envelopes were being placed in it and it seemed like the partners were almost confirmed. It was a huge school building. Yong-ah's eyes widened in shock and she asked Rami what happened. She saw the blonde smirk and puffy eyes. Yong-ah noticed and realized that they looked the same as Kang Lim's. Rami replied that she just had trouble sleeping last night. The two girls stood opposite each other and the blonde stated that she suddenly wanted to listen to a playlist of songs about heartbreak, and before she knew it, the sun had already risen. The brunette looked at the sad blonde in surprise, who wondered, more importantly, if she could tell her everything. Yong-ah didn't understand what they were talking about. Rami stretched her hands out in front of her and said that she gave up since it was already over, but only this time and only now. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise when she was asked about what her plan was from start to finish. Rami frowned in displeasure and noted that the girl knew, because she had the stolen box. Suddenly, a scream was heard that the stolen box had been returned. The two girls looked back at the worried guys. A whole crowd of students were crowding. They saw how the same box was standing next to the temporary box on the table. They were glad that it was the same birth box and did not understand how and who returned it. The students were stunned by what was happening and did not understand what to do now, thinking that the partners would be the same ones who were originally. Dahi at this time was very angry, standing next to Kang Lim, trying to understand who this vile scoundrel was, because this was not a joke. Dahi started screaming bloodthirstily for guarantees that although she didn't know who it was, he was definitely an incorrigible criminal and a crazy person. Kang Lim stood there with a stunned expression and realized that everything could be heard here. He scratched his cheek in confusion and realized that he stole the box himself. He scratched his head, standing next to the blonde, and realized that maybe it was for the best, because it was natural that he had no bad intentions. He looked at the pink-haired girl with glasses, realizing that all of this was because of her. The girl with glasses looked ahead in confusion, while Kang Lim realized that he did this to get ahead of her. He put his hands in his pocket and looked at the girl, because he knew that this girl was from ESW. More precisely, he considered her the main antagonist of the incident, the thief of the box for the sports festival. The protagonist stood in front of a crowd of students and didn't know where he was supposed to start his story. He started looking around and thought about how he was a box thief for the sports festival, for an episode of ESW, or a game of 1, 2, 3. He looked through his bangs and realized that although their principal was eccentric, he probably wouldn't do anything to make them fill out heart-shaped applications at school. He saw his classmates grinning and remembered that there was an unusual atmosphere during the sports festival, so participating in the competition also seemed like fate when Dahi and the others brought it up in ESW. He remembered the teacher's lesson and his excited classmates. Kang Lim remembered that's why he watched carefully when the teacher announced it. He turned away from the crowd and thought about how all of this could happen in reality. The plot of the sports festival box thief was as follows. He imagined the same girl watching the guy surrounded by other girls. There was a certain villain who dreamed of being paired with the protagonist, but the hero, who had received many invitations not only from heroines, could not decide and threw a half-filled application into the box. It was a box in the shape of a house, and as a result, the choice of a partner was left to fate. He imagined this girl reaching for the box and realized that in her desire to change the application, the villain stole the box. This girl in his imagination began frantically filling out a valentine, explaining that the girl took the protagonist's half-filled application and changed it so that they were paired. Then he imagined how this girl tried to steal the box and met a blonde. In the explanation, she was going to secretly return the box, but unfortunately for her, she was caught by Dahi, who stayed late. The blonde looked at what was happening in surprise, and since the villains did not give up easily, she tried to pin the blame on Dahi. In the next frame, the blonde began to frantically justify herself, and in reasoning, as if she was a sweet girl, she could not take revenge and it took 4 chapters to reveal the whole truth and another 4 to refute. For 2 months, readers were kept in suspense. Kang Lim walked along the corridor and was going to take into account that the protagonist does not exist in real life, and he was wondering if this event will happen. But as it turned out, their classmate Ho-chan took on this role. He remembered how he secretly approached the office, and everything became clear to him on the day when the box was installed because he specially stayed after school and wandered around and got the result. He imagined how he peeped into the office for the girl who was indignant, that is, he found the villain alone in the class. This girl was very disappointed, holding her head, because she could only accept that Ho-chan was supposed to be hers, and only she could be his partner. The main character looked out from behind the door and was surprised. Unlike ESW, Dahi was not some sweet and innocent girl because she had a chance for her to personally beat her. He imagined the blonde hitting that same girl with glasses, deciding to put her in her place. The brunette looked ahead and realized that in this case, the villain would end up in the hospital and did not think about why complicate things so much and why not just make sure that no one steals anything. Then he went to that same box because that was why he stole it before the villain did it. He imagined the girl in a shabby state and explained that this is why he wanted to hide the box and then return it, but the villain was much crazier than he thought. He imagined standing behind the wall while the villain was burning up the fire in anger at being beaten to it. Seeing that she was beaten to it, she went crazy. So the next day, he asked Young-ah to be her partner, causing the girl to look at him with trepidation. That same villain was sitting behind Young-ah and they were classmates. He looked at that girl, and using the excuse of discussing the game together, he went into the classroom to quietly observe the girl's actions. He sighed heavily and realized that it was harder than he thought because the situation was not made easier by Dahi's strong desire to find the culprit. He remembered how the blonde in front of him smirked and talked to him about the matter. He took into account her incredible intuition and considered her a cheating character, and that was why he teamed up with Young-ah to find the box. The blonde walked past the villain. Kang Lim carefully watched the blonde and the villain, and constantly hid the box. Young-ah looked on in shock as Kang Lim tried to run to the restroom. He did this while Young-ah was walking around, trying to trick her. He approached the room with the 1-4 sign. Thanks to this, everything went well, and today he wanted to hide the box one last time. He carefully looked around at the other students and understood that the villain was unlikely to do anything now because his path with Dahi would not cross. However, during all this, they made one mistake. The brunette turned to a classmate and asked him to call Rami. He remembered how he talked to the blonde and peeked at the villain. The guy behaved a little ugly with Rami when they decided to team up, and that was before he found the villain. He scratched his cheek with displeasure and realized that even if this was an episode of ESW and he had no choice, he still broke his promise and still did not apologize properly for it. A classmate peeked out of the classroom and said that Rami was not here because she must have gone somewhere. The protagonist understood that he simply had to apologize to her. It was a school building under a clear sky. Young-ah was standing in front of Siren and Rami on the sidewalk. The blonde was apologizing to the brunette and said that she did not understand and jumped to conclusions. Siren looked away sadly and said that she knew that Young-ah was not that kind of person and these were just excuses and apologized. The brunette enthusiastically stretched out her hands and understood what happened and replied that she was the one who needed to apologize because she simply took Kang Lim's word for it. The brunette suddenly became sad, noting that the girls also had feelings for the guy. All three girls stood opposite each other. Rami widened her eyes, continuing the dialogue. Young-ah smiled tenderly, closing her eyes, and said that nothing could be done about their feelings. Rami stood next to Siren and said that since Young-ah said so, she thanked her. The brunette began waving her hands, seething, because she said that, unlike these girls, she was not nearly as cute, and she really lacked the confidence to say such a thing. She looked with disgust at Siren, who tried to cheer her up, but Young-ah did not accept such a compliment. Rami and Siren looked at the brunette with puzzled eyes. They immediately began to laugh. A white cloud floated over the school building. Siren blushed slightly and suggested following your heart. The brunette smiled in response and agreed with this statement. Rami also smiled enthusiastically and thanked Young-ah for this. The brunette and Siren looked at Rami with bewilderment, who had an ominous feeling that it would not end with the three of them. Young-ah saw the two girls walking away from her. Na-yoon was standing behind the brunette and sipping juice, asking the girl what she was doing here. The brown-haired girl immediately ran up to the brunette and tried to call out to her. Young-ah stood with a sad look and asked Na-yoon about when they call her kind, was it considered a compliment? The brown-haired girl looked out from the side in surprise and did not understand what Young-ah was talking about. The brunette said that she also felt shocked. She remembered the purple space and the exclamations about the missing box. The brunette stood there looking sad and thought that it was time for her to stop playing the role of a good childhood friend, and maybe it was time for another, because in the end, there was nothing to be done about the feeling of love. It was the school building again. The teacher looked at the paper and said, as the students knew, they had recently encountered a couple of problems, so the principal decided to change the rules for pairing up. All the students were surprised, their mouths open when they heard that this year the limit on the number of people in one team would be lifted. The protagonist sat next to Young-soo with a displeased look when they were asked to think about it carefully until the end of class. The blonde stomped her sneakers on the floor. The protagonist stood in front of the offended blonde with a smile and suggested that their entire club form one team. Rami crossed her arms and wondered what to do, because what if everything happens again like then? The protagonist immediately began to sincerely apologize. He scratched his head and said that he had not thought it through carefully and he was truly sorry. Rami peeked out one eye and asked him to do something for her in that case, to fulfill one of her requests. She immediately began to grin maliciously when the brunette agreed to do everything he could. Then the blonde forgave him in that case. She sarcastically extended her finger and said that in that case Kang Lim should go with her to the hairdresser and change his hairstyle. The protagonist stood there with a puzzled look. The girl extended her hand and said that she knew a good place and that it was important for men to have a good haircut. She looked at him maliciously and said that if he just changed his style, the elder Kang Lim would be different. Kang Lim stood there with a dejected look. Sweat was running down his face and he became sad. The blonde looked at him dumbfounded and did not understand what was happening. Kang Lim continued to stand there with a dejected look, like a mosaic. He imagined the split ends of the scissors. Then his hair fell to the floor and she wondered if he wanted to die with her. The blonde's eyes widened as she looked forward. She sat in front of her cosmetics, looking away, and was surprised that it turned out much better than she thought and was surprised that everything was really so cheap. Siren came up to her from behind and said that she bought all this at Olive X and had recently been there with friends. Da-hee was surprised that Korean pharmacies were the best. Young-ah looked back at the blonde in surprise, who asked her to sit next to her because she thought that this shade would suit her perfectly. The protagonist sat at the table with a sad look, while Da-hee asked Young-ah not to worry and to use as much as she wanted. Rami looked out from behind the computer at the protagonist. Da-hee was combing the brunette's hair at that time and said that she was glad that the school did not have strict restrictions on it. Young-ah also agreed that their school was quite lenient in this regard. The brunette looked back with a smile and said that as long as they did not overly bleach or dye their hair, the teachers did not worry about it. Her friend agreed that they even said so themselves sometimes. Da-hee raised her eyebrows and pointed out that their college years, being natural, was incredibly beautiful, and she really thought that being natural was incredibly beautiful, and she really thought that the process of realizing it was beauty. Siren came up to them from the side and said that she also remembered the words of a wise man, and that before taking care of her fans, she should take care of her body and mind. The blonde held a comb in her hands and realized that it was true, but it didn't mean that she was talking about something grandiose because it was the most basic things, like washing your hair thoroughly. She also wondered that guys should probably take care of their hair. The protagonist sat there looking bored. All three girls looked at the protagonist, who wondered if he was imagining things or if his head was about to get a hole burned in it. The protagonist crossed his arms and opened his mouth in displeasure when he was told that only those who had it could boast about it, and it didn't matter what clothes they had on or their hair, because their face was what everything depended on. They imagined Kang Lim next to another nice guy in the same clothes. The girls said that even if they always wore the same clothes, everything would depend on the face. They also noted that this was the most ridiculous outfit that would become a hit, and if the model had the right face, then to say that everything worked out for itself was a lie. They imagined how the guy with glasses turned into a handsome guy. They gave an example of characters from Webtoons who wore glasses, and when they took them off, they began to look attractive. Someone told her that it was all a lie and that it didn't work like that in real life. The protagonist replied with displeasure that handsome guys remain the same no matter what, and the same was true for ugly people. While he was sighing, a blonde looked at him and informed him that there was another problem in his case. She said that the main problem was not that his otaku-ness side was showing when discussing such topics. Siren looked ahead in confusion and noted that in some ways it could be thought of as an argument between talent and effort, since it was a common topic in their industry. Young-all looked ahead in surprise next to Da-hee and asked again about talent or effort being more important in games. The blonde noted that it might not be mainly about talent and simply asked them to look at the boss, since he hadn't been able to lift gold for so many years. Siren said through her bangs that it was true, since some people are born with talent that others can't match. But if they were talking about people in the top 10%, it meant that with enough effort, it was possible to reach the top 11%. Young-all looked at Siren in surprise, who said that at least if they could do it, they would definitely have no problem making money. The brunette sat back and said that if she thought about it, she had heard something like that on TV before. The brunette looked away in surprise and said that dressing up for a blind date was not to show off their looks, but rather to show their sincerity to the other person. There was a pile of makeup on the table and the girls noted that it was, so to speak, their own actions. They dressed like that just for the sake of meeting him or something like that. The blonde scowled, which was exactly the case, especially when looks weren't their strong point, and that was great. She added how they took care of themselves directly affected the first impression of them, and sometimes it was easier to make small changes than to constantly insist on doing everything their own way. Da-hee was very indignant while the brunette smiled next to her. The blonde added that they shouldn't constantly lie and worry about what others think of them, because for situations like interviews they should dress appropriately. The brunette leaned his head on his hand and understood what the girl was talking about, but replied that he just didn't see the point in it yet. Da-hee looked at the protagonist at the computer, who added that if he accidentally got on a blind date, he would reconsider his decision. Da-hee asked if he wanted to say that he would never go on a blind date, and she thought that the boss had entered the terminal stage. The protagonist opened his mouth in displeasure and asked the girls to stop talking about it as if it were some kind of disease. Rami sat with a sad look. The blonde remembered how she met the brunette in the hallway. She saw his downcast gaze. Sweat was running down his face, and he was very scared. He remembered the splitting scissors and his hair falling to the floor. The blonde immediately grabbed the dejected guy, trying to call him. Rami angrily screamed towards the guy, trying to understand what happened and why he suddenly turned so pale. The blonde reached for the protagonist, who began to step back. Then Kang Lim began to apologize and noted that there was nothing wrong with it. He grabbed his head with a grin and said that everything was fine and there were no problems, because in any case, as for the hairdresser, he just could not go there. The guy held his head in sweat. Rami saw how the brunette looked back at the mocking Da-hee. Rami sadly looked away and said that it could not be a trifle. The school building under clear weather. The protagonist was going to sit next to Yang-soo at lunch. He wanted to go first, and his friend pointed out that there was another story to be written today. The protagonist was holding his tray, and as far as he remembered, there was more because right before the sports festival, there was another episode of ESW. He looked ahead and tried to remember the title, like the sports festival warehouse fire incident. He remembered the warehouse building being engulfed in flames. The guy followed from the title that there would be a fire in the sports equipment warehouse, and it was a pretty serious incident where the entire school would be evacuated. At the same time, the guy with red hair shielded the blonde from the fire. In addition, there were problems with things like fire shutters, and the story itself was about the protagonist saving the heroine. The brunette walked down the hallway with his hands in his pocket, because for the first time, several heroines would be in danger at once, and he did not want to blindly rely on the cycles and console himself, but wanted to nip the problem in the bud. He approached the door of the sports warehouse. He looked up sadly, and since the exact date was unknown, he checked the warehouse every day. At this time, Da-hee was talking with the other girls. She looked to the side when she was called. Rami in front of her was shaking her head and trying to find Kang Lim. Da-hee replied that he went to lunch and asked her if Rami had not met him on the way. Da-hee looked at the girl in surprise, noting that it was not that far, so she suggested that she go look for him. Rami replied that she was not looking for him, because the fact that the elder was not here was even good. Rami frowned sharply and said that they should have found the other seniors and maybe they would know something. The girls were standing on the sides of the stairs. Rami lowered her head sadly and said this is what happened the day before yesterday. Da-hee and Siren were listening to the story that it might have something to do with Kang Lim's school days, and she thought that they, as seniors, would know something about it. Rami looked back at the brunette and said that it was hard to ignore it and also couldn't ask him directly because it was unsettling to see Kang Lim's painful face. Dahi frowned slightly and wondered if Kang Lim said that he couldn't go to the hairdresser and that's why he had this hairstyle and that's why he cancelled the trip. Dahi looked back at Siren and reminded them that they discussed this yesterday. She also added that it was interesting because they didn't say anything that would upset Kang Lim. Siren added that if it was about his middle school years, then it must be that rumor. Siren lowered her head and said that at T1 Middle School, where Kang Lim attended, there was a rumor that he was involved in an incident. All the girls immediately became dumbfounded when Siren said that she accidentally found out about it when she transferred here, and some people told her not to get close to Kang Lim. Rami sadly added that she heard something like that too, and in fact, her older brother had mentioned it too. She recalled her brother's mischievous grin when he said that there seemed to be another girl in middle school. At the same time, the boy with white hair smiled widely. She immediately started shaking her head, trying to shake off those memories, and what her brother said couldn't be true. Siren, along with Dahi, looked at the girl with puzzled expressions. The blonde stated that the truth was that they all met Kang Lim after transferring here and only Young-an knew him before that. The brunette looked down and said that it was true, but to be honest, she only met Kang Lim in her first year of high school, so she didn't know what happened to him in middle school. She looked up and said that moreover, whenever they discussed different topics, when it came to middle school history, Kang Lim looked like he was about to burst into tears at any moment. The girls discussed this while standing on the stairs. Then the brunette looked at the floor and said that this is why she couldn't directly ask the brunette about his rumors, and besides, the story itself was hard to believe. The blonde next to Siren was surprised together because they had an interesting story that was hard to believe. The brunette at that moment looked at the protagonist with trepidation and said that she had gone to extra classes at school for a while, but quickly gave up because she couldn't concentrate on her studies. Young-an noticed the surprised looks of the girls behind her and said that there was a girl there then who said that she was from T1 Middle School and overheard their conversation. The two girls had empty looks because it was a story about Kang Lim bullying a girl. All three girls looked at the brunette in surprise, who announced that the girl had committed suicide. It was a warehouse with boxes. The protagonist was sitting behind a cabinet, holding his knees. He scratched his head and thought that today was another failure, although he was sure that he saw smoke during lunch. He immediately decided to get up, holding his lower back. Kang Lim did not know the time or the reason for the incident, and this made him very angry, because if you count today, he had been waiting for 10 days. Suddenly, he heard sounds behind the door, where they said that someone was very tired and angry that someone gave them away to the previous place. There were three brunettes in glasses, exchanging glances. The guy in the middle said that at least the spies did not find this place, and they could smoke here until the end of the sports festival. The protagonist watched them from under the cabinet. He saw how the guys began to take out cigarettes and discuss whether they found a spray that removes the smell and wanted to use it after the procedure. The main character watched the guys smoking and was surprised because these guys were acting very bossy and arrogant, and he was curious if he had seen the guy from the previous incident. He remembered the moments with these guys in the past and noticed that this was the person who fought for the position of the head of the festival committee against Rami, because he was a loser who ruined everything, and sometimes there were people who pretended to be serious, but in reality they were just slackers. These three guys were walking down the hallway and wanted to run into the classroom first. Three smoked cigarette butts were lying on the floor. The main character began to put them out, noting that these guys should have done it themselves. He stared at the cigarette butt and wanted to argue that this was why the fire started, and therefore the warehouse fire incident should be over with. These guys began to fuss with their mouths open, thinking that they were in trouble, and now they did not know what to do. They immediately hid behind the door, closing it slightly. The gym teacher started to pester them into their office and said that he saw them and told them to leave quickly. The guy in glasses was trying to catch his breath and understood that he couldn't allow this incident to be on his personal file, because if his mother found out, he would be in trouble. The three of them noticed the main character with a cigarette butt in his hands. The guy burst into their office with displeasure. The guy in glasses immediately pointed at Kang Lim and said that it was he who told them to do this and made them start smoking. At this time, the teacher was looking at the register and trying to find out what was going on. She noticed that there was one empty seat in the office and someone was missing. Ho-chun raised his hand and began to explain that Kang Lim was called to the teacher's room. The guys immediately drooped and were surprised that Kang Lim was in the teacher's room, and it looked like some kind of incident had started. He sat with a puzzled look, frowning. The guys in glasses bowed to the gym teacher, who told them to go to class, and they apologized again. The main character sat with a bashful look in front of the guy in the suit. The gym teacher slightly squinted, looked to the side and asked the guy about whether he had been skipping his classes, and now he had started smoking at school, and even boldly right inside the building. The main character held a pen in his hands with a thoughtful look, because he understood that even if he said that it was not him, it would be pointless because they already saw him as the main instigator. He immediately began to write a statement and wanted to be a little smarter at such moments, because he could not do anything because he was not the main character, and at least he managed to prevent the fire. The smirking Park was looked at with an angry expression by the principal, who asked him to teach this child manners and to make sure that the boy did not become the main troublemaker in their class again. Park asked the teacher not to worry. The old lady frowned sullenly and said that such problems were always caused by those who did not study well, and in their days, students even curled their hair, and in such sophisticated ways. At this time, the protagonist was writing a statement on the floor under the gaze of the teacher, who reported that the principal's educational policy was a little strange. However, Kang Lim did not understand what they were talking about because he had curly hair from birth. The boy carefully wrote the statement and knew that they had already labeled him as a delinquent, based only on his words, and, however, with his reputation, this was probably expected. He remembered how Dahi and the red-haired guy had their mouths wide open, because it was exactly the same as that time ESW had with the stolen box he had mentioned earlier. Even when Dahi tried to clear her name, it was the same, and they only succeeded because the two of them had a good reputation. The main character sat there with a dissatisfied look, and understood the reality was that with his reputation, no one would believe him when he said anything, because he knew it and was already used to it. He remembered the split ends of the scissors again, and how his hair fell to the floor. He looked through his bangs with a sad expression. Then he remembered the moment when Dahi frowned and talked about appearance and how it affected their first impression. He wrote a letter of reasoning, because he didn't care as long as he could handle it, and he knew that everything would be fine, because he wasn't some late emerging idiot with 8th grader syndrome, and he didn't pretend to be a dark knight or anything like that. He sat on the floor while Park and the teacher looked at him, because he just thought this method was more convenient and easier. Then he walked up the stairs. The main character looked ahead and noted that despite all this, he was left until the very end of the 7th period. He looked at the clear sky through the windows, hearing that they didn't want to mess with him. At this time, Dahi was talking to other girls. The brunette told her this because she was sincerely worried about her friend. Her brown-haired friend added that they were just worried that something could happen to her if she continued to talk to Kang Lim, because there were a lot of bad rumors about him. The blonde slightly closed her eyes, raising her hand and noting that she appreciated their concern, but asked them not to worry since she could take care of herself. The two girls excitedly exclaimed, giving seriousness to their words since they knew the man who went to middle school with Kang Lim. The protagonist was walking up the stairs while the girls were saying that the man had said about Kang Lim that he was not the kind of guy to hang out with and that he allegedly blackmailed the girls by using their weaknesses. Dahi slightly frowned and asked the girls if they had personally witnessed it. The two girls widened their eyes in surprise. The blonde frowned even more from under her brows and asked them again if they had personally witnessed it or experienced it since she wanted to hear a confirmed fact. The blonde leaned towards the girls, who replied that it was not exactly like that. Dahi realized that these were just some rumors that they themselves heard from others. The two girlfriends listened in surprise to the blonde, who assured that she had been worried about the opinions of others for a long time. But thanks to someone, she realized that she did not need to care about other people's opinions because this was her life. Dahi frowned, put her hand on her belt and declared that whether she communicated with Kalia or not, only she would decide because it was her choice. The two girls immediately left her. The blonde opened her mouth wide and wondered if she really should stay away from the guy. The main character walked up the stairs while the blonde was thinking about it and said that Kang Lim seemed like a weirdo who liked to eavesdrop. The brunette looked away, realizing that she noticed, and he explained that he didn't mean to eavesdrop. The blonde indifferently fixed her hair and told the guy not to thank her. She stood with her back to him displeased and said that thanks to Kang Lim, those guys would now start spreading rumors about her, and therefore they would drag her down with him, so she resigned herself to this fate and there was no need to thank her. Kang Lim asked the girl not to tease her. Dahi looked back slightly and said that since they were talking about it, she asked him to explain what happened in middle school since she had been wanting to ask for a long time. The male lead looked away as the girl said that she would be lying if she said she wasn't interested. She had her back to Kang Lim and said that if he wasn't ready to share it yet, that was fine. The male lead's eyes widened in surprise. The blonde leaned forward and pointed out that perhaps this was a story that would be hard to tell to others, and everyone had something they'd rather keep secret. All the girls were standing on the stairs. Rami looked down and said that she heard a similar story about him, where the older Kang Lim supposedly threatened a student, which led to that incident. Dahi gaped in shock as she stood next to Siren, not believing it because it didn't make sense. The pink-haired girl pointed out that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Yoonga timidly hung her hands and agreed with this opinion because Kang Lim would not do something like that, but she wanted to add something. All the girls looked at her with puzzled looks and Yoonga explained that if Kang Lim did not want to talk about it, then it was necessary. She trembled her hands and stated that she would rather respect his decision and give him some time. Da-hee stood in front of the brunette and stated that whenever he felt the need to open up and if he wanted to talk to someone, then she would be waiting to listen to her. It was her purple dress. She put her hands behind her back and looked at him with a smile. The protagonist looked at the girl with surprise. Then Da-hee blushed, looked away and added that the others thought the same way, and not only her, so that was all she wanted to say, and for now, she asked him to know that they will support him. Da-hee then began to go down the stairs. Kang Lim stood alone in the empty hallway and realized that he didn't care about it until now because everything was fine no matter what anyone said. Then he walked down the hallway under the condemning glances, realizing that even if he was treated unfairly, the finger was pointed at him, everything was limited to him anyway. He looked into the void and realized that because of that, he really thought that this incident was the same and he would just ignore it. He clenched his fists, realizing that this was different. He recalled various moments and discussions with girls. Then he looked at his phone. He brought the phone to his face and called Rami. He reminded her of the incident at the hairdresser and wanted to go with her right now and had to go. The protagonist, inspired, rushed forward. It was a school building. Kang Lim was sitting next to Yong-soo at a desk. The students were walking down the hallway. The blonde caught up with her friend and greeted her. Siren greeted her back. The girls stopped. Siren said that she must have put on her summer uniform. The blonde confirmed this and said that from today she can finally start switching to the summer uniform, because the last couple of days were a bit chilly, but now it has warmed up again. She closed her eyes, smiled widely and added that she just wants to put it on as soon as possible. Such small changes make her happier. Her friend chuckled and said that she can understand her. Suddenly they noticed a crowd of students. The blonde looked at them in confusion. Siren looked at her friend in shock. Da-hee asked what was going on. The young man lowered his head on his hand. He looked away. Suddenly he turned around, hearing something. The blonde frowned in surprise and stuttered something. And suddenly her scream was heard in the school corridors. The girl called the guy. The teacher frowned and said that this would be the end of the announcements. She looked at the embarrassed guy and said that if anyone had any questions or were worried about something, they could always contact her. The guys looked at the hero with concern. The blonde quickly approached him, addressed him as a boss and asked what happened to his hair. She frowned tensely and asked why he got rid of his signature three-legged octopus hairstyle and why he looked so normal. The guy irritatedly asked if this was a compliment or an insult and then said that she should decide for herself. He looked at her with displeasure. The blonde asked if it was because someone broke his heart, because she heard that people usually change their hairstyle when they are rejected. She blushed slightly, waved her hand and asked if his lover had said that she had turned him down because of his hairstyle, because when they say they don't like their hairstyle, it's just an excuse that she's just trying to annoy him. Yong-soo was reading a magazine. The girl looked at the guy and asked if he knew what had suddenly gotten into his friend. The bespectacled guy looked at her and asked what she meant. He raised one eyebrow in confusion and said that his faithful servant had decided to make changes to his mortal shell. The blonde exclaimed, "They say he only noticed it now." Kang Lim looked at his friend with annoyance. The bespectacled guy said that he didn't pay attention to mortals' appearance, because he only recognized them by the vibrations of their souls. The hero said that it wasn't surprising, and that he thought it was strange that his friend hadn't said anything before. The blonde raised an eyebrow and asked what the real reason was and why he suddenly cut his hair. The guy scratched his cheek and replied that his thinking had changed a little since what she told him last time. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy added that he decided to try to take care of himself at least a little. She recoiled in shock and muttered something. She remembered her words about guys having to take care of their hair because the main attraction of guys is their hair. She awkwardly shrugged her shoulders, looked away and said that last time he said he didn't want it because he thought it was pointless, so she didn't understand why he suddenly decided to do it. The young man smiled and said that the whole reason was because of her. The blonde looked at him in surprise. He stood up from his seat and said that because of her he started to rethink everything, and then he felt like he wanted to change his hairstyle. He smiled softly and added that therefore it could be said that it was all because of her, after which he thanked her. The blonde frowned tensely, not understanding what he was talking about. People crowded behind the guy. He scratched the back of his head and said that their looks were a little annoying, after which he suggested going out and taking a walk during recess. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Siren looked at him with delight. The young man asked if he looked strange. The girl gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile that it was true, after which she emphasized that it seemed strange to her that he had not done this earlier, because he had really surpassed himself. The guy smiled awkwardly and said that it was a great relief for him, after which he thanked her. The hero looked away in displeasure when a classmate approached him. Ho-chun said that the guy almost caught him. The guy frowned slightly and added that he hardly recognized him. The hero answered negatively and said that it was more likely that he had caught him, because the hero had not even noticed him. Ho-chun looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and said that he had surprised him greatly, and not for the first time. The guy remembered all the moments that had happened. The hero frowned tensely. Ho-chun looked down and said that on the day he dressed up as a blonde, The young man tried to stop him and thought that it would not be strange if he were treated as an eccentric. Ho-chan looked at him and said that a few days ago there had been an incident with cigarettes, which made him even more wary. The hero lowered his head, hearing the words that he was quite a mysterious person. The red-haired guy closed his eyes and added that he was probably jumping to conclusions. Kang Lim smiled widely and said that he wanted to ask him something, then asked if he knew of any places where it was appropriate to smoke in school. The other guy frowned angrily, the veins on his face standing out. He asked if the guy was serious. The hero opened a can of soda. Rami approached him with a smile and said that she found him. The guy greeted her. The girl smiled slyly and asked how it went. The guy replied that he didn't think he did anything grandiose. He frowned in irritation. The girl looked him in the eye with a smile and said that probably everyone was only talking about him. Kang Lim replied that it was all true. She closed her eyes, smiled widely and said that she was proud of him, and that from now on he would go to the hairdresser every 3 weeks. She would never call him. He should not make up excuses. He would definitely come. The guy frowned in irritation and said that it was very often. The blonde replied that it was not that often, because many people go there at least once a month. The hero asked if this meant that fashionable people go to such lengths for the sake of their hairstyles. He held up 2 fingers and excitedly said that with the money he spent on the salon every 3 weeks, he could buy many bowls of rice soup, and began to calculate how much the salon would cost in 10 years. Rami touched her cheek and said that he was probably embarrassed that he would have to go on regular dates with a cute girl like her. The guy blushed embarrassedly and began to stutter. The girl laughed and said that she had put so much effort into booking that hair salon for him. She frowned slightly and asked if he didn't realize how lucky he was that he should be grateful to have a cutie like her by his side. The hero looked up and said that he thought she was right. Rami looked at him in surprise and asked what that meant. The young man added that, as he had already said, he hadn't been to the hair salon for a long time. He held a can of soda in his hand, saying that if he tried to cut and style his hair himself, it would turn out so-so. He smiled softly and added that he was very grateful to her for being with him. The girl blushed embarrassedly. She seethed with embarrassment. The guy said that he should probably go first because he needed to tidy himself up. The girl grabbed her face and said that they were in big trouble because she had created a monster. Near the teacher's room, the teacher's voice sounded, saying that, in any case, modern children have simply lost their way. The man closed his eyes and added that, for example, Kang Lim was something special, and that in his time, if he was caught with cigarettes, he would have gotten into big trouble. The dark-haired girl listened to him say that at the recent teachers' meeting they talked about. Young Oz crossed her arms and thought that they were talking about the guy from the previous incident, and that he was on the roof with Young Ah from her class. Suddenly the phone rang loudly. She answered the call and asked how she could help, after which she added that she could not hear the other person well. Suddenly she frowned in shock and exclaimed loudly, not believing what was said on the phone. She threw open the door with an angry look. The girl found 3 guys sitting with cigarettes. Her hair stood on end. The girl angrily walked towards the guys, saying that they really had gone crazy. An ominous aura began to emanate from the staff toilet. The hero with the phone in his hand smiled and said that he almost felt sorry for them, but only almost. He walked down the corridor with a satisfied look, feeling relieved. Young Ah walked towards him with a downcast expression. The hero greeted her. She passed by him silently. The guy noticed with a smile that she was also wearing a summer uniform. He turned around in surprise. The girl walked away embarrassedly, thinking that she couldn't look him in the face because the previous Kang Lim was already cool, but with this hairstyle. She frowned awkwardly and finished her thought by saying that just looking at him made her face turn red, that she couldn't bring herself to look him in the eyes. The girl boiled with embarrassment, thinking that she didn't want him to see her like this, so for now she should avoid meeting him. But suddenly they found themselves in a movie theater, sitting next to each other. The girl wondered how everything turned out like this. A few days ago, the guys were sitting next to each other at their computers. The girl looked down in embarrassment, wondering what to do since she couldn't look him in the eye. And just when she thought she needed to be careful, they were alone. The guy looked at her suspiciously. The girl added that everyone said they couldn't come to the club today. She shrugged her shoulders. The guy called her by name. He frowned tensely and wondered what was going on since she was the same in the hallway, and then he began to think about what he did wrong, and that on the phone she said it wasn't the box. Young Ah quickly looked up, saying that everything had been updated. The hero stood up from his seat. The girl said that she was talking about a Webtoon contest, and that the application form had just been uploaded. The young man asked if she was talking about the contest she had been waiting for. The girl smiled slightly. The guy looked at the monitor. She said that the winning work would be published under the guidance of a professional author, and although it would not start publishing right away, but the young man finished her sentence by saying that it was still a big step forward, after which he asked what the theme of the contest was. The monitor showed a pink inscription then, that the theme was a pinch of love. The hero raised one eyebrow and read the words that the genre and theme are set at the discretion of the candidate, and that participants just need to add a pinch of love to the story. The girl continued reading the text. They say that romantic elements should be secondary because they are looking for works where they are subtly inscribed in the main genre. Kang Lim straightened up and said that this is a typical Korean drama since they always ask for a romance plot and she specializes in action. The girl furrowed her brows and said that this means that the theme of love is widely popular since TV hosts just choose safe options, and she even thought about writing romance but did not succeed. Slightly lowering her head, she added that the company suggests adding romance as a subplot, so they are definitely trying to follow the latest trends in order to reach a larger audience through streaming platforms, so it is necessary to diversify the genres. Kang Lim looked at her and asked if it was true. Her friend replied that even if it wasn't her specialty. She smiled confidently and finished by saying that with a pinch, she thought she could do it if she practiced a bit, and the competition would be over after the holidays, so she would be looking through various works to better understand the elements of romance. She looked at the guy, the boy smiled and asked if that romance anime movie was coming out soon. The girl enthusiastically confirmed it and said that it was coming out this week, so she should definitely watch it. She frowned slightly and suggested watching it together, then said that they could discuss it later since she wanted to brainstorm ideas and they could use the movie as a reference for the webtoon. The hero raised his hands and said that it sounded good and that she could bring a notebook with her. Sitting in her room, Young-ah frowned when she heard the words about it being like a date. She blushed in embarrassment. Her friend on the phone added that if they were watching a movie together on the weekend, then it was definitely a date, and Young-ah must have thought of everything in advance. The brunette tried to deny it. She lowered her head and softly said that they would just watch a movie, then go to a cafe, discuss that comic book, and maybe have dinner if they had time. She frowned tensely, realizing something. Her friend's voice rang out on the phone, laughingly saying that this morning she couldn't even look him in the eye, so this was a great result, after which she wished him luck and asked him to call when she returned for the date. Young-ah closed her eyes in embarrassment. Her friend corrected herself and asked her to call the next day because she would understand everything. The girl said that she was talking nonsense. She lowered the phone and quickly said the words that she didn't know what to do now because she was carried away by the conversation about the webtoon and then noticed that her friend hung up. Kang Lim was watching a movie while eating popcorn. The girl blushed embarrassedly. She frowned tensely and thought she was regaining consciousness, but she was still very nervous and could not concentrate on the movie. She waved her hand and thought about whether her clothes were strange or not, and whether it was too ordinary, and then decided that she should have checked her hair again before going out. The girl on the screen turned back. Young-ah thought that this was not the first time they watched a movie together, but in the past, Young-soo was almost always with them, and Kang Lim had a familiar old hairstyle. She closed her eyes, put the straw in her mouth and added that, moreover, because of everything that had been happening lately, she had begun to think more about him, but they suddenly touched hands. The girl shuddered, pulling her hand away. Kang Lim didn't even turn around to look at her. She lowered her eyebrows and decided that maybe she was exaggerating and the guy didn't think it was a date. She shrugged her shoulders, closed her eyes and added that, in fact, she should be grateful to him because he sincerely helped her with her request related to the webtoon. And she decided that she should take this seriously too. People were walking along the corridor, discussing something. The guys left the cinema. The girl said that it was a lot of fun. The guy replied that this movie exceeded all his expectations. He looked at the interlocutor with a smile. The girl closed her eyes and said that she agreed with him and that she especially liked the last scene, the one in which the heroine runs after him barefoot. The young man agreed with her and said that there was such tension between them, but he liked the unexpected turn. Young-ah sighed sadly and said that the change of music in the background at that moment was perfect if it was a webtoon. She didn't know how they would have depicted it. The heroes replied that he didn't know, but they could have used the movie as a source of inspiration. He added with a wide smile that he meant that they should look at how other comics handled it. The door of the comic cafe was closed. The guys were standing in front of the shelves with magazines. They took 2 stacks with them and began to read comics. Having moved to the table, they continued reading while eating. The girl was staring at the screen of the tablet. The guy was discussing something with her. While she was reading the comic, he was saying something with his arms outstretched. They smiled widely while doing this. On the tablet was a light sketch of a drawing. The girl smiled and said that the sketch of the first chapter was ready. The guy wiped his forehead and said that it looked good and that the romantic undertones were woven into the subplot very well. Even though this story was out of his comfort zone for the genre, but apparently his past experience with other works came in handy. Young-ah hugged the tablet and smiled. The guy said that she was truly born to webtoons. The girl thanked him and said that she actually thinks he's amazing and always feels like his advice is exactly what she needs. She looked him in the eye and added that his advice earlier on the romantic part seemed very expert and it seemed like he had experience in relationships. The hero frowned slightly and said that for him, this was all 100% a mental simulation. The girl asked if he was serious. He looked down and added that everyone had such fantasies from time to time, fantasies in which their favorite character came to life. If that happened, he doesn't know what an otaku would do. Well, he guesses that he would get lost in his thoughts, plan a date and such. He imagined Dahi, frowned deeply and said that this fantasy had betrayed him. He frowned angrily and exclaimed that it was so bad that he couldn't even fantasize anymore, and his pure love for his favorite character was trampled. The girl asked what he meant. The hero looked up and said that it was the same as saying that the author of a story about magicians is not a real magician, but in any case, it was time for them to wrap up, because they were almost out of time. The open comics were lying on the floor. The guy said that if she had any problems, she could call him. The girl thanked him and said that they would see each other next time. Her bag was lying against the wall. Yoonga said that since he paid for the tickets, she would pay for the cafe. The young man said that he came to help her, so he would pay for everything himself. Their hands touched while they were reaching for the comic book. The guys paid attention to this moment. They froze in place for a second. The girl turned away embarrassedly and said loudly that she would return everything to its place herself. She quickly ran towards the shelf, thinking that her heart could not help but beat faster, no matter how hard she tried to remain calm. And a simple look into his eyes and only a light touch of their hands made her feel that this was the same Kang Lim, even though his hairstyle had changed. She hugged the stories of love and thought that perhaps this detail did not even matter, and the whole point was that she really liked him. The girl smiled softly and added that the time spent together made her truly happy. She ran past the shelves, thinking about how much she wanted him to share at least a little of these feelings with her. The guy approached the checkout. He thought with a calm expression that of course he knew, because he was a guy and he was also disappointed in the main male characters. He scratched his head and thought that they spent their day off together, and naturally he felt that it was like a date. The young man remembered how they touched hands in the cinema. He remembered the heroes, how he calmly looked at the screen, but in his soul he felt very embarrassed. He looked down and added that the girl was very serious and sincere about the webtoon, and he was in the clouds, so it didn't matter because he shouldn't bother her. The girl quickly ran to him and asked if he had managed to pay. The guy confirmed this and suggested that they leave. They stood next to each other at the elevator doors. The dial showed the number 9. The girl blushed in embarrassment and thought that it was still very difficult for her to look him in the eyes because when he looked at her. The hero also blushed and thought that he did not understand why he was thinking about this when he was trying to look at her. They moved away from each other slightly and decided that they were becoming very awkward. The guy tried to control his facial expression and the girl was worried that he would notice her embarrassment. Young Oz saw the guys on the street. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and called the guy a pervert. Above the entrance there was a poster with the inscription about the celebration of the 12th High School Sports Festival. The guys in sports uniforms stood in a small crowd. The man approached the microphone. Parting words from the director were announced, and he said that he would be brief. The guy exhaled with a smile and thought that having prepared in advance, he felt calm, because such a big event as a sports festival is actually a good moment. He opened his eyes and added that the date was already known and there was enough time to prepare, so thanks to this, he had already prevented all sorts of incidents that could happen on this day. The hero lowered his head, thinking that now he could just relax and read web novels to kill time. The principal said that there was a small commotion at school recently. The man smiled widely and added that due to this, they decided to accept applications for participation in a competition called 1, 2, 3, and as a result, many more people signed up. The children were given sheets. The man added that therefore they had to adjust today's schedule. The hero glanced at the sheet he received and handed the rest back. The principal added that they urgently expanded the scale of the event. The hero was shocked but frowned. The man said that this time they decided to add many more intense and varied events. He held the schedule with trembling hands, thinking that it had completely changed. The ending time had also been moved up by almost 2 hours. But other than that, the events in their order were completely different from what he knew. He grabbed his head and thought that they were making fun of him, since all the countermeasures he had prepared would be useless. The boy frowned menacingly and decided that it wasn't quite like that, since if things went differently, it wouldn't be strange if the incidents developed differently. The teachers behind the principal smiled. The man added that thanks to this, more students would be able to participate, and after the recent events, their entire school staff was busy preparing. The boy thought that he had become a catalyst by preventing the box theft incident at the sports festival, after which he wondered what kind of snowball this was and whether it was all real, since everything couldn't end like this. He crumpled the piece of paper in his hand. The principal addressed the students. The guy thought that given the way things were going. Confetti and balloons flew up into the air. The principal wished the kids to enjoy the sports festival. The guy finished his sentence saying that he would have no choice but to run around like a dog to prevent everything. The guys ran the relay race with all their might. Yang Su took out his console with a smile and said that it seemed like the daily supplies were complete, and from now on, at this very spot, nothing would be able to make him get up. He suddenly noticed that there was no one around him and paused his speech for his friend. The blonde turned around and asked if this was some kind of local business deal, because she found it very strange to see street stalls when it wasn't even one of the main festivals. The girls looked at her with a smile and said that when a big festival comes, they set up their own booths because they need to quickly buy and go back because soon it will be Dahi's turn. The blonde replied that it was dangerous. She noticed a guy buying at a booth. The man behind the counter asked what was wrong. The guy frowned angrily, pointed to a propane tank and said that it was standing in the scorching sun, after which he asked to look closely at the nozzle. The man leaned over to the tank. The guy said that there was a small hole where the rubber came out and wore out. The man noticed this. The blonde approached the hero and asked what was going on and why he was making a fuss. The young man replied that he was saving someone. Suddenly, a powerful explosion appeared from behind the building. Time seemed to stop. The guy answered the call and said that it would be better if the interlocutor came immediately. He frowned. A cat meowed next to him. The guy said that he thought the cat got inside the hood of the car and that he was not joking, and in the worst case, the car could even explode. While he was talking on the phone, a scream was heard from the side. The young man interrupted his conversation about the loud bang earlier. He frowned and turned around, wondering what happened. Time suddenly stopped again. A crowd of people greeted Siren loudly and joyfully. The guys tried to hold them back, not letting them get close to her. The girls said that everyone was spinning around as if they saw a celebrity. Siren said that she was fine and that it did not matter how long it took because she would accept everyone. The girl turned to the side and added that if they did this, everything should be fine because this hall is not used because it is too old. The guy quickly ran to her and ordered her to get out of there. The basketball hoop wobbled. The guy repeated his words again. The guys were horrified. Dust rose into the air. Siren squealed in pain. Time stopped again. The young man grabbed his girlfriend by the hand. The blonde ran after him, asking why he was pulling her. The guy decided that they should go this way because there were floors and it was very slippery. He frowned and added that in 9 cases out of 10, someone would slip and this would lead to a disaster. From the window, you could see him dragging her. Suddenly, a baseball broke the glass, flying at the guy's head. The girl frowned in fear, calling out to the guy. Time suddenly stopped again. The hero tore himself away with all his might. He lowered his head heavily, trying to catch his breath. Time stopped again. He went to the vending machine. With a calm expression on his face, he chose what to drink and thought that lately it seemed to him that everything was going too smoothly, and then wondered how many times he had already returned. With an unperturbed expression on his face, he added that at least he knew what kind of accidents were happening, and thanks to the loop, he was able to prevent them. The soda can fell down. The guy thought that there was only one accident that he could not prevent. It was the obstacle race that would take place in 10 minutes. He imagined how his girlfriend quickly ran away from her rival and thought that the AC of the track and field team was participating with her. The red-haired girl frowned tensely. The hero thought that she was amazed by the incredible speed of the blonde, and being absorbed in the feeling of competition, she naturally accelerated. The hero imagined how in the process she tripped over the obstacle. The girl lost her balance, flying into her rival. Suddenly, a crunch was heard throughout the stadium. The blonde was lifted onto a stretcher. The boy thought that she was also running very fast at that moment, and unfortunately, she lost consciousness, after which she was taken to the hospital. The hero watched as the obstacles were removed and thought that he could not think of a way to prevent this accident, since it was difficult for him to intervene as he usually did, and it was also difficult to directly forbid both of them from participating. He took a sip of his drink and added that the only way he could think of was to try to convince them. So if they did not voluntarily refuse to participate in the race, that would be the best. No matter how much he thought, he could not find a good enough reason. The young man scratched the back of his head and wondered what reason he could give them for them not to participate in the match, since he had thought about this question for a long time, but he still could not decide. But he could not just stand and watch, since he had no choice but to try to do something. The blonde took the ribbon in her teeth, tying her hair into a ponytail. The hero approached her and called her by name. The girl asked what was wrong. He frowned slightly and asked her to understand him correctly, then asked if she really needed to participate in this race. She turned to him and asked what he was talking about. The guy explained that he was worried that she might overexert herself, then asked if the upcoming games were more important. He smiled awkwardly. The girl looked away irritably. The guy said that she seemed to say that she was participating on behalf of those who aspire to the sports club. But this time she was going against the representative. The blonde asked him about it. Is it true that he still did not understand her? She looked at the ranking table and said that she would not be at such a high level if she was tired of such trifles. The young man asked, is she trying too hard? The girl raised her hand, tossed her hair, and said that it was unlike him, and then asked if he really came to her just for that reason, or if there was some other reason why she shouldn't go. The guy awkwardly looked away and said that he had a very uneasy feeling. He waved his hands and said that he couldn't shake the feeling that she would get hurt during the match, and then explained that it was some kind of ominous dream and that he had dreamed it. He frowned in embarrassment. They say there that his worries were meaningless, and then thought that even he would consider it a ridiculous reason, and that instead of convincing her, he looked like a madman. The girl looked at him skeptically. She calmly agreed to his proposal. The guy said heavily that he expected this because it didn't make any sense. Suddenly, he looked at her in surprise and asked what she just said. The girl replied that she would not participate, but would simply lose. She turned sideways to him and added that she wanted to see what it was like to cheer from the stands, and since it was almost lunch, this was the perfect time. The guy watched her go and thought about what was happening and what had happened to her, but if everything turned out like this, then everything was already decided. Young-ah picked up the phone and said that a young man called her and said that he would come soon. The girls were sitting on the stairs. The gamer said that the other two were talking about not being able to come. The blonde decided to have lunch with the others, and Young-soo said that he needed to defend the honor of the academy. Rami pointed at her with a smile and said that they should have lunch together, then asked what they were going to eat and said that she heard that they sold lunch boxes there. The gamer girl reached into her bag and said that she brought some food with her. The brunette agreed. The blonde looked at them with confusion and said that she also packed her own, then asked them to take a look. They put out their lunch boxes. The blonde said with a smile that she thought each of them brought a little more than one person. The girls frowned in confusion. Young-ah said that they all had the same idea. The guy came up to them and said that they were already assembled. The girls looked at him. The blonde said that he was the only one late and that she did not see him among the supporters. The gamer girl said with a grin that according to him, he did not care about the sports festival, but apparently he was having fun competing. The hero sat down on the stairs next to them and said that he was not having fun. Young-ah said that she saw his game too and that he did better than she thought, so she was surprised. The guy frowned and said he was just practicing and didn't understand how to do it yet. He stuck his hand into the grocery bag and said golden and then offered to eat. They say he bought some bread while walking in the morning. The girls frowned awkwardly. The blonde said she knew the eldest would do that. Young-ah added that they all brought their own lunch boxes. The gamer girl said their portions were a little big, so she put the rest aside. They presented him with the leftover food and said they wanted to share with him. The guy was surprised and said there was too much. Siren looked away embarrassedly and said she actually made it to share with the club members, but apparently everyone else brought their own lunch boxes. The guy wiped his hands and thanked them with a smile. Young-ah handed him her lunchbox, looked away and asked if he wanted to try them, because she had made a little more too. The hero replied that he would be happy to try them, because they looked very tasty. He looked at the girl with a smile. The interlocutor said sheepishly that today was a special day, so she tried very hard. Rami thought that both elders were very disappointing to her. The guy opened her lunchbox, wondering what she had made, after which he said that it was impressive. The blonde smiled softly and said that she had made it especially for him. The girls were stunned by what she had said. The guy took up his chopsticks. Rami remembered what she had promised them earlier. The girl remembered how before the guy arrived they had discussed the fact that each of them had taken a little more than enough for one person, and apparently they all had the same idea. Rami closed her eyes. The gamer girl asked if they were planning on sharing with Kanglin. The blonde confirmed this and said that she thought the eldest would probably want more than what was in one serving. The other girl asked what they should do since she didn't think he could eat that much. Young-ah touched her cheek and said that if they said they made it especially for him, he might feel obligated to eat it all, so they could just give him a choice. The blonde smiled slyly and asked if she was sure about that since she had no doubt in her cooking. Young-ah smiled softly and said that it was okay since she put her heart into it. The gamer girl closed her eyes and said loudly that she was also confident in herself since she had trained many times. A rivalry slipped between them. The guy looked at the food given to him and wondered which one he should try first since he thought there was too much for him to eat it all by himself. He pointed his chopsticks at Young-ah's lunchbox. Suddenly, the boy felt negative energy and decided that he did something wrong. He quickly redirected his hand to Rami's box. The blonde smiled happily. Her rivals quickly wilted. Rami frowned sadly. Siren suddenly became happy when the boy changed his choice. He frowned tensely, realizing what was happening. He blushed slightly and thought that he had seen such scenes in comics before. He closed his eyes with a smile and decided that this was a cooking battle, and in the end, they were all proud of their culinary skills. He nodded with a smile and decided that even though there was no protagonist among them who wanted to show off his subtle sense of taste, they must have had a rivalry over who was the better cook, so as a third party, his opinion became vital to them. The girls looked at him. The guy said that he would try to be as objective as possible. The blonde wondered what he had imagined. The guy frowned and put a piece of food in his mouth. The girls moved closer to him and asked which of them he liked more and how it tasted. The hero answered that it would not be an exaggeration to say that all three were very tasty, but if he really had to choose. Suddenly he fell into a stupor, realizing something, and wondered why he had guessed this only now. The young man blushed slightly and thought that this was exactly what he thought of, and this was not just a culinary battle. The guy grabbed his head and added that this was a trap aimed at pulling him into a loop, because it was quite possible. He was caught in a time loop over and over again, thinking that if he carelessly ranks the dishes and inevitably upsets someone, it will ruin the game later, and this in turn can lead to another incident and drag him into the loop again. The blonde frowned. Looking at his face, the guy was thinking hard about the fact that maybe he was making a mountain out of a molehill. But considering what was happening to him, it was not impossible. If you think about it like that, then this is a crossroads with 3 paths, and they all lead to hell. Rami took a piece of omelet. The guy decided that in order to avoid complications, he should act carefully. The girl asked him to start and said that it irritates her, that she can't stand it anymore. The girl blushed, handed him a piece of food and said that he opened his mouth. The girls watched what was happening. The guy frowned in surprise. The competitors jumped up from their seats, handed the guy food and said that he should try it. The hero frowned tensely and stepped back. The girls asked him in a loud voice to choose one of the dishes. After a while, the radio announced the start of the main event, and that now the 3-legged race will begin, and all participating teams should go to their starting positions. The guy grabbed his stomach. Young-ah leaned over to him and asked if everything was okay with him, and if he ate too much. The young man answered with difficulty that everything was okay with him, because he just could not stop because of the taste. The girls watched what was happening. The blonde clenched her fist and decided that she had been waiting for this competition for a long time. She remembered how she played rock, paper, scissors with her competitors and said that if she had won that time, it would have been much better. Young-ah shrugged her shoulders and blushed, saying that she thought she would not succeed, and perhaps this was because she was participating for the first time. The guy grabbed her hand. The girl trembled in fear. He said that they must win. The hero frowned sternly and thought that he should go through the finals, because in this case, even if another incident occurs, he can intervene and deal with it. Kang Lim felt sorry for the varnish, presented the game goods, and thought that it was not at all that he wanted to take the grand prize. He hugged the girl and they ran forward. The heroes turned away and said that, if you think about it, they did well, but they will have to make up for lost time in other competitions. He looked at the tired girl and said that she did well, then asked if she was okay. The ally replied that her heart was about to burst. She blushed embarrassedly. The hero said that he would carry her to the infirmary. Young-ah asked to leave her alone, thinking that her heart was about to jump out. The blonde rolled up her sleeve and said that it was time for the tug of war, then added that they would use strategy number 5. The guys looked at each other, discussing whether Siren had been called this time, and that she had not been there when they had gathered with the others for lunch. One of the girls looked at them and said that the gamer girl must be participating with her clubmate. The blonde suddenly heard talk about this club being the one Kang Lim was in. The guys looked at their group, saying that except for Kang Lim, all of them were girls. The brunette poked her friend in the chest. The guy said that this club seemed weird to him. He looked at the blonde, apologized, and said that she had been in that club too. The girl replied that it was okay, because it really was a weird club. She pursed her lips and thought that, like she had already said, it was weird. The girl remembered Young-ah's passing by and they were discussing how the boss was walking with the girl. The brunette said it was some woman with long black hair. Dahi replied that it could have been Young-ah, then thought that the brunette was telling her that she liked the boss. She smiled happily, thinking that it meant that they were together on the weekend, then said that she was rooting for them, and apparently they were doing well. Young-ah looked at her sister. The blonde hung her head heavily, thinking that this was good luck. The guy frowned, pointed to the rope and said that thanks to the new rules, they have enough participants, but the girls are at a disadvantage, so it reminds him of what he saw in the Squid Game. Dahi watched them with a sad look. The guy looked at the rope and explained something to his team. The treasure hunt began. The guys walked around the area with sheets of paper in their hands. Rami looked at the guy with a smile and asked him what he thought and if he thought she would share her lunch with him every day. The girl smiled slyly and said that she could really do that for him. The boy replied in the negative and said that as much as he appreciated it, he thought it was a bit much. The girl asked what was wrong with that. He remembered sitting and playing video games in the cafeteria and said that their school provided them with proper meals. She closed one eye and said that if that was the case, then nothing could be done, and then asked if he found an excuse in that because he didn't like her lunchbox. The guy smiled nervously and said that the lunch was really delicious, and hypothetically speaking, even if it wasn't. He scratched his cheek sheepishly and said that any guy would be in 7th heaven if that lunchbox was brought by a cute girl like her. The blonde covered her mouth with her hand and thought that he decided to show his cute side. She bit her finger and added that to be serious, if things continued like this, she would have a lot of rivals if the guy did well at the sports festival today. The guy leaned over to her and asked her not to move. He got close to her face. The girl blushed and asked what he was doing. She seethed with embarrassment. The guy pulled something out of the bushes. The girl screamed that they shouldn't do this because it was embarrassing. The hero said that he found their target in the treasure hunt. The guys were playing dodgeball. Siren smiled slightly and said that they were both unlucky because out of all the people they were facing, they had to face her and Kang Lim. She frowned sternly and said that the guys could consider themselves unlucky. The hero asked why she was so confident for no reason because she was the first to be knocked out and sent off the playing field. The opponents smiled sternly. The guy spun the ball on his finger and said that they were the only ones unlucky in this hall because their football club trained only arm muscles. His friend added that they always won. Not giving the opponent a single chance, the hero asked if he was sure he hadn't made a mistake with the club. The football players smiled and said that among the winning prizes there was something that looked expensive, and they would just resell it at a flea market. Kang thought that they were going to resell the award, so he simply had to win. The guy threw the ball, spinning it along an arc, and said that one throw would be enough for him. The hero raised his hands and thought that he was sure that they would be able to catch it, because in the end, at the school level, strength is not a problem, but only ignorance of the trajectory and the difficulty of catching it. The girl frowned tensely. The guy thought that they had dynamic vision at the level of professional gamers. Siren began to analyze the opponent's movements, thinking that instead of tracking the ball's movement, she would predict its trajectory by observing the muscles. She made a small lunge, deciding that she would pass it to an ally, and told the guy to dodge to the left. The ball hit him in the face, interrupting his words about how easy it would be. The girl went to the hero. They say that it was from her left side. The commentator announced the victory of the football club. Young Oz took the microphone in her hand and said that now the final event will begin, but they must begin the cavalry battle. The guys began to boo her. The girl added that the prize fund is a whole 1,000 points. One of the students snatched the microphone from her and told the guys to calm down, because after all, the cavalry battle is quite risky, so only the best teams will participate in the competition. Dahi and her allies went forward. The girl on the microphone said that, well, this is a real battle of the best, and the first team to take part in the competition will be. The blonde waved her hand at the audience. The commentator finished the sentence by saying that it will be the team that made a real splash. Young-ah closed her eyes. The guy frowned heavily. The announcer added that the second team will be a slowly but surely rising, versatile team. The hero said that the atmosphere is really heating up. The girl asked if it could be because of Siren. The guys tied blue ribbons on their heads. The blonde approached the guy and said that they were holding up well and that they survived until the last test. The hero turned to her and replied that it was probably because of unsportsmanlike events, such as treasure hunt, because the opponents have fewer participants, so they are at a disadvantage. The girls' teams bowed their heads heavily, repeating the words that they must win. The blonde asked if the guy thought that their team could not win. The guys, like zombies, repeated the same phrase about winning. The guy asked his interlocutor about what she did to them. The girls looked at what was happening in confusion. The blonde said that she raised their fighting spirit a little. Rami noted that it scared her a little. Siren decided that they seemed to have been brainwashed. The hero approached his team and began to explain the strategy. The girl from the yellow team raised her eyebrows in surprise. Dahi tore off her bandage with a smile. The guy frowned tensely, watching what was happening. The blonde grabbed his wrist. In the ensuing battle, she tore off the ribbon from him. The rays of the setting sun painted the sky amber. Dahi held the certificate of the winning team with a smile. The guys in the square raised their heads. The announcer also said that the closing ceremony would begin soon. The soft light of the sunset illuminated the corridor. The guy came out of the toilet and decided that it was probably even better this way, because one way or another, everything went smoothly. He looked up and added that not everything went according to plan. Apparently, in order to avoid any incidents, he had to intervene too many times. The guys passing by looked at him in surprise. The guy thought that thanks to this, he began to communicate more with the other students. The guys began to talk about the fact that the hero was very close to Dahi and Siren, and also that he only had girls in the club. The hero passed them. The guys followed him with their eyes and began to discuss the fact that they did not understand why he, of all possible people, was in this club. The hero looked down and wondered if they really did not pay any attention to her Yangsu. The guys behind him silently looked at him. The hero frowned slightly and decided that, to be honest, he could understand them, since he had similar thoughts in the beginning too. He thought back to his actions in the past and thought that after everything he had been through. Kang took a step forward and finished his thought by saying that he was in no state to indulge in romantic feelings, so this was to be expected. He walked forward down the hallway, thinking that he had seen so much pain and death today, and he simply couldn't allow himself to be distracted by the rush of romantic feelings. The young man turned his head to the side and decided that he hadn't won the lottery after all, and even if he had romantic feelings, they wouldn't be directed at anyone in particular, although he was probably grateful for all their help, but he didn't think he was attached to them in a romantic sense. He imagined the blonde and thought that after seeing the heroines, he understood the difference, since even if it was about her, he should forget about it. Suddenly, the boy stopped in the middle of his path. He lowered his head and thought that he had some remorse, since he was only able to get through this thanks to the infinite loops in ESW. He introduced his allies and added that if they had mutual feelings, even if it was a romantic feeling, he doubted that he was worthy of them. The guy from the photography club was trying to hand out flyers, and Kang Lim thought that it was wrong to wish for something like that in this situation. The guy with glasses smiled widely and said that 2 photos from today's sports festival can be purchased for only 1,000 won. Kang Lim looked at him silently and decided that he should at least take one. He looked at the picture and decided that there was not a single good photo with him even though he participated a lot. Kang Lim turned away and decided that he did not expect much. Walking outside, he thought that this was not something that only he could do, and perhaps this was retribution for his big mouth since he felt like he should just accept this as a punishment. Suddenly the guy noticed something. His girlfriends were huddled in one place, discussing their photos with small smiles. He came closer to them. The blonde turned to him and said that they were selling photos inside. She handed him his photo with a smile and asked to look, saying that he looked funny. Kang Lim looked at her in surprise. The girls were animatedly discussing the fact that there were several where he looked quite decent, although there were not many, but in some of them they looked strange. The gamer girl asked to take one of the photos. The guys were holding various photos with the image of the young man. Kang Lim looked at them, not distracting from the discussion. He slightly pursed his lips. The girls turned to him, asking what happened. He remembered how many times he was on the verge of death and thought that he was one step away from giving up. Smiling softly, he decided that now he finally understood. He put his hands in his pocket. The girls were looking at him. The guy thought that without realizing it, he had already received his reward. The main character took the magazine with the girl, exclaiming that it was the first limited edition. He smiled contentedly and said that going to the store was a good decision, and it would be a great addition to his collection. The guy looked away and said that in that case, he just had to quickly look at the new releases. Seeing him, the brown-haired girl perked up and called out. The shocked guy began to ask Nari why she was here. She replied that she came to buy some books and then asked about her hairstyle. Kang Lim froze with a nervous smile, wondering why they kept running into each other again by chance. He started waving his hand with a smile, exclaiming that it was just a coincidence and that he definitely didn't come here to spy on her. The girl said that now it all looked even more suspicious. She looked down and agreed, noting that bumping into each other could definitely be a coincidence, especially since it was her first time coming to this bookstore. The brunette took a step back and said that the choice was for the sake of the fact that her leg was better, and then said goodbye. He thought that he had zero ballet to avoid misunderstandings until they grew to incredible proportions. The brunette grabbed his sleeve, asking him to wait. She pressed the book to her chest and said that she had a favor to ask of him. They sat on a chair, and Nari said that she thought that something was happening to her sister lately and that something was bothering her. The guy with a surprised face asked what he was worried about. Nari replied that she didn't know if that was the reason, but she had been getting more and more lost in her own thoughts lately. The girl placed her hands between her legs and said that she had asked her several times what was going on. The protagonist wondered if it could be related to the ESW incident. He frowned and thought that it couldn't be, since he wouldn't overlook anything involving Dahi. The brunette waved her hand and asked him not to worry, saying that it probably wasn't a serious issue since her reaction didn't seem to cause such feelings. In her memories, the blonde looked away in embarrassment and said that everything was fine. Kang Lim rubbed his chin and said that he was glad to hear it. The girl added that she wanted to say something else. She knitted her eyebrows together and asked him to teach her how to play games. The guy jumped back and asked indignantly, how did they come to this? The brunette exclaimed that she wanted to get to know her sister a little better and then asked if he was also in that cultural club. She clenched her fists and said that ever since Dahi joined, she had become very into gaming. The brunette thought about how their club wasn't a gaming club. Nari looked at him askance and said that she wanted to get closer to her, but she knew absolutely nothing about it. The protagonist looked at the game guide next to her and suggested that this was probably why she was trying to buy that book, and he didn't even know whether to think she was determined or stupid. The girl's face turned red when she said that she heard that he knew about games, and then asked if that would be a problem for him. Kang Lim smiled nervously and said that it was fine. He added that if she was okay with it, then there was no problem, and then suggested that they start with the computer club. The brunette smiled widely and said that it would be better if he came to her house this weekend. The guy asked her again with a puzzled face. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Nari greeted the guest with a satisfied smile and said that she had been waiting for him. Entering, the brunette apologized for the intrusion. The girl said that her brothers and sisters left on business about an hour ago, and although she was supposed to work late, but they decided to have a day off. There were free slippers on the floor. The brunette said that they would probably all return late in the evening, and then noted that her sister had at least some free time. The main character followed her while she said that in their time it was quite possible to play on the phone, and it was much more profitable than going to a computer club. Kang Lim said that he did not think that ballet was a problem. He smiled, wondering if she was not at all bothered by the fact that they were alone at home. He assumed that it was either because he was studying abroad or because she had changed her mind about him. Nari turned on the stun gun and said that she had prepared something to keep him from getting physical. The guy jumped back from him and started asking loudly what he had done wrong. He wondered if this was how he would meet his end. The girl turned off the stun gun and said that she was just joking. She said that it was a self-defense item that her sister had recently bought her. She crossed her arms over her chest and called the guest impressionable. The brunette mentally noted that if she made that joke again, he would die of fear. There was a cola with ice on the table. The protagonist started rummaging through his bag, saying that he had brought a game console and some other things with him, adding that if they were going to play at home, a console was much better than a phone. The brunette asked him what the difference was. Kang started to install the bailiff, telling her that she needed to connect it to the TV. A logo appeared on the big screen. The guy started showing game discs, asking which one she was going to play now. Nari chose a game, saying that she seemed to have heard of it before. The brunette called this game easy for beginners. When the game started, he began to explain that she plays for the hero she sees on the screen, and she needs to move forward and defeat enemies on her way. The girl was holding 2 gamepads in her hands, saying that so far everything seems very simple. The main character noted that she is currently undergoing training. The brunette was fiddling with her hands with a puzzled face. Kang looked at the screen with displeasure. Seeing the inscription about defeat, he wondered if there really are people who are unable to complete training. He turned to the girl when she called the character too weak. He replied that her character will be weak if she catches all the attacks. Nari frowned and asked irritably why the enemies were attacking illegally and why they weren't attacking in a crowd when she was alone. She exclaimed that the main character called herself a hero, but she had no companions at all. The guy noted that this was a logical remark and then asked if it was because they were playing as a loser hero. The girl began to move her hands to the sides when he asked for gamepads to lower the difficulty. She exclaimed that she could do it. She started playing again. The brunette thought that if she continued in the same spirit, she would definitely get better. Half an hour later, she was still playing. An hour later, the brunette continued playing. When 2 hours had passed, the main character indignantly shouted that he could not stand it anymore. He sat down next to her and began to press buttons, shouting that it was done like this. When a mushroom appeared in front of the game's heroine, Kang shouted that when it starts shooting, you need to press the jump button. He noted that now they would begin Spartan training. After a while, the first level was completed. Nari smiled widely, exclaiming that she did it. The guy crossed his arms and said that this was a small victory, and there was still a long way to go, but if she succeeded, then she could handle it herself. He put his hand behind his head and apologized for what he did earlier, arguing that as a gamer it was painful for him to watch. The girl said that everything was fine because she is one of those who see things through to the end. She looked at the game discs and said that the names of these games seemed familiar to her, and it seemed like she had seen them on the list of games for beginners. The brunette asked if he picked them especially for her. She began to laugh when the brunette turned away and answered that maybe. Nari said that surprisingly he was very caring. While his cheeks were blushing, he thought about how nervous he was on his way here and even prepared himself for the time reversal. Turning to the girl, he said that as long as it wasn't about Dahi, they were getting along great. He said that it felt like an eternity since he had enjoyed games. The protagonist smiled, adding that it was especially because of people like Dahi, since she was always acting arrogant and calling him a noob. The brunette immediately darkened and asked how dare he insult her sister. Kano spread his arms out to the side and said that competing with her helped him become a better person. He said that it was already time for lunch. Nari replied that she was so focused that she didn't notice. She asked to wait a few minutes while she cooked. The girl was standing at the stove. As he approached, the guy rolled up his sleeves and asked if he could help her with anything. She exclaimed that there was no need since he was a guest. The brunette said that everything was fine and he had already washed his hands. Looking at the ingredients, he asked if she had decided to cook something unusual and then asked for permission to prepare them. He began to cut vegetables. Looking at him, the brunette noted that he was quite good at it. The protagonist said that when he was in elementary school, his family's financial situation was not very good. Looking at the cutting board, he said that although it was not to the point that they were in poverty, his parents often worked late, so he had to do housework. Nari looked at him and said that now she understood. She began to think that last time he too. She remembered how he bandaged her leg. The girl was silent. They scooped up pasta with forks. The couple sat at the table. Looking at his interlocutor, the protagonist said that this is why having at least a laptop before playing games is. The brunette smiled, thinking that he seemed like a completely different person now compared to when they first met. She thought that although meeting him by chance seemed rather suspicious, which could make her inadvertently think that he was a pervert, but Nari mentally noted that the more time they spent together, the more comfortable she felt. They were having lunch. Lowering her red face, she thought that her thoughts looked like she was falling in love. The guy looked at her with a puzzled look, while she thought that there was some affection after all. He asked what happened and what she was thinking about. The girl looked away and thought that it was nothing. Her eyes widened when she remembered asking her sister the same thing. Then Dahi touched her chin and answered that it was nothing. The brunette froze with a surprised face. Looking at the confused guy, she thought that it couldn't be that Dahi. She mentally asked her sister if she really liked him. Nari moved her fork around the plate, thinking that it was probably the other way around. She perked up, remembering the blonde's embarrassed face, and thought that now she understood what had happened to her before. Continuing to stare at the brunette, Nari tried to understand what was wrong with Yoonga if the blonde liked the main character. She remembered how Dahi smiled and said that she was rooting for them. Remembering the main character with the girl, she thought that judging by the atmosphere, the girl saw Yoonga's face. She grabbed her cheeks sharply and wondered if they could have a love triangle. She started imagining all the participants with a red face, thinking that it made sense and everything fit. Kang Lim asked her what happened. The brunette jumped up and asked to show photos of all the club members. While he was looking for a photo on his phone, she thought that all this could be a misunderstanding, and maybe there were other attractive people there. Looking at their general photo, Nari mentally asked if these were all his friends. She thought that she had already seen each of these stunning girls. The girl froze with a shocked face, trying to understand what kind of person he was. The guy showed her Siren and said her name. The brunette thought that he really was a pervert, since he had already cast his spell on her. She imagined a man asking if the curly guy really cheated on her. She mentally answered that it was not so, and there were not 2 of them, but as many as 8. There were dirty dishes in the sink. While the game was loading, the guy said that it might take 10 minutes to spin. He sipped his drink and asked why it was so dark outside if it was still daytime. He spat out his drink when Nari asked if he had a girlfriend. Wiping his mouth with his hand, the brunette asked her what was going on. The girl replied that she decided to ask because she saw a lot of beauties in the photo. The protagonist sat with a puzzled face, mentally asking if she still thought he was interested in Dahi. He replied that he had no one, and then added that their club did not support this. The brunette looked at him sideways while he said that last time they only chatted and played. She wondered if he really did not understand or was just pretending. Kang Lim raised an eyebrow in confusion when he was asked about the type of girl. He asked what kind of interview she gave him here. He rubbed his cheek when Nari said that it was a normal question and began to think. The guy began to remember how he looked at Dahi on his phone and mentally noted that he did not want to think about it because it was a sore subject for him. He looked up and started to say that he wanted his type to be sincere and honest. He added that it should be a person who can't ignore injustice. The girl leaned towards him and asked about appearance. The brunette replied that he had no right to choose, and then named long hair with bangs. He rubbed his chin and added that it would be nice if this person knew about games. The protagonist froze and mentally noted that one might think that he had just described Dahi, so he should say something opposite for balance. Smiling nervously, he added that it might even be better if she didn't know about games, because then he could teach her. Kang Lim smiled stupidly and said that one person can't know everything. After all, they are not Webtoon characters. He added that it would be much better if she learned to cook through blood and sweat, rather than knowing everything from the beginning. The girl froze, going over the descriptions in her head. Her face turned red when she realized that all these words described her. The brunette began to shake her head, thinking that this was not true, and it could still be about her sister in a parallel universe. The guy looked at her with one eye and said that he was just giving an example, and it was not about people in some parallel universes at all. Nari thought that all this was about her, and he was aiming at her right in front of her. She stretched her arms forward and exclaimed that if she had any affection, it was not to such an extent, besides, from this point of view. The brunette reached for the phone, saying that the download was complete. The girl screamed that she was not ready mentally yet. They looked up when the lights went out. The protagonist took the phone, saying that they needed to turn on the flashlight. The brunette went to the balcony, saying that she would look outside. She saw a large lightning bolt. Rain began to fall from the sky. Turning on the flashlight, the cargo asked if that lightning really struck right in front of them. He said that now it was clear to him why the light went out. He saw Nari sitting with her legs tucked up to her chest. The guy's eyes widened and he asked what happened. The girl was shaking. Putting the phone in his pocket, the brunette asked if she was afraid of thunderstorms. The brunette did not raise her head. Lightning sparkled outside the window. Its light illuminated the room. Nari thought that she always hated such days. Lowering her head, she thought about the days when thunder rumbles and lightning flashes, and it also rains heavily. Drops of water flowed down the glass. The girl mentally noted that she hated the days when her sister comes home late and when she has to worry about her loved ones. There was a family photo on the shelf. The brunette thought that now the only thing that comes to mind is the day when their long-awaited trip was cancelled. The car was burning, having hit a pole. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes. Opposite her stood her sister. The protagonist looked at his friend. He took out his phone. Nari looked up and called him. He sat down on the floor with his back to her and told her to sit down. The girl looked askance at his back while he told her to sit normally because in this position she could hurt her knees. She began to straighten up. The brunette pressed her back against Kang Lim. He smiled and asked her to close her eyes and listen. While the drops were falling from the sky, he said that there might be scary sounds outside, but you could definitely hear other familiar sounds. Noticing the clock, he noted its ticking. Then the guy mentioned the alarm from the parking lot. Thinking about the refrigerator in the kitchen, he mentioned its hum. Then he mentioned the sound of the elevator arriving. While Nari was sitting with her back to him, the brunette said that they would soon hear the sound of the front door. Remembering how he watched movies, he said that he used this technique in elementary school when he watched scary anime late at night. The boy sat wrapped in a blanket. The main character said that after watching it, he was afraid to go to bed, but it was awkward to call his mother. With a smile on his face, he said that although it was not magic, when he found himself alone in unfamiliar places, it helped. He imagined water. Imagining that the two of them were sitting on the surface of the water, Kang Lim said that now he was here, together with the girl. Slightly pressing her spine, the brunette thought that she was sure that his back was wide. She smiled, thinking that it calmed her down. The guy put his hand back. Nari accidentally put hers on top. Their palms bounced off each other. The girl reached for the hand again. Their little fingers intertwined. Mentally, she asked him to hold her hand a little longer. The rain weakened. A lamp on the ceiling lit up. The brunette with a puzzled face thanked the guest for today. She perked up when she heard the brunette snoring. Nari tried to understand how he could fall asleep in such a situation. She smiled softly and said that she was ready to forgive him for that today. Putting the guy to bed, the girl said that she would not wake him up. She put his head on her lap and wished him sweet dreams. Putting the phone to her ear, the brunette told her sister that she was fine and asked her to be careful. With a smile on her face, she told her not to rush. Nari wrote to the main character and asked if he got home okay yesterday. She said that thanks to him, she decided to play with her brothers and sisters today. Kang Lim wished them fun. He sat at the computer desk, saying that somehow it happened that they continued to communicate, and then added that it was probably good. He thought that this way something unexpected would not happen to Dahi, and it would be easier for him to cope with it. The guy leaned back in his chair, thinking that he had been worried since the sports festival ended, and it was hard for him to wait even a day. He wondered if everything he knew from ESW ended, what would he do when he was exposed? The brunette stared ahead, thinking that he had been putting all these thoughts aside, but they were bothering him. He asked if something would solve his worries. Grabbing the armrest, the protagonist said that he would figure it out when the time came, but for now he asked to play. Answering the phone, he asked Yoon-sa why she was calling him and did something happen. His face distorted in shock, and Kang Lim loudly began to ask what was wrong with Siren, shouting that he would be there soon. He walked up the stairs. The woman was waiting by the car. The redhead crossed her arms over her chest and said to sit down again. The guy asked with a surprised face if she had really been here all this time. Yoon-sa noted that he looked much better with his new haircut. The brunette thanked him with a puzzled face and then asked what happened. The woman said with a soft smile that she wanted to go on a date with him. The car sped along the road. The main character's eyes were questioning. He looked at his companion when she asked if he had had lunch and answered positively. The redhead suggested eating together, but a little later. Kang Lim's eyes turned white and he began to demand that she explain to him what was going on and what did she mean by a date. Looking at the road, Yoon-sa said that a date is when a woman and a man go somewhere together. The guy replied that he asked this not because he did not know the definition. Continuing to rush, the woman said that she wanted to give him an unforgettable experience and assumed that he had not been on dates before. She was asked why she decided so. She replied that it was because Siren had never said anything like that. The car slammed on the brakes. The redhead turned her head and asked if he was cheating on Siren. The brunette exclaimed that she was lying very far away because they weren't even dating. He looked at Yoon-sa with an indignant face, who said that it turned out that he had already passed the stage of innocence, and according to a survey, the proportion of students with experiences. The protagonist demanded that she stop. He grimaced when she began to ask if he knew how important it was. The woman began to say that contraceptives were strictly a medical tool, and even minors should know about this. Kang Lim muttered that she was really getting ahead of herself. Yoon-sa smirked and said that she didn't know what kind of person he was, and that's why she had to show him what dating compatibility was like. The guy looked puzzled when she said that they needed to change their clothes first. They were taking his measurements. The brunette stood there with a dissatisfied face, thinking that he was very nervous because he had never done anything like this before. He wondered what kind of place this was. The woman asked for something solid and noted that the proportions were fine, so the gateway was cut with a difference in levels. The protagonist thought about her words, wondering if this area was known as rich. The redhead looked at him and asked him to write down the exact address so that she could send the clothes when they arrived. Taking off the jacket with the measurements, Kang Lim muttered that it couldn't be ready right now because it still needed to be tailored. Yoon-sa said that she would need to choose something else for this date. The guy looked down, wondering what else she needed if this was not all. He was told that his haircut turned out really well. Crossing her arms, the woman noted that they say that the face complements fashion, but in fact, the less attention you pay to the face, the better it can be. The brunette suggested dropping the topic. A large killer whale swam by. The protagonist looked at him with surprised eyes and asked his companion if she had seen it. The redhead smiled and said that seeing it in real life was much more impressive. They were standing in an aquarium, and she asked if he could guess why she had chosen this place for a date. Kang asked if this was some kind of perception test. He rubbed his chin and said that he understood everything. The guy raised a finger and said that it was because today was the day of the special exhibition of blue whales. Yoon-sa replied that it couldn't be that reason. Remembering the poster, the brunette said smugly the inscription he saw when they entered followed him as a hint. He asked if he should use his keen observational skills, professionally honed, probably by the hut of the disease of the cycle. The woman replied that she should not say this because this is not a game of deduction. Looking at her interlocutor, she said that the first step of a date is watching. As couples walked around, she asked rhetorically, "Is it important to spend it together?" The redhead noted that it is important that after watching together, people can still share the impressions. Walking through the oceanarium, she said that from this point of view, the events are incomparable, and they are the best because people even move together. Yoon-sa looked ahead and said that in the early stages of dating it can seem awkward, but they simultaneously do not want to spoil the image they have put effort into and do not want their partner to see them like this. The brunette approached her and said that he seemed to understand. He asked if this is why a typical date includes a movie. The woman said yes, but that is not all. She asked why she chose this place among the many options for watching. The male lead raised an eyebrow and said that he had noticed earlier that movie theaters were divided into family and premium classes. He asked if she chose this place because it was quiet and had a nice atmosphere. The redhead looked at him and said that was a valid point, but if it was just about the atmosphere, then there was also the option of visiting an art gallery. Kang stood in front of her and noted that she had said earlier that this was an adult date. He asked if that meant that the money had to be spent. Yoon-sa said that was a rather stereotypical view of adulthood, and it made her reconsider her view of herself. They began to walk further, and she said that she chose this place because it was convenient to move around since early dates can be awkward if you keep walking from place to place. The woman looked at the aquarium and said that a place like this mall had everything you could want both inside and out, and there were plenty of restaurants so you could make a reservation in advance. The guy said that she was basically just suggesting that they avoid awkward situations. He looked at the woman and asked how was the transportation issue. He asked if it would be different if she had a car and why she thought she wouldn't have one for adult dates. The redhead smiled and said that they were talking about his adult date. Turning to the brunette, she asked when he planned to call her Yoon-sa. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and asked what he should call her, noting that Miss Yura would be a bit awkward. Yura touched her finger to his nose and asked him to just call her by her first name. A waiter walked through the restaurant. There was a bag at the protagonist's feet. He looked up and said that he knew it was late to ask, but he wanted to know if it was really okay. He added that he had been receiving gifts all day. The woman crossed her arms and said that she was the one who pulled it out, so it was okay. Kang said that he wanted to say something like that one day too. The redhead started cutting the meat. Looking at her, the guy said that he heard from Siren that she worked as a sports consultant. Yura replied that she was a therapist for athletes. The brunette smiled and said that as soon as he heard that, he understood why her name was Yoon-sa. He added that she helped Siren when she was having a hard time. Lowering her head, the woman said that it was not that. Looking down, she said that it was the other way around and she did not deserve to be called that. She started saying that she started working as a consultant. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that this only happened after meeting Siren. Reminiscing about the past, the redhead said that she used to be a scout and coach for a sports team, and she had a keen eye, and she discovered many promising players, but the years went by one after another. The man walked down a dark corridor. Yura was telling how the talents of these promising players began to fade and disappear. She imagined the man surrounded by women, saying that the more attention and expectations these promising players received, the easier they succumbed to various temptations, as if they were already stars. The redhead remembered herself and said that this is why she believed that the problem was their inability to control themselves and that this is why they were unable to reach their potential. The girl began to push both the players and the coaches even harder. Yura looked down and said that later, when a large corporation announced that it would invest in esports, she met Siren for the first time. Thinking about the schoolgirl, she noted that by that time she had already achieved everything and had perfect self-management, scheduling and training, and a corresponding high-level performance. Remembering the girl's face, the woman said that despite all this, she could not find a single happy emotion on Siren's face. The guy listened attentively as she said that it was then that she realized the reason why these raw talents were destroyed. The redhead said that not only talent, but also peace of mind and a sense of purpose in what you do are no less important. Yura smiled softly and said that all she helped Siren do was change her focus, and it was not only about being good at what you do, but also valuing the fans who cheer for them and want them to succeed. Remembering the pink-haired girl, she said that she had the ability to make them happy. Sitting at the table, the woman said that from that moment on, in order to atone for her previous mistakes and not let the new talent go to waste, she began studying and began working as a sports consultant. She closed her eyes and said that the way Siren called her was a little awkward, since it was she who helped her. The redhead sighed and noted that she only pushed her a little, and the rest was done by herself. The brunette noted that it was not so bad to be called a benefactor. Yura looked up at him. The guy thought that he was nervous, since this part was not an ESW. Imagining a child at the desk, he said that even if it was just one sentence, it was what Siren needed to hear at that moment the most. The protagonist smiled, saying that she really was incredibly mature. A blush appeared on the woman's cheeks. She placed her hands on the table and noted that she wanted to tell him the same thing and thought that everything would be fine. She said that she was talking about Siren. Looking at the interlocutor, Yura noted that he probably hadn't heard yet, but she said that she was going to study abroad and would soon leave Korea. The brunette asked again with shocked eyes. He asked if it was true that this was not a simple competition and that she was really going to leave for registration. He jumped when the woman said that it was so, and she might not come back. The protagonist began to loudly ask why, thinking that such a development of events was not expected. The red-haired woman crossed her arms and asked him to calm down, since not everything was decided yet. She smirked and said that this was why they were here now, because she thought it would be nice to get used to the atmosphere of growing up first. Kang listened with a puzzled face, that this whole idea with studying abroad was happening on the initiative of Siren's parents. Yura pointed her finger at him and said that this was why he should meet them at least once. Schoolchildren were walking along the street. Standing in front of Siren, the guy asked what exactly had happened. He said that he had wanted to ask this morning, but thought that it would cause unnecessary disturbance in class. The girl looked down and said that Yura had already told her that she had told him everything. She apologized, noting that she couldn't tell him everything at once. The brunette froze with a surprised face, and her friend said that all of this was just a suggestion. He asked if her parents wanted this. Imagining the silhouettes of a man and a woman, Siren said that they lived abroad and were professors at prestigious universities, and that was why they had settled in well there, and that she had originally planned to move only after she graduated from high school. The girl looked at the floor and said that, however, it all ended with her staying in Korea due to her professional debut, but now, given her academic leave, simple conversations had grown into the idea of her moving. The pink-haired girl looked up, saying that besides, she wasn't that interested in studying, and when she decided to stay here, she still preferred to set records over studying. The protagonist asked again and asked if she had in mind winning the championships. Looking at him, Siren confirmed and said that her first goal was to win the world championship, and the second was for someone to recognize her on the streets. Kang replied that she had successfully achieved both. The girl touched her chin and said that it was very strange that even though she tried to disguise herself, he still recognized her easily. The guy wondered if it was because her disguise was more eye-catching. The pink-haired girl smiled and said that in the long run, her main goal remains the same, because there are also a lot of esports teams abroad, so she will quickly get used to it. She began to smile when she was asked where exactly she would move. She said that she was from the United States and heard that there were schools there where many famous people and their children studied. Siren looked up and said that even an unconventional person like her, according to them, should not have any problems adapting. The brunette frowned and began to clarify if everything was fine with her here and if she got along well with everyone. The girl began to shake her head, answering that she told them the same thing, but it seemed that her parents were really worried. Looking at her friend, she said that since living alone in another country can be really dangerous. The protagonist silently listened to how until last year Yura was here to keep an eye on her, but now she began to go on business trips often, and their worries only increased. The pink-haired girl lowered her eyes and said that for this reason she simply did not think it was right to directly refuse them. Her face turned red and she stuttered as she asked. Siren clenched her fists and loudly asked if he wanted to start dating her. The guy jumped up and asked again. The girl looked at him and said that it was Yura's plan. Kang said he understood while breaking the ice cream. He handed the ice cream to his friend and asked if that meant she wanted him to meet her parents. The pink-haired girl answered in the affirmative. She looked down and sheepishly said that during this period when they were head over heels in love with each other, she said that the idea was to show her that they weren't going to get over their breakup. While the protagonist ate the ice cream, Siren said that if she could show how much she could rely on him, maybe her parents would feel better. Kang asked if she was sure that it would work. He asked with a dissatisfied face if that meant they would only be a couple for a while. He said that at least they wouldn't pretend to be one. The girl asked him if it made a difference. The guy replied that in a fake relationship you have to play your part too in front of other people, And besides, it would be nice for her to have a childhood vow or something like that. As they walked down the street, the brunette thought that this was still better than what he had imagined, and although this scenario was not in the plans, he was just a little worried about what this could lead to. The brunette walked and thought that suddenly her parents would solve such a problem by force, because in that case he would have to interrupt their plan, and fortunately, it did not seem like that was in the offing. The girl looked at him and asked if it was possible that he was uncomfortable with this. The protagonist replied that now, on the contrary, he was wondering if she was comfortable with someone like him. Opening her mouth, the pink-haired girl exclaimed that it had to be him. Kang looked at him with surprised eyes, and Siren said that the last time she was kidnapped. Remembering her father, she said that her parents were presenting a research paper that they had been working on for years at that very moment, and they immediately left the seminar when they heard about it. Remembering herself with the phone in her hands, Siren said that thanks to Kang, the problem was solved, and she managed to contact her parents before they boarded the plane. Clutching her school bag, she said that she still couldn't get rid of the feeling of guilt, and that it was as if she wasn't fulfilling her responsibilities as a child, so she wanted to make them feel better. The girl looked up with an embarrassed look and said that that's why she absolutely wanted the brunette to be with her. Blushing, she remembered Yura and thought that now saying that they were dating would be like lying, but it still bothered her. The redhead told her that together they would definitely make a couple out of them. The guy closed his eyes. He told his friend with a smile that they were carrying out this plan. Siren began to thank him. She smiled widely when the brunette asked what kind of people her parent was. She said that they were completely ordinary and very long-standing and loving people. The menacing man asked in a stern voice if he was the same guy who had seduced their daughter too. While the four of them were sitting at the table, the woman asked not to scare him like that and said that the main character could relax. Kang wondered how he could relax when he felt like a noose was tightening around his neck. The red-haired man clutched the glass and said that he thought this day would never come. He noted that his daughter loved her dad more than anything in the world. The man stood up and shouted that Siren wanted to marry her dad when he grew up, and now she brought this boy. Looking at the angry man, the guy wondered if this glass was really stainless steel. The girl said that her dad was still so old-fashioned. The woman waved her hand and asked if there was another glass. The pink-haired woman told him to worry, saying that they had booked this place for the whole day. The brunette wondered why everything seemed so ordinary and was this really the reason for all this nonsense. The red-haired man grimaced and said that he heard him say that. He asked if it was true that the protagonist would rather die than let his daughter fly away. Kang perked up and asked loudly. Unembarrassed, Siren confirmed these words. Her father flushed and started laughing, saying that it was brave to threaten him using his daughter. The guy started muttering that it was not like that at all. The woman put her hand on her cheek and said that it seemed like they had strong feelings for each other. She added that if that was the case, they would not force them to do anything, and although the study abroad program was originally intended for Siren personally. Looking at her daughter, the pink-haired girl said that in the end, she found herself in the field of gaming, so now they are trying to help her achieve her next goal. The girl asked again. The woman put her hands on the table and asked if she had already forgotten. The man said that she mentioned that she once played a game and it awakened desire in her. He showed a picture of a knight and said that his daughter said that she wanted a cool knight to come for her one day. Siren indignantly asked why he was bringing up such an old story if it was just a comment on the game. She reached for the drawing, loudly asking why her father was referring to this quote as if it were something important. The red-haired man replied that he couldn't give the drawing back because he wouldn't be able to work without it. While his daughter was trying to take it back, he said that her dad wanted her to add to his collection. The girl indignantly asked if he had really been collecting her quotes all this time. The guy watched everything with irritation, realizing that he had been deceived. The woman looked at him and asked how long they had been dating. The brunette answered with a nervous smile that they had been together for a month and were currently hiding their relationship. The pink-haired woman smiled and said that given the situation with Siren, it was understandable. She asked if that made everything more exciting. The couple blushed when the woman asked if they snuck kisses at school. She waved her hand and said that everything was fine and that they weren't that old-fashioned. She said that nowadays it was called thinking like an American. At this point, the man was burning with rage. The brunette thought that it seemed like he did not share his wife's opinion. The four of them were sitting at the table, and the woman was saying that because they were dating secretly, they might have trouble planning dates. The protagonist replied that this was true, and that was why they went to places where their peers were not, and most often met at home. The pink-haired woman smiled and said that she understood everything, but since Siren lived separately, she wanted to ask. She was smiling. The red-haired man squeezed his glass in anger when his wife asked if they had made love yet. The guy and the girl froze with red faces. The man's eyes flashed darkly and asked if she thought this was too much. He said that Confucian philosophy and strict etiquette of Eastern culture flowed in his blood. The protagonist exclaimed that they were sensible people and dated like schoolchildren. The red-haired man stood up and asked why they were dating if they hadn't had time to sit anyone down. He asked what he saw in Siren that made him want to date her. The man looked at him sadly. The brunette scratched his cheek and said that he liked a lot of things. He started saying that the most important thing was that she was beautiful and that she also impressed him as a player, and even though they were the same age, he still admired her. The girl blushed when she heard that the thing that made Kang fall in love with her was her ability to pay attention to other people. The woman covered her mouth with her hand, listening to her daughter's empathic nature. With his arms crossed, the man listened to Siren's honesty, with which she approaches things, sometimes border on real naivety, but the guy remembered several events at school. He looked at the floor and smiled, saying that this aspect of Siren's personality gives him strength, and she really energizes him. The man and the woman looked at each other in surprise. The girl lowered her embarrassed face, listening to what she deserved much more than the brunette. She thought that the pretense of the atmosphere of chemistry and honey progressed with itself, and it seemed that the issue of her studying abroad was finally closed. But then, Siren stood with a surprised face. The protagonist said that he had been talking about it for a long time. Standing opposite his girlfriend, he said that she really should go away to study, and he thought it would be better that way. The guy smiled and said that Siren was amazing, and he could not imagine that he would meet such an amazing person and a wonderful friend. Mom looked at him with a smile. She began to laugh when she touched a glass. Sitting at the common table, the woman said that she was very clumsy and asked her daughter to help her clean it all up. The pink-haired ones left. The brunette was left alone with the man. Crossing his arms, he said that he was sorry. With a sly smile on his face, he said that carrying firearms in Korea is illegal, and when he was young, his father-in-law used to chase him with a shotgun, which he really wanted to bring with him. The protagonist wondered why Americans were so obsessed with firearms. Looking at him, the red-haired man said that since he was talking about it, he remembered something. He asked why he needed his parents' approval if the most important thing was for them to get along well with each other. Kang listened to what he was thinking for now with a surprised face. The man smiled and asked if he understood what he was talking about. He said that if his daughter made a decision, he would not object. The red-haired man turned away and said that if the brunette was a plasma guy, Yura would not have let him near Siren, which meant that he was not that worthless. He frowned and said that, however, there was one thing he had to make sure of. The protagonist listened attentively. He should have noticed that the girl was naive and completely ignorant of how the world works, and this was very disturbing. Introducing his daughter, the man said that therefore, he would really like to have a decent and reasonable person next to her. He smiled and said that at first the guy did not seem like that to him, but he remembered his words about his daughter. The red-haired man crossed his arms and said that he was glad that he appreciated and respected Siren, and now they could safely return to America. He smiled grimly and said that if suddenly the brunette offended her, then he would get it from under the ground, and then he would have something worse than a shotgun in his hands. The protagonist exclaimed that he would be very careful. The man sighed and said that, however, it would not be easy because of her situation, especially if they were hiding their relationship, but for every bassoon there would definitely be one hater. Looking at Kang, he said that it seemed like there was even one. The guy pursed his lips when he was told that someone tried to harm her by pretending to be her fan. At that moment, the woman returned with her daughter and offered to order food. The red-haired man looked at his daughter and asked if she was okay, noting her rosy face. The girl exclaimed that she was fine. The brunette looked at the floor, noting that at that moment he realized that maybe he had eaten enough and that going abroad would be a safer option for Siren. The sunset was covering the city. Sitting in the car, the woman asked if they wanted to spend time until late at night. The pink-haired girl exclaimed that she did not, and then wished them a safe flight. The car drove away. Lowering her red face, the girl thanked her friend for today. She muttered that until her parents left, they should still pretend to be a couple. The protagonist stood and said nothing, while Siren sheepishly exclaimed that if he did not mind, they could do the same next time too. Kang was lying on the bed. A message from Young Soo came to the phone next to him. The guy looked at the ceiling, thinking about the words about the hater who pretended to be a fan. He thought that he remembered something. Imagining a large house, the brunette noted that this happened when Siren was just preparing to become a professional gamer, and during the holidays she came to her parents in America and took part in an unofficial tournament. The girl was being watched by a man. The main character noted that she defeated her competitor, and after that, a player from the opposing team tried to break her arm. The guy swung a hammer at her. Kang imagined the red-haired man, noting that he was not exaggerating, and this was not just a crazy person, but a real sociopath. The guy in the suit laughed loudly. He was a spoiled brat of a drug cartel and was a typical villain who did dirty deeds. Lying on the bed, the brunette mentally noted that this happened long before the events of the main plot, and one could wonder how he knew about it. He thought that he knew about it because Sociopath came to Korea to take revenge on Siren. People were dragging the red-haired guy. The main character remembered that after that incident, he was given a restraining order and Siren had to leave. The guy was standing near a tall building. His entire family business was in the United States, and after the attack, he lost his rights to a share in the business and lost the favor of the family. The red-haired man was sitting in a pile of garbage and watching TV, where he saw a girl on the broadcast of the championship. There she was holding a large cup. The hosts appeared on the screen and started talking about how they had just seen some shining moments from their careers of the pink-haired girl, who had recently announced that she was going to return to the esports arena. The guy was biting his nails, exclaiming that it was because of her that everything in his life had gone wrong. He came to Korea with the intention of harming Siren, but if he had asked to meet her, the protagonist's fist would have solved the problem. The red-haired guy was smiling evilly, declaring that he would destroy her. He threw Dahi down the stairs as he decided to take revenge in different ways. The guy took out a gun. His bullet was flying towards the girl. The protagonist pushed her away. The brunette was sitting at the computer desk, mentally noting that in any case, this was a full-fledged story arc, but he remembered everything perfectly. Running his pen across the paper, he thought that he already knew how to solve this problem. While writing in his notebook, the protagonist thought about how he had handled such incidents before. He thought that he had prevented them from happening in the first place, and the problem was that this guy had been blaming Siren for too long and hated her the most. Looking down, Kang thought that simply canceling that broadcast on TV would not solve the problem, so the only way to nip this situation in the bud was to make sure that the girl was in the country at all. Looking at his notes, he thought about how if she went to America, the restraining order would still be in effect, and since the girl would be attending a prestigious university in a wealthy area, the security there would be adequate. Introducing the pink-haired girl and the red-haired guy, the protagonist mentally noted that the most important thing was that there would be no news that Siren had returned to the professional arena, and therefore studying abroad was the most dangerous option. Kang opened the window, thinking that it was not just about the girl. Looking at the night sky, he thought that all the heroines could be in danger because of this sociopath, and since the story had already deviated from the main plot, no matter what he thought about it, Siren leaving was the best option. Remembering the past, he noted that if this happened, she would disappear. The guy took his phone, understanding that it was the right thing to do because her life was at stake. He agreed to meet his friend. They met during the day. The sun was shining in the sky. It was colored orange by the sunset. Then night fell. The couple walked along the coastal road, noting that it was already dark. Siren smiled and said that time flies if you spend it in good company. She asked if her friend liked it. The brunette stopped and noted that he wanted to tell her something. The girl looked at her with surprised eyes, listening to him think about it for a long time. Standing in front of her, the main character said that she really should go to America, and he thought it would be better this way. The pink-haired girl asked with a puzzled look why she had to leave if they had decided that she would stay. Kang put his hand behind his head and said that he thought it would be better this way and that he had looked into this university. He smiled and said that it was a very prestigious place and that many celebrities studied there, and besides, as she herself had said, she could also become a professional gamer there. The guy added that participating in the international championship seemed like a great opportunity to test herself, and it seemed like her parents were willing to listen to her decision. Cyril lowered her head and said that although that was true, if she left, she would no longer be able to see the guys from the team. She looked down sadly and said that she would not be able to see Kang and thought that he felt the same way, because the main reason she came back to school in the first place. The waves hit the land. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that they would do the same as usual and play together and talk on video calls. The girl said that she didn't want to and that this conversation was annoying. She looked up and said that she wasn't going anywhere. The brunette was silent, thinking that he had assumed that it would be like this, but she had to leave no matter what. He clenched his fist, thinking that this was why he had to tell her. Looking at his friend, the protagonist admitted that he knew what would happen in the future. The pink-haired girl asked him with a surprised face what was he talking about. Standing in front of her, Kang said that in fact, it was hard to call it the future, and if you were to explain, then. Siren's eyes widened as he added that it didn't matter. Looking at her, the guy said that although it was hard to believe, it was not a joke, and she would be in danger if she stayed in the country. He clenched his fists and explained that this was why he was studying abroad to be safe. The waves were raging. The girl looked down and began to ask why she was lying. The brunette perked up. He gritted his teeth, thinking that deep down he hoped that she would believe him. He looked away and said that it was complicated. The pink-haired girl noted that everything he said now was an obvious lie. Looking at the floor, she said that the protagonist she knew would never say that. Kang waved his hand, exclaiming that he thought she understood him. He shouted that he was talking about danger in all seriousness. The guy waved his hand, shouting that this was barely a problem, and if she stayed, she would be doomed. He frowned and said that he would never joke like that, and she had no idea how worried he was. Remembering the moment of Siren and Dahi's death, the brunette asked what choice he had. Grinning, he shouted that he didn't want to anymore. The pink-haired girl loudly interrupted him. A wave splashed upward. They stood in silence. The girl looked at her friend sadly and said that she understood what he wanted to say. She asked if he wanted her to just leave. The protagonist looked at him with surprised eyes, understanding that these words would bring him a lot of pain, but still. He lowered his eyes and said that he wanted her to go abroad. Siren's face darkened. She bowed before him and said that she understood everything, and then thanked him for the evening. Turning around, she said goodbye. The sun was shining on the school. The teacher, looking puzzled, told her that the girl said that she was moving to the United States soon. The pink-haired girl's classmates surrounded the pink-haired girl. Dahi, looking indignant, asked what did this mean, that she was moving in less than 15 days. Siren told her that this was an unexpected decision. The girls looked at her with surprise, suggesting that they throw a farewell party. The blonde turned to them and said that this was a great idea, and she could invite all the club members. The pink-haired girl said that this was too much. Looking askance at the brunette, she said that she would take care of it herself. Dahi looked away. She saw the protagonist with his friend. She frowned. Standing in the hallway, Dahi asked what happened between them. Kang Lim, opposite him, rapped that nothing. The girl said that she understood that they had a fight. She looked away and asked if that was true. She asked if that was why she was flying away. The guy ran his hand through his hair and said that he had simply made a mistake. They got to talking, and he raised his voice at her. The blonde crossed her arms, saying that he was simply hopeless. The brunette said that he still thought that it would be better for her to study abroad. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that she would have a better future there than here, and Siren understood this because she was not the type to make decisions based on other people's words. Dahi looked at him and asked if he knew that he was just making terrible excuses. The protagonist remained silent. The blonde tossed her hair, saying that there was no point in interrogating them. She said that she would take care of the girl. Walking down the hallway, she asked him if he was sure that everything was okay between them. The door to the club was open. Its members were sitting at the table. Kang Lim went outside. He saw the guys embarrassed, discussing the girl. Yura leaned against her car, telling the brunette to get in. He froze with a stunned face. As they drove off, the redhead said that she heard that she and Siren had a fight, and then noted that quarrels are normal among couples. The protagonist frowned and said that they were not a couple, and he was not in the mood for jokes. He added that in their time, most couples split up. Yura, looking at the road, said that they would have started a wedding and divorced too stupidly. Kang Lim replied that it was much easier to get married when he was still a high school student. He turned around abruptly and indignantly exclaimed that he was not married. While the car was driving down the road, the woman asked what their fight was about. The guy asked if she came to him because she knew it. The redhead answered that the girl did not tell her anything, and then asked the reason for the fight. The brunette frowned and said that it was all because of studying abroad, and that he said that it would be better and safer for her. Yura looked at him and asked what the danger was. He answered that he heard that she had been attacked earlier, and even then he thought that it was very dangerous. He looked out the window, and the woman said that it was a good reason. The protagonist added that it was also because of the situation at the match. He propped his head up with his fist and said that he was worried. Looking ahead, he added that Siren almost died several times. The redhead smiled and said that she did not die because he was there. Kang Lim closed his eyes and said that he couldn't always be by her side, and he couldn't say that she would always be safe. He looked ahead, saying that if Siren was always threatening something, then interfering with it all the time wouldn't work. Getting out of the car, the guy thanked him. Looking at him, Yura said that she had noticed a long time ago that he was much smarter than his peers. She smiled and asked if it was possible that he had grown too big. With a soft smile, the woman added that, however, he was still a child, and although she wanted to have a serious talk, that didn't mean that he had to be an adult all the time. The protagonist looked puzzled when she asked if he understood what she meant. The night stretched out across the sky. Siren looked at the phone in fear. She raised her hand. Then the girl turned away. She raised her hand again. The pink-haired girl turned away again. She lowered her eyes and thought that even if this was the right choice, she couldn't say goodbye like this. Siren thought that she had answered the guy too harshly. Remembering the evening by the sea, she mentally noted that she was still thinking about his words and wondering if it was true. She thought that back then, when she was kidnapped, memories began to appear in her head. The girl looked down and thought that the brunette was a sincere person, and it was not that she did not believe him, it was just. Imagining his back, she thought that if this was the main character she knew. The pink-haired girl grabbed the phone, realizing that this was why she had to make the first move. She started typing. Siren apologized for her words that night and offered to meet again. She stood there waiting. The girl perked up. Her eyes widened. The students crowded around. The girls leaned back, talking about victory. Dahi jumped up and indignantly asked the guy if he really wanted to play. She said that he should have warned them about the approaching enemies. The redhead muttered what he was saying. The blonde frowned and complained that his words were too much chatter and that he needed to speak clearly and to the point. Siren listened to their argument while taking off her headphones. She said that for her, it was just a game that she had played many times, but she had more fun with her friends. The girls looked at her while she said that she felt sad when she realized that she had to say goodbye to this. The pink-haired girl said with a sad look that she should apologize for making such a decision without their knowledge. Young-ah said that it was okay. Rami looked askance and said that it didn't mean that they wouldn't meet again and that they could play together no matter how far apart they were, but they should say goodbye with smiles on their faces. Young-ah looked down and said that she was right and also hoped that she and Kang Lim could figure things out. Siren perked up when she was asked if they had a fight. She asked how she knew. The blonde replied that it was obvious that they were avoiding each other. The pink-haired girl's lips tightened as she listened to the brunette's words about how she hoped that they would make up before leaving. She asked if the girl felt the same way as them. Rami closed one eye and said that it was like a bittersweet victory, and even if something happened between them, it couldn't be left like that. The boy and the girl continued to fight while Young-ah said that everything could change if they calmly talked and discussed everything. Siren remembered herself as a child, noting that she had played a game back then where you had to destroy demons. Looking at the laptop screen, she noted that the game was not popular, but the heroine's aura was memorable to her. The blonde looked at the man in armor. It was a young princess who was romantically smitten by a knight, and she was modest and had no ambitions for power. They showed a house by the sea. When the princess grew up, she wanted to build a house in a secluded place and promised to spend her whole life with him. They showed a golden crown. The unexpected death of the king led to a struggle for the inheritance, taking the lives of all the brothers and sisters. Because of this, the coins attacked the kingdom, forcing the new queen to fight. The girl swung her sword. With the help of her innate magical abilities, she saved the kingdom and won the hearts of the people. The locals rejoiced. A knight knelt before her. The queen realized that she was moving away from him. They showed her watching him go. Afraid of the obstacles that could stand in their way, they could not muster the courage to approach each other and eventually parted. Siren remembered her dad pointing to the drawing. She thought that this story seemed sad to her, so she tried to gather her courage. The pink-haired girl stood with her phone. She looked at the screen in surprise. She lowered her head and thought that in the end it was the right decision. Kang Lim wrote her words of apology. The girl realized that she could leave without regrets. She arrived at the airport. Standing with her family, she thought that although it was really short, these were the most precious memories for her. Siren stood with her joyful parents, thinking that she learned a lot and experienced many new things. She walked up to her friends, mentally noting that these memories would probably serve as valuable stepping stones for her future. Dahi frowned and asked them not to worry. Young-ah asked how to contact her when she arrived. The girl talked to her friends. Standing with her suitcase, she looked at them. The guys waved at her. The loudspeaker called out the passengers of flight and the pink-haired girl walked down the hallway, thinking that if the guy just called her, she would run barefoot. She imagined the queen from the game, mentally noting that even if this road was covered in thorns and a sea of scorpions. The suitcase rolled along the floor. The girl thought that if it ended with his warm embrace, she would have nothing to be afraid of. She approached the flight attendant, thinking that if he just called her. Siren turned around, hearing the sound. A child ran past her. She turned away. The plane took off into the sky. The girls watched it, and Dahi noted that she really did fly away. She asked how dare Kang Lim not show up. Holding the phone to her ear, she exclaimed that he missed school and did not answer his calls. Her eyes widened. The blonde looked at the phone and asked what was going on. Young-ah asked her what was wrong. Rami smirked smugly. The wig screamed when the cold touched his face. The girl jumped back and said hello. Putting her hands on her hips, she asked why he was so distant. The brunette raised an eyebrow and said that she often comes to him, so it would be difficult to call it a rare visit. The blonde said that she had been holding back all week because he was elusive and she did not see his face. The protagonist looked away and asked if something happened. Rami replied that she just wanted to chat. She threw him a can of drink. Kang Lim began to catch it. The can fell to the floor. The students froze. Wiping up the puddle with a mop, the guy asked if he had ruined the atmosphere. The girl gloomed and said that she had prepared to talk to him, but everything flew out of her head. She smiled and noticed that the fact that he couldn't catch her properly made her feel more at ease because it was just like him. Opening her mouth, Rami said that she wanted to get to the point and that he could already guess that it was about Siren. The brunette looked away. The girl was holding a mop and said that she didn't care whether she studied abroad or not. The protagonist looked at her with a puzzled expression and she added that they hadn't known each other for long enough for her to be fussing over it. Standing in front of Kang Lim, the blonde said that it didn't mean that they were on bad terms. She noted that the pink-haired girl was quite rich and asked if it was true that she could come over for dinner anytime. The guy pursed his lips when she added that it was a win for her. Rami put her hands on her waist and said that there was one thing she didn't like, and that was that he stopped acting like he usually did. The brunette perked up when she asked if he remembered how he came to her aid when she was unsure. She remembered how the main character asked if she really wanted to do it. The protagonist waved his hand and then noted that it was not what was needed, but what she wanted herself. Taking a step forward, the girl quoted that she gave if she regretted something. While she had no attachments, he hoped that she could choose her own future. Approaching Kang Lim, she asked why he was acting the same way now. The guy clenched his teeth when asked if it was true that he did not want to lower Siren. He replied that it was only his business. Raising her head, Rami said that he was lying and then asked what the reason for the quarrel was. She asked if it was true that he played a role in the decision to move. The brunette perked up. He pointed to himself and exclaimed that she was only saying this because she did not know all the details, and this problem could not be so easily resolved by his will. Opening his mouth wide, he said that it was all very complicated, and he simply could not solve it because this situation could put her life on the line. The female lead's expression darkened and told him to find a way to resolve this. Standing in front of him, she said that she didn't want her to leave. She asked if she had a good reason why he had no choice but to send her away. The girl said to find a way to resolve this. She lowered her head and said that even if it sounded impossible and reckless, he had to do it by any means necessary. Rami smiled and said that then it would be more like the Kang Lim she knew. The guy stood there in shock. The blonde sighed, noting that she had actually said something stupid. Dahi stared at her phone, and her friend asked her what was going on. The girl looked at the phone screen, saying that it couldn't be. The guy's answering machine said that the call she was trying to make was an international call, and the recipient would be charged an additional fee. Rami looked at the brunette's chest, saying that he had to resolve this by any means necessary. She smiled and said that it would be like how he was before. The protagonist froze. He started laughing while clutching his stomach. Kang Lim looked away and asked why he made things so complicated when he knew from the beginning. In reference to Siren, he said that he didn't want to let her go, and so he distanced himself. The guy raised his head and thought that it was because of the loop, which was still going on. He had no choice, and he worked hard because he saw no way out and was on the verge of death time after time. He thought that the easiest way was to escape to America, so he unconsciously chose that option. The brunette smiled and asked if it was true that there was a way much better than this, and although it would be terribly difficult, but looking at the blonde, he thought that even if Siren stayed now, there was a way to ensure her safety. As he passed by, he said that something urgent had happened and asked Rami to be in touch. Running, the protagonist turned around. Looking at his girlfriend, he thanked her for helping him get his thoughts in order. The girl smiled happily. Kang Lim packed his suitcase, thinking that even if he stopped the live broadcast, nothing would change, and this sociopath would continue to blame Siren. The guy smiled and thought that the only way out was to go to America by train and destroy the sociopath's organization. Imagining a group of bandits, he thought that they were not a simple gang of robbers. The protagonist of ESW hit the criminal. The brunette thought that the heroes only fought against weaklings who were not worth wasting time on. He thought that this is why defeating them was not something significant in the episodes. The protagonist began to remember the guys, thinking that all the enemies they had encountered so far were arc characters, regardless of whether they were from a small organization or those who tried not to attract attention to themselves. Kang Lim thought that they had weaknesses that he exploited. Closing the suitcase, he mentally noted that this time, this method would not work, because against a real criminal organization selling drugs, and they would be more serious than those who gave it to him before. The guy threw the bag over his shoulder and said that he learned something, and he did not need to do everything alone. People were walking around the airport. Sitting on a chair, he asked if the cards did not work. Rami was reading the tarot cards and said that she did not know what was wrong, but they did not work. She said that his, hers, Dahi and Siren's futures were not red. The blonde held the phone to her ear and said that all the arcana were mixed up, and each time they changed their meaning, and although she tried her best, nothing worked. Holding the phone, Kang Lim listened to the words that if only she could, then. He asked again. The girl pouted and said that it did not matter. She thought that she would have used the cards to win the guy over a long time ago. The main character imagined 3 girls and mentally noted that it turned out that it only didn't work on him and the main characters, and if she was in a loop, then perhaps fortune telling just didn't work. He smiled when asked what was really going on and asked if he hadn't explained. Frowning, the blonde listened to him accidentally discover a steam room that was targeting Siren, and it accidentally occurred to him to help him escape, and then he accidentally found another way. Rami rested her hands on the table and said that he didn't have to say anything if he didn't want to and didn't have to create a mysterious atmosphere around himself. She asked how she should concentrate on seeing the cards if she didn't know anything. Kang Lim grinned and told her not to say such things, because now he could only trust her. The girl blushed, not understanding that he meant her cards. With a smile on his face, the brunette asked if she could tell the fortune of a bad guy if he gave her information about him. The blonde looked down and said that she could, but since the person was not asking directly but was connected to him. Looking at the cards, she said that she might not be able to interpret the fortune telling correctly, and the prediction would be inaccurate. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist heard an announcement about a flight to the United States. He said that he would call back a little later. Sonya with a ticket, he thought that with an inaccurate prediction, there would be many unexpected events. He wondered what would happen if he could not go back in time. Approaching the flight attendants, Kang mentally noted that the reason was that this episode did not exist in ESW, and although there were times when episodes changed slightly, there were no episodes that were not part of the story. Imagining the poster, he thought that according to his hypothesis, you need to lose for the cycle to occur, but the game has not yet begun. The guy was sitting on the plane, thinking that this way there was a chance that he wouldn't be able to restart the game, and if he died, that would be the end. While the flight attendants were walking by, he wondered if it was possible to trust the tarot cards. The brunette thought no, it wasn't that simple. He looked down, thinking that he wanted to somehow use the power of the loop, and while it wasn't part of the story, there was simply no other way. The protagonist crossed his arms, realizing something. He jumped up, and the girl asked if everything was okay with him. Kang, looking indignant, said that he urgently needed to get out because he had boarded the wrong plane. The sun was shining on the warehouse. There were men in suits. The sociopath was swinging, screaming loudly. He was hitting a man on the ground. The red-haired man stopped and began to ask why they were selling so little and why they didn't care about him and couldn't do everything right. The brown-haired man looked at him and apologized, adding that this area was not under their control. There were grim-faced men standing around him. He was saying that any reckless expansion could escalate into a gang war, and besides, there was a risk of attracting police attention. The sociopath pointed at him and ordered him to sort it out because he didn't need these excuses. He swung his stick and shouted that he should use his father's name or kill them all. He asked if he knew what would happen if he gave in to his brother. The guy combed his hair and asked why everything had to be so complicated. He said that if everything went his way. He turned around at the sound and asked if that was the police. The man on the phone said that he had received everything. Removing the phone from his face, he said that apparently the local police had recently received a call. The red-haired man loudly asked if that was why they were here. The brown-haired man looked at her and said that everything was fine and that they could leave through the back exit, because as long as it wasn't the D, everything was fine. They were in a warehouse. The sociopath swung and screamed again. He hit the man. Combing his hair, he asked again why they sell so little. The man frowned, saying that this was not their area. Looking at his colleagues, he again talked about a possible conflict between groups. The sociopath, grabbing him, ordered to sort it out. He ran his hand through his hair, comparing why is everything so complicated. The guy turned around at the sound, calling about the police. The brown-haired man with the phone said that apparently the local police had recently received a call. He looked at the red-haired man and said that everything was under control. The bandits ran. A police car crossed their path. The man stopped and started ordering his men to buy some time. The sociopath was swinging and screaming again. He was beating the man. The brown-haired man looked at him, saying that this area was not under their control. The guy grabbed him and ordered him to sort it out. Combing his hair with his hand, he asked again why everything was so complicated. The guy turned around at the sound, and the man said that apparently the local police had recently received a call. Looking at the sociopath, he said that everything was under control and they could leave through the emergency exit. The police blocked the bandits' way. The brown-haired man fearfully told the men to buy time while he covered the boss. They ran to the black car, and the red-haired man asked who they were, those who tracked them down. The man perked up. He noticed the car's tires. The protagonist said into the radio that the target was detected, and they were now in the first-floor parking lot. The couple turned around in surprise, asking what was this. Kang asked what did it mean. He walked ahead and said that if there is a boss, then there are subordinates, and it is a truism that everyone will follow the boss on a dangerous operation. The brunette grinned contentedly, saying that he wanted to meet. His phone was ringing. Turning around, he apologized. The guy thought that this way there is only one problem, and if this is not a story, then the cycle does not occur. There were many notifications on the phone screen. The protagonist mentally noted that he decided to start a new story. He thought that after that he would have to do something with Dahi. The blonde held the phone in her hands, asking what he was doing there, when they should solve the old man's riddles as soon as possible. The girl's name was Seo Yunyang, and this was the beginning of a new story. The protagonist was surprised and asked if they really wanted him to solve the code composed by the grandfather. The blonde turned around and said that Yunyang's grandfather was both an aristocrat and a traveling magnate. Had anyone ever heard of such a name here? Sir Golden D. Valor. The young man asked in surprise if it was really her grandfather. Then the girl lowered her eyes and said that it was true shortly before her grandfather's death. She remembered how the old man shouted that he could no longer bear the showdown over the inheritance, so he hid the remaining property. We must do everything possible to find it. Then she put the mug on the table and added that he also left this will, along with coded messages. The boy grabbed his head and said that he had a headache. What nonsense. Then the blonde said that according to rumors, together, indicated in the code, there could be hundreds of tons of gold bars. Yoon frowned and said that yes, so she would like to ask them. She will give them gold bars. We must find them earlier than her relatives do. Then she looked at them and said that her grandfather was a very special person for her. They traveled together to Pamir from early childhood. He said with a smile that now she understands why they met in Korea when they were in elementary school. The girls began to laugh and said that this was a fateful meeting, quite strong. Then the princess raised her hand and said that in any case, the reason is that she could not sit idly by while other relatives took over the inheritance and used it for nefarious purposes. The main character raised his hand and said that this is why the girl posted an ad looking for those who can find treasures. There, she embarrassedly replied that it was not about the inheritance, it was about preserving the treasure for her grandfather. The guy smiled and said that he understood everything. He would definitely find it for her, there was no need to worry. Then the memories stopped. That's how this episode appeared. The boy recalled the rest of the episodes, the so-called grand adventure in search of treasure with Yoon Yao. Of course, this is an episode that will happen much later if you go to England immediately after seeing an ad on the internet. Introduce the ad. Treasure hunt, looking for people who can find treasure. Please respond. Send an application following the specified format to the email address below. Through the blonde they will find out about it, so he felt that he could start the episode on his own terms. Stood in front of the girl and explained something to her. As befits an episode with a secondary heroine, his life will be safe. To be honest, I forgot how to solve the code because it was too long, but I remembered the answers, so it was not a problem. The guys found the key in the forest. Then the guy lay on the bed and thought, however, it was still undoubtedly a PSHN episode. He thought that he could enter the cycle since he was involved, and he really did. He peeked around the corner at the bodyguards, escaped from the episode with the girl, and investigated the criminal organization in the cycle. He watched them even in cafes, starting with hideouts and factories, from smuggling routes, distribution processes, and schedules. Photographed their meetings, even found out a list of political connections supporting the organization. Then the guys exposed, however, perhaps because he used another episode for the cycle, the checkpoint was set quite early, which was inconvenient. The boy stood in front of the board with photos and thought that thanks to this he had enough time, eventually collected enough information to completely destroy the organization. He remembered the girl, but he did not have the strength to move such significant instances, so first he deciphered more than half of the coded messages to win her trust. The young man stood in front of her, scratched his head and said that this is a big problem. Found a place, but some American drug control organization settled there. Then Yoon put her hand forward and ordered to contact M16 immediately. Also asked the company for cooperation. One way or another, it led them to this point. There was a chase on the highway. Inside sat a guy and an employee. The target is hiding in a car. It seems simple when you talk about it, but in reality everything is very complicated. This loop has one annoying moment. The boy grabbed the handrail. When the loop is not directly related to Yoon, it does not activate until the situation becomes critical, after which the boy was shot. He had to either die on the spot or reach a state close to death for the loop to activate. He began to teleport and thought that in this loop, literally, he died over and over again. And so they drove up to a tall building. A shootout began. The bandits tried to escape. The special service car braked sharply. The officer inside said that it was dangerous to go out. The informant should stay in the car. But that didn't stop the guy. He decided to jump out. They were shouting after him that they would lose them if they continued like that. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that, frankly speaking, they were constantly being left behind. It was just awful. It really sucked. Then he smiled and thought that in any case it was possible, like Rami said, everything would work out. The boy ran around the corner and started climbing the fire escape. He should have answered exactly like that. He remembered their dialogue with Siren. No matter what happened, he wanted the girl to stay and not think about it. He should have just been honest. He looked down. Suddenly a notification came on his phone. He took it out and saw a message from a girl who offered to talk, but in the end, he made her so worried. He wrote sorry, then started writing that he was running now. He really couldn't answer her right now. He put the phone away and ran on. But before that, he still wrote a message that he was busy now, which, unfortunately, did not go. The criminal ran ahead, also climbing the stairs. He raised his head and started screaming that nothing was working. How the hell could it end like this? Then the man smiled and thought that everything was fine because he had arranged for the helicopter to be ready on the roof. Until he was arrested, there would be no convincing evidence. He ran out onto the roof and was surprised. He only needed to kneel before his father once, and then he would be able to force one of his 2 subordinates to take the blame. The helicopter was already on the roof, but for some reason there was no one in the pilot's cabin. The man was surprised, came up and asked what the hell, where did the pilot go? He got really angry and started screaming where could he be in such a situation. A guy came up from behind and asked if he should tell him about it. He looked down and said if the man wanted to know where the pilot was and what he was doing. He got a call this morning saying that his daughter had been in a serious accident. Then he raised his head and said that of course it was a prank, which means the pilot is probably already at school. Then the bandit turned and recognized the boy. What had he been doing since then? Judging by his age, not a policeman. The man started screaming and laughing. Where did he come from? Some organization? Or one of their guys? Do they think these bastards can just grab him and get what they want? He pulled out a gun and screamed that he didn't have a chance because he wasn't going to just give up. He fired and screamed that the boy had already lost to begin with. The boy watched the bullet coming towards him. Then she flew right into his head. And at that moment there was teleportation. The bandit was standing in front of him again and shouting that he would not give up so easily, raised his gun. He fired, saying that for a start the guy had already lost. But for some reason nothing happened. The man looked at his gun and asked what was wrong, why wasn't the gun firing? The boy looked at him and said, this is what he'll get for what you're being so expressive, he won't even know if the gun was loaded. The bandit was very surprised. Then the young man ran into him and said that he was finished now. The criminal didn't lose his head and flew into the attack, shouting does he know who he is? The guys were approaching. The main character thought that all he could do was just fight back so pathetically. Their fists flew past each other, and they hit their faces, even so he wanted to know a lot. The brunette flew to the side. The blow was so strong that it knocked him off his feet. But the boy managed to stay on his feet because he couldn't give up, for their safety, for those smiles. He reached into his pocket. Then she pulled out a stun gun, thinking that it was for the girls to be nearby. The man was very surprised. He was pierced by electric shocks, and the guy continued to think that he simply couldn't give up. The criminal could barely stand on his feet. Then he fell unconscious right on the ground. The boy approached him, his strength was running out. And at that moment, officers ran out onto the roof, asked if everything was okay. The guy looked ahead and said that it was finally over, the longest day of his life. Then ran up with weapons. Meanwhile, everything went according to plan. The special squad captured everyone in the criminal organization. The gang members were handcuffed, thanks to the evidence collected in advance, from ordinary members to the leader. Everyone was arrested and the entire organization fell apart like a house of cards. The boy watched the news, but there were political figures involved. The incident made such a noise that the whole of America turned upside down. And the whole world has been discussing this topic for a long time. Even mentioning the situation gives him a headache. He had to hide around the corner and watch what was happening. Fortunately, his involvement remained a secret. Yoon Young told him not to worry about the consequences. Power is a scary thing. The guys stood opposite each other so that they knew. The ending of the episode is a grand adventure with a hunt but with treasure. The guys found a passage to the secret room. Deciphering the code and receiving a key and a map, they went to a special place, where they found underground objects similar to the one he saw in PSHN. There was a diary in gold, although there were no mountains of jewelry, but at least there were several gold bars. The girl took the diary and did not understand what it was. Then a hologram of her grandfather appeared in front of them, who said that this was for his beloved granddaughter Lily, their Chun-ya, happy to welcome her. The girl watched closely, not understanding what was happening, and he continued to say what he thought. She would be the first to find this place. The old man smiled and added, of course, there are no huge piles of gold and silver here that other stupid kids were looking for. He has already given everything to those who need it. He opened the book and saw a will there, so he leaves this book for Chun-ya. Ultimately, this is an unfinished travel diary. The girl will be the one to finish it. The little girl hugged the book and cried. The grandfather continued to say that this is all because she can look at the world with 100 warmth, which is inaccessible to anyone else. The hologram smiled and said that the girl is his little favorite. The brunette looked ahead and thought that they got a happy ending, but he sat on the bed depressed. As for him, it was a complete failure. He looked at his phone, saw an unsent message, just noticed it. Sending short messages with apologies at such a time is strange. It looks like the young man is pushing the girl away from himself. Then he grabbed his head and said what to do. Send it again right now, but it's hard to explain everything through text messages. Chun-ya came up to him and asked if everything was okay. Thanks to him, she calmed down a little. She smiled and added that she didn't know how to express her gratitude to him. Even though she said that it was not necessary, she would definitely repay him for his help someday. Then she came closer and said that she would not ask about his strange actions. The boy was surprised and asked again. Then the girl raised her hand and gave an example of how he solved the code, what kind of US drug cartel it was, why it was necessary to hide it from the blonde, and so on. She frowned and added that in turn, he should fulfill his part of the deal. Isn't he flattered yet? The boy hesitated a little and said yes. Yoon said that now the young man can return to Korea, but he said that he would like to talk about this. Planes were flying over the airport. The girl was sitting inside. Boarding was announced. In the waiting room, her parents approached her. They looked at the dacha and said that they would return after the procedures were completed, and they left together, leaving her at the table. Then the girl picked up her phone and wrote to someone that she had landed safely. She looked at the chat and saw that the message from the brunette had not arrived. She looked at the phone and was upset. Siren raised her head and thought about their first meeting. Exactly, that was how they first met. She imagined that day when the young man asked if she was a player. If you think about it, it was an incredible coincidence. She raised her head and thought that meeting like this, in such a place, was something. They came up to her and said that they were fans, asked for an autograph. The girl thought about it, then turned sharply and asked where she should sign. But what she saw shocked her. Kang was standing at the other end of the room. The girl was surprised and began to ask why the guy was here. He scratched his head and asked where to start. First of all, he would like to apologize for answering the message like that. He was a bit busy at the time, so here it is. Then he came closer and said that he thought that he really should have a proper talk with her, and here he was. They still have something to talk about, don't they? The girl listened to him attentively. Then the young man came closer and said that he was talking about the time when he raised his voice at her. Now he understands what she meant then. She said that what he said could only be a lie. The thing is that he was talking about the future, right? The girl did not understand what was happening yet. Then the brunette came closer and said that if he really knew about the future, he would have no reason to say that. There would be no reason to avoid something just because it is difficult. He raised his head and added that this is exactly what she meant, right? Then Siren lowered her head and said yes, but she was too arrogant. He must have his own reasons for saying so. After thinking about it, she realized that the young man must have come to this conclusion. Then she sat down on the chair again and said that she had said it without knowing all the circumstances. It seemed she had put an unnecessary burden on him. The boy replied that it was true. Then he raised his hand and said that problems do not disappear just because someone encouraged and supported you. As he had already said, a serious crisis was approaching. The girl listened to him attentively. Then he came closer and said that that is why he came and had already taken care of him, imagining everything he had lived through over the past few days. He lowered his head and added that he had taken care of this approaching crisis before it happened. Then he smiled and said that not everything was ready yet, only the first big problem had been solved, but not the last, and in the future they would only have more problems, but he decided to be more honest. Siren looked at him long and asked again the reason why he was able to go through countless loops, even if no one knew, even if it seemed like there would be no end to it. He imagined all his girlfriends, the reason why he could die over and over again. The guy raised his head with a smile and said that the opportunity to laugh and communicate with them made him happy. Then he looked down and added that he hoped it would continue like this in the future. He wanted the girl not to go study abroad. She looked at him carefully. People were walking around, going to board. Then the girl pressed her lips together. She lowered her head and began to laugh in a trembling voice. She looked at the guy and said that if someone saw him now, they would think that he was confessing his love. The boy put his hand to his chin and thought that this was embarrassing. To be honest, he should have been like this a long time ago. He was very sorry. He was probably terrible. Then he started shaking his head and said no, that wasn't the point. It sounded like an excuse, just not good enough, that's all. He apologized. He extended his hand and asked with a smile if the girl was ready to help him. Would she fight with him if a new crisis came? It was getting dark outside. She smiled shyly. Then she bowed and said that it might be a little difficult for her. Then she added shyly that the thing was that she had already gone through all the procedures, both with school and with a visa, but she knew from the very beginning that it would be difficult, and in the end, there was too much competition. The guy listened to her and didn't understand. Then the girl came closer and said that he and fulfilled her wish. He remembered their conversations. Passers-by recognized her on the street, introduced the princess and the prince, told the story of how a young girl lived who was romantically saved by a knight. She was modest and did not have any ambitions for power. Their house was on the seashore. When she grew up, she wanted to build a house in a secluded place and promised to spend her whole life with him. A lifelong, precise struggle for the crown began. Unexpectedly, the death of the king led to a struggle for the inheritance, for the lives of all her brothers and sisters. Soon an invasion of monsters began. The girl saved everyone. People shouted her name. Being a queen is a heavy burden. Obstacles that received them became more and more, and yet, despite all the adversity, they were together. The guy and the girl held hands, decided to fight them shoulder to shoulder. Seagulls flew over the sea, so that one fine day, they would find themselves in the place they dreamed of. The night approached the house, and a girl ran out of there. She ran up and hugged her lover, just like Siren hugged Kang at that moment. The guy thought that he shared the same feelings. No matter what happened to them next, no matter what hardships they would have to face, they would go through them together. The girl looked at him and smiled shyly, forever. At that moment, her father came up. He looked at what was happening in shock, and her mother was embarrassed. Then the guys started discussing that the girl had already said goodbye to the others and left, but she had her own circumstances. You can explain everything to them. Maybe they could spend some time together before parting. They say there is a Disneyland nearby. In fact, she was always jealous, or rather wanted to go there. When the guy went to the park with Rami, he replied that he was not against it. After all, they had come such a long way to America, but they would discuss it later. The young man was lying on the bed and resting. Take the phone and ask if it was true that today was the day the girl was going to do it. Yoon Young answered that yes, he would not say no. When so much had already been done, she had solved the issue with money, even skipping classes at school. The boy poured water and said that yes, he was very grateful for it. He heard, he just needed to provide a report on the trip. Then he lowered his head and asked again if it was true, said that he understood. At that moment, his sister came up and asked who he was talking to so early. The brother replied that he was talking to collectors. They wanted to knock debts out of him. Then she turned around and said that her mother said that she would come early today so they could. The brunette finished drinking his water and thought that it was true that if Yoon Young hadn't covered for him, God bless him. With the exception that his mother had killed him, his grades had improved. But this excuse was no longer enough. Min Jeong looked at her brother and asked if he was listening to her at all. The guy didn't want to answer that he understood everything. After some time, school, for now life is getting better, or does it just seem that way? The brunette sat at his desk and didn't understand what was happening. A blonde was standing in front of him and talking to her classmates. He thought it was just his imagination playing up, but no, that's for sure. He jumped up and turned to her, asked if they could talk. The girl turned around abruptly and ran away. Then he saw Siren. He went up to the girl and tried to talk, but she also jumped up and ran away screaming that she had urgent matters. It was happening. Everyone around was laughing and whispering. It was as if sparks were flying around. Were the girls avoiding him? But why? I take out his phone. Come to think of it, the conversation was quiet today too. They had a great conversation last night. What was the reason? He put his hand to his chin and thought about why the girls suddenly started avoiding him. He met them right after he got back and made up an excuse for his mother. It was all good, wasn't it? Then he looked ahead, especially Siren, even told him then. The plane was flying across the sky. The girl looked at him and said that he knew about the future. He actually believed in it, because she showed him her phone with her subscriptions. Psychics exist, to which she received the answer that she really should check who she was subscribing to from time to time. The boy exhaled and said that then he should explain everything from the very beginning. He folded his hands and said that the truth is that. He gathered all his strength to say, well, it was as if he could not utter a word. The girl turned around and said that if it was difficult for him to say, she wouldn't ask. She had already conveyed this through the blonde, hadn't she? In response, she heard that she had conveyed it. Then she looked him straight in the eyes and said that this time was no exception. She was on his side, no matter what happened. The guy was a little shocked while she was saying that if it was difficult to explain, you just need to promise one thing. Siren looked him in the eyes and said that when he really needed help, he shouldn't be afraid to discuss it with her. She smiled and added that she would fight on the guy's side as she had done before. The young man grabbed his head and thought about what had happened. It was definitely a good ending, right? Suddenly he stopped and remembered their conversation. The girl seemed a little disappointed, but still. He saw someone. Why did everything change so dramatically in a day or two? Rami and Young Ah were standing in front of him. Then the brunette came up and asked what they were talking about. But the girls, as soon as they saw him, ran in different directions screaming. The boy was very surprised. It was interesting that he hadn't accidentally ruined anything with his typical loner behavior. The brunette had done that before. He scratched his head. If that was the case, then it was good. He was worried that it could be a problem from the PSNH. He imagined recent events. Something had happened that had never happened in the comics. He went over different situations in his head. The development of events in reality and the comics had changed several times. If this really was the butterfly effect, then everything was easy to explain, but something was no longer adding up if everything was completely different from history. The young man seemed to be running, and there were explosions behind him. The plot of the story was an escape, 6 brides, then the development of events should have changed the executioner, and not partially. He imagined himself running along a straight line. If you look at it from a different angle, the main plot still corresponds to the original. He leaned on his hand and thought that it was as if someone intended to return everything to its place. Then he lowered his eyes, as if someone was leading him through the plot of the comics, but still did not allow him to control it. The lesson began. I was writing down some notes. I wonder who this someone is, the one who mixed comics and reality. Maybe it's a god. He turned to his friend and whispered if he were a god, but then asked him to forget. The brunette turned and said that if he had questions about his identity, he could just ask them. Kang Lim raised his hand and whispered if he knew what happened to the others while he was gone. They were really acting strange. It seemed to him that they were avoiding him. The guy adjusted his glasses and answered that this was retribution for the sins he had committed. Then he looked at him and said that maybe this was a blessing. The brunette looked and did not understand what was happening. Then he smiled and asked if his friend had seen the new anime. It was cool, this season was rich in content. The teacher approached them. No, now is not the time to talk about such things. Then he folded his arms and thought that judging by his comrade's reaction, nothing had happened to the others, so the reason was in him. Okay, it was time to go on a frontal attack. After all, they went to the same school. He smiled and thought, how much could the girls ignore him? Kang Lim walked down the hallway after school and thought, upset, that this was impossible. Classes were already over. He lowered his head and thought, are they really trying to play a prank on him? They don't answer calls or messages, so maybe not. He must have forgotten the current situation at the moment. He tried to draw a parallel with the bevel. At that moment, Siren ran up. She was scared and shouted that this was serious, the girls were in trouble. The guy ran after her and thought, something really happened, can't he even explain what exactly? He gritted his teeth and thought that suddenly someone was in trouble. Such incidents are rare even in PSHN. He suddenly ran into the office. They shouted that it happened. They started to explode firecrackers. Everyone was happy and clapping. Surprise, it turns out that the guy has a birthday today. He looked at them in surprise. The blonde smiled and said that she heard that it was his birthday today, so they prepared something special. The brunette changed. That's why they reacted like that in the hallway. Rami came closer and asked how he was he surprised? And suddenly he clapped and said that he congratulated her. Siren came up from behind and said that he ordered them to be especially careful. Then the guy fell to the floor and said that's what happened. Now he was really surprised. The blonde leaned over and said did he really feel lonely because they didn't play with him? Was he worried that everyone forgot about his birthday? Should behave more decently. Then the brunette grabbed his head and said no, that's right, today is his birthday, June 29th. Everyone around was in shock. Did he really forget? It can't be, and they really tried not to get caught. Then he thought about it and remembered the conversation with his sister in the morning. How she looked at him and said that mom would be back early today so they could all have dinner together. Today was his birthday. Then it dawned on him. It seemed that he had missed something. He was sure that it was in the morning. He exhaled and did not understand what was happening. He looked at the girls cutting the cake. He looked ahead as someone appeared from behind, and he remembered the morning conversation about how today was the day, and you can't say no when so much has already been prepared. She entered the office and asked to introduce herself. It was Yoon Young. She grabbed the young man by the waist. She smiled and said that now the bride of her beloved was coming. The girls were very surprised. The brunette came forward and asked again about the bride. Siren also shouted, really beloved. The girls were furious. Wait a minute, what was her friend doing here? And what did she mean when she came in? They looked at the couple. Rami asked if the young man knew her. Yoon Young intervened and asked why the guy didn't talk about her. As a close friend of the blonde, she was disappointed. Jang Ah came up and said, this is what the blonde used to say. She said that they were friends in childhood in England. The girl smiled and said that it was true, but now she would be grateful if they remembered her as the brunette's fiancé. The heroine stood opposite and did not understand what was happening. Rami winked and said that this was impossible. He must be fulfilling a request again, like when he went to the amusement park with her, or like when he met Siren's parents. Then she looked at them and added that he was definitely pretending that this was a relationship. His friend came up and asked if he was trying to play a prank on him, and the guy just stood there and silently looked away. Screams were heard even on the street. Not long before, during their first meeting with the girl, they were talking. Yoon Young looked at the guy and said that she understood what he was trying to say, but even if he was Dahi's friend, and even if he helped her find her grandfather's inheritance. She drank some tea and added that he was raising the topic of sponsorship too suddenly. It would be difficult to help with this, to which the guy apologized and said that it would indeed be too much. He lowered his head and thought that if he was going to stir up this criminal organization, he would need money to carry out his plan, and so he spent all the money on the flight. The girl smiled and said that given what she had heard recently, this was a deal. She thought she could help him. She opened her fan and added that for the duration of her stay in Korea, he would have to become her fiancé. The boy was surprised and asked again. He looked at her and did not understand what was happening. Again those scary words, if this is temporary, it is enough to just pretend, right? Then he pulled her closer and said to wait a minute, does this mean that she will come to their country? The girl looked at him and said that of course, it is necessary, even if she has to endure this exhausting trip, she must see with her own eyes Yoon Young smiled and said that there are other reasons for this deal. The most important is Dahi's face. She introduced her friend filled with anger. It will be simply unforgettable. She entered the classroom, introduced herself and said that she is a close relative of the British royal family, the legitimate legacy of the ancient Valier family, Lily Spencer Valier. For simplicity, you can call her Yoon Young. Everyone was surprised. They discussed that the girl is a noble woman. Surprisingly, her manner of speech is also. The teacher put her hand to her forehead and thought, why there are so many exchange students this year, they continue to flock to their class. Then she turned with a smile and said that first of all, she said that she knows Dahi, then her place will be temporary. But the girl interrupted and said that she thought another place would be best. She walked forward. She ran up to the guy, jumped on him and said that she was here to meet her lover. Then the class was even more stunned than I was when his fiancée came to him again. The girl was sitting on the guy's lap and said that she would therefore prefer a place next to him. His friend intervened and said, what impudence, does she really dare to encroach on his place? She snapped her fingers. A maid appeared from behind him with a suitcase of money, after which he bowed down and said that from now on the sword of darkness was hers forever. The brunette at that moment shouted where the cities were with his friend. It is worth thinking at least 1 second. If there is no money, then there can be no pride, the young man in glasses answered. The blonde at that moment was seething with anger. Then she raised her hand and shouted that her friend had gone crazy, or was she starting a fight? The girl turned around and said in surprise, oh my god, what rude, harsh words. But the blonde continued, does she really think she doesn't understand that she's doing this on purpose, trying to get her mad? She came closer and started screaming, how could she possibly be engaged to him? She lied about her 180 centimeters tall boyfriend, it turns out. Yoon Young hesitated and replied that what she had said earlier no longer mattered. Then she turned around and smiled, saying that it would be more correct to say that the difficulties and sorrows they had experienced together had brought them together, leading to the guys deciding to get engaged, which is why she and her beloved have such a close relationship. She came closer and asked him if that wasn't the case. He sheepishly replied that he was, after which Dahi hit him and asked him what he had muttered. Siren just stood there and couldn't come to her senses. All the guys turned around and looked at them. The beaten young man walked down the corridor and said that this was the music room. The girl turned around and said that it was much smaller than she thought it was a private study room, to which she received the answer that it shouldn't be compared to the royal school she attended before. Her classmates stood nearby and whispered why Lady Yoon Young was with this guy, weren't there rumors about his bad character? And her classmates were also whispering, despite how he and the blonde were getting along, whether the rumor was true, could it be? Jang Ah was peeping at them from around the corner. She smiled and thought that probably ordinary children like her didn't stand a chance, these two looked so good. Her friend began to nag her and say that she needed to wake up. Didn't she see that the situation was too strange, an engagement after meeting on a trip? There was no point in it. Then the brunette looked at her and said that her friend was definitely right. Was it even possible to fall in love with each other so quickly? Then she lowered her eyes and said that it was quite possible for him. The girl in response asked if this guy was really normal. Then she frowned and said to listen to her, now is not the time. Medical office. Siren was lying in bed and saying that it was not true. She lay there and imagined how this couple was running and having fun. Messages from the guy came to her phone, but she did not answer. Meanwhile, in the school cafeteria, Yoon Young was sitting opposite the young man and trying to feed him. He said that he could eat himself. Then he frowned and added, is it really necessary to go so far? Just to tease his friend a little. The girl looked at him and said that the boy was rumored to be quite a guy, but this was not acceptable, even if only temporarily. She lowered her head and added that now the boy was her lover and her real fiancé. They had talked about this part of the deal from the very beginning. Then she pulled the fork forward again and told him to open his mouth. The guy refused. And his classmates watched all this from the side. The young man refused to eat from her hands, even though his reputation was at its lowest. Then Yoon Young turned away, wiped away her tears and said that she understood. The brunette even wanted to try her lunch box with her. Although she had prepared it for her beloved all night, the boy began to shout that it was a lie. The servant had simply prepared it. He opened his mouth and agreed to eat it. But the fork did not have time to fly to his mouth. Rami intercepted it. She stood up. The princess did not understand what was happening. Then the blonde waved her hand and said that she was not approved, disqualified, the spices were too strong. Then she smiled and said that the eldest had a different taste. All three girls were very, very angry and scared, and the young man just sat there not understanding what to do next. Then she put her hands on her hips and said that nothing could be done if she did not know his tastes. Then in the end, only she, his youngest who constantly prepared his lunch, could know such a thing. She raised her hand and shouted that a lying daughter-in-law could not cope with this. The girls did not like such rude treatment. Rami turned to the boy and asked if he really got engaged to such an old-fashioned, weird older girl. The boy turned away and said, you see, if you think about it. The girl interrupted him and said, you see, if you think about it, then yesterday he just kept quiet. Then she winked at him and said that maybe he was forced to sign some kind of contract. Well, or even if it was true, it happened right after he returned from abroad. She raised her head and added, maybe it was a deal out of necessity. He already sees the whole scenario, such a cliche. The young man was surprised, I thought, while really receptive. The princess screamed that she was not going to listen to this anymore. Who the hell is she? She looks like the younger one, but so impudent. At that moment, the blonde picked up the box and said that she brought it for the guy, completely ignoring the princess. The boy watched in shock as the girls yelled at each other that they couldn't just reject their boss's creation, and it turned out that it wasn't even homemade. What a soulless guackbap. Young-soo walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder, said that he was asking for forgiveness, asked to let him say something for a second. Then he looked up and said not to be too upset, just listen. According to the rules, glasses, and said, has he ever heard of marriage scammers? About the same as me being a gold digger. The brunette looked at him and said, I thought, what is he getting at? If it bothers him so much, then who is a friend in his eyes? The guy came closer and replied that he did a little research, and it seems that people who don't really communicate with the opposite, like them, the owners of the ability, are especially vulnerable. Kang Lim said no, tells him not to worry, no one is scamming him. His comrade replied that he was saying all this out of concern. The young man was touched by a girl. The brunette stood in front of him and asked with a smile if everything was okay. The guy asked her in response what happened. Young-ah was embarrassed and said that it was about the webtoon. She wants him to look at it. Can they talk a little face to face in the club room? He turned and looked at how the girls continued to quarrel. Then the brunette grabbed him and led him along until he even answered. The girls were surprised and started shouting where she was taking him. She shouldn't interfere. The brunette started pulling him in different directions. His head was spinning. And the blonde came running, shouting how her friend grew up. Was she here all this time? And she addressed her by the name Seo Chunya. The princess was taken aback. Daher picked up the photo and told Chunya that she found a photo of them together. She brought it here just to show her. Everyone around started whispering and repeating this name, not understanding who they were talking about. Then the blonde raised her hand and said in surprise that it was a secret, began to apologize. This story begins a long time ago. When she was little, traveling with her grandfather, decided to stay in Korea to finish elementary school. The little girl stood next to her grandfather. Then she came to the passport office. However, all foreigners staying in Korea for a long time need a foreigner registration card, which is some kind of identity card. She looked at the paper. They must indicate the Korean name in it. At that time, the girl chose a name without knowing the nuances that it had. She indicated the name Chunya on the form, the surname Seo because she came from the west, and the name meant a spring flower, just like a lily. Then the girl moved her hand to the side and said that Chunya is her official name, indicated in all documents. The girls looked at the photo. After she realized that it sounded old-fashioned, she fell out of love with this name so much that her fan cafe simply forbids her to pronounce it. The little ones stood together with certificates. The girl asked to be addressed using her nickname. Then she put her finger on the card and said that she shouldn't be called Chunya and that she should be more careful when mentioning a girl. Everyone listened attentively. Then someone even laughed, and the princess got very angry. Rami started laughing and shouting that it was a very cute name, it suits her, and Dahi added that it seemed like they were on the same wavelength. She also likes the name Chunya. She can't understand why she hates it so much. Yoon was furious, asked how her friend could change joking about someone else's name. It was very indecent. Then she turned around and asked the guy if he thought the same. He replied that laughing at someone and for their name is. The blonde looked at him furiously and asked whose side he was on. He just needed to keep quiet. Yoon took out her things and said that she always lacked manners, like that time on the bus on the way to the picnic. The blonde ran up to her and covered her mouth, said that she just needed to keep quiet. It was rude. And then the brunette again found himself between the girls. They were arguing and shouting that they needed to grab the girl. Well, someone wanted to hear the end of this story. He lowered his head and looked at the box, finally decided to eat. The brunette came up to him and said that she had not eaten yet. Then the young man offered her to eat together because he would hardly cope alone. His friend stood in the background and was silent. He walked away and thought that apparently now was not the time to interfere. He turned around and left, leaving the girls fighting and his friend eating. Siren was lying in bed. Physical education was taking place at the stadium. The princess and the boy were sitting in the stands. She said that she felt better. She looked at her friend and said that she heard that the guy already knew. In England, she had to go through many difficulties. She smiled and added that she was really worried about this, but in the end, she felt better because she, as he saw, had such cool friends, and the guy thought that the atmosphere began in a wheelchair and at that moment did not understand anything. Then the girl lowered her head and added that because he, as she saw, was doing well, she felt better and happier. The boy thought that it would not affect him. Yoon was hiding from the sun and said that now she was worried about something else. She lowered her head and said that when she heard it on the phone, she thought that everything would be okay. Because she was a blonde, she thought that there would be no reason to worry, but after she met him in person, she understood. The princess raised her head and said that if everything remained the same and he was not careful, he would not be able to guarantee anything, even if it was Dahi. Kang looked at her and did not understand what she was talking about. Then the girl added that he should understand that she did not come here only to tease her, and to be honest, she also wanted to be able to be serious. She smiled and adjusted her umbrella, and the guy still did not understand and listened. That however, it seemed that the bride's strategy alone would not be enough for her. She introduced her friends and said that the resistance was stronger than she thought. Then she looked at him and added that that is why she wanted to bring an engagement ring. But when she ordered it from this master, they said that she had to wait at least 6 months. The boy listened silently. She turned and said that in any case, she also heard about his achievements, offered to become his business manager since she had a very important meeting soon. The brunette was surprised and thought that finally this episode had come, the episode with the fourth heroine of ESW. A brunette walked down the street talking on the phone and asked if she could ask for a favor. Then she dropped her head, thanked him and said she would wait. She put the phone down and looked ahead. She looked at her smartphone with upset eyes. A man came out of the building. Reporters met him and shouted that they would like to get an answer to just a couple of questions. This time he was working in Korea again, and there were a lot of rumors about his new movie. Is it true that he was filming a movie adaptation of The Idol Goddess? Yoon turned and looked at them. He continued to walk forward and answered that yes, it was true, undoubtedly. His next project was The Idol Goddess, so he came back. He looked down and added that now in the homeland of the first source and part-time country of idols, they will be casting for the main female role. Meanwhile, on the set, the director smiled and shouted that everyone did a great job, just wonderful. The princess looked at her in surprise and asked what was wrong. The company had warned them to be careful today. They said that the director was known for being quite irritating. The blonde turned around and said that it had been a long time ago. By the way, would her maid take them back? The girl answered that yes, the car was already waiting, and where had the maid gone? She began to shake her head. The brunette came up and said that the woman had already disappeared. Then she turned around and asked where, and the young man answered that according to the schedule, an outdoor shoot was planned next, but it was cancelled because it had suddenly started raining heavily. Then he showed her back and said that the shoot had been rescheduled for tomorrow, but then a studio shoot was planned, so they had no choice but to contact the company and move the schedule. However, the outfits for the shoot were at another location, so he asked the maid to go there and bring them. Then he answered the call and said that he was coming down. He looked at the staff and said that a taxi had been ordered and was waiting downstairs. The guys could already change and go out. The princess looked and did not understand what was going on, until the young man said that he had previously heard from the staff that the editor-in-chief had been told to be near the filming location. He put his hands in his pockets and said that since they were heading there anyway, he did not want to make a short stop to meet him. The man had mentioned this last time. Did you see? He had a real obsession with blondes, so if she introduced her to him, he would definitely. Yoon interrupted and asked what was going on. Then she came closer and started shouting why he was so good at his job. She had not expected this at all when she asked the darling to take on the duties of her manager. The boy was embarrassed and thanked her, not that he was good at it, only because of the comic or because he used the loop, got used to it without even realizing it. The blonde came up and said something wrong. It's weird, everything is done incredibly quickly for a secondary character, and the guy got offended and asked, is it really that hard to praise him? From the bottom of my heart. The guys were riding in a taxi. The blonde turned around and asked why her friend scheduled her schedule so tightly. Anyone would think that she was terribly busy, you know. To which the girl replied that she was really that busy, unlike some. He moved over and said with a sly smile that the girl was funny, thought she wouldn't recognize her, hadn't she been turned away with one of her exclusive radio commercial showcases. The girl, embarrassed, asked how she knew this, received the answer that she knew everything. Then she giggled and said that since an exclusive contract is better than never having one at all. The blonde started screaming, what the hell, is it really starting to get on her nerves? And the brunette drove ahead and thought that the girls were arguing non-stop. Yoon closed the door and said that she came here specifically scheduled her schedule as tightly as possible for the time of her stay in Korea, wanted to focus on preparing for the previous audition. Then she turned and asked her friend if she saw that they announced a casting for the role of an idol goddess. In the film industry, by the way, this has become a popular topic for discussion. He looked out the window and asked if the girl knew that she was a photo model. What relation should a casting for the role of a film actress have to her? Yoon turned and said that the most direct, the girl initially, when she was still a child, started out as an actress. The guys continued to ride in a taxi in silence. What she said was the truth. The little girl ran forward and actually debuted in Korea as a child actress when she was still in elementary school. She stood by the flag when she moved to England. She had to quit due to natural causes, but after starting her modeling career, she briefly resumed her acting career. She stood at the funeral, but after the accident that took the lives of her parents, she needed time to take care of her younger siblings and had to quit acting again. The little girl spent a lot of time on the set compared to the modeling business. Acting requires a lot more night shoots and a lot more time away from home, so she had no choice but to quit. Yoon added that her younger ones must have grown up enough. Well, what's more important is that she likes being an actress, right? The girl looked out the window and said who said she liked it? It was just a job. Then the princess started waving her fan and asked if her friend had forgotten about the bonbon whiskey incident, remembered how they had eaten their fill of liqueur candies and started gossiping. The girl turned around and shouted why she was continuing to stir up her past. The blonde looked at her and replied that to become an actress, she would have to start from scratch. But a modeling career, on the other hand, brings a stable income. She needs to stick to it in order to pay off her debts faster. Then her friend asked if she really hadn't paid off her debts yet. The girl looked down and said that it would take another 6 months or so. She would pay off the entire debt to the last one. The car continued moving through the city. Then the princess looked ahead and said that she hoped that the goddess idol would be a turning point for her. The girl asked again. The blonde lowered her head and said that she hoped that this would be her chance to finally be honest with herself and understand what she really wanted to do. Only then would she be able to fully repay her and surpass her. Dahi winked and said as she said she was not very interested. A young man intervened in the conversation, asked why not try. The girl asked again, then he turned and said who said that he could pass the casting because it was incredibly difficult. Then the princess said what exactly? It was like counting chickens before they hatched. The blonde said no, it was more like counting desserts before they were served. The brunette said that they were both wrong right now. Dahi folded her hands and said that if they insisted so much, then okay, when she gets home, and discuss it with Nari. The guys arrived at the academy. The guy asked if Dahi was really going to the casting. The brunette answered that yes, they had a family meeting and they decided everything there. Then she looked at him and said that now she could take care of the younger ones. She thought that for her sister it would be a good opportunity to return to her career as an actress. She introduced Kinder to the director with a peculiarity for the reason that the original was recognized as a masterpiece. The director filming the film adaptation is probably the same person who recently received the award. Her eyes lit up. She hoped that everything would go well. She would be sick with all her soul, and the guy thought that there was no need to worry. He already knew that the girl would definitely pass. Then he lowered his head and asked, moving away from the topic, how was she doing after that? The girl asked again what they were talking about. Then the young man came closer and whispered to the stalker. She was talking about the feeling that she was being followed. That is why they go to the academy and home strictly together. The last time she even had to call about it. The girl smiled and said that she still felt like she was being watched. However, after she started going with him, she began to experience this feeling cutting. The brunette was pleased to hear this, and she raised her hand and shouted that it was okay if they went there again today. There was a burger place in front of them. The guys walked and enjoyed ice cream, how she liked to eat this thing, and her grandfather home in his company. Recently it became her little happiness. The boy turned and asked if it was right, really so much, and the brunette answered that yes, this thing is not just delicious, unrealistically delicious. There is a feeling that she missed a lot. I still don't know about this. Then she smiled and said that she was her look. She went a little ahead. It is quite possible that you cannot know anything at all and still be happy. The guy sat in class and thought that after that day, the blonde no longer appeared at school. Apparently she was preparing for the casting. Angry and threw up her hands. Due to this, the personality of Yoon, which she used to tease, disappeared, so they generally stopped pretending that they were engaged and told the truth to the others. The girls listened to this attentively. Almost all said that it was expected. I wonder if he is really such an unsuitable match for her, even somehow offensive. A piece of paper appeared in front of his eyes. Rami smiled and said that since he is the president of the club, then he needs to fill out this field, a report on the club's activities. The girl came closer and said that the casting that the eldest is going through is the same, the goddess idol. What is the difficulty of being an idol? The young man asked again what it means. The girl lowered her head and said that at first glance it seems that this casting is not so difficult, more like a promotional campaign to promote a film. They say that even amateurs and complete beginners can take part. The guy jumped up and asked if they were talking about. The blonde interrupted and said that she was very disappointed when it turned out that among all the work, only she and the eldest spoke. So when she found out that their universal club also needed to be active, she thought that this was a good opportunity. The girls entered the office. They looked at him and said that they also decided to take part in the casting, the school idol project. The brunette shouted that he shouldn't take and change the genre so quickly. The laptop screen was on. There was information about a webtoon about a talkie by school. People were walking along the street. The man went out into the corridor and said that after a 5-minute break, they would start working with the group K. A committee was sitting inside, discussing that there were still a lot of people left. A lot. T-Seok, the main scriptwriter, turned around and asked if the role of the protagonist had not already been assigned. After that person, Kasten, showed up, it seems that it makes no sense. Yi Hyun, the chief photographer, turned around and said that you can't say that. If the actor is good, they will honestly choose him. The director sat there bored. Ki Young, the CEO of 66th Century Films, turned around and said even if it seems meaningless, there are reasons for it. After all, this is the director's first project after his success in Hollywood. An open casting will definitely attract the attention of the public. Then she looked ahead. You said that in the case where the target is young actors who can play the role of a student, they especially have a plausible reason and an advertising slogan calling for the discovery of new talents. Schott looked at her and asked if everything is really so calculated. The girl looked at the director and said that it was because the director was sure to reject any product placement. If this film flopped at the box office, their studio would be in big trouble. The man raised his head and said a casting is a casting. They can find a good actor for a secondary role. He took Rami's profile. The next group looked good on the outside. All the girls were sitting in the office, along with Young-soo. They said that they would start from left to right. They had to voice the role they would play, and they could begin. Then the girl raised her hand and said that they had all prepared for a different presentation of the part from the first act and concluded that they were friends after all. Then she coughed. She made a cute face and said, "Hi everyone, I'm the idol Bitna. This is my first time at a concert, so I'm a little nervous, but I'll try my best, so try and you find me cute, okay?" The main photographer looked and thought that she was cute. Someone said that she does not pretend to be cute, she was born cute. The girl continued to speak. The expression is not perfect, but in fact not terrible, a secondary role of a cute idol, but at the same time, she is the first cutie here. She chose a character similar to her own personality. The man continued to look at her and I think that anyway, cute and pleasing to the eye. Then Siren entered, began to read the line, "Hello, meeting here is amazing. There are such surprises. How?" She did it very hesitantly. The photographer thought that this child will not do. They cannot use her. The girl began to be embarrassed. "Nice to meet you in the sense of please take care of me." He definitely likes her for some reason, so it's a pity, and if you think about it, does she remind you of someone? Then I looked at her profile and realized that it was about gamer. Could this really be the same girl who exposed the fact of the rigged matches? He looked at her and thought, why did she suddenly come to the casting? Now she also plans to become an actress. And the girl dropped the text. After that, a brunette joined in. "So you are both here, nice to meet you. I am your eldest on this show, so I will make a good leader." Then she looked at the commission with a smile. Of course, she had hardly acted before. The man thought that this was already more pleasant to hear. The girls continued to read the line. The man thought that her acting was inexperienced and played carefully, but in general it gives some freshness, which is very good. But what is this? The name seems so familiar. The application says that she is an ordinary student. After that, a guy joined in, and a beauty. "Can I join you in this flower garden? Sorry, I was late due to traffic jams. How beautiful are your eyes? What are your names? Where are you from?" The man thought that this one was very good. His lines are quite lively, but somehow manages to cope. The guy adjusted his glasses. He is not even associated with any agency, but the application says, "Dragon Flame, Destruction of the World." The agent read the questionnaire and did not understand what was happening. What was this supposed to mean? Was he out of his mind? Shat folded and said that was enough. Did they have other roles prepared? And his neighbor thought, after all, this might not be enough. The previous group was so terrible that these guys look normal on the considering that the director does not react in any way. Rami shouted, asked to explain what the other meant. The girl lowered her head and said that she would repeat as many times as necessary. They would not get along with him. With such an immature body, she still dared to be near him. The man looked at this and thought that this was the part where they argue and forgot. Then the friend stood up and said that all she could offer was the support of her family, to which she heard, how dare she say such a thing. But when their eldest needs help, he relies on her. This is platonic love that goes beyond her understanding. The brunette clutched the notebook and shouted that they had to stop. If they made so much noise, it would only show that they were just talking empty talk. Then he looked at them and calmly said that, in general, it made them even weaker. The men watched and did not understand what was happening. Their acting had suddenly improved, and this is especially true considering that this X was just a preset, and in fact he did not even appear. Why were they playing so realistically, as if they were in conflict for real? He watched the girls. Even the added phrases were great. Would they do? The director winked at him and said that they were quite good. At the beginning there were several minor roles, right? He agreed. The girls were sitting in the corridor, saying that it was almost the turn of the next group. A man came out of the office and told group Q1 to come in. The girls looked and called the brunette. The committee sat at the table and said that from now on everything would seem serious. In a sense, yes, those who are connected with the agencies will go now. Most of the roles they are applying for are the main ones, and this girl has the most experience among the four, and yet I just won't. The girls entered the room. The man looked at them and thought that it would be worth starting the leading role. The goddess is an idol. An ordinary child can't do something like that. He introduced a woman, an original novel, A Goddess Becomes an Idol, tells about a heavenly maiden who is expelled from heaven. In order to return there, she must collect a huge amount of energy and love. She begins to perform on stage, accepts this challenge, and becomes an idol, adored by everyone around her. She sings on stage. However, the film adaptation is not focused on the first part, in which she only debuts as an idol, but on the second, where she ascends to become a top idol as an adult. He introduces two girls. The main content of the second part is another expelled heavenly maiden, her rival. He raised his pen and thought that she was the role this girl was applying for if the motives were caused by jealousy and suffering, cut because of the film's activities, and could not be expressed in acting. Then the girl started screaming, "Why not her? It should be her and not someone else." She stamped her feet and screamed that she shouldn't laugh. How dare she steal a scene that should be hers? She stood in front of the jury precisely because of this. The others looked at her with fear. She frowned and said that she could never forgive her. The man looked at her and thought that she was so good, and the director was delighted to reflect such an image, and at the same time not to be afraid to destroy it. It captures attention from the first second, and then comes such an emotional explosion. And her text, she even shortened the text from the script, skillfully, very sweet, and what an interesting left hand. I looked at how the girl was holding onto her shirt. I didn't even look at the fact that her body was shaking with rage. Her left hand remained in place. The guy was fascinated by her, probably because of the past, because of the moment when she had to quit playing the piano and the damaged nerves in her left hand. Despite the fact that they only talked about it in passing and did not point it out anywhere, she still understood it. Here it is, the director's fanboy moment. The girl calmed down. They said that this was enough. They asked the next one. The brown-haired man even clapped, asked anyone to go on. Thanks to her, everyone in the group became just pathetic. The girls looked at the floor in embarrassment. The princess completely eclipsed them. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. At the end, a blonde was sitting. The man was surprised. The girl stood up and pushed the table away. It's not about returning to heaven. It's still a cue for the first time. All this is for her fans who came here to see her. Rami approached the brunette and asked how he liked the blonde's performance. The young man raised his head and said that he saw her in the training room when he came, but it never occurred to him that the girl was just playing. There was a text written on the sheet of paper. It's stupid to look for a reason why you love. Everyone listened attentively to the girl. Her singing was expressed to go to the light, the natural instincts of any animal, and just because I'm here. She raised her hand and sang that she was here for everyone. She would become the best idol. They loved her. Everyone looked at her in shock and thought that it couldn't be that this girl was a newbie. She was just like Sunhee. The girl smiled and put her hand to her chest. The guys looked at the doors and said that it looked like it was over. The girls came out and said that the guys were waiting. The rest came out and thanked them, said that they had learned a lot. The blonde turned around. The brunette told her that she had learned a lot too. Almost screwed up, but thanks to her, she was able to demonstrate her acting. The girl told them that everything was fine. The secretary came out and said that due to internal problems, a 10-minute break was announced. Everyone around was surprised. What was going on there? What happened? Yoon came out and said that indeed, despite the break, her skills had not wavered at all. Siren came up and said that she was not sure, but it seemed that something serious was happening inside. The blonde turned around and asked what was wrong with her face. He finally realized how incredible the girl was. The brunette replied that if she could also skillfully slam her mitten, she would be priceless. A friend came up to her and said that she would agree. But isn't it too early to calm down? The results have not been announced yet, so it's too early to rejoice. The girl stretched and said, they have already done what they could, now all that remains is to wait and see. It is even surprising that there were so many contenders for the role of the main actress. Nothing can be done, especially considering that Miss Mia is applying for the role. The guy was surprised. The other guys walked down the corridor and discussed that regardless of the result, everyone worked hard, they were hungry. Maybe they should go somewhere to eat, it sounds good. They had long wanted to answer Korean cuisine. In that case, there is a cafe nearby. The blonde came up to him and asked him to wait and see before leaving. Lee Hyung looked ahead and said that it was true, she really was a bright star, and Taeseok said that she literally had a talent from God. Why didn't the young actress's career go further? The director raised his hand and said that thanks to this girl, a bit of her magnificence touched even those who were next to her. The game amazed him, but thanks to Dahi he was able to recover. At that moment, the woman remembered the moment when the girl started to shine and realized what was going on. The man said yes, it was more than just shining, her acting was literally so bright that everything around her. He folded his arms and said that out of all of them, this girl was the most charming, then we should take her, right? The director agreed. Then the main scriptwriter turned around and said that after her performance, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of anyone else. The woman looked at him and told him not to rush since Kwon Mia hadn't performed yet. Then they let the next group go. The woman was walking past the office along the corridor. A blonde climbed out and said that this was the last group. Were they finally leaving? The brunette asked if it was normal to peek like that. No really, how did she know about this place and get the keys? The girl replied that the staff themselves gave them to her, beaming a bright smile. Then she turned around and said not to worry, if they get caught, she'll blame it on him and run away. The guy was surprised. I mean not to worry, that's why she brought him here. Another group entered the office. The girl said that she really wanted to see everything with her own eyes. She frowned and added that in their age group she was an extra actress. They say that she has already started to make a name for herself on the world stage. Yes, last year she even managed to receive awards at a famous film festival, and she also receives admiring calls from directors from all over the world. The boy looked there and thought that he knew that this is why they baptized her as the siren of the film industry, the owner of unearthly beauty. The man opened the door and apologized for being late, and the fourth heroine of PSHN, Kwanmia, entered. The girl approached the chair. The guy thought that PSHN was a rom-com webtoon. That's why I'm alone, and all the characters are so beautiful at once. Introduced all 4 girls, however, among the rest, besides the blonde, the character who received the most praise for her appearance was she. I looked at her face, as the girl told, cried, threw up her hands, and now Vidya sees her in real life, understands why, also now understands why she is called a siren. The commission was shocked. It was clear even to the guy, a person who knows nothing about acting. The girl raised her hand and said that despite everything she will become the best idol. The guys watched them. The young man was shocked, so this is what they meant when they talked about indefinable love. The blonde looked at him and said that it is clear, so this is how he is. The brunette sat next to Kwanmia and said that it was a bolt from the blue. Isn't it just a casting where you have to read from papers? And the girl sitting next to her was very self-confident. This rehearsal was becoming more and more unbearable over time, and besides, why was this Kwanmia sitting next to her? The women turned and asked what she thought. Because of this, the girl hesitated. Then Kwanmia stood up and said that it was clear enough, that was the answer, and they were not going to encourage anyone. The director looked at her with love. The darker the night, the brighter the stars, and if the blonde spreads her light around herself, then Mia with her acting. The girl was literally enveloped in light. On the contrary, she absorbed the light around her. The girl smiled and began to sing. The men watched her with delight. The main photographer looked and thought that then there was only one problem left. Both Dahi and Kwanmia were applying for the main role. The scriptwriter turned to the woman and said which of them would become the protagonist. What a dilemma. And the woman replied that in her opinion, it should definitely be Kwanmia. Giving a newbie the main role is too risky, let her play a secondary role. But the photographer thought about it and said that in his opinion, in terms of matching the characters, everything is exactly the opposite. The director replied that if you look at the film as a whole, then it is clearly the blonde. If you look specifically at the character, then it is Kwanmia. The scriptwriter raised his hand and said that if they really need to compare, then there are all sorts of rumors about Kwanmia, rumors related to her personality. The brunette walked down the corridor. He looked down and thought, as I said before, a webtoon is just a webtoon. In PSHN, unless the character is a villain, most of them are good by nature. However, there was one exception. A scream was heard from the office. Tell me honestly, you want her to be criticized, right? The guy bowed and said no. Kwanmia replied, what do you mean? Why doesn't her manager cover for her? He should have said that the casting was a hitch because he was late. The young man eavesdropped and thought that she was conceived as a character similar to the main character, but with opposite character traits, to be her rival. Screams were heard from the office, or he should have come for her earlier. The man threw up his hands and said that he left an hour earlier, called more than 10 times, he should have called even earlier. The girl clenched her fist. Here she is, Kwanmia, the only one in the comic who among all the heroes has a terrible character, the villainous heroine. The girl frowned and said how annoying it was. Then he should have come running and sounded the alarm, at least once ate him alive just for waking her up. Then she looked at her subordinate and shouted that the more he thought about it, the angrier she got. Why should she go to the casting in such a state? Kwanmia folded her arms and said that there were many places where she would be invited just for her name. The man replied that the CEO personally organized all this. It seemed that the film company wanted to use several of their talents. She looked up and asked what that is. He means to say that they just threw her scraps. The boy ran up and said the director is quite famous, so. The woman reached into her bag and said that she was upset. She had to cancel everything she had planned for today. The assistant asked again, this cannot be done. If she does this again, he will definitely be fired. What should he do? While she was packing her things, he continued to say what he could do to make the beautiful Kwanmia feel better. She replied that she will have to have herbal soup, then think about it. The assistant asked again. The girl shouted that she wanted jiwang. Does she really not even know this? It is an herbal medicine that she takes. She needs to go and find it. She screamed so loudly that it could be heard even in the corridor. The manager asked about the herbal preparation. Where could she suddenly find it? The woman answered how she knew. Go to a 24-hour store or something like that. The man answered that it was unlikely that they sold it there. Well, then he shouted that he understood and was already running. The brunette stood around the corner and thought that the girl was the complete opposite of the incredibly cute Dahi, an incredibly bad villain, even if now such a preset looks a little comical. He looked ahead and thought that no matter what, he recently made a decision. He looked down and thought that he would no longer take part in incidents with PSHN in the first places. He lowered his head and thought that, in other words, trying to take the easiest path was pointless. This is exactly what he means. It has been like this lately. He imagined a shaky bridge, even if he tries to prevent an incident in advance. The girl walked past the bridge and ran into a bear. Events will either change a little or go in a completely new way. And now they are running away from the bear together. In the end, all his preparations will be in vain. It will all end with him simply starting all over again. Exhaled thought, well, the trick of avoiding everyone, it seems to have worked, but it is not something that can be used in serious cases. He looked down and thought that that is why he decided not to force the events. He will intervene only when there is a real danger. Yes, he made a decision and it seems to him to be the right one. Then he took the phone. However, is it possible to intervene quite normally in minor cases like this? He called and asked to pass it on right now. Store day. The manager was standing at the checkout and said that he needed Joe and Gajanta. The drugstore replied that they have such. The young man was happy and decided to ask again. They can't sell something like that in 24-hour stores. It sounds strange even now when he talks about it. The woman put the bag on the cash register and said that they were selling it 1,001 from him. He grabbed the bags and asked where they got it from for only 1,001, so cheap. But he didn't know that some time before that, the brunette would bring the bag there and say that he would call later. Could you please sell it, even pay extra for it? And he left, put the phone away and thought that he just couldn't ignore it, because in the webtoon, this manager was constantly suffering. He was constantly tormented and bullied like an errand boy. He imagined scenes from the comic. Perhaps he felt a strange empathy for him because of all his suffering. Considering how similar he was to him, he just couldn't help but help him. At that moment, a girl came up from behind and turned to him. And the young man turned around. She asked if he worked here. The guys were talking. The guy did not understand what Kwon-mia was doing here. The girl got angry and said that she actually asked if this guy worked here. He was a little confused, started to scam, to which she said that she needed to think of a director for her faster, and to come back when he said that the girl passed the casting. She was waiting. Kang Lim was confused and asked what. But the casting results won't be posted today, right? The announcement said that they will be announced only next week. The woman looked at him and asked what she was talking about. She was Kwon-mia. If she was at the casting, then it's obvious that she passed, right? Then she closed her eyes and added what kind of idiot would come up with the idea of fooling her for a whole week. The guy thought that her character was so clearly evident, but so unpleasant that it was even impressive. After which he looked at her and replied that he actually didn't work here. He was the manager. She said that she should have said so right away. The young man tried to explain that she misunderstood him. The girl thought about it and asked again, does this guy have to be a manager? Then she looked at him and asked really. The guy was offended and asked what the annoying uncertainty was for. Kwon-mia raised her hand and said that it was not necessary. She just thought that he looked more like some kind of stalker than a manager. The guy asked her not to speak frankly for 100 years and dump her rudeness on him. The woman came closer and said that this was just her opinion. What was the problem? To which she heard the answer that it was because he voiced it too loudly. Then he turned around and tried to leave, and then she asked again what the guy had just said. He thought that he would simply avoid her. She was so disgusting to him. Then Kwon-mia looked at him and asked what agency he worked at as a manager. Kang Lim turned around and answered that he worked at the core auction agency. The woman folded her hands and said that she had had enough. She would file an official complaint against him. A few minutes before, the corridor of the building. The blonde walked around, looked around. Where did this guy get dressed so suddenly? Said he was going to the toilet, and now he doesn't answer calls. She picked up the phone. Try calling again. A brunette called her and said that it was a good job. She showed herself well at the casting. The girl asked again and said how she managed to find out so quickly. Unni answered that she knows everything. Now she needs to be especially careful on the set, because regardless of the final role, she will be filming with Kwon-mia. You need to be more careful. She is notorious for her terrible character. The girl held the phone in her hands and said that she knows. It's a secret. Then she looked down and said that she always wondered how she managed to achieve anything with such a character, but everything fell into place as soon as she saw her in person. The sister answered, what are you talking about? Did they go to the casting together? The girl threw her hair back and said no, not together. In any case, to cope, she knows her. Being nice to others is her specialty. Then she saw something and said that she would call back later. She saw in her eyes a picture of Kwon-mia scolding the young man, and he asks why such uncertainty. The girl peeked from around the corner what he was doing here and why he was behaving like this, as if he was being scolded. Then she saw how the woman said that she would file a complaint. What kind of crap was going on? The guy was surprised and asked again what she was going to do. Mia came closer and said that she would file an official complaint through the agency. What kind of managers they train there, she knows a couple of people who also work in this agency. The guy got scared, and she added that just one copy can tell a lot about the place itself. Then she folded her hands and added what else can be said about what kind of actors and agencies they are. The guy apologized. He looked at the floor and thought that he was too frivolous. Nothing good will come out of arguing with such a person. If he screws up, it can cause problems for the blonde. At that moment, the woman said that she does not hear any sincerity. The boy raised his head and asked again how to apologize then. She looked at him and said that he should kneel down. She looked with burning eyes. The guy should bow down, then she will forgive him. At that moment, he began to get angry. He looked at the floor, then okay, as if kneeling down, there are many actions. He had already started to sit down and thought that in any case, no one sees this, do it once, it will be better. But Dahi came up and stopped him, said that there is no need for this. Then she looked angrily at the woman. There she looked at her and asked what she is doing. What are you doing? The girl came up and answered what Mia is doing. What is she doing as someone else's manager? Mia asked if this rude guy was her manager. Then she added that she had nothing to thank him for, she was just teaching him how to behave in the industry, to which she heard the answer that this was not training, but abuse of power. The young man began waving his arms and thought that this was even worse than in the comic. Since now the blonde was not in her good girl mode, there was going to be a fight worse than in the comic. The girls turned to him and looked at him angrily. At that moment, the second manager ran up from behind. Oppa thought that of course he understood everything, they clearly had a lot in common. The brunette ran up and shouted that something seemed to have happened. The director said that he needed to say something, it was urgent. There were heated discussions in the office. The main script was spoken over the phone. The photographer discussed the shot. The director sat on a chair and said that first it was necessary to clarify. Had any of them thought about playing a role different from the main one? Both answered unanimously that no. The director answered that it was a surprise. Then he lowered his head and said that, in fact, as he thought, a woman came up and added that then I also have no other choice but to make a decision which of them would be more suitable for the role of the main character. The audience will decide. The guys were very surprised. Then the blonde asked, after all, the Goddess Idol is a film, isn't it like the audience can choose the members of the cast? The director read his head and said that he was not delighted with this idea either. In fact, this casting was mostly organized for the sake of promotion. And the woman came up and added that she thinks they both read the original. And both answered affirmatively. Then the brunette explained that in that case they know, and the main event in the second part of the film, and should also know the plot of the arc of the 765 festival. Where the two rivals sang, the rivalry between them reaches its peak, and they collide with pillars at the most famous idol festival, yes, the 765 festival. The woman raised her hand and said that in the same place, at the same time, performing on stage next to each other, they are trying to take away fans from each other. The blonde in shock asked if she meant. The woman answered that exactly, in addition to the casting for the role, their goal is to reproduce this competition as a project. The girls looked at them and did not understand what was happening. The manager called the director and apologized. In a surrounding voice said that this is the Idol Fest that takes place every summer. Yes, like in the original work, a real festival and business. Mia and this girl will meet in a duel of skills. From the receiver they began to scream very loudly. The guy said that he was sorry. Of course he also thinks that this is madness. Then he tried to justify himself, as Mia personally agreed to this. The girl stood and was silent. The brunette looked at them and said that of course this is not a battle between the main characters, it will be a battle of Sunhee against Sunny. With the support of the organizers, it will not be just singing, but a performance, which also includes a short acting fragment. The blonde clarified whether this means that the audience will make decisions after their performance, will it be a duel? The woman raised her hand and said that if it comes to this, then everything will be much more serious. Watching live broadcasts on YouTube, the reaction of social networks, they plan to count the points, taking all this into account. Also, the director stood up and added that if before this there was an audition, now they have the final audition. He believes. The manager came up and said that this is ridiculous, their Mia will never agree to something like this. She is not just a newcomer, she is one of the actresses with the highest ratings. The director replied that he didn't like it either, it looked like they were organizing events for real celebrities. The woman added that if the plan was approved, they would be able to make some profit from it. Then the man said that the events were well planned and the idol theme went well. Mia looked away and said that it was absurd to treat her like a tool, to engage in a duel with an unknown newcomer. She smirked and added that it looked like he was trying to use her to increase his popularity. Maybe the blonde made some kind of deal behind the scenes. From the very beginning she felt that their agency looked like a fly-by-night operation. And the blonde just stood there and said that if the opportunity presented itself, she was ready for anything. She turned around and said that their senior didn't seem so confident. The woman asked what she had just said. She must have gone crazy. Then she looked at her and said that her worthless attempt to get by on her popularity, already now the difference between them is like heaven and earth. It is obvious that no one will be interested in her scene from kindergarten. Won't it be a shame to show this wretchedness on live air? He got angry and answered that their eldest is so good-natured. But if we talk about the herd, won't it be a shame for a celebrity like her not to be able to defeat such a newbie in a duel of skills? The scriptwriter turned and said that there is always such tension between actresses. The photographer answered that no, it seems they have something personal. The brunette came closer and said that they were in a good mood. A veteran against a newbie asked what the girls thought about the duel. They looked at each other and the voice said that they agreed. The guys walked down the corridor. The guy looked ahead and thought that in fact, with their fights, as such, there are no problems. After all, this is part of the plot that was already in the comic. The only problem is that the tension between them is 10 times stronger. The fact that the blonde is a bad girl plays an important role. He came closer and said that they need to think positively. The woman is just crazy, and in the end, this is a great opportunity. So the girl stopped and told the young man never to do this again. He clarified what she was talking about. The blonde remembered how he wanted to kneel. Then she turned around and grabbed him right by the cheeks, said that he should not make squeaky sounds and not grovel like before. If they do it again, in her eyes as a manager will fall greatly. The young man began to scream. In this case, isn't it the other way around? In this job they should know how to grovel in order to save their reputation. Then the girl let him go and told him to stop. She didn't want to see him act like that because and she fell silent. The boy grabbed his cheek and said that the girl had said too much. The blonde saw something in the distance. Mia was signing autographs for passers-by. The manager came up and asked what was the matter. She had been against the audition until now. Why suddenly? They passed each other. They exchanged glances and remained silent. The woman was clutching her glass of juice. The girl went ahead and said that they didn't have time. They had to go faster. Then she lowered her head and said that she would definitely not lose no matter what. Training was underway. One way or another, the fight between them ended, and a huge amount of advertising for the event was not long in coming. People wrote different comments. At first, as Mia said, there were disagreements, but when some of the recordings from the audition were published, this reaction quickly died down. The girl wrote a business card. New comments appeared. She soon became a hot topic for discussion. The hottest battle for the performance. Mia's rival is actually an incomparable talent. The paparazzi followed her, apologized, asked to come up and answer a few questions. A friend stood up for the girl and asked her to stop this. They were causing trouble right in front of the school. Then they decided to pounce on her, started saying that the girl was seen at the audition site. Was she really going to quit her career as a professional gamer? Was she seriously considering the possibility of her acting debut? Rami moved the camera away and said that the girl is the most famous among them. If she performs in front of journalists like this, it will have unpleasant consequences. Well, the journalists got to her too, started asking if the girl really has a lot of subscribers, so she is not just a student. What kind of relationship with these girls? Some strange tapes began to envelop the friends. Then they raised their air right above the journalists. It was a maid. She jumped up and put the girls down on the ground. Yoon Young praised the woman and said that it was a good job. The girls turned around and said that such a thing should be warned in advance. It was so cool, like ninjas in games. Then the blonde came up and said that this was a basic skill that any maid should have. Well, until that moment, it was still an event that Kang Lim knew about in advance. He and the brunette were sitting at the table. The director and scriptwriter were sitting in front. The director said that he thought this name sounded familiar during the audition. Could she really be that young? The girl was confused and said that yes, she heard about it on the phone, but did not think that it mattered. Then she looked at them and said that they were saying that she should join the scriptwriting team. The director said yes, we should start from the very beginning. Then the brown-haired man introduced himself, said who he was. In fact, he was also present during the audition. He moved closer and said that this project is also a film adaptation of a novella, so naturally many parts, including the directing, need to be adapted. The man looked down and added that adaptations always cause conflicts with the authors of the original, and in the contract for the film Goddess Idol, there was a condition that the author of the original would review it personally, but recently the author of the original was injured and had to be hospitalized. The brunette looked at him and asked if it was serious. Then the man threw up his hands and said that no, it's not like that, he just has a backache, but it's a chronic disease, so he needs an operation. At the moment he said that it would be difficult to participate in the production of the film, and so the person they appointed as a replacement for the script checker. He looked at the girl, they appointed her. The brunette was very surprised and asked again, but we have to wait because she's just a high school student. The scriptwriter exhaled and said that in fact, he also does not understand why at all. He remembered the correspondence with the man, as he sat in front of the computer and was surprised that they offered a web artist, especially an amateur. The girl was very embarrassed when he said that this was the best work of the competition. He calculated her webtoon, he really liked it, said that the girl could be a good replacement, insisted on this more than once. Then the girl finally boiled and looked down. The man scratched his head and said that, frankly speaking, even for them this is also a rather confusing situation. They plan to just wait until the author of the originals is discharged from the hospital. The director intervened. Because of the duel of skills, they are running out of time, that's why they are asking for help right now. The brunette asked in surprise how she could help, to which she received the answer that she should not worry about it, they will not give her anything too difficult. The scriptwriter handed over the script, she just needs to be an assistant scriptwriter, responsible for the dialogues of the students. The director added that then we need to discuss this in more detail. The agency said that she is checking the contract. The brunette took the contract and said that he will pass it on, and he himself was wondering what is happening. Stared at the paper and thought, why is this episode related to Young Ah? The guys went down the street, so what the hell is going on? How did the thread get involved in the Idol Goddess episode from PSN? He lowered his head and thought, obviously, it wasn't in the Coke, and even the original author never mentioned it, why such a coincidence? He looked ahead and thought, technically, it's not such a bad coincidence, the girl's webtoon could just happen to be to the original author's taste, and then he suffered due to a coincidence. No, it makes sense at all, even he would have done better if he had to come up with some kind of excuse. He lowered his eyes and thought, in any case, the girl is now part of the comic, and this happened in an episode that involves danger. He gritted his teeth. Damn, he doesn't want to stop her either. From Young-ah's point of view, this is definitely an opportunity. These are not comics, but she will participate in professional work. The girl tried to attract attention, and he continued to think that there could not be a better opportunity to gain valuable experience and a good resume. Then the young man turned around and apologized, thought for a bit. The girl replied that she already understood, because he was always like that. When he was worried, such a look becomes sharper. She put her fingers to her forehead and said something like this. The guy asked again if she really does that. Then she turned around and said with a smile that yes, although she looks different when she does that, it looks cool, but it's better when his eyes are free of worry and full of peace. The boy looked at her and now he understood why she always said such things every time she saw him. Wow, it just dawned on him. The girl was embarrassed and said that such a greeting was more advantageous. She couldn't say more. She raised her head and suggested not to go to school. It would be better to take a walk and just hang out, just the two of us. The guys got off the bus. They looked around, asked where she was, right ahead, in that direction. Suddenly the brunette saw something. Sweet delicious buns. And a lot of people in the park. Then the girl led him along and said that this was a night market, even though the sun was shining outside, but she wanted to bring him here. The young man looked back and said that he did remember that she had spoken about it before, so this was the same place, the area where she had lived when she was little. The brunette answered that yes, although it was hard to call it an area since it was small. Then he looked ahead and added that if he thought about it, maybe that was the reason, since they lived in an ordinary apartment building. There was no special opportunity to change the environment, so even if she wanted, her sister always brought her here. The girl became embarrassed, looked at him and said that thanks to this place with many grandparents, some of them might still be here. Then she thought about it and said that among them, there was one person who was quite famous. She looked ahead and searched for him with her eyes. She came closer and said that in any case, there was. The young man said that she seemed not to remember, but that was normal. Childhood memories are often forgotten. Then the brunette raised her head and said that he really existed. The old man was a legend of the night market, known as a ghost hunter with a lion's head, introduced a man with dyed hair. Then the brunette asked what kind of night market it was, if such a man came there, and her husband was too clumsy. Then the girl pointed to a stall and said that a familiar lady was sitting there, maybe he would recognize her too. The little girl came closer and said hello, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The woman was confused and said that she remembered, and the young man thought that this was 100% the reaction of a person who cannot remember something. It seems that the girl is forcing herself to be polite for his sake. He scratched the back of his head and thought that he must have bothered her too much earlier. Maybe he had a bad expression. Probably. The guys walked around the market, catch fish, throwing darts, visiting attractions, watching a performance in the crowd, also ate cotton candy, and so the evening came. They decided to sit down on the fountain. The girl finished her food, and the guy looked down and thought. Then he slapped himself on the cheeks and asked if she was ready. She asked for what? The boy turned around and said that it was time for a serious conversation. He even brought her to this place on purpose. Didn't he want to ask or say anything, especially with such a serious expression on his face? The girl didn't understand what they were talking about. She thought about whether she would look like a glutton if she ate another treat. Then she looked at him and said that she actually came here just to relax. When there are a lot of things on her mind, you need to move your body, This is what you do when you get stuck while planning a story. She raised her head up and said that if she had something worth discussing, she would have said it a long time ago. Don't pretend that everything is fine. Don't know what's going on. Don't even want to talk. Everything will be fine. Just relax. And honestly, the guy has reasons to be like that. Jang Ah looked ahead and said that it happened around the time the blonde appeared. A lot happened in just a few months, just like in a webtoon, right? Then the girl smiled and said that even in such situations, this guy is doing well. The young man lowered his head and sadly replied that it was not quite so. He looked down and thought that he knew that it was not so. Well, he could not do anything about it. He always ended up comparing himself to the main character. Compared to him, he. Then the brunette clenched her fists and said that the comrade had stopped belittling himself. She stroked his head and said that this was more than enough. He was doing great. He continued to stroke his head. The boy said that she made him blush. Then he looked up and added that seriously next to her, he felt very relaxed. Maybe someday he really. The brunette closed his eyes and said that he could open up in everything. The girl asked again, but he said that it was okay. He turned and said about joining the scriptwriter's team. He just wanted to tell her to fight. The girl was surprised and said that her friend was back. He finally had his usual lifeless dead look. She sheepishly fixed her hair. They were riding the bus. The guys fell asleep, leaning on each other. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes from a jolt. She was very scared and thought that she dozed off for a moment and fell on him. She looked at the guy and thought that after briefly closing her eyes, suddenly all of today's embarrassments fell on her at once. Until now, she was trying to make the guy forget about her worries. She was so focused on having fun herself that she did not notice. At that moment, the brunette's phone vibrated in his pocket, and the vibrations fell to the floor. The girl picked it up and looked at the screen. There was a reminder, the incident with Mia, it's about to start, we need to prepare in advance. The brunette looked at the screen, not understanding what it was. She began to scroll through other reminders, and there she saw, each of the events that had happened was recorded in advance. She read the notes, recalled their conversation. Then she remembered how the young man said that he had accidentally won the trip. At that moment it dawned on her. She looked at her friend and thought that this simply could not be. A crowd of people were walking down the street. The girl was sitting in the hallway, thinking about it a lot. She held her briefcase and thought that the story of a webtoon, which happens in reality, and the guy who knows about it. She lowered her eyes. Yes, the more she thinks about it, the more it seems true. She remembered all the events that had happened, how much history has an impact, only on unrealistic moments. Or do they come from the fact that the blonde and others transferred to school only because of history, and maybe even Kang himself? She raised her head and thought that she was not sure about it. Well, what she knew was that the guy was facing difficulties alone. She wanted to keep it a secret. What was the best thing she could do in this situation? She brought her briefcase to her place and said that she wanted to help him, but so that the guy would not find out about it, she only knew a little about the game and comics. She remembered the sign on the bus, but if the situations she saw on the list happened, at least this time she could stop it. She frowned and thought that if she changed the scenario of the idol goddess, who could help? The girl sighed and thought that this was most likely impossible in this situation. Being just an assistant on the scriptwriting team, she could not change the situation in any way, so. The brunette stood up and walked forward, decided that she would do what she could. She went into the office, where the scriptwriting team was meeting. She bowed and thought that she would do everything she could. She needed to take care of him. The head writer said that it was nice to meet you. Don't be so nervous. It's good that this dull meeting will become a little livelier, said his colleague. The man with glasses added that the girl really came. Couldn't she become a burden? Someone added that the brunette is also a writer, saying that is a bit too much. The man turned around and said that it was better to explain this in advance. He was here because he saw the director's name, but why did they bring a student, and an amateur at that? Then the brunette added that even if the original author wanted it, they should have refused. Kang was standing by the wall. Na Yun came up to him and was surprised that the young man was already here, and he asked why she was late when she called him herself. What was the reason? The girl came closer and said that she heard that the multi-purpose cultural club was taking part in the festival. As for the blonde, there was nothing surprising about that. The other guys would also be on stage together. Then she raised her hand and said that Yoon Young also has a cameo role in the film. The boy asked to slow down. He can't concentrate on the dialogues because of these weird nicknames. When did they even get them? Her social skills are just crazy. Then the girl came closer and said that in any case, everyone else looks busy, but he apparently won't be participating in the festival. The only one in 6 did not take the role. The brunette lowered his head and asked why emphasize, saying it twice. Then he looked at her and added that as a manager, he will also participate in the project. Technically, the brunette is not playing a role as an actress either, right? Na Yun was embarrassed and said that yes, that was right, but she thought it made the girl look more worried, thinking that she had to do her part absolutely perfectly. The brunette asked why, did something happen? The girl sat down and said that she was just a little worried when she saw her so absorbed in work. She was absent today because of a meeting, but when she saw her yesterday, she was lost in her thoughts all day, not letting go of her tablet. Kang Lim turned around and asked what the secret to success was. Na-yoon replied that hearing such things from him seemed unclean. Should she take this as an attempt to create a portrait of her personality? He answered that she had a real talent for avoiding answers. The girl replied that someone with average grades was telling her this, to which she received the answer that in their time, grades in school do not affect anything. Smirked and said that of course, this is exactly what everyone who has bad grades says. The guy folded his arms and said that they should stop at the fact that this is just a quote from a famous person, life is luck. The girl looked at him and asked what he meant. Do brunettes really need luck? He raised his head and said that it was rather the opposite, a girl just shouldn't be unlucky. He looked ahead and added that initially, she should have debuted a long time ago, last year she was just unlucky. Kang Lim folded his arms and added that even if webtoons didn't have restrictions on drawing space, there would still be restrictions and rules inherent in certain genres. If you compete in the same genre with a new work by a popular author, there is a chance that you will be chosen, but the complexity and requirements are a must. The girl came up and asked him to put it more simply. She literally doesn't understand 3 letters, the boy sighed. Then he raised his hand, scratched the back of his head and added that even if it is an amateur work, you need stubbornness to finish it at all costs for the sake of fans. Stubbornness not to look for secondary publishers, but only famous ones. She did not debut because of this, but is also strong because of this. Na-yoon turned around and said that the movie and the comic are different. The boy agreed, but at least in the category of the original story. He turned around and said with a smile that Young-ah is at the amateur level, doing more than necessary. The scriptwriter looked over the work and said that it was okay, it was time to deal with the problematic part. Everyone began to think, in this chapter, a retired idol appears, and she is a character who dreamed of becoming a charming idol but was disappointed. Later plays the role of the person who recommends the 765 festival to the main character. Jang-ah was sitting at the table, but they do not have enough time to highlight this character now, so they need to compress the amount of total time. The boy turned around and said that they can quickly figure it out with editing and environment, or as usual explained through other dialogue of the characters. The scriptwriter replied that it makes sense, it will be the safest way, but the man with glasses intervened and said whether it will work, it will not shorten the time enough. He continued writing and said that they just need to change the character too. They don't need to disappoint her with the past, the character who stopped being an idol for some reason. That's what they need to do. The scriptwriter looked at it and said that he thought it was okay. In the film, this character should just convey information about the 765 festival, nothing more. Then he turned to the girl and asked what she thought they should do. The girl spoke, said what she thought. She started flipping through the pages. They should just throw out the character. Everyone asked in surprise, are they really going to remove it completely? Is this just ridiculous? A girl who never read the original. The man started yelling at her. Without this character, the main character would never have taken part in the 765 festival. Moreover, a popular character, thanks to good illustrations, if they remove it completely, they simply won't be able to cope with the fans' reaction. The scriptwriter looked at this and thought that the writer was still such a loud voice. His contract was not with them, so even he, the leader of the group, would have a hard time handling him, but he was quite skilled, and what he was saying now also made sense. The guy sitting next to him turned around and said that he agreed. In works like this that had already been adapted into a film, success depended on how many original fans they could attract. The girl raised her head and said that was exactly why. She took out the news script and said that she had prepared for this topic, since she knew that sooner or later it would be brought up. The episodes where the fans' reaction to Human was good were episodes 140 and 151, both were when the story about the past connected with the present. She started handing out the news script to everyone and said that if the parts with the past were removed due to problems with their length, the woman would lose all her charming moments that made her popular. The man read and said if he understood correctly that the girl was saying that it would be best to remove her. It's not that they hadn't thought about this possibility, but they couldn't do anything about it because of other problems that would arise later. The girl was playing the role of the person who recommended the 765 festival to the main character. The brunette raised her head and agreed, well, what if we give this role to another character? If you look here, she found several characters that could replace the role of Human, and sorted out all the possible points for this. Personally believes that the character Seola would be a good fit for this role. While everyone was studying the material, the girl continued to say that in the original she also mentioned that she had met Human. The scriptwriter raised his head and asked if he understood correctly that I would show Human simply as a cameo character, to which he received an affirmative answer. The man put his hand to his chin and thought, instead of awkwardly introducing her and destroying the charm, it would be better to just remove her and then add her simply as a cameo character. That sounds good, the idea is good, and she thought of it in just a couple of days. She saw how much material there was, it seemed good. Then the man turned to the writer and asked what he thought. The man looked up and said that it was good. The brunette was very happy about it. The sun was already setting outside. The girl stood with the managers outside. They said that, frankly speaking, they were worried, but now they were pleasantly surprised with such a level of work. They can trust her with more difficult tasks, namely, and she also likes to play games, so they can definitely find a common language. The man was sorry for his fists and reminded that he had mentioned earlier that he really wanted Rosentia's autograph. The little girl promised to bring it next time. The scriptwriter, leaving, said that they would go this way. The girl thanked them for their work and told them to take care of themselves. She looked after them and smiled. Then she turned around and went home. Suddenly, someone distracted her, came up and addressed her by name. The brunette stood in front of her and said that she needed to discuss something with her, asked if she had a minute. It was Nari. She smiled and said that she wanted to talk about Kang. The girls were sitting at a table in a cafe. Young-ah smiled at her interlocutor. She asked, "Does that mean she is Nari?" She was pleased to meet her. She had heard a lot about her. Dahi said that she would introduce them soon, but in the end they met like this. The girl had dark hair and green eyes. This is her sister. She also told a lot about her. The girl apologized for suddenly appearing like this. The girls were sitting in the same white shirts, only the color of their skirts was different. Young-ah said that everything was fine. However, she said that she wanted to talk about Kang. Did she already know him? The new friend answered that he had once visited their house. Young-ah remembered the guy who talked with the children. Nari remembered how he lay on her lap. That's right, he studied for exams with Dahi. The interlocutor agreed. Nari looked away. Although that is not why she is here. Actually, she knows that she has feelings for Kang. Yang-soo smiled awkwardly. The girl blushed deeply and frowned. Where from? Did Dahi tell her this? The other girl started waving it off. She asked me to get it right. It wasn't like her sister told her this on purpose. She just saw them walking together. Yang-soo was surprised to hear this. She said that she knew something else. Nari lowered her head. Her sister would also have feelings for him. She liked him. The girl looked at the table. She already knew, right? If she was watching the situation from the outside, she simply couldn't know about it. Young-ah got a little nervous and tried to answer. The other girl added that it was ironic that her sister didn't know about it herself. The girl looked into her eyes. That's why she decided to find her before it was too late. She hoped that she would help her make it so that her sister couldn't figure out her feelings. The girls were served pieces of cake and drinks. Nari enthusiastically put a fork in her mouth. How delicious. She had enjoyed the same cake the other day. She put her fork down on the plate, holding it in her hand. Young-ah asked her what she was just talking about. She repeated that she didn't want her sister to figure out her feelings. This confused Young-ah. Why? When she brought it up, she was sure that she would offer to support her sister. Nari rested her head on her hand and looked away. She felt a little uncomfortable saying that in front of her sister. In fact, Kang herself didn't like her. The other girl raised an eyebrow. She asked why. Nari couldn't help but make a face. Because he was just a pervert. And not just towards her sister. She even sneaks around with her. They bump into each other all the time, literally everywhere, like it was just a coincidence. Even the last time he said that he was just teaching her the game, but then Young-ah looked at her strangely. Nari suggested that maybe he was just a playboy. Why was he surrounded by only girls? The other girl said that she had thought about it too. Nari folded her arms across her chest and closed her eyes. However, as a sister, she couldn't approve of him. Even if her sister realized that she had feelings for someone like that, she didn't think that such a relationship would end happily for Dahi. Young-ah looked at her friend. She realized that she wanted to hide it from her sister. The other girl confirmed by asking if it wouldn't be good for her. Nari smiled. This was an opportunity to get rid of a competitor if she understood. The girl was indignant at this. Get rid of her. Oh no. Young-ah jumped up from her chair. She couldn't even control her own feelings. How could they possibly plan to control Dahi's feelings the way they wanted? No, her sister should decide for herself. The other girl was slyly surprised. Well, if she was interested in how this could be done, there were actually many ways. The girl began to look more vicious. She said that she had prepared as many as 107 different options. As one of them, one could adhere to the principle that distance leads to emotional distance, or initially pretending to be supportive as if to inadvertently cause disagreements, or awaken feelings in her like guilt to keep her in emotional reins. Oh, well, another good option would be to involve a third party. A sly smile appeared on her face, or redirect her feelings to someone else, or by causing melancholy, sowing panic and mistrust, create a turning point. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks. From now on, the strategies may become somewhat aggressive, but there is no choice. For this, she decided to endure some pain. And the more time they waste, the more her sister will suffer. Nari completely immersed herself in thought, as if ceasing to notice everyone around her. If possible, she did not want to harm Kang. But if it came to that, she was ready to devote her body and soul as long as he was comfortable. Young-ah looked very scared. The other person told her not to worry. If she joined, they could end this using relatively gentle methods. Young-ah looked at her scared, just thinking, what's wrong with her? She continued saying that her sister could sort out her feelings faster than she thought. But even in that case, she had a trump card that would help return everything to how it was. What was she talking about? Nari smiled and clenched her fist. One way or another, they would not let her sort out her feelings, and thus achieve the main goal, break off the relationship between her sister and Kang Lim. Several computers were visible through the window in the office. So, first of all, what is this idol fest? Unni stood next to the whiteboard with a marker in her hand. Since K-pop idols gained popularity a couple of years ago, it has been included in the National Idol Initiative supported by the Ministry of Culture. The girl introduced the performers on stage and the audience holding colorful toys. This festival lasts for 2 days and is held every 2 years. The last time, the festival was attended by a total of 300,000 people, a new record. Thanks to this, the main stage has become perceived as a dream stage that all idols dream of going to, and rookies consider it an honor even to participate. Yoon and Rami listened to her attentively, so they are participating in just such an event. The latter answered that this festival is much more important than she thought. Right. Siren was surprised. He put her head on her hand. The former was worried about whether everything would be okay. There were less than 3 weeks left. The latter said that she had talked about it. Do they really need help to get first place? The blonde waved her hand and frowned. First comes singing, then acting. You just need to remember the order correctly. Nico didn't say that they had to make such a big impression during the singing stage. Unni raised her hand and made a negative gesture with her finger. No, that's why she wanted to roll the dice. Because at this rate, Dahi's failure would be obvious. The girl asked again what was the matter. She didn't trust her. Yoon addressed the blonde with her arms folded. She was the only one underestimating Kwon-mia here. Among all the actresses her age, her fan base was the most established. Rami joined the conversation. She found out about it after hearing rumors about Dahi's beef with Kang Lim. She knew that rumors about her disgusting personality were already widely known, right? Siren thought with her hand on her chin. And despite that, she was so popular. Her core fan base must be incredibly close-knit. Unni added that their agency is notorious for covering up and publicity in the media industry because they are so good at it. The girl frowned. They are the ones who pour out any negativity they can on them. Plus, they found the fact that Kwon-mia had already failed as an idol last year and used it to hype her up even more. Kwon-mia stood in a short t-shirt with her hand raised. If this continues, there will be a big difference between Dahi and Kwon-mia already at the start. Even if her acting is very good, the outcome of this confrontation can be determined already at the singing stage. Dahi looked at her interlocutor. She said that she understood what she meant. So the singing stage is more important. Unni replied that it was. And besides, there are people they can use, so they can't be defeated so easily. Rami and Yoon were sitting behind Siren. Unni continued by saying that they have Yoon, who was cast as the antagonist of the same movie, Aka. They also have a blogger who can promote them to overseas audiences. And the most important thing is that Siren has already managed to create a buzz online. Unni folded her arms and smiled. There is not much time left, but they are only preparing 1 or 2 songs, so it should work. With intensive training, she is making real idols out of them. The door opened and someone entered the classroom. So, without further ado, she introduced them to the new trainer. She pointed at the guy, who waved to everyone. Ta damn, it's Kang Lim. Dahi was indignant, thinking what is this, why would the boss suddenly be their trainer? The other girls looked at him strangely. Well, why not? There are never enough people in a close-knit group. The agency has already started the training program. Unni smiled looking at the hero, having said that he has already had an impressive career. Producer, leader, master commander, guide, teacher, traveler, trainer. Not a bad track record, right? Dahi was angry. Doesn't it bother anyone that all this was only in games? There were a lot of people in the cafe. Nari looked at her interlocutor, having said that this is all she wanted and what does Yongsu think? She thought about it, and having looked at her interlocutor, she answered. She twisted, having said that she understood what she was talking about. Still, she doesn't think that it is right. Nari narrowed her eyes looking at her. Tass added, having said that she should think the same way, especially if it is for Dahi. In response, she only smiled, having said that she was thinking about turning to someone else from their club, but there is a reason why she turned to her. Yongsu was surprised. It was because she felt similar feelings in her. Nari put her hands on the table and leaned close to her interlocutor, telling her to imagine the prospects of the future. Kang Lim with another woman, not with her. Her gaze became crazy. What a terrible future. Will she be able to bear it? The girl walked alone along the street. Nari was left alone in the cafe. In her mind, she apologized to Kang Lim for lying that she didn't like him. and hugged herself. He will forgive her, right? The girl looked strange. After all, this is all for their common happiness. The bright sun was shining in the sky. The girls were training in the gym to the music. The girl clapped her hands in time. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's it, break. The girls fell to the floor tiredly. Dahi turned to the coach. What will she say? Are they doing well? She looked at the team. On average, they are at a level she didn't expect, except for one quiet horror. But the most important aspect of pop culture is the ability to sell well. The choreographer looked over the girls. Selling well is much more important than performing well. So from this point of view, the visuals are definitely more important than anything else. If everything is okay with this, they will hold up even if it is all down to one person and the rest are screwing up, and in that case, even if they make mistakes in the performance, the failures will still turn into a favorable topic for discussion. She turned back to Dahi. He said that this did not sound good. What was she trying to say? She replied that with this approach, anything could work out even given the pressing time. And even if she only taught them the basics, they would still fail on stage. Of course, it is harder to judge when there are 4 of them like her dancing. Her face was expressionless. However, Dahi was a bit of a disappointment. The blonde wiped the sweat from her face. Considering how much the director had managed to advertise her, she expected much more from her. However, she doesn't really pay attention to the subject, she just repeats it mindlessly. Of course, she's still better than everyone else, so it'll do for now. Kang looked at her with a confused look. The choreographer asked if she was nervous. Maybe she had something to worry about. Did she think so? Now that she mentioned it, he seemed to notice too. The choreographer turned her head to him and asked, has anyone ever told him that he's boring or slow? He doesn't have any qualities that make him that way. Is he sure? Rami was sitting on the floor next to Yoon. She said that it was unexpected. She thought that if there was a noblewoman here, then physical activity would be her weakness. She asked what kind of nobles she thought they were. Yoon closed her eyes and chuckled. The way nobles are usually portrayed is just a stereotype created by the media. The reality is that they live ordinary lives, not much different from everyone else. The friend replied that she, like an ordinary person, arrives to school in a limousine. Rami raised her hand and looked askance. Her family is also quite unique, though not in this sense. And what kind of family did she grow up in? It would take a long time to tell. In short, surrounded by bad people. The girl closed her eyes and lowered her head. She was not thrilled that she was born into such a family. Ironically, it is thanks to them that she has skills that can be put to good use. Rami looked at her interlocutor. Maybe this was also inspired by the media, but is it really possible for rumors to leak into the media? Yoon looked at her. She replied that it depended on the circumstances and the event, but she didn't understand why she needed it. Rami smiled slyly, looking into her eyes. She said that she thought she would find an exclusive scoop on a person like Kwon Maya. How could they let this go when she insulted her senior? At least she couldn't ignore it. The bright sun was shining on the walls of the building. The girls were holding hands. She wished Dahi to give it her all at this festival. As a teacher, she couldn't help. She smiled and clenched her hand into a fist. She and the others would cheer for her with all their hearts. Dahi thanked her and said that she would be back soon. Dahi walked down the hallway. By the time the vacation was over, it wouldn't be long before the holidays. At this rate, she would even start to miss school a little. Several guys were walking behind them. They were discussing that they heard Dahi had come to school. Maybe they should get her autograph before she became famous. He nudged his friend, telling him to forget about the autograph, he'd better take care of his feelings. He liked her, didn't he? Dahi turned around. The guy said that he was a fan of Rosentia. He had only recently laid eyes on the blonde. The girl decided that she would not miss this for a long time. She looked at the incoming messages. She was flattered by the attention of those around her, but it would still be better if they just minded their own business. The girl went out into the yard and looked around. On the other hand, it seemed that other people were drawing attention to themselves. There were a lot of journalists gathered at the school gate. Although those, what a hopelessness, they were simply obsessed. However, there was an option to avoid their attention. The girl jumped over the fence in another place and landed on the ground. In the past, she would have certainly entertained them. She stood up and dusted off her hands. But now, if she didn't like something, then no. Dahi had been through a lot. She said there were about 10 of them. The blonde turned around and saw a guy walking towards her and waving. He said that he had a similar experience, so he knew how she felt. Today he was squeezing her and it seemed that expectations were met. On this side, the school wall is the lowest. Dahi looked at him questioningly. Who is this? He didn't get it, thinking what kind of expression she had on her face in the spirit of, who is this? He was a little angry at the girl. She smiled awkwardly. They played tennis together, did she forget? The president of the tennis cube, a third-year student. What is his name? In short, an athlete, a senior student. He put his hand to his face and smiled. It seems that she forgot. She has a lot of friends, but nevertheless, if she continues in the same spirit. The girl looked at the phone screen in surprise. He added that the troubles could continue. The guy looked at Dahi with a smile, asking what she would think if he became her partner. She could turn to him for anything. The girl made a slight bow, saying that she had to give a polite refusal. He looked at her with a little sadness, saying that he hadn't even finished speaking, but okay, asking why. Maybe she likes someone else. The blonde was surprised by the question. Is it because of that guy? That guy from their club? The girl was a little shocked. She called him boss, right? There was a white car in the parking lot. Dahi sat in the back row. She apologized to her sister and remembered how she had warned her to be careful. But now she had managed to run into someone like Kwon Mia. Unni looked at her and smiled. It couldn't be helped. However, this was unexpected. Doesn't she usually say something like if someone was polite enough to understand in words, this kind of thing would have been prevented from the start? Dahi lowered her head. Her sister added that she thought she would have just ignored such troubles. Dahi replied that she didn't know why she reacted that way. Dahi looked down. When she heard about it from her boss, why did she get so angry? She remembered the guy she had run into. He said that she probably liked him. The girl lowered her head and screamed. No, it's not like that. She just wants to focus on work now. She raised her hands and waved it off. As for the boss, well, the guy looked at her, said he understood. She remembered Dahi from other meetings. The interlocutor said that the answer was written on her face. Dahi silently looked away, smiled and blushed. Later, she stood in the studio under the spotlight. She lowered her head and thought, why would she even perceive Kang Lim in this way? Impossible. If things were different, then maybe. Like, why would she even like a nerd like him? The photographer stood in front of her, camera in hand. He suggested taking a break. It was late, she was tired, but she needed to concentrate a little more. The blonde apologized. A sign on the wall said a break room. Kang Lim walked in and met Dahi sitting on a chair. She sighed heavily. He came closer, but she put out her hand. The guy tried to find out what happened, but the blonde asked him to shut up. She didn't need any consolation, so just forget about it. Dahi lowered her eyes. Earlier, she was the only one to blame for her carelessness. Because of that idol goddess, the schedule had to be moved. She should have focused better. Kang Lim looked at her strangely. He thought that she was really worried about the idol goddess. She was so worried about Kwon Mia, but considering who her rival was, he noticed a white towel lying nearby. Dahi continued talking with her eyes closed. She asked him to just leave her alone, but then that towel hit her face. Kang Lim kept his arm bent and watched her reaction. The blonde put it on her neck, asking what he was doing. She got angry and screamed, has he gone crazy? Is he tired of living? Just let him say that he wants to get punched in the face. The girl got even angrier, if that's what he wants so much. But her hand was stopped by what he said. The guy stood calmly in front of her, having said that she had finally come to her senses. Dahi looked at him strangely, holding her fist to his face. He knows that he told her to be herself. He gently moved her hand aside. But, honestly, he doesn't like the current her. If she doesn't want to listen to words of support from someone like him, then let her do as she wants. Does it matter who her rival is? Dahi looked at him in surprise, holding her hand. Instead of moping, let her give vent to her rage. She is a capable girl in any case. Kang Lim looked at her carefully, and held out his fist to her. He was surprised. She doesn't know what to do with it. And she began to explain, showing with her own example, putting both fists together. Like in comics, it is found everywhere. They just bump fists like this. The girl tried to hold back her laughter. It would mean something like let's give it our all. The girl started giggling, surprising her interlocutor, and yet she laughed out loud. Dahi started to leave. Kang Lim was still standing there showing the gesture. What's the matter? This gesture is actually used. She doesn't know. Has she never seen it in the NBA? The girl suggested that they just hurry up, otherwise they'll be late for filming. The girl walked down the hallway lost in thought. She really screwed up. Really? But that can't be. She looked up. She can't have such feelings for her boss. Yang Soo looked at her smiling. She just can't. The girls continued practicing to the music. Now they began to officially prepare for the festival. Dahi's team immersed themselves in rehearsal. The man shook Ki-yeon's hand. So did all the other teams. Lee Hyung and Yipul-yoon looked around the room. After some time, everyone began to diligently perform their roles. The choreographer and Annie were discussing something. Yang Soo was checking something in the documents. Kang Lim was sitting in the hallway looking at his phone. He, on the other hand, was only responsible for making the team's schedule, so he had much more free time compared to the times when he was busy with the work of a manager. He had so much free time that he even managed to get a motorcycle driver's license. The guy imagined how the girls developed their social skills, strength, intelligence, endurance. Even though he was called a coach, he still felt somehow awkward. Is this like in modern mobile games? It felt like he had turned on the autoplay mode. Continuing to think, he watched what was happening on the phone screen. However, he clearly should start preparing for the intrigues of Kwanmea. A message appeared on the screen that he received a heart from his friend Nari. Someone stood up in front of him. He was surprised by the gift in the game, saying that she liked it. Rami leaned towards him and frowned, said that they were sweating profusely while he was relaxing by playing a mobile game. Was the rehearsal over already? The girl replied that it was a break and that she had gone to look for him since he hadn't shown up. And why wasn't he interested in her tarot skills this time? The guy looked at her in confusion. She thought he would ask her to look at Kwanmea's future again like that time. He thought that everything that was happening now was quite predictable. Kang Lim looked away and frowned, said that he thought that it was too much to rely on fortune-telling cards. And anyway, she herself had said that a prediction involving them would almost never be accurate. Things could change at any moment, or rather, they themselves could change them. The guy looked up and looked at the girl. Instead of premature relief or vague anxiety, he would rather just give it his all and do his best on his own. Rami was surprised and touched. Such mature words. Does he know that they are performing on stage, not him? The girl sat down next to him. He was right, though. They were inaccurate, so she hadn't expected much, but did he know? She took out one of the fortune-telling cards and showed it to him. She had hit the jackpot. The girl put the card to her face and smiled. He asked what it meant. Even though Kwanmea's future was still unclear, the judgment card kept coming up over and over again. The card depicted an angel with a wind instrument and several people with their hands outstretched. In fact, despite the frightening name and content, this card usually doesn't mean anything bad. It means a righteous judgment before salvation, resurrection, and transformation. But for those in the entertainment industry, for actors, its meaning is completely personal. Changes in a situation where someone experiences excessive love from the public. The guy looked at her in surprise. It foreshadows a fall. In other words, a scandal will break out. He looked ahead. Right now, she only foresees the keyword scandal. He looked back at the other girl. She doesn't know the details or when it will happen. It might happen after the festival, who knows? Rami raised her hand to her face and smiled maliciously. She wants to say, what if they start a scandal first? The bright sun was shining on the city buildings. He adjusted his cap, looking at the reflection in the glass. He turned to Rami, a little worried. How would they do it, even if they didn't know what it was? The girl replied that that was exactly why they needed to figure it out. The girl stood up from her chair. Well, so that they wouldn't have any leads at all, she had one friend who could be relied on in this regard. He had gotten hold of some shocking rumors about Kwanmea. If they could confirm them personally, collecting evidence, the girl smiled and showed the map in her phone. Then Chunya could put them on public display. Kang Lim, dressed in all black, sighed heavily. Even between Dahi and Kwanmea, there was an intense rivalry. However, Dahi, who was in good girl mode at the time, gently parried all of Kwanmea's attacks, and until the day of the performance, everything would come without much confrontation. He imagined Kwanmea's face, but right before the competition at the performance, Kwanmea would reveal the dirty tricks she had prepared in advance. One in particular, the hero imagined the internet headlines, aimed at creating a stir in the media amidst the inflated scandal. They would shovel through Dahi's interview. He imagined a tearful Dahi, and they would start groundless rumors, intending to shake her sanity. The guy was sitting on a table on the street, lost in thought. So this time, Rami's prediction was half correct. This is not the future where Kwanmea's scandal is exposed, but it's not the one where she creates it around Dahi either. Kang Lim seemed to have become oblivious to everything around him. But even so, he accepted Rami's situation simply because it seemed like a good opportunity to get closer to Kwanmea. He saw a girl walking towards him and waved at her. This would have been a way to prevent any further intrigue. Rami smiled and waved back, wearing a gold dress with a gray blouse. He asked her what kind of outfit was that. He thought it was too much. The girl's expression changed and she became angry. How could he start a conversation with that? A normal person would have said that she looked cute or something. The guy adjusted his cap, confused. He said that she was cute, but they were going to follow someone, weren't they? Rami replied that wearing something dull like he did would only arouse great suspicion. And they wouldn't spy, they would infiltrate. This confused the guy even more. Where would they infiltrate? Later, they found themselves in a clothing store where the girl was trying on other clothes on him. A few years ago, there was a big scandal in the entertainment industry. It was a scandal related to adult entertainment. He looked at the yellow shirt, said he understood what it was about. Even he, who usually doesn't care about such things, knew about it. Then the members of a popular group were caught and that was the end of it, right? Rami looked at the thing in her hand, said that it was only for a while. The dark side of the entertainment industry lurked in the shadows even more. She glared at her friend. This is exactly what this public place was, simply called V. She imagined a club filled with people dancing to music. At first glance, it seems like a private club that only a few have access to. However, in reality, it is a completely isolated secret place of entertainment for those who are part of the industrial party. There are all sorts of stories about popular stars being spotted visiting this place and secretly doing illegal things. The guy was surprised by what he heard. He asked, does such a place really exist? Does this mean that fantasy and reality have merged, or does reality simply prevail over fantasy? They were standing near a stand with different clothes. That this V is somehow connected with Kwon Mia. He can't quite believe it, but it's possible. The girl answered that there is information that she often visits V. He imagined her in a revealing red suit and reigning there like a queen. He thought with his hand on the back of his head. As it turned out, he was fundamentally mistaken. From what he learned, it turned out that Kwon Mia can't stand alcohol. He remembered the articles he read online. In the webtoon, Kwon Mia's image was cleaned up by releasing more than 9 episodes of flashbacks in succession. Otto endured all the criticism that fell on him and at one point even stopped posting. However, judging by the content coming out at the time, this was not true. Kang Lim took the shopping bag. He thanked her and said that he would wear it properly. Rami asked if he knew that before How to Become an Actress, Kwon Mia was an idol. That must have been the first time she crossed paths with V. The girl smiled. And from what she heard, her schedule was surprisingly light today. And if she went to V, then they would infiltrate it and film everything. The guy was surprised by what he heard. And then the elder Chunya would reveal the scandal related to this. They will win before the performance even starts. The guy replied that he thought it was a bit cocky, but why not? Rami got angry and yelled at her friend. Cocky? He was too passive. Didn't he hear her statement about how she would bring everyone to their knees? Besides, she was their rival. If she went to V, then she was just asking for it. Kang Lim was shocked by such a reaction to his words. Does he like this type of woman more? No, that's not true, really not true. Does he even know how much of an enemy Kwon Mia is to all Dahi fans? Even for her, as a former loyal fan, Kwon Mia is a bone in the throat. The store doors opened. They went outside and Kang Lim looked at his friend, asking where she got all this information from. Also from a friend she could rely on. Who was she talking about before? The girl looked down in embarrassment. She replied that she had been told that everything related to her family would be taken care of, and she had to lie low for a while. But now, she was being scolded for attracting too much attention to herself due to the casting. Rami closed her eyes, so she was asked to quickly resolve the situation, and this information was found for her. The guy grabbed his clothes, asking him to wait. He needed to change. The girlfriend pointed to the clothes storage cabinets, telling him to leave these clothes in there. She would pick them up later when they returned. He asked again, saying that wasn't it supposed to be that he would infiltrate by wearing them. The girl opened the storage locker and took out the clothes. He said that he would wear what she had prepared in advance. Then what was the point of buying clothes now? Rami turned and looked into his eyes. It was a gift. The season was changing, and she thought that he would not have another outfit. Even if he might have formal wear, except for a jacket, he clearly didn't have any casual summer attire. The guy replied that it was so cute that he didn't know what to say. They were standing near a lot of personal storage. Rami told him to wear them next time they went to the salon. Kang Lim looked into the bag, asking what kind of outfit she had prepared for him. When he looked inside, he was shocked. This can't be. Night had fallen on the city. The man looked at the item in Rami's hand. The girl put on her sunglasses. The security guard said that she could pass. She adjusted her jacket and went down the stairs and opened the large doors. People in the club were dancing on the dance floor. The girl went inside. She thought that if it weren't for the need, she would never have come to such a place. She needed to start by finding Kang Lim. Rami sat down on a stool behind the bar. She asked for a Cinderella. The bartender took the order. The girl lowered her glasses a little and looked around. He should be around here somewhere. The bartender, holding a bottle in his hand, called the new guy over, telling him that the floor here is slippery. The worker shouted loudly, replying that he was already in the process. Kang Lim was wearing a blue uniform. He was told to clean up the restroom later and to hurry up. His friend laughed when she saw him. He thought, why does this only happen to him? The girl thought, there's nothing to be done. It's too risky for him to come here through the main entrance, so good luck. Rami was holding 2 glasses with drinks in her hands and asked, is the senior finally taking a break? Kang Lim, in a cleaner's uniform, took one of the glasses and said, yes, he can finally take a breather. Why do only social butterflies adore such places? It's so noisy here that it's ear clogging. The girl raised her finger and said that he was a good boy. He had the right mind. He shouldn't go to such places even when he went to college, unless, of course, he wanted to become a typical melodrama hero. Kang Lim glanced at the blue cocktail and asked what. It was non-alcoholic. She knew they were underage. He heard the answer that, of course, even if it was alcoholic, they could just insist that it wasn't. Rami, with a glass, closed her eyes, saying that they could just blur the label or pretend that they had drunk soda. The guy told her not to joke about it, they could get into big trouble. The hero drank the cocktail with a straw and said that maybe it was just because he was working, but nevertheless, it was definitely delicious. The blonde standing next to him said that maybe that's why, and it could also be because of the atmosphere. She managed to look around a little, the scene seemed normal. She threw the blouse off her shoulders and coquettishly said that they could enjoy it too, maybe have some fun. Kang Lim looked at her with an embarrassed expression, holding glasses in his hands, while the girl laughed and asked what was wrong. He blushed. Covering her mouth with her hand, Rami said that there were so many girls around him, and yet, as far as she knew, he was still susceptible to them. The hero looked away embarrassedly and asked her to stop. She already knew it, why tease her? However, what is more important, did she find her when she looked around? Rami winked and said that Mia had not found her yet, but she found the bait. She pointed her finger at one of the tables and said that there was a red-haired girl sitting at that table. The girl with red hair was holding a glass in her hands. The blonde said that she was in the same idol group as Mia. There are all sorts of rumors about her. For example, that she has a promiscuous relationship with men, or that she is addicted to the nightlife. There was champagne and fruits on the table. The girl continued that if Mia came here today, there is a good chance that she will get involved with this woman. The brunette looked at that table and said that it makes sense, and what does she suggest to do? Hide and eavesdrop. Rami told him to wait and not to ruin everything. They need a photo proving that Mia is here. Looking at the guy, the girl suggested to rest here and patiently wait for her. After all, the infiltration implies this, among other things, if they do nothing, it will arouse suspicion. Kang Lim looked away in embarrassment and said that he was kind of disgusted by the uniform and the whole social culture. He didn't think it suited him. Rami was steaming and exclaimed that she was serious. What did she mean? She just wanted to have fun with him. Did she really care what people thought? Wasn't she more important to him? Smiling, she led the shocked guy by the hand, telling them to walk faster. The hero countered that he had never danced before. The DJ smiled, adjusting his headphones. A blonde was dancing in the crowd next to Kang Lim, who was red in embarrassment. She turned around and told the guy to watch. The embarrassed guy became even redder. The blonde was laughing, watching him dance awkwardly. The hero kept sneaking glances at the smiling girl dancing. Kang Lim, covered in sweat, let out a tired sigh. He sat down by the wall, and Rami came up to him and asked him how he felt. Wasn't it refreshing to blow off steam together? He said that it probably was. His friend laughed happily, saying that she saw it, maybe she would do it again some other time. The blue-haired guy said that no, they were spying here, not having fun. Rami said that it didn't have to be this club. There were also clubs for teenagers. It was more fun than she expected. Kang Lim scratched his head, saying that it was time for him to get back to work. Actually, his break was already over. Let him know when Mia showed up. Rami waved her hand at the guy who was leaving and told him to take care of himself. She turned around and looked at the brown-haired guy, who said that her dance moves that he saw were pretty cool. The guy smiled sheepishly and asked, she was in the industry too, right? And what did she usually do? Maybe he should guess she was a backup dancer. Rami looked at him in confusion, thinking how outdated and stereotypical this was. The guy smiled and showed her a red bracelet and said that if she would allow him to brag a little, he had recently received a nice bonus. So he had booked a table for today. Would she like to have fun with him? The blonde was about to refuse him with annoyance when the guy pointed his finger at that table by the wall. The girl noticed that this place was located next to the group where the girl they needed was sitting, and she thought, next to this redhead, this could be the perfect place to eavesdrop if Mia showed up. She closed her eyes and agreed, but not for long. The guy said yes, just for a little while. Suddenly, the girl was grabbed by the wrist. Kang Lim was holding Rami's hand and told the guy in a displeased manner that she was already taken, so he shouldn't flirt with her. The blonde exclaimed in fear that this was not what he thought, his place. Without looking at Kang Lim, the guy told her to calm down. The brown-haired guy frowned and said that he was the one hanging out with her. It was funny to see him next to her. He was clearly out of her league. This uniform, he works here, right? He's such an ignorant newbie. What is he even trying to achieve? Kang Lim, who was standing in front of him, said that he obviously thought everyone around him was trash. It was surprising if he lived in a trash can himself. The guy tilted his head and said that he hated guys like him. Since they had come this far, it meant that they were level, and who did he think he was to think he was so all-powerful? Let him finish. The brown-haired man approached the hero and asked with a wild look, did he want to die? Rami opened her mouth in amazement, hearing this. The blue-haired man grinned and asked, did he even know what this meant? The stranger looked at him in bewilderment. Closing his eyes, Kang Lim said that before saying such a thing, he should at least read about death. The guy swung, saying that he was really asking for it. Suddenly, Rami hit him on the head with a shoe and told him to shut up. Kang Lim led the blonde away by the hand, telling her to be more careful in the future. He said that it was dangerous here. What was she even thinking when she tried to go somewhere with him? The embarrassed girl followed, saying that she also had a plan since his table was next to the redhead's table. The guy stopped, looking ahead. Rami touched her cheek flirtatiously and asked the elder if he was that worried about her and what did he mean by saying that she was already taken. Kang Lim silently let go of the girl's wrist. She looked down pitifully and apologized, saying that she wouldn't do it again and apologized for making him worry. Kang Lim looked at her and exhaled, saying that they could talk somewhere else. It was obvious to everyone that she was cute, so he should be careful. Rami looked down embarrassedly and muttered something, and thought to herself that the elder called her cute. Kang Lim sat down by the door and told the blonde that this should be enough to listen in. He would pretend to fix the door. Turning his head slightly, he watched the people sitting behind him and thought that they said that they would bring a girl. Why isn't she here yet? The guy sitting at the table asked the red-haired girl, "Is Mia really coming?" The girl asked what if she didn't come. He understood her, right? They were used to being idols together, and she owed her. A question was heard. Did she owe her? Mia stood next to the red-haired girl and asked what kind of debt it was. The girl exclaimed that Mia was here. Why was she so late? They were waiting for her. Looking at the girl shaking with fear, the purple-haired girl said that she seemed to say that they needed to discuss something important, and she told them not to disturb her with trifles, right? The girl looked at her awkwardly and asked to at least sit down. The guy stood up and invited her to sit down, and the second said that in life she was even more beautiful than on the screen. He handed her a glass of drink and asked if she wanted to drink a little, but the girl knocked it out of her hands. The heroes looked at the broken glass of alcohol in surprise. Mia turned around and told the girl that she was pathetic for still living like that, and she had clearly told her to stop. The red-haired girl stood up angrily, asking how she dared to do that to her. The girl scowled and shouted that if it weren't for her, she would have been successful too, but she had curried favor with the boss and taken all the promotions for herself. She became popular, and their group fell apart. Mia turned away, and the colleague continued to say that later even their contract was terminated, and unlike her, she was the senior, and she simply had no other way. The red-haired girl scowled angrily, shouting that even though she had hit rock bottom by joining an agency that was not her level, she was still trying to claw her way out. She was even trying to use their connection. Was that such a big deal? The girl fell silent because someone splashed alcohol in her face. Mia held a glass in her hand and said dissatisfiedly that yes, it was a problem, so let her pull herself together. She would give advice since she had no talent. The wet girl was shocked to hear the advice to quit the industry as soon as possible. Rami held a phone in her hand and said that she didn't expect that. The hero thought that now he understood how everything works. He looked away, thinking that of course such stories didn't come up in the webtoon because it stopped publishing after Galbai Jim's comment. He imagined the girl walking ahead of the others and thought that he knew that she had been an idol before, and discord between members was a common cliche, especially when only one of many succeeds. It would be more unusual not to feel jealous. Kang Lim looked away, thinking that was all that the author of ESW had prepared. Add an annoying character with an inferiority complex. Mia has her own problems. Is this a way to whitewash her? This concept has been outdated for 10 or 20 years. Rami looked at the phone in her hands and said that in the end Mia was literally just stalling for time, but it seems she did not do anything outrageous. The heroes were standing at the door to the utility room. The blonde said that she managed to take a few shots, but still, this will not be a big revelation. Let him evaluate. A hand snatched her phone. Mia held the phone in a case with a cat and asked, "Evaluate, and what are the guys doing here?" That's when Kang Lim chose a different path, different from ESW. Mia held the phone in her hand and told the guy that she thought he was just a rude man. It turns out he can be frivolous too. The lead actor's performance is just around the corner. The girl with purple hair smiled and said that he still dared to hang around in such a place, but now that he was caught red-handed, he suggests fighting them dirty, right? The heroes looked ahead with a gloomy expression. Rami thought that she must have been distracted while she was having fun with the elder even though he was right next to her. In her mind, she called herself stupid and thought that if this became a problem, they would be at a disadvantage. The blonde looked down tensely, thinking that unlike that rude girl, the elder he always had a clean image. If the same scandal broke out, they would be at a loss, which was why she tried to catch Mia in a clear crime. But in the end, she gave her the opportunity to attack. Holding the phone in her hand, the girl said that if he didn't have the courage, he should just apologize and end it. Now, of course, words alone wouldn't be enough. Rami looked at her indignantly, exclaimed not to tell her that again, and thought to herself she was really trying to bring his elder to his knees. Mia waved her hand and said that it was wonderful. Okay. Rami caught the thrown phone, hearing that it doesn't matter this time, let them go now. Looking at the older girl, the girl asked what she was thinking. The purple-haired girl frowned, saying what was the point of making him kneel? It wouldn't be fun. She heard that they, the losers, were also participating in the battle, us for performing at the idol festival with that newbie. She proudly extended her hand, saying that then they would have to kneel in front of her anyway, so she didn't want to ruin the fun ahead of time. The blonde girl frowned, hearing that, therefore, today she was letting them go, let them go, and thought that it didn't feel very good, but she thought that it was all luck after all. Kang Lim stood silently by her side. Rami whispered to him for them to go. Let them just go. The hero put his hands on his hips in displeasure and said that seriously, he couldn't take it anymore. Allow me to ask one last question. Did she ever think about fixing her nasty attitude? The girl frowned, asking who was he to talk to her in an informal tone when he was just a manager. He should be the one answering her when he was extremely grateful to her. Looking at her, Kang Lim said that it was okay, they would end it right now. The events in ESW were originally like this. He imagined Mia standing in front of Dahi with the protagonist, and remembered that the threats unfolded in a different situation. Mia decided to torment the protagonist and Dahi. The red-haired man pointed at himself in shock. Kang Lim remembered that she made him her temporary manager. He imagined the heroes walking along the mountain in raincoats, and thought that she then participates in a variety show called 3 Meals a Day. Both of them are stranded in the mountains due to a sudden downpour. The red-haired man looked at the girl by the fire. Kang Lim thought that they have to spend the night together, and then Mia begins to tell her heart-wrenching story. He imagined a film strip with images of the characters. Mia had an abusive father in a single-parent family. The only family member who saved her from this hell was her grandmother. Thanks to her, she was able to realize her dream of becoming an actress. But her story, although tragic, did not evoke any response, and then the reaction of readers became cold. The author seemed to get mad and inserted 11 flashbacks in a row, which resulted in a backlash and eventually removing that part. This was ESW's first major failure. Kang Lim stood there in his janitor uniform and thought that he was still enjoying this storyline. Since Mia ended up being the heroine, he thought it was right to maintain the status quo. The blonde looked at his friend questioningly, who thought that however, if everyone else was going to suffer emotionally because of this, wouldn't that be a complete waste? So, screw the webtoon and all its squabbles. Kang Lim pointed at the girl with annoyance and said that he was fed up with her. He would no longer consider her the heroine. Nia looked at him questioningly and asked what he was talking about. She chuckled as the guy angrily approached and exclaimed that he would thoroughly smash her and make her kneel down, begging for forgiveness. The girl said that it was great. If she won, she would make him her manager and he would become her doggy, so he should wait impatiently. Under the clear sky, high-rise buildings towered. Young-ah sat holding a briefcase in her hand. She remembered how the girl approached her, telling her to imagine the prospects of Kang Lim's future with another woman, not with her. Nari said with a gloomy look, what a terrible future this was. Could she bear it? The girl was completely at a loss and could not say anything. Nari leaned over and told her to make her choice, whether she would help her and her sister or become an enemy to her and Dahi. Young-ah pursed her lips. Then she looked at the girl seriously and apologized, saying that she could not accept what she had just said. She would not accept this outcome. The older girl looked at her with displeasure, and then stood up and said that she seemed a little tempted, but she would understand in the end too. Young-ah held her school bag in her hands and thought anxiously, no, it wasn't like that. Of course she had given into temptation for a moment, it was true. Fragments of the past appeared in her mind. She thought that maybe, just maybe, it could have been like this. The schoolgirl walked forward, thinking that she had a duty now that she knew Kang Lim's secret. Young-ah stood in front of the festival sign and thought that only she had a duty to be on the real Kang Lim's side. She picked up her phone, thinking that she had already prevented all the incidents that could have been stopped with the script. The first thing to check among the remaining ones was the light. A man in a work vest approached her and asked who she was. Young-ah showed her badge and said that she came to check the room on behalf of the scriptwriting team. Kang Lim sat with papers on a chair, thinking that Dahi's victory was a foregone conclusion anyway. All that was left was to make sure that she could perform safely. The guy looked at the papers. To do this, we first need to differentiate between accidents and intentions. Dahi was standing under the spotlight. As the name suggests, accidents are events that happen by accident, such as a stage light falling and hitting someone. He imagined the scheming Mia, thinking that intentions on the other hand are not accidents but intentional. In other words, they are Mia's plans to harm Dahi. There are two intentions, one of which is the forced scandal mentioned earlier. He imagined a bottle surrounded by a black haze and thought that the other was a strange drink. The heroine grabbed her throat. After drinking it, Dahi lost her voice, which led to a serious problem during her performance. Kang Lim looked at the papers in surprise, thinking that he was wondering why he was wondering how to prevent this. But was it the butterfly effect of Young-ah joining the writing team? The paper said stadium waiting room, daytime, Sunheek's nervously searching for something as if her throat was dry as the staff handed her a bottle. Kang Lim read it and thought that he noticed that the script had changed a bit since yesterday. He imagined the crossed out character with the bottle and thought that by coincidence, one character had been deleted, the character of the actor handing the drink to Dahi. This was possible because the actor's agent was from Mia's agency, so everything was decided without his participation. Now he can only prepare for the forced scandal. Dahi, in her sports uniform, held a towel and asked the boss what was next on the schedule. Kang Lim shifted his gaze, saying that she had a filming but he postponed it for the contest. Anyway, let her sit down. Is it quiz time? When is their Hangul day? The blonde frowned and asked why he was suddenly asking. The guy continued to ask her to hurry up and answer. How often are general elections held, and also in what order were the Gabo reforms and the Gabson coup carried out? He imagined Dahi looking at the microphone in shock and thought that the reporter from the entertainment department who had connections with Mia's agency asked her general questions. If she answered slowly, they would write malicious articles and comments to shake her psyche, hence the forced scandal and countermeasures to prevent it. Kang Lim looked at the blonde and asked which dietary supplement is between propofol and propolis. Dahi asked in surprise, does he think she came from another planet? Is he looking down on her? The hero flipped through the papers, telling her to be quiet. He will see what the answer will be. The blonde asked that it seems that she is not the one who needs to study. Kang Lim thought that tomorrow they will go to the concert and prevent all accidents. There was a banner above the stadium with the name of the festival. He thought so. With a flashlight in his mouth, the guy sat on the bar where the lights were attached and thought, why is this okay? He sat on the wide bar thinking, his memory is wrong. This can't be, he definitely fell from here during the performance. He looked at the lamp thinking, this is the only new spotlight, that means it was replaced because it broke. Not only that, but other small things for some reason. Everything is already protected from accidents. So, in other words, with a flashlight in his mouth, Kang Lim thought he hit the jackpot. He smiled, taking the flashlight in his hand, and thought, exactly what was he thinking? Surely one of the staff must have noticed. Every time the butterfly effect happened so far, it didn't work out in the best way, but sometimes it has to work out in a good way. He finally got lucky. Sitting on the bar, Kang Lim thought that this was great. He meant that if he hadn't been lucky all this time, who would pull the gacha for him? Sometimes he might get lucky, right? The worker standing below asked him in surprise what he was doing. It was dangerous, let him come down. The hall was dark. It was July 23rd, one day before the Idol Goddess showdown. The guy in the yellow shirt said that they should finish rehearsing. The success of the film depended on this performance. He hoped that he could count on everyone tomorrow. The staff left with their suitcases in their hands. Kang Lim, with a backpack, turned around and told everyone not to rehearse anymore today and go home early, get a good rest, as their condition was very important that day. The trembling Siren said that if she didn't practice, she would start shaking from nerves. The guy replied that he could see it very well. Rami came up to them and said that she was surprised by how big the stage was and asked Kang Lim in the spirit of how they were all trying their best, could he give some encouraging words? Kang Lim looked surprised and asked why he had to do that right now. They weren't going on stage yet. Yilna happily said that it seemed okay, they were going to be busy that day anyway. Dahi held the ropes of the bag and told the boss that he was the one who raised the stakes. They had such a hot moment with Mia. After all, isn't this a battle they can't lose? Yoon looked at the guy and said that she wanted to hear that too. For some reason she felt like he would say something great. Siren looked at Kang Lim and nodded. With a smile, the girls looked at the guy, who said that then those were lines from a volleyball manga he liked. The girls smiled when they heard that they didn't need miracles. In other words, they just needed to do their best based on practice. Kang Lim extended his hand, saying that it was because they were all incredible people who would never fail. The girls placed their palms on top and raised their hands up in unison, shouting to fight. July 24th 118 night. July 24th 119 night. Rumble. July 24th 118 night. July 5th 119 night. June 23rd Kang Lim sat on his bed with his phone in his hand, saying that he would set several alarms at once. He looked ahead excitedly, thinking that even though he knew the outcome, he was still nervous. Or was it because he knew what would happen? What if some unexpected variables appeared and everything didn't go as planned? Scratching his head, he walked over to the light switch, thinking that he had prepared for all the unexpected incidents and intrigues. He had done everything he could. The only thing he could do was root for them. Square lights were glowing on the ceiling. The guy decided that he needed to stop thinking so much and just go to bed. The light turned off. July 24th 118 at night. The time turned to July 5th 119 at night. The morning sun was shining on the table in the room. Kang Lim opened one eye and looked at the phone, asking what time it was. Mom was standing at the table with a plate. Sister was brushing her teeth. A loud scream was heard. Did he oversleep? Kang Lim looked into the room, screaming, why didn't she wake him up? This is the end. What should he do? He said he needed to get there before the performance. The relatives looked at him. His mother asked what he was talking about. What kind of performance? His sister with a toothbrush asked, did he dream something? Why make some kind of scene so early in the morning? The hero stared at them in amazement, exclaiming that he meant the idol goddess. She was today. He had said so many times. The guy looked at them in surprise. Clouds were floating above the school building. Rami handed the guy a paper with a report on the club's activities, saying that since he was the president of the club, let him fill this out, please. This is for the audition in which Dahi is participating. The blue-haired man looked at the blonde in shock, who said that at first glance it did not look like a serious audition, but rather like a small scene for advertising. Calm girls entered the room. Kang Lim was amazed, thinking, what the hell is going on? Rami pointed her finger and said decisively that they had also decided to take part in the audition for the school idol project. The blue-haired boy looked at the girl in amazement, thinking that the day before the audition he had gone back to that day. The boy sat in the toilet stall, thinking that he didn't understand what was happening at all. It was hard to believe that he had actually gone back, but it was true. What was surprising was that he couldn't figure out the reason. The hero looked down excitedly, thinking that this was the first time he had gone back for such a long period of time, and even if we counted from the moment the loop appeared from July 24th to July 5th. The hero grabbed his hair while looking at his phone and thought that first of all, he hadn't missed anything on his ESW list. He had checked several times, so it couldn't be that he had missed anything. Then what happened? Was this the whole difference between the webtoon and reality? He imagined the scene of the fight with the purple-haired girl, and wondered if it was because of his conflict with Mia. No, if that was the reason, he would have returned earlier. If so, it would have happened right after he stopped treating her as a heroine. The boy was amazed when he recalled climbing the light bar, and thought that could it be that this incident had something to do with it? Could it have something to do with his time travel? No, it didn't make sense to roll back time to the day of the performance just because of that. Kang Lim put his hands behind his head, asking why on the day of the idol goddess skills match. He couldn't believe what was wrong with this erroneous situation. He stared ahead in amazement, saying could this just be a time loop error? The boys turned to look at the booth door, asking who was mumbling, while the hero thought, this is possible, isn't it? The situation with ESW and their world intertwined was illogical to begin with. The boy leaned over his knee and said that he needed to check it again, just once. He would try to do it exactly the same way. The student frowned and looked ahead, thinking that if he did it before July 24th, he would probably find out if it was a bug or if he had missed something. He imagined the events of the past days, the audition, the conversations with Young Ah, and the final speech before the performance. The phone screen showed that it was 10:29 p.m., July 23rd. Kang Lim was lying on his bed, looking at his phone, and said that he finally got here, doing everything exactly like then. The only difference was that he didn't buy Webtoon cookies, but he would find out when he woke up. The boy closed his eyes and prayed that even if it was a ban, he wouldn't be angry. He really begged, let tomorrow come. With a roar, the numbers of the date changed from July 24th to 118 at night. The date turned into July 5th, 119 at night. The dawn sun painted the sky pink. The guy sat on the bed with the phone in his hands and said that, honestly, this was expected. It was just an attempt to escape reality. Exhaling, he ordered himself to calm down. If he summed it up, then only one option was possible. On the calendar, the day of the idol goddess's performance was written on the 24th. The hero thought that on the day of the performance during the prime of life, something happens. The guy flipped through the diary, reasoning that maybe something happens to Dahi or the others, only because he prevented an accidental incident. It is unlikely that another incident will appear. He imagined possible accidents with the blonde and thought that this meant that this event was most likely Mia's intrigue, since the intentional scandal and the poisoned drink were prevented. Mia would definitely weave some more intrigue. Dahi was sleeping under the blanket with her sister. The guy thought, what if we consider the worst case scenario? People in black masks with a knife bent over the girl. The knife pierced the blanket. Kang Lim stood with his hands on the table and thought that maybe they attacked in the middle of the night. And out loud he said this is too much. Mia is a real scoundrel. Gritting his teeth angrily, the blue-haired man said that he would never forgive her. He would definitely put an end to her vile plans. Rami smiled and handed the guy a sheet of paper and told him that since he was the president of the club, he should fill it out. Kang Lim sat at the table, looking at the girls talking, and thought that he understood that compared to normal loops, these returns in time for a long period of time are very exhausting, and disgusting thoughts creep into his head. The hero looked away, thinking that even so, he should try to repeat the events with as few changes as possible. Changing something important can greatly complicate the situation. He would leave it as is until the day of the performance. He imagined the image of a girl with purple hair and thought that he would ruin Mia's plot that day. July 23rd, Idol Goddess Skills Showdown. The room near the stage was dark. Siren, shaking, told the boy that if she didn't practice, she would start shaking from nerves. Rami looked at the boy and asked him to support them by saying a few encouraging words. Kang Lim looked at them and said that of course he would say words of encouragement, but not here. He stood there looking down and said that it seemed like they were all really nervous. Do they think that after this, they will be able to sleep when they go home today? How about having some kind of sleepover? He turned to the happy young Ah, who asked again, and said that since it was part of their multi-purpose cultural club activities, if they hung out and slept together, there would be no time to be nervous. Siren said with shining eyes that it sounded like a great idea. Before the big competition, she also talked to her team to come to her senses. Rami raised her hand, saying that she was also in favor, but what came over him? Dahi, holding her phone, said that since everyone agreed, she was in favor too. The girl with pigtails touched her cheek and said that she had no objections either. Yoon waved her hand and said that considering the number of people, where would they do it? Just so they know, she won't be able to gather because of security and procedural issues. She won't be able to invite them to her place. Kang looked at the girls and said that everything was fine. He had prepared a place in advance. Yang-soo stood with his arms crossed and solemnly ordered his loyal subjects to come in. The girls walked with the hero along a wide corridor. Dahi was amazed and asked, "Weirdo, has he always lived like this?" Rami looked around, saying that this must be the most expensive house in the area. Siren was counting the doors behind her and had counted 4. Young-ah turned around and said with a smile that she was also surprised when she was here with Kang before. Yoon looked around, saying, "Isn't the house quite simple?" The guy adjusted his glasses, saying that his parents have been away for a long time. There are many bedrooms, so except for that room at the end, all the rest are open for them to relax. Dahi, looking at him, thought questioningly the room at the end. Rami looked around and said that she was amazed by this, that the house was in better condition than she thought. The girl looked through the open door. There were portraits of girls hanging on the wall of the room. There were figurines. The girl told them to forget. Yang-soo replied that this was his room, but it was obvious. The heroines were sitting in front of the TV with joysticks. The girls were eating pizza. Dahi took one of the cards from the surprised Yoon with a smile. Kang stood wiping his face with a towel. Dahi walked up to him and said that she was imagining things, or was he the only one here who was nervous? The blonde looked at the guy carefully and said that it was okay to suddenly raise questions about the sleepover, but today he had a strange expression on his face all day. Then he lectured her, as if he knew everything better than her. Kang held a towel in his hands and asked if that was true. Was it just her imagination running wild? The girl replied that she didn't think so. In any case, he shouldn't worry so much. As she was leaving, she turned around and asked if there was any reason to worry. Everything would be fine. The hero looked at her in shock and agreed. Clouds were floating across the dark sky. Dahi and Young-ah were sleeping in bed. Kang was sitting on the sofa, thinking tensely that Yang-soo's house was well guarded. No matter what Mia tried to do, they would safely greet the sunrise on the 24th, because they had to be careful when they went to the performance venue tomorrow. Kang yawned sleepily, thinking that he was getting a little sleepy anyway. He planned to stay up all night, but tomorrow was important. The hero picked up the remote, thinking that maybe he should just leave the TV on and take a nap. Yeah, that sounds good. He looked at the screen in surprise, where the female announcer said in surprise that they had just received the latest news. The guy looked at the TV in question. The shocked announcer said that Mia, the popular actress Mia, Kang who was sitting in front of the TV, was shocked to hear that she had just been found dead in her residence as stated in the report. The police were standing behind the yellow tape. Words were heard that the details were not being released yet, but based on the state of the room where she was found, the police were guessing. The host, with her mouth open, said that the cause of death was suicide. The blue-haired man stared at the screen in shock, thinking what did she say? His eyes were wide open. He couldn't understand who and what. The time began to change again. July 5th, 1:19 a.m. Kang jumped up, thinking what was that? He looked ahead in shock, thinking that this didn't happen in ESW. This is on a completely different level. Mia died, and it was a suicide. The guy quickly rushed to the table, thinking, this was the reason for the time travel. It can't be. It just doesn't make sense. Why did she still perform perfectly? No. The hero flipped through the notebook with his notes, thinking that despite all the scheming from Mia, Dahi still came out the winner. Then Mia threw a tantrum because she couldn't accept it, but it all ended with a typical protagonist-style ending. He imagined the red-haired protagonist standing next to the girl and thought that despite the fact that no one liked her, she was still able to grow into the role of the main character and without any obstacles. The story moved on. That was the plot. How could it change? Kang put his hand on the table, thinking why she decided to do this before the performance. Could it be a murder that was staged to look like a suicide? No, who would hurt someone who only appeared as a villain in the episode? The guy sat down in his chair, clutching his head, and said that this means that it can only be suicide. Even if so, why would someone so successful do such a thing? He thought that of course there are many more popular people who become part of a tragic story. He looked up in surprise, thinking that everyone has their own dark past. It's natural. He remembered the images from the webtoon, thinking that because of the flow of thoughts, the author spent 10 chapters on flashbacks and then just cut them out. That's why the rest of Mia's backstory was, or was there some story that he doesn't know? Kang looked ahead in amazement, thinking that if there was a clue about Mia's death, it should be somewhere in there. His sister came into the room with a toothbrush and told him to wake up and go eat breakfast, and then noticed that he was already awake. The guy walked into the room scratching his head, thoughtfully thinking that it doesn't matter how much he dislikes Mia, even if he's caught in a loop and has no choice. The hero looked down, thinking that she still needs to be saved. Rami still handed him the sheet with the club's activity report. Kang Lim sat on a chair, looking at the girls and thinking that he can't continue to do things the same way, he will act differently where Mia is involved. The girls stood and talked. The blue-haired guy thought that for everyone else everything will be exactly the same, so he will be able to understand the changes brought by Mia. Clear sky, July 6th, the day of the Idol Goddess audition. The guy walked up the stairs with his phone and told Unni that he was sorry, but he suddenly felt sick. He thinks that he will not be able to attend the audition today. The girl said that everything is fine, she will take Dahi instead of him. Walking down the street, Kang Lim said into the phone, "Really, thanks," then he thinks he will go. The guy looked at the phone screen, thinking that this way there will be no quarrels between Dahi and Mia, and this way the girl will meet her in different circumstances. The guy with the phone was standing near the building. Kang Lim was sitting on his motorcycle looking at it and said that this was Mia's house that he saw on the news. He got his license when he had free time for his job as a manager. The guy grabbed his head talking into his phone for her to answer him. He begged, saying that he didn't want to get scolded for being late for the audition. Kang Lim stopped looking at the guy, saying that seriously she is so selfish, he needs to know what happened, but right now the hardest thing is just to approach her. The guy looked at the gift bag standing in front of him and thought that the only thing he can do is prepare the gojitang in advance. The guy with the helmet looked ahead, saying that yeah, there were several dark cars in the parking lot. Kang Lim with the phone looked at them in surprise, asking why there are so many black cars. It must be in this part of the parking lot. He looked at one of the cars and said, "Here it is, the car of the manager Mia. It is identical to the photo on the internet." The student took a stone he picked up nearby and said sullenly that he was sincerely sorry. He was doing this to save someone. With the stone, he left a long scratch on the car. Holding the phone, Kang Lim dialed the number from the parking ad. The gloomy hero shouted into the phone for the mister to move his car. Is it because the car is a celebrity? Why hasn't he gotten out yet? The guy ran excitedly, saying that he seemed to have parked normally. Why? He walked through the parking lot and looked around, asking if the person who just called him was here. The manager looked at the scratch in complete shock and asked what it was. Who did this? Who scratched it like that? Holding the phone in amazement, he exclaimed not to tell him that the person who just called him was the company car. Kang Lim walked forward, the phone in his pocket lit up. He saw Mia, who said on the phone that she couldn't believe it. Without looking at the guy, she held the phone sullenly and exclaimed, "Where is he and what is he doing on the day of the audition? He comes later than the lead actress." Kang Lim walked up and waved his hand, saying that he was her fan. His friend said that he saw her here recently, so he came to check. The girl looked at the bag handed to her in surprise. Kang Lim asked her to take this. He heard that she likes it because it is rich in vitamins. The guy looked at her stupidly and said, "By the way, did something happen to her?" The guy was carrying Mia on a motorcycle. She asked that he works in the same field. If he is here to kidnap or kill her, then he should give up this idea. The blue-haired man looked ahead and replied that no, even if he was the manager, this was his part-time job. He was her true fan. He just couldn't help but help when he heard that she was late for the audition. The girl looked at the hero suspiciously and said that it was okay then. He brought a gift, although she only mentioned it once in the interview. Kang Lim asked the girl holding his waist if he should leave her near the beauty salon or could he go straight to the audition venue. The girl replied that she did her own makeup and hair, no one else could meet her standards anyway. Holding the ribbon from the helmet, she said that besides this, she would need to fix it when she got there. Why wear it? What is this? Just to ride a scooter? If he drives slowly, he won't get into an accident, so she didn't want to wear a helmet. Kang Lim turned slightly towards her, saying no, she had to, she might die, and he couldn't just stand there and watch her die. The girl looked at him slyly and said that he liked someone so strong. The guy sheepishly said that wasn't what he meant. On the opposite side, he saw a group of girls he knew. They were following Young Soo. The guy in the brown t-shirt peeked into the room and asked her to get ready quickly. Nia was sitting in front of the mirror, blow-drying her hair. Kang Lim pointed at her phone and said that he thought it was her manager calling her. While fixing her hair, the girl said that if the manager was not punctual, he should be fired, and he should just block her if he was too annoying. The guy picked up the purple phone and agreed, but asked why Mia didn't even password protect her phone. Was it normal for actresses to do that? While fixing her hair, she said that it was a work phone, so there was nothing special on it. She only used it for calls and didn't care about anything else. The blue-haired guy said that even if she said that, her wallpaper was pretty bright, wasn't it? He looked at the screen with the girl's image and thought that even her photos were set up like a slideshow. She was so narcissistic, how could such a person commit suicide? The guy looked at the screen in surprise and asked, "Does she always wear an earring, right?" The girl pressed her lips together in confusion and exclaimed, "Why does he care? Let him mind his own business." Kang Lim stood there with the phone in his hand and thought, now that he thought about it, it was a little strange. He thought it was just one of the things that symbolized the characters and did not attach much importance to it. Come to think of it, when Dahi works, she almost never takes off her ribbon, right? He looked at the photo of the girl holding her hair and wondered why Mia always wears a bracelet and this earring on her hand in the photos. He turned and looked at the girl. Frowning, Kang Lim thought, home, bracelet, suicide. He noticed the black bracelet on the girl's hand and wondered, could this be? The guy grabbed the girl's hand so hard that the earring flew off from her movement. The jewelry broke and fell to the floor. Kang Lim pulled the bracelet off his wrist and said it was not it. Mia put it back on. The guy apologized, saying he just checked it just in case, and thought to himself that he thought there would be cuts. The heroes were reflected in the blue stone of the earring lying on the floor. Kang Lim looked at the girl worriedly, asking if she was angry for sure, because she was angry. A plaintive cry was heard. Tears appeared in Mia's eyes. She said no. The girl leaned over, picking up the earring and said what to do with her earring. She looked at the guy in amazement, and then she became embarrassed, covering herself with her hands and with a sweet sound, asked not to look. Kang Lim looked at this in amazement, repeating syllable by syllable. His gaze was very surprised, and then the hero seemed to be covered with a filter. Kang Lim looked ahead excitedly, thinking that not only was the contents of the webtoon unfolding before his eyes, he was even jumping through time, countless times, through loops. He thought that nothing would surprise him anymore. The guy stood there in shock, looking ahead, and thought, but what did she just say? The girl leaned over, shaking her head. The hero thought, the nasty heroine who did whatever she wanted. That same Mia who constantly tried to bring him to his knees. Mia was lying on the floor and stretching out her hand, pitifully screaming for her earring. Where is it? The guy shouted in shock that she was not with her. What the hell? Why did she start talking like that? The girl looked at him in fear and said that in fact, this is her usual way of speaking. Waving her hand, the blue-haired man asked, usual, it can't be, she is Mia, she was not like this a minute ago. Just don't say that it is a split personality, it just can't be something like that, right? The actress said with a plaintive look that no, it wasn't that, her usual behavior, it was just an act. Kang Lim repeated the production like Dahi, and then he threw up his hands in amazement, telling her not to tell him. He recalled the events and thoughts of the past. He thought that, as Mia had said, she was originally intended to be another character similar to Dahi, but with contrasting features. In order to be a rival, she was made to be the exact opposite in many features. He imagined heroines with half of their faces combined, and thought that that's why when he learned about Dahi's good girl mode, he had to think of such a possibility. Like Dahi, who is feisty on the inside and kind on the outside. The guy giggled in amazement, thinking that Mia could be the opposite on the outside, with an inner world. Mia touched her head in embarrassment, hearing the guy's indignant cry that they were making fun of him. Had she had such a character all this time? The girl covered her face with her hands in fear, asking why he was suddenly reacting like that. The hero thought that he even doubted Mia. Perhaps it was intended by the author. It was not a change that occurred after the webtoon merged with reality. Kang Lim touched his head in dismay, thinking why they didn't show this in ESW. Even if they ruined Dahi's character at the very beginning, they had many opportunities to reveal this trait of Mia. The guy slapped his forehead, remembering that impossibly long flashback that was cut after the comment. Was it really cut because it couldn't create the right atmosphere? Mia was scared when she heard a knock on the door and a request to hurry up. The director and others were waiting. She leaned over nervously, saying that now is not the time. Her earring. Without it, she can't enter her charisma mode. She needs to find it and fix it. Kang Lim covered his face, saying that it was fine. They would look for her together for now. The girls were sitting on chairs. The employee opposite said that everyone was great and did a good job. As she was leaving, Mia glanced sideways at the guy and told him to follow her. The hero asked where they were going. Turning around irritably, the actress exclaimed, where else could they go? Of course, to a secluded place. Kang Lim thought, why did this development feel like deja vu? The heroes were standing in a back alley. Mia turned her head, and then she touched her blue earring with her fingers. After that, she looked at the guy with pitiful tears and asked him not to tell about it. She begged him to keep what he saw today a secret. The blue-haired man thought in amazement that it was still shocking. Although he had seen it before, it was not just amazing, it was actually intriguing. He looked at the girl who pitifully begged him, saying that she would do anything. She whined and begged, please. Mia cried, covering her eyes with her hands. The guys who showed up asked who was crying. What was going on? She was pretty. Kang Lim exclaimed that people were looking. Make her stop. He scratched the back of his head, saying that there were so many questions he wanted to ask. Wasn't there a quieter place to talk? Maybe hers. Clenching her fist, the actress exclaimed that she couldn't. Her place was forbidden. Kang Lim said that it was understandable. Looking at her in shock, he said, so how about his? The heroes stood at the entrance. The guy was entering the code, saying that he was usually at school at this time. Now no one was home. The girl stood behind Kang Lim, displeased, thinking that in any case, this was the first time he was alone at home with a girl. He never thought it would be Mia. A bag with a gift fell to the floor. She looked down pitifully, saying that now he was going to do something to her. She had never done that before. Let him be gentle. The young man indignantly shouted, "What was she talking about? Everyone would think that he dragged her here by force. She was crazy," as if the situation was not without problems. The embarrassed ESW looked at him pitifully, saying that didn't the fact that he brought her to his house mean this? Earlier, she said that she would do anything, and now it was definitely because of this. Kang Lim's mouth opened in shock, saying that it was not about that, he just wanted to talk, he wanted to know how she got to this point. The heroes were sitting in the room at a round table. Mia looked at the guy with admiration and exclaimed that he was a year younger than her. She felt that he was older because he acted so maturely, so she could talk to him freely. Kang Lim crossed his arms and replied that of course. The girl giggled and said that he could also speak normally. The guy was surprised, saying that since she said that, then thank you. To be honest, after seeing her like that, it was a bit hard to speak normally. The girl sighed, saying that she was very sorry. Looking at her with a discouraged expression, Kang Lim said that she did not need to apologize, let her just explain. They say that in the entertainment industry, everyone wears masks. But how can she act so opposite to normal life? Frowning, the heroine chuckled and asked if he had heard the saying that the entertainment industry is a battlefield. The girl sitting opposite heard that he had heard about it on the internet. The competition is fierce, and it is very difficult to make a living in different ways. The girl with purple hair said that yes, everyone pretends to be happy in front of the camera, but less than 1 in 100 will still be there in a year. Most of them are working and worrying about how to survive the next day. Sitting on the floor, Mia looked down and said that she has always been weak since she was a child. Her very first supporting role, she was told that she would not survive in this industry. Kang Lim looked at the girl in surprise and said that she acted so strongly, version and heard that yes, well, not so cruel at first. In her palms lay a blue earring. She said that she decided to borrow a little courage from this earring. And that's how it all started. The girl squeezed the jewelry in her palms. The hero asked if this earring was special in some way. He heard that yes, she had a somewhat complicated family history, mainly raised by her grandmother. She remembered how she sat by the woman's bedside as a little girl. Together they watched TV. Mia said that she also wanted to become like the girl on the screen. The grandmother asked if she could become like that. Folding her hands on her shoulders, the girl said that she did not think she shined as much as she did. The woman took off her jewelry and asked to let her grandmother cast a spell on her. The girl was embarrassed when the woman put the earring in her ear and said that it had always sparkled in her eyes and now everyone would see how she sparkled. The grandmother extended her hand, telling everyone to look at Mia. Wasn't she beautiful? Mia looked down, saying that because it was a keepsake from her grandmother, it was a symbol of courage to her. Kang Lim was amazed to hear that as she went through different things, she became more and more redundant. The guy thought that it was a heartfelt story, but it was difficult to comment on it or say anything. Looking down, he said that he understood what she meant, but shouldn't he tone it down a bit? Mia furrowed her brows pitifully and apologized, saying that now when she puts on the earring, it's a reflex. The sharp girl frowned and said that she was becoming like this. What's the problem? Kang Lim replied that he had no problem, but it was still impressive. It was almost like comic book material at this point. Holding the earring in her hands, the girl said that it was because she didn't want to be a burden to others. She tried to fix it several times, but it didn't work. Mia asked with a pitiful look if he was disappointed. At first he said he was a fan, but now he looks different. She closed her eyes and said that she was so sorry. Looking at her, Kang Lim said that it wasn't that, but should I say that he felt a little relieved. He thought that he was a little flustered and hurt because of the previous loops, however. Looking at the girl, he explained that he thought that they could talk more normally than he expected. If his relationship had changed, it was for the better. So he felt relieved. He shouldn't worry about it. The girl heard this with embarrassment and said that I understand. She held a glass in her hands and thanked him, saying that now that she had spoken out, she felt a little relieved. The guy sitting across from him asked if this was the first time she had talked about this with someone else. A shiver ran down the girl's spine. She looked ahead, saying no, it wasn't like that, there was another person. Kang Lim looked at the girl questioningly. The phone next to her rang. She grabbed the phone and said that she would quickly answer the call and come back. The guy leaned on his hands and tilted his head back, saying that it was a bit too much, but now that it was like this. He looked at the phone, which had an incoming video call from Dahi. The guy thought, why a video call? The girls and Young-soo were sitting at the computers in the classroom. They now have 6 computers in their multi-purpose cultural club. The blonde held the phone, saying that the goddess is an idol. She jumped up, asking what the skills battle was. A cloud was seen floating in the sky from the window. The girl said that there would be a skills battle at the idol festival. He would be against Mia. Holding the phone, Dahi said that she needed to tell the boss. Didn't he say that he was sick today? The heroine stood gathered, and Yoon Young, the girl said that yes, earlier than she offered to visit him. He refused, said that the symptoms were mild, nothing serious. Siren added that they say that summer colds are severe. She is worried. Rami added that catching a cold in this weather is too much even for the eldest. Yang-soo raised his finger, saying that about the video call, they will all give energy to his servant too. The girls looked at him, some were deciding on their phones. Well, in general, they decided that it was a good idea. Kang Lim glanced at his phone and asked, "Why a video call?" Kang Lim held the phone in surprise, thinking, "Why a video call all of a sudden?" An image of the girls looking at the screen appeared. The guy asked, "What's wrong with all of them? What happened?" He heard the question. What does he mean? They called because he said he was sick. The girls looked at the screen in surprise. He said, didn't he tell them not to visit him? But despite that, he now looks completely healthy. Kang Lim said that he feels much better because he took the medicine. The girl held the phone and said that it was good. By the way, they were at the audition today. She just received a call from them. Kang Lim looked at the phone, heard that they were talking about a skills battle for the casting. The guy thought, right, there was another thing, so Mia just called. Wait, if you think about it, he is now at home, together with. The guy opened his mouth in amazement, thinking that no, maybe he should not have answered this call. Dahi, looking at the screen, said that moreover, there will be an opponent Mia in the fight. He probably doesn't know her. She is. The guy hurried to say that in any case, he thinks it's time for him to go. The girls looked into the camera. Young-ah said, where is he now? At home. Yoon-young added that if he feels bad, he can send Wang Jin there. Siren said that if he feels bad again. Rami asked why he is sweating so much. Kang Lim awkwardly waved his hand, saying that he is at home. Right now he is resting. He feels quite well, so there is no need to worry so much. He was amazed to hear the girl in the other room ask if she can use the mug that is there. Dahi looked suspiciously at the phone and asked whose voice was that just now. Kang Lim said that he left YouTube on and laughed awkwardly. He said goodbye, saying that he is completely fine. Mia appeared in the room with glasses on a tray and said that here is a drink. She brewed for two and suggested drinking it together. Kang Lim turned around and sharply shouted at her to stand if she came to him. The girl asked in surprise, why was he saying that? Suddenly she stumbled. With a scream, the actress fell, knocking over the glasses. The glass fell and the contents spilled. Mia awkwardly touched her head and apologized because she fell right on the guy. She looked at the phone lying with the shocked girls and asked in surprise, was it the wallpaper, and then realized that it was not. The heroines crowded around the phone in amazement and looked at the screen. The drenched Kang Lim took the phone, hearing his girlfriend simultaneously asking what Mia was doing there. What was going on? He said that he was at home and that he was resting. Who was he with there now? Yang-soo added that he was truly his servant. Mia was frightened and indignant, saying that she couldn't be exposed like that, and Kang Lim angrily yelled at her not to add fuel to the fire with such ambiguous situations. The shocked girls opened their mouths, asking what they were just doing there. The guy yelled that he didn't care, he would explain it all later, and pressed the end call button. The heroes wiped Mia, pathetically apologizing, saying that she should have put her earring on. Kang Lim looked at her, telling her not to worry too much, there would be no problem with them, they would not spread rumors or cause trouble. The actress pathetically exclaimed that it was her fault anyway if Kang Lim's friends misunderstood. The guy turned around, saying that it wouldn't be such a big deal, so it would be better to just forget about it. He thought he would just say it was a coincidence. Sitting on the floor, the heroine said that she was really sorry, she didn't know what to do. The girl's eyes filled with tears and she said that without the earring, it felt like all her courage had vanished without a trace, making her unable to do any work. If she continued wearing it, things would only get worse, she would become rude and irritable. With a pitiful look, sitting on the floor, she said that she just wanted to be kind to others, but she couldn't, and that was why she behaved like that. She was sorry, she didn't think she should behave like that, but it happened over and over again. The hero thought that she really didn't want to hurt anyone. Standing up, he said that it didn't matter, a mistake was a mistake. The girl repeated pitifully, raising her eyebrows, that yes, it was definitely her mistake, and heard the guy say that it was better to try to correct it step by step. She looked at the hero in surprise and asked, correct? The blue-haired guy replied that yes, it was like a diet or quitting smoking, it was better to do it little by little than abruptly. Looking at the girl, Kang Lim said that when she was in this charisma mode, and it was worthwhile to calm down his fiery enemy. Temper. It might not be that easy, but if she didn't mind, he would help with it. The guy closed his eyes, heard the question of how he could help, and asked didn't he say that he was a manager? Is it a problem that he will become her manager and help her, and when she crosses the line, he will stop her? Tears were streaming down Mia's face, she heard that, of course, in time. Kang Lim threw up his hands and asked the girl who was wiping away her tears why she suddenly started crying. She didn't like it so much. He accidentally crossed the line, and the actress replied that it was not that, she just didn't expect to hear those words. Wiping away her tears, she said that everyone, especially those who are managers, avoided her. They can't tolerate her demands for long, that's why. The blue-haired guy said that she shouldn't cry because of that, she scared him, they just don't know her like that, that's the problem. With a determined look, Kang Lim said that he knows the real her, Mia, right. It will be okay even if she is a little rude to him. The guy was surprised to hear her gratitude. She said that she always hid this side, even from the manager, so when the filming ended, she could not take off her earring, but Kang Lim said that he would help her. The girl smiled shyly and asked if she could rely on Kang Lim. White clouds were floating in the clear sky. Kang Lim stood by the wall with a phone in his hand and said that there was no need for a separate contract. She could think of it like she did to him. Thanks for helping. The guy glanced at the phone and heard Annie say that she knew he was smart, so she did not worry too much. But to be careful, the agency called Red Moon does not have a very good reputation. It seems they do not want this to become known. The guy stood in the city, asking if this was unavoidable. After all, he came from Dahi's side, a rival for the role in the Idol Goddess. It looks like he is a spy. The other girl agreed, saying that it was true, but she had a feeling that it was not the case. Since Mia was adamant in this decision, she agreed. The girl appeared, words were heard, it is clear, it is time for him to go. The actress happily waved her hand and said hello, and then said that she had an idea. Kang Lim looked at the girl and asked what idea. Did she buy a blanket? Mia happily said that yes, it is so that she does not freeze during a long photo shoot, and replied that she found a way to rework her charisma mode, to be precise. She looked down pitifully, saying that she forgot the notes she had been writing all night. Coughing into her fist, the girl said that in short, and when she will start to behave rudely. Kang Lim was surprised to see her raise a finger, declaring that she wants him to come up to her from behind and discreetly pinch her back. Then she will try to stop herself. When asked if everything will be okay, she said that it is no problem. Since Kang Lim is helping her, so is she. The guy looked at her with a discouraged look and said that it is not her. He means himself for her. For him it will be safe. If he pinches her when she is wearing this earring, he is worried that he will get it back. Mia, amazed, said that she will try. The girl with a smile handed him an envelope with money and said that it is his salary for today. The guy thought that it is very thick. He reached for the money with trembling fingers and said that he heard that it is because of her pocket, but who does she think he is? He cannot accept so much. The actress said that his words and actions do not match. Cutely, puffing out her cheeks, she said, didn't Kang Lim skip school today? It is his eldest's order, let him take it. The guy was driving the girl on a scooter. He thought that for a week from now he and Mia had been walking side by side. Pictures of events with girls appeared. The hero thought that during this time he went to the night market with Yona and encouraged the unglued Dahi. He wanted to exclude any unforeseen moment and so repeated the events without changes. But, of course, everything ended with some slight changes. Sitting behind the wheel of the scooter, he thought that the end result was generally similar, so for now he could forget about this story. Mia was holding a stack of documents in her hands. Kang Lim thought that in any case, the performance in The Goddess followed the plot. The girl's schedule was still full. All the actors around him were people he had already heard of, so he thought that they were all first-class actors. The hero looked ahead in surprise, thinking that, however, despite this, Mia's character really stood out from them. No matter who she talks to, strong or weak, she always creates chaos. The girl angrily loomed over the man, asking, did he not understand? She blushed while saying that the production here should be more because Kang Lim pinched her. He grabbed her back. The blushing girl turned around angrily. She was embarrassed, and the hero, along with the other actors, looked at her. Lights and a camera appeared. Mia angrily asked the brown-haired girl from which agency she was. How much did they pay for such a mediocrity to play an important role? Kang Lim came up and pinched the girl on the back. The actress blushed, frowning. The hero thought that doing this was surprisingly addictive. The embarrassed girl screamed. She arched her eyebrows pitifully. With a drop of tears, she turned around. The girl froze in surprise and said that she did nothing. This time she was not angry, but only gave advice on the production. The guy turned around in surprise and asked, well, what, again? Mia darkened and asked who he thought he was. She suddenly screamed in amazement when she felt the guy pinch her. The hero thought that he began to enjoy it without realizing it, and later realized that he may have gone too far. Confused, Mia looked at the guy in admiration, saying that he was amazing. Today she lost her temper only 84 times. She seemed happy with this. Kang Lim noted that they still had a long way to go. The sky was illuminated by the rays of the sunset. Mia waved her hand to the guy who was sitting on the scooter and said that they worked hard today. Kang Lim crossed his arms on the steering wheel, thoughtfully thinking that it was getting stranger. He remembered Dahi and thought that the intrigues that appeared in the original story, such as the intentional scandal and the scent drink, and all sorts of things, they do not seem like Mia's work. Regardless of her external behavior, it is not in her character. Looking ahead, the hero reasoned that he was missing something that he does not know yet. First of all, why did she make that decision on the day of the performance? He cannot understand the reasons. Kang Lim was driving a scooter and said that at least there is some progress. He should observe the situation a little more. He noticed a girl standing at the door. Mia was looking forward with excitement. The guy thought, what is she doing all of a sudden? The young man saw Mia and wondered why she came out again and why she was so cautious. The girl carefully walked towards the parking lot. She approached the man in the car and asked if today's business was finished. The guy answered in the affirmative and said that he did not receive any changes to the schedule either. The hero remembered Rami's words. He took the helmet and drove behind the car. The girl came out and went inside the building. He took off his helmet and said that she really went to V, but he didn't understand why, because it was not time to meet that redhead yet. He noticed the staff entrance. Looking at the door, he decided that he had to see it with his own eyes. The red-haired guy was drunk and stumbling forward, saying that he was looking for the restroom. The broad-shouldered man stopped him and said that he couldn't go any further, so he should go back. The blonde man noticed the short girl. He looked at her and said that he had already told her that he liked the girl he had seen before. The subordinate agreed with him and said that she had just contacted her. Mia took a deep breath. She smirked and greeted the man in English, then thanked him for coming back. She approached him. The man looked at her with a smile. The girl thought that at first she felt sick from this, but now she could just smile and forget about it. The man extended his hand to her with a smile. She moved his palm aside and closed her eyes, thinking that in this regard she was in a more advantageous position. The blonde turned to the man who had approached. She thought that everything was fine with her. She looked after the leaving crowd and added that when she was invited to places that she hated, the guys gathered at the same table, the girl would sit away from everyone, thinking about the fact that she had to play along with everyone with a smile. She looked at the drinking man and decided that she was getting used to the unfamiliar smell of alcohol. The blonde smiled broadly. The girl noted that in addition to this, she was getting used to the laughter filled with desires. The dark-haired man looked at the girl sitting next to him with a smile. Mia thought that she could endure this intoxicating atmosphere. She folded her hands in front of her and decided that she could endure and stand. She kept a smile on her face, thinking that she was fine. If she could protect the boys with this, she was fine. Kang Lim, dressed in a waiter's uniform, put his hand on the chair and said that it was a lie. He took off his glasses and added that he could hear everything she was thinking, because she was pretending that everything was fine when it was clearly not. The girl raised her eyebrows in excitement. The young man added that she really thought that the earrings were some kind of magical item. The girl clutched the handkerchief with trembling hands. The young man noticed this. She tore off the earrings. Bitter tears were running down her cheeks. The guy told her to pay attention to herself. The blonde looked at him with displeasure and asked who he was. The young man said that he didn't understand anything anyway, so he could shut his mouth. Mia looked at her comrade and asked how he ended up there. The heroes replied that it was not a difficult task, because he worked in this place in the last loop and simply used the information he received then. He raised one eyebrow and asked her if she was going to stay in this place any longer, because he said that if it was too difficult for her, he would help, but if she remained silent, he could do nothing. Frowning, he asked her to clearly state what she wanted. The girl raised her eyebrows pitifully and began to stutter. The blonde grabbed her shoulder and shouted something. She closed her eyes, clenched her palms and said that she hated this place and wanted to leave. The guy smashed a bottle over the man's head. He frowned angrily and said that it was time for them to leave. The man fell to the ground with a crash. The girls ran away screaming loudly. The dark-haired man asked what the hell the guy was doing. The young man grabbed the bucket. He threw the metal object at his face. The blonde older man frowned and said that the guy was crazy. He punched him in the face. The guy fell to the ground. The girl exclaimed in surprise. The young man grinned, lying on the floor. The restaurant staff opened the doors. They saw a man hanging over the guy. The hero got up from the floor, apologized and said that they could not fulfill such an unreasonable request. The man tried to deny what was done. The guards grabbed him by the arms. The blonde tried to break free, saying that it was not his fault. The guy got to his feet, looked at his girlfriend and offered to leave. His moped was parked under the night sky. The girl stood by the fence and said that he got it because of her and that she did not know how to thank him. The young man looked at the city and said that it was too early for that, because they avoided the immediate situation, but there was a bigger problem, a reason why she needed to be there. He looked at his friend. The girl agreed and said that they took advantage of her weakness by contacting her agency Red Moon. Vague memories came to her mind. She said that it was when she debuted as an idol while being naive, and she didn't even know what kind of place it was, but she was accepted there along with the other members. The hero turned around. The girl added that at first they limited themselves to just that, but later they started threatening. The young man asked if it was even possible for an agency that did that to their idols not to get into trouble. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the words that it was not an ordinary company and they had a special director. The girl looked down and said that she could be ruined by a scandal in the entertainment industry, or she had to obediently appear at the first call, and moreover, if she refused, the punishment would not be limited to just her career. She remembered crying on the phone saying that she couldn't take it anymore and that someone's contract had to be terminated. The guy turned to her and asked if she was talking to those she debuted with as an idol. The girl confirmed it and said that she could have terminated the member's contract if they behaved well, but they kept threatening her. Nia raised her eyebrows sadly and said that there were those who left the industry and were living normal lives and those who were still working in the industry if she couldn't take it anymore. The guy looked at her sadly. The girl added that every time they said that this would be the last time, it was always a lie, and the number of situations like this that she found herself in kept increasing. Her voice was heard across the bridge. The girl said that from now on it was too late. She looked at the guy with concern and addressed him by name. The young man thought that, to put it simply, she was constantly threatened, using the weaknesses of her group. He gritted his teeth and added that it made him furious, but in ESW they didn't even mention it because the author skipped it and just moved on. He looked into the girl's eyes and decided that, like the change in her character, the situation could have remained the same, and then this could have just continued. The guy imagined the main character talking to her and thought that throughout the game this had been going on. Then he imagined the girl approaching a dark car. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise that this was just absurd, and the question of how she even endured all this. She closed her eyes, folded her arms, and said that perhaps because she loved being an actress despite her character. She liked being in front of people, that's why she liked being in those days. She liked becoming a different person as an actress even more. She looked up and added that she had worked hard and had even won awards, so as long as she could act, she could handle it. The guy looked at her in surprise. He grabbed his head and asked if she could take off the bracelet on her wrist, thinking that everything had fallen into place. The girl frowned in confusion and asked what it was for because he had already seen that there was nothing there. He looked into her eyes and said that it couldn't be because she always wore it, like earrings, after which he thought that she was right-handed and the right side could serve as an excuse if someone asked. He grabbed her wrist and decided that there was another side to it. He lowered the bracelet and saw scars from cuts. The girl looked down sadly, and he decided that he knew what had happened early in the morning of day 24 when there were previous loops. He imagined the girls dancing on stage and the voice of the commentator, who said that it was an amazing performance. The girls looked at the crowd of fans. They were huddled together and talking about how incredible their performance was and that they were able to get to a music show at all. The pink-haired girl looked back and said that their album was going to sell like crazy now, and she would probably even be able to give some of the profits to her parents, so it was just amazing. Nia looked at her with a smile and said that everything would be fine from now on. The album discs were stacked in a box. The girl thought that the industry wasn't so rosy, because after a few music shows, their group was forgotten without any trace of their existence. The girls were talking on their phones. Mia thought that after another failure of their album, only a few of them received a saving call. An ice ball was floating in a drink. She added that that was when they were invited to that place for the first time. The girls were greeted by a dark-haired man. She thought that at first there was nothing special, but soon their eldest received a personal invitation because someone wanted to meet her alone. Nia trembled in fear, thinking that it was terrible because it felt like trying to look through a dark, murky veil. She imagined the company logo and thought that it took a long time to realize that their agency was not a typical company. The girl imagined a crowd of men and added that the entertainment agency, Red Moon, was a branch of the Yakuza. She schematically imagined moving from Japan to Korea and added that she learned the details later, but due to the intensification of the suppression of the gang in Japan, they needed foreign enterprises for financing. The image in her head changed. She imagined a man in a suit standing in the hallway and thought that this is why, while on the surface, the Red Moon was an entertainment agency, their roots stretched back to the red light district. Because they owned the famous underground. The man in a formal suit sat opposite the dark-haired girl. Mia thought about how they caught people with clean pasts through a contract and dragged them into the swamp of deception. She imagined the girl clutching her head and thought that if they did not succeed, they were called away if they were sealed unsuitable for that place or broke under the pressure. The girl imagined many passports and thought that they were sent to other enterprises for special services, and all these people, as well as their pasts, disappeared without a trace. There was a gold badge on one of the men's chests. The girl wondered how such a company could exist for a long time, then thought that when she learned of the true scale of what was happening, she gave up on exposing them or resisting. There were quiet sounds coming from the waiting room. The girl thought that the only way for them was to create a hit, but it was never an easy task. The pink-haired girl frowned and asked why the people at the top promoted them over and over again. She waved her hand, looked at the other girl and asked if she had seduced any of the higher-ups while she was behind their backs, since they promised to rise to the top together. Mia looked down sadly, thinking that she was furious, but on the other hand, she felt relieved, since it meant that her senior did not know anything about the other side of the agency. She imagined the girl sitting at the president's table, telling her that the time of the group's existence was coming to an end. Mia stormed into the room and said that she would do whatever she told her, and then thought that she had agreed to the conditions under which the members' contracts would be terminated. She sat sadly in the dark room, thinking that since then the disgusting stench had only gotten worse, but thanks to the president's favor, they could not cross certain boundaries and touch her, but the pain and feeling of suffocation did not leave her. The girl remembered how she approached the young men, thinking that even when Lady Luck smiled upon her and brought her wealth and fame, as long as they clung to her weakness, she could not free herself. Nia, with tears in her eyes, spoke on the phone about how she could not stand it anymore. She grabbed her chest and lowered the phone. The girl reached for the medicine on the table. She shook everything off the table. The girl found a blue earring and thought that since then her addiction had only grown. She remembered how she had been talking to the guys with a smirk and thought that she had become so abrupt that it was just a simple temper. The girl frowned angrily and yelled at the guys. She sat in a chair discontentedly while the young man explained something to her. Frowning deeply, she looked at him with disdain. Remembering her first meeting with Kang Lim, she thought that she had stopped being herself. The moment when she left her ex-friend popped up in her imagination. The girl thought that she had become a different person even with the people she was trying to protect. The girl splashed a drink in her friend's face. She frowned and said that she would give advice because since she had no talent, she needed to leave the industry as soon as possible. In the reflection was the image of Mia. The girl thought that the reason she did not break was because a solid foundation supported her fragile self. She remembered the promise her grandmother made and thought that all those times she could have become someone else with her acting skills. She walked up on stage in a beautiful dress, thinking that all of this had helped her truly feel alive and that it was the only thing that had saved her. She picked up the golden statuette with a wide smile, thinking that her pride had saved her from the edge of a cliff. The girl sat sadly on the floor with her phone in her hands. She had received a notification to come to V for the day after tomorrow's performance. Warm rays of sun illuminated the building where the concert would be held. The girl and her band walked out on stage to practice. The guys were watching her with admiration. She dismissively waved them off. The girl lowered her head and grinned contentedly. She walked away. Nia noticed 3 girls standing by the stage. The guys were watching what was happening with interest. Dahi was performing in front of them with a joyful smile. Nia looked at her in surprise. The blonde was working hard. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion and thought that something that had been building up inside her layer by layer seemed to have collapsed at that moment. Dahi went down to her friends, discussing something with them. The girl thought that she didn't remember what emotions she had then. She watched what was happening from the side, thinking that it was probably a mixture of self-hatred and despair. Lowering her eyes, the girl decided that only when she saw this, she realized that she was already behind the spots on the darkness and would never be able to reach the place she dreamed of. The girl lowered her head and thought that the thought that she could reach the light by the road of darkness was stupid. She quickly turned back. The night sky descended over the city. In the picture was an image of Mia with a golden statuette. Things were scattered on the floor, among which a phone was ringing. The bathroom door was open. The girl was sitting on the floor. She was holding her hand in the water, blood was flowing out. The girl was looking ahead with a devastated look. She slightly parted her lips. Suddenly, her quiet voice was heard throughout the apartment. The girl asked for forgiveness. She came out of her memories and looked down at the guy's hand. He thought that he couldn't even imagine the pain she went through and what made her decide to do this, as well as what led to a different outcome in the game, but he thought that he now had some ideas about it. He turned slightly pale, thinking that since Dahi was no longer a simple innocent girl, he intensified his rivalry with Mia, pushing his friend away to prepare for the idol goddess skills duel more ardently. He kept his head down, thinking that the schedule he received from Mia only included the idol goddess performance rehearsal on July 23rd. He remembered the girl smilingly telling him that as long as she could play, she could endure this, and he thought that if that was the moment when her spirit was broken. He remembered what was happening to her and added that it was the reason for her choice that was not in the game. Kang Lim gritted his teeth and decided that even if there were villains who had committed such heinous acts, the reason for the change in the plot was only because of him. Mia looked at him in surprise, and the young man decided that he was the one who drove her to death. He gritted his teeth and thought that he was not just exaggerating, because all the words and actions he had done up until that moment. He looked into her eyes and decided that only he was the one who could stop her and that he should not have done that. He began to remember the moments when he met her, and he thought that he had treated her recklessly, selfishly talking nonsense about her, making hostile statements. Continuing to recall similar situations, he added that he did it simply because he was reading ESW without knowing anything, and only because it resolved a couple of incidents. He remembered playing on his phone and reading notes in his notebook, and then thought that he had missed his chances to realize everything, being overconfident. He remembered talking about never forgiving her, and thought that he continued to act as if he knew everything. He imagined their confrontation, and decided that by doing so, he was pushing her further and further away. The guy remembered watching the news about her death, thinking that all this was happening over and over again, and it was he who prepared this fate for her. He sighed heavily. The girl said that she was fine, and that it was all in the past. He quickly approached her and hugged her, interrupting her words about how she was fine now. The guy pressed her to his shoulder. The girl blushed embarrassedly, calling him by name. The hero closed his eyes and said that he was very sorry and that he regretted doing this to her, and then apologized for leaving her. The girl looked ahead in surprise and said that she did not understand what he was trying to say. She suddenly dropped her hands and giggled, saying that she was very warm. Siren was in the heat of the game. The commentators wondered if there had ever been a player like her in history. The men frowned at her and discussed her incomparable talent. The girl walked onto the stage with her hand raised. The men said that she carelessly trampled her opponents into the dirt. She brought her toes together. The boy thought that although she always achieved what she wanted as a child. The choreography coach exhaled heavily and addressed the girl by name. Siren awkwardly turned to her. "What, am I in a strange pose?" The boy thought that she was now running into a wall. The woman asked, "Is it true that her coordination is so terrible?" She crossed her arms and said that she usually didn't say things like that, but she should just give up and leave it to her friends. The blonde behind her picked up the remote. The girl turned pale and said that she wanted to be on stage too. Dahi asked her to look at the screen. The video showed the girl moving awkwardly. The blonde asked if she thought it could be fixed in the remaining time. Rami wiped her cheek, walked up to them and said that the older one even took extra lessons, but it didn't seem to have much effect. The coach shook her head and said that the amount of time she spent was more than Yoon Young's, that it would only make things worse. The gamer girl loudly replied that she could somehow manage before the deadline. The blonde turned to her and said that she was grateful for her help, then asked if she really needed to be on stage because she could be filming, in which case she could gather her fans and at the same time save the viewers' eyes. The girl looked down sadly. Yoon Young came to them and said with a smile that they were being very cruel to her and she just wanted to be with them, then said that she could understand why the choreographer was so harsh. She took the girl's hands and added that given the level of this performance, they still had plenty of time and there was nothing she could not achieve with enough effort. The blonde looked at her and asked if she had seen her singing and dancing. Yoon Young replied that there were only a few phrases. Dahi turned around with a smile and said that she agreed with that, but everything had its limits. Music came out of the amplifier. Siren started moving like a robot, making unpleasant sounds. Yoon Young looked at her with confusion. The gamer girl smiled and asked if she liked the performance. The girl looked away, covered her face with a fan and said that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, so she doesn't need to bother herself with something she's not good at. The gamer girl was very surprised by this. Kang Lim frowned slightly and said that even if they reduced the length of the song or the amount of lip syncs, the problem with her dancing would still be there. Yura took a sip of coffee and said that she now understood what was going on, and that it was no wonder she looked so down. The guy looked at her and said that he noticed it too. The woman asked if he wanted her to console her. The boy answered yes and said that he felt that his words would not help her this time, but she was a special person for her. Raising his eyebrows, he added that she had such a profession. Yura answered that it could be problematic. Looking the guy in the eyes, she said that in situations like this, the amount of consolation does not matter because the only solution can only be overcoming. The hero grabbed his neck and said that they were running out of time, and that he heard that even if they had time, there was a chance that it would be impossible. The woman closed her eyes and asked if he had ever heard of the 10,000-hour rule. The boy answered yes and said that she had heard of it thanks to video hosting algorithms, and that it is the idea that if a person does something for 10,000 hours, then he will succeed in it. He smiled and frowned and said that, frankly, it was a pretty pointless idea, thinking about how he still hadn't reached a high status in the game after 10,000 matches. The woman raised her hand and said that it was known in that sense, but in fact, it was exactly the opposite. Just like Edison's most famous phrase is often misinterpreted, because the 10,000-hour rule does not imply blind effort at all, but rather the importance of the environment. He imagined the woman standing by the chemical test tubes and said that perhaps she had the secret to success, after which he thought that perhaps it was some kind of super effective training program or some super scientific secret, or a shortcut. The woman got behind the wheel and said that if he wanted to help, she could prepare something, after which she asked him to take the girl with him and come together tomorrow. The young man sincerely thanked her. The inner sun set over the city. The guy looked ahead in confusion. He looked at the inscription of the virtual reality room. The woman greeted him with a smile and said that today they would do a special training session to help Siren overcome her clumsiness. The woman folded her hands and said that it sounded fun. The boy wondered if they had come to the right place. He raised his hand. The woman asked him what the problem was. The boy replied that he had thought it would be something more scientific, advanced and professional, and that he had expected this kind of training. The woman picked up the VR goggles and said that this was the very essence of an effective training program. She winked at him, smiled and said that in the modern world, when they have metaverses and artificial intelligence, along with blockchain, ESG and NFT, the boy replied that with every mention of these words, his trust in her was falling more and more. He looked around the gaming setup. The woman explained that in order to make the special training more comfortable, she had booked the entire place for the day. The boy said that he suddenly felt like he was starting to lose trust in her again. The gamer girl came up to the equipment table and said with a smile that this was the newest model. She ran up to the guy and quickly started explaining the features of the headset. He looked at her with a smile and said that he had never tried VR before, after which he thought that whatever it was, the only thing that mattered was that she felt better. Light particles of pixels were carried around the space. The girl cut down the orcs with quick waves of her hands. The boy watched her wave her hands. He put his hand to his mouth and said that it was too bad because she had interrupted the combo. The girl replied that she was not finished yet and could continue. He was confused but looked at her. The woman put on similar glasses. The guy wondered what was going on and why it was so effective. The woman replied that VR games are body-controlled games, and even if she is not very good physically, she is excellent at video games. The woman lowered her glasses over her eyes. The young man turned to her and asked if it was possible to say that her strengths overcame her weaknesses. The interlocutor answered affirmatively and said that it was not only about that. They plunged into virtual space. Zombies were heading towards them in the middle of a burning street. The guy pressed himself against the girl. She said that it was dangerous. Siren looked at them in confusion. The woman told the guy that there was a trap ahead of him. They took off their glasses. The young man said with delight that it was great, and that she had cleared the location that Siren could not. In an instant, the woman replied that she could not believe that she was better at games than Siren. Looking back at the girl, she said that everything was quite good. The gamer raised her glasses and replied that for her it was just unusual and she could do much better. She put on her glasses and confidently puffed, saying that the boy had had enough rest and should get to work. The boy tried to convince her. They started fighting off the zombies again. The girl raised her head and thought that being on stage, wanting to be useful. They touched hands. The girl decided that she also wanted to look good. She frowned tensely. The girl looked at her ally. She saw his happy face and decided that maybe she was putting too much effort into this. Siren smiled softly. The woman crossed her arms, watched them and thought that in terms of growth, what is just as important as the right method is the right thinking. She watched the guys playing and thought that among them, the most famous for its effectiveness is something much more naive and pure than things like fame or money. The guys took off their glasses and looked at each other with a smile. Yura closed her eyes with a smile and decided that it was something like this. The young man answered the phone. The girl thought that after the call he told the blonde to wait for the results of their special training. The next day, the gamer girl called her and said that she could not feel her legs and that all her muscles hurt. The hero hugged the girl. She blushed and nervously asked what was going on. The guy said that she did not need to know this, and he may be a nobody, but time is on his side. The young man got angry and exclaimed that he would crush those who made her suffer, and it does not matter how long it takes. Kang Lim frowned and asked to tell who they were. The girl protested and explained that they were not ordinary people. Several cars drove up to them. Bandit-like men got out of them. A man with a katana opened the door. A dark-haired girl came out onto the street. A bodyguard in a kimono was standing nearby. The brunette smiled and noticed that Mia was a little scared. The newcomer smirked and asked if the pink-haired girl was planning to escape. She was the CEO of Red Moon, the direct heir and leader of Isshin Mangetsu, also known as President Hong. Mia looked at them in fear and told the hero that these people were Yakuza. Kang Lim frowned and gritted his teeth. He was worried about what else might pop up: stalkers, human traffickers, a family of psychopaths. And now, the Yakuza. The president and the bodyguard looked at the boy. The woman assumed that they were trying to escape because of the people, which is why all this mess happened. She noted that children these days are so romantic. Mia smiled awkwardly and waved her hands. The girl said that it was not what the president thought, and the hero was her manager. The interlocutor replied that she had heard something about him being an employee of the store. The pink-haired girl was embarrassed and tried to come up with an excuse. The brunette came up and touched her cheek to see where the girl was injured. The president turned her gaze to the hero and said that she should thank him for protecting her daughter-in-law from a rude customer. The young man looked at her in surprise, and Mia looked confused. The brunette smiled and noted that he was behaving decently for his age, so she did not mind that they were dating. The woman was quite loyal to this aspect of the relationship, as were children at this time. Hong narrowed her eyes and offered the girl to share the trip with her, like before. The hero frowned and clarified whether she really was that same president. He looked at the woman with displeasure. Mia shuddered and tried to stop her companion. Kang Lim angrily blurted out that the woman was playing on others' weaknesses to threaten them. He asked what kind of nonsense was this about a daughter-in-law and freedom of relationships. The man with the katana lunged forward, but the brunette stopped him. She smirked and said that even if the guy was a manager, he shouldn't know about internal affairs. The bodyguard leaned over and whispered something to her. The president looked at him and clarified that the young man was a temporary manager, which made everything more problematic because he knew about the earring. Hong turned menacingly to the hero and said that she was starting to get jealous and was thinking about getting rid of the guy. Mia looked at her fearfully. The brunette looked at Kang Lim questioningly. He muttered that it was a relief. He hadn't seen that part in ESW, so he had no idea. Just hearing the word Yakuza made the hero feel tense. The guy looked at his interlocutor with disdain and said that she was a typical third-rate villain. This made him happy. The president looked at him carefully. She pointed her finger down and ordered him to kneel. Her bodyguard flinched. The man put his hand on the boy's shoulder. The guy frowned and clenched his teeth. The man overpowered him with only his left hand. The hero received a blow to the stomach. He sank to the ground. The Yakuza and his boss stood in front of him. Mia tried to say something, but her mouth was covered and she was dragged into the car. The brunette exhaled and looked at the kneeling boy. She noted that today's children lacked fortitude. The woman lowered her head and said that her ambitions were too great for third rate. Hong blushed and smiled. Her plans included the creation of a harem paradise full of women to her taste. The guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Because the woman liked the same mixed races, she spent her school years in Japan alone. The only friends she had were the otaku culture, and there Hong discovered her, the great and beautiful dream of a harem. The brunette raised her hands in joy and exclaimed that it would be a world where no one would suffer. In other words, a project for paradise. The girl folded her hands and continued that, unfortunately, in their world, it was illegal, so she prayed. Kang Lim looked at her dumbfoundedly and asked if that was why she became a Yakuza. In order to fulfill an illegal dream, the woman decided to use illegal force. The president raised her hand dramatically and replied that she did, and her dream was almost fulfilled. When her work is recognized this year, she will have a key position in the main house. There, the brunette will build her paradise, where Mia will be one of her brides. The girl turned around with a smile and asked if her dream wasn't grandiose. The bodyguard nodded. The others looked at her silently. She looked at the guy questioningly. He wanted to ask only one thing. Kang Lim wiped his lips and asked how old she was, since she kept calling everyone children. She must understand that it made her look older. The brunette stared at him in shock, her face distorted with anger. The young man narrowed his eyes and smirked. He noted that if you looked closely, you could see all the makeup smeared across her face. The hero added that such a disgusting dream made him sick. The young man asked her not to call herself an otaku, so as not to give the word a bad reputation. The president looked down at him gloomily. The brunette stood up and smirked. He asked if talking to yourself was a trait of an otaku or a third-rate villain. The interlocutor became furious and cursed. The bodyguard appeared in front of the hero and swung his fist. The sounds of blows. The president calmly looked ahead and said that she would gladly slit his throat and then hang him. She alone was busy preparing for the upcoming banquet. The man grabbed the boy by the throat. The bodyguard dangled the hero from the bridge. Hong ordered to get rid of him. Mia, in tears, pounded on the car window. The hero smiled. His lip was split. Now he knows more. Although the boy is not someone special, he promises that he will come for her. The man loosened his grip. Kang Lim fell into the water. He will not die instantly, but there must be a noose. The boy sank to the bottom. He opened his eye. Then he closed it. He was caught and pulled out. The boy was lying on the ground. A girl was sitting next to him. She brushed her wet hair from her face. A car drove over the bridge. Nari looked at him in shock and asked who the girl was and if they should follow her. She turned to look at the hero and muttered that her senior was more important. The brunette leaned against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. Then she raised her hand to her face to check his breathing. She looked at his lips. The girl hesitated. Nari ran her fingers over her lips. The schoolgirl leaned over the hero. She looked at him carefully. The young man opened his eyes abruptly. He suddenly stood up. They bumped their foreheads. The brunette grabbed her head. The guy looked at her in surprise. The hero looked around and asked what was going on, because he passed out after falling into the water. Did the loop not start? Nari looked at him and said that she saw him fall into the water when she passed by. She immediately got the guy and started checking his breathing. The high school girl asked if she should call 119. They looked at each other. Kang Lim thanked the girl for saving him. She really was amazing for diving in and picking him up. Nari explained that she learned it in school when she lived in England. The girl looked at the hero with concern and asked if he had gotten himself into something dangerous. The boy turned away and winced. The boy blushed and muttered that her clothes were wet and everything was visible. The girl looked down. Her cheeks were burning. She exclaimed that he was a pervert. The hero was driving a scooter and Nari was sitting behind him. It was probably for the best that the noose hadn't worked. The boy said that he didn't want to put her in danger. The girl looked at him from behind with displeasure and muttered if he was going to tell her sister but wanted to keep it a secret from her. The hero wondered why she had suddenly started acting like a yandere. Maybe the girl doesn't want him to involve Dahi in this. The brunette looked forward seriously and promised to tell them both all the details later, but in short, his friend needs help. However, he can't figure it out on his own. This time, there is absolutely no information from Eds. Not about the incident, not about the characters. In other words, he needs to solve this with just the noose. The scooter's mirror reflected the faces of the guys. The guy smiled and said that he was lucky to have friends. This is a lesson that the previous situation taught him. He smirked and said that he has enough support from such incredible people. Dahi crossed her arms and looked at the hero with disdain. She was surprised that he had the audacity to ask her for help. Did Mia throw him out? The young man looked at her dumbfoundedly. Nari was standing behind him. The hero did not understand what happened to her reaction. The blonde asked her sister, "Why are you wet?" It dawned on the guy. He completely forgot about the video call issue. When the hero worked as Mia's manager, he went to meet Dahi. The girl was depressed then. Of course, this time there was no such rivalry with Mia, so the guy thought that she would be fine, but he visited the blonde anyway. The girl was still depressed, and they even got into a fight over the video call. He was accused of colluding with the enemy and called a traitor. They even said that he traded them for beauty. Since the hero even let the girl into his home, the excuse that it was a coincidence would not work. So he could not fully explain everything since he did not know all the details. The guy simply promised to tell her later. After that, everything went as in the original, and he tried to cheer her up. The hero remembered how he came to the blonde because he heard that she was having difficulties. He looked at her and said that he was on her side, so stop worrying about useless things. The guy advised her to give in to her rage. The girl looked at him in surprise. He added that the interlocutor was capable in any case. The schoolgirl was reminiscing about the past. The hero looked at her questioningly and asked what was going on. A towel flew into his face. He looked at the interlocutor in confusion. She exclaimed that she didn't know. Her cheeks were red. Dahi called him an idiot. She turned around. The guy followed her, asking what he had done. The blonde only replied that he was an idiot. The hero remembered that the same thing had happened with young Ah. Overall, everything was fine, but there were details. The events involving Mia were different. In any case, after that, shocking and chaotic events poured out one after another, so he forgot the promise he had made. Dahi crossed her arms and frowned. She said that she had been waiting for a clear explanation, but had been ignored all this time. In her opinion, this was proof that he was a traitor. Nari looked at her sister in surprise and asked what this meant. The blonde smiled and said that this scum pretended to be sick and then ended up in his own house with an actress, her rival. The brunette smiled contemptuously and replied that she understood everything. The hero exclaimed that he apologized and would explain everything now. The little brother and sister went out into the hallway. They yawned and greeted the guy. They were put to bed again. Kang was sitting at the table opposite his sisters. This time, he told as truthfully as he could. The guy frowned and said that he ran into Mia, helped her and accidentally learned her secret. For this reason, he became her temporary manager and then got involved in the events with the Yakuza. However, he could not mention that his guilt was connected with the loop, which is why the hero wanted to help her so much. Nari and Dahi looked at the young man indifferently. The blonde said that she was not surprised at all, and that was him. The brunette agreed and added that the actress was probably incredibly beautiful. Dahi frowned and said that in his place, she would have done the same. She looked at the hero and said that she now wanted to help him. Nari smiled and muttered that she did too, although for personal reasons. The girl simply could not forgive President Hong's actions. She stood up to get more drinks. The blonde sat opposite the boy. The high school girl asked if he was going to tell the others about this. It seemed like he would need a lot of help. Kang wondered if it was too much to drag others into this. He did not want this to become a common burden. Dahi looked at him with displeasure and was indignant why he came to her then. In his opinion, it was okay to put this burden on her or something. The brunette frowned and replied that she was simply the most reliable in such situations. The interlocutor smiled sheepishly. They looked at each other. The girl said that she would contact Yoon first. They should use the power they already had. Nari was standing in the kitchen. She stared blankly ahead and muttered that it was time to move on to Plan B. Mia's award ceremony was on TV. The girl herself was sitting on the floor in front of the president. Hong broke the phone and said that she would confiscate it. The woman ordered the other girl to stay quiet at home until the idol goddess's performance began. The pink-haired girl lowered her head. The president said that she had invested a lot of money to make sure that she would win. Therefore, Mia should cancel all plans except for the performance and the banquet that she had to attend. Two tattooed men were standing nearby. Hong explained that she would tighten her supervision of the girl, so she should not ruin her mood with her stupid antics. The pink-haired girl looked at her in tears. The brunette demanded that the girl immediately announce after the performance that she was quitting her career as an actress. She closed her eyes and said that they would immediately go to her house. Mia protested, because they had agreed that she would wait until the actress became an adult. The president looked at her interlocutor with displeasure and replied that she was the first to break her promise. She revealed confidential information of the company, and there should be a punishment for this. Mia cried. Hong leaned towards her face and said that if she wanted love, she would get it as the first daughter-in-law. The girl with pigtails held the remote control. She said that she had a reliable friend who was an informant. The information was obtained both from him and during the investigation of the elder Chun Ya. They can consider it more than 90% reliable. Yoon Young and the hero were sitting at the table. Rami muttered that she was upset that the elder got involved with such people again. This time they were real villains. The girl looked at the hero and explained that they were even bigger than her family. Isshin Mangetsu is the largest Yakuza group in the Kanto region of Japan. They have dozens of subsidiaries and earn hundreds of millions, maybe billions, a year. One of their subsidiaries is Red Moon Entertainment. Everyone looked at the presentation. Their main goal is international turnover of material assets and what is called special responsibility for human resources. In simple terms, they provide women for entertainment. And President Hong is said to be the daughter of a low-ranking member. It seems she quickly rose up by exploiting the problems in her suppression. Rami sighed and said that they are real Yakuza. Mia's situation is pretty dire, but there is still no point in them getting involved directly. Yoon Young looked at her. The girl added that the best they can do is influence public opinion. The country's authorities will not leave them alone either. Yoon Young noted that they will certainly face some difficulties. She frowned and explained that the Yakuza are already deeply rooted here. This means that they have considerable influence, and even if they launched a large-scale investigation, there was a high chance that it would end with them simply throwing their tails out. The blonde looked at the presentation. The hero clasped his hands. The girl said that if it was only Mia, it might be enough to save her. The guy countered that they couldn't reveal that. He looked at the girl and added that the secrets Mia was trying to protect would be exposed if it was revealed that she was in a place like that. Besides, President Hong must be from EDS, the villain in the webtoon. They must have made it so that the influence of public opinion wouldn't work. There would definitely be a loophole through which they could escape. The brunette scratched his head and said that he had hoped to ask Yoon Young for help. The blonde closed her eyes regretfully and replied that she couldn't offer direct help this time. The last time they used Mig, they really went overboard. Even leaving aside the result, there were many procedural problems. This also had a pretty negative impact on the diplomatic relations between the countries. The hero looked at her dumbfoundedly and was surprised that he did something so crazy. Yoon Young frowned and said that now they needed a more legitimate reason. But if they did that, they would face the same problem. That meant Mia's secret would be revealed. Then they had an answer. The door opened slightly. Da-hee walked in and smiled. She said that they should decide this themselves. The girl looked at the interlocutors and noted that they needed to drag her out to a fair idol goddess competition. They had trained so much, after all. Yang-soo, Nari, Siren, and Young-ah offered to help the hero, because such people cannot be forgiven. Rami looked at the guy intently and asked why all the club members were here if he promised to call only a few people. The brunette shuddered and muttered that it turned out that way. He had received so much help from Young-ah, and Siren told him to tell her if something like that happened. Kang Lim leaned on his hand and explained that Da-hee and Na-rai already knew everything, and Yang-soo called because it was a pity to separate him alone. So in the end, he called everyone. The guy stood up and thanked everyone for coming. The situation was really dangerous. Da-hee leaned on her hand and asked what they were going to do. She interrupted the hero who was asking if anyone wanted to refuse. Yoon Young stood up and looked at everyone present. From now on, she would be the one to brief everyone. The girl picked up a fan and said that the current problem was that Mia was being blackmailed. Therefore, this weakness must be eliminated first. An image of President Hong's hard drive appeared on the presentation after her. Yoon Young looked closely at her allies and said that it contained the weaknesses of many people and their entertainment log. It even contained information about corruption in the highest echelons of power. In simple terms, it is President Hong's weapon and lifeline. If we get rid of it, not only Mia but also everyone else will be able to free themselves. Da-hee and Siren looked at the narrator in surprise and asked if they really wouldn't have to fight. It seemed easier than they had feared. Yoon Young looked at the slide thoughtfully and replied that it was not. The hard drive was stored in a safe in the president's villa. The villa serves as an entertainment venue for exclusive VIPs. And of course, the security there is so strict that they won't be able to even get close. Usually, it is not even open to the public. The girl covered herself with a fan and added that, strangely enough, there will be an opportunity soon. There will be a banquet at the villa. The blonde smiled and said that if they could sneak in and steal the hard drive without confrontation. Nari looked at her and finished her sentence by saying that they could selectively reveal the information. Yang-soo smiled and adjusted his glasses. He stated that espionage was his specialty. Rami raised her hand and asked if there was no backup. The hero interjected and said that there wasn't. He frowned. President Hong should be the villain in EDS. She was probably designed to be invulnerable to the point that they couldn't defeat her easily. On the other hand, it should be designed in such a way that she could be destroyed somehow. Maybe that was the original plot. With a plot like that, there was no way there could be a backup. The blondes looked at him in surprise. Da-hee asked what the specific plan was. Young-ah stared at the boy intently. Siren looked at Yoon Young. Young-ah frowned. Banquet day. President Hong's villa, many men wearing masks. The brunette smiled and greeted the guests. A bodyguard and Mia stood next to her. The woman turned around and said that she would explain to the new VIPs how things worked here. This was a stage show. All the participants were young women personally selected by the president, and they were well prepared both mentally and physically. After the show, the guests could move to the rooms prepared on the upper floor with the person they were interested in. One of the guests frowned and said that even the show was masked. In that case, the selection became a little unfair. Hong smiled and said that she was completely confident in her choice. It was also a sign of their trust in her. They didn't even need to see them to know that they were excellent. The men grinned contentedly. A dance performance by girls with fans. President Hong and Mia watched from above. The brunette looked at the guests and expressed relief that she wouldn't have to deal with those pigs anytime soon. However, the woman said that, unfortunately, she could not continue watching the show. She looked at her companion and smiled. A voice came from the speakers, announcing the continuation. Suddenly, it was interrupted. There was noise. The spotlights turned on. The blondes in fox masks familiar to the hero came out on stage. They greeted the guests cheerfully and thanked them for their presence. The men looked at the stage with displeasure and noted the lack of sophistication. The president jumped up in shock. Nari and Young-ah were walking down the corridor. Dahi's sister smiled and noted that by now the others should have started their performances. They also needed to try harder. The girl said that they should let Kang Lim in. They needed to resolve this situation according to plan. Nari looked at her interlocutor with a smile and asked if her opinion had changed, referring to what they had discussed earlier. After all, the situation had gotten worse while they were hesitating, even taking into account only her sister. Moreover, it seemed like a new obstacle had appeared. Young-ah looked at her with confusion, then turned away and said it didn't matter because she had her own decision. Nari narrowed her eyes and said that the same thing applied to her. She would have to do things her way too. A rustling sound came from the ventilation. The hero and Young-soo were crawling along the shaft. The guy muttered that it was their turn to go on stage. The girls danced on the stage. The guests were indignant. The men were indignant because they expected a formal performance and not a random farce. The guest frowned and said that President Hong was not the same. Only children would like such a show. He looked at the congressman for confirmation. All the men were mesmerized by the stage. The blonde held out her hand with a smile. The guests were dumbfounded. The man narrowed his eyes. He realized that the longing he felt for his childhood idols and the way he looked at movie characters, famous celebrities, sports stars, and robot animations. Dahi was shining as she danced with the rest of the girls. Those days when a guest would sincerely support someone were back. His inner child was coming back to life. The men were cheering. The girls were breathing heavily. Dahi noted that it seemed to be working. Siren was happy that the special training had paid off. Yoon-young approached Rami and said that it might not be enough. The younger one confirmed that they needed to give it their best. Dahi stepped forward and asked the crowd if they were ready to continue. Everyone howled. President Hong watched the scene in shock, wondering who they were. She sank into a chair and exhaled, noting that the VIPs were enjoying it, so it was okay. Nia sat next to her and remained silent. Then she looked at the brunette seriously and said that she had something to tell her. Nari climbed higher and opened the ventilation hatch. Kang Lim jumped out. Young-soo stuck his head out of the shaft and said that from now on their paths would diverge. He muttered that if a storm of misfortune crossed his path, the hero should contact him as was destined, and the young man would wait nearby in order to save him from evil fate. The brunette looked at him and asked him to be careful too and not to attract the attention of the guards unnecessarily. Young-soo continued to say something about being a lord who could defeat the entire dragon clan, but the hero closed the hatch in front of him. Kang Lim dusted off his hands and said that they could move on. The girl awkwardly looked away. He asked if anything had happened while they were making their way. The companions became nervous and answered that everything was fine and they were getting along. Nari twirled around in her yukata and asked the guy what he thought about it, since it was her first time wearing traditional clothing. The brunette looked at her and said that it suited her very well and looked natural. The girl smiled and suggested that they go to a hot spring sometime. She immediately blushed and said that the guy was a pervert. The hero was embarrassed and said that she was the one who brought it up. Young-ah approached them and smiled. The girl said that a hot spring would be nice, but it was the middle of summer. Besides, they already had plans for the holidays. Kang Lim looked ahead thoughtfully. Nari turned around questioningly. The hero remembered that they had to go to the pool this year. The brunette frowned and said that they needed to do this work properly before that. They needed to hurry, since Dahi and the others would not be able to buy them too much time. The friends headed on. Now all the VIPs were in the hall, and most of the Yakuza forces were there too. The boys were sneaking around without being seen through the window. They had already spotted the location of the safe. The plan was to steal the disc quietly while everyone was distracted. The boy peeked out from around the corner. He looked at the two men by the door. As expected, minimal security. The boy pulled back his shirt and checked his gun. He said that 2 guards was within their expectations, and they were well prepared in many ways. The girl asked in surprise if it was a real gun. Kang Lim looked at his companions and replied that Yoon Young had given it to him. He remembered how the blonde had looked at him seriously and said that this was not a matter to be taken lightly. If they were caught, who knew what kind of torment awaited them? She handed the gun to the hero and asked him to use it for protection if necessary. The boy smirked and added that, despite this, he did not intend to use it. He would not allow such a situation to arise. Kang Lim put his hand in his pocket. The girls watched in surprise. The young man said they would do it the usual way. The hero took out a coin and said that he would lure these guys out, and the guys would move out when the villains were distracted by the noise. The guy threw the coin from around the corner. The men looked at it. They became furious and exclaimed who had come to them. The heroes quickly ran away. Now the guards were even more attentive. The coin increased their level of vigilance. Young-ah looked at the hero with alarm. She was sweating. The girl suggested, unlike the game, to use what she had seen in the movie. The Yakuza looked ahead in surprise. The girl came out from around the corner, holding an ARI on her shoulder. She asked for help and explained that her sister was unwell. The guards ran up and asked what had happened. The brunette said that a suspicious stranger had been there earlier. She was holding onto the cart. The hero jumped out from under the underwear. He punched one of the guards with all his might. The other one turned around in surprise. Behind him, NARI took out a stun gun. She attacked the enemy. The girls were keeping an eye on the guards hidden in the cart. Young-ah was standing guard. The hero inside the room was trying to open the safe. The guy frowned as he tried to enter the password. He had asked to leave the password for it during the planning meeting because he had some ideas about it. The brunette was squatting. It was the same as the assumption that there would be no hard drive backup. Even if the safe hadn't appeared in Ed's, it was still clearly planned to appear. So he collected some significant numbers related to Mia and President Hong. The boy stared at the safe intently. Of course, the probability wasn't 100%, but these numbers could potentially be the password. He narrowed his eyes. But if the worst happens, there is a 100% method that he used during the broker event. The hero can use his loop ability. Kang Lim glanced at the gun and muttered why he needed it. Until now, he avoided dying by his own hand because he was afraid that the loop would not work. But now, this is clearly an Ed's episode with heroines around. The boy touched the gun. The boy gritted his teeth. Even if the loop did not work this time, he remembered the promise he made to Mia. The door suddenly swung open. The boy turned around in surprise. The blondes were all sitting on the stage, tired. Yoon Young commented that singing for so long was very tiring. He turned to them and was surprised. The girl said that she would then fill the time with conversation. The blonde looked up. The seat of the president and Mia was empty. The protagonist looked back, puzzled. He saw the brunette walking with a whole crowd of Yakuza. Hong smiled mockingly and said that the guy had enough courage to sneak into a banquet he was not even invited to and noted that he was not only ill-mannered, but also cunning. Nari and Young-ah widened their eyes in alarm. The protagonist sat by the safe and wondered how the headmistress got here so quickly, because Dahi's performance was not even over yet. The brunette waved her hand and said that she ordered the guys to get rid of him after throwing him off the bridge and was very surprised to hear that he survived. So she carefully studied everything, and as it turned out, he was a very interesting person. She recalled various moments when the protagonist was trying to catch the tied-up girl. Hong said that his police file not only indicated that he participated in stalking, but also traded people. She also added that such a guy appears in their circle at this time, recommended by Mia, and she personally verified this through the CCTV cameras. Then the headmistress grabbed her face and noted that moreover, the most interesting thing is that the guy also irritated her the most. The brunette imagined various moments when the main character walked with various girls. She explained it as the returned blonde and the famous gamer girl who were with him, from cute little girls to noble ladies, and he flirted with beauties, living his school days happily. She immediately began to angrily shout that this was the harem dream she had been striving for all her life, and this simple boy who had already achieved it was a nobody. The two brunettes listened in amazement to the principal's story, saying that she had spent so many years trying to achieve this dream, and now she envied him and could never forgive him. Hong looked back at her guards and noted that it didn't matter anymore, because she was going to kill him anyway, and it was lucky that thanks to her efforts, he was here and she would not miss her chance. Mia at this time stood with a sad look behind the door. Kang Lim slightly got excited and stood up. All the guys looked at the mocking brunette, who said that Mia told her everything during the performance, and they realized that she betrayed them. Hong said that they were friends on stage, and she also said that her hard drive could be in danger. The protagonist looked at Mia angrily and tried to find out why she did it, to which he received the answer that it was for the common good. The headmistress looked at the sad Mia with a sneer, who asked her to keep the president's promise and asked her to forget what she said about the murder and asked her to just let everyone go without any tricks. The brunette said with irony that she was not like the kids of today. The brunette stood with a dejected look when Hong said that especially if it was a promise with Mia, then she was obliged to keep it. The protagonist at that time was walking in the forest with Rami, who tried to talk about Mia's beliefs and mentioned that he said that he had already helped her, but it could be harder than he thought. The protagonist looked at the blonde in surprise, who said that she knew all this because she had gone through it herself, because when someone is down in spirit for a long period of time, it is very difficult to get back on their feet. Then Rami looked at him smilingly and said that it would not be easy, but she believed that if it was Kang Lim, everything would work out. Mia started holding the earring near her ear and apologized to Kang Lim. The brunette stood there with a sullen look when the girl explained that President Hong was a truly scary person because it was already too late for her, so she could not do anything. Mia smiled with tears in her eyes and stated that the words he said to her were enough to comfort her. The protagonist lowered his head into the shadow, realizing that this time the plan did not work. He began to get angry through his bangs and tried to console himself that everything was fine, because this was just the first attempt and he would come back as many times as necessary to try again. He began to grin angrily and knew that he would do it no matter how. Suddenly, he exclaimed. All the people stood in front of the protagonist. The guy immediately rushed forward. He began to push Mia to the ground. He held the girl and shouted that she was stupid and tried to bring her to her senses. The brunette, looking at what was happening, began to laugh loudly, thinking that it was a banal phrase and some ironic moment. Supposedly the guy thought that he was a manga hero or something like that. What was happening ironically and noted that it was a pity, because apparently Kang Lim could not accept that Mia chose her and not him. The brunette was immediately grabbed by the Yakuza on the orders of the director. The angry men ran forward on the orders. After them, the disguised girls also ran. Dahi and Rami ran after each other and hoped that Kang Lim did not fail, especially since their faces were revealed. Siren watched in horror as a crowd of men ran towards her. Yoon-young held a closed fan to her face and realized that she had no choice. She immediately opened it and smiled, realizing that it was time to use her trump card. Dahi was furiously shouting for the girl to use her trump card already because there was no time to pose. The sun rays were leaking from the ceiling onto the railing. Hong stood on the stage with a microphone and said that they apologized for the delay in the performance due to a small mistake and they would soon send them to heaven. The masked people began to smile, thinking that this time they would be able to achieve their dream, but some of them wanted to forget that someone needed this performance. The brunette ran forward and wanted to hear about the situation. She was angry until two big guys approached her and she asked them if they had caught the other spies. The Yakuza apologized and said that they had not yet. Apparently they had difficulties because of the maid. The headmistress looked around in confusion and asked who the maid was. A bunch of white ribbons cut through the air. The maid used those ribbons, crushing everything in her path. The guards watched the scene with numbness and anger and tried to attack one of the girls. The group of girls watched from the side with concern, and Yoon-young laughed, noting that this was her strategy. Mia looked at the man with bewilderment, who stated that with the exception of the vice captain, who was escorting the VIP clients, they had sent all the remaining staff, and therefore it was only a matter of time before they caught the spies. The brunette looked at the worried Mia, who did not understand what Hong was doing and what she was even saying, because she was supposed to let the guys go, not catch them. The brunette replied that she would just catch them for a while so that they would not cause trouble. Mia heard this and became angry, baring her teeth, realizing that the brunette was changing her promises again, as usual. Hong comfortingly hugged her friend and said that everything depended on Mia's intentions. The brunette leaned against the angry Mia's face and realized that the girl was sweating and suggested taking a bath together. Mia suggested that they at least find an empty room first. It was a spacious room with dim lamps. The brunette noted that the girl knew that no one except her could get to the third floor. Mia stood timidly behind, listening to how the reason Hong had been holding back all this time was simple, and she wanted to pick this flower at the moment of its blooming. The brunette reached for her red scarf, wanting to pick it, and stated that this was why she was in no hurry to lay hands on her, but since she had decided to quit her job, there was no need. The headmistress threw off her scarf with a smile and declared that it was time for them to be together because this was the beginning of eternal paradise. Her friend immediately pointed a gun at her. The brunette stood in front of the girl, who declared that she was tired of listening to her nonsense, and that was the end. Hong watched with a smirk and tried to understand what Mia was doing. The headmistress threw up her hands when a gun was pointed at her and noted that killing her was pointless, and Mia understood this perfectly well, not to mention that the children would be killed and the vulnerabilities they were trying to protect would be exposed. The headmistress with a sly grin told Mia not to tell her that she had gone crazy when she saw the safe and not to think that she could solve everything by stealing the hard drive. So she asked her to drop this matter because opening the safe was absolutely useless. The main character burst into their room. He was surrounded by his brunette friends and noted, to be precise, that it did not need to be opened. The headmistress, stunned, widened her eyes, not understanding how the spies got here. Kang Lim stood surrounded by girls and Mia with a gun, saying that it was now his turn to talk about everything and how he was able to get to her. He spread his hands with a grin and said that he knew nothing and did not understand what to do. He looked back at the smiling Young-ah and said that it was all her plan. The brunette looked away with a lively expression and apologized to Kang Lim because in order to deceive enemies, she had to deceive allies first, and she couldn't tell in advance. Young-ah looked at the protagonist in surprise. Then she looked puzzled with a puzzled expression. He walked forward and said that as for Kang Lim, he seemed quite confident, and she asked her friends if they thought he would be okay. The brunette walked behind the blondes when Rami assured that it was true, because the password to the safe also worried her, and it also seemed like the guy was too confident that there was no backup. Young-ah walked with a sad expression and realized that the reason Kang Lim was so confident that there was no backup was because this incident was also part of the webtoon. She imagined the knight saving the princess from the monster and realized that if she thought like a comic book character, the moment they defeated the boss of the episode, all the events would resolve themselves, and that was an unchangeable rule. She remembered looking at her phone in surprise, and there was only one thing that didn't add up, because she decided to think in such a way that she hadn't seen this incident in the list before. She remembered the various moments at school with Kang Lim, and realized that before they found out that something bad had happened to Siren, Kang Lim looked visibly worried. She stood in front of the elevator, thinking about what this could mean. Even if it was part of a webtoon, there could be events that even the protagonist himself didn't know about. It was the doors of the black elevator, and she realized that if this was the case, then the current plan might not be enough. She immediately ran forward and understood that this time she would definitely be Kang Lim's strength. She was sitting at the computer in the room. Young-ah was currently on the phone with Yoon-young, who said that the safe was accessed remotely, and they double-checked with the staff who worked there, and their friend said that he had a few ideas about the password. The brunette was excitedly talking on the phone and thanked Yoon-young, because she just thought it would be nice to clarify since she was thinking about completely different things and wished her a good night. Then, with a slightly puzzled look, she looked at her phone and realized that, like with the backup, Kang Lim definitely guessed the password based on the contents of the webtoon. The brunette smiled slightly from under her brows and thought that perhaps this incident might not end with the password. She imagined the headmistress as a demonic boss and again began to think like a comic book hero. The idea of getting a password as a reward after defeating a boss was a little weird. She imagined Kang Lim hitting the brunette in the comic, and Young-ah thought it would be more believable if it was a key, since it would be easy to imagine a scenario where they defeat the boss. Then she imagined the angry brunette holding Hong's corpse. She knew that it wouldn't work with a password, since it was pointless to knock out the boss and they couldn't visually show that they got the password. She looked at her phone with disgust and hypnotized eyes, noticing that judging from the list of incidents, the genre of a webtoon or shounen or thriller, something like a blockbuster, didn't seem like they would highlight a moment where the action was impossible. Young-ah touched her chin with a pencil in confusion, wanting to think about why the authors did that, since if she were the author, there would be no reason for her to include a password. Suddenly, she exclaimed, her mouth slightly open, wanting to draw it. She immediately began to draw and assumed that the protagonist was one of the most typical heroes. She held a pen in front of the drawn safe, thinking about weakness, safety, villas, banquet, and prioritizing unknown information. She touched her hands to the password panel and thought about the Yakuza, President Hong, and the rescue operation. She stared wide-eyed, looking ahead, and after clarifying the environment for unimportant keywords and intertwining them with the characteristics and setting of the genre, she wanted to get to the point. The film strip was intertwined into a sketch of Young-ah. She held a black pen in front of the screen. Then in her sketch, the safe was empty because there was an answer that it was a dummy. The brunette raised her eyebrows in confusion and realized that it was just a bait to fool the protagonist, and the real hard drive was in another place. She imagined that the safe was crossed out and the hard drive was in an unknown location. In the environment, the reason could be the war among the Yakuza, because they could hide it in two different places for caution, but it would be difficult to find a safer place than the safe. She thought with a little concern that she had a couple of ideas, but she needed to test them to do it herself. The bright moon was shining in the night sky. Nari was peeking out from the corner of the door at this time. She tried to run to the empty chairs. Then she attached a note to the arm of the chair. People in suits sat on these red chairs. Mia sat on the chair and felt a note on the armrest. She picked up the note and read it with confusion. It said that Kang Lim's friends came here to help her. Mia was surprised with a dumbfounded expression, realizing that they were going to steal President Hong's hard drive. The spotlights were shining down on the stage. All the girls were wearing masks and performing a concert, greeting everyone and wanting to start the performance. Hong was confused while Mia sat there looking puzzled. She swallowed and realized that when the girls appeared on stage, Mia should have informed the president about their intrusion. The president looked at the worried Mia with confusion, who should have told her that the hard drive was in danger and she would definitely react. Hong looked away in confusion, her eyes wide. The blonde girl looked away in alarm, realizing that Hong would try to go somewhere in a hurry or quickly give someone an order. The brunette started touching her collar with a surprised look, because they knew that she could try to check the hard drive herself. At that moment, Mia pointed a gun at Hong in the company of her friends. Young-ah frowned and looked ahead, realizing that the headmistress really did have a hard drive on her body. Kang Lim looked back at the brunette in confusion, trying to figure out what exactly had happened. The brunette stood next to Mia and stated that of course she hadn't planned everything up until this point, since it was thanks to Mia's adaptability and acting that they had made it work. The headmistress looked at the girls, placing her hand on her waist, and noted with irony that apparently not only one of them had gone crazy, thinking that this was a feature of this generation. She added that the boys had relied on a plan that was practically like a game in a casino, and asked them not to talk about it with such pride. Kang Lim, in the company of the brunettes, frowned at Hong, who stated that they had tried to save Mia without understanding the whole situation, putting their friends' lives on the line like a game of dice. The brunette said that if she had been fickle, they would have all died. Nari smiled mockingly and denied her such a statement, since the girl probably forgot that they were able to get here. Hong stood there with an angry look, hearing that if the girl's plan put Kang Lim and his friends in danger, she would hardly help them. Nari smiled next to the puzzled Young-ah and said that during the strategy meeting, Kang Lim mentioned something, and she thought that it could be used, so during Young-ah's planning, she offered to personally conduct the casting. All the girls ran forward in a panic. Siren saw the maid throwing all the bandits aside. Da-hee then looked to the side, seeing another crowd that was trying to catch them so persistently. Yoon-young was in a great panic, while the other girls watched the situation with a cool head. Yoon-young understood that they were surrounded. However, Da-hee along with Rami wanted to carry out their plan as a decoy. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Rami's shoulder from behind. A masked woman came out from behind the door and asked the boys if they were Da-hee, then she asked them to hide with her. When the bandits ran up to this woman, she pointed her finger in the other direction, saying that they ran that way. At this time, all the girls were hiding behind the screen, and they began to thank the woman who saved their lives. They were trying to figure out who this girl was when suddenly she took off her mask and said that there was no need to thank her since she was dragged here half by force anyway. The red-haired girl looked forward sadly. She remembered how a stack of photos were placed in front of her. She was sitting at the table opposite the brunette. At that moment, the brunette was smirking in a dark aura. This brunette continued to smirk maliciously. The red-haired girl drooped in horror and became numb. She looked at her mask and said that the other half was her own retribution to Mia. Kang Lim scratched his head in bewilderment and said that in any case, he fell for it and could have gone crazy like Hong. He looked at the worried brunette and said that if Mia had not warned him at the end, it would have been different. The headmistress tried to find out what they had told him, to which the brunette had only smirked and replied that they had communicated using a sign that only they knew. He remembered how a tearful Mia had looked at him with embarrassment. Suddenly, he realized, and he exclaimed. He had seen the girls' hands shaking, and that was their secret signal. He remembered how he had communicated with Mia, and she had smiled at him, saying that everything was fine with her, although he had not believed her. She had asked him there if he had really thought that the earring was some kind of magical object. He remembered how the girl had convulsively held onto her shirt and was shaking. At that moment, he had rushed to run. Then he had knocked the girl down. He had covered her with his body, holding onto the gun. Then, on cue, the girl had grabbed her earring and understood that it would be really scary to go against the president, but she could not abandon the people who had tried to help her even in such a situation. The brunette watched as the girl pointed her gun at Hong. She held onto her earring and glared at the president, saying that it was a more heartbreaking story. The brunette stood in front of the crowd of guys. The protagonist looked ahead indifferently and said that it was over and asked the girl to hand over the hard drive. The president pulled out a red flash drive in front of him. It was a red flash drive on a string. The president said that the so-called hard drive was a scam all along, because it was a necklace with a flash drive that they came for. The guys watched the brunette with the flash drive, who asked them why they thought she was just carrying it around and suggested that she should have just put it in the safe. She looked at them with a smirk from under her brows and said that her body was the safest place in this world because of the guards. A wave of light beam cut through Mia's gun. The samurai said that he had found something strange in the heart. It was the man with the katana who had covered the president and asked her for directions. Kang Lim looked at Mia in surprise, who was excited about her cut gun, and realized that it was the guy from the bridge. He remembered how the samurai held him and tried to throw him off the bridge. The two brunettes looked at what was happening in shock as he cut the gun. Hong smiled maliciously, standing behind the samurai, asking him about the emergency lock. The guy replied that it had been activated and should work. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that the building began to shake. Walls began to appear from the floor. The sword along with the stand began to fall. This smoke began to rise up along with the walls. Kang Lim looked back at the worried brunettes, who noticed something was wrong. They saw that the smoke was enveloping the walls and the ceiling. A new wall appeared, which Kang Lim began to knock on, trying to call the girls back. Nia was nearby and did not understand what to do in such a situation. The protagonist and the girl realized that they were trapped in a locked room. The brunette lowered the red handkerchief to the floor and said that this was an emergency lock, which was designed for the accidental appearance of the police, and for 10 minutes it did not matter what they did, the wall would not open. The president looked at the worried guys and explained that initially this wall was made to buy them some time, but now it was used to catch a couple of spies, and added that in 10 minutes her subordinates would gather here, so they did not need to worry. The brunette began to maliciously adjust her handkerchief, saying that by that time they would already be dead. Hong extended her hand, glowing with a purple aura along with the samurai, and ordered him to finish off the guys. The brunette immediately grabbed Mia and said that it was dangerous and ordered her to stay close to him. The protagonist grinned angrily and remembered that the brute force with which the samurai caught him then left no doubt that he was from ESW, and he should have been about the same level of strength as the protagonist. Not a man, but a machine. He looked at the samurai holding the sword and did not like this development, especially with such a weapon where all this was not predicted. The main character noticed a katana lying on the floor. A stream of light rushed past him, and he wanted to deal with it first. The samurai cut the wall with a crushing blow. The brunette looked away in shock and thought that it was madness, because it was the power with which he was able to destroy a concrete wall. Kang Lim immediately grabbed the katana and wanted to deal with everyone now. He saw the black silhouette of the samurai flying towards him. A beam of light was being cut in front of his face. Suddenly, he turned black and found himself in another effect. He grabbed his neck with a depressed feeling, realizing that he had somehow survived. He looked at what was happening in shock and understood that a head-on battle with the samurai was absolutely impossible, and they definitely needed a strategy to avoid him, maybe even escape from this room. The brunette stretched her hand forward and again gave the order to the samurai to finish them off. The swordsman swung his katana at Kang Lim. The main character looked at what was happening with a dumbfounded look and did not understand why this was happening to him. Nia closed her mouth in horror, worried about Kang Lim. The girl continued to stand, finding herself in a black effect. The president gloated as she adjusted her collar and said that in 10 minutes her subordinates would gather here, and so the guys didn't need to worry because they would already be dead by then. The brunette grabbed his head with a grin and tried to calm down because he always knew that the save points could be corrupted, and for some reason since the last time, it happened constantly, as if someone was doing it on purpose. Kang Lim held his head and thought that maybe this could be to his advantage because, simply put, if he could knock out that guy, the whole problem would be solved. He again imagined Hong raising her hand and giving the swordsman the order to finish off the guys. The main character grinned maliciously and realized that this time Young-ah and Nari stole all the cool moments from him. The swordsman in the dark aura swung his blade at him and he realized that it was time for him to shine in the moment. The trees were filtering the moonlight. At this time, the girl was driving with Yang-soo. All the girls were sitting in the car and were worried, trying to figure out if everything would be okay with Kang Lim. Yoon-young said that she was also worried about Young-ah and Nari. Siren added that they needed to go back and check everything. Da-hee looked at the floor and said that the Kang Lim she knew always found a way out of such situations. Hong stretched out her hand and again gave the order to the samurai to finish off the guys. The swordsman stomped his foot. He cut the air with his blade, but the brunette managed to dodge. The protagonist reached for the blade. He immediately put his sword in front of him, facing the enemy. The protagonist bared his teeth strongly, trying to hold back the swordsman's attack, and did not think that wielding a sword was always so difficult. The samurai with a dark aura tried to attack him. Suddenly, the samurai's blade broke Kang Lim's sword. He immediately found himself in a black negative effect. Kang Lim began to run away with all his might and tried to forget about the pain, thinking of it all as a game, because in the end he had plenty of time. If he continued to learn step by step, he would not survive. A samurai with a dark aura blocked his way. His blade cut the space with a stream of light. This stream of light ended up in a black effect. The brunette, baring his teeth, tried to run away because he realized that the problem of his physical condition could not be solved by a loop because unlike the mind, the body was preserved in a certain state. He imagined how a fire samurai appeared from an ordinary swordsman. The guy understood that this meant that it was impossible to practice fencing for countless hours in a loop and become an expert in order to defeat him. The swordsman with a dark aura swung his blade, and the guy realized that in this direction his training would be templated. The brunette tried to run to the side and understand the reason why he was able to dodge his first attack, realizing that he knew in advance how it would happen. The main character angrily bared his teeth and understood that he remembered everything, as if he was playing a game on a computer, and all possible movements of his body and all patterns of his movements were known. The samurai managed to inflict a cut wound on Kang Lim's back. Kang Lim wheezed, spitting out blood. He immediately turned white, finding himself in the effect. The main character stood with a sword opposite the samurai, and the guy understood that if he rolled to any side here, he would not be able to dodge and would be cut because there was a wall behind him, and if he turned his back and ran, he would be pierced. He began to run forward, understanding that all that was left was to break through to the forehead. He managed to bend down before the samurai's swing. He found himself in the negative effect at this moment and understood that it was a matter of time and to bend down a little faster. He bent down even more from the swing of the blade. Then he swung his blade furiously, realizing that it was time to counterattack. He made a small cut on the swordsman's face. Then the samurai attacked the guy, causing blood to splatter. The samurai cut Kang Lim's blade in half. Then the swordsman pierced Kang Lim's body. With another attack, he threw the guy back. A bunch of light beams cut through the air. Blood splashed onto Mia's face. The brunette was kneeling and holding his wound, realizing that he had tried this pattern for a long time. The bloody guy looked ahead painfully and realized that there were at least 10 probabilities for each action and an infinite number of patterns that needed to be memorized. Then, in a negative effect, a white beam flashed in front of Kang Lim's face. Hong stretched her hand forward, giving the swordsman the order to finish off the guys. Kang Lim tried to resist the swordsman with his sword and understood that if his memory was not enough, then he would force his body to learn because his feelings remained even after the loop. He held his blade with a tremor and felt this mess, which he got into through stupidity, although everyone tried so hard to help him. He immediately began to scream furiously and understood that he should at least show them a happy ending. The swordsman looked ahead in bewilderment and did not understand what this guy was doing. He looked at what was happening in bewilderment and understood that a completely untrained body and fencing without any basics, the guy was able to master. The protagonist in demonic form looked at the samurai, who noticed that all his movements were red. The samurai looked ahead in bewilderment and understood that all his movements were red. The samurai swung his blade, but the guy managed to jump down. Kang Lim dodged the light beams with a frown, and the samurai did not understand how an ordinary guy who should be cut in one go could fight like that. The headmistress watched the duel and told the samurai not to shirk, but to quickly finish off Kang Lim. Nia held hands and looked at the duel with excitement. The samurai's eye began to thin out the red light. The warrior ducked under the light beam, radiating a dark aura. The main character looked at what was happening in amazement. He managed to cover himself with a blade from the attack. The samurai left light beams after the attack above the guy. The warrior dodged his head from the energy beam. The samurai managed to jump back. The exhausted samurai adjusted his robe and did not understand who the guy was in front of him because it was as if he saw everything. Kang Lim moved the blade aside and explained that it was the future when he seemed to know what would happen in advance, and now he understood what his enemy was thinking all this time. The brunette pulled out a sharp blade in front of him and said that he saw everything in his slow movements, which were understandable to him. Kang Lim looked ahead with a smirk and realized that it would be right to say that he saw most of them, but there was still a little learning left. If he got even the slightest opportunity, he was sure that he would seize it. The samurai held onto the blade and did not understand how this guy dared to be so impudent. Suddenly, the brunette looked back to the side. Nia looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked Kang Lim about why he tried so hard for her and why he went so far that he was ready to get such injuries. The brunette turned his back to her and said that this was the way, because it was the least he could do to atone for his guilt before her. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the back of Kang Lim, who told her that before entering this room, he heard her words about quitting her job and so on. He stood with his back to her and told her not to dare quit acting. The samurai stood with a blade, covering the brunette. Kang Lim told Mia that she was very good at deceiving everyone around her and was even willing to endure unpleasant situations, all because of the love for her job, so she should not quit because of scum like them. Drops of blood were on Kang Lim's face, who notified that if the information leaked, there would be people who would criticize her. He immediately put the blade in front of him and said that now he would definitely be on her side, no matter what. Nia's eyes widened at these words. Hong put her hand on her waist and said that it didn't matter to her how much she liked them back in their day, she simply couldn't stand open flirting. She also pointed out to Kang Lim that he should have realized the situation he was in by now because he wouldn't get out of here alive. Nia rushed to attack furiously. She started to knock down the brunette. The headmistress was pinned to the ground and was indignant at what Mia was doing. Mia glared at the president and said that she wouldn't tolerate this anymore, and that was enough for her. Even though it was too late, she wouldn't obey her anymore. She screamed furiously and with tears in her eyes that she would get up and fight just like Kang Lim. Mia started to hit the brunette, who screamed that she didn't even understand who she was dealing with. The samurai looked at the president in shock, worried about her. The brunette grinned maliciously and understood that Mia had made a good move, and now was the perfect moment to attack. He immediately cut the wound on the samurai's body with his sword. Blood splashed across the swordsman's body. Kang Lim looked at him closely and realized that even having figured out his pattern and having the advantage of movement, he was too weak to finish this fight and therefore wanted to leave it to a single blow. The wounded samurai swung his blade, and Kang Lim understood that even an itch could eventually cause anxiety and impatience. The samurai dealt a crushing blow to the wall. The entire space was filled with dust. The brunette stared at the cut wall and understood that he had provoked him to attack with bluffs and taunts. He looked at the samurai who had cut the entire wall. The protagonist understood that he was doing everything to ensure that his attacks were directed only towards one wall. The wall began to crumble. The wounded samurai looked ahead. The main character tried to attack him from behind. He bared his teeth fiercely, swinging his blade. At this time, the girls were playing a console in a duel because it was the day of the sleepover of the multi-purpose cultural club. Dahi was happy that she defeated Siren. The three girls behind were watching this duel and knew that Dahi had won. Rami noted that this victory was due to displacement, but the blonde assured that forcing someone out of the game by displacing someone from the arena was also a strategy. Siren coolly looked away and said that she admitted that winning by displacement was an acceptable tactic, but it definitely wouldn't work next time. Dahi looked at Siren mockingly and said that she would not play with her anymore because she was very bad at it and had only won once. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened in alarm. The protagonist sat with a puzzled look while the girls argued. The brunette swung his blade behind the samurai's back and knew that there were no useless stones on the go board because he never knew that the missing episode would be a clue for him. The swordsman managed to look back. The protagonist bared his teeth furiously, swinging his blade. Then he screamed bloodthirstily. The samurai managed to put his blade out in defense. The samurai flew into the wall, crumbling it, and Kang Lim realized that he was now sure that no one cared about the ESW plot, and from this day on this would be their story with ESW. The wall immediately crumbled and broke. The samurai, along with the remains of the stones, flew out into the street. The swordsman flew in the air with the stones. Mia, along with Hong, while they were fighting, looked to the side. A powerful impact occurred from the falling stones. The protagonist looked at the hole in the wall and smirked. Then he looked at the fighting girls. He started walking towards them and asked Mia to stand up for a while as he had some unsettled scores with Hong. The brunette worriedly extended her hand and tried to calm Kang Lim down so that he would listen to her, and informed him that if he laid a finger on her, he would not be able to survive, and asked him to think about how he would leave this place. She extended her hand towards Kang Lim's black silhouette and begged him for mercy. She looked around in shock and shouted that she promised to let his friends go, assuring him that it was a good deal. Mia watched from the sidelines. The brunette fell to her knees and began to apologize sincerely and ask for forgiveness for her defeat, because there was no need to continue this violence, and said that she would not lay a finger on Mia again. The brunette twisted her face, covering her hands, because she realized that she had no choice. And this guy was definitely unusual because the fact that he defeated a samurai one-on-one was simply unthinkable. The protagonist dropped his sword and told the girl to raise her head. Hong looked at Kang Lim with inspiration. The protagonist swung his fist to hit the girl because he told her to raise her head to hit her hard. He dealt a powerful blow to the girl, pinning her to the ground. The brunette lay unconscious, face down on the floor. The walls began to come down again. The two brunettes looked at each other with alarm. More bandits began to knock on the door, wanting to get inside to deal with the villains. Nari looked back worriedly as Kang Lim said that all the small fry were already gathered, and he was glad that the girls were both okay. The two brunettes looked back numbly and were glad that Kang Lim and Mia were alive and were trying to figure out what happened to that samurai and Hong. The brunette smiled standing next to the hole, and he explained that he managed somehow and now they had to get out of here. Mia looked back worriedly as the two brunettes tried to hold the door. The brunette looked at the hole in the wall confusedly. He started shaking his head and said that he had an idea and asked the girls to open the doors. He immediately grabbed his sword and said that this would do. The thugs suddenly burst into their room trying to see the president. They saw that the girl was unconscious and began to get indignant. Kang Lim screamed for everyone to shut up and listen to him. A group of thugs stood at the door and listened to what all belonged to their boss, who contained her weaknesses and crimes. Kang Lim immediately swung his blade at them. He then looked at them with a smirk and asked them how the girl suddenly became like this. The brunette looked at the thugs with a smirk and said that it was pointless to deal with them now because the police were already nearby and their target was only Mia, so it would be beneficial for both sides to just leave each other. The guy in the shirt stopped his evil friend, who was about to punch Kang Lim, and asked him what he meant. The brunette looked at them with a smirk when they wondered why they should let them go. The guy said that they could have put all the blame on President Hong and also supported the other leader and continued to threaten the people from the agency like they did before. The brunette in the shirt frowned slightly and said that they needed that hard drive for this, and now that they had destroyed it, he couldn't agree with it. The protagonist mockingly extended his hand and said that the others didn't know about it, that the hard drive had really been destroyed. All the girls looked at Kang Lim in shock, who was trying to understand if the bandits understood him, because if they let them go quietly, there would be no problems in the future, and they could continue to threaten as if they still had weaknesses, although they didn't. He pointed to the hole in the wall and said that if they touched the civilians even a finger, they would never be able to cover up this case. And then of course the police would find out about it and they would no longer have the opportunity to blackmail them. The brunette grinned sarcastically and said that then not only the leader, but the entire organization would fall, and he wondered if the main house knew that it would not let them get away with it. The protagonist stood in front of a whole crowd of bandits who began to get angry and tried to persuade the elder to join the fight. The guy in the shirt began to turn around and told his guys to forget about it. He immediately began to leave. The elder in the shirt stood in front of his crowd. The guys began to leave. Young-ah looked at the protagonist and did not understand what just happened because she was surprised. The hard drive was broken on the floor. The brunette took out a red flash drive and said that the real hard drive was this one, and just in case there was a chance to replace it, he brought a dummy in advance. He remembered the moment with Yoon Young and how this hard drive was a secret. He thought that the girl might actually have a flash drive, since even Yoon Young, who was collecting information, didn't know about it. He recalled how the brunette adjusted her collar and took out the flash drive, explaining that moreover, given the president's personality and the fact that she didn't trust others, it was likely that even her subordinates didn't know what a real hard drive looked like. The girls stood next to Kang Lim, who stated that it didn't matter and asked them about how they thought the real Yakuza had any sense of loyalty. Nari noted that the guy had prepared well. He closed his eyes and brought that without this, they wouldn't have been able to reveal their crimes to the world, and after all this journey and all these difficulties, he would only be satisfied by catching them all. He looked at Mia with a smile and told her that in any case, he kept his promise. The girl looked at him in surprise when he explained that it was the same promise he had made on the bridge when he had taken her away, because he had promised to crush those who had caused her all this suffering. He threw his sword over his shoulder and laughed maliciously, saying that she should also keep her promise and put on a great show at the Idol Goddess show. The girl's eyes widened in alarm. Kang Lim stood in front of the three girls. He suddenly looked to the side when he heard a sound and assured them that it was time for them to go back. At this time, it was night outside the wall. The samurai was lying on the ground. He thought with a heavy look that it was not supposed to end like this because the president had changed at some point. He remembered how little Hong ran around the garden with Sakura. Then he was with the president on the days when they played as children at the place of their promise, and she was still pure. He remembered her smile, but then suddenly a sword flew. This sword was flying straight at the scared samurai. The protagonist turned away from the hole in the wall while the samurai passed out. He told the girls that nothing happened, he just felt that someone wanted to tell an unnecessary backstory, realizing that someone thought too much of themselves. The protagonist looked at the three girls and said that now it was definitely time to go back. He stretched his hand forward as he saw the scared girls. Then he began to lose consciousness. The girls saw that the brunette fell to the floor. It was a white bright ceiling, unfamiliar to Kang Lim. He was sitting on a hospital bed with a bandaged hand. He could not believe that this was the ending with the hospital that he was so afraid of, because after such a fainting spell, he was told that he was unconscious for several days. Then he lay with a tired look on the bed in front of the doctors. There were many muscle tears all over his body then, and he was told that his heart was under a lot of strain, although his mind was trained with loops. But his body could not keep up with his mind. Then he pestered again and thought that he had trained a little, but the difficulty level set for the protagonist of ESW was incredible. A brunette came into his room with bags and brought him what he asked for. The protagonist enthusiastically took the bag, looking at the girl who brought him a portable charger. She did not understand what he was talking about, thinking that he had decided to move to the hospital permanently. She sat and looked at him, saying that he looked pretty good and offered to check something. She said that it was like he had driven a scooter into a tree or something, because somehow he managed to end up in this state by simply falling. The guy was looking at his game console and replied that it somehow happened on its own. The girl wondered why it sounded like there was a story behind it then. She thought he was probably doing something stupid and ended accordingly. He looked down as he was questioned about who the friend was who he said helped him, even getting a separate room because of his connection to the hospital director. That was roughly how he explained it to the others. Rami and Yoon Young were also standing nearby. He had to do quite a lot this time, and with the help of these girls, they leaked the contents of the flash drive to the internet. The guy in the hat and the anonymous mask spoke in the video. The information about it being a red moon, a company connected to the Yakuza and their collusion in crimes. He presented various moments, the conversation of the people at the table and the worried girl. However, in the case of the actor and the idols connected to him, most were acting under duress, so they tried to minimize their damage by disclosing information selectively. The police chief spoke at the conference. It was enough to attract the attention of the public, because he heard that the investigation began almost immediately. Two girls with black stripes on their eyes thought about what was happening, because this news was leaking from different places. Mia sat at the table under the lights of cameras. As a result, the promising actress of the Red Moon, Mia, also attracted attention. Despite her desire to cooperate with the investigation, there were people calling for the cancellation of the idol goddess's performance. The guys were sitting at a table in front of the reporters. The reporter raised her hand and asked if it was permissible to perform under such circumstances. Someone from the side shouted that even if the girl was innocent, it could be a problem, because it could be related to the termination of the contract with the Red Moon. Yi Hyun looked on anxiously, sitting next to Mia, and ordered the reporters to maintain order, starting to explain. All attention was focused on Mia, who stated that the idol goddess must continue no matter what. The girl then sat with a dejected look. She recalled the moments with the Kang Lim fight. She immediately opened her eyes and screamed if they just stopped, it would look like they had given in to evil, and she was not willing to let that happen again. Yipple looked at her maliciously. Then he began to speak into the microphone that he was of the same opinion, and he trusted the actress he chose himself, so he was willing to risk his career for this performance that should not be stopped. The reporters began to exchange glances. Thus, the idol goddess's performance continued its preparations safe and sound, although it took a slightly different form from what was originally planned. It was an empty corridor under the rays of the sun. Da-hee walked along the corridor. Then, on the way, she met Young-ah. They met each other. An orange sunset was visible above the hospital building. Min-jeong came out of the ward. She walked along the corridor. Girls appeared in front of the door. They entered the main character's ward. Da-hee exchanged glances with Young-ah. They looked around awkwardly. On the signboard were pictures of Mia and Da-hee. The reporter was live streaming. She said that it was in front of the stadium where the K-Idol Fest would be held, and the stage performance would start any minute. The signs had pictures of the girls on them. The reporter said that instead of the originally planned competition for the role of Sunhee, this event would be a unification performance for Mia and Da-hee, adding that after the acting stage, there would be a performance stage similar to a musical. Yipple stared ahead. Ki-yeon asked if this was the right decision. The brunette was looking at the monitor. Ki-yeon said that Da-hee would become Sunhee and Mia would become Aki, noting that the initial reaction from the internet didn't seem good. Yipple looked up dejectedly. He said that it would be boring if it ended there, but they spent the entire night reworking the script and direction. Yipple smiled mischievously, telling everyone to get ready. People gaped. The male lead stood with two girls. Mia and Da-hee appeared on stage. Mia said that she would put an end to this annoying relationship that day. Da-hee asked what she thought would scare her, noting that she would not back down. The male lead opened his mouth. He noted that in the original story, there was no unification stage, adding that the stage itself was supposed to be the culmination of the rivalry between Sunhee and Aki, where they would fight for the audience. Yoon-young stood on the stage with a microphone. The male lead thought that even if he looked at the previous event, it was like that. Yoon-young said that they would start soon, and they should greet the heroes of the event with applause. Yoon-young looked at Da-hee with bewilderment, who grabbed her throat. The blonde said that this was a proud moment for their eldest Sunhee. The girl held her throat, which was emitting a purple aura. Yoon-young asked what was wrong with her and if she was okay. The blonde said something about her voice. Mia smiled maliciously, holding out her hand. She told her to just give up since she was using all of her heavenly energy, and even if she couldn't return to heaven, it didn't matter, adding that even if she had to use the left hand of destruction, as long as she could crush it, it didn't matter. Da-hee fell to her knees. Yoon-young said that then she wouldn't be able to perform. The blonde as Sunhee said that she could endure it. She looked at Mia with displeasure. Sunhee told Mia as Aki that it was so trivial, asking if she was really happy with it. Aki stood with her back turned, looking at Sunhee. The blonde asked if she could really be satisfied with winning in such a cowardly way. Mia bared her teeth. Da-hee asked if this was really the top idol she wanted to become. She stood up, radiating her aura. The blonde said that for her sake too, she couldn't give up. A bright, blinding light was directed at Mia. The pink-haired girl looked sadly ahead, saying that she would fulfill her dream. The protagonist watched the performance. He noted that when asked why it became a unifying performance, director Yipple answered like this. The director was watching the event. Kang Lim noted that he said that what was needed now was not a battlefield of rivalry, but a place of unity, so they changed the plot to one where Aki was touched and decided to change. A chat window was visible on the monitor. Mia was visible on the broadcast. People were unhappy because it was hard for them to accept it, noting that Mia was only able to pull it off with her charisma. The pink-haired girl remembered her grandmother and friends. She smiled sweetly. People watched Mia with admiration. Suddenly, the lights in the hall went out. Girls dressed in costumes appeared on the stage. Yoon-young, Siren, and Rami danced on the stage. People raised their hands up. Mia and Dahi pressed their backs against each other. They stretched their hand out to the side, winking. The protagonist watched the performance from afar. He wondered if he should say that this was expected. He smiled slightly, thinking that this was the reason why he was moving forward. Young-ah looked back at the protagonist with a smile. People left the hall after the performance. People looked at their phones. They commented that the performance was awesome and that they wanted to see the movie soon. There was equipment on the floor. The protagonist waved his hand to Young-ah. He told the girl that she should hurry up since she still had to go to the closing party. The brunette said that it would be nice if they could go together, adding that he shouldn't overexert himself and should rest well. Kang Lim closed his eyes, saying that he really needed to rest and maybe he should have stayed in the hospital longer. Kang Lim noticed Mia nearby, wondering why again. Mia smiled widely, telling Kang Lim that she found him. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion, asking what she was doing there since everyone was going to the closing party. The pink-haired girl told him to be quiet since she snuck out. Mia looked at Kang Lim with a slight smile. She said that he was the real star of that performance and she didn't want to go to that party without him. The protagonist asked what she was saying since she was the one who brought them success. Mia said that she knew he would say something like that. The pink-haired girl looked down sadly, saying that there was something she wanted to tell him. The girl clenched her hands into fists. She said that she planned to tell him everything straight out, not only about the red moon, but even the fact that she was in such a place. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. He asked if it was necessary, since they had already erased all the evidence and even if something leaked from somewhere, the club members would help her. Mia closed her eyes, saying that she should have done this a long time ago and just quietly followed and remained silent, adding that it wouldn't solve anything anyway. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise. Mia said that he was the one who told her, noting that it was true, adding that even if everyone blamed and criticized him. Mia remembered the protagonist holding a sword in his hands. She said that now, at least, she would definitely be on his side no matter what. Mia pressed her lips together in embarrassment, saying that she would go on if Kang Lim supported her. She clenched her hand into a fist, saying that she would continue to play until then. The staff began to shout, asking where Mia was. The men walked around behind the stage. The brunette said that the closing party would start soon. The staff asked Mia that she was not there. The boys looked away in fear. Kang Lim said that they were looking for her, mentioning the earring. The pink-haired girl said that she had left it. The main character grabbed Mia's hand, saying that they should go there. The boys walked behind the stage. Kang Lim said that there was nothing there at all. He added that she should just quietly stay behind him. The girl pushed the main character in the back. He did not understand what she was doing. The staff looked ahead in confusion, saying that this was bad, since the director especially insisted that she should be present. The man turned his attention to the empty stage, asking if there was anyone there. He walked towards that stage, saying that it was an unused stage and they were not allowed there. The staff saw a girl sitting on top of a guy. The girl continued to hover over the guy. The staff said that whoever they were, they should pick their seats better. The man turned around and walked back. Mia was clinging to the protagonist's chest. Kang Lim looked at the girl, embarrassed. Mia said that, as she thought, it was warm. Kang Lim blushed slightly, asking why she suddenly and more importantly, why she was walking around without her earring. Mia looked ahead, embarrassed. She said that she had thought about it and planned to wear it for a while, because she was still embarrassed about it. Mia moved closer to the protagonist's ear, whispering that she wanted only him to see her like this. The girl stretched out her hands, saying that this would remain between them. Mia smiled widely, looking at the protagonist, saying that this was their secret. The protagonist looked at the girl, embarrassed. Mia looked at the guy, surprised, asking why his face was so red. Kang Lim told her to shut up and get off him, adding that all the club members already knew, so leave it between them, adding that she should take care of her earring first. There was a bus in front of the building. Mia went inside. The protagonist passed by the bus. Dahi asked if he was going to the closing party. The blonde looked out the window, looking at Kang Lim. The protagonist replied that he was. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The protagonist said that this noisy atmosphere did not suit him, and he would just go home and sleep. Dahi said that it did not matter. She slightly opened her mouth, turning to the boss. Stars were visible in the night sky. The blonde looked at the guy with a smile, saying that she probably liked him. Dahi closed her eyes and smiled widely. The protagonist looked at the blonde in surprise. He furrowed his brows, wondering what she was talking about and that she liked him. He started shaking his head from side to side. Kang Lim thought that he was an idiot and that it was just a misunderstanding, adding that from the context it was obvious that she was talking about the game or her role in the idol goddess, or that he had simply misheard. Da-hee wondered if he was having some weird thoughts again. The blonde frowned in displeasure. She said that she meant it in the same sense about a man and a woman, adding that he should not try to understand it in any other way. The protagonist looked at Da-hee dumbfounded. His face turned red from embarrassment. The blonde covered her eyes, holding out her hand. She said that even she found it funny, and that was how things were. She added that even so, his stunned reaction was expected, and she was not expecting an answer. She smiled shyly, saying that he should think about her from now on too. The protagonist looked at the girl with confusion. The blonde waved her hand, saying that they would see each other the next day. The protagonist watched the bus leave. His face twisted in surprise. The full moon was shining in the night sky. The protagonist was lying on the bed. He thought that actually now was not the right time for this. He held his hand over his eyes. Kang Lim thought that he was waiting for the event with the idol goddess to end, noting that there were quite a few events that bothered him, so he thought that he could pay attention to them when he had time. The protagonist looked at the ceiling with annoyance. He thought that, roughly speaking, as he had already mentioned, the moment of some loops was strangely convenient. The protagonist recalled the events that had happened. He thought that even the recent point where he returned was. Kang Lim recalled the image of President Hong. He thought that right after the confrontation with those people in the room, just like the save point before the boss fight, it was like someone had intervened, telling him to deal with it himself. The protagonist remembered the previous events, how he was strangled. He thought that just like before, whether it was good or bad, the timing was always perfect. The protagonist remembered watching the news. He thought that thinking about it, this time it was the same, and the loop only happened after he saw the news. Kang Lim imagined the image of Mia and the news. Kang Lim thought that it was strange if you think about it, but before the news came out, some time should have passed after Mia died, wondering why the loop didn't happen right away, and that he was supposed to see it, noting that the previous loops would not make sense then. Kang Lim imagined himself being controlled by strings. He thought that maybe it wasn't a supernatural phenomenon, but someone's intention was causing the loops. The protagonist widened his eyes. He thought, if this is the case, the most suspicious person is the author, Escape, 6 Brides. The protagonist looked at the ad where the blonde was. He noted that this author is under the pseudonym of the King of Cupids and there is no one more suspicious than him. Kang Lim swept the ad aside. He thought that he actually thought about this before, but he did not have the information to start an investigation, so he put it aside. However, this time he has a lead. The protagonist recalled the image of Young-ah. He noted that she was about the author of the idol goddess, although they are not characters, and therefore they have no reason to change them, and this person's actions were different from ESW. Young-ah smiled contentedly. The protagonist thought that thanks to this time, Young-ah asked how she came up with such a plan. She looked ahead with a slight smile and said that when she worked on the idol goddess, she learned to see events from the perspective of the author. The protagonist looked at the ceiling dejectedly. He thought that this is why maybe the original author of the idol goddess might have some connection with the suspected Cupid King. The protagonist wondered what Da-hee said that she liked him not as a friend but as a boyfriend. The protagonist suddenly stood up from the bed. He noted that this is why he thought it was worth investigating. Kang Lim asked how he was supposed to concentrate under these circumstances. He looked ahead confusedly, asking if Da-hee really liked him and what was going on. The protagonist looked at his hand in confusion. Min-jeong said that it had just gotten quiet and here he was again. Kang Lim wondered why she would criticize him for living a single life and then act like this and since when, adding that he didn't understand at all. The protagonist looked down confusedly, wondering what was more important, what he should do now. The protagonist remembered the blonde girl who was confused. Kang Lim plopped down on the bed. Min-jeong yelled at him to let her sleep already. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Kang Lim walked down the hallway with an exhausted look. He couldn't sleep all night. The brunette turned his attention to the crowd of schoolchildren. Students lined up around Siren and Yoon-young. The students turned their attention to the TV. The news was on TV. The brunette said that the actress Mia announced that she was temporarily suspending her activities and also expressed a desire to actively cooperate with the investigation of this incident. The protagonist entered the office. According to the news, moreover, it was a national assembly related to this case. The students looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist looked at them in bewilderment. He wondered why they looked familiar, but different, and maybe rumors about the scooter accident had spread. Students were standing near the empty desk. The brunette noted that it didn't matter and that Da-hee was probably absent that day because she was probably busy, which was good. The male lead sat down at his desk. He thought that he had no idea how to look her in the eyes from the other side. The idol goddess's performance had received a lot of praise. Da-hee's photo was visible on the TV. The brunette said that Da-hee would be playing the role of Sun-hee in the movie from now on, and her interview that morning had already made headlines. The blonde was giving her interview, saying that she would continue to work hard. The reporter looked at the blonde with a smile, thanked her and said that many fans wanted to know more about her, asking if she could tell him a little about herself. Da-hee looked away thoughtfully. The reporter asked her to tell him about her hobbies or what she liked. Da-hee said that she liked to try different things, so she participated in various club activities. The blonde smiled widely, saying that she also likes the boss. The male lead looked at the TV in shock. Ju looked at Da-hee in shock, asking what the boss was. The blonde said that he was a guy from the same class as her, and she called him boss, adding that she liked him, so she confessed to him last night. The blonde smiled widely, asking if he was watching. The male lead's face turned red. Siren looked ahead in shock. The news said that this was that lively interview from Da-hee. Rami was standing outside the classroom. She furrowed her brows, saying that as expected, Da-hee was a serious rival, and she couldn't believe that she actually went and confessed. Rami raised her head, imagining the image of the male lead and the blonde. Rami said that the best defense is a good offense, and she even managed to stop others from confessing. Rami thought that confessing now in this situation would be the worst possible decision and the best opportunity, and yet it was already stolen. The blonde stamped her feet in displeasure. She said that this atmosphere was completely killed, like a hasty ending, and she also wanted to make a move. This is not an ending and not a break. The girl clutched her phone in her hand, thinking that it was even like that. She looked at her cell phone. The girl pursed her lips, thinking that she still had moves left. Siren ran up to Rami, calling out to her. The blonde said that she was waiting for her. In the cafeteria, the students looked away in bewilderment. The protagonist held his head while sitting at the table. Yang-soo held a spoon with rice in his hand. He asked his friend why he was complicating everything and whether answering directly was not the best solution. The brunette looked at Yang-soo in bewilderment. The red-haired guy explained that he thought he already had a solution by now. The brunette replied that he had never done so. The protagonist remembered how he had blushed when he saw the blonde. He thought that at first he had looked at her romantically, but a lot of time had passed since then. Kang Lim lowered his gaze. He thought that given the time in the loop, it was hard to even calculate, and all this time he had only been thinking about her safety. Yang-soo looked away in surprise. The protagonist said that to be honest, he should think about it, asking that he was not an impenetrable log or something, adding that if there had been any hints, he would have noticed. Yang-soo stood up abruptly. The brunette asked what was wrong. Yang-soo said that he probably needed to leave a seat free for him. The girl suddenly sat next to the protagonist. Siren and Rami sat on either side of Kang Lim. The girls called out to the protagonist. The protagonist did not understand what was happening. The students were watching what was happening. The protagonist wondered what it was. The brunette looked around at the girls in confusion, asking why they were so sudden and wanted something from him. Rami smiled sarcastically. She said that they were just messing around, as usual, saying that on the other hand, asking what was wrong with him and that he couldn't get it under his breath. The brunette looked ahead in confusion, saying that he just didn't want to eat. Rami put a box of food on the table. She said that she knew that was the case, so she prepared it, and it was a special lunch box of size 7x3. Kang Lim asked why it was getting bigger and bigger every time, and where she got it from. Siren touched the protagonist, calling out to him. She was holding a bag of soda cans in her hands. Siren said that she bought a little more drinks than necessary, asking if he wanted to get a couple. The protagonist noted that it was not at all, but many times, asking that the machine with drinks broke down. The girl turned away from Kang Lim, sticking a straw into the can. The brunette said he would take one. The girl closed her eyes and took a sip of the drink from the straw. She turned to the brunette, holding out the can, saying he could drink. The protagonist wondered what it was and what it was supposed to mean. Kang Lim took the can, remembering the image of Yang-soo. He didn't understand why she took a sip first. Rami was sitting behind the brunette. Kang Lim wondered if it was just a misunderstanding or his imagination. The blonde blew into the protagonist's ear. The brunette looked at the girl, embarrassed. Rami told him to look at her and to open his mouth. The blonde held out the food to the protagonist. The brunette asked what was going on. The blonde said that she and Siren were definitely acting like normal. Rami closed her eyes, saying that if he didn't like it, asked if it was possible that he was absorbed in someone else's confession. The protagonist thought that she already knew about it. He looked nervously at the blonde. Kang Lim wondered how this even related to the current events, adding that he could have forced the events together by force if he tried. The students looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. The protagonist looked back at the students. He wondered what was up with the atmosphere around him, adding that it couldn't be, it was just a misunderstanding. The protagonist imagined himself as a stone statue, thinking that it was a misunderstanding. A crack appeared on the statue. The protagonist sat in the middle of the girls with a puzzled face. He wondered if he had made mistakes like this in other situations too. The guys were walking down the hallway. The protagonist walked down the hallway with a dumbfounded face. He wondered since when and why, since he was supposed to be a loner. The protagonist looked at his friends list. He thought that wasn't this just a lie and he could look there if he excluded his family there would only be a few friends left. The protagonist looked up with displeasure. He told the narration to be quiet there, noting that they were all related to him from ESW. A hand pulled the protagonist to the side. Kang Lim said that with the exception of Young-ah, who was just, after which he cut off his speech. The doors of the room closed. Young-ah was pressed against the protagonist. The brunette lowered his head, looking at the girl, asking what was wrong with her. Young-ah remembered how she stood in front of Da-hee. The blonde looked away worriedly. She said that this is how it happened and she felt like she should have told her before the boss. The blonde looked at the brown-haired girl in confusion. She noted that she told her then that she would support her and she was very sorry, adding that she really didn't know what to say. But if she was. The brunette lowered her head, saying that she did not need to apologize. She opened her mouth, saying that only then she could. The protagonist looked at the girl with embarrassment. Young-ah said that it was for a short time, and that was enough, asking him not to move. Kang Lim did not understand what was happening. He looked at the shaking girl with confusion. His expression changed to not worried. He asked Young-ah if everything was okay and what exactly happened, asking her to calm down and tell him. The brunette smiled slightly. She thought that this was what she liked about him from the beginning, and he always took her seriously. The guys stood motionless. Young-ah said that there was a girl who was tormented by her own feelings. The brunette looked at the brunette questioningly. Young-ah said that she loved her close friend for a long time and suddenly many rivals appeared. The protagonist pressed his lips. Young-ah said that from that moment on she began to hesitate, asking if it was the right way to love, to compete with them head-on like some, and if she should not become cunning like some. Young-ah stood in the darkness, looking at the protagonist's back. She said that she had a nightmare then, and that she had had similar dreams before, but this one was especially realistic. The girl fell to her knees, sobbing. She said that in that nightmare, where everything seemed lost, she found herself crying, and she whined pitifully, adding that she cried her eyes out. Young-ah got up from the bed with tear-stained eyes. She said that when she woke up, she realized something, that choosing one side or the other was the wrong way. The brown-haired girl moved slightly away from the brunette. She said that whether it was straightforward and honest or cowardly, it did not matter at all whether she was bad or good if it was necessary for victory. The girl smiled slightly, saying that she would take advantage of both sides. The protagonist looked at Young-ah with confusion. The brunette closed her eyes and smiled widely. She said that she was trying to write a story about a Webtoon character, and she was just glad that the story, which had reached a dead end, was now moving forward again. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that he understood everything, and that was good. The brunette began to tug at the door handle, saying that the gym class would start soon and he needed to hurry. The door handles were locked with a chain. The protagonist said that they just shouldn't tell him that the door was locked from the outside. The protagonist looked behind him in surprise. Young-ah offered him to sit down. The girl sat down on the mats, saying that this was an opportunity to skip the class because he didn't like gym anyway. The protagonist looked at the brunette with confusion, saying that in general it was true, and then he thought it was possible. The brunette sat down next to the girl. The brunette said that she had found an interesting game the previous day and she was sure that he would find it interesting. She put her phone in front of her. The brunette said that if you think about it, it had been a long time since they had spent time like this together. The brunette said that he was right, and they used to do this a lot in the club room, but now there were so many club members. The guys looked at the phone. The girl said that this was the first time she had seen this person. The brunette remembered the image of Na-yoon asking if everything would be okay, and that she thought that it would be enough to just say that this was a character and maybe they should be more direct. The guys looked at the phone with a smile. Young-ah thought that this should be enough because Kang Lim was not that insensitive. The main character looked ahead embarrassedly. He pressed his lips together, thinking that this was strange and it was not even about physical education, but about the character. The main character looked at the girl with a red face, thinking then why she was in his arms at that moment. The protagonist represented the courtroom, the first session of Kang Lim's mind. The judge said that the court would begin hearing the questions of change of heart. The judge was Kang Lim himself. He asked if the protagonist was a loner or a simple liar, if he was obsessed or simply insensitive, asking the defense to begin. The protagonist spoke in the image of the defense. He said that excessive feelings of embarrassment are typical of guys, especially when they are going through puberty, adding that a simple touch can make them start thinking about marriage. The defense presented an image of a wedding. He said that it was a fact that the defendant showed this kind of behavior in Chapter 3 and thus saying that he was popular or a liar was misleading. The protagonist smirked contentedly, saying that given the evidence, the defendant was completely innocent. The protagonist was in the image of the prosecutor. He said that this event happened at a time when he didn't know anything yet, and now he is much more mature mentally and the attachment to these people is also on a different level. The protagonist looked menacingly at the defense. He said that using such an outdated condition as a delusion, he can't just brush it off with such words. The brunette pointed his finger at the guy, telling him to show him the evidence then, asking that he can't. Let's note that he simply won't be able to, and if such events had happened, he would have undoubtedly noticed it long ago. The brunette announced the evidence in the form of many different photos of girls, telling him to get them. The protagonist on the defense side looked at the evidence in shock. The brunette looked menacingly at the guy. He said that despite the countless moments, the fact that he didn't notice, this is irrefutable evidence that the defendant is an insensitive deceiver. The jury in the form of the protagonists watched what was happening. The judge hit his gavel, saying, "This is what they have." He added that the defendant's love cells had apparently hardened over time and he had become the very protagonist he had despised and criticized, and with a 100-0 guilt ratio, he declared him guilty. The protagonist sat behind bars asking for a moment. He stared ahead in horror. Kang said that he had never said "what did you say" asking for a lighter sentence since it was a minor's conviction, asking for psychological introspection. The judge said there was no chance and for him to be taken away. The prosecutor said that he should not even mention psychological introspection. The protagonist sat dejectedly on a bench. He blushed slightly, not knowing what to do now. The sun was shining brightly above the establishment. Nari thanked the owner of the establishment, saying that she would try her best. The boss handed the keys to Nari. He said that he meant that if she entered the competition, he should at least give her that much support, but she should remember that she should keep everything clean. Nari said that of course she would. She pressed the keys to her chest, smiling widely. The brown-haired girl said that it was such a treasure and she would take care of it. The protagonist sat on a bench, looking at his phone. The protagonist was texting his friend. Yang-soo asked why he hadn't come to the MCC that day. The protagonist apologized, saying that his head was a bit messy at the moment. A chat with Yang-soo was visible on the phone. The red-haired guy wrote that he understood because they were human children. The protagonist kept his finger on the phone. Yang-soo wrote that he forgot about it and didn't worry. The protagonist looked at the chat with bewilderment. He got up from the bench, saying that at the moment his brain is completely overloaded and he will go home, take a shower, play a game, and go to bed. The brunette entered the house, saying that he was home. He drew her attention to the room. An excited Min Jeong ran out of the room. The brunette looked at his younger sister in surprise. Min Jeong was speaking in an incomprehensible language. The brunette asked what she was saying, asking her to speak like a human. The brunette nervously waved her hands, continuing to speak in an incomprehensible language. The brunette asked what she was mumbling and that she had sunstroke. The protagonist passed by his sister, saying that there was ice cream in the refrigerator for her to cool off or pour cold water on herself. The protagonist entered the room where Dahi was sitting. The blonde asked the boss that he had arrived. The protagonist put his backpack on the table. He said that yes, he came, asked what's wrong with his sister and that she seems out of her mind. He added that if she's already like this, then during the holidays she'll probably make a fuss because the air conditioner is on. Dahi looked at the brunette, saying that she has a hot head, asking that she's a good sister, adding that she treated her well, and she's also heard a lot about him. The protagonist took off his school uniform. Dahi asked that he always plays games as soon as he gets home. The brunette said that's true, but he'll take a shower first. He started lifting his shirt, saying that he's so tired. The protagonist suddenly froze. He looked at the blonde in shock, speaking in an incomprehensible language. The blonde asked what he was saying, asking him to speak like a human. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking how she got there, in his house, in his room, and that she was pretending that this was completely normal. The blonde frowned, asking what do you mean, how did she get there, adding that her sister brought her after work. She asked that he came home quite early and wasn't he supposed to go to the MKK that day. The protagonist pointed his finger at the girl, saying that he wasn't asking about that, but about why she suddenly came there. The blonde remembered the moments on the bus. She told him the previous day that she would see him the next day. The protagonist looked at the blonde in bewilderment, asking if that was a warning. Dahi asked, so what and how dare he ask why she came? The blonde looked at the guy with displeasure, getting up from the table. She told him not to say that he hadn't seen her interview after she mentioned it everywhere. The brunette looked at the girl in embarrassment. He said that it was true, and what was she even thinking when she did that, since it made him feel so awkward at school. The brunette remembered how girls were hanging around him. He said that at first people just watched him from a distance, but then they started coming up and asking what was going on between them. The blonde looked at the guy with a sly grin, asking what was going on between them. The brunette asked what he could say about them, noting that he just told the truth, that he helps her by working as a manager. Dahi turned away in displeasure. She said that before, he was not a slave, but the #1 fan. Kang told her to just speak directly. The girl opened her mouth wide, saying that anyway, let it be like that before. She blushed slightly, poking her finger at the brunette's chest. Dahi said that from this day on, their relationship will be reconsidered from the very beginning with a pinch of love. Min Jeong watched what was happening in bewilderment. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. About an hour ago, a classmate asked Min Jeong that his brother went to Minhyuk High School. The classmates looked at the brunette with delight, showing her a photo of Dahi. The brown-haired girl asked that then he probably knows Da-hee. The classmate asked if she could ask him for them. Min-jeong looked at her classmates with bewilderment. She said that seriously, it was impossible. Even if he was beaten to death and even if he reincarnated 100 times, it would not happen. The classmates narrowed their eyes. The girl asked that he was really that bad. The brown-haired girl said that she really did not get along with her brother. Min-jeong thought that it was normal for siblings to quarrel during puberty. The brunette frowned. She thought that this man was not just a puberty, but he had simply deteriorated as a person. The brunette imagined the images of characters from manga. She thought that it was not because he was an otaku, since she also loved manga, and the selection of the four most trending ones were Demon, Titan, Notebook, and Alchemist, noting that the similarity between anime and manga is only their advantage. Min-jeong remembered how they watched TV when they were children. She noted that at that age they often watched anime together, and she remembers that when their parents came home late, she took care of him at that time. This person was not fake. The younger sister imagined the image of her older brother. She noted that he then entered a middle school far from home, and with each return he became more and more gloomy, adding that it was probably because he could not make friends. The brunette remembered how she looked at her brother in surprise. She noted that later she still thought that he finally became decent, but it was so annoying. Min-jeong looked towards her classmates. She noted that her gaze, even thoughts about that time and that Kang Lim was just a piece of trash and that he should just die, adding that in his place she would never. I would not let it all end like this. The brunette imagined the dejected protagonist. She noted that since then he became like this, as if he just decided to live like a damn trash. Min-jeong stood behind her, looking at her classmates. The girl asked who the person was whom she called the boss. The brunette said that it must be a nickname and, most likely, he is a handsome guy. The girl said that if this is Minhyuk High School, then it is probably an upperclassman from the tennis club. The brunette said that if this is Minhyuk High School, then it must be Ho-chun. The brunette closed her eyes, saying that nevertheless, they live in different worlds. She thought that Da-hee too, and it is unlikely that they will ever cross paths. The blonde stood at the door with a wide smile. Min-jeong looked at Da-hee in shock. The brunette looked at the blonde in confusion. Da-hee asked if this was Kang Lim's house, noting that she was his classmate. Min-jeong said that it was, and she had seen her on TV. The blonde smiled widely. She said that she felt so awkward, and then she would know for sure that she came to see the boss, or rather, she meant that she came to see Kang Lim. Min-jeong's eyes began to swell in shock. She did not understand what was happening. The blonde looked at the protagonist's younger sister with a slight smile. Min-jeong asked if Kang Lim was the boss. Da-hee said that it was. The brunette continued to stand, looking at Da-hee. She asked if she meant Kang Lim, the one from their house with the weird hairstyle. The blonde said that it was him. Min-jeong asked what Kang Lim was, who wrote his name with the symbols of the approach of the strong. Da-hee said that she did not know. There was a light bulb in the ceiling. Min-jeong said that he always looked irritated with those dead eyes. Da-hee said that it was true. The blonde sat in a chair, saying that he himself knew very well that relationships are fatal for celebrities. She closed her eyes, saying that despite the fact that society and time are more tolerant for naive people like her, there are no exceptions. The main character said that there is not a single naive person who would call himself naive. The girl opened one eye, saying that if it was revealed later, the reaction could be much more serious, so she made it public before it could be revealed. The brunette looked at the girl in surprise. Da-hee said that it was like, if a battle is inevitable, strike first. Kang Lim said that her analogy was too serious, asking what else she planned to turn modern society into a lawless wasteland. The brunette stared ahead dumbfounded. He thought that in comics, when a famous heroine appears, they can't meet often and do it secretly, and then distances herself, adding that he wants this stereotype to be broken someday. But who would go so far to do it? The girl sat in the chair with a satisfied grin. She said that nothing happened, judging from what she saw, asking that the reactions were positive. Da-hee read the comments where they wrote that it was nice to feel such positive energy, and that she didn't hide it, making her look better in his eyes. Da-hee said that she was relieved. The protagonist looked at the girl with bewilderment. Da-hee said that of course she lost a few commercials, but it could be compensated for, so it wasn't 100% ideal, but still. The male lead sat down on the bed. He said that if she was okay with it then fine, adding that he had complained but he didn't mind, and anyway people were already spreading rumors about him and it would be better if the rumors were about this. Kang Lim looked at the girl awkwardly, saying that he didn't know how to tell him that. The blonde looked at her phone, asking why he didn't know how to react to her. The brunette said that was exactly it. The blonde spread her arms out to the sides. She asked that she couldn't just act like she did before, noting that she thought the boss could just be the boss. She added that the fact that she hadn't noticed even a hint from him until now and the fact that he made her confess first were certainly failures. The protagonist furrowed his brows, saying that he felt like her barbed reproaches had only gotten sharper, asking if she just needed a reason to torment him. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully, asking why she even liked him and what the reason was. The blonde crossed her arms over her chest, noting that she wouldn't say that as she was embarrassed. The protagonist asked that she was joking and that she was embarrassed at that moment. Da-hee looked at Kang Lim with annoyance, asking that he didn't believe what she was saying. Da-hee stood up from her chair and walked up to the brunette. She asked that he wanted her to show him this with actions and not with words. The brunette said no. The blonde blushed in embarrassment, placing her hands on the protagonist's shoulders. She told him not to worry, and as he knows, she specializes in close combat and she hates plans that go wrong, so it works. The protagonist looked at the girl with confusion, telling her to wait since there was something wrong with her eyes. Da-hee told him to calm down since everything was fine, and if it hurt too much, he should just raise his hand. The blonde pushed the protagonist onto the bed. Kang Lim asked that she was a dentist and asked her to wait. Da-hee asked that he thought he could overpower her. Clouds of dust rose in the room. The door to the room was slightly open. The protagonist's mother said that she was at home, asking whose shoes these were. The blonde smiled sarcastically, saying that she would leave everything as is that day. The protagonist looked at the blonde with confusion. Min Jiang waved her hands in panic, looking at her mother. She said that this was serious and she could not wake up from this dream, asking if they had red pills at home. The mother did not understand what she was talking about. A blonde came out of the room and greeted the protagonist's mother, saying that she was glad to see her. Kang Lim's mother looked at the girl in surprise, asking who she was. The boys were sitting at the table. The blonde looked at the food in surprise. She told the protagonist's mother that these deep-fried anchovies were simply divine. The mother smiled contentedly, asking what she noticed. The mother noted that this part took the most effort, and his father also loved them very much. The protagonist looked at his mother in confusion. Da-hee asked if this was true, noting that she could understand him. Min Jiang looked at the blonde in admiration, thinking that she had very beautiful hair, wondering what products she used. The mother blushed slightly, covering her mouth with her hand. She asked how such a girl could like her son, adding that she regretted that he was not such a straightforward child. Da-hee said that the one who was in debt was her. The hero looked at his mother with irritation. The mother said that if she wanted, she could even take him for the whole day. Kang Lim asked what she was even talking about, since she should be on her son's side, and why did she keep doing this. The brunette slapped her son on the back, telling him to sit quietly. She added that he would not have said a word to her all this time if he had told her about Da-hee earlier. Da-hee looked at Min Jiang with a slight smile. She apologized to her for showing up so suddenly, noting to them that she did not think that it would end up with dinner. Min Jiang said that everything was fine and in any case, it was an honor. Min Jiang took out her phone, asking if she could take a photo with her. Da-hee said that it was no problem at all, and once they eat, they can do it anytime. Everyone happily sat at the table. The protagonist didn't understand what was going on, noting that so much had happened in a short time, and his entire family had fallen in love with her. Mom looked at the blonde with a smile, telling her to bring her family members next time whenever it was convenient for her. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Kang Lim asked his mother to calm down. Mom told him to calm down himself, noting how he couldn't understand her charm. The protagonist asked why she was doing this to him. The protagonist left the building. The next day, an angry Mia was standing near the wall. The girl said that he was late and that he should come home earlier. Kang Lim asked why she was there. The girl handed the guy a bottle of juice. She said that she had spent time getting there, asking what his reaction was. Mia told him to drink it. The protagonist asked if she was busy because of the investigation. The brunette took the can. He asked if it was okay for her to just walk around like that, noting that he had heard something about witness protection because they were dealing with the Yakuza. Mia looked away to where the police were standing. She stated that her involvement ended when all the statements were taken, and that witness protection was over there. She added that they had told her to stick around for now. The brunette raised the bottle to his lips. He asked why her tone was so irritable again and what had happened in the meantime. Mia looked at the protagonist with displeasure. She said that he ignored her messages. The protagonist replied that it was because he saw them too late and it was late at night to respond. Mia turned away with displeasure, saying that it didn't matter and that he should always respond to her from now on. Kang Lim said that he understood. The pink-haired girl furrowed her brows. She said that she saw it too, that sweet confession from Da-hee to the whole country. Kang Lim said that he assumed it would be like that, asking why the title and why she was lucky enough to see all of this at a time when she was so busy. The pink-haired girl looked at the guy with confusion, saying that she just couldn't help but see it like that since it was the most popular topic on Kakeadok. The protagonist cursed the information age and told this damn trivial revolution industry to die. The girl took off her hood, asking what his answer would be if he liked her and if the two of them would date. The protagonist looked at the girl with irritation, saying that she really asked like that without any compassion, noting that it irritated him. Kang Lim asked if he could get straight to the point. The police turned their attention to the guys. Kang Lim yelled that she got it all wrong. He covered his eyes, saying that his head was a mess and he didn't even understand himself, and even after a night, he still hoped that this was a prank with a hidden camera. The girl looked at the guy with confusion, asking if he was serious and if deep down inside he wasn't dancing with happiness. Kang Lim said that he wasn't, asking why it mattered to her. The brunette began to bring his hand to the pink-haired girl's mouth. Nia started to say that it was because Kang Lim interrupted her after that. The protagonist told her not to say that, adding that he screwed up and asked her to spare him at least for this moment. The police officers looked at the boys worriedly. Kang Lim said that he swears that it is not like that. He leaned against a wall. Kang Lim told her not to worry and he will not be indecisive anymore, noting that he knows that indecision is not a sin, but still, he needs a little time since this is all so sudden. Mia reached for her earring, saying that she thinks it is inevitable. The pink-haired girl blushed slightly in embarrassment. She said that everyone around him is so attractive and it is understandable why he hesitates. Mia leaned forward slightly. She added that she wanted him to know that no matter what choice he makes, he will make it. The girl looked at the boy with a sweet smile. She stated that this older sister would be by Kang Lim's side until the end. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He noted that she was really something, and that only at moments like this would she take off her earring and call herself an older sister. The protagonist waved to the girl who was leaving. Siren was walking next to the brunette. The brunette was sitting at a desk, talking to Da-hee. The protagonist looked at the Rami lunch boxes in surprise. The brunette was standing by the window with Young-ah. Kang Lim looked at his phone in shock. Yoon-young asked the guy if he had any plans for the holidays. Chats with girls were visible on the phone. The sun was shining brightly above the building. Japan, Osaka. A girl in a kimono was sitting at the table. Yoon-young was drinking tea. She said that this was a rather atypical problem and the question was who to spend the holidays with. The male lead raised his hand, asking what she was trying to hide and what the stupidly abrupt scene change was about. Yoon-young looked at the brunette in surprise, asking what he was talking about. She said that if he meant having tea after school, asking if that was unusual for students. The male lead furrowed his brows, answering that it was not. He added that he was at school just 30 minutes ago, and now he was already in another country just to have tea. The boys sat at the table. Yoon-young asked why she had to always ride in a limo, noting that sometimes when she was busy she would call planes and helicopters. Kang Lim noted that she spoke as if she was calling a taxi. The male lead lowered his head. Yoon-young said that if she had advised him to go with a multiple ending format, then it would have turned into house, so she took his situation into account. The male lead said that he did not recognize her good intentions, thanking her. The protagonist looked at the blonde in surprise. He noted that she did not seem so surprised, referring to Da-hee's explosive statement, asking if she knew about it. The blonde sipped her tea, recalling the image of Da-hee. She said that she noticed it before her, and when they talked on the phone, the hints in her voice were obvious. The protagonist sat with his legs crossed. Yoon-young noted that, generally speaking, she would rather call her absent-minded, so it turned out quite fortunate that the other side of her even surpassed her in this. While the others had long ago understood everything and made their moves, and Da-hee remained frighteningly naive. The protagonist thought that listening to him, he felt as if he had committed some kind of crime. The girl put the glass on the saucer. She said that this is why she waited for her to realize, so that their competition would be fair. The brunette looked at the blonde in bewilderment. Yoon-young noted that if we talk about loyalty, then she did her part. Yoon-young smiled shyly, calling the protagonist dear, asking if he could come to her. The protagonist looked at the blonde with confusion, saying that he would come to her. Yoon-young said that, to put it simply, she prepared an application for marriage registration. The blonde picked up the registration sheet. Kang Lim said that this was somehow wrong, and some procedures and orders should be followed. The blonde remembered how she hugged the protagonist from behind. She asked that weren't they already engaged. The brunette said that he forgot about it. The girl handed the paper to the protagonist. Yoon-young said that she would make sure that he did not need anything for the rest of his life, including the title and territory of the British Empire. Kang Lim looked at the blonde with a serious look. He noted that they say that you can't buy love with money, asking if she understands that. Kang Lim took the pen in his hand, signing the paper. The protagonist said that besides, a person's heart is something that she can't buy. Yoon-young asked that his hand was already signing. Kang Lim looked at the signature in shock. He noted that his hand was simply moving on its own. Yoon-young smiled slightly, saying that she would take advantage of this. The protagonist wondered if he had just made a mistake. The blonde narrowed her eyes. She stated that it wasn't just about the confession or the vacation, asking if he didn't have any other worries that he should be worried about now. The brunette looked at the blonde worriedly, asking how she knew. Yoon-young asked that he didn't know, noting that it was written all over his face. She covered her face with a fan. The blonde said that if he confessed honestly, she would give him sincere advice. Despite her young age, she had a lot of experience. The girl closed her eyes. She said that, for example, such as fighting a former agent who tried to eliminate the head of MI6, or stopping the plan to detonate plutonium around the world. The brunette said that his worries were on a completely different level. He scratched the back of his head. The brunette said that everything that he and the others had gone through was also not too ordinary by his standards. Kang added that this is why all along he only wanted safety. He looked at the floor dejectedly. The protagonist said that if this dream life ever came to an end, perhaps everyone could return to their places. A shadow hung over the protagonist's face. The protagonist noted that he was having more and more doubts, asking if everyone really should be in those places and if they would really be happy there. The protagonist thought of Mia. The protagonist looked sadly at the table. He noted that the current state of affairs was still better, but then he had another thought again, asking if he was justifying it just because it was what he wanted. Yoon smiled slightly and called him dear. She looked at the guy in confusion, saying that she had no idea what he was talking about. The protagonist wondered if he was being too vague, adding that he forgot to mention the cycle. The girl furrowed her brows. She said that she only understood up to the impending climate crisis and the correlation with South American grain production. Kang said that he never talked about it, asking what she heard there. The brunette looked at the girl in confusion. Yoon asked that it was about saving the lungs of the Amazon. The protagonist said that, first, she needed to simplify the conversation to a high school level. Yoon stared at the guy, saying that as expected, she was not wrong about him. She added that it was because he faced what happened head-on, and it was a very dignified and noble attitude, but even so. The protagonist pursed his lips. Chuka said that no matter what the reason is to see the suffering of the one she loves, it is not something that everyone would want and only one is enough. The blonde smiled slightly, saying that if the face of the one she loves can shine, then she will be happy no matter what. Kang looked at the blonde dumbfounded, asking him if he was too serious. Yoon noted that as she said, being serious is good, but she does not want him to suffer and thinks that they all feel the same. The protagonist walked next to the blonde. He thought that everything is right and the heart is the most important thing because now he is more than just a character. But the question is whether it is really a heart and whether it is really their goodwill. Yoon widened her eyes, saying that in general, they will return to those abnormal temperatures of El Niño. Kang suggested her without it. The doors opened slightly. Yoon said that in any case, she will definitely help him. A helicopter was hovering over the blonde's head. She asked him about the vacation, would he trust her with it? Kang asked what she was going to do. There was a crowd of people outside. The guy picked up his phone, got a message telling him where he was, and replied that he was on his way, almost there. He stopped and thought that ever since Nari felt like she was being followed, she had been picking her up from the academy and her part-time job at late hours. The guy smiled and thought that fortunately, nothing had happened since then, but he wasn't the type to be influenced by a comic book just once or twice. He should act like a fool as if nothing had happened, especially now that he was deep in thought. The girl replied that he should be more careful, even if they met often. Despite his fears, it wasn't that awkward, and the brunette didn't seem to mind. Then he smiled, probably because they had spent the whole day playing games together. Strange, they seemed to get along well. Then he walked forward and thought about what happened with the statement, no, with the bomb that Dahi was collecting. To be honest, he was a little worried about how to react. He remembered how he was sitting on the bed, received a message from a girl with congratulations. Surprisingly, she accepted it easily. Then he raised his head, remembered the correspondence. She changed the topic so simply and naturally, wasn't he too sensitive about this? The guy shook his head. Fortunately, as the original protagonist, it seems that he will not have any incidents caused by obsession. The young man continued to walk forward, even with such a stingy reaction. Unwillingness to bother his sister, she is very smart and mature. He entered the building and wondered if he could consult with her about what was bothering him so much. He raised his head and saw a sign, temporarily closed. He came closer. Why are they closed today? The girl said that she was at work literally just now. Maybe they put up a sign about the closing by mistake. He went inside. It was very dark there. The guy walked forward and asked who was inside. Then she saw an open door. The light was on. The kettle was boiling in the kitchen. The young man received a message on his phone. There was a message with an apology and then a lot of spaces. The boy swiped them away, and he got to the message with a declaration of love. At that moment, the brunette pounced on him from behind. She shocked him with all her might. He fell to the floor unconscious. The girl stood and looked at him. If you remember her childhood, among them, 4 children in the family, there was the only black-haired one because she inherited them from her mother. Mom smiled, holding the baby in her arms. She remembered the bullying at school. When she studied there and everyone still lived in Korea, boys often made fun of her hair. The blonde was seething. They were just children who most likely pestered because of their interest in her. Suspects her sister felt a little insulted at that age because of this. The little girl was sitting with a mirror. Her mother came up to her. The next day after she heard about it, she went to the hairdresser. She smiled and said that she had been through a similar situation. It was a story to console Dahi. In the photo, the girl was the only one with black hair, so she stood out among the family when they were all together. Her mother realized this and told her. She sat down opposite the little girl and said that she thought it was time to change her hair color. It seemed that her sister had managed it herself. Should she go back to how it was? Then the brunette looked at her mother and said that everything was fine, let her stay blonde. The blonde brought home an award. In fact, it was not for her, it was when their competition against each other was at its peak. The girl watched her mother praise her sister and thought that she was not like her sister, stronger than her sister. She just wanted to show it to everyone. The girls stood next to each other, and looking back, she also had a strong desire to win and prevail. Now her relationship with her sister is delicate, but there was a time when they fought for every toy that they both liked. The girls fought. Is this desire blooming again? Then she imagined the brunette. If you were a cat, at first she thought that the boy was the same as the others, one of those eye-catching men trying to get closer to her sister. She remembered how she watched him at school, secretly watched him and watched if he became another stalker and turned out to be even more suspicious and dangerous. She began to spend more time with him. After numerous incidents that followed, she realized that the young man was different from other men. She imagined the young man. Step by step she began to like him, gradually began to understand her sister's feelings. Unknowingly, she let it slip. During the phone call, she asked him not to rush. The girl looked at her smartphone, was surprised by her own words, but what was more shocking was that these were her real feelings, in which there was not a drop of lies. After that, we just simply could not resist. She sat in class and thought about him. The teacher turned to the brunette. She wanted to see him and talk to him more and more. Even when she talked to her sister, as soon as the conversation turned to him, her heart for some reason began to hurt. She began to Google what games guys like, became interested in his hobby, playing games, found herself sending hearts for no reason. She remembered how she sent him a message in the game. At night, she lay in the phone. Even though she knew that it meant nothing, she caught herself more and more absorbed in thoughts about him. Even at work, I think that maybe it is worth finding a more decisive approach. And besides, he himself once said that the girl is his ideal type. To his own surprise, she accepted it quite naturally. She was embarrassed and thought that she liked Kang. She took the chopsticks, her hands were shaking. At the same time, some anxiety also appeared. She stirred the meat and thought, what if she loses to her sister again? The girl stood in the kitchen and thought that of course, she sincerely loves her sister and admires her. She really wants her to be happy, but she does not want to. Not this time, she does not want to. The dish was almost ready. The girl did not even realize her feelings yet. The brunette looked down and said that the brunette is the only one whom she absolutely will not let be taken away from her. She will not be defeated. She went to the library. As soon as she collected her thoughts, she decided to start acting where she could meet the young man. She waited for the right moment to accidentally stumble upon him. The guys met. She even lied to him about some stalker following her. Thanks to this, they saw each other at least once every 2 days. The guys walked down the street. If they like each other and meet so often, even without confessing, can it be called a relationship or not? The girl finished her ice cream and thought that this must mean something. They talked a lot, until now, when the conversation turned to school, it was always obvious. About other girls. The brunette turned and thought that she saw them last time in a photo, also attractive, and heard from her sister that they were also talented. She began to follow them at school. It bothered her so much that she even came there from time to time and looked. But she watched each of them. She watched every meeting of the young man with the girls. Peeking out from around the corner, she realized that this was not a friendly relationship at all. All these ladies were hitting on the guy. The schoolgirl was on the street and was thinking, is her sister really not in the know? This is not going to work, so they will take the boy away. She imagined her sister. She doesn't like it, even if the opponent is her sister. No, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. She lowered her head and thought that she will never give in. She must remove all obstacles. Then she turned around. She saw Young-ah and decided to get acquainted, said that she wanted to talk about the guy. The brunette opened his eyes. He was sitting on a chair in the middle of the room, bandaged. He tried to come to his senses, did not understand what was happening around him. He looked around. He was in some kind of warehouse. What kind of place is this? The guy tried to get out, but all in vain. He continued to sit and asked, what the hell is this? What happened? Where is he? Why is he tied up? The boy lowered his head and said that he remembered entering the restaurant, and after that he was sure. He clenched his teeth. His head hurt badly, as if something was sparkling. A brunette entered the room and said that she was worried while the boy was unconscious. Then the young man began to scream. Could it really be her? It doesn't matter. She needed to untie him faster. She doesn't know when the criminal will return. The girl came closer and said that she couldn't untie him because she had been working on this plan for a very long time. He asked again in surprise. Apparently he forgot what happened. The schoolgirl put her hand to her chest and said that the poor pervert. But there was no need to worry. Everything was fine. It was for the best. From now on they would have enough time to create new memories. Then she turned around and said that the room was a bit empty. She turned her head, apologized. Actually, she wanted to prepare it better, but it was not a problem, since they would be able to furnish it together, make sure that he was comfortable. The guy moved closer and asked what she meant. Then he squeezed his eyes tightly shut. He remembered what had happened. This was crazy. He raised his head and asked why and for what reason. Then the girl answered with a smile that there was no need to ask. She just couldn't hold back any longer. She wanted him to be hers as soon as possible. These annoying competitors kept appearing and appearing, time after time. The brunette turned around and said that that's why she decided that this plan would be the most effective. Why go through all these difficulties, removing them one by one, because when they were together, the girls would leave anyway. Then she spread her hands and added that he wouldn't prefer the girl to get rid of each of them completely, because this method was too shameful, a pervert, very shy. The girl came closer and said with a smile that she was also embarrassed, but they liked each other, right? The young man was scared. He thought that it couldn't be. No, it was the other way around, to be honest. He was more shocked because he had some suspicions when he found out that those around him had feelings for him. He imagined how they spent time together, wondered if she could have feelings, and looking back, he thought that there were some signs after all. Then he imagined scenes from the comic, also situations from life. If Nara had such feelings, he thought that the girl would show signs of obsession or, perhaps, madness earlier. The guy remembered their heartfelt conversations. Nothing like that had happened before that moment, so he thought that this would not happen. But thinking about it again, the girl also hid such inclinations quite well. The boy continued to sit and thought that therefore, if up to that moment, she really held back, all these feelings burst out at once. The brunette extended her hand and said that to be honest, it was as if they were really dating. Everyone else probably thought so. Then she lowered her head and said that unfortunately, if you think like that, it turns out that the young man was cheating on her with other girls. She raised her hands and said that of course, she does not say that it is entirely his fault. The fault lies with those wicked who dared to touch the guy who are busy. After which the girl thought, now that she said it out loud, it seemed like the plan to get rid of them completely was better. The young man started shouting, asking her to come to her senses. She was very surprised. The brunette looked at her and said, no matter what her reason was, it was just wrong. It was clearly not something that could simply be called a joke. He tried to get out again and added that they needed to hurry, come to their senses and untie him. He was not joking, he was completely serious. The brunette just looked at him and was silent. Then she came closer and asked if he was really going to continue protecting the other girls after everything she had done for them. The brunette stood up and said that it seemed like the guy had developed a couple of bad habits, but there was nothing to worry about. She would have to fix them for him. He started shouting and asking to wait a minute, asking what the girl was doing. He was sitting in some building. The scream could be heard even on the street. And suddenly the teleportation began. The protagonist returned to the same chair, also tied up, but at least he returned. This confirms the theory that someone intervenes when something like this happens. Return to the moment that was a few minutes ago. Damn these places for save points. The boy lowered his head and thought that in any case he should focus on the current situation. Did he ever have such a confusing situation? He can't even complain like usual. He imagined everything that happened. Nari, who was only obsessed with her sister, not only redirected her obsession to him, but also showed more serious symptoms, to the point of doing such things and saying such words. Kang Lim closed his eyes and wondered what to do. How did everything happen so far away? Because he was too stupid to notice it. Well, even so, he began to shake his legs and scream. A brunette entered the room and said that she was worried, then asked what the guy was doing. At that moment he tried to fall off the chair and said that it was wrong, asked to listen to him, to untie him first. The brunette came up and said that this would not work. She would fix everything in him, from small to large. Teleportation again. The young man screamed for help. Is there really no one there? The girl came up and said, does he really not like their love nest? Teleportation again. The brunette looked at her and asked her to calm down, offered to calmly talk about all this. The girl picked up the rope and said, if anyone needs to calm down, it is him. Teleportation again. The guy was shaking and screaming, asked to stop. This is a crime. Do they really not know? The girl came up and said that such rules are nothing compared to her feelings. Teleportation again, then again and again. Night, city. The young man was sitting in a warehouse, lowered his head and thought that he was wrong. He looked straight at the floor. This time, no matter how much he resisted, it was useless. The most terrible and hopeless difference is that until now, when he resolved the incident, everything returned to normal. There were a bunch of boxes around, but not this time, and especially because he ran into her. He imagined the sisters. Even if he tried to prevent the worst outcome, it was too late to go back to how everything was, now that the girl was so determined, not when this situation had reached this point. It was as if the photo of the sisters cracked. Everything failed the moment the loop was fixed. Despite his caution, it became unclear whether the events were unfolding in a comic book or in real life. The boy lowered his head and thought that he had ruined everything. He was sitting near the broken fragments of the photo. On the seashore, there was sand all around. The guy lowered his head and just looked down. He carefully watched what was in front of his eyes, and it was a photo of a blonde. He remembered her, the other girls. Should he give up now? Without raising his head, he thought, isn't he thinking too much now? Or is he deceiving himself because he's used to this cycle? The waves were crashing against the shore. What has already happened can't be fixed, right? In front of him was the sea, the clear sky. Besides, isn't the worst yet to come? What's left? That's his reason to keep fighting. He looked at the shard with the brunette. From this point of view, the save point is very good, because it keeps her in the cycle. The guy picked up this shard. Yes, it's not over yet. It's a pity that such an end will not come. He raised his head and looked forward resolutely. He remembered his conversation with Yoon Young. He thought that this time too, it seems like it's all really his fault, because she said as expected. She was not mistaken about him, because the young man faced the forest with what happened. In other words, he finally faced it. He continued to sit tied up on the chair. After all his words about not treating them as simple characters, his real sin was trying to leave a distance between them. That was his karma. He looked at the door, so he had to stop the girl, for Da-hee and the others. Kang Lim raised his head and thought no, he had to for Nari herself. At that moment, the girl entered the room and said hello. The boy looked at her from under his brows and said that she was finally here. The brunette looked at him and did not understand what was happening. The boy just sat silently. Then she came closer and said that he was calmer than she thought. It was good. She was also afraid that she might misunderstand, so she prepared all possible measures, but it seems that she worried in vain. The guy smiled and thought that he was well aware of this. He had already experienced all this himself, so this time he would not provoke her too much. While the girl was coming closer, she was thinking that, given what she had said earlier about betrayal and the like, she was now definitely on the edge. An emotional response would not work. It would turn against him. It would be better to behave naturally until she found a way out. Then he bowed his head and said that, of course, he was surprised, but to some extent he expected something like this, that the girl could pull off such an event. She came closer and asked again. The young man winked and said that it was true. They had been spending their free time together quite well lately, hadn't they? So I wondered if she would surprise him with an event, as couples do, secretly hoping for it. The girl was very surprised. Then she became embarrassed and said that yes, that's right. That's how it was. Since the brunette couldn't make up her mind, she decided to take the initiative into her own hands. What she wanted was not vague hints between them, but the development of the relationship. Then she jumped up and said that she wanted to go further than just meeting on the way home from school, to feed each other delicious food, maybe even travel on weekends and stay overnight. The girl put her hands to her cheeks and said to fire her, she would like to be with him around the clock, every day of the year. But when this is impossible, they could write to each other every 3 minutes to constantly confirm their love every moment. The brunette listened to her attentively and thought that the level of her obsession was higher than he assumed. She wanted to beat herself up from the past for not realizing everything until this moment. The brunette lowered her head and said that if she did so much, she was a little embarrassed, and added that the other girls would not even have the opportunity to look at him like her sister. The brunette listened to her attentively and thought, what did you not happen? It seems that the root of the problem is exactly her, and in the end he needs to get closer to the essence of this problem. Nari folded her hands and said that in any case, from now on she will live here with her, bring everything they need, including money, and the guy will always wait for her here. He looked at her and asked if it would be too difficult to implement. What would they tell everyone else? He looked at her and said that even if they tried to hide it, how could they explain that the guy suddenly disappeared, and would his family not start looking for him soon, and is this place even suitable? The girl raised her hands with a smile and said that there was no need to worry. Of course she had already prepared for everything. Well, what did she receive the answer that it sounded very encouraging. The boy turned his head and said, what about him? He needs to go to school or an academy. Even if it's college, he still needs to finish high school, right? The schoolgirl thought about it. Then she turned away and added that there was no need to give in to the social evils nurtured by educational elitism. The boy asked if she really said that because she had run out of excuses. The girl was embarrassed and said that besides, he didn't study that hard. Then she started screaming that she saw everything. He skipped classes several days a week, and even when he did, he simply went up to the computer room above the academy during his independent studies. The boy turned away and said that it was all because. Then he froze and couldn't think of an answer. But suddenly he screamed that there was no need to give in to the strong not nurtured by educational elitism, to which he heard that he changed his position quite quickly. The guys were silent. He was thinking what was more important. Was the girl secretly watching him all this time, so she was able to instantly save him when he fell into the river? Nari turned around and said that she thought about it, she would be right back. Then she ran out of the room. The guy exhaled and thought, to some extent he understood what was happening. It was really problematic. He sat and looked ahead, and the girl just wants to be alone with the person she likes, But hasn't this desire turned into an excessive obsession, which is only getting stronger? Probably because the girl is an ordinary model student, the response is even stronger and more serious. Then he frowned. I thought that he needs to calm her down and make her open her eyes. The first thing that comes to mind is, of course, transfer her sister here. He imagined two girls, they should see each other. He remembered how his sister looked at her, in comics or even here. In reality, the brunette never showed her side in front of the blonde. Perhaps her feelings for her sister were holding her back. The boy began to move his hands again and thought that it would be better to run away from here and call her. Of course, this could turn into a mess, but if left as is, then NARI. Suddenly the boy smelled a wonderful smell. A schoolgirl entered the room and said that she thought that he was probably hungry, so she cooked something. The young man was surprised, now that it was mentioned. How long had he been out? The girl came up and said that it was somewhere around noon. Then it was about dawn of the next day, but it looked so delicious. There was rice with shrimp on the tray. It just tore him apart. It did not look like food heated in a microwave. It seemed she cooked it herself. Then he started to turn his head and realized that the design of this building seemed familiar because he remembered what the building the girl works in looked like. It was the same building. It was probably difficult to move him, who had lost consciousness, far away. That's why I'm coming here. You can bring it instantly. You can just cook it in advance and then heat it up. Then he thought, it looks like it will be much easier to escape from here when he can pull his hands out of the fetters. The brunette sat down on a chair and said that he doesn't have to use his hands, nothing can be done. She held out a spoon forward and said that she will have to feed him like this. The brunette opened his mouth, but the girl quickly pulled her hand back and said that no, not like that. She looked at him embarrassedly and said that she shouldn't just feed him like this, because they had already done it with other girls. He put his hand to his chin and said that they would do it differently. The young man was surprised and started screaming. What was she thinking? The girl laughed and said if he could see his face, it was a joke. She decided to save it for a more romantic moment. Then she began to hug herself by the shoulders. According to the plan of her dream, this year they will get engaged, right after graduation, get married, and go to Singapore on the bay for their honeymoon, where, raising glasses of wine against the backdrop of a magnificent night view by the panoramic pool on the roof, the guy will whisper his confession of love in her ear and finally kiss them. The young man listened to all this and thought that they were just holding hands, and the girl was already imagining weddings. He listened to her attentively while she said that okay, for now she will just feed him, but she still does not like this routine. Nari looked into his eyes and asked him to say that the schoolboy loves her. Kang Lim began to shout that there is no reason. How can he even say such a thing? To which the girl shouted that if he cannot be honest, otherwise he will not get food. Well, okay, he will not die if he misses one meal. His stomach growled loudly. He just remembered, before he was dragged here. He remembered the message from the girl, with an offer to have dinner after work. He always comes, so she had to treat him sometimes, so it was a trap. Did he really fall for it? He closed his eyes and lowered his head. Then the guy barely audibly said that he loved her. The girl asked again and said that she did not hear. He should say it louder. The brunette screamed that he loved her. The satisfied schoolgirl fed the young man and said that she loved him too. Just think, he was subdued by food alone. Hunger is worse than any mafia. Then the brunette took out her phone, turned off the recorder and said that now she can listen to it before she falls asleep. The schoolboy ate and was surprised that it was very tasty. Then he looked at her and said that it was delicious, but it felt like it had become even tastier. Besides, the seasoning had changed. The girl answered really? He noticed she had to practice for a long time and study his tastes quite well. Then she raised the thermos and said that she was in a good mood, so there was a special chance for him. If he said again that he loved her, she would also give him a special nutritious drink. The boy was very happy and shouted that he loved her. He could not miss this one-time promotion. Nari happily fed the guy, while the boy continued to repeat his declaration of love. Some time passed. Kang Lim was drinking. He had something on his cheek, but his hands were tied. Then the brunette came closer and said that without her, he would definitely not be able to remove it. She came as close as possible and picked up the scarf. She turned away and became embarrassed. The girl looked at him again and asked if she should untie his hands, but the guy refused and said that everything was fine. Then she raised her palms and said that she even prepared a bath and personal hygiene items for him, but the young man refused again. Then he turned away and embarrassedly said that he had one request. Every time he met her, they always ate ice cream. He would like some. Is it possible? The brunette was already leaving and replied that of course she would bring it now, but she had to wait a little, just a little bit. The boy looked away. Then suddenly he turned around and thought that the schoolgirl really wasn't meant to play the role of a villain. He started moving his hands. It seemed that she had prepared everything, but she was too clumsy in such things. The main character tensed up with all his might, and he tore the bracelet on his arm. Actually, cable ties can be torn very easily. The ones used by the police or the military, made of a completely different metal than the ones you can find in stores. And if someone ties your hands like that, he continued to fidget in his chair. Then he pushed off with his feet and flew back. He flew quite high. He fell, hit his back hard, but nevertheless, he was able to get free. He did it. He stood up and exhaled. As I expected, his phone was taken. It looks like he will have to call the blonde personally. The boy went to the door, took hold of the handle and thought that first he needs to get out of this building. He just needs to be careful of the traps. He looked down and thought, is this normal? He stood and thought, of course, if he calls the blonde, then everything will stop. But what will happen to this girl then? He remembered her embarrassed look. He took his hand away from the handle and exhaled. He raised his head and thought that his destiny, well, it's worth a try. When the schoolgirl came back, she saw the open door. She was very scared. She ran inside and noticed something. A brunette was sitting on a chair in front of her and said that she had finally brought his ice cream. The girl looked at him and asked what he meant. What about the rope? What was he thinking about, running away, or was he still thinking about it? The guy raised his hand and said no, it was the opposite. Despite the fact that he could have run away while she was gone, he was still sitting here quietly, waiting, wasn't he? Then he crossed his legs and said that he wanted to talk to her as an equal. He frowned and added that as her equals, he wanted to know why the girl did it. She ran up and asked what was going on. Why was she pretending not to know now? Was it because she liked him? Wasn't that obvious? Then the boy looked at her and said that it was just strange. He stood up and said that this method was already too radical and extreme. Nothing would happen as planned this way, and she was not so stupid as not to understand this, so why did she do it? The brunette listened attentively. The brunette asked again why she decided to do this. He lowered his head and said that he admitted that he was stupid and narrow-minded, but some things can only be expressed if you speak directly. At this point, Nari could not stand it and began to scream. What should have been done then? Kang Lim was surprised, and the girl continued to scream. No matter how much she thought about it, this was the best she could do. But her sister, she imagined the blonde. She was so respected and wonderful. The girl threw up her hands. She knew that whenever and in what she competed with her, she knew that she would never win. The little girl remembered them as children. In fact, her sister just let her win. Mom gave gifts for this, and the girl knew that her sister would soon start taking more for herself than giving in to her, but she wished that it would be limited to that. While the little girl was receiving gifts, the brunette stood aside. Then that would be it. She would simply be limited to her, a jealous younger sister who envies her skilled older sister. She remembered the day she got sick, the day she competed with her sister for the role of the festival leader, suddenly caught a cold and could not go to school. Mom sat on the bed and said that she had a fever, had already taken her pills, so she just needed to rest, and the woman would go to the store and cook her some porridge when she returned. Then she fixed her compress. Her sister came and asked how the girl was feeling. When the blonde changed her rag, the girl asked about the selection. In response, she heard that her sister had decided to just give up. She asked again in surprise, to which she heard the answer that it had become somehow boring without her there. After which she smiled and added that she needed to get better soon so that they could compete together next time. The brunette was very upset, even though she felt warmth in her heart. Then, somewhere deep inside, she hated herself. She covered herself with a blanket, thinking only about how to surpass her sister, but the girls were always there. Since then her sister was no longer a rival for her, she was an object of her respect, especially after the incident that took their parents and made her grow up. Having gone through a lot, she no longer quarreled or competed with her. But this time was an exception. The girls thought about it, both came to the conclusion that they liked the same person. Nari lowered her eyes. She did not want her sister to realize this, but it was too late. She had already begun to suspect it. Now it was pointless to think about it. The girl walked down the hallway, thinking about what to do, what choice would be right, but already knew that she had no chance if she competed fairly. She lowered her head and thought that she would lose to her sister again. Then suddenly she started screaming because she thought that she would lose to her sister. She stood in front of the guy, screaming because she was not as good as her, and she was also greedy because she did not want to lose him. That was the reason. Is the boy happy now? Kang Lim took a step forward and said, no, absolutely not. How many more times do I have to say it? He came closer and said that it was not that. What was the real reason? The brunette dyed her hair back and said that she had already explained everything. The guy lowered his head. That was the point. It was a lie. He knew the truth. He imagined his sisters. Even though sometimes the girl seemed obsessed, he knew that she was doing this only out of good intentions. She loved her sister more than she thought. He imagined all the time they spent together. He grabbed her hand and said that more importantly, he is a good person. The schoolgirl was surprised. In fact, when she was thinking on the street, she was thinking about what to do, what plan of action would be the best. She already knew that if she came face to face with her, she would have no chance. Everything would end with her losing again. However, she grabbed her school bag and said that she would not give up anyway, not with the feelings that she had for this person. She was determined and thought that she would definitely not lose. Lightning flashed outside. It started to rain heavily. The girl sat on her knee and looked down. Someone appeared from behind. The man came up and asked what was going on. Her clone came up and asked if she would really not give in and endure. Her heart would not give in. Is now really the time for this childish babble? The creature leaned over and said so she would definitely lose him, even if she was nearby, and all their happy moments that they shared together, too. The girl sat in the rain and listened to how she had to be honest with herself because she knew there was a better option. Her clone stood behind her and said that she had to play on her pity. The brunette raised her head and listened to how she had to pretend she didn't know about her sister's feelings, ask for advice, ask her to help her get together with a guy. The creature smiled, playing the innocent little sister, stunning with her first crush because she knew how much the girl treasured her. Then she leaned over and said if she hasn't fully realized this yet, her sister will give in and give in to the boy. The girl grabbed her head and began to ask her to shut up. Then she looked ahead. Of course, her sister could do it, but then she would end up unhappy. The girls stood opposite each other. The brunette would just watch the blonde suffer, and eventually she would meanly accept it, and someday she would be filled with self-hatred. Their relationship would be destroyed, then each of them would become part of a story in which everyone is unhappy. She continued walking down the street and thought that she didn't need it. It was not so pathetic. This time it was different. She would not lose to her sister. Then the creature said that she would achieve it herself. She would get Kang. Her eyes were burning because this was the path of all of them. The schoolgirl raised her hands. Then she fell straight to the floor, so even if this way. The boy looked at her and thought that he could console her with beautiful, impressive words, but unfortunately he did not have the right to do so. He looked down and thought, to make Nari do this, the responsibility for bringing her to such despair lies with him. Then the young man turned around and said that there was one thing he wanted to fix, whether it was a blonde or any other person, it didn't matter. Regardless of what kind of relationship he had with others, it did not make everything that was between them disappear. If the girl did not mind, could this continue in the future? She was very surprised. Then the boy scratched his head and said all the time he enjoyed when he was with her was only possible thanks to her. No one can take it away or replace it, even if it is the almighty Dahi. Nari raised her head and said that this is her sister. A guy is a guy, a blonde is a blonde. If there is no point in this, then is it worth asking otherwise? The young man smiled and said if someone superior to him and everything suddenly appeared, would she like him more than him? The brunette began to scream that no, this would never happen, and the brunette said the same thing. And it's a secret, but if we are talking about it, then his ideal type. He raised his head and said that in fact someone looks like her. Then he thought, in fact, initially it was Dahi, as she was in the comics. Well, then he did not know much, now knowing her opposite sides. The girl lowered her head and said that even if she said that, they could find another girl, not her. They wouldn't be able to date like this anymore, then it wouldn't be any different from him being taken away from her. The boy was surprised, tried to say something and thought that there was no arguing, but still, even if these were empty promises. He raised his hand and said that it was okay, they could date in secret when the girl wasn't looking. The little girl raised her head and said that it didn't seem right, neither morally nor ethically, to which she heard the answer that she shouldn't be so serious. And who would say, how could she play the moral card after all this, trying to make him the only bastard here, even though he knew that he was also wrong? The girl laughed and said that it was true. Then she raised her head and said that she regretted a lot about hurting him. With all these mixed feelings that were becoming more and more unbearable, she couldn't see anything beyond what was right in front of her. The boy smiled and said that everything was fine. He might not say anything. He didn't want to brag, but this often happened in his life. Then he closed his eyes and added that everything was fine compared to the mafia because the schoolgirl was pretty cute. The brunette held out her hands and said that he had to prove that he wouldn't leave her. She looked him in the eyes and said that he had to show evidence that she was sure. The boy took a step back and thought that he had to calm down, pull himself together and concentrate. He put his fist to his chin with difficulty, but he felt it, a way to sew up the problem. He came closer and said that he didn't quite understand what they were talking about. He wanted him to write some kind of document about a promise or something. The girl replied that he knew perfectly well what she was talking about. He was doing this meanness on purpose. Then he knelt down and said that first he had to promise him something. He moved closer and said that using her anxiety and mistrust of him as reasons, the brunette should not harm others. He turned away and added that this was not a matter of romantic relationships or anything like that. All of them, including her, were dear friends to him. He had already made a decision for himself long ago. He was ready to risk his life if it meant that everyone would be safe. Then he looked into her eyes and said that if she wanted to do something like that to someone else, then he would not forgive it. Nari was embarrassed and could not say anything. Then she lowered her head and said that she would try. This would be enough for now. The girl looked into his eyes and asked what if with him, not with others, could she express these feelings even if they contradicted him. The guy was surprised and thought perhaps she meant could she direct her aura of obsession at him. He scratched the back of his head and said that to be honest, if you say that it will not cause trouble, then you will be lying. But in general, to some extent, he really provoked all this. The guy turned away and said that he will try hard to deal with her. The brunette clenched her fists and shouted that they had agreed she would show these feelings only to him. The boy looked at her with a smile and wondered if this meant that everything had settled down for now. Nothing like that had happened, and he had even received a promise. Then she came closer and said that she was now demanding to show real evidence. She grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him towards her. The guys flew to the floor. The girl was lying opposite and said that they had to hurry. The brunette was lying next to him and wondered what was happening. What should he do now? They were both lying on the floor. That is, yes, of course he was sincere in everything he said, but a small part of him made him say it because it would resolve the situation, and now, in the end, it all turned out like this. He was very embarrassed. This is generally normal. This is a green light. No, this is a certain green light, not that deaf, unresponsive piece of the main character. The girl buried her face in his chest and said that everything was fine. Then she looked and said that if it was him, then everything was fine. The young man exhaled. Then he raised his hand right above her shoulders. Moonlight was coming through the window. The ice cream was lying by the door, already completely melted. He was looking at them. She opened the door and saw this picture. The guys were very surprised. Then they jumped up and the brunette asked how her sister got here. The blonde came closer and answered because her lying intrigues did not work. Did she really think that her sister would not be able to see them? She picked up the phone and said that she looked great, so she would let her go for this term. Read the message. The boss is spending the night at the Weirdos tonight. Then she turned around and said that they both should go downstairs. All three of them were sitting at the table. The blonde looked and said that she was waiting for an explanation. The guy raised his hand and tried to say something, but he was told not to interfere. At that moment, the younger sister was trembling with fear. She was forced to answer. Then she frighteningly grabbed the guy by the blouse. He took a long look at her and said that, to be honest, she expected that this could happen. Being with children, they constantly fought each other for something. She imagined broken toys. For example, the case with Dad's Erler figurine. Sorry about who will play with him. They tore off his limbs, which made Dad very upset. The girl looked down and said so far nothing has broken this time. If it is difficult for her to speak, ask directly, how far has she gone? The guys were very surprised. Then the girl added that you should not misunderstand her. Even if the boss is a simple loner, she is sure that he is smart enough to distinguish right from wrong. The guy thought that it hurt a little because he almost got caught. The blonde folded her arms and said who she wanted to ask about was her sister, how far she had crossed the line. Sometimes she was reckless. She didn't think about the consequences at all, and added that she had seen things in the room upstairs, ropes, the stun gun she had bought, and everything else. The little girl listened humbly. The brunette tried to justify her again. The classmate shouted at him, reminding him not to interfere. Then she looked at her sister and said that this was definitely a consensual crime. If the boss didn't issue charges, he would turn a blind eye to it, depending on the nature of the situation. Apparently, at least she hadn't done everything she had planned. The sister sat opposite the girl and said that a mistake was a mistake. As an older sister and guardian, she should punish her. At that moment, the brunette raised her head and said that everything was fine, there was no need to worry about it. Then she grabbed the guy and said that they were in a consensual relationship. These things were just part of their love game. He was very surprised and asked again. Then she jumped up and started screaming. What is my sister talking about? She replied that adults do such things too. They have already come to an agreement and signed a contract. There is no law that prohibits students from doing this. Then the blonde switched to the guy and asked if he signed the contract. He replied no, it was this kind of contract. The girl started screaming that he was crazy. How could he do this to her sister? She intervened as a little girl and shouted that he was trying to pretend that nothing happened. The young man replied that they were yelling at him as if he was to blame for everything. This is generally normal. The classmate exhaled and said that then her duties as a guardian ended there. Then she spread her hands and said what next, not even as a fan number one, but as the owner of slave number one. The boy replied that she was a scoundrel, completely turned their roles around. The lady raised her head and said that she had nothing to say to her sister as competitors. She took a lock of hair and said that it was because now that she knew how serious the girl was, she had no choice but to take this with complete seriousness. The little girl listened attentively as her sister said that she had to be prepared, simply because her sister was not going to hold back or give in. She looked into her eyes and said that with all her might, honestly and directly, she would confront her. The brunette began to cry. Then she remembered meeting the creature. She smiled and said that yes, she was of the same opinion. She looked at her sister and added that because they were sisters, she would not give her any slack. The brunette looked at this and smiled. The girls continued to discuss that in reality, they could not even afford to worry about each other. With 4, now 5 other rivals, it would be good if it ended with this, but who knows who the boy might charm next. The blonde raised her hand and said that by saying that it was just a coincidence. The sister replied that yes, last time he also used a coincidence as an excuse. The guy was sitting and saying why is he always the one who ends up being the one in trouble, can't they gossip about him when he's not around? The blonde turned around and told him to shut up because she wanted to clear things up. The brunette added that it was true, just so he knew. Then the girls sat down next to each other and said that they would never leave their younger and older sisters and never give them to him. The boy was a little lost and said that his sister seemed very close. Isn't it wonderful? The sun began to rise. The boy turned and said that even though it was the last day before the holidays, they still had to go to school. Maybe it was for the best that there was still a chance. Then he looked at them and said that they needed to meet at the club today. He wanted to tell everyone something. The sisters were walking down the street. They exchanged glances. The younger one lowered her head and apologized for what happened. The blonde didn't turn around and replied that everything was fine, she didn't need to apologize, and she continued walking in silence. Then she turned around and offered to have a snack with a smile. The brunette ran to her, of course she agreed. Then the girl raised her head up and thought that if she thought about it all now, the girl had done the same thing as in the past. She remembered how she apologized and her sister asked her not to do it. She raised her head and said that only then would she be able not to apologize in the future. The students were running around the yard, the office of the Multi-Purpose Cultural Experience Club. Everyone gathered inside. Young Ah raised her head and said that before she could look back, the club had suddenly become so fashionable. The brunette looked at them and said that there was such a thing. Anyway, thank you all for coming. There is something that I have to tell them today. The girls listened to him attentively. He began to hesitate a little and thought about how to tell them. At that moment a scream was heard from the tablet. Mia was on the video link with them, shouting that it was enough to beat around the bush. She was a busy person. How long did the boy plan to heat up the situation? He turned and replied that someone could turn down the volume, and in general, was it necessary to make a video call? The blonde came up and replied that it was true, there was no need to delay it any longer. She would pass on what he said, NARI if anything. His comrade adjusted his glasses and said that he stood on Rasputin's fateful choice. If he lacks faith in himself, let him believe in him. Then he raised his hand. He was also with them on video call. Believe in him, believe in his faith in him, and started laughing. The brunette looked at him and asked why he was hanging on the video call. The young man smiled and said that he was also extremely interested in the ending of this romantic drama. He was worried about the possible intervention of his black dragon in the Battle of the Whales. Then he continued to say that there was no need to disturb. He would make sure that his funeral was grand. The guy took the tablet and just hung up. This asshole, he called only to gloat. Then he turned and said that it was time to get down to business. It was not the time to walk around. Yes, the cunning leaf was not going to remain silent in this situation. He came closer and said that he called them all to announce his position, now that he knows that they all wish him only the best. The young man looked at his girlfriend and said that more than that, more than it deserves, even if it is a difficult and extremely embarrassing topic for him, he is still very happy, so thank them for this. He lowered his head and said what a guy is. No, it is wrong. He decided that he will not say such things anymore. It is worth forgiving him. He raised his eyes and said that there is another thing that worries him. The fact is that he is not sure. They were all standing in the office, their affection, whether it is definitely romantic feelings or not. The girls all started shouting as one, that it is obvious. Then the blonde stopped them and said that they need to listen to the end of what the young man is trying to say. The boy raised his hands and said that he became part of many of their incidents, perhaps because he helped in such moments. Maybe they just confuse gratitude to the benefactor with something else, or even confuse these feelings like you and the effect of a suspension bridge. Then he lowered his head, clenched his fist and said that he knows that they will say that this is not so, and he also thought that they are right. Then he looked at the floor and said that even he understood it with his head, his heart doubted. For him, this situation was inevitable. And Ours raised his head and spread his hands. He began to remember all the situations that had happened. His attachment was formed to save heroin, because of which he began to feel guilty, as if he was simply copying the correct answers from a cheat sheet. He remembered how he solved problems, a feeling that had always tormented this man's mind. But recently, he began to have conflicting thoughts that reality could be better than a comic book. Finding himself in a whirlpool of thoughts, he thought that perhaps even this thought was just an attempt to rationalize what was happening, and in a dope of doubts, he found himself lost in house. At that moment, the incident with NARI was the last straw. The girl holding the rope in her hands, it just couldn't be ordinary romantic feelings, made him doubt if others could be the same. And then, he began to wonder if this could be a phenomenon caused by the comic, as part of the development of the plot, someone's intention that interferes with their hearts, wondered, the affection directed at him, is this really the red thread of fate? As if he was wrapped in all these threads, maybe he knew the answer with his mind, but his heart could not accept it so easily, and he put his hand to his forehead and said that he thinks. He lowered his eyes. As a man, of course he wants to respond to their feelings, but if he does so, he thinks he will hate himself for it. He came closer and said that he is not sure he can give an answer right now. He is sorry, but he needs more time. Everyone listened to him attentively. Then the boy fell silent, and the girls began to say, well, nothing can be done. Yoon Young turned around and said that it seemed like the sweetheart hadn't come to an answer yet. The brunette replied that that was the whole point. The blonde turned around and said with a smile that she had guessed, hadn't she? She had a drink when they returned. Siren replied that she thought the guy would announce the results of the semi-finals. Did she really perceive this as some kind of tournament? Rami smiled and said that now that they had come to this, he decided to postpone the answer, choosing the path of an indecisive Casanova. The guy raised his hands and started shouting that no, isn't this a bit too much? Casanova, did she really hear everything correctly? His deep feelings that did not reach them. Mia smiled and said that what was between them was not enough for him, decided to tell her in this way so that she would show her feelings directly, and Cut replied that it would be a disaster if she understood this situation, and exactly like that. Then the blonde thought about it and said that she would report it to her sister. It seemed that physical confrontation was the right answer after all. Her friend came up and asked what kind of story was popping up here periodically. He couldn't have seduced her younger sister, could he? The boy turned away and said that what was important was that they needed time and more interaction. Everyone was surprised. Did he really just avoid answering? The princess winked and exhaled. If that was the case, then everything led to the fact that the holidays should also pass slowly. The girls started running up to him. That was the conclusion. What could be done? She smiled and added that everything would work out. She was sure, after all, this was the problem that the darling had been thinking about so much, and it so happened that she had a great idea. The guys came to the coffee shop. They stood in a crowd near the entrance waiting for their order. The girls all asked in one voice about the resort hotel. The princess smiled and said that's right, the current problem is that only one body is capable. Well, each of them wants to spend time with him alone. So how about changing the approach and spending time all together? There is a hotel at a foreign resort in which her family once invested, close to the sea and has a great view. She imagined a huge beautiful hotel. Then she raised her hand and added that of course she covers all the expenses. Well, what will they say? The blonde smiled and said that it sounds good. Siren came closer and said that she agrees. It sounds fun. Rami also said that she fully supports. Mia turned away and said that she just needs to let him know the date in advance, then everything will suit her. The young man came up and said that he would also like to know the schedule in advance. The princess said that he will have no choice. They advise him to kindly obey. They announced that 6 orders are already ready. The girl also added that the brunette should be disappointed with this layout because the sweetheart has already promised to go to the pool with her. The friends were very surprised by what they heard. Then the princess raised her fan and said that there was no need to worry. This would also be taken into account in the plan. She came closer and said that they would plan the next 7 nights, 8 days, so that after the first day, everyone could enjoy a nice whole day. They did not mind if the brunette was additionally given an exclusive privilege. The brunette came up and said that this was too much. Rami ran up and said that it was not too much at all. She frowned and added that if you worry about whether the feelings are real or not, then shouldn't you give them all a chance to prove it? The boy was confused. That was right, exactly, everyone supported him. Yoon Young turned away and said in a sense this is a temporary reconciliation. Well, all that is required of him is to do what he should have done a little earlier. He scratched his head and smiled. The guys were standing on the street and drinking coffee. Day, forest, big fly. About a week after the vacation began, the plane landed at the resort. People started getting their luggage. Everyone turned around, not understanding what was happening around them. Beautiful girls appeared there. Dahi raised her hand and shouted that she couldn't believe it. A trip abroad with friends. Nari added that now that they had already arrived, it was even more exciting. The resort atmosphere was in the air. Then she turned and said that it would be great if he and Damia joined them later. The younger brother and sister stayed with Ani for a while. How lucky that the woman was not married. Mia took off her glasses and said that she was glad that at least she didn't have to worry so much about being recognized here. The princess replied that she seemed to be happy too early. At that moment, their friends were standing with some guys. They gave autographs. They asked to take pictures. Yang Su appeared and said that the time had come. The stage for the great hymn would soon swallow the whole world. Young Ah walked next to him, said that this was her first trip abroad, so she was nervous. Suddenly something would happen that she didn't know about. Then she looked down and said that she might have to rely on the blonde in these matters. She agreed. He turned and said that with such a group they would inevitably attract attention wherever they went. Passers-by looked at them. These girls were so cute, probably models. There was a photo shoot going on here. What country were they from? Just look, the reaction of the extras is such a predictable cliche. Then he threw up his hands and said that it was just some kind of miracle that he could understand them, even without knowing a foreign language. You can even start counting how many times they would appear in this episode, and laughed. The blonde said that even if his criticism was accurate, now it was pointless to pretend to be a loner, so why shouldn't he give it up? The boy turned around and said that he wouldn't give up that easily. There was still a loner left. The girls came up and said doesn't it irritate him how she constantly teases him about it? Maybe they should start calling him boss from now on. The boy got angry and said that he didn't mean that. A woman came up from behind and said that she couldn't get it that a loner like him would be so popular. Then she smiled and added that if the boy wasn't trying to escape from reality in this way, then the situation when someone like her likes him, she just can't accept it, right? The boy asked again what this bullying was for. The blonde thought, not only that, it was probably also karma for past actions. Until that moment, he didn't realize that he couldn't see the world around him. The boy started shouting that it was definitely not for them to criticize him for this. I looked at the actresses and thought that these two were like. I was a little confused. Even though they hung out together in comics, they didn't feel like close friends. I'm not sure if this is a good sign. The princess turned around and said that they should head towards the hotel. The cars were driving along the highway. The girls arrived and looked up. There was a huge building in front of them, although they would be here for 7 days and 8 nights, even though they had heard about it, but now it was beyond what I had imagined, and the sea was just a few steps away. A man met them at the reception. He invited them into the waiting room. The guys were looking around. The blonde came up and asked what the boss was looking for so hard in his phone. Was the price for 1 night really here? The boy turned around and said that he was just curious, and the amount there was beyond imagination. Everyone else became interested. They started asking to show. Now is the high season, so the price will be high. Then they looked at the phone and were very surprised. The princess came up and thanked them for waiting, finished talking to the manager. The guys were standing in the uniform of maids and a butler asked if their mistress had returned. Yoon Young asked in surprise what had gotten into them. Kang Lim shouted that his friends were so materialistic. A maid came up to them and handed over the keys to the room. The girl raised her hand and said that is for her, and respect for the manager, she would stay in the luxury room prepared for her. Since they had previously categorically refused it, asked for regular rooms for everyone, however, because of this, the floors may differ. The blonde took the keys and said that this was quite enough. Then the girl looked at each other in surprise. Paired rooms, 2 people per room. That means the young man was standing with a key. There was no one nearby. His card had number 2703. A crush began. Everyone wanted to spend the night with him. In the end, it all ended up like this. 2 guys were in one room, and the girls were divided into 2 in others. The blonde turned around and said that they should put everything else aside for later, take everything they needed and meet downstairs. After all, the most important moments of summer are the sea. People were walking along the beach, sunbathing on sun loungers. The girls came there and looked ahead. Finally, they were here. Young people turned around to look at them. So beautiful, some kind of actresses. They envied these guys. 2 friends were standing and discussing their underwater combat skills. He recently got himself in shape. The guy with glasses raised his head and said that he would not be afraid to challenge, because he himself was a reward. The brunette raised his hand and said that then they would swim over there. But at that moment someone grabbed him by the hair and asked where he was going. The blonde shouted, "Doesn't he have any other responsibilities?" Then she moved a little further away and asked what she looked like. She had been choosing this swimsuit for a long time. The young man turned away and quickly said that he was beautiful, looked good, good. She thought this answer was insincere. She started screaming and grabbing his shoulders, choosing him, trying to make him like her, quickly looked at her and answered properly. The guy said he couldn't do it. Without turning around, he shouted that she was too beautiful. She was satisfied with this answer, laughed and said that then okay. Rami came up from behind and asked if the guys had again plunged into their worlds without permission. She raised her hand and asked what about her, choosing him, thinking about him, did she feel love in him? The boy grinned and said that it was cute, and the girl came up and asked again, something about her being cute. The guy squatted down and grabbed his head. Siren came up to him and asked if everything was okay, did he feel okay? The boy did not raise his head and answered that no, he should just be left alone for a while, not to come near. The girl got upset and asked if the swimsuit really fit her that badly. He jumped up and shouted that no, on the contrary, they need to learn to evaluate themselves objectively. Then the girl who was lying on the lounger turned to him, asked if there was any problem if she felt dizzy from a long flight. Yoon Young was sitting under an umbrella and said that the young man could rest a little during the day with her. The blonde looked at the maid and thought that she probably overheated too. Suddenly the woman changed into a lifeguard uniform. What was that? Really so quickly? The girl put her bag down. She got up and said that she would stop here. To be honest, she does not know how to swim without a ring. The actress said that they should first apply sunscreen, not only for tanning, but also because the sun is very hot. A friend came up to them and asked where the bathing suits were. Weren't they both going swimming? The brunette was embarrassed and said no. To be honest, she was wearing a bathing suit. She was just a little embarrassed. Then she dropped her hands and said that everyone had such beautiful figures. The actress turned around and said that she felt exactly the same. She hadn't recently stopped doing fitness, and this was after a strict diet. Then Siren came closer and said that they were already here, and they were hoping to have fun together. The blonde said that was right. This event only happens once a year. The brunette looked at them and said that if they didn't want to, there was no need to force them. The girls started to get embarrassed, and the clothes flew in different directions. They embarrassedly asked how they looked. Wasn't that strange? Then the guy stood up and said that the bathing suits fit them well, a good choice. He smiled and said that it was beautiful. The girls beamed, they were very pleased, and the other two looked away and didn't understand what was happening. The blonde said that since we were talking about it, and the guy meant that, surprisingly, they had great figures. The guys turned around and asked if that was true. The guy with glasses said that it was expected. Because he was a dragon, blessed by the dragon god himself, he was advised to relax his abs when he spoke. The actress started shouting whether dragon children really exist. She was advised not to believe in this chariot. While the girls were whispering in the background, the brunette came up and said that she was also surprised by the state of his body. She smiled and said maybe it was the result of the training that had recently begun. The other added that they were not very muscular. She raised her hand and said that they say that 9 out of 10 girls prefer dry muscles. The guy was a little upset and said that everyone only talks about dry muscles. Yes, dry muscles, no matter whether they are dry or not. The brunette folded his arms and said to listen to him here. All this talk about muscles, functional muscles, is nothing more than a lie, and he talked about it for a long time and a lot. The girls looked at him and said that it was even hard to take seriously what he was saying, since he got so carried away. After all the talk about pumping up, it seemed he was pumping up his thumbs and the ability to Google. Then the guy turned and asked what this warm-up was. Also very water activities. You shouldn't skip it just because it looks stupid. Then he turned away and said that they can get a cramp in the water while swimming. The kid came up from behind and asked if he had finished flying in the clouds. Then he looked at him and said that, and like any pervert, he glances at every girl around, but the girl was able to suppress her desire to punish him. She grabbed his hand. She looked into his eyes and said that as a reward he should play with her and pulled him along with her. The other girls tried to stop her, some just watched in silence and shock. Everyone ran into the water and shouted that she should play with them too. They splashed and rejoiced. Water was everywhere. The brunette went into the water with an inflatable ring. The girls played, they had a lot of fun. Someone just swam in the ring. A young man in glasses swam on his inflatable mattress. They dived and had fun. They tried to teach the brunette to swim. She was very scared. The crowd gathered at some event. The DJ stood and shouted at the beginning of the party. There were many beautiful girls there, and schoolgirls were ready too. Someone stayed to watch from the side and just decided to support. The first ball flew over the net, landed right on the ground. The sisters looked at each other, and they hit back, scored a goal. In the end, they won. Volleyball turned out to be fun. Friends stood and clapped them near the stage. Suddenly, someone recognized the gamer. They started coming up to him and asking for an autograph. Yang-soo was sitting at the next table. There was no line to him, and the brunette was handing out free alcohol. There were a lot of footprints in the sand. The girls were exhausted and tired. The princess came up and suggested going to buy a snack. It looked like everyone would soon be very hungry. The brunette turned around and said that he was probably starting to too, but was it really okay to just leave them like that and go? The girl asked him again what he meant by that, and he replied that he meant that everyone was attracting a lot of attention. There was even a huge crowd gathered around. He said to look there were a bunch of men standing around. He scratched his head and said that this was another country, not theirs. He doubted whether it was worth leaving them, since something could happen. The girl tried to argue that his friend was staying with them, but he was sitting at the table and thinking why everyone was ignoring the king. Then she smiled and said that it was nice that he was thinking about them, but now it was unnecessary. It was very close. They would return quickly. Then we could go. The guys were walking along the beach. Men were passing by who were discussing them. Then the blonde raised her hand and said that in case of any emergency, which he was worried about. Meanwhile, these men approached Dahi. A crowd of bodyguards appeared around them, hidden in all sorts of places. People around were discussing whether these were really bodyguards who hid in unremarkable places. Then they took these guys and dragged them off the beach. As my dear said, it is difficult to find a place with greater security than Korea. Moreover, as part of a family business, they were recently in a fierce confrontation with an energy company. She looked up and said since the day before there was a global monopoly, there must be a chiku, since their opponents can take radical measures. The guy asked if she understood that the situation was now taking on a completely different scale. They approached the kiosk and the boy said that if it was safe, then everything was fine, but asked her not to resort to violence too often, but thought that a little beach flirting was quite normal, although if they continued to cause inconvenience, then that was another matter. The bodyguard shoved those men into the van. No need to worry, they resolved everything peacefully. While the people were trying to get out of there, the brunette said that he was probably worrying too much. The door to the van closed. Of course, they would just have a moralizing talk with them. Then the van began to shake. Screams were heard from there. The guys came to the beach, brought a tray of food. Suddenly the girls grabbed the skewers, and they began to try to feed the young man at the same time. Another one was lying on a sun lounger and offered to lie down next to her. On the other side was a blonde, and there was also an empty seat next to her. Two more were lying on the ground, asking to smear them with sunscreen. The guy didn't know what to do, he was ready to burst. It was evening, the sun had almost set. The last rays fell on the beach bag. Inside was a phone that was vibrating from the ringtone. The girls were diving under the water and having fun in the sea. They were taking pictures to remember this moment. Someone was just relaxing in the water. The young man came out of the sea. He came up to their bag and said that the girls never get tired. He wiped his face and added that this was a week-long trip, and they were giving it their all from the first day. He would have died of exhaustion if they had gone for a second swim. His friend looked at him and said that despite this, the servant seemed happy and cheerful. The young man looked away with a smile. Then he closed his eyes and said that he couldn't help himself. He was constantly worried about the troubles associated with the comic book. He remembered a situation from the past. Naturally, it would bother him in the future. He probably should have done something in advance, or he shouldn't have done certain actions, thinking about what could have happened. He looked down, maybe he will regret it someday. The sun was warming his shoulders. What he can say for sure is that he smiled. They were playing with a girl in the background. He does not regret the current moment. This is what he chose, what he really wanted to protect. He imagined all his girlfriends received more warmth than he deserved. He cannot hold back a smile, even if he does not always cope well. He smiled and said that. Before he could finish speaking, a huge ball flew into the back of his head. The blonde shouted what the young man was doing there. He finally had to go and play. He replied that he was simply caught up in the moment. Is it not clear? The girl came up, took the ball and asked what it was about. This usually happens to him at the end of the trip. Now is not the time for this. Her hair was fluttering in the wind. At such moments, if you do not enjoy, according to the rules of the bow, if you do not enjoy, then you will miss everything. Okay, then next time he will be on his team. Serious, okay weakling, then he needs to be on the team with. And she then too, it seems like everyone still has plenty of energy. It seems like she is slow. Evening, hotel. The girls were walking down the corridor. Yang-soo smiled and said that this food is really worthy of his royal majesty. The brunette added that he feels fat. His stomach seems to be swollen. There was some broth now. They have all this. Then he turned and said that they would go to their rooms and then go to the bathhouse. It would probably take them longer, so they could contact them when they come out. He feels dirty literally after a drop of water on himself. The guys were leaving. The guy added that for now they will suffer nonsense in the living room. The girl waved her hand and replied that she would see soon. Rami folded her hands and said that the first day is over, so it's high time. Siren interrupted and said that they need to decide who will spend the day with him first and establish an order for the next 7 days. The blonde spread her hands and asked how they could decide. Any ideas? Do they think everyone wants to be first? Her younger sister said that maybe they could play rock, paper, scissors or something like that. Rami smiled and said, no, I heard the sauna here is just great. How about deciding this competition in it? The water in the pool was steaming. They stuck their feet in there. Then they went down lower, and they began to enjoy it. How good it was hot, this heat. The guy in glasses wiped his forehead and said that none of this mattered. Now that there were only the two of them, they could express what they thought about it. His friend asked again. Then the guy turned around and said that high-ranking high school girls from the upper classes. How is it for such a popular guy, with whom so many girls fell in love? The brunette began to scream that it was killing him. Did his friend really decide to make fun of him? Did he misunderstand everything? Then he frowned and said that to be honest, if others had said this, then it would have been okay, however. Yang-soo held his glasses in his hands and said that he had forgotten to take them off before coming in. Without them, the boy looked very cute, and his friend said that he didn't think it was funny or that he was the one talking about this. If he had such intentions, then in principle he could have done the same. After all, he has such a pure and young face for that. The brunette exhaled and added that of course, provided that he keeps his mouth shut. Shat turned around and asked why he needed to emphasize this twice. The boy looked at him and said that it was because he happened to see him after school and then he turned down a girl from another class. The guy thought about it and said that nothing could be done about it because he also did not know this. He stood up and said that it seemed like the conversation had dragged on too long. Perhaps he should go. As he had already said, he would return to his country first, so there was no need to rush and enjoy. Kang Lim looked at him and did not understand. Then he turned around and offered to go together. They would see him off. Suddenly he refused. He should make sure that he reported everything to the others. The boy lowered his head and sadly said that he had already warned his sponsor about the plane too. He thought that maybe she could help, just in case. He turned away and said that it seemed like there was no right solution, apparently not even for her. She put on her glasses and said that there was no need to worry. He had never needed help from mortals. The men in the background began to shout at him to shut his mouth. The guy was sitting on the phone in the waiting room. Then he raised his head and realized that the girls were already here. Those tired ones approached him. Someone was even carrying someone in their arms. The boy asked what was wrong with them. Why did everyone look like that? The princess turned around and said that it was because of the schedule of days with her sweetheart starting tomorrow, because of the exclusive time with him. The brunette added that they were competing to see who could last longer at the hot spring to determine the order. Then she looked ahead and added that it was a priority since she already had communication, and the princess said that the others had shown considerable enthusiasm, as he could see. The order was said as follows: first Jang-ah, then Dahi, Rami, Nari, Mia, Yoonyoung, Siren. The girls turned around and started shouting why Siren was pretending to suffer the most, if in the end she was the last, and Rami said that she was so close. The guy looked at them and said that it was difficult to comment on this in any way, they just needed to go and rest, after all, they had enough for today. Then the brunette came up and asked where their friend was. The young man scratched his head and said that regarding this night room, the young man was lying on the bed, had already proven and confirmed his determination. He had to continue as is, he had had enough of the fuss over the comic. He clenched his fist and thought no matter what happened, come what may. He looked at the ceiling, had already mentioned the investigation he had done earlier, and immediately prepared for this important occasion. There was a knock on the door, after which it opened. The guy jumped up and asked who it was. Siren was drinking water. Then she lowered her hand and thanked him, finally feeling alive. Nari turned around and said that she was glad to hear it. She was already thinking that she needed to call an ambulance. The girl folded her hands and said that she was sorry that she had unwittingly created trouble. She didn't think that it would lead to fainting, but she endured until the end. She was afraid of losing, and then the little girl turned around and said by the way about this, asked what the girl thought about her relationship with the main character. She was very surprised. The girl came closer and said that of course she knew what she felt, otherwise she would not have come here. And then she lowered her eyes and added that she was curious about how others imagined their future with him, how far they thought it through. That's what she was interested in. Her friend looked and said, what were you talking about? The future. Nari looked at her silently. Siren answered shyly that they just hold hands when leaving school, or go out on weekends to play games together. She lowered her eyes and said that she wanted to share even the smallest joys and simple moments. That's all she felt. After which the brunette asked if it was really necessary for it to be Kang Lim. The girl asked again. The little girl raised her head and thought that it seemed like there would be no more interference, except for sister. If she needed to be wary of someone, it would be. The guy came to the door and asked who was there. Siren asked again if it was important to her that it was him. What did she mean? The girl sat down on the bed and said that of course it definitely had to be him, to which she received the answer that they were too far apart. The brunette turned around and said that no, it was her feeling. Had she at least told the guy about them? The girl was surprised. Then the little girl put her hand to her chin and said that in the end, all she wanted was a relationship and what followed. But even so, didn't she think that she was doing too little and not getting any results? Then she came closer and said if I were in her place, sincerely imagining a future together, then she smiled and said to forget, something was already going wrong. Her tongue just flew out. She had to pretend that she hadn't heard it. She started making her bed and said okay, it was time to go to bed, asked to wake me up if she felt that I was not well. She lay down on the bed and wished me good night. The brunette left the room. Young-ah was standing there, asked what was the matter, why she came. She answered that she couldn't fall asleep, most likely she had jet lag. She smiled and said that tomorrow it was her turn to spend the whole day with him, so she came to discuss their plans together. Or was the guy already asleep? Did she really wake him up? And he had already closed the door and said that he hadn't slept. Even so, it was night outside. Is that normal? She had briefly raised this topic last time. The young man turned around and invited her in. He thought that the fact remains a fact. The girl, unlike the others, has nothing to do with the PSHN. He looked ahead and thought about how he should react to her friendliness, her sympathy. She shocked him even more, and he still doesn't believe it. Of course, he would be lying if he said that he himself hadn't noticed it before, and that's why. The brunette came up and said that in fact there was another reason. She looked down and said that there was something else she wanted to say during this trip. She had everything ready. She would say it if he didn't mind. The boy looked at her in surprise and thought that they would sometimes talk about it separately, but right now, and in such an atmosphere, could it be much? The girl screamed in embarrassment. Then she held out a board game and asked him to play the game of a lifetime with her. He didn't understand what was happening. Then he looked at it and said what it was, to which he heard the answer that he wanted to play in company, so she brought it, took it out because it seemed to her that now was the most appropriate time. Then and said that she really wanted to play, even if only with him, if he didn't mind. The guy scratched his head and said that I understand. He relaxed, so to speak. Well, he was embarrassed again, and how is he not yet bored with this constant teasing? The brunette came closer and said that she somehow didn't think of it. Bring it with you, and the young man invited her. He himself hadn't played for a long time, so it should be fun. They sat on the floor, then maybe they shouldn't sit at the table. They laid out the board. They sat and played. Some succeeded, some didn't. The guy won the jackpot. And the girl. And here is her car at the event. A wedding. The wedding expenses are 10 million won. The girl looked at the guy embarrassedly and said that this is already the 4th wedding. Does it remind you of anything? To which he replied not to say that, it's really scary. The girl began to clap her hands and said that she won a surprise of 30 million won. It looks like she's lucky today. Then she took the money from the cash register. The brunette looked at her and raised the topic of prizes. How are the preparations for the competition going? And still hasn't shown them her webtoon because the vacation has started. Even though it's a little late, is her deadline schedule already in order? The girl smiled and said that everything is fine, everything is going exactly according to her schedule. Then she put down the card and said that this time, could it be a webtoon with completely new feelings? He asked again, didn't she stop at the fantasy genre? The brunette raised her head and said that the genre could be yes, but the thinking, that's it. It has changed a little. Thanks to this, it now evokes different feelings than before. The guys were sitting on the floor. The brunette said that he would like to see. The girl replied that she would show it after checking the lists of the winners' works. But the question of why it is impossible to show before that answered that she wants to surprise him. The boy smiled and said that now she intrigued him even more. Why such secrecy? Is everything for the truth so different from what it was before? She rolled the dice and said that such thoughts really won't help. She looked at him. In the end she was already in the mood. But the battle and victories. Kang looked at her and didn't understand what was happening. Then the girl added that she won again. Time for the penalty they talked about earlier. The young man thought that right now the expression on her face was something. No, it was just her imagination running wild. Then the young man stood up and asked if they had stopped for snacks. By the way, he was also hungry. Then he would go and buy something to chew on. The girl stood up and suggested going together to the store right downstairs, to which she heard a negative answer. It was better to stay here. She was thinking about calling her mother on the way back. The brunette leaned over and said that she would put the board game away for now. The hotel corridor. Someone knocked on the door. The blonde stood at the door and said that it was her. Then she introduced herself again and said that she needed to tell him something, literally a couple of minutes. She rang the bell again and asked if he was asleep. She frowned. She turned around and left. At that moment, the young man was walking down the hallway. He went to his room and opened the door. He went in and said that he had bought everything, but since the snacks were foreign, he knew which of these were delicious. The girl was sitting by the couch with her eyes closed at that moment. He came closer and asked if she was asleep. No way, if she fell asleep here. He put his finger to his cheek and thought about what he should do. He supposed he should take her to her room, but waking her up was somehow wrong. He looked and didn't understand what to do. Then he went and got a blanket. At least he should cover her. He came closer, then covered her with a blanket. He even covered her head. And at that moment, when he accidentally touched her head, the girl suddenly hugged his hand, and she continued to sleep, leaning on his shoulder. After that, the young man fell, and was already sitting next to her. He tried to comprehend everything that was happening, but it didn't work, so he exhaled and decided just to sit next to her. Some time passed, the young man looked forward, and the girl slept soundly, and smiled. The blonde entered her room. Rami met her and asked why she was gone for so long. Then she looked at her angrily and said that she said so, that she went out to get some fresh air, but she shouldn't tell her that she went to the guy's room. The girl lay down on the bed and said that she would go to bed right away. She was tired. She leaned on the pillow and thought. The bed was empty. The brunette had just opened her eyes. Then he jumped up abruptly and thought that she had slept so well. She lowered her head and thought that she needed to return to the room before her neighbor woke up. Kang was sleeping next to her. They were holding hands. The girl looked at him with affection. It seemed like she didn't want to go anywhere. Young-ah waved her hand and said that they had to go. The princess smiled and said to be careful. The others also saw him off and said that it was time to go, and the guy's face looked a little tired. Was he okay? The guy had deep circles under his eyes. He just didn't get enough sleep, that's all. Then he came closer and said it was probably because he slept in the other bed. The girl replied that she slept well today. The guys left the hotel. The brunette turned and asked what about her sister, didn't she go down with her? The girl replied that she said she felt unwell. At that moment, the girls were horrified. Rami asked if this was something to be surprised at rather than worried about. Mia said that the blonde was probably just tired from yesterday. She should buy her something tasty for breakfast. Then she smiled and said maybe someone wants something specific. At that moment Siren ran past and said that she also felt unwell, so she would go. The girls looked at her and did not understand what was happening. The phone rang. Rami picked it up and looked at it. Then she quickly ran away and said that she also had urgent matters, wished everyone a pleasant breakfast. Then the actress came up and said that the three of them could do it together, but the princess replied that she had a private conversation. She went up to Nari and said that they needed to talk just the two of them. The actress was upset and said that they were only going on one trip. The waiter brought cutlery. The girls sat at the table and drank tea. The little girl turned around and said that Vita was wonderful from here. How could she not have noticed it yesterday? I wonder if Singapore is as beautiful. The princess put down the mug and asked what the girl meant. She replied that nothing like that. What was more important, what did the princess want to discuss with her alone? Yoon closed her eyes and said that she probably already guessed. Given her status, she obviously should keep her ears open. For example, the relatively rapidly changing international situation, fluctuations in raw material prices and the like. Then she looked at her and said that if someone starts to sniff about loved ones and the like. The brunette listened to her attentively. Then the girl looked at her and added how she knows she has special feelings for him. The peace around him, like the guy himself, are very important to her. The princess lowered her head and said that if there is any threat to what is dear to her, she will not sit quietly and watch it. The little girl replied that she thought she was careful, but it seems she still could not hide from the vigilant class. Then she smiled and said that there is no need to worry. What Yoon is so worried about has already happened between her and the young man. The girl asked the girl again in surprise, to which she received the answer that it seems she arranged this meeting because of concern for her. Then she smiled and said that her sister, and of course the young man, already knew about it. They had gone so far that they had already signed a contract, so there was no need to worry. She would be a good girl for now. Her eyes filled with anger. If she hadn't planned this, what would Yoon have done to her? The girl put down the mug. Then she smiled and said that she would be a mediator. Of course, she always prefers peaceful solutions. The other replied that this was so like her, so this trip was also planned to be peaceful and fair, something like that, right? She stood up, put her hand on the table and said that she was sorry to say this, but she did not plan to give the guy to anyone. It was not a matter of differences in affection. When leaving, she said that she simply did not even consider the others as rivals. She left a full cup of tea on the table, but nevertheless said that it was very tasty. Evening, hotel. The guys returned. The girls met them and said that it seemed that the guys enjoyed their time quite a bit. Where were they? The brunette came forward and said that they had been in many places, but we would find out a little later how the couple had spent the day. The brunette looked at them and asked where the others were. Were they really playing somewhere separately? The princess replied that she was not quite sure, and the actress added that they had said that they would be in their rooms for different reasons, and had been in their rooms all day. The boy scratched his head and asked again. Maybe, as she had said, they were tired from yesterday. The blonde was in the room and was looking at her phone, wondering where Rami had gone. They had not seen each other all day, and she was not picking up the phone. She looked to the side. Should she check the others' rooms? Then she thought about it. She remembered how it had been the previous night. She had come to the guy's room, said that they needed to talk for literally 5 minutes. She continued to call and asked if he was sleeping. She looked at the door with displeasure. Then she turned around and left. There was no one in the hallway. The girl stopped and thought it was strange. If the guy heard the doorbell, it means he is not sleeping and probably went somewhere. She started calling him, for example to the store. He could go there. He will find out where the guy is if he calls him. She continued calling. The subscriber is temporarily unavailable or is out of network coverage. Does not even pick up. It seems he really went somewhere. Continued walking along the corridor. We'll just wait for him at the door. She came up and at the end of the corridor she saw a young man. Kang Lim entered the room and turned to Young-ah. Then he looked there in surprise, not having time to say that he bought everything. The blonde watched from around the corner as the boy said that since the snacks were foreign, he does not know which of them is the most delicious. She was very surprised by what she saw. And the next night Kang Lim, Dahi and Rami disappeared from the hotel. The next morning, the girl ran out to the others. The brunette turned and asked if she had found anyone. In response she heard that she had even asked around at the restaurant, but they said they hadn't seen them. Then the girl picked up the phone and said that all three of them, where they could have suddenly said goodbye, and no one was answering the calls. The little girl looked ahead and said that perhaps they had broken their promises, left at night with him. The actress said that it was better this way then. She lowered her eyes and said that they were in an unknown place abroad, so she should worry a little. The princess said that she needed to search carefully again, warn the security about it. If she returned in the evening, then they should report it. At that time it was about noon. Last night, in the hotel, the girl was standing in the room with the phone. She remembered everything that had happened at night. In fact, even if the brunette pretended that she wasn't there, she hadn't done anything bad. She probably wanted to be alone with the boss so she could understand her. But now that she saw it, it shocked her a little. She lowered her eyes and thought about it. She started shaking her head. No, it's not that it's Young-ah. She sat on the bed and thought that it's just that if everyone starts doing this, then from now on everything will change. She feels that everything will go bad. She raised her head and said that she should forget about it. It's just the boss's fault. That's all. Why did he bring the girl to his room so late? Although this is not something unusual for him. The girl fell on the bed and started looking at the phone. The man called and said that they needed to talk. Palm trees, the embankment. The moon was high above the sea. Children were running and playing along the beach. The guys went out there. The guy asked how far she was going to go. The princess told them to be careful, said that they should not go far from the recreation area. But the blonde did not answer. Then the young man asked if she wanted to talk about something. Why was she silent? The girl turned around and said that she thought she now understood why he was so worried. The guy was surprised. In fact, she had thought about it before. She went to the railing and said that she thought that the fact that he was a spoiled loner influenced the decision to slow down in the relationship, but that was not the point, only now she realized it. She smiled and said that it was indecision, rather he thought everything through carefully, did not want their current group to fall apart. The brunette stood and thought that if he put aside PSHN, the next step would be this. Then he scratched the back of his head and said that seriously, what did she think about him at all? Did she really think that the guy was indecisive for some other reason? Because of the stupid main character suddenly became useless. She turned away and asked what they were talking about. In fact, he took 7 girls on the trip, to which she received the answer that this was said by a person who happily agreed to it. She should have taken into account his protesting opinion then. He remembered their dialogues. Also, it was the one who lit this fuse. And what, really all this time she went ahead, without thinking about anything. He came closer and said that in any case she wanted to say that in the end she understood her, the reason why he asked to give him time or to be more precise to understand his feelings. The young man raised his hand again, right, if there will be such a relationship with one of them, and the group will no longer be the same, in the end, this is why love affairs at work are prohibited, however. He looked up and said that he does not intend to torment himself with this reason for too long, that's what he decided. The blonde came closer and asked what. The young man leaned on the railing and answered that he likes their current group, and the thought of any changes, frankly, scares him. He looked at the girl and said that being able to express your feelings to others or forcefully endure and ignore them is sad in itself, and most likely even stupid. There will be no happy ending where they tried to leave for so long. Instead, he simply accepted that change is inevitable, considers them as joyful problems. Attachment to someone has never been something bad, and since all these feelings go hand in hand, the girl listened to him attentively. He smiled and said why should they worry about it? Her hair was fluttering in the wind. The girl smiled. Then she came closer and said that it was a relief. She turned and added that the fact that she liked him was reassuring. The brunette was shocked. He came closer and asked again why suddenly, it seemed like he had not said anything special. The blonde continued to look at him and smile. Yes, it was better not to think about it much, and act as usual if she acts in her own way. Then she saw something. A little girl was standing on the shore and crying. At that moment, her friends were drowning. He shouted that you have children in the water. Kang did not lose his head and ran straight there. He was approaching the shore, the children were drowning. He ran past their friend. He climbed into the water, threw one of them out and said that it was dangerous here, they had to leave. The girl also went into the water. The young man ordered her to take care of the boy and not to come here to call for help. At that moment, the kids continued to drown. One of them was already going under the water, but the guy managed to grab both of them in time and pull them out of the water. The guys were in the water, the guy exhaled, everything is fine, there is no need to worry. But the children continued to pull him down, trying to grab onto him. Because of this, they all began to drown. A blonde swam up from behind on a lifebuoy, asked what he was thinking, saving them alone, was he trying to show off? Then he put the baby on this ring and said not to move, and also not to wave his arms. The girl watched them closely, after which the guy turned around and said that they needed to go ashore. She lowered her head and said that she had. She felt a tingling in the ankle area, it seemed to be a leg cramp. The young man was scared and thought that he wanted to avoid this incident so much, why did it happen now? The blonde stayed afloat and said that they needed to take the children first, but what about her? At this point, the wave was already starting to cover her. The main character noticed that the children were already on the shore and saved, and his girlfriend had already gone underwater. She was going down and thinking. She looked ahead and thought what a fool, she saw that the guy was not that good at swimming. At some point, she began to choke, and the guy dived after her and swam after her. He reached out his hand and was finally able to grab her. The guys ended up underwater. The brunette looked away, something surprised him. The next day, the girl was lying on the shore. The young man was lying next to her, both were unconscious. Suddenly he woke up. She got up and looked at him. She started to twitch her hands and asked him to wake up. Then she turned around. I don't understand where they are. As if it was some kind of uninhabited island. And indeed it turned out that way. It was a small island in the middle of the water. The blonde started walking from side to side. Okay, first, they need to think calmly. They don't know for sure yet if this island is abandoned. She put her hand to her chin and said that they could have been washed up on the nearest peninsula. They need to remember the last thing that happened to them. The guy raised his head, remembered how they were floating on some barrel. When a strong current carried them further and further from the shore, they came across a broken buoy and maybe grabbed onto it to survive. Then he turned around, saw fragments of this boy, and here it is. The girl said that these are just fragments, to which he heard the answer that this means that they were carried very far. He turned and added that if it was, as he said, a peninsula near the beach, then the shore would be visible, either passing ships or perhaps the silhouettes of some buildings. He looked ahead and said that at least they were lucky to stay alive. However, he himself is not sure whether it is possible to consider themselves lucky. He thought that they really got stuck, and even if he considered the option in cycles. The girl knelt down and said that it was all her fault, all because her leg cramped. All she had to do was not go into the water as she was told. The guy raised his hand and said that here he should rather be blamed, because he jinxed it. Then he scratched the back of his head and said that it was true. No matter what he said, it happens. It always happens when they say, but it is true. At least towards the end he saw that adults came up. He remembered how the men looked at them, so the children should be safe, he thinks. They also reported this. The blonde turned around and said that maybe that was right. Besides, the others were there too. By now, knowing that they were missing, they should have already raised the alarm. The young man turned around and said that everything was exactly like that, so the question of saving their essence had already been decided. The only question left was how many days they would need. They just needed to live until that moment. The girl thought about it. He asked what was the matter. Did he say something wrong? She looked at him and answered that no, it was just that when they talked last night, and even now, he sounded quite mature. Even in such a situation, he seemed quite calm. Kang Lim folded his arms and said that it could not be otherwise, because he raised his hand, squeezed the varnish, and said that the king of survival, who had read the entire series of Survival on Earth in its entirety, his time had finally come to fully demonstrate his survival skills. He pointed his finger at himself and said, why didn't she immediately call him Kang Lim Grills? The blonde replied that she was taking back what she had said before, a real child. The brunette spread his hands and said that besides, he had read not only the Survival on Earth series, but also mastered the Treasure Hunt series, Scientific Knowledge, International. He thought that he should wait a minute. If you think about it, then maybe this situation is not so bad if they are definitely saved. Isn't that a chance? Suddenly her blue, a man and a woman were alone on her inhabited island. No matter what happens, there is nothing strange about it, right? She remembered their conversation yesterday. Besides, she had already made a decision. She will not hesitate anymore, right? She will definitely take advantage of this opportunity. She jumped up and shouted that she did it. The boy, not understanding what she was talking about, said that this is the mood, they need to conquer this island. There were trees around, on a remote island of animals, on which no man had ever stepped. Different animals lived in harmony with each other. There was a house in the tree. Inside were little animals, thanking for the gift. It was very nice, and so, I won't even be special for an hour. The days of little happiness continued, but there was hope that such days would continue. A crack appeared in the house. The little animals turned around and saw someone. Hopes cracked for you that very day. The main character's face was madly in front of them, finally found. He stuck his hand inside. He pulled out an acorn and said that to their knowledge, it seems that the flora and fauna on this island are blooming in full bloom. It seems that they don't have to worry about hunger. Then he raised his hand and said that even without relying on morality, it is still not recommended to hunt animals. Butchering them is not so easy, and getting rid of the smell is generally difficult. Instead, it is better to get by with fruits or make a primitive fishing rod to catch fish. The more you think about it, the more it seems that such a chance is given once in a lifetime, the girl thought. She stood and thought, she needs to approach this strategically and not miss it. She would like to go to foam rubber, as she usually does, but several times she has already seen how something burdens him. She remembered them at school, so this time she needs to arrange a trick with natural physical contact. Natural? This is the beginning of a natural meeting. Exactly, she had seen this in dramas before. She remembered watching TV, accidentally touching his hand with hers, then falling in love with each other, and eventually discovering that you are half siblings, and losing your memory from the shock. And is this appropriate? Does she think, or is their situation completely different? While the guy continued to tell something, she was still thinking. Anyway, the point is to create the right atmosphere, right? The young man turned and said that they needed to explore the island further, need to find a place to spend the night, and plan what they would do during the day. He walked forward, and the girl followed him and wondered if this was the right moment. Flew straight forward, and fell on his back. She looked up and apologized. She just tripped. It seems that some effects of the cramp still remained. The boy just kept silent. She smiled and thought she thinks that she is only capable of brute force and is capable of, if she thinks about it, then she can also think strategically, behave naturally. The guy turned around, took her hands and asked if everything was okay. Should she be careful? Would it be very bad if she got hurt while they were here, or did she want to rest? The girl was embarrassed and said no. She thought that it couldn't be. Why did the young man react like that? It couldn't be. Everything shouldn't be like this. He turned around and said that he was glad to hear it, but if it got too hard, he should say so right away. He walked forward and was literally shaking. after which he shouted that he still needed to stop for a second and check if her ankle was okay. The girl refused and said that everything was fine. Then he told her that she needed to move at a fast pace, not to make him worry for no reason. And now she was sitting on a stone. She stretched out her leg forward, which the young man was checking. She thought it was strange. Why her? Her cheeks turned red. She thought when the boss gets serious, he really is serious. She knew about it, but still, it pissed her off. She looked at the serious face of the young man. She will achieve that. She will see his prestigious mug. The guys continued to walk further. The blonde swung and hit the bush with her hand. Then she flew forward again and said that she had just seen a lion. The brunette turned around and said that she must have imagined it. The lion will not survive like that, and the ecosystem will not survive if we are guided by the special issue of National Geographic released on the 20th anniversary. Then, the girl did not understand what was happening at all. They sat down on a stump, drank water. An offer was made before moving on, to rest a little right here, and in her hand was a bottle of water, and purified with the help of a plastic bottle found on the shore, and knowledge of survival. At that moment, the girl sat down next to him and agreed. But the force is too close. She looked at him and asked if he was tired. He is a homebody and has never walked so much before. The young man turned around and said that he would lie if he said that he was not tired, that he was fine, but his feet were already starting to hurt. The blonde looked at him askance. What the hell? Why did he even go back to the old way? It was even worse. Then the guys found a pond. They built and caught fish. The girl turned around and said that she caught something big. How strong? And she jumped right at the guy. But she miscalculated her strength. Because of this, the boy found himself right in the water in a moment. She got angry and thought that she miscalculated. She wanted to cause only light physical contact. In the end, it turned out to be a good kick. The guy is not embarrassed by this, only gets angry. She watched him sit in the water and apologized. And then he raised his head and said that when he fell into the water, it seems he scared all the fish. He apologized for this. He started screaming that it was her fault. She wondered why he was behaving like this. Did he really eat something wrong? Kang Lim just kept quiet. Then he touched his t-shirt and said that it seemed like all his clothes were wet. He smiled and broke the fishing rod. Okay, I get it, it's a challenge, right? It's impossible to act like that unless you're deliberately playing hard to get. Let's see how long he can hold out. Seagulls were flying above them. The girl screamed that it was sitting on the guy's shoulder. The sun was setting. The blonde sat in shock. Nothing worked. She doesn't understand how this is even possible. Why did he suddenly become so unperturbed? He looked at his friend. The boss he knows would already be red as tomatoes. After all the opportunities he used, did he really wake up because he teased him too much, calling him a loner? Watched the guy collect firewood, and with all this nonsense about the king of survival, really got so carried away. The young man suddenly turned around. He came up to her and asked her to ask a question, said that all this time he was thinking, maybe she. He stretched out his hand forward and said fearfully that the girl could have gotten hurt somewhere. This made her very angry. The boy said that if she got hurt somewhere, she shouldn't hide it. The blonde lowered her head and thought that maybe she was too jealous because he was always surrounded by girls. Probably, he was no longer interested in all this. She lowered her eyes and thought that she was making him look at her, but even after this statement. Night, forest. The guys lit a fire. The young man turned around and said that they could eat. The fish on a spit is ready. Be careful, there are bones in it. The blonde took it and thanked him. She looked at him and thought why the more she tries to get closer, the more she moves away, maybe because she confessed too easily. She watched him and thought that now he does not appreciate her feelings, but he should. She looked at the fire. What should she do now? She had never sought attention before, but this was her first time liking someone, so she had no idea what to do. She held the fish in her hands and thought that she should look at it. She became emotional. It was so unlike her. They lit a fire even on this desert island. She watched the young man eat the fish. Such a slob. Why did she start having cramps then? At that moment, the guy sneezed. The girl asked if he had a cold. He raised his head and said no, it just gets cool after sunset, but he felt warmer thanks to the fire. The girl fell. She looked at the guy and told him to come to her. She lifted her shirt, told him to sit next to her. They were his clothes anyway, and he fell into the water because of her too. Kang Lim looked at her and said no, his clothes were already dry. He heard this and said that he could give him the shirt back if he didn't want to wear it together. He started taking off her shirt. The boy scratched his head and said that it was fine, of course they would wear it together. And so they sat next to each other and ate. They covered themselves with one sweater. The girl thought that she had confessed not for this reason. She turned around and said that she was just wondering, did her confession cause him a problem? The young man turned away and said that a little, everyone at school and at home was already putting pressure on him because of this damn broadcast. Then he looked at her and said that someone even wanted to interview him at the school gates. They said that they wanted to post it on YouTube. I wonder how they found out. The blonde listened to the end and asked her to say directly what he didn't like. She looked into his eyes and said that there could be a good girl if he wanted it so much. She was sure that she could please his standards, no matter what. At this moment, the brunette was very surprised and asked to stop. He looked down and asked what they were talking about. The girl embarrassedly answered that either he didn't like her or she didn't like her direct approach. The boy jumped back and asked what she meant. Dahi started yelling back that he was moving away from her all day. The girl wanted to get closer, but he was pushing her away, which made him nervous. At that moment, he realized. The young man got angry and started yelling that all of this was not accidental. He knew it, and the blonde yelled that even knowing, he still didn't react. The guys started arguing. The boy yelled that no, he wasn't sure that all of this was not accidental. In response, he heard that the girl bumped into him at every opportunity. What else could you be unsure about? It was her strategy of natural contact. He replied that when she bumps into him several times in a row, it's more unnatural. And also, she pressed herself against him when they saw the bear. The girl yelled that except for that, then it was accidental. She was really scared. The classmate lowered her eyes and said that in any case, the brunette kept his distance, and as she had already said, she could please any of his preferences. Kang Lim put his hand to his forehead and said no, it's not easy. He feels a little awkward saying it himself. How should he put it? He turned away and said there are no guys in this world who like his direct approach. The girl was surprised, and the boy added that especially someone like him. After all, he is an otaku. Then he looked up and said that he is a quiet introvert, so he usually waits for someone else to take the initiative. The boy closed his eyes and said that this is a tradition passed down from classic dating simulators, which is probably why there are more and more similar girl rom-coms. The blonde frowned and said why she was acting distant then, if he still liked her approach. The guy tried to mumble something. The girl made him tell her why a teenage boy was holding back so much. She looked at him and said that she was not inferior to anyone in terms of attitude and appearance, or did his heart already belong to someone else? Then he looked at her. Dahi looked down and said that she was asking to tell the real reason. Even she sometimes gets hurt. The boy turned around and said that it was because he didn't want to make a mistake. She asked again, so she decided to explain that last time, she asked them all to wait and explained everything in detail. He looked down and said that not much time had passed. If she gave in to temptation, she would make a mistake. It was all tempting. She remembered the situation with her younger sister. Besides, one time it almost ended like that. To be honest, she doesn't want to make the same mistake. He remembered about hugging during the day. At that moment, he was reading a prayer in his head, and out loud he said that he needed to focus on something else, for example, the ending of The King of Survival. He imagined a diagram of his emotional development, why these coincidences continue. Maybe they are not coincidences. Whatever it is, you can't make a mistake, hold back, wait, maybe it's not what he thought. She really did, really hurt herself somewhere. Phew, what a relief. He said that as before he said before that maybe he overreacted. He was just embarrassed and worried, in any case. That's how it was. Dahi jumped up and asked again. She started screaming in rage why he tolerated it. Because she had spent so much energy, her heart had been very broken all day. Then she grabbed him by the shoulders and continued screaming that she was not even gaining weight. Despite the amount of food she had eaten, she thought that she would not recover before the swimming season. The young man asked her to calm down. The girl was shaking and said that she thought that her feelings seemed too insignificant to him. She even began to regret that she confessed so early. She clenched her teeth and said that the young man just... He tensed up. He thought that there would be tears now. Well, the girl sighed and said okay, anyway, she can't say anything. She sat back down and said that it was because last time she was asked. She looked up and said that they asked what she liked about him. It's hard to fit it into a few words, but the most important thing is, well, it's that the young man is a decent person, probably. The blonde looked at the sky and said all this. She did not lower her head and said that sometimes it is unnecessary, to such an extent that she rushes forward to what she considers correct without thinking about many others, going through any trials. The sky was incredibly beautiful. Dahi turned and asked with a smile that even this time he did it like that. Right, she likes this stupidly stubborn side in him. And the young man at that moment covered his face with his hand. He turned away because he was very embarrassed. The blonde smiled and thought that she finally got her way. She picked up the fish and said that she was feeling much better now. She could eat with peace of mind. In fact, she really wanted to eat. She raised her hand and said like this. Then she smiled and added that at least this time he should hold her hand. This was his punishment for his behavior today. The boy pursed his lips. He took her hand and thought that she was an idiot. They were sitting by the fire, and the brunette thought that this was not a punishment at all, after which they moved as close to each other as possible. The sun was shining over the palm trees. Dahi looked at the sleeping Kang Lim. She poked him in the cheek. The girl pinched him. Her lips stretched into a smile. She turned around at the sound. A boat was sailing on the water. A girl was waving from it. The crowd of girlfriends perked up. Palm trees grew near a large building. The men showed us photos of Rami. Yoon sat on a chair and asked on the phone if they were talking about Rami. She looked down, noting that if that was the case, she said she would pass it on. South Korea, Seoul. Someone was apologizing. A man stood in front of the girl, saying that he had tried to put it off at least until the end of the trip, and if she didn't leave now, she would lose nothing important. The blonde raised her head and called him a traitor, saying that for them it was just business. The woman in the shadows told her to get ready for a meeting at a certain place. Rami was sitting in her room. There were boxes scattered in the dark hallway. She was packing her suitcase and flying about the fact that if she meant mental preparation, then she had been ready for a long time, and it was not a sudden decision like Siren. The girl was tamping down her things, mentally noting that Kang Lim had told her that the future could be changed, and she just needed to leave for a while. She smiled, thinking that the time had come, but she regretted not going on a date with the guy. Thinking back to the past, she thought that if the tarot reading had worked, she would have gotten her first place through rock, paper, scissors instead of this competition. Looking up, the blonde mused that although it was a power that couldn't see into the fortune teller's future, it was ironic that she would do it because of someone else. She looked at the envelope and the paper, thinking that she should leave a letter. Rami sat down to write. She folded the paper into the envelope. She wrote that if Kang Lim found this, it meant that he came here looking for Rami. The girl signed the envelope, asking in the letter if he was worried when she disappeared. She apologized. The blonde looked back, having written earlier that this story was hard to tell in person. She walked with the letter. Inside it was written that she didn't want to make a fuss over trivial things, and also hated this feeling when she didn't want to leave. Rami hung the letter on the wall. She wrote that she hoped he would catch her. The guy, sitting next to her on the stairs, asked what she was doing. The blonde jumped up, asking why he was here so suddenly. The brunette replied that he thought she was not here because she did not answer the doorbell, and he was waiting here. He asked if she had been inside all this time. The girl, looking indignant, said that the lock simply did not work. She asked why he was here. The main character got up and suggested talking inside. They entered the room. Rami turned around and asked him not to stare around. She said that she thought she would soon leave this house, so she did not decorate it and bring kitchen utensils. Kang Lim looked away and said that Young Soo was talking to Yoon Young and said that he saw her nearby. The blonde asked if he was busy. Looking at him, she said that she thought he had a lot of things to do and came early. The guy said that he really should have come back earlier, but not because he was busy, and that was probably when he noticed her. He turned around and said that he told his part, and then asked what about her. The girl put her hands behind her back, saying that it was nothing serious, and that she just needed to leave for some business. She spread her arms out to the sides and said that she would not be leaving forever. The brunette listened silently as Rami said that this was why she wanted to leave quietly. She asked how it happened that he noticed it. The blonde looked away, saying that before Siren almost entered high school, she told him the same thing. She began to remember the conversation in the hallway, noting that in fact, that time she told him all that because she saw herself in him. Grasping her wrist, the girl said that she saw her story and she wanted to be stopped too, but now she knew what the older hero would do. She smiled and said that she would come back, and then asked him to accompany her to the graduation with a smile. Kang Lim looked down and asked where she was going. The blonde girl's expression darkened and she started talking about the bloodline curse. Recalling the newspapers, she said that last time the guy anonymously exposed the family's corrupt background. Introducing the white-haired man, she noted that the head was sent to prison along with her brother since their grandfather and his fake one were wanted. Introducing Mr. Ju, the girl noted that now that the public's interest has almost died down, it seems that the grandfather has become furious, promising to find the one who turned them in. She recalled the circled photo of the brunette, thinking that now they are sure that he is the one behind this. Thinking of the men in suits, Rami mentioned that her informant Yerim, knowing that they were out to get him. The girl tapped the keyboard, trying to close their way into the country, but she couldn't do it. She imagined the people at the round table, saying that even though Grandpa was on the run, the connections remained strong. The blonde imagined tarot cards around her, noting that this is why they need help from above. But some demand her powers of prediction as a price. Looking down, the protagonist listened to her about how she was going to confront this terrible fate in return, and let him not think that it was his fault. Looking down, Rami said that time would travel incorrectly, and she would need to leave for a while on her tarot here. She took out her phone and asked him to wait. Putting it to her ear, the girl told Yerim that she might be late. His eyes widened. Raising it to Kang Lim, she asked how it happened. The guy stood silently. He thought about the fact that he really got up from this, so he put an end to everything. A few days before the trip somewhere in Europe, Mr. Ju fashionably at the table, ordering to speak clearly. The guy looked at the document and said that their accounts, hidden under other names in other countries, were frozen, and it seemed to be because they were posing. The old man put a cigar in his mouth and asked what their family motto was. The people lined up shouted that if they were hurt, they would pay 3 times. The man lit a cigar and asked how dare they bring the family to this state. He said that he would not let Kang Lim leave. The team perked up after being ordered to act and send people to Korea. The guy with the monocle looked at them and said that they needed to be careful because the fact that they were blocked until now meant The patriarch said that they did not have the courage to catch them, so they were cutting their finances. Sitting on a chair, he said that this is why they should move now. He added that it would be nice to grab Rami while they were in Korea. Mr. Ju smiled widely, saying that it would be very beneficial for the family. The white-haired man looked at him and said that it would require the full support of the alliance. Introducing the Pentagon, he asked if they could help without personal gain. The man replied that their relationship was built on money. He touched his forehead with his finger and said that because of that, they would need to open a vault with money for a rainy day, but the problem was, the girl with a blindfold came in and asked him to remember the last words of the chapter. Introducing the boy on the floor, she said that when they started investigating Rami's weapon, the tarot warned them about the problematic boy, and then stopped showing anything at all. The white-haired woman said that since they still couldn't see the future, maybe that boy was plotting something against them right now. The boy put his hand on his waist and asked, what could an ordinary high school student do? Mr. Ju crossed his arms, saying that maybe he was from the underworld too. Looking down, he asked to remember that when he dealt with the head of Ju, he confronted them with their abilities, and this brat could very well be from the underworld. The old man introduced the brunette, adding that either he could see the future too. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that since the protagonist was hiding his powers, he could be hiding something. The girl, facing him, said that she thought so too. She said that recently rumors began to circulate that an illegitimate child was born in the side branch of their family. The man clasped his hands, listening to the fact that they may have a descendant that they did not know about. He said that if there was someone who could hide it for so long, then he was definitely not an ordinary person. Inventing a cigar, Mr. Ju said that they should not underestimate such talent. The guy agreed and said that his actions were indeed unusual, and this child interfered not only with them, but also with the American mafia. The old man's expression darkened and he said that they had to find a way to foresee this. He said that he had seen this brat's future in his dream last night. The girl perked up and started shouting indignantly that this was their family's forbidden technique. The white-haired man shouted that the patriarch was putting his health on the line. Mr. Ju waved his hand and said that it was for the family's well-being. His daughter started crying, saying that it was very noble. The man stood by the window and was loudly asked if the secret vault had really been robbed. Without turning around, he replied that he had seen it in his dream. The guy noted that this vault was located in a house that no one knew about. The girl next to him started saying that this child couldn't do everything alone and that he was probably supported by someone. The old man pulled back the blinds and said that there was a traitor in the alliance and that he had already begun an investigation. A man ran in and loudly apologized. Mr. Ju allowed him to report. The brown-haired man, without raising his head, said that the Balak family was suspiciously gathering their forces. The white-haired girl looked at him and said that since this self is responsible for intelligence, it is possible. The patriarch said that they failed to keep the 100-year-old communication of the 5 great families not to attack each other. He waved his hand, exclaiming that this was treason. He said that he needed help from the other families and ordered to join forces. Another man came running, shouting that he had an urgent report. He frowned and said that they were being attacked by the Ivanovs family. The boy perked up, loudly asking how could this be. The girl said that the 2 families had conspired. A bead of sweat ran down her cheek as she said that they decided to take advantage of their weakened position to seize finances and power. She said that their alliance was over. The old man leaned on his cane, asking who did they think they were to do such a thing. Frowning with anger, he ordered to prepare for a counterattack and gather all forces. Another man came running, and he asked him what happened. The blonde man with a frightened face said that the transport that was carrying their gold bars was attacked, and the culprits said that they were from the Schultz family. Another man ran behind him, shouting about the Sanchez family. The 3 froze, listening to his words about preparing forces for an attack. The boy and the girl started, and the white-haired girl said that the 2, if their alliance was based on money, and even if they were so weakened. The old man's hand trembled when he said that everyone had turned away from them. Dropping his cigar, he asked what was going on. An explosion thundered in the building. The people on the street froze in confusion. They saw black smoke. Kang was sitting nearby. While reading the newspaper, he thought about how he expected them to go against him based on the ESW plot, and instead of going against the Ju family. The guy looked down, mentally noting that he had stirred up a wasp with a star called the 4 Great Families. Remembering the burning building, he thought about how he had set fire to their accounts, exposed their corruption, destroyed their buildings, and used a noose during all of this. Remembering the empty warehouse, the brunette mentally noted that he had foreseen everything and was one step ahead, and because the 4 families didn't know about its existence. The protagonist drank tea, noting that they thought the culprit was someone who could see the future. He smiled, wondering who could actually pull off something like that. He had headphones in his ears. The men were shooting back. They themselves were shot. People started coming in. The white-haired guy was shot. Looking at his body, the girl asked why. Looking at the four people, she asked why all the leaders of the alliance were here. The old man, leaning on a cane, shouted loudly, asking what they were doing. In front stood a man and a girl. The brunette said that he was the craziest of them, so much so that he betrayed them. The blonde asked if he really thought he could challenge the alliance and come out unscathed. The bald man held a cigar, saying that he was the first to cross the line. The man with glasses said that loyalty in the underworld is truly at its lowest. Looking at them, Mr. Ju loudly asked why they were calling him a traitor. He was told not to make excuses for himself. The man glared and talked about all the random attacks on their families over the past week. He said that at first it looked like an accident, but they realized that it was their doing. The three looked at the old man, noting that no one could have pulled this off without knowledge of the future, and no one else had a reason. The girl asked if escaping from Interpol and frozen accounts had driven him to despair. Mr. Ju stood there with a shocked face. He perked up, shouting that it was impossible for the brat to have done this. His leg had been shot. Taking out his weapon, the guy said that this was not the most honorable end for him, but he asked not to hold a grudge. The old man looked at him in fear, shouting that this was a misunderstanding. The alliance pointed their guns at him, saying goodbye. Chromette rushed to the side. The police drove up to the building. In the city, the guy was leafing through a newspaper. He sat with his legs crossed. The brunette smiled. Rami sat with a puzzled face. She was told from the phone that the local security agency could not sort out the situation, so the news was late, but verified. She was told that the Ju family had ceased to exist. The protagonist looked at her, asking if everything had really happened too suddenly. The girl asked with open sweat, was it really him who eliminated them? Kang Lim looked up. He said with a smile that now she was really free. The blonde with rounded eyes listened to the congratulations. She looked away and began to mumble. The guy looked at her with a puzzled look. Rami squeezed the phone and shouted that she needed to return the tickets, but the taxis had already arrived. The brunette replied that he would talk to the driver. Unpacking things from the suitcase, the girl said that she had caused a huge commotion for no reason, and now she had to put all her things back, and she had already sold and thrown out some. Holding a sweater in her hands, she said that if she had known that this would happen, she would have just quietly enjoyed her vacation at the resort. Rami said with a smirk that this was a waste of money. Letting go of her head, she said that she did not think that everything would turn out like this. Tears began to appear in her eyes. The blonde sat and cried, saying that she really did not know that such a day would come. The guy sat down next to her. The girl flinched. She pressed herself to his chest. The brunette hugged her. Standing by the mailboxes, a female voice asked if they were serious. Rami stood up and the girl with dark blue hair asked if she had calmed down. She replied that she was fine. She waved her hand and said that she would better introduce her now. Pointing to the girl in a skirt and jacket, the blonde said that this was Yerem, her friend and reliable informant. The informant smiled and said her name, saying that she had heard a lot about the main character. Kang Lim extended his hand to her when she said that she had long wanted to meet him. He said that he was glad to meet her. Rami looked at him and said that they had been friends for a long time, and in order not to bother with formalities, he could address her as a friend. The guy said that things would only get worse if they thought about formalities. Yerem perked up when her friend began to say that although she looked scary, in reality she was. She put her hands on the blonde's shoulders and said that her white clothes were already starting to change color. She said that she wouldn't have any white clothes left if she didn't wash them separately. Lowering her head, the brunette added that she couldn't understand why the room was so empty. He asked her friend if she had decorated only the part of the room that was visible during the video call. The protagonist listened as she said that if Rami didn't have enough money, she just needed to say so. Watching the girls bicker, Kang Lim thought that when Yerem was silent, she might look unapproachable, but maybe she had a cunning side and actually liked to take care of others. Looking at the woman's face, he mentally noted that she was so smart that she skipped several courses at one of the foreign universities, and she was a genius hacker, famous even in the underground world. Kang Lim frowned, thinking that because of this, she appeared as a Deus Ex Machina in ESW, and she was a supporting character, but she had screen time just like the main character's assistant. Squinting his eyes, he thought that there was one interesting fact about her. Yerem patted her friend on the head, saying that they had a lot to discuss, but first, she looked at the guy and began to ask how exactly he. The brunette interrupted, saying that he did not remember. He looked up and began to say that it happened by accident. He asked what else was there. The girl replied that she had heard it somewhere before. She turned on her watch and asked what to do, noting that she had found out everything on the way here. Seeing the photos of the events on the screen, the protagonist listened. The side learned everything, starting from his recent trips to Europe, then what he did there. She asked if he would still deny it. The brunette smiled and said that this was not the first time this had happened, and all the events that were happening around him defied common sense. Standing in front of Kang Lim, she asked who he was. Lowering his head, the guy said that he was just an ordinary high school student, or rather, he was, but now he was not sure who he was. Looking at him, Yerim said that she was not at all like Rami and was not going to turn a blind eye to everything. The blonde caught up with her and said that if the main character did not say anything, then there was a reason for it. Her friend asked if she was okay with this. She answered in the affirmative, noting that she did not want to pressure and then listen to lies. Kang Lim looked away when she asked if it was true that he did not say anything because he did not want to lie. The girl pouted and said that perhaps now really was not the right time. She said that she had to go and Rami needed to rest. As she headed for the door, the blonde asked why she was leaving already and didn't she have anything to do either. The brunette replied that the underworld was currently on edge and she needed to sort out what was left of the Jew family. Turning around, she added that she wanted to tell her something. The guy pressed the button. He knelt down in front of the machine. The blonde stared at the floor. She remembered Yerim telling her that she had been putting it off because she needed to sort out the problem with the Jew family. She noted that the girl had received an offer about now. Rami, sitting on a chair, asked if anyone wanted to hire her. Her friend replied that it was a company that operated all over the world. The brunette's mouth dropped open in surprise when she added that she offered advice to shareholders in a corporation. He asked if such a company really existed. The blonde raised an eyebrow when her friend said that, to put it simply, she helps businesses or investors choose the most profitable option. She asked why they needed her. Introducing Rami with a pointer, Yerim said that she believed that many specialists and companies believed in feng shui and other superstitions, and believed that her abilities could help in this regard, so they offered the role of a special consultant. The girl listened with surprised eyes as the recently elected CEO also claimed that she personally consulted him on YouTube. The brunette touched her chin, saying that his nickname was related to fighters. The blonde exclaimed that she remembered something like that. Yerim looked at the guy and said that this is why they contacted her via email. The protagonist asked if he understood correctly that they wanted to recruit her into the company. He asked if it was a problem that she was a schoolgirl. Taking out the tablet, the girl said that now they wanted to sign a contract, but this meant that she would be able to manage personal social networks, including YouTube, and the conditions were quite good. Handing the tablet to her friend, she said that if it were not for the war between the families, she would have told earlier, but now she can perceive it in a positive way. Yerim put her hand on her belt and said that she can disagree if it is too much for her. She added that some of the Jew family survived, but she is the only one who can keep such contracts silent. Rami listened with surprised eyes, saying that this offer came too long ago, so she should try to answer this week. The blonde looked at the tablet. The guy held a tin can, saying that even he thought that the conditions were good, although he did not understand much about this, but in the future there may be better offers. Handing the can to his friend, he said that if she did not have enough time to think, then she should refuse. The brunette moved the can near her face and called. The girl grabbed it in fear. She began to drink. Sitting on the bench, she said that she did not think that this question required time to think about it. Rami looked up and said that she had never thought about her future in such a way because since childhood she had listened to her family and everything. She looked at the sky and said that even when the main character told her that she did not have to do this, she only thought about the day when she would have to confront her family. Without looking away, the blonde said that the question was not only whether to agree or not, but also how to manage her life. Looking at her friend, she said that it was not necessary to finish the tarot treatment, and she did not have to go to school. Kang Lim looked at her while she asked what would be best for her. He thought that she was right. Remembering the past, he mentally noted that even if Rami chose everything herself, her choice was limited from the very beginning. While imagining the girl, the protagonist thought that her future was now like a blank slate, but it was also depressing. The guy imagined his girlfriend standing in the void, noting that this was a common reaction to sudden changes in life. The blonde jumped up and asked if it was time yet. She screamed with an angry face that they needed to go back to the hotel because she was taking up other girls' time. The brunette smiled nervously, saying that he had already settled everything. He sat down on a bench. Putting his hand on her, Kang Lim asked if he could leave her like this now. Rami's face turned red. The guy drank a drink, offering to go and relax. He asked where she would like to go with him at this resort. The girl sat down and said that she was thinking about going to the zoo, but she winked, saying that she had an idea. 30 minutes before that, Yerim watched them leave, thinking that the brunette was definitely not an ordinary schoolboy. She raised an eyebrow in confusion, thinking that she should keep an eye on him. She rubbed her chin and wondered with a smile if this would work. The brunette was standing outside. He was texting Dahit, saying that he would soon be leaving the country. She told him to have a good time. They waved and called him. Rami ran to him, asking how long he had been waiting for her. She bent over and asked if his face had changed so much because of her outfit. The protagonist pointed to the bracelets and asked if they were new, and then noted that they were cute. The girl pouted and said that she bought some and found some in her things. She asked if he had already gotten the hang of them. The blonde was indignant when the protagonist asked what she was talking about. She exclaimed that she was talking about his flattery. She clenched her fists when Kang said that he was just voicing his thoughts. Rami said that there were 20 minutes left before their meeting, and she deliberately left early to be the first. The guy ran his hand through his hair, saying that he had been playing all this time to make the time go by faster. He asked if this was better than rushing at the last minute. When his girlfriend fell silent, he asked where they were going. He saw a sign in the shape of a dog and the words that it was a pet cafe. Inside, dogs were running around with people. Guests were sitting at tables. A blonde was petting a puppy and laughing. A brunette was trying to feed the dog. The dog snatched the food from him angrily. A girl came up to them and said that they had an excellent sense of smell, and then asked if he had smelled other girls on him now. Kang exclaimed that he didn't have the smell of other girls on him. They sat at a table and Rami said that he was used to awkwardness. She smiled and said that it was quite a famous cafe, and they were lucky that someone canceled their reservation. The guy looked at her and asked if she really liked animals. He said that he heard that she didn't like cats, and then asked if it was because of allergies. The blonde frowned and said that she didn't like cats specifically because of their indifference. The brunette said that they shouldn't have brought up the topic. Looking at his friend, he said that maybe she would like to get one someday. The girl spread her arms and said that since she moved often, she would not be able to do this. She stroked the dog and said that animals are easy to understand. She began to remember the past, asking if she had already said this once. The main character noted that when her tarot showed something bad, it was difficult to tell the truth, but you can't lie either. Rami began to remember the offended girls to whom she had predicted something negative. She looked down and said that she often received bad comments on YouTube, so she did not always understand what to do. While the dog was wagging its tail, the blonde said that with animals, you just need to look at their tails. She pointed her finger and said that they did not come here just to look. On the board there was an announcement about a promotion where you had to take a photo with an animal and get a discount. A woman was being photographed with a dog. The guy was sitting with a headband with ears, asking why they needed to complete the animals. The girl, wearing a headband, said that she heard that one star came here in such a headband, and when it became a trend on Instagram, the cafe region took advantage of it. He sat with red cheeks, saying that he did not understand these subtleties. Rami said that she was in the fact that when he is embarrassed, he pretends that he does not know anything. She put on cat paws and asked if her cuteness works. The main character, embarrassed, reminded that she does not like cats. The blonde lay down on his lap. Looking at his not red face, she reminded him of his allergy. Kang asked how she could tease him so shamelessly. The girl took his headband, telling him to put it on. Putting the headband on him, she said that it would be better than combing his bangs. The guy in the headband asked her why. Rami blushed and replied that it did not matter. He realized that he was falling in love more. A photographer came out to them and called. The brunette with an indignant face began to crumple the girl. He stood up with her in his arms. The blonde slapped his face. They took a photo. Rami held it. Walking along the road, she said that she would put their first photo in a frame. The main character asked her to take a photo and send it to her. The girl covered herself with it and asked maybe it was good that they came earlier. Kang with a surprised face listened to what after yesterday she thought she had to do something in return, but she did not have time. Starting to walk forward, the blonde said that she wanted to arrange a date for him today. The guy smiled, thinking about what she gave, did not know how glad he was, because all the time he doubted that he was doing everything right. Rami hugged his hand. Pulling him towards herself, she offered to walk him to a new place. They went to the building. The girl asked with her face asked how it was possible that the reservation was lost. The hostel bowed, saying that the intern made a mistake and now everything is occupied. The protagonist looked at his friend, saying that he will have to find another place. After a while, the blonde saw that it was closed. She stood in shock at the closed door. There was no other place. The worker anointed them. Their stomachs growled. The blonde sat in front of the noodles, exclaiming that everything went like this. She asked how could this happen. The brunette stood next to him, saying that everything is possible. The girl screamed that it was simply impossible. She broke in sticks, saying that from the very beginning everything was going well, and now she was wrong. Frowning, she said that if there was a tarot, she would know what to do, noting that now she does not want to go anywhere. The protagonist pointed to the side, offering to try. There was a sign about a fortune teller. They saw a tent. Rami looked indignantly and asked if he was serious. Kang noted that they could have a good time. The girl looked at him, saying that Nia had mixed feelings because fortune tellers were at odds with each other. The guy extended his hand to her, saying that even doctors go to the hospital when they are sick. He reminded her that she herself will not be able to see their future. An old woman looked out of the tent and offered to come in. Grieving, she asked them not to be afraid because she would tell everything to the point. The blonde blushed when she said that these were not children's toys. She darkened and said that now she was really interested. Holding her hands over the ball, the woman offered to start and see what they had there. The couple sat opposite, saying that they had not told anything about themselves yet. Shaddles replied that she already knew everything. The protagonist perked up when she said that he was born with a hard fate. While he sat in shock, Rami thought that in fact, you don't need a gift to understand the circumstances of a person. She thought that anyone can say the right words using techniques. The girl noted that many people are worried about something now, and this can be used, and if a couple came and they feel awkward, then they have only recently entered into a relationship. The blonde frowned, thinking that there was no need to be surprised if they guessed. Kang listened with a puzzled face that he was a university student and had money problems. He replied that he was a high school student and did not have any particular financial problems. The old woman said with a smile that he was an athlete. He replied that he just trained himself. The woman said that he had recently been strongly desiring a person. The guy said that he did not seem to. The fortune teller froze. She began to laugh, saying that this was a difficult case. The brunette indignantly asked why she was so bad at this. Looking at her, Rami thought that this granny was not even an amateur level. The old woman offered to go to her and asked what was bothering her. The girl waved her hand and said that she had a lot of fans now, and other than that, there were no concerns. The woman smiled and asked, did she really? Smiling, she asked, wasn't this the first time she was at a crossroads of fate? The blonde perked up. The fortune teller moved the ball and said that the girl always went home by fate and family foundations, and now she was afraid because she needed to take a step herself, and even if she saw more than others, she could not see everything. Rami jumped up and began to indignantly ask what she knew at all. The old woman winked and said that she knew everything. She noted that anxiety was the dizziness of freedom. The girl with a dumbfounded face listened that she would soon understand everything herself, and that everything else was nothing more than senseless worries. Looking out of the tent, the woman waved. Heading towards the exit, the guy said that she was a unique grandmother, and the blonde muttered that they had been deceived. Her eyes widened. When she hid behind the brunette, he asked what happened. There was a girl in front of them. The brown-haired woman was looking at the shop window. Rami frowned and said that it was her hut. Recalling the schoolgirls, she said that she came to her for love advice about a guy from college, but the result was mixed. The blonde became sad, saying that she could not convince her and brushed her off, and her friends forced her to confess. The main character looked at her and asked if they really did not work out. The girl answered in the affirmative. She said that it was not enough for her to just complain, and she spread rumors behind her back. Peeking out from behind, Rami said that customer service jobs are the worst. Kang asked what she was ashamed of and why she was hiding. The blonde looked away and said that she did not want to ruin the date because it was clear what she would say when she saw her. The guy perked up while her friend said that she would say that she was the one who ruined their love. She reached out to the brunette who walked forward. He was talking to the brown-haired girl. They started laughing. The protagonist pointed at his friend. Rami flinched when the girl called her. She bowed and began to thank him. The brown-haired girl looked up and said that she had decided to date that guy. Standing in front of her, the blonde asked if she hadn't said that everything had gone badly. The schoolgirl replied that she had, but a couple of days later he had contacted her. She smiled, telling him that he had said that he was too shy to give a clear answer, and that then they had started seeing each other on vacation. Rami listened to the words of gratitude with a surprised face, and that the girl had been capricious and had behaved very badly. The protagonist watched as she said that she would fix everything and tell everyone what a good tarot reader she was. The blonde looked at her friend in surprise and asked how he knew that he should go and talk to her. Kang looked up and said that he thought she was looking at the men's products very carefully. Remembering her at the display case, he said that there were also paired items, so he thought everything would work out. The brunette laughed and said that his birthday was coming up. She started rummaging through her bag, saying that although it wouldn't fix everything, she wanted to give away these tickets. Taking the tickets, the girl heard that she had won them and wanted to go with friends after she refused, but now she didn't need them. She looked at the tickets in surprise. The noise of air conditioners was heard. The guy turned around, puzzled. Night had fallen on the amusement park. Rami, with a dissatisfied face, asked how they could accidentally get tickets to an amusement park they had already been to before. She started saying that she thought everything was ruined after canceling a restaurant reservation, because then they met a fortune teller and spent money for nothing, and then accidentally met a problematic schoolgirl who apologized and gave them a gift. The girl looked at the tickets, asking if this was all because of them. The brunette smiled and said that from the very beginning, all their lives were connected by these coincidences. He asked with a smug smile, could it be that all his talk about coincidences was true? Rami said that it wouldn't work with Yerem, so he should give up. An employee came up to them and said that some of the rides would be closed soon. The main character looked at his friend and said that it wouldn't be a problem. They were offered to go in. There were a lot of people inside. Kang looked at his phone, saying that if they hurried, They would barely have time to ride, and then they should go to the parade in honor of the anniversary. The blonde pointed to the side and said that she wanted to go there since the last time they came. The guy smiled and said that it was a classic. There was a Ferris wheel ahead. They were standing at the entrance, sitting in the booth. The brunette said that the view was very beautiful and he had only seen it in manga because this was the first time they were skating. He smiled and said that he didn't remember if he had skated as a child, and then asked if she had skated and if everything met her expectations. The girl looked out the window, fascinated. Looking at her, the brunette wondered why she had fallen silent, and he thought that it was very awkward. He blushed, thinking that this was the best place for couples because it was closed, quiet, and took a long time to spin. The protagonist thought that before entering, he saw a sign that excessive attention was prohibited inside. He jumped when Rami called out to him. She looked at him nervously, squeezing her knees. Swearing could be heard behind the door. Leaving the room, the girl told him to think about her behavior, for which she would have 3 days. The girls were sitting on a chair. She looked out the window. The child pressed himself against the glass. There were children doing it on the way. The girl froze. Rami was calling the guy. She looked at him and said that she had decided what she would do. She said that she had decided on that offer and what she would do in the future. The brunette asked with a surprised face if she knew that she still had time to think about it. The girl smiled and said that this answer had always been in front of her, but she doubted whether to say it out loud. Remembering the events, she said that just like the fortune teller said, she was afraid to take a step herself and make the wrong choice. And she looked at her consultations in the same way. The blonde rubbed her chin, saying that today he decided to show her. The protagonist asked what he showed if he did nothing. He ran his hand through his hair and said that he did not want to seem arrogant, but he remained silent because he thought it was wrong to give unnecessary advice, and he also did not dare to deal with the Jew family for similar reasons. Kang Lim shifted his gaze, noting that maybe she wanted to take revenge herself, and this worried him. He thought that initially in ESW she should have done it herself. Leaning on the rear window, the girl asked him not to let him be so serious. She said that partly she wanted to take revenge on them. She looked away, saying that it was more important that the guy went so far for her, and this made him happier. The brunette laughed and said that he was very happy then. Rami touched her cheeks with her hands and asked what was wrong with giving advice if couples always do this. She noted that in this sense, her life belongs to him. The embarrassed protagonist indignantly told her to stop with this and asked why they always try to skip so many stages. The blonde smiled grimly and asked who else he discussed this with. Kang Lim turned away and asked what she decided. The girl said that since today is a good day, she will forgive him for changing the topic. She leaned back pressed and said that at first she will refuse the company's offer because of the stack to do other things. Rami lowered her head when asked what she wanted to do. She clenched her fist. Looking down, embarrassed, she said that she wanted to travel the world and help people with consultations. The guy looked at her with surprised eyes. Remembering herself as a little girl, the blonde said that since she was 5, her relatives dragged her around the world, but she was always forbidden. The child looked out the window. The blonde said that at that time she was always curious about what was happening outside the window. Remembering how she looked at the children, she said that now she was free and wanted to see him. The girl pressed herself against the glass. Rami touched the glass of the booth and said that she wanted to see the world with her own eyes. Smiling, she said that she wanted to consult people not only through YouTube. Looking at the people below, the blonde said that at first tarot was a habit, but seeing inspiration in people made her truly happy. Waving her arms, she exclaimed that this did not mean that she would leave, because she wanted to start preparing and do all this after graduation. With worry on her face, the girl ate that now it was really no more than an idea and she had not worked on much. Frozen, she asked her friend how he was. The guy smiled. He began to laugh loudly while the dissatisfied Rami tried to find out the reason. With a smile on his face, the brunette said that he was not laughing at her. He said that her decision turned out to be very similar to her. The blonde pouted when he said that he thought that there was no need to worry about her. She asked not to mock. Looking at the main character, the girl thought that she no longer had any doubts. Remembering the events of the day, she thought that at first everything today seemed good, and then suddenly became bad, and then vice versa. She perked up, thinking that the fortune teller was right. Rami took out the cards and offered to do a layout. She said with a grin that she had never done a reading for him and asked to become the first client in her new life. The brunette sat down next to him and said that he was not against it, but she said that she could not read his fortune. The blonde noted that she wanted to try. She laid out the cards and said that she would do a reading for his future this year, and then asked him to choose 2 cards. Kang Lim reached for them and made a choice. Putting 2 cards aside, the fortune teller asked him to choose another one. The protagonist thoughtfully chose. He looked at his friend and asked what the probability was that he would pull out a 5-star SSR card. The girl replied that this was not a mobile gacha game for him. The guy grabbed the card. She put it down and offered to look at it. Opening the hermit card, Rami began to say that it is usually interpreted as an outsider, but this is not so, and it should be interpreted as a person who moves forward alone. But if you use the term outsider, then this is a voluntarily lonely wanderer. Then she pulled out the world card and started saying that the ring behind meant cyclicity, and with the hermit card it was a lucky combination. The girl said that she was saying that everything would continue to happen as it had been. Holding the deck in her hands, she said that if you look at it in general, the guy made some choice and is going down this path. While the brunette held the card, the blonde told him to keep going with his head held high. He frowned and said that the fortune telling was spot on, but she couldn't see the card he was holding yet. He asked if she was saying what came into her head. The girl smiled and said that she already knew what card he had. She named the beloved card that was in his hand. The protagonist began to ask in shock how did she know that. The booth shook. Rami pressed herself against his chest. Grinning, she said that he was the one she chose. While all the cards were lying on the floor, she said that he was the man of her destiny. Many cards were the beloved card. The wheel was spinning, and a loud voice said that in order for visitors to have a better view, the wheel would stop for 5 minutes. Kang Lim began to laugh, saying that they would miss the entire parade. The captured blonde pointed to the side. Fireworks were rising into the sky. When they exploded, they shimmered with bright colors. Many people were looking at the fireworks in the sky. A guy and a girl admired with surprised eyes. The parade began below. Cotton candy was lying to the side. Rami mentally thanked the guy. A frozen child was standing near the cotton candy. She thought about how she realized that all good or bad moments can change abruptly. She remembered their meeting in the past, thinking that it all depended on her choice. Imagining giant shadows above her, the girl thought that all the bad days led her to him. She remembered the white-haired guy. Then she angrily screamed at him, saying that she wanted to live for herself. Looking at the fireworks, the blonde thought that that decision brought her many happy moments. The brunette smiled and said that it was the second time he watched the fireworks with her. The girl looked at him in surprise. She thought that therefore, her choice at the moment. The main character's eyes widened when his friend said that she liked him. She lifted his bangs. Rami stood on her toes. She kissed his forehead. The guy froze in confusion. Her lips touched his forehead. The blonde bowed slightly. With a smile, she said that she liked him very much. The brunette's face turned red. While the fireworks continued to sound, the girl said that from today on he would have to start learning English so as not to send her on a trip alone. Kang Lim asked why his career had changed so suddenly. Kalinka shook. The schoolgirl said that it was a violation of the club's rules and then asked to forget about him. A call came on her phone. The white-haired girl, blindfolded, asked for help. The blonde listened with displeasure that they had disagreements in the past, but they were still a family and she would like one last chance. The girl angrily screamed into the phone, telling him to remember how they treated her all this time. She said that she did not consider her family and asked her to burn in hell. Rami crossed her arms and sighed. The guy studied the maps on the floor. The brunette looked around, asking where he should go. The girl called out to him. The maid bowed her head and said that he needed to go to the check-in counter for private jets. When the main character approached her, she asked if he had any luggage. He answered negatively. Turning around, the girl asked him to follow her. Kang Lim put his hand in his hair and said that he thought that the maid always accompanied Yoon Young. The brunette turned around and said that she was everywhere. The guy asked if it was a joke. He asked with a puzzled look how Rami was and if she was still here. He called her and loudly asked why she decided to stay. He froze when the blonde said that she had already had fun and even spent more than one day with him. She unpacked the boxes and said that she saw no reason to come back, and as for the agreement, she was a little afraid of being caught in the fact that she had significantly violated it and getting into trouble because of it. While she was putting the boxes away, her friend said that he was scared to imagine what kind of agreement there was. The girl reminded him of the situation on the Ferris wheel. Looking at her room, she said that the atmosphere between them had changed. The protagonist asked not to exaggerate. The blonde said that it was all like that. The maid stood silently nearby, while Kang Lim said that this would not have happened if she had not. He covered his mouth with his hand and flew by, asking what he would do if she did not leave and did it mean that if they were caught, only he would have problems. Rami noted that he was good at wordplay, so he could just say that it was a coincidence. The friend screamed that it was all nonsense. Putting away the phone, the girl said that she had to go because she was getting a call about the furniture she ordered. After the call ended, she smiled and said that the next time she furnished the house, she would invite him properly. The girls stood in line. Yoon Young was sitting at the table with the others. Looking at the phone, she said that the guy had already flown out and would be there tomorrow morning. Nia's eyes widened, and Nari said that then there was a problem. The blonde closed her eyes and said that the days allocated for the trip were clearly not enough, and they had 2 days left, so only 2 of them could spend time with the brunette. The brunette looked away and said that sharing her day would mean belittling its importance, and due to their busy schedules, they could not carve out more days. Yoon Young looked up and said that in that case, she would humbly give in first. The girls perked up and asked if she was sure. The blonde looked at them and said that she could always arrange a private meeting, so let them think that she was just postponing it for later. Nari looked at her friends and said that if one more retreated, there would be no problem, and so she raised her hand and said that she would do it. The brunette spread her arms out to the sides and said that she just did not want to lose the competition, and she was sorry to miss the opportunity now, but they were on vacation, so okay. The girls exchanged glances when she said that they would have fun together. The guy was leaving. Mia crossed her arms and said that he was late. The brunette grimaced and said that he told her the flight time and came right after the plane landed. The girl handed him a glass and told him to drink it before it melted. The protagonist asked what the juice was made of and learned that it was mango. He started drinking, saying that he felt better every time he met her. The blonde put her hand on his belt and asked if he knew about their plan. He replied that he had read it on the way here. He said that he felt like luggage that they were dragging around with them. Mia frowned and began to threaten him if he did not want to go on a date with her. The protagonist said that he would perceive everything in a positive way. He extended his hand and asked where they were going. The girl put her palm in it and asked why he was so shameless. He replied that it was all their merit. They were looking at fruits. There were a lot of people at the market. Walking down the street, Kang asked her if she wanted to buy something at the market. The blonde said she wanted to buy souvenirs. She looked away and noted that she was indebted to many people, so she hoped that he would help her choose. The guy said that everyone usually bought souvenirs at the airport. His eyes turned white when she asked if that was how he told her that he no longer liked chocolate with labor filling. Mia pointed to a stall and offered to buy something there. She started talking to the seller. The brunette approached her and asked if she could speak English too. The girl wondered if he didn't know it even at that level. She smiled smugly and said that there was nothing she could do about it, and it seemed that today she would have to be his guide. The protagonist said that the chili was just bursting with the opportunity. When she put the hat on him, he asked if she was sure it was okay to use his head to change. The blonde said that considering that this gift is for him, yes, and to give a return gift for the fact that he helps her choose is natural. Mia smiled and said that this is one of the advantages of dating someone older. She blushed when the seller commented. The guy asked what he said. The girl lowered her head and said that he said that there are good sets for couples on sale. Kang asked if she was embarrassed that they were considered a couple. He adjusted his hat and offered to look at the paired things. The blonde blushed again when the seller commented. She screamed when she was pinched. The guy frowned and said that he also knows English swear words, and then asked him not to swear. Mia ordered him not to do that again. A hat appeared on her head. She tried on a t-shirt on a brunette. They saw a strange plant, and then grimaced, trying it. A man was walking towards the girl. Taking her by the shoulder, the protagonist pushed her away. He continued talking while she was surprised. They decided to try on the glasses. The blonde grimaced, remembering the gifts. Soon, the two of them were holding bags, carrying some of them. Kang said that the elders really respected her because the amount of free things they received was simply amazing. Mia fixed her hair. She already had a long earring on. She crossed her arms when the guy asked if he really liked her that much. She answered in the affirmative. The brunette listened in surprise as the seller said that it was inlaid with a stone that was not popular in this country. He said that he thought she chose it because of its beauty. The girl covered the earring with her hand and said that the lapis lazuli stone is a symbol of growth, and its color is similar to the sea, and it has an important meaning for the local population. She smiled sweetly and said that she likes it too. The protagonist also smiled and said that he likes her smile, and this is the first time she smiles with this earring. The girl waved her hand and asked what he was carrying. She asked him to give her the bags. Handing them over, Kang advised her to cover her embarrassed face. The blonde asked if she had said before that she had a split personality. She closed her eyes and said that when she puts on the earring, she begins to be overwhelmed with confidence, and it all ends with her starting to say things she shouldn't. Nia frowned, adding that, for example, that she likes Kang. The guy asked how long she will use this trump card. They were walking through the market. People in masks were watching them. The girl touched the earring. Taking it off, she said that she gradually began to feel like the boundaries began to disappear. She turned to the brunette and he asked if she meant the boundaries between the moments when she wears the earring and takes it off. The blonde said that she felt empty without it. Looking up, she said with a smile that if what was before continued, life in the entertainment industry would be hard, and she left the troubles to others. Nia smiled widely and thanked the protagonist and the guys from the club. Kang smiled back and said that it was all her merit. A man rushed between them. Looking after him, the guy asked what happened to him. Looking at his friend, he asked if she was hurt. The girl replied that she was fine, and apparently this person was in a hurry. The brunette looked at her puzzledly and said about her hand. Seeing her empty palm, he loudly asked where her earring was, which was just in her hand. They both froze. With frightened faces, the couple screamed that she was stolen. The blonde started crying, asking what they should do and was it really that passerby who stole her. The protagonist indignantly exclaimed that it was definitely him, and then began to scold himself for losing his vigilance. When Mia jerked, he ordered her to stop. Grabbing her hand, he shouted that it was too dangerous and it was too common a technique to lure the victim to a secluded place under the guise of theft. His eyes widened. Kang Lim saw that his girlfriend was crying. He lowered his head. Throwing the bags on the floor, the guy asked her to watch them. Taking off his hat, he said that he would return it. The thief ran down the street. The girl looked at the earring. She went back. The brunette pushed people with his feet. He ran after her. The brown-haired girl grinned, thinking that she had done this many times. She mentally asked if he really thought he could catch her. The thief ran on. The protagonist followed her. The girl turned the corner. Kang Lim did the same. The brunette threw fruits in his path. The guy covered himself with his hands. There was a road ahead. The thief raced among the cars. Because of her, there was an accident. The man's hand fell on the hood. The brunette jumped over the car. Looking at him behind her, the girl fearfully wondered what was wrong with him and why he was still chasing her. Running into the market again, she tried to figure out where to hide. The brunette began jumping on the roofs of the shops. She landed on the ground. The thief herself grinned contentedly. The protagonist reached out his hand to her. She jumped aside, puzzled. Looking at him, the girl thought that she just wanted to steal the jewelry without touching the couple, but now it will not work. She mentally noted that since he wanted to get it himself, then she will not talk him out of it. The brunette turned the corner. Following her along the road, Kang Lim said that he saw her turn here. His eyes widened. Ahead, he saw 2 men in masks. There were 3 more to the side. Looking at them all, the guy thought that he expected this. He began to reflect that in such situations, the only thing he could rely on before were loops, but now the problem is that this is not an episode of ESW. The brunette began to remember the correspondence with Dahi. He thought that if this happened before, he would be scared, but now, even before they arranged this trip, and before he had to deal with the Jew family, he was already convinced of it. The main character grinned, realizing that at this point he knows that even this can become part of the loop. When the bandits ran at him, he thought that's why without any fear. Kang Lim dodged the fist. He moved to the side from the blow. The guy dodged the attacks. He was surrounded by a crowd of bandits. He maneuvered with a surprised face, wondering why they were so slow. His eyes widened when he realized that he was just used to this. The brunette remembered his past battles, thinking that he fought that Yakuza in a tight noose over and over again, even though he had not developed physically, but his feelings and dynamic vision had greatly improved. The bandit stood out of breath. The protagonist looked at his hands with a smile and asked himself, is it possible that he had become stronger now? The men began to take out their weapons. Kang Lim put his hand on his belt and said that their knives were too short. The trio perked up. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Suddenly it turned orange. The bandits were lying on the floor. Some of them didn't move. The guy bent over tiredly and said that he thought a knife was still a knife and he had gotten too cocky, for which he paid. Standing in the crowd of bodies, he noted that it was true what they said, that there was no such thing as meaningless suffering. If he hadn't had that experience, no matter how much he was interrupted by a loud scream. The brunette ran to the side and asked Mia what happened. The girl grabbed the thief, shouting that she wouldn't let her go anywhere until she gave him the earring. Bitterly crying, she asked if she knew how much she meant to her. The brunette raised her fist, baring her teeth. The protagonist grabbed her hand and asked if it was time to stop. He said that she had no more friends. Pressing her against the wall, the blonde asked if her words were true. Kang Lim asked what she said. The girl looked at him with a puzzled face and told him that her father was seriously ill, but her family had no money or people to provide care and she had no choice but to. The guy frowned and said that he would not fall for it. He ordered her to give him the earring and then asked if she really thought that she was the only one with a hard life. The thief perked up when he approached her and asked how there were no people if she had a whole gang with her. The brunette spread her arms and began to speak. Mia indignantly asked how she had already managed to give the earring to the middleman. She stood there with a shocked face and asked what they should do now that she had sold her jewelry to a fence. The brunette said that she needed to be searched. After feeling the thief, the girl said that she was probably not lying. The main character put his hand on his forehead and ordered them to be taken to the fence. Seeing the man ahead, the blonde noted that she was saying that this was the man she sold the earring to. The girl disappeared when Kang Lim turned to see if she was sure. He threw the bag in his hands and suggested that they question the man first. Approaching him, the guy began to try to speak to him in English. The brown-haired man asked with surprised eyes if he was really Korean, and what did a foreigner want from him. Waving his hands, the brunette briefly told what happened, noting at the end that he hoped to return the earring. The man raised an eyebrow and asked why he would just give away what he himself paid for. With a grin, he scratched his chin and said that he could sell it for a fair price. The main character frowned and asked how impudent he could be and whether he should call the police. The brown-haired man asked in response, what if the earring gets lost during the investigation because of this? Mia immediately jumped up and began to ask how much he wanted. The man winked at her and began to say that given that the earring was far from rare, the craftsmanship with which it was made was quite. The girl hit him on the head with her hand. She frowned and said that she had heard everything. The brown-haired man began to ask his sister what she was doing here at such a time and what about the tavern. The girl replied that she had come to ask for his help because she was short-handed. She smiled and began to apologize for her brother being rude, and then said that she would give everything back now. The guy thanked her and said that she spoke good Korean. The brown-haired woman smiled and said that their father had moved here from Korea, and then turned to her brother and ordered him to give back what he had taken. The buyer looked at her puzzledly and said that he had a legitimate business. His sister asked if he really wanted her to tell her mother everything. The man looked away and said that he could not return it because he had already sold it. The girl frowned and asked if he was sure he wasn't lying. He raised his head and said that she wasn't anything special, so he got rid of her quickly, and now she's probably already hanging around somewhere in the market. Standing in front of him, the brunette asked who he gave her to and where should they go. The fence told them to forget about it because they didn't know the area and said he would go get her. He pointed his finger and said that while he was gone, in exchange, they would help his sister at the tavern. Looking at the protagonist, he said that at least they could do that, and in fact, he himself felt that he had done wrong. Kang listened with a displeased look to how he didn't know that the jewelry was stolen when he bought it. He asked if he didn't have any suspicions during the deal with the Vo Rami. Mia bowed her head and began to thank her, saying that it was very important to her. She looked at the girl and also thanked her, saying that they could help. The brunette replied that she was grateful to her and then asked if she was sure. The blonde looked at the guy and said that this way she would have something to do while waiting. The brunette replied that if she wanted, he didn't mind. They found themselves in a tavern. The girl with a surprised look said that it was very cozy and atmospheric here. The brunette looked away and said that thanks to the regulars who thought the same, there were a lot of people here during rush hour. But last weekend the employees went fishing and got poisoned by the catch. She looked at Mia and said that she hoped that they could help with orders and service, and then asked about their experience. The girl answered ambiguously. Remembering herself during the role, she thought that she had previously played a chef in a movie, so everything would probably be fine. The brunette smiled and said that she was very glad, and then noted that she had to bring them a uniform. Mia pulled back her apron. Looking at the white dress with a black corset, she asked if it was really cute. The brunette in shirt pants blushed and said that this style suited her. The blonde smiled and thanked him, noting that he looked good in this uniform too, and since that was the situation, he could do. She came up to him and lifted his bangs, saying that when he and the girls were in the bathhouse, they had a conversation. The protagonist listened with a puzzled face as they all said that he looked much better when his hair was combed back. Well, you can rarely see such a hairstyle on him. The girl curled her lips and said that she understood what they meant, but she thought that he looked cool with his usual bangs. She smiled widely and said that it made no difference to her. The brunette looked away in embarrassment and asked if she was okay. He asked if she was sure she would be able to handle the service if there were a lot of people here. The protagonist frowned and answered her question, saying that her earring was not on. He asked if she would be able to work in this state. The blonde opened her mouth in surprise. She grabbed her cheeks and screamed that she had completely forgotten that she was now without an earring. Kang asked if she had really agreed to help with the work without even thinking about it. While she continued to cry, the brunette asked if they were ready. The girl began to mumble that it was a big problem, and she felt so confident with the guy that she completely forgot about the jewelry. Standing in front of him, she muttered that if she went out to people like this. The brunette stretched his hands towards her and asked her to wait. He touched her ear. Mia froze with a new earring. Looking at her, the protagonist said that her grandmother's gift would not replace it, but perhaps it would be easier. He smirked and asked her not to lose heart. The blonde pursed her lips and exclaimed that she would try to be strong, and perhaps this was a good opportunity for her to practice, because no one knew her here. Looking at the first visitor, Kang agreed. Trembling with fear, the girl went to him, saying that her friend might not help her. She approached the customers. The man pointed at her. Mia jumped when he began to frown. He ran to the guy. She was crying. He told her that if everything was so simple, as in words, then he would not have so many problems with this. People began to gather in the tavern. The girl tried to carry drinks. A man called her, and she asked him to wait. There was fear in her eyes while they spoke to her in English. She asked to wait. The brunette held a tray and said that this was an order for the fourth and first table. When the man waved at him, he said that he would bring the bill now. Standing at the cash register, the main character noted that that table had already been left, and the window table ordered 2 drinks. She came up to him with her friends and asked how he was able to interact with customers so easily if he did not know English. The protagonist of the task raised an eyebrow and said that it was all about body language, intuition, and just nodding and gesturing with her hands. He noted that people were much less concerned about other people. The blonde said that she didn't think she could do it. She looked down, saying that she was afraid of making mistakes. Kang spread his arms with a smile, noting that a popular actress was saying something like that. He looked at her and said that he thought about this one. It seemed to him that this is what makes her so disciplined. He said that based on the process he saw, he could tell that the filming process was strict. The guy asked if it could be that she was used to this kind of atmosphere. Mia looked at him with green eyes and asked if he really wanted to say that in situations like this, she should relax a little. He answered in the affirmative. Turning his back, the brunette asked her to remain calm, because if she made a mistake, no one would die. The girl froze, thinking that this phrase seemed cold to her. She pressed her fist to her chest and mentally noted that for a moment she was even scared, but that was why she resonated even more with her own self. The blonde thanked him with a confident face and said that now she felt like she could handle it. She wiped the chair. The brown-haired girl approached the main character and said that one question had been tormenting her for some time. She asked if the girl was a celebrity. Looking at her, Kang asked if she had guessed. The girl replied that it was very noticeable. She smirked and said that she had a star aura, which attracted people to her. The guy repeated these words. Looking at how his friend was dropping drinks, he said that he did not see such an aura. The brown-haired girl propped her face with her hand and said that those who try hard inspire people to support them, and if you want to support someone, this attention is sooner or later riveted to it. The drunk man looked at the waitress. He stretched his hands towards her. Seeing this, the brunette perked up. At that moment, 2 guests yelled at the man. Mia froze with a surprised face. The main character put his hand on his belt and said that now he understood what they were talking about. The girl asked if they should keep their relationship a secret if she was an actress. Kang muttered that she had misunderstood everything. There was a mountain of dirty dishes on the table. When the tavern was empty, the brunette said that they had tried hard. She handed the waitress an envelope, saying that this was compensation for today. The blonde began to mumble that she did not do it for the money. She took the envelope when the girl said that thanks to them, all the visitors were happy. The guy looked at them and asked what happened to their decoration. A man entered the tavern while the girl was saying that her brother should be back soon. The buyer, his face wet with sweat, said that he had to pay extra because she had already been sold once. Looking at the pair, he said that it would have been easier to buy a new one and he didn't know why it was so important, but the man held out the earring. The guy and the girl froze. They began to remember the conversation about how this stone was not very popular in the country, and how the buyer said that there was nothing valuable in it. The brown-haired man looked at them with surprised eyes, asking them not to say that. Mia ran to the exit, and the man asked if this was really the wrong earring. The brunette, gritting his teeth, said that this nasty thief had lied. Turning to the buyer, he said that she must have sold it to another and then asked him to tell the helmet about pharmacies in the nearby area. They came to one of them. The other man shook his head. The third one spread his arms in confusion. The main character pressed the girl against the wall. They caught the thief. Sunset gave way to night, and it was time to stand at the buyers. Turning to her friend, Mia passed on something, asking him to wait until she asked her husband. Kang began to say with a worried look that it was late and she looked very pale. The blonde became sad when he suggested that she go to the hotel and he would stay to look for jewelry. Mia lowered her eyes and said that she would look for her here until she found her, because if she was not found, she would think about it for the rest of her life. The protagonist silently watched, thinking about how he could not tell her to just leave. Remembering the past, he thought about how he himself knew how important this earring was to her. Lowering his eyes, he thought that when he decided to leave the EWS plot, he thought that he had prepared for such surprises, but it still seemed hard. While the woman was talking to her husband, Kang mentally noted that for fights he at least had loops where he had to do this, but his eyes widened. The man was talking to his wife. The guy thought that because people were saying the same thing over and over again, his hearing had gotten used to it, and so he could understand what was said even though it was in English. Standing with a surprised face, he realized that the blue teardrop-shaped earring that was brought here during the day. Mia froze. Her earring had already been sold. The couple was walking down the street. Walking ahead, the girl apologized, saying that even though they were late, the brunette had still helped a lot, and since the jewelry had already been sold, it seemed like it would be impossible to get it back. The protagonist was silent while she was saying that they needed to go back to the hotel. The blonde turned around when he grabbed her hand. Kang frowned. He smiled and suggested that they stop by one place before that. The night city was visible from above. Many people were walking in the park. Walking around, the girl said that this place. The guy said that there was a great view from everywhere. He smiled nervously, saying that he was looking for places to date on the plane and thought that sometimes even a typical tourist spot can be cool. Lots of people were admiring the view. He said that since this place is popular, there are a lot of people here. The girl listened with surprised eyes that even at such a late night like this, it still shines brightly. Mia with rounded eyes thought that she would like to be like her. A little girl was sitting in a ward with her grandmother. Watching an actress on TV, she said that she wanted to be like her. The woman asked if she could. The blonde looked down and said that she thought she could not shine like that. The old woman took off her earring and said that now her grandmother will cast a spell on her. She put the earring on her granddaughter. The girl looked at the dark sky, wondering what her grandmother would say, and if she was looking at her now. Holding onto the railing, she mentally asked if it was shining brightly enough for her to see it from there. Several shooting stars flew across the sky. Nia smiled and thanked her, noting that she knew the answer. Remembering the old woman's face, she thought that she had always given her courage and support, but now she had lost them, for which she was sorry. The girl remembered how she cried in her house, mentally saying that everything was fine, she should not worry because she would not cry anymore. Turning her attention to the guy, she thought that she would no longer be like that because now she was not alone. The brunette took out his phone and offered to take a photo. When he began to photograph his friend, she asked her grandmother not to worry and was just looking after her with a calm soul. The main character took a photo. The blonde thought that even in the darkest moments, she would continue to shine and achieve her remaining goals. The wind swayed her hair, and a lantern shone in the distance. Mia thought that this goal. Memories with the actress became black and white. The girl happily called Kang Lim. Pointing to the photo zone in the form of a heart, she offered to take a picture there. She adjusted her hair with a smile. Approaching the tourist, the blonde asked her to take a photo. The guy watched her, thinking that the atmosphere around her had suddenly changed. The stranger took a photo of them. Turning around, the girl said that the photo turned out well. The brunette smiled and said that he was glad. Looking at the night city, Mia offered to take more photos and called the main character to go with her to one place upon returning to Korea. Kang Lim asked where she wanted to take him. The friend replied that she wanted to introduce him to her grandmother. Night covered the high hotel. Dahi yawned and held the earring in her hands, saying that she must have dropped it when she was at the market. While the jewelry swayed in her hand, the blonde said that she went to the market during the day to buy fruit and was very surprised when she saw that someone was selling this earring, so she quickly bought it. The guy and the girl stood in shock. Dahi looked with one eye, saying that she was very lucky that she found it because they were probably nervous. The main character was shaking, and Mia fell to her knees. The friend asked why they were both reacting like that. The brunette was indignantly screaming, and the blonde sighed with relief. The blonde said that she did not call them because she thought they were having fun, and that these attacks were unpleasant now. On the day of Kang Lim and Mia's date, the girls were sitting in the room. Yoon said that Siren was probably still resting in. She suggested that they also take a break from each other. Dahi looked at her and said that in that case she would go to the market because she wanted to try the fruits that she had seen earlier. The blonde waved her hand and asked if she could share with them later, adding that she would do the rest of her business in her room. The schoolgirl looked at Jun and asked if she had any plans. The brunette hid her phone when she was asked what it was. She looked down, saying that it was just. On the second day of the trip, she and the main character left the hotel. The guy smiled and asked where they were going. He reminded her that last night it all ended with them falling asleep and not making any plans. The girl pointed her finger and asked if everything would be okay if she asked for a favor. The brunette looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Young-ah began to say that it might sound strange. Looking at her with a pitiful look, she asked for help in taking a photo for her profile. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked if this was the profile he knew about. The brunette put her hands behind her back and confirmed, saying that she doesn't change her avatars often. She said that she's actually not very good at taking selfies. Remembering her friend, the girl said that her current photo was taken by a blonde. Kang Lim listened to her words with confusion about how awkward it was for her to take photos alone. He replied that he wasn't really that skilled at it. The guy frowned and said that he'd been using a standard avatar since high school. Young-ah offered to take a photo for both of them. The brunette looked at her and said that they could try, and then asked if they needed to look for a photo zone. The brunette laughed and said that she had one place in mind. They approached the water park. There was a bathhouse there. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and asked why, of all places, the water park. They were standing among people, and the girl was telling them that she had been on a diet for this moment because she thought a photo in a swimsuit would be cool, and when they were on the beach, she was really shy. Young-ah raised her head and said that she later realized that she didn't want to end the summer like this. Kang Lim smiled and said that he should have warned him earlier because he didn't bring swimming trunks. While the girl was rummaging through her bag, he said that he could have bought a pair at a local store, but The brunette took out a bag and said that they were a guy's swimming trunks. He indignantly asked where she got his swimming trunks from. Imagining herself walking around his room, the schoolgirl said that she had gone into his room early in the morning and taken them because she thought it would be a nice surprise. The brunette took the bag, saying that it really was a surprise. He thought that something was different this time. Young-ah stood with her back to him and said that there was another reason why she came here. She turned around and said that she wanted to keep the promise they made. The girl winked and said that it was a trip to the pool, just the two of them. The protagonist stood in the locker room thinking that today he should ask directly. He took off his shirt. He mentally noted that when he thought about what all his girlfriends liked, he found many reasons. Hanging his clothes in the closet, Kang Lim thought that from the other girl's point of view, he was literally a hero and a benefactor. He looked down and thought that with Young-ah everything was different because she was not from ESW, and he was not sure about their relationship. Staring at one point, the guy thought that this made him even more curious about what she thought of him. He grabbed his head, saying that he did not know anything. There were many people in the water park. Nearby was a department with equipment. The brunette was staring at his phone. The brown-haired girl appeared and said that she found him. The protagonist turned around. The girl in the white bikini said that she went to the cashier where they rented the rings. Kang Lim blushed and started talking about her swimsuit. Coming closer, Young-ah said that she had bought it a long time ago, but she was too embarrassed to wear it in front of everyone. She scratched her cheek and said that since they were alone now, she plucked up her courage. The girl with an embarrassed face asked how he was. The guy froze. The brunette looked into his face, asking what was the matter. The brunette looked away and said that he was very surprised at how beautiful she was. Young-ah smiled and thanked him. Passing by her friend, she said that she felt great and asked him to hurry. The main character asked if she was going to rent the ring earlier. The girl turned around and said that since he was with her, she would not need it. Starting to walk, she asked where they would go first. Kang Lim said that he did not really know much about such places. They came to a multicolored fountain. The guy held the phone and asked if she was ready. The brunette looked at the screen. Looking at the photo, she said that the shot was not bad, and the brunette noted that it did not turn out very well. Young-ah took the phone and asked him to take a few steps back and hold the camera vertically, and also set it to auto mode. Putting his hand on his belt, the protagonist asked if it was necessary to make preliminary settings for this. The girl said that she thought that with auto mode it would be much better. In the photo, she was smiling at the waterfall. Kang Lim looked at her and said that she was right. The brunette said that the concept of composition in the photo and in the drawing partially coincided. She pointed to the side and offered to take a picture of him now. The entire water park was visible from above. Young-ah was holding the phone in her hands. The guy was standing at the railing. He frowned when his girlfriend started laughing. They say that he has a stupid face. He crossed his arms. She apologized. The brunette condemned the stupid obsession with beautiful photos. He closed his eyes and asked when their society was struck by vanity. He said that he would look for an Adobe self and break free from the virtual shackles. The girl looked at him and said that she thought that the best photos they took were when they took pictures together. The main character turned away from her and said that his case was similar to her problems with selfies. He asked if it could all be because of the mental pressure from searching for the right angle and all that. The brunette grabbed his hand. Pulling him towards her, she picked up the phone and offered to take such a photo. Kang Lim blushed. They were both standing in the water. Young-ah held his wrist. They say that the photo came out well, and then offered to try a new angle. The embarrassed guy frowned. They walked around the water park. The guy and the girl took a photo near the paintings. Then they took a photo underwater. Then they were on inflatable swords. The brunette fell from one of them. The girl took a photo of him wet. In the photo, she was splashing in the water. The main character in the photo was smiling. They were standing opposite each other. There was ice cream and potatoes on the table. The brunette said that she was a little disappointed because the shadows turned out sharp in this photo. She showed the phone to Kang Lim, who asked if she thought this photo turned out good. Young-ah discussed the photo. Having given the guy the phone, she asked him to choose between two photos. He asked what the difference was. The girl arched an eyebrow and asked if her belly was sticking out in the first photo. The brunette said that there really was no difference between the photos. Looking at the screen, he asked how about the other photo if this one bothered her. The brunette stuck an ice cream stick in his mouth. When he threw her a puzzled look, she said that it seemed to her that his hands were busy. The main character himself was studying and said that everything is not that simple. While they were sitting next to each other, Young-ah asked him to choose a photo. Kang Lim showed the phone, and his girlfriend said that it was not bad. He looked at the girl with a red face, thinking that he was completely sure. Studying her profile, he mentally noted that she really liked her. The guy pursed his lips and thought that if it wasn't a problem for ESW, it wouldn't be a problem for him. He grabbed his forehead in his head and asked himself if this was normal. The girl noticed that he froze. He perked up when she called him loudly. His friend asked him what he was thinking about. She smiled and said that it seemed to her that they were too fixated on the photo and then suggested going for a swim. The brunette frowned and suggested enjoying the water park and taking photos at the same time. Remembering the stand, he said that he saw a sign about a water slide where they take photos while going down. Looking at the shade, the main character said that such photos come out very natural. She said that she thought they should go back to where they came from to take a few more photos. Kang Lim, with a puzzled face, asked her what about the slide. Young-ah laughed and said that they didn't have time to play enough by the sea. The friend asked why she changed what. He squinted and asked not to say that she. The girl perked up when she was asked if she was afraid of water slides. A couple was riding an inflatable raft. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that even children weren't afraid to ride it. The brunette clenched her fists and told her to forget about her virtual obsession because she was also going to break out of this society. The brunette asked her not to steal the phrase. Turning around, he told her that there was an attraction where they could ride together. He said that he would sit in front and she would hug him from behind. The girl lowered her eyes and refused. She was asked if she had ever tried to ride. She imagined herself flying off the slide and said that it was her fear. The main character smiled and asked why she thought it wasn't fun if she hadn't tried it. He waved his hand and said that this was how his first encounter with a roller coaster looked like, which he then rode many times. June folded her hands and said that if he insisted. She clenched her fist and said that they would try. A line formed at the slide. Looking at his still frightening friend, the main character thought that now she would always be like a statue. The brunette smiled nervously and said that everything was fine. The instructor called the next ones. Looking at the guys, she said that she would prepare a place for two. The guys sat on the inflatable raft. The woman brought the whistle to her mouth. The girl was scared and clenched her hands. The guy noticed this. He looked back and told her to take hold of him. He smiled and began to say that if they were thrown into the sky, then they would be together. Young-ah was surprised. She hugged the brunette. They perked up when the instructor said that this cannot be done because it is dangerous. The raft moved. The brunette closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she thought that it was not so scary. The main character in front of her asked if she was okay. He smiled grimly, saying that it was not scary at all. The girl shouted that his words did not match his reaction. In fact, he was very afraid of amusement parks, but he was bluffing. With a gloomy face, Kang Lim said that the descent was faster than he thought. While they were descending, he shouted. Young-ah laughed loudly. Sitting behind her friend, she mentally thanked him. Looking at his back, she thanked him for leading her forward and encouraging her. The brunette lowered her eyes and mentally thanked him for looking after her. The raft rushed down the slide. The girl smiled sweetly. The raft stopped. The guy turned around and asked if they really got there quickly. Young-ah's hair fluttered. She looked at him and agreed. After a while, they were sitting on a bench. The brunette looked at her phone and said that she would edit the photo later and set it as wallpaper. Looking at the brunette, she said that she was glad to be here with him. He thanked her for going with him. The protagonist lowered his eyes. The girl sighed when he noted that he wanted to ask something. She said that she knew what the answer would be now. She began to quote that he was really very impressed, but until now he had not thought of them in such a way, so he did not know what to do. Young-ah sat next to her friend and quoted, saying that showing complete sincerity was not something that could be done, which is why in the current uncertain situation he found it difficult to give a clear answer. She asked if this was what he wanted to say. Kang Lim pulled away from her and asked if she was a telepath. The brunette laughed. The guy's eyes widened when she said that she knew how tired he was and understood why he had asked for more time before. Clutching the phone in her hand, the girl said that she would wait. She rested her head on her hand and said that when that day comes, she will be able to reveal her feelings to him. The brunette buried his face in his palms. Hiding his embarrassment, he said that he did not know what expression to make. Young-ah next to him asked him to just smile. The girls were sitting in the room. He asked if she had any plans. The brunette hid her phone when she was asked what she had there. She lifted it up. There was a photo of her with Kang Lim on the screen. The girl smiled sweetly. The main character knocked on the room and asked Siren to open it. He froze. Kang Lim herself opened the door, saying that he was coming in. He moved around the rooms. Entering one of them, he saw a bed. A girl was lying on it, and the guy said that he heard that she had not left the room for several days. He asked what was wrong. The pink-haired girl turned around and apologized for making him worry. She said that she was a little tired. He ate the pancakes on the next bed and asked if her sleep schedule had gotten out of order after the incident on the desert island. Siren exclaimed that it was not so. Looking at her with a sad look, she said that it was only related to her and she was just thinking a lot lately. The protagonist asked with a surprised face if he could help in any way. The girl began to get out of bed and said that they did not think that he would want to spend time with him while she was in such a state. She said that she would just skip her turn. The pink-haired girl looked away and said that she wanted to at least have dinner together and then asked if he minded. Kang Lim smiled and suggested that they go for a walk. Looking at his surprised girlfriend, he said that he had a lot of experience in night marathons and games, so he understood perfectly well. The guy smiled widely and offered to get some fresh air. The girl agreed. She pulled the blanket away. Blushing, she said that she needed to change and asked him to wait outside. They went outside. The couple walked through the park. Then they went out into the city. The protagonist leaned on the railing. The two of them ate hot dogs. Kang Lim chewed and wondered how it was that out of the two of them, he was the only one talking for a long time. He thought that she was in a worse state than he thought. While the pink-haired girl ate, the guy mentally wondered what had affected her so much and why it only affected her and not the others. He remembered Nari from the night before and realized that she and Siren were sharing a room. The brunette with a puzzled expression wondered if this was really the rational suspicion thing. He thought that next time he really needed to say something about this. The protagonist ran his hand through his hair and thought that if this was the problem, it would be hard for him to solve it, as awkwardly intruding into her personal space could make the situation worse. As he watched his friend, he thought that he knew that she was not weak-willed and that it did not seem like she was just in a bad mood. He mentally noted that it looked more like she was thinking about something and could not make a decision. The protagonist swallowed. He pointed to the side and suggested that they go there if they had already eaten. He said that they could get some fresh air there and not move. They approached the ticket office. Siren looked at him in surprise. Kang Lim stood next to her and said that it seemed like she was interested in his offer after all. The girl replied that it was, but they would have to wait. Looking at the schedule, she said that the tickets were sold out by the nearest time and that they would have to wait 2 hours until the next arrival. The guy grabbed her hand and ran. The pink-haired girl looked up, dumbfounded. In front of them was a large liner. The brunette showed the tickets on his phone. Siren behind him asked what was going on. The protagonist said that it was not important and asked to hurry. Climbing the stairs, he said that this tourist liner was quite large, but first he wanted to visit the bow of the ship. The sun illuminated the large liner. The couple climbed on board. Ahead was the endless ocean. The guy and the girl froze with admiring faces. The girl with rounded eyes said that now she understood what is called the golden hour. She inhaled deeply. People were walking behind her. Her cheeks turned red. Without turning to her friend, Siren said that she was grateful to him for worrying about her and for dragging her out of the hotel. She asked if she understood correctly that he booked tickets in advance. The pink-haired girl smiled and said that thanks to this breeze, her head had dreamed and he could no longer worry about her. She turned around and said that his stamina was impressive because he had a very tight schedule. The guy's face turned blue and he started to sway. Clenching his mouth tightly, he talked about seasickness. When he sank to the floor, Siren asked in fear what to do. There was an ocean overboard. The girl was dragging her friend and asking if he took something for motion sickness. Her eyes widened as she said that they needed to find a place for him to lie down. People were looking at something in surprise. Yura was lying on a sun lounger. She took off her glasses when she was called and then noted the unexpected coincidence. When they approached her, the woman said that she was on vacation, and although she knew that the guys were nearby, she did not expect them to be so close. Looking at the brunette's blue face, she asked if he really had seasickness. They laid him down on a sun lounger. Yura put the medicine in the bags and said that other than that she couldn't help him, but he should adapt soon. The girl sat next to her and thanked her. The redhead said that the beauty of traveling is also that you never know what kind of situations you might get into. Siren was surprised when she was asked if she was enjoying life. She muttered that she was. The pink-haired girl looked down. The woman smiled and said that she didn't have to tell her if she didn't want to. She said that she could tell from his voice that something had happened during the trip. While the guy was in a deplorable state, the girl said that she didn't want anyone to worry, but it ended up that many of them were worried. Yura pointed her finger and said that she shouldn't ask for details, but she could share one secret technique. Siren listened with surprised eyes and said that one day she would be able to find a use for the technique that allows one to win love. She asked him to tell her. The red-haired smile said, something she probably already heard, that relationships at such a young age are pampering, and from a positive point of view it is naivety, and from a negative point of view everything is too predictable. The woman said that she will not be able to drink alcohol, and the places where you can go are limited, plus there are time restrictions due to school. She frowned and said that if you isolate the advantages from this, making it something more than pampering, it will stand out from the crowd. The pink-haired girl's eyes lit up, and she asked how this can be done. Yura showed 2 fingers and said that she needs to force events and create memories. The girl looked at her with a puzzled look. She began to look up words on the internet. And when Siren blushed, the woman showed a thumbs up and said that previously parental permission was necessary. But now, if everything happens by mutual consent, then there is nothing wrong with that. The man punched. His eyes were shining, and his wife was asking what happened. He replied that a fly was just buzzing nearby. The woman smiled and said that if we judge by efficiency, then this is a secret technique. She asked what was the matter and had she thought about it. Siren began waving her hands, saying that it was not that. She looked down and thought that as one of those who had feelings for a guy, she could not say that she had never thought about it. She remembered her friend who asked if she really needed it to be a brunette. The pink-haired girl pursed her lips, mentally noting that it had to be him. She turned away and wondered why everything turned out this way, and why she could not answer at that moment. Yura watched her while she tried to understand why she had such a feeling that she was missing something. She smiled, thinking that it was not too late to do anything in her life except video games. It was inevitable that the girl would worry. The red-haired woman sat next to her and said that if she felt that she liked someone, who it would make her more mature as well as her ability to love. She stood up and said that she would go down to the store for a while because sweets would help clear her thoughts. Siren said that she would guard the places during this time. The woman left. The pink-haired woman watched the protagonist. She took the phone and thought that she should ask the others if they knew anything about seasickness. She asked in the chat if anyone knew an effective remedy. Raising the phone to her ear, the girl asked Yoon what was the matter. While she was sitting on the lounge chair, they asked her if she really went on the ship with Kang Lim. Siren said that they were on board a cruise ship and then asked why she was asking. Yoon asked with an indignant look, "Didn't I tell you that seasickness is his greatest weakness, which he has suffered from since childhood?" The pink-haired girl's eyes widened and she asked if he had always been so susceptible. The girl flipped through her notebook, giving a positive answer. She added that this was why they canceled the group tour on the ship, which was originally planned for the first or last day of the trip. Siren sat with a surprised face. While she looked at the brunette, her friend said that she would now tell him how she could help. The pink-haired girl put a wet bandage on the protagonist's forehead and eyes. He pursed his lips, mentally noting that she had deprived him of visual perception, and next in line was auditory perception. Earlier, Yoon told her that motion sickness can be prevented by blocking access to perception. The girl looked at her phone, thinking that if she put on headphones and turned on music, it could help. Looking at the screen, she thought that the network was not working, and the Wi-Fi was password protected. Siren took out her headphones, mentally noting that she could not leave the guy in this state. She put the headphones on him. His phone rang. The pink-haired girl began to ask into the receiver if he could hear her voice. The brunette mumbled. The girl was talking into the phone. Sitting next to her friend, she said that she had just heard from Yoon that he had been seasick since childhood. Seeing his face, she asked why he forced himself to do this. The girl sat and said that although she was grateful for such an attitude, she would have been fine without a cruise liner. The main character opened his mouth and said that he heard during the flight. They were covered by a blue sky. He asked with a surprised face, "Is this really true?" She noted that probably because of the tournaments she traveled a lot. They were sitting on a plane, and Siren was saying that all the tournaments had tight schedules, so she didn't have time to relax or look around, and for her own pleasure, she was flying on a plane for the first time. The girl looked down and said that she hadn't even been to popular places. Rami suggested a rest. She smiled and started saying that if such an opportunity presented itself, and then noted that she was joking. The pink-haired girl clenched her fists when Dahi said that if they suddenly got together, she would like to be on a ship. She told her that she had never been on one. The blonde looked at her puzzled, while her friend said that she heard that in their time on such ships you can play games and have parties. The guy propped his face with his hand, listening to the girl watching a vlog about traveling. Siren, with a surprised face, asked loudly, "Is this really all because of this?" She screamed that she just thought it would be great if such an opportunity presented itself, but she had no intention of driving him to such a state. The protagonist covered his head with his hand and said that he himself had not thought about such a thing. It seemed to him that this time everything would be fine, because when they were sailing on the boat everything was fine. The girl held the phone, listening to her friend say that by that time he had completely passed out from exhaustion. Without removing the bandage in his eye, Kang Lim said that he could not do nothing now because he knew that she was the one bearing the burden of her experiences. But he simply hated the feeling of helplessness. With his mouth open, he began to say that if she was wondering why he did this, then he just. The pink-haired girl froze when he said that he just wanted to. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She pursed her lips. Yura came up to him and asked if he felt better. Passing by her, Siren said that there was no need to leave temporarily. She was standing on the deck. The girl was making a phone call. Raising her head, she asked Nari if they could talk now. Her friend asked her what was the matter. The pink-haired girl began to say that she felt that she had something important to say right now, and then added that she had not been able to answer her question earlier. Holding the railing, she reminded him that the question was about why Kang Lim was important to her. Looking at the endless ocean, Siren said that before they met, she did not care, but when she had difficulties, he always helped them, for which she was grateful. While the blue sky was above her, she said that now the thought of someone else instead of him is something she does not even want to think about. The girl lowered her head and said that her answer was always with her, including that day, although she could not give it. She smiled and said that she thought that there must be something more significant, or a special reason. Recalling the past, Siren said that the memories of the day she and the brunette met seemed special to her. She remembered how he smiled, she laughed with him, and said that she deceived herself, thinking that the reason why she cared about him should be special. The pink-haired girl lowered her eyes and said that it was not about that at all. Recalling the guy at school, she said that the reason she liked him was not about the memories of that day, but about the moments when he laughed with all his heart. She remembered how they walked home from school, and said that when he walked with his fast but delicate gait, when that atmosphere appeared next to him, the main character in her memories was smiling. The girl said that maybe it was all this, but it was moments like these that made him the only person who brought her happiness, which is why it was Kang Lim, even when she thought about things that were beyond the category of simple dates. A seagull flew in the sky. Siren frowned and said that it could only be him, and it had to be him. While seagulls were flying over the liner, she said that she wanted to be with him. The pink-haired ticket office looked at the phone. Silence came from the receiver. The embarrassed girl called Nari. Her friend apologized and said that she was too rude. Siren began waving her hands when she added that she would apologize properly later, but for now she should enjoy her time. The brunette was holding the phone. She looked at the screen. The girl smiled sweetly. The pink-haired girl walked along the deck. "He's going," the guy waved. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She ran to her friends. The students were approaching the high school building. The blonde was explaining something to her friends. The guy stretched and decided that he always hated going back to school after the holidays. He smiled slightly and added that, however, this time he felt much better because he had a feeling as if everything was going smoothly, and that was great. He glanced at the empty seat next to him and thought about why his friend hadn't come yet, because the teacher would be coming soon, and he must have overslept. The hero took out his phone and wrote to his friend about why he wasn't at school yet. The interlocutor dumped a typical brick of text from a weirdo. Kang Lim thought about what he had written. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he couldn't come because he had an upset stomach. The guy wrote to his friend about whether he had eaten something strange. Because he couldn't be poisoned, the interlocutor replied that his adventures had begun yesterday, when fate had brought him to a collab cafe. The hero looked up, imagined the emblem of a mobile game, and thought that she had recently graduated, that this was a prequel to the famous witch myth. He raised his eyebrows with a smile and decided that, apparently, on the wave of popularity from the witch myth, the developers decided to roll out a new game, and this means that he went to a collab cafe, and it is not surprising that he caught an upset stomach. The heroes looked down at the phone screen and wrote to a friend that he overate, trying to get special prizes. The interlocutor admitted this and said that the prizes caught his attention, but he did not indulge in gluttony. The guy frowned and wrote that it was a measly 13 cups of shaved ice. The hero said that this is why he got an upset stomach. Kang Lim frowned when he read the message that he only received one item for each hero, but his damn body is too weak. The hero wrote to him that he will explain the situation to the teacher so he can rest, after which he asked if his friend has medicine. He turned off his phone after seeing the message about regenerative abilities. He put his phone in his pocket and thought that as far as he knew, a mobile game was not the type of manga his friend usually liked, and then wondered if he liked anything that had anything to do with dragons. A dark-haired guy entered the room and asked if they had heard the news, and he thought that his friend's dedication to his hobby was really surprising. The guy said that the old math teacher from the neighboring class was leaving and they would have a new teacher. Kang Lim looked at them in surprise. The woman put her hand on the teacher's desk and said that she was pleased to meet them. The beautiful young teacher smiled and introduced herself to them by name, then told them her blood type, zodiac sign, and personality type. She looked around the class and said that she was 168 centimeters tall, but she wouldn't tell them anything about her weight. She also liked cute things, be it animals or other things, and she heard that this class was full of creative people who had trouble with math. She winked at them and said that she wouldn't give them any breaks, so they should get ready. The boys were delighted with her introduction. The hero frowned and thought that after she left, he expected something like this, and he knew that she would try to get close to him again somehow. The girl turned away. The guy added that considering that she graduated early, skipping a few classes, he thought she would try to avoid the exchange student cliché. Well, for her to appear as a teacher, that was something he couldn't even imagine. Yerim walked up to Dahi and said that she had very light hair, and then asked to take a closer look. She looked at the student with a smile. The blonde asked if she knew her from TV. The woman replied that she had heard about her from Rami, because the girl said that the blonde, despite her appearance, is quite lively, so she should be careful. She pressed the student to her chest and said that there is nothing to worry about, because she considers this character trait very charming. The blonde tried to push her away, saying that she is the same old friend that her friend mentioned too. The guy thought that since she approached them during the absence of her family, her motive is clear as day. The hero with a calm expression looked at them and thought that it was obvious that she came to study him and observe. Since he is suspicious, as befits a character with the character of the best student, she will not let the situation slide. The woman looked back at him, wondering if he had noticed the reason why she had come, and then thought that the more she dug into all of this, the more suspicious everything became. She imagined the images of the students and added that the most suspicious part was all the girls who surrounded him. The hero did not take his eyes off her. The girl frowned tensely. She let go of the blonde and thought that there was no denying that he was on Rami's side. But as long as he continued to appear in various incidents and his identity remained unclear, she would keep a close eye on him and dig up everything she could about him. Slightly frowning, the woman decided that she would not let their cutie run into danger again. The woman clenched her palm and thought that this was why she had come, and certainly not for personal reasons, because skipping classes meant that she had missed out on a lot, so she was definitely not here to enjoy her youth. The boy looked at the board. The woman said that she heard that Siren and Young-ah were also in this class. The students surrounded her. The girl looked at them with a smile. The students frowned with displeasure, discussing that this teacher was a little annoying, and that she should not be like this and also dress like this. The teacher noticed their gaze on herself. She approached them with a smile and said that they had a beautiful lip gloss and that it had a great color scheme because she wanted to buy one for herself, but it was already taken. She showed them the screen of her phone with a smile and said that he was trying to choose eyeshadow for himself as she thought she had similar tastes to them. The girls welcomed her warmly, talking about how she, it turns out, also uses this brand. The teacher agreed and continued the discussion with them. The boy looked at them and thought that she didn't leave jealousy and gossip a chance. When it came to getting someone to like her, she seemed to surpass even Dahi. The teacher was smilingly discussing something with the students. The boy added that if his friend was in the spotlight due to the circumstances, Yerim probably really liked that kind of thing. He raised an eyebrow and thought that by the end of this day, she would be famous throughout the school, and they would definitely use that to build a network of observers around him. The boy walked out into the hallway and decided that it didn't matter since he had nothing left to hide anyway, specifically regarding ESW. He scratched the back of his head and wondered if there was anything left that he could do in advance. Fluffy clouds were floating across the sky right after the summer break. Dahi texted the guy about whether it would be okay if they moved the trip a few days earlier, since due to their busy schedules they should have moved it right to the beginning of the vacation. The boy replied that he had something else to do. The girl was surprised by this and asked since when did he have important things to do, after which she added that she would work out the route with the others. He tied his shoelaces and said that he was really busy. He frowned slightly and thought that today might be the day when he would meet the one who could have caused the loop phenomenon, the probable author of ESW. He remembered the blonde's confession and decided to skip it. Moments from the infirmary surfaced in his memories. He thought that he had come to the conclusion that the most likely suspect for creating the loop was the author, and the original author of the idol goddess might have some connection with him. The boy frowned and thought that the holidays were the perfect time to do some investigating, and that he planned to meet the idol goddess author, but he wasn't stupid enough to contact him via email first. The boy opened the door slightly and figured that if there was really something being hidden from him, the author would run away as soon as he showed up, and if that happened, it would be a disaster. The hero remembered talking on the phone and thought that therefore the plan was to approach silently without letting the author know about it, and fortunately, after countless loops, he had become quite good at deception and information gathering. The hero smiled and said that he was an author who published web novels on another website. He glanced at the phone screen and said that the author once released a one-page collaboration that included his character, the same author of Dongwu. He smiled slightly and said that since they had a job together, he would like to visit him in the hospital since he tried to contact him via his personal email, but there was no answer. The hero wrote something down in a notebook and asked for the author's contact information since he had already been discharged from the hospital. He sat at the monitor and thought that this was how he got a phone number, and in the modern world, if a person has a phone number, you can find out a lot. He frowned with a smile and said that these were records of purchases in the marketplace, after which he thought that this was how he was able to find out where the author lived, and even what specific housing complex he was in. The hero approached the high-rise building and decided that the moment had come. He glanced at the time and thought that once he was sure that the author was inside, the rest was easy. The hero walked around the corner and thought that it was almost time for lunch. The man in the dark in the tracksuit yawned widely, leaving the building. The guy bent down, grabbing the door. He quietly walked inside. The hero took the visitor's log from the top shelf and thought that, apparently, during all these endless loops. He opened the log and finished the thought by saying that his moral compass had wavered, but now was not the time to think about it. Suddenly, he found something. The guy stood in front of someone's apartment door. He grabbed his chest and exhaled heavily. The hero pressed the doorbell. He pressed the doorbell over and over again, asking if anyone was inside, after which he introduced himself as a neighbor. No action followed. The door opened slightly. The guy said that he wanted to say something. He went inside and greeted the owner, after which he asked if anyone was inside. The young man closed the door and thought that there were no shoes inside, and the door was open. He looked around and thought that at first glance, it looked like an ordinary apartment. Suddenly, he noticed something. The hero smiled and said that this is what he should expect from the author and that she prepared quite a dramatic setting. There was a red inscription on the wall saying that the guy should stop pursuing her and once their sweet end, they will meet anyway. The hero read the smaller inscription. He is interested in her. A woman's hair appeared behind the door. The girl in the blue dress walked away from the door. The guy sat down on the bench, raised his head and thought that he searched the house again, but there were no leads, but he managed to get 3 pieces of information. He looked at the high-rise building, thinking that as expected, there is definitely someone's will in these events. And this someone is the original author of the webtoon, well, although he suspected it, but now these 2 points were confirmed. The guy looked at the phone screen and thought that the last piece of information was. He opened the image with the inscription on the wall and thought that the word fight was used in the message. He looked at the smaller text again and thought that it meant that the outcome was still uncertain, and either way, it meant that he still had a chance. Kang looked down and thought that even if he encountered unfair situations in the future, it wasn't such an impossible battle with a 0% chance of winning. He thought back to his past self and explained his position by saying that he had always been worried about whether there was a limit to the number of cycles. He imagined dying after the counter had reached 0, and thought that just when he was performing a cycle, it could suddenly end in such a futile end, but at least for now, it didn't bother him. He glanced at the screen of his phone and decided that if he interpreted it like that, it made sense why the cycles had changed. He recalled the moments of reincarnation and thought that at first, it only happened when he deviated from the storyline, but this was probably because he took preventive measures that disrupted the development of the ESW storyline. Then he recalled the moments of battles and kidnapping, after which he thought that gradually it turned into a kind of trap for these trials, as if someone wanted to torment him, but at the same time wanted him to overcome these difficulties. The hero imagined an endless wall between him and an unknown person, thinking that if these cycles were caused by a fight with this person, then it made sense, and although he did not know what was at stake or who his opponent was, but breaking out of the cycle itself was a fight with him. He sank down on the back of the bench and thought that the opponent was just an author of webtoons, after which he wondered if he was some kind of god. The hero remembered looking at his phone while lying on his bed and said that the author could have been really upset because of his one comment. He placed his hands on his knees, thinking that no matter what this was, he needed to see this fight through to the end. And this situation would probably remain until he got familiar with the ESW episodes, saying nothing, that ultimately, what he needed to do was the same as before. He placed his hands on his waist, smiled, and decided that he needed to prepare for the Jew family's arrival, and after he returned from their trip. The hero said that he would need to prepare for the 5th and 6th heroines. There was a flyer for the Universal Cultural Club on the door. The boy boredly placed his head on his hand and thought that this was his plan. He looked at the monitor and thought that he needed to get down to business, and then wondered what he had prepared for the 5th and 6th heroines, answering the question by saying that he had prepared absolutely nothing. There were no search results on the screen. The hero thought that he had not prepared this for any other reason than because he could not find them at all. He imagined the dark images of the girls and thought that the 5th and 6th heroines were twins who appeared together, and although they were not as famous as Mia, but both were famous enough, and yet there was no information or clues that could be found about them. The image of the girls began to blur in his mind. The guy thought that even when he looked earlier, there was still nothing there, but then he just thought that now was not the time, but now he did not understand why there was still no information. He removed his hand from the mouse and decided that in the past this would have been a very disturbing moment. The hero sat back in his chair and said with a smile that now it did not matter to him, and he would leave everything as it was. He would deal with it when the time came, because the problems he could not solve, they were worth not worrying about. He suddenly noticed something, thinking that thanks to all this, he didn't have to prepare, and he avoided Yerim catching him suspicious for some reason. He went to the window, thinking that if he took any action, it would be an episode with her, but it didn't seem like anyone's life was at stake. The guy saw the teacher stroking the blonde's head and thought that for ESW, this was just a cute episode. The guys gathered in the hallway the next day. The teacher turned sideways to them and said that she had to go, after which she asked to talk next time. The girls looked at her in surprise and said that yesterday the woman also left as soon as her phone rang. They began to discuss with a smile that she was very mysterious, and that she had abruptly changed the topic before when the question of her hobby came up, but for some reason they thought that she had some cool hobby. The woman quickly ran down the hallway. The guy thought that just like the other characters, she had her secrets. She approached the car. The hero added that her episode unfolded with this secret, but the hero was not interested at all. The woman picked up the phone with a smile and said that she had been waiting for this day for a long time. The hero decided that her secret was simple. A small witch appeared on the phone screen. The young man decided that she was an ordinary Hitaku. Yerim blushed with joy and said that a new skin for her favorite character was coming out on this day, and that this announcement was very cute. She looked at the screen with a misty look and said that the tips of the girl's hair were old and multicolored, and this was a direct blow to her heart, after which she suggested that maybe her wallet was in danger. The woman continued to play with a smile, saying that first she needed to empty the action sensor and then move on to the game. The boy imagined the word hitaku and mentally explained that it was short for the phrase hidden otaku, and it also refers to those who hide their hobbies from others. The boy imagined kissing a person who hid their hobbies and thought that the reasons varied depending on the person, but the most common one was usually. The boy imagined judgmental glances and decided that the key factor was public opinion, people in his head discussing how these things were not age appropriate. The hero imagined how everyone distanced themselves from one person and thought that judgmental glances and finger pointing were simply because people were not part of the popular industry. This was his past, full of suffering from such humiliations. Then he imagined a young Yerim and thought that for her, this did not exist. The girl was listened to by her parents with a smile. The boy thought that she grew up in a rich house where she was surrounded by love and her parents respected her hobbies and fully supported her. The girl collected various merch. The hero added that there were no problems in her life, she just decided not to show her passion to others. Yerim closed her eyes and loudly shouted the cry from the game. The guy thought that if he asked her about the reasons, the main one would be. The woman grabbed her head and confusedly said that she could not say that her favorite pastime was children's anime for children over 7 years old, and that she spends half of her salary on games that are full of cute girls. The woman imagined indignant smiles, after which she thought that other people might look at her with a condescending look, so she is sure that she will not be able to sleep tonight. Kang remembered how the woman stroked Rami's head and thought that this was not the only reason she hid her side even from her closest friend. The woman was sitting at the laptop. The guy thought that her friend would undoubtedly understand and support her. However, this aspect is associated with a big mistake in the past. Rami showed her friend a plush cat and asked her what she thought and if she liked such things. The girl opened her mouth. She pursed her lips. The guy thought that then, because of embarrassment, she made the only mistake. Yerim looked away and timidly said that she did not like such things much. The guy thought that she still could not express herself. The blonde looked at her in surprise. The girl looked at the screen and thought about why she just said this and for what reason she felt awkward. Yerim closed her eyes and decided that they were talking about her friend, so they should be honest. Rami raised her hand and said about fireworks. Yerim was surprised that her friend had already moved on to the next topic. She folded her hands and thought that everything would be fine, because next time the conversation turned to this, she would definitely talk about it. Yang-soo walked out the door. He touched his stomach and said that it finally stopped hurting. The woman in the car grabbed her head and said that it wasn't some big secret that she had to hide, but the more time passed, the harder it was to say. She frowned and said that the family's problems were getting worse, so she couldn't even think about becoming an otaku. The woman crossed her arms, exhaled, and said that technically, her friend should have figured it out herself. After all, a hacker is equal to an otaku, it's a well-known fact. She straightened her shoulders, thinking that now was the perfect time to talk about it. After all, thanks to Kang, her friend started reading comics again, and the family's problems were also solved, so she would be honest this time. Yerim imagined herself sheepishly admitting that she was actually an otaku. The blonde waved her hand with a smile and said that everything was fine, and then thanked her friend for telling her. She frowned with disdain and added that the girl herself had said that it was her cute hobby and always called her cute when she petted her. Yerim hit her head on the steering wheel and said that she would lose her status as an older sister, so she would not be able to hug her friend as much as she wanted. She raised her head, chose the escape option, and said that nothing could be done since she would have to postpone the dilemma for another time. She picked up a comic book and said that she even took the like with her to read when she had time, since she had stopped at the climax yesterday. She smiled slyly and decided that she had prepared for this just in case. The woman took out a cover with an inscription about economics, thinking that it was a necessary tool, a camouflage cover for a book, and then said that with this she could hide what she was reading in the staff room. The male teacher coughed, turned to her and said that he had not had time to mention it yesterday, but her clothes should be neat and tidy. The girl turned to him and apologized, saying that she would fix everything. The man frowned slightly, thanked her and said that teachers should always set an example for students. The girl took off her jacket and asked if it would be right to look like this, since wearing a coat on her shoulders was clearly untidy. The man frowned tensely. The teacher in glasses said that, according to the director, everything was fine. Yerim turned to the door. Seeing the students, the girls said that they had a question for her. The woman asked them to come and ask whatever they were interested in. The girls sat on the chairs near her. The woman began to explain the assignment to them. The girls smiled and looked into her eyes. One of them said that these explanations were so easy to understand because when she asked Dahi, who was also good at studying. The girl remembered how the blonde girl sincerely said that she did not understand what they could not understand. Yerim smiled and said that it was okay and that they could ask her anytime. She slightly lowered her head and said that if they were in the same class as the blonde girl, then it must be class 1, then asked if they knew Young-soo. The student looked at each other. The teacher frowned and thought that she heard that the guy was a close friend of Kang Lim, and then he was someone she should pay close attention to. The girl pictured the boys standing back to back and decided that it was also suspicious that he had been absent since she arrived. Perhaps he was avoiding her gaze because he was the hero's right hand. She looked at the students and asked if they had heard anything about his absence. The girl replied that she didn't know anything, since she only knew that the boy was quite close to Kang Lim himself. The students looked at each other and timidly said that he was a weird guy who talked to himself while reading comics and that he was a little annoying. The woman thought that now that she thought about it, it made sense if he was Kang Lim's friend. She looked down and wondered if she should just keep it a secret. One of the students said that the boy was somehow related to Kang Lim. Suddenly, the girl noticed a book on the table. She took it in her hand and was surprised that the teacher was also reading it, then said that she was a big fan of this author. She lifted it up with a smile and said that she read a book about sisters' feelings, and the scene where she desperately fights with Mist to win the protagonist's love is her favorite. The woman was surprised that it was a novella with such a title. She smiled shyly and decided to just play along, then said that the protagonist's reaction was really something. The student looked her in the eyes and asked if she remembered correctly that the protagonist was in a coma from the very beginning and never showed up again. The teacher thought that this was completely unnecessary and wondered why people sell them as camouflage covers. The girls opened the book, paying attention to the content, and suddenly the cover slid to the side. The teacher stretched out her hand forward, trying to stop them. Time suddenly stood still. The guy thought that it was true that she hadn't suffered any injuries because her hobby was ridiculed. He imagined the girl going to school and added that shame made her keep her nature a secret, but only because she had lived through it. Yerim turned around. The guy finished his sentence by saying that it didn't mean that she had never seen anything like it. The thought that she knew everything flashed through her mind. The guys' blurred silhouettes began to discuss how one of the guys always collected these weird things and how he still hadn't grown up in high school. The red-haired guy with glasses said that they were wrong and that this guy tried to steal his thesis. Yerim looked at what was happening in surprise. The hero thought that she had seen it with her own eyes, and the more talented she became, the higher she would rise. She looked at the torn comics. The boy added that the more enemies were hiding in ambush, waiting for an opportunity, and if any flaws or weaknesses were revealed, they would quickly tear the person apart. The girl turned away and walked on. The hero decided that she turned a blind eye to this in order to protect everything she had built up to this point and to prevent her precious fandom from being destroyed. Yerim stood in an imaginary doorway. She closed the door behind her, hiding her nature well. The boy thought that perhaps the strong support she gave Rami was not only because of friendship, but also because of the guilt she felt that day. The woman extended her hand to the students. The boy added that now, the secret she stubbornly hid was about to be revealed. The girls found the cover. One of the students looked closely at the drawing and asked what it was. The teacher was sweating with excitement and began to stutter. Suddenly Young-soo came up behind them and said that they should stop. He adjusted his glasses and asked them not to touch his things, then asked if the teacher could return his book, which she had confiscated. The woman looked at him in surprise. She jerked in surprise and agreed with him. The boy took the book from the student's hands and said that it was a secret manuscript and it should remain a secret. The teacher looked at him tensely, wondering why he was acting like this and why he was speaking like this, because it was old-fashioned speech. The teacher at another table turned to the boy and asked him to come over for a minute. The young man turned around and said, "Yerim, I must take my leave." The teacher looked at him in surprise. The girls were discussing the fact that he had left an unpleasant aftertaste. The woman blushed slightly. Young-soo was walking down the hallway when a woman called out to him and asked him to wait. She caught up with him and caught her breath. The guy asked if she was looking for an audience with him. The woman asked why he helped her. She looked at him blankly and said that it wasn't his novella, it wasn't confiscated, so it wasn't clear why he lied. The guy looked her in the eye and said that he also knew about her disguised cover, and if his interference was unwanted, he would apologize. The woman shook her hands and thanked him, saying that he really did save her. The young man adjusted his glasses when he was asked why he was saying that, and then replied that he had been scolded for it before, but he wasn't used to human honors. Young-soo smiled confidently when he was asked if he was human, and then replied that he was a respected dragon king and began to spout his usual nonsense. She covered her face with her hand, laughed and wondered what was wrong with him because he liked it better. He said that she had to be experienced enough to understand such things. The students called out to her and asked her to come over. The boy turned around and said that it was time for him to go. The girl looked after him with a smile. He turned around. The girl called out to him and asked if she could ask him one more thing. She clasped her hands and wondered how he could be so confident. The boy looked at her silently. Yerim looked into his eyes. The boy smiled and said that it was quite simple because he firmly believed in himself. Looking into her face, he called himself the true king of dragons. The teacher was stunned by what she heard. The students surrounded her. The girl extended her hand and asked the boy to stop. She smiled in confusion and said that she still hadn't returned her book. Yerim noticed something as she watched him go. She saw the badge on his backpack. The students were walking around the library. The teacher peeked out from behind the shelves and said that she was there. The boy showed her message about meeting in the 4th philosophy section during lunch break in the library, and then asked what she meant by those messages. The teacher held up 3 fingers and said that there were too many prying eyes in public places for someone like her, but this place was one of the 3 best places for privacy that she had discovered in the past few days. She pointed at him with a serious expression when he said that he was actually asking about the reason why she called him, and then replied that he had borrowed her novel yesterday and she had not finished reading it yet. Not that the boy admitted that he had made a mistake. He turned around, the girl grabbed his jacket, the guy said he would bring it, put the book in his backpack, the girl said it could wait, because if that was all she wanted, she could just text him to bring it. She smiled widely and said that he seemed like a really cheerful person and she was curious if he could tell her more about all that nonsense later about him being from the dragon race. The boy frowned angrily and said that it was not nonsense. Yerim clapped her hands and said that he could talk to her as if nothing had happened, so she was happy about that, because Rami and Kanglim had already dropped the formalities. The guy touched her chin and said that it meant that she was the reliable friend that the blonde mentioned, and yet, while it suited him, given the social norms of human society, if her age. The girl grabbed her cheeks and said that she would never tell, because he was trying to ask about the lady's age in an unobtrusive way. The guy agreed and said that from now on he would speak in his own way. The teacher added that their age difference was not that big. She looked at him with a smile and asked why he addressed her as a teacher, because in fact she is not a teacher. She pulled the guy by the hand and said that there were too many people around. The young man quickly ran after her. They went behind the shelf. The guy looked at her angrily. The girl asked him about what his true form looked like. She frowned. The young man said that he had already said that he comes from the dragon family. Yerim added that even if he is a dragon, there are many types. She raised her hand, presented 2 types and said that, for example, there is a fire dragon or an evil black dragon, so she is curious to know everything about these things. The guy frowned and loudly said that she should stop calling it nonsense, and that the blue drake, not a dragon. The teacher asked him there, what is the difference? The boy backed away in surprise and said it didn't matter since it was drake anyway, not a dragon. She smiled slightly and said playfully that he only chose it because it sounded cool. Yang-Su frowned and said that was true since he only chose it because it sounded shorter, then asked how she knew. The girl closed her eyes and said it was okay since she did something like that too, like adding to her nonsense. She turned away and suggested changing the topic. The boy asked if she thought he would let her escape that easily, then told her to tell him everything. The teacher touched her fingertips and said that she was a magical girl, and when she first saw the Magical Girl series. The girl looked at him confused and said that he just said nonsense. The people turned around when they heard the scream from behind the shelves. The woman said that it was not nonsense but reality. The boy denied it, saying that he did not say that. The dark-haired guy with glasses approached them and asked them to keep quiet in the library. The guys were choosing books, pretending to be stupid. The girl slammed the book in her hand and said that besides, yesterday she saw a badge on his back, after which she asked if he went to the place that opened to celebrate this event. Yang-Su looked away, touched his stomach and said that not only was he there, he even missed school because of it, because he ate too much. His stomach hurt. The woman suddenly realized why he was not at school, and said that she was just curious about it. She smiled and said that Myths and Witches is her favorite game among all the others, and that's why she's also interested in the Legend of Yeongnam prequel. She put her head on her hand and said that she's nervous now because it means she'll be playing 32 mobile games every day. The guy was surprised and said that she really plays a lot. He kept looking at her. The girl asked what he thought. Is this game interesting or something? And is it worth playing? The guy replied that it's not just a game for him, because it has a special place in his heart since the original series. The girl asked if it's something like he knew about it much earlier than she did. She touched her cheek and said that she knew why, because he likes dragons, or maybe drakes. The guy replied that it's the opposite. He said with a calm expression that there's nothing special about it. The girl picked up the phone and said that it was time to update its auto search function, after which she offered to become friends. The boy said that he would now send her the ID via message. They looked at the phone screen. Without taking their eyes off the screen, the girl offered to talk next time. The guy asked what she meant. The teacher said that it was the first time she talked to someone like that, and she had fun from it. She blushed slightly and added that she wanted to meet like this again. The boy grinned and agreed to this. Yang-Su adjusted his glasses and said that he would be glad to keep her company again. The girl said that when he talks about such things, it seems to her that they already. The guys turned around again at the shouts that she is a teacher and he is her student. The guy exclaimed and said that he did not mean it. The teacher was conducting a lesson in the classroom. The guy in glasses looked at his phone. The teacher asked him if he is busy, what he is doing. The boy replied that he had lessons, then asked, then when did she start calling him that? The woman wrote 3 messages in which she replied, saying that she had been doing this since he called her teacher without any honorifics. She thought that she would also call him by the first 2 syllables of his name because it sounded powerful, like a wish-granting dragon. The boy was inspired. He said that it so happened that his English name was Blue Drake God. The woman laughed and said that it was very easy to understand. He kept his head down. The teacher said that she just assumed that he would fool around in PE class. The boy agreed and said that due to the heat warning they had classes in class today. The man raised one eyebrow and said that cricket might seem unusual, but in England it is one of the top 3 sports. The blonde raised her hand, interrupting the words about how they should remember this because it would probably be on the test. She asked if that statement was too England-centric. She looked at the man in surprise and said that when she was studying in London, her friend who had moved from Scotland told her that he had never played cricket. Yoon covered her face with a fan and said that in her opinion, the criteria for the top 3 sports were too vague and, in some places, could vary greatly depending on the region and age, regardless of whether it was considered a professional sport or a social one. The man's expression sank at this, and the girl added that they were a union, which was even more relevant. The guy put his head on his hand and thought that they were really giving the teacher a hard time. He glanced at his friend, who was writing about how he would not fool around in gym class. He quickly typed the text on the keyboard, repeating it in his head. The girl smiled and suggested that he had a disease from which he would die if the sun stood still. The boy replied that he was not Dracula, but Drake, after which he asked if she was having a lesson now. She said that she was just teaching it. The students wrote something on sheets of paper. The woman wrote that she gave them an assignment to solve while she was sitting at the phone. The boy said that she was too cheeky. He looked at the phone screen in surprise, seeing a message that she was already used to doing such things secretly, and that she had just remembered something important that she had forgotten earlier. He noticed a message with an offer to arrange their first date next week. The young man broke down and coughed loudly. The boy turned to him and asked him in a whisper why he spent so much time on his phone. The woman wrote that she said it wrong, because she meant to spend time together in Soul Toon World. The boy told her that not a single letter matched, after which he asked how she could have made such a mistake. He raised one eyebrow and asked why she wanted to go there. The girl answered that she had never been there, so she decided to go with him this time. The student raised her hand, turned to her and said that they had finished solving all the problems. The woman wrote that there was a competition going on there, which she definitely had to attend. Yang-soo glanced at the phone screen and thought that now he understood everything. The teacher took the phone from his hands. He picked up the gadget and looked angrily at the boy. Yerim sank lower, put her head in her hands and said that the boy should not be upset about being caught. The boy was cleaning the floors, saying that he was not discouraged because his goal was to become better at this, then asked how she became a teacher. The girl looked at him in confusion and said that she was not really a teacher. She raised her hands and explained that it was to keep an eye on Kang Lim, then corrected herself and said that the truth is that she is a hacker, and due to various circumstances, she is a teacher. The boy said that this looks very ridiculous, just like in the manga. The girl embarrassedly yelled at him. He frowned and said that in that case, instead of calling her a teacher, he should call her not a teacher. The girl said that it was very strange and he should not call her that. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking him to call her by her name because she likes being called that and she will just call him Yang-soo. The guy looked her in the eye and said that if she really wanted it, he was fine with it. His voice came down the stairs. The young man called her by name. He straightened up and started talking about the contest she wanted to participate in, then asked if it was about cosplaying witch myths. The girl showed him a hologram and said that it was exactly like that. The young man was surprised by this outrageous super modern technology. On the screen there was a caption that there would be a cosplay contest in honor of the 3rd anniversary of the myths about witches. She looked at the guy with delight and said that the prize in the couple category would be a magic wand in the original size, and it even has textured details on the handle and a magic voice function. She blushed slightly and said that it was very cool and cute. The young man smiled and agreed with her. He went up the stairs and said that he often visits that place, so being a guide is not such a big problem. The girl asked if they would participate as a team of 2. The young man looked at her in surprise. The girl pointed at herself and said that this is a prize from the couple category, and this means that they should do cosplay together and participate. The boy frowned tensely and said that it was absurd, because he had never even tried to cosplay in his life. The teacher said that she hadn't done it either, but it was not difficult, because he just needed to change clothes. The young man said that she did not dare insult cosplay and himself. He looked away and was embarrassed because he would be participating in the couples category. The teacher put her hands behind her back and asked why he did not want to. Yang-soo looked at her in surprise, hearing her assumption. The girl frowned slightly and asked if he had a girlfriend. The boy looked at her confusedly and said that he did not have one yet in this life. She touched her chest, closed her eyes and said that it was a great relief. The girl turned away from him. Hearing the question about what it meant, she suddenly began to stutter. The girl started to walk away, lowering her head. The guy asked if she had anyone. The teacher answered negatively and said that she was too busy for that. She put her hands behind her back and said that she was quite picky when it came to men, because she didn't need someone handsome and rich. She lowered her head and added that she preferred a man with whom she could have a real conversation. The girl smiled softly. The guy blushed slightly and looked at her. She raised her hand and said that it was time for them to start making costumes. The young man asked why she was starting from here. Yerim touched the chick and said that it wasn't that they couldn't use ready-made ones, but since it was a competition, they had to make them themselves to win, but then maybe they needed to buy a sewing machine and other things. The boy slightly tilted his head. The teacher added that she thought she wouldn't be able to take part in it because she hadn't prepared everything. The boy said that she shouldn't worry about it because if it was about cosplay, he had most of the necessary things at home. The girl turned to him and thought that he was saying that he had never cosplayed before, asked her about why she didn't come to his house. She turned to him with a smile, not believing her ears. The boy added that she would prepare today, so maybe next week she could come. Yerim blushed deeply, thinking about his offer, and the next day, her phone was lying in the teacher's desk. It received messages from the boy that she would be coming not from next week, but from today, after which he wrote his address. The teacher embarrassedly wrote with chalk on the board, "Think about what this means, because she feels a strong connection with him, but still it's too much." The students watched her movements. The girl thought about how it had been a few days since they met and he was inviting her home. She wondered if it was okay to be so quick, thinking about how he said to come from today without any warning. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and decided that by the time she finished working, it would already be night. She blushed again. Her chalk squeaked loudly. The girl thought that he meant to come at night, not during the day. The guys were calmly writing something in their notebooks. The guy wrote to her that there was no choice because the festival was just around the corner. The girl took her phone from the shelf and wrote that she had already calculated, and now it was too late because no one starts preparing 2 weeks before the end. The guy frowned and wrote that if it was cosplay or doujinshi, they usually prepare at least 3 months in advance, but agreeing to participate would fail and not his option. She recoiled in surprise when she saw the message that they couldn't waste a single day, so she had to come today. It was an order. The girl thought about how he was already bossing her around. She looked up and wondered if this sudden invitation was really okay, and what about his parents' permission? Night fell over the city. The girl walked up to the apartment complex with a bag in her hands. She stood at the door and thought that she really had come, and before she knew it, she was already there, having bought a present for today in a flash. The teacher looked into the bag. She looked down and wondered if she should go home first, since she left the house not knowing that she would come to him. With a straight face, she thought about how she might not be wearing the right underwear. She suddenly shook her head in embarrassment and decided that she was thinking about the wrong thing, since it was just a visit. The girl frowned tensely and thought that it was even better that it was late, because his family could be home, even if there was another world behind the closed door. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when she learned that his parents were not home. The guy took her bag in his hands, looked into her eyes and said that he completely forgot to tell her about this too, and asked if his prophetess had mentioned it. The girl stood at the threshold. The guy said that when they were planning the trip before the holidays, everyone came to him at least once. The teacher said that she had not heard such personal details, only that he lived in a beautiful house or something like that. He opened the bag and said that his parents had been away for a very long time, and they might not return until the end of the event. She looked at him in surprise, raising her eyebrows, and thought that she should go home. The boy turned sideways to her, looked her in the eye and said that he would prepare it with some drinks, then asked if she would like to look into his room. He smiled confidently, saying that she could appreciate its true value. The girl looked at the figurine with a sparkling gaze and squealed. Yerim waved her hands and said that this was a gift edition of the 5th anniversary of the Strike Mode Battle Panorama, then wondered how she could handle this incredibly cute figurine, because it was criminally charming. The girl turned towards the posters and said with delight that it was an original poster of a limited edition movie, then asked how he managed to get something unavailable in their country. The guy crossed his arms and with a confident smile said that he flew there to personally pick it up, but in fact, it turns out that she is also a collector. I understand such things. The teacher looked around and said that she started her day by dusting off her figurines, and said that she always found other people's rooms interesting, but they were all very similar. She turned to the boy in surprise and asked where his manga and light novels were, wondering what he was reading. The boy replied that it was because he didn't have that many books. The girl raised her eyebrows in disbelief, not believing that the boy said that he was currently buying e-books. The girl couldn't accept them, being an analog otaku. The boy wiped his forehead from the droplets of photos after an intense 60-minute argument. He said that it was time for them to finish and get to work, and that the workstation was in the other room. The girl followed him down the hallway, thinking that it looked like his parents really didn't come home often because there were signs of a lonely life all over the house. She raised her eyebrows and decided that this was why there were so many rooms around and that there was dust on the door handle. She pointed her finger at the door, thinking that this room at the end of the hallway was clean and that it was probably specially taken care of, and then asked if she could look inside. The boy, without looking back at her, answered negatively and said that this was his sister's room. Yerim looked at him in surprise, thinking about what he said. The guy asked her to hurry, saying that they had lost too much time because of her. There was a sewing machine and sewing supplies on the table. He adjusted his glasses, smiled and said that they needed to discuss the characters they would cosplay. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked at him in confusion, saying that she thought they had already decided everything, because they would be Marie-chan and Vampire Count. The boy looked at her, put his hands on his waist and said that he agreed, but they still hadn't decided what outfits to make, because the basic outfits were ordinary, so there was no point in making them, and they couldn't aim for high quality in such a short time. He took out his phone, frowned and added that therefore they should choose something from a recent release that wasn't in stores yet, but that shared the basic design with the basic outfit, because that way they could change them. He opened a photo with characters in dark clothes. The girl agreed to these outfits and said that this version was a gothic heroine and a night-hunting vampire. She clapped her hands in delight and said that with these costumes they could buy the basic ones and add custom details to create new outfits. The boy crossed his arms, shook his head and said that he had already ordered them, so she should focus on making accessories. The girl was surprised at his awesomeness and asked why he knew so much. And she looked at him suspiciously and asked if this was really his first cosplay and if it could be his hidden hobby. He put his hand on the sewing machine, raised his eyebrows and said that he used to watch his little sister make them, and all the sewing machines and materials belonged to his sister too. He looked at the girl and calmly asked how things were with her part. The girl replied that in the modern world this area was also digitized. She opened the lid of the laptop, covered with stickers, and said that she was studying what program to use so she would show him. Because she also had fabric samples, the guy asked why she could not accept ebooks. The teacher asked if he was ready for the second round of arguments. The starry sky hung over this house. Guys, the girl tried to get the hang of the sewing machine. The guy took a dark shirt out of the box. The guys went out to the kitchen and stood by the stove. They were happily discussing the topics that interested them. The boys fell exhausted on the floor between the scraps of clothes. They picked up their phones and entered the game. The girl came to him again, waving her hand with a smile. The boy blushed happily, looking at her. The girl smiled with a slight blush on her cheeks. Kang Lim was leafing through an electronic comic. He boredly rested his head on his hand and thought that everything was much quieter than he expected, and that he thought that the girl would put a lot of pressure on the surveillance network. He tiredly lowered his eyebrows, thinking that if there was no news for more than a week, they had passed the ESW events, where the teacher was revealed as an otaku. He glanced at the gamer girl sitting next to him with cards in her hands and thought that the lack of news was good news. Rami also held cards in her hand, smiling slyly. The gamer looked at her hands and said with a smile that her opponent seemed quite happy lately, and then asked if there was a special reason for that. The blonde lowered her cards a little and said with a smile that she was just happy. A scream was heard from Yang-Su's house. The guys finished their costumes. The boys fell to the floor exhausted. The boy said he would never do it again at the last minute. The girl agreed and said that if she had to do it twice she would definitely die. The boy got up from the floor. The girl added that they managed to finish it on time and the quality was pretty good. The boy agreed with her and suggested that they just put it on themselves right now. The teacher looked at him confused, pointed at herself and asked if he was serious. The boy answered in the affirmative and said that there was no point in it if she didn't wear it. After all, that's what they made the costumes for. The girl got up, smiled, agreed and said that she was a little nervous. The boy said he would also wear his cosplay and she could use another room. The teacher took the costume and looked at it. She remembered how she was driving in the car and discussed with her parents that she looked very happy. Mom and Dad asked if something good happened to her. Her parents' voice came from the phone, saying that as long as she was happy, they would be at peace. The girl looked down sadly and thought that she had recently had a good time, and she had made her first friend with similar interests, and on top of that, cosplaying and visiting the cartoon world that used to be a dream. She raised her head and decided that she constantly felt guilty because she still felt sorry for Rami. She imagined the image of her friend and thought that the girl was really her dearest and most precious friend, and yet she couldn't even tell her about the things she loved. Squeezing the fabric with her fingers, she wondered if it was wrong to be an otaku from the start, because for someone like her, cosplaying Marie-chan. The cross-dressing teacher opened the door and said that she was making a costume. Purple candles were burning inside. A guy with a flaming eye was sitting on a chair, telling her to ascend to his flaming throne. She blushed slightly. Streams of darkness rushed past her. She thought in surprise that he looked like a real count because he used his speech very successfully. The guy looked at her silently. The girl thought that it looked like the forces of darkness that were really emerging, after which she noticed that the count seemed to have really come to life. Pursing her lips, she added that with such an atmosphere, even she could do it. She raised her hand, took a step forward and said that she agreed to this, after which she asked for a kiss as a sign of consent. He knelt down, took her hand and offered to go. He rose to his feet. A stream of wind stirred the girl's hair. The young man said that they were going to their world. The guys whirled in a dance as if soaring above the ground. In reality, they were just fooling around in the room. Young-soo happily closed his eyes. Yerim blushed slightly and smiled. The boy tucked the bundle under his arm. The girl looked down in surprise. The boy said they would meet on set at 10 a.m. The teacher agreed and said they needed to leave early to get there comfortably. She turned to him with a smile and said she had business at school on Saturday morning, then asked if he could come by then so they could leave right away. The boy frowned and said he didn't mind, then asked if she was sure it would be okay if someone saw them. The teacher said there would be no problem. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and wondered why she hadn't thought of such an obvious thing. Lowering her head, she added that if they won the competition, they would have their photo taken. The teacher looked ahead with concern and wondered what would happen if people they knew or people from school saw this, because then she would be forced to stop being an otaku. Young-soo looked at her friend and said that this could happen too, then asked what she wanted to do and if they would leave right now. The woman looked at him in surprise and said that they had already come too far. The guy said that he would not object to her decision. He smiled softly and said that he wanted to enter the competition to help her, and he was already having fun just doing cosplay, so if she wanted to leave, he would respect her decision. The teacher pursed her lips. She looked down sadly and said that it was very stupid to be secretive and embarrassed by what she liked. There were costume parts on the table. The teacher began to think about whether it was time for a change. The guy looked at her speechlessly. He turned and walked away. Approaching the box with the packages, he said that if she wanted him to tell her to confidently open it, to push her to announce it. He lowered his head and added that he could not do that. He looked at his figurines and said that she knew this very well, expecting that everyone's understanding would be too idealistic, because unpopular hobbies are often rejected by others, and she does not know how this can negatively affect her work and personal life in the future. He rummaged through the box, saying that if the only thing she gets from revealing her hobby is a feeling of relief, then he would not recommend doing it. She looked at him in surprise. The young man added that he could advise her the opposite, to hesitantly reveal her activities. He brought his finger to his mouth and said with a smile that she can confidently hide her hobbies. The girl pressed her palm. The boy said that after all, it was her choice, so she can be bolder. After all, there is nothing wrong with being like her. The teacher looked into his eyes and blushed slightly. The boy turned away and said that he probably said a little too much. Standing in the middle of the room, the teacher replied that it was okay. After all, she never thought about it that way, then thanked him. She smiled awkwardly and said that he helped her understand what she needed to do now, and then asked if he could help her fix her cosplay a little. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the venue of the World Cosplay Competition Day. Young-soo opened the car door and said that she could change in the bathroom at the third entrance. She just needed to follow the crowd and she would get where she needed to go. The girl showed him 2 fingers. The boy added that he didn't think she was as nervous as he thought. The teacher agreed and said that she really felt confident in front of people and she wasn't alone, so no matter what happened, she would enjoy it. The boy opened the trunk and said that it was good. The woman came up to him. The boy asked her if she had put the cosplay in her shopping bag. The teacher confirmed it and said that she took this bag because it was the biggest one. The guys were scared but looked inside. The girl exclaimed in surprise. There were other items inside the bag. The girl screamed and asked where their cosplay had gone. The boy listed the contents of the bag. The teacher looked at him worriedly. The boy said that she must have taken the wrong bag. The woman denied it, saying that she didn't have such camping gear and that she checked everything carefully when she left the house. Panicking, the girl added that she checked everything again before leaving school and then suddenly realized something. The teacher remembered the moment she left school. She was standing by the trunk of a car and there was a bag on the floor. The dark-haired teacher approached her and said that Yerim had a lot of things in the trunk. The girl agreed with her and asked if she was going home. The woman came closer to her and answered negatively, saying that she was going camping with her husband for the whole weekend because there was a good camping with forest saunas in the province. The girls put their bags next to her. The woman continued her conversation. Yerim's bag was lying in someone else's car. The woman was animatedly discussing something with her husband. Yerim grabbed her phone in fear, and then discovered that the teacher had turned off her mobile phone. The girl said that the teacher must be planning to be outdoors all weekend. The guy frowned and asked if she heard where they were going. The girl said in surprise that her colleague had mentioned that they were going to the market first. The guy opened the door. The girl looked at him in surprise and said that they were going to buy groceries for the trip. The young man asked her to hurry and chase after them before it was too late. Yerim's car took off. The girl grabbed the steering wheel, saying that the market was huge, so she didn't know how they would find the teacher. The guy grabbed the handle on the ceiling and asked if the girl was some kind of magical hacker, and if she could hack into CCTV or something to find them that way. Yerim frowned tensely and said that CCTV means closed-circuit television, so she couldn't hack into it from the outside unless it was online. The boy furrowed his brows and said that she was a villain, then asked if she wanted to tell him that all those anime were lies. The teacher yelled at him and said that he should put that nonsense aside for a minute. Yang-soo moved closer to her and said that this was not nonsense, but reality. Her car screeched to a halt. The boy opened the door and said that he would start looking first, and that she should park and just follow him. The girl looked at him, scared, and asked if he was really going to run around like that, and why he was going so far. The boy smiled and said that it would be a waste of time to give up, after all that preparation, and to tell the truth. He looked into the eyes of the interlocutor and added that he wanted to stand on stage with her. The boy ran away. The girl looked after him in surprise. The boy was moving further and further away from the car. The girl opened the box with the quadcopter. She launched the drone from the window. Frowning, the girl opened the laptop and said that with this approach, one should not underestimate the power of a magic hacker. Yang-soo quickly ran through the market, thinking that camping food usually consists of meat and vegetables, but knowing only this, it is difficult to narrow down the search circle. He called an ally and asked him to look for the western entrance. The girl replied that she hacked the cameras, looking for them right now. She pressed the phone with her shoulder, continuing to fiddle with the laptop. The guy asked if she just said that surveillance cameras cannot be hacked. The teacher replied that cameras installed in government agencies are impossible, but private IP cameras installed by store owners are a completely different matter. People noticed the drone flying by. The girl added that most of these cameras are connected to Wi-Fi and have weak security models, and she in turn borrows the drone's screen for a quick search. The teacher and her husband were walking through a crowd of people. The girl exclaimed that she found them and that they had headed to a public parking lot 3 minutes ago. Frowning, she added that judging by how much stuff they had, she thought they had finished shopping, so they needed to hurry, and she, in turn, would lead the guy along the shortest route using the drone. The young man was standing in a dark alley. He wiped his chin and said that he thought he was almost there, but he didn't know which way to go now. The girl's phone was dead. She said that she had directed the drone through it. With a quick movement, she inserted the charger plug and prayed. The young man frowned in displeasure, thinking that he thought something had happened, but there was no time to wait. If he didn't go right now, they might lose sight of them. He looked outside and added that even if he chose at random, the chances were 50/50, so it was okay since he was under the protection of the dragon god. A notification came to his phone. He smiled and said that he thought the girl was blessed too. Rami texted the boy and told him to run to the right. The boy finished the sentence by saying that Yerim was blessed by her friend's support. The teacher and her husband turned around in surprise when they heard the scream. The boy hung his head tiredly, trying to say something. He frowned, thinking that he didn't get exhausted so easily before, and he couldn't understand when his stamina became so bad. The man approached him and asked why he had suddenly called them. The boy glared at him. The man stepped back in surprise. The girl stepped forward and asked the boy if he was from the class. Yerim ran up to them with her bag. The guys quickly jumped into the car. The guy began to change inside. Bright rays of the sun illuminated the building where the competition was held. The audience looked at the stage in surprise. The commentator announced the goth version of Marie-chan. Yerim in a suit and a dark mask with a gold ornament waved her hand. The commentator added that she was wearing a mask of penetration of the dark church. The audience watched this with delight, discussing the fact that this person really loves cosplay for this game, and the color of the suit is perfect. The young man looked at his ally and thought that the suit was updated along with the main color. He remembered how they discussed that her mask is a prop that appears in this quest, and because of this, people assume that the next story will be dedicated to Marie-chan. Yerim looked at him with an enthusiastic smile. The young man added that the grease allows you to hide your face and also appeals to gamers. He covered his face with his hand and finished the phrase by saying that this is a great idea. The scoreboard showed that their team had won. The girl looked at it with a smile, holding the flowers, and thought that now she would do everything in her power and would proudly hide her inner self. The young man looked at the stick with the star. The girl looked at him happily. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the school building. The guy frowned and said in surprise that the girl had told her friend that she was an otaku. The teacher looked away. The guy asked if she wanted to do everything possible to hide it. The woman answered that she was going to do it with other people, and since one side was clear, the other, so to speak, was concluded. She frowned tensely and said that only her friend was an exception, but that was not the main thing, because, as it turned out, the blonde already knew that the teacher was an otaku. Yang-soo analyzed her appearance and said that he thought it would be hard to miss. The girl asked if it was really that obvious. She closed her eyes with a smile and said that she and her friend decided to watch an anime together. The guy put his hand on his waist and smiled, congratulating her on this. The girl agreed and added that, as we know, this time there are several advantages to multiple viewings. She lowered her head and said that she could go to the screening several times if the boy was interested in it. She took a step forward and offered to go together. The guy blushed slightly, scratched his cheek and said that if he went with her, he was ready at any time. He smiled softly and added that he would always be ready for it. The girl looked at him happily, shrugging her shoulders. Soft rays of sunlight penetrated through the windows. Yerim touched her chin and thought that she forgot something. She frowned in fear and realized that she had completely forgotten about following Kang. She let out a calm breath and thought that now that she thought about it, she thought that Young-soo might be his best friend, so she didn't need to be too suspicious. The students came up behind her and called her by name, and she thought that if that were the case, there would be no more reason to be undercover. The students looked into her eyes and told her that although it was a little strange, she shouldn't get close to that guy from first grade. The teacher looked at them in surprise, and the student added that there were rumors that he was a troublemaker in middle school. Yerim remembered her friend and thought that she had already told her, but Yerim didn't ask any more questions because her friend said there was no need. The boys looked at each other. The boy said that Kang also had a history of causing incidents in T1. The teacher looked at them and asked if the boy was talking about Kang now. The student said no. He looked into her eyes and said that he was talking about Young-soo, and that there were stories about him being forcibly transported from another area. The girl looked at them in surprise. The student added that the boy was not very famous in this place, but he was a real troublemaker. The soft rays of the sun penetrated the hospital room through the window. The device screen showed a smooth and stable rhythm. The girl's hand with the sensor was lying on the bed. Suddenly, her finger twitched slightly. Kang took out a notebook from his backpack with a smile and asked his friend if this meant that they both participated in the competition, and then said that it should be fun. The guy with glasses looked at him in bewilderment and confirmed these words, and then asked why he was so happy. Hiro looked at him and replied that he couldn't help but feel proud and satisfied, and then thought that it turned out that coming as a teacher was a good decision for her, because she was his favorite character from Eswa. He yawned widely and said that he was just sorry that he couldn't take a nap during 5th period math. Young-soo quickly jumped up from his seat, looking at his phone. He frowned and turned to his friend. Without taking his eyes off the screen, he asked the young man to tell the teacher that he would be leaving early. Hiro looked at him in surprise and asked what happened, and then quickly realized what was happening. Young-soo quickly ran out of the office. Kang shouted after him to run to the main gate, and he in turn would call a taxi for his friend while he ran. Siren and Dahi looked at him in surprise. The guy ran forward along the corridor. The teacher looked after him. She watched him go, surprised. All the girls had gathered in the club room. The guy turned to the window, scratched his head, and said that it was natural that they would ask about it, but he wasn't sure if he should tell them. The blonde looked at him sadly and asked what it all meant and why Young-soo suddenly lost his temper. The gamer girl asked Young-ah if she knew anything. The girl closed her eyes and said that she didn't know if she should call it a secret, but she knew that there was something he didn't want to talk about, but that was all. The girl looked at the guy and said that he had met Young-soo before he met her. The teacher put her hand to her chest and said excitedly that she wanted to know what was going on, because if she could help with anything, she would do everything in her power. Yoon-young closed her eyes and called the young man dear, saying that it was probably time to tell him. Rami and Mia looked at her in surprise and asked if she knew anything. The guy asked her not to call him that way. Mia also added that when she thinks about it, the guys were talking about something on the day they were planning the trip. Yoon-young looked away sheepishly and said that there was nothing she could do, then called the boy dear again and said that sometimes asking a person a direct question could be much better. The boy turned to them and said that his friend had gone to the hospital. Without taking his eyes off the girls, he added that he had run off to visit his sister, who had been admitted there. Young-soo was talking fussily to a girl at the reception desk. He quickly ran past the patients in the hallway. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He remembered sitting opposite a doctor as a child. The boy had looked at the man blankly and asked what kind of illness it was. The doctor raised his eyebrows and explained that it was a form of Klein-Levin syndrome, also known as Sleeping Beauty syndrome, and that it was an unexplained phenomenon in which a person experiences excessive sleepiness and an unstable sleep pattern. The boy frowned tensely when he heard the words that all the doctor could say was that for now it was explained by the trauma from the accident. The girl was lying on a hospital bed. The man added that in her case the symptoms were severe, so it was difficult to say what the prognosis might be. Young-soo looked into his eyes with concern. The doctor said that this was an extremely rare case in the whole world, and in the worst case, she could sleep for months or even years on end. The boy frowned, jumped up from his seat and yelled at the man. The doctor dropped his hands and said that the financial burden was one thing, but the girl would need the care of family members, so the boy should bring his parents not to discuss it. The young man gritted his teeth and said that they could not worry about money. He sadly lowered his head and said that those people would not come anyway. He sat in the dark corridor, asking his parents on the phone if they really were not coming. He listened to the answer in silence. He scowled angrily and shouted at them how they could call themselves parents when she was their daughter, and if she fell asleep again no one knew when she would wake up. His parents looked at each other and his mother asked him if he was going through puberty because she couldn't understand how he could raise his voice at his mother like that. His father agreed and said that his mother and father needed to go to America. They told him excitedly that Broadway was reviving their favorite musical and no one knew when they would see the cast again, and it was so hard to get front row seats. The boy gritted his teeth in anger as he heard his mother say that his father was the best. The dark-haired man looked at his wife and asked if the boy knew how many days he would have to spend in the hospital and what about the rent for the apartment they were staying in. Walking through the airport, the man said that in the modern world, children dream of being born to rich parents, so they have already fulfilled their parental role. The woman agreed that he was absolutely right. The guy sat silently on the bench while his parents discussed the fact that it was time for their flight. The mother turned to the young man and said that if he needed anything, he could contact the secretary. The boy slammed the phone on the ground with force, interrupting her conversation about how they would not communicate often when they arrived in the United States. Yang-soo breathed heavily, frowning. Coming out of his memories, he opened the door of the ward. The girl was sitting and looking out the window. She turned to her brother and greeted him. The guy silently raised his head. He rushed forward and hugged his sister. Looking into her eyes, he wished her good morning. The girl said that she was glad to see him. The boy grabbed her shoulders. The sister asked if she understood correctly that they were seeing each other for the first time this year. Young-soo asked her how she felt and if she had any pain. The girl smiled and said that she was fine, and the doctor said that he would check her again tomorrow because, like before, she would be fine for a while, and then asked how he was doing. The boy raised his fist to his face, coughed and said that he was free of problems. Taking a heroic pose, he added that he made one of the games famous by participating in various events. The girl answered with a grin that this was good news, and then asked if he still liked this thing. The boy raised his hand and said that it was true because they recently released a mobile game. The girl was delighted and surprised by this and asked if it was true. He took out his phone and confirmed his words, saying that he was speechless, so she should try it herself because thanks to the myth of the witch, the game has become quite popular. His sister looked at him in surprise. The guy said that he participated in a cosplay contest, and there were quite a few people cosplaying characters from this game. The girl looked into his eyes and asked if he participated alone or with his friend. Yang-soo smiled and said that he was not with him, but with someone named Yerim. His sister looked at her brother with delight. The young man said that he did not want to talk about it. The girl loudly asked who she was and if she was his girlfriend. The guy turned away, showed her the phone screen and said that there was something even more important because he created a new account so she could try playing. The girl shook her head and said that she liked this universe, but she preferred to listen to his stories. Looking down sadly, she said that she needed it because since she didn't have much time, if she fell asleep again, she wouldn't know when she would wake up next. The boy took her hands and said that she shouldn't say such things because she would definitely get better because he sincerely believed that. The boy gave her the phone. The sister thanked him for these words and said that she would try to play without gacha. Yang-soo put his hand on his belt and asked how she could exclude it from the mobile game. And besides, money is something that they have to spend, although it is unfortunate for him. The girl looked up at him and asked if he still hated his mom and dad. The boy lowered his hands and said that even if he hated them all his life, it would not be enough, and he was dreaming of a grand plan for revenge. Keeping his head down, the boy thought that he would never be able to forgive these people, and in the end, the reason why they were in this situation. He remembered his happy parents and thought that even though they abandoned their daughter at the hospital, they had never played the role of parents before either. An image of happy children sitting at a table popped into his mind. The boy thought that ever since they entered an expensive private school, he and his sister threw 2 lavish birthday parties every year. The boy remembered his little sister blowing out the candles and added that at these parties, everything was in abundance and luxury, but he imagined 2 empty chairs and finished the thought by saying that their parents were never with them. The adult woman looked at the boy sadly and said that the lady had urgent business. The boy thought that back in the 4th grade, he realized that all of this was a lie. The kid held a bank card in his hand. The boy thought that these people only cared about themselves. They thought that their role as parents was only to provide money. A memory surfaced in his mind when the dark sky hung over the city. He thought that without receiving love, he never learned to love and lived as if the whole world was his enemy. The beaten boys lay in a pile. The dark-haired youth looked at the boy and said that this was enough and that he would not bother him anymore. Yang-soo swung his fist. He continued to beat the offender with a smile. The boy returned home and changed his shoes. The girl with a toy in her hands came out to him and asked if he had fought again. The boy came closer to her and said that he had already told her not to wait, but to just go to bed, then asked if she had a fever. The boy thought that Sua was weak even before the accident. The girl looked him in the eyes and said that everything was okay now and that the housekeeper had left some food for him. The guy thought that she mostly sat at home and the comics were her friends and parents. The boy passed by her and said that he would go wash up and eat. The girl told him what the housekeeper said, that he could come home late again. His sister looked after him. The boy thought that she had learned about love from those comics and had become more mature than he was, and looking back, he realized that maybe that was why she had suggested it. Yang-soo turned to his sister, hearing the question of whether he had plans for Halloween. The boy answered negatively. The girl looked down with a smile and said that she was counting on having a small house party with her mom and dad, and that she would cook everything and make the costumes herself. The boy sternly shut her up. The girl recoiled in surprise. He turned away, frowned, and said that they would not come, and that if she deluded herself with hopes, then she would only make herself suffer even more, so she should just give up. The girl raised her eyebrows sadly and said that she was sorry, but she would not give up because she believed that even if it seemed difficult. Yang-soo listened silently to her words, that if she sincerely wished for it, it could come true. The guy thought that in this way she must have continued to believe until the end. He remembered the girl lying on the floor in a pool of blood and thought that this was why the accident happened. The boy was beating someone up again. Suddenly, he answered the phone and was told what had happened. The girl was lying on the floor in blood. The guy thought that she was determined to throw a party. An ambulance arrived at the scene. The young man added that the fragile child, who rarely went outside, insisted on going shopping, only to get into an accident. The sign for the surgery was glowing red. The doctor came out to the guy and said that they had overcome the critical phase, but they should expect a long hospitalization. The boy walked silently into his home. He walked into the kitchen. There was a cake and 2 party hats on the table, as well as a letter from the girl thanking him for the day and hoping they could spend time together again soon. The boy held the letter in his hands silently, reading the lines about how she truly believed that if he wanted it badly enough, everything could come true, and if she ever got better. The boy clutched the paper in his hands, wondering how this world could be so unfair and why she had to suffer instead of these people. He raised his eyebrows pitifully, thinking that this was why he had to be there for her even more than ever. He frowned and decided what he would do from now on. The girl folded her hands on the hospital sheets and said that she had heard from the doctor that this was a rare case even among syndromes. She looked down and apologized to her brother, asking if it was hard for him, because ever since mom and dad loved to travel. The girl smiled slightly and said that she wanted to become a better person so that they could travel together, and in this way their family could become closer. The boy silently listened to her words about how she really wanted it, but it must be hard, and of course she knew it, because wishing for something to come true. Sua, keeping her head down, said that this only happens in comics. The boy replied that it is not just a lie from books. The girl looked at him in surprise. The boy remembered how he opened the door of her room and thought that he found something while preparing for the girl's hospitalization. He saw the Legend of Yangnam comics lying on the floor. The boy thought that it was the comic that she said she liked the most. He started reading, thinking that although it seemed outdated and trivial in places, there was something that caught his attention. On one of the pages, there was a hero in armor attacking an enemy. The young man thought that in the bloodline of dragon clans there is a special power that makes wishes come true. The hero of the comic stood by the bed on which a woman was sitting. The young man added that it was about using it for the benefit of people, for example, healing diseases. On the page of the comic, a joyful feast was drawn. The young man thought that it was possible to try to achieve the seemingly impossible peace in the whole world, so it was a touching story. Well, he remembered his sister saying that if you desperately want something, it can come true, and he thought that this is why she always said so. He took the girl by the hands and decided that if she wishes and wishes, looking into her eyes, he said that it will come true. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and turned to her brother. He said without taking his eyes off her that these were not just empty words, because there was a reason for it, and then thought that if she began to doubt it. Yang-soo imagined the characters of the comic book and decided that this time he would tell her and prove it to her, because the world she believed in was not a lie or a delusion. The boy smiled, thinking that they really existed, and then decided to confess something. With tears in his eyes, he smiled and said that he was a member of the Dragon Clan. The girl smiled softly and thanked him. She closed her eye and spoke heavily to her brother. The girl sank into bed with a smile. The boy bowed his head. He looked at his hand and began to laugh, clutching his head, and said loudly that he no longer had any fear and that he was none other than the dragon god's descendant. Standing in the middle of the ward, the boy laughed loudly. Yang-soo thought that it all started from that day, and that he just started laughing out loud. Kang Lim looked at the empty chair next to him. The sun's rays illuminated the hospital buildings. The guy with glasses raised one eyebrow in confusion. He saw his friends coming to see him. The setting sun's rays lit up the sky in amber. The door of the ward closed. Sue bowed her head and asked Yerim to take care of her brother. The teacher jerked in embarrassment and asked why so suddenly. The girl replied that there might not be another chance. She looked at the girl with a smile once and said that it had been a long time since she saw her brother so happy, and if her intuition was right, Yerim was also experiencing something. The teacher blushed embarrassedly and raised her hands, timidly saying that she liked him. She shrugged her shoulders, looked away and quietly said that she liked the guy too. Sue smiled widely and said that it was really cool, then asked if she could give her brother a little hint. The teacher awkwardly exclaimed and said that it was not necessary. The girl looked at her and said that maybe one day it would be available to Yerim, and someday she would free Young-soo Mark, which she herself could not do. The teacher looked at her in surprise. She looked away and said that she did not quite understand just by hearing about the situation, and she was a little embarrassed to interfere in family matters. The girl did not take her eyes off her while the teacher said that from what she saw, her parents did a little wrong, and she kind of understood what the guy himself was talking about. Sue closed her eyes, smiled and said that the girl did not need to be so careful because she also thought so. She raised her head and smiled, someone told. The teacher looked at her in surprise. People were wandering around the area in front of the hospital. Young-soo was waving goodbye to the boys. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. His mother had texted him and asked how he was doing since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The woman also wrote that mom and dad would be arriving in Korea soon. Kang, Lim and Rami were standing by the window in the hallway. The girl said with a serene expression that she had heard from the teacher why Young-soo had started acting like he was a weirdo. She frowned, looked at the boy and asked if he knew about it, because if so, he could give her a hint since she had always kind of hated his weird behavior. The boy frowned and said no, saying that he didn't know and was in the same boat as her and that he only knew about what happened to his friend's sister. The boy remembered the situations involving his friend and said that he had no idea that it was related to his weirdness. Kang Lim brought the straw to his mouth and said that he finally understood how his friend felt with his gaze lowered. He said that it was very painful to watch but not be able to do anything. The girl looked at him with a calm expression and said that the teacher suggested something. There were many people in the cafe. The guy with glasses crossed his arms and said with displeasure that these people were predictably late again and meeting them in person was worse than one could imagine. Yerim sat next to him with an irritated look. The guy asked if she was sure about doing this and if it would be better to leave right now. The girl extended her index finger, closed her eyes and said that if that was the case, then she had more reason to stay since she would not leave him to fight alone. The guy thanked her with a smile and said that if it weren't for his current circumstances, he would have. His parents interrupted his words, calling out with smiles. The girl quickly turned to face them. A man and a woman approached them and asked if he had grown up. They sat opposite the boys and were animatedly discussing something. The girl looked at her watch and thought that 30 minutes had passed since they had arrived. The parents were talking to each other with smiles. The teacher added that despite the fact that they had not seen their son for many years, they showed absolutely no interest in him. The boy was silently watching them. The girl added that all they did was excitedly chat about themselves and did not even start a normal conversation to ask the boy how he was doing. She felt uncomfortable thinking about the fact that they did not even ask who she was. The woman raised her hand and told her husband that they had booked a table for lunch. Yerim thought that she had heard a lot about them, but these people really were not the best parents. The boy frowned with displeasure. His father looked at him and said that his mom and dad were a little busy, then asked him to tell him what he needed from them. They looked at the teacher with a smile. The woman asked who she was. The boy raised his hand and said that this human child's name was Yerim, and that she used to be a teacher at the school he attended. The girl raised her hand and confidently said that she was his girlfriend. The boy frowned. The girl put her hand to her mouth. The boy asked her what she was doing. Yerim replied that if he said that she was a teacher, everything would become even more complicated, and besides, she had already quit. Straightening her shoulders, the girl added that if she needed to explain everything in more detail, she would start with how she took the job from another teacher. The boy said tensely that in this confusion she was making even louder statements. The girl looked at him with confusion and said that if we only talk about their romance, it would seem that they are inexperienced, and his parents show very strong love, reaching 2000%. The parents looked at her in surprise. The mother said with delight that this is something special. The father said that now everything is becoming clear and that his son looks like him. That is why he has such a good appearance. The woman put her head in her hands and said that if her son corrected his manner of speech, he could be as popular as her husband, and then asked what strange game he is playing now. The girl looked at her with surprise when she asked if he is still into comics even when he is in high school. The boy's mother added that by then he should have gotten rid of such hobbies. The young man looked at them without indignation and reminded them that they are busy, and then suggested getting down to business, asking about the reason for their visit to Korea this time. The woman imagined herself and her husband standing in the stands and said that she and her father were into N1 racing and they traveled to different places following the Grand Prix. The parents looked at him with a smile. The mother said that the next Grand Prix was in Korea. The father added that that was why they remembered about him and contacted him. Yerim smiled awkwardly and said that it was very lucky because it was just in time because his sister had just woken up and in a few days she would. The woman interrupted her and said that she knew about it. The parents looked at each other. The woman said that they were too busy to meet, so they had just received a call and the next Grand Prix was in Monaco, so they couldn't stay long. The man said that Monaco was a very beautiful city. Just like his wife, Yerim asked if they had talked on the phone. She looked down and asked if that meant they already knew that her birthday was coming up. The mother looked at her with a slight smile, confirmed it, and asked what it was supposed to mean. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. The woman touched her chin with her finger and said that she had already conveyed her birthday greetings, and then thought about the gift. The man rolled over his chin and said that they had already allowed her to buy everything. And as much as she wanted, the girl wondered what was wrong with these people. How could they be like this? Her gaze began to blur. The girl thought that such things could not be called upbringing. The parents smiled ominously and said that they had already gone too far, and that should be enough. The boy was annoyed, but crossed his arms, thinking that there was nothing surprising in this. He remembered how his parents left home, and thought that they were always like this because they were only interested in pursuing their own entertainment, using emotions on them, losing him. The children looked at them with concern. The boy thought that this was obvious neglect and abuse of children, but they had a lot of influence and money, so even if it went to court, they had no chance of winning. The boy remembered how he looked at his parents serenely, and thought that at this point, the only way out was to ignore them and pretend that he didn't know anything. Then he remembered how he looked ahead tensely in his teenage years, thinking about them. Yang-soo frowned deeply. Looking ahead, he thought that he would someday have a chance to take revenge. He remembered how he walked down the hallway with a friend, thinking that he could never forgive them, and he would not act rashly. The door to his house was open. The boy thought that from that moment on, he slowly began to prepare himself. The boy stood in front of a large photograph of his parents, completely naked, thinking about what he would carefully plan together for the next 20 years that had already begun, and he didn't even care if it took his entire life. He looked at the flowing water, lost. The boy imagined a steel grate and thought that he would take everything away from his parents, leaving them barely breathing behind the bars. He imagined a prison cell and added that he would make them think about their stubborn past, yearn for their glory days, and die of old age, wallowing in their memories. He remembered reading his sister's letter with tears in his eyes, and thought that the reason he was still shamelessly clinging to life was because he had not yet had time to take revenge on them. The boy came out of his memories and thought about simply covering his ears so as not to hear their barking. With a serene expression, he added that he should just ignore them, and then beg them to listen to him one last time. He remembered his sister asking a guy to invite their parents to her birthday party. The boy frowned, saying that she already knew they wouldn't say yes. The girl turned away from him and said that she knew that, but she had prepared something. She took out tickets and said that they were an invitation to dinner at a hotel from a chef with 2 Michelin stars, and the day before the party, a book signing of the autobiography of the N1 driver was taking place in a nearby bookstore. She looked at the tickets with a smile and said that she had booked a place, taking into account the time and route so that they could drop in on the party on the way. The boy looked at her, not understanding why she was so fixated on them. The girl said that with this, their parents would definitely come. He remembered the conversation with his parents and seeing the club members off, and then he thought that even his club members, who had recently learned about all this, had come to visit her, while those people who were supposed to be family and who were worse than strangers had not visited her even once in all these years. He lowered his head and decided that if this is what she wanted, then he would do it without asking. The girl looked into his eyes with hope and asked her brother to do it. He smiled slightly and said that he could not promise anything, but he would definitely tell them this. The guy put the tickets on the table and said that the situation had unfolded like this. The parents looked at it in surprise. The young man said that this offer made by his sister should be enough for them to show their faces. The parents looked at each other with delight. The woman said that she really wanted to go, then asked her husband about it. The man said that something like this should not be missed. They reached for the tickets. The boy pushed them aside. The man said that they might be busy, but they could drop in since they would be nearby. They looked at their son in surprise. The boy said that they should think about it. Yerim looked at him. The boy said that they could refuse now, since it really didn't matter since he was just passing on her request. The boy remembered his sister and added that if they let her down by giving her hope, they would suffer divine punishment. He rose from his seat and said that if they promised to come, they should definitely do it. The parents looked at each other and made a decision. They turned to the boy and answered his question. The rays of the morning sun illuminated the hospital. The girl clasped her hands and asked with delight, "Is it true what her parents said they would come?" She tried to get off her bed, thanked her brother and said that she had better get ready quickly. The young man tried to warn her, saying that it would be bad if she fell. Sua looked at the floor with a smile and said that waking up every morning was even more scary for her. She looked at her brother and said that even this morning when she got up, she was worried, wondering if months or even years had passed. She lowered her head and added that after this party, she felt like she would worry less, so she couldn't keep her patience. She grabbed her brother's hand, ran ahead and said that they needed to go somewhere after a long separation and buy party supplies. Yang-soo was driving his sister with the girl. The blonde turned around and started talking about the concept of the party. She pushed the brunette and her brother. At first, they appeared in the concept of spies. Then they looked like Halloween themed. Then they appeared as street kids. The guy and the girl moved to cyberpunk. They looked at each other in Christmas costumes. Sua laughed, watching them. They went to a comic book store. The girls started looking at them. Then they went to a restaurant. At this time, the guys were decorating the room. The guy was breathing heavily, blowing up balloons. The sunset covered the city. Sua gradually fell asleep. Yang-soo looked at her and said that it was time to go back and noted that it was no wonder that she was tired after 2 or 3 days in a row. Yerim stood aside while the girl told her brother that everything was fine and that just the thought of the party energized her. The brown-haired man asked her to at least take tomorrow off. Sua turned and said that she would do so and would look forward to it. According to the news, after returning to the spotlight for the first time in 8 years, the #1 Korean Grand Prix was cancelled. People were walking under umbrellas while the presenter was saying that all this was happening because of the merciless torrential rain that had hit Seoul. Drops were falling on the ground. A guy was standing at the bus stop. The guys sat down at the table. Looking at 2 empty seats, the girl mentally asked her brother for the last time. She was looking at her phone. Young was standing in the rain. The girl was looking at her phone. Her mother had texted her that because the Grand Prix had been cancelled, they had decided to leave early. The lights were on at the evening station. The bus doors were closed. The guy was sitting in public transport. He looked up with a gloomy look. While people were walking around the airport, a loud voice was noting that many flights were being delayed due to the worsening weather. A car was driving along the road. A man and a woman were standing with bags in their hands, asking if there was really a delay. The man asked his wife not to worry and said that the waiting rooms in Korea were the best. They started going inside. The son was watching them. He was hiding around the corner. Yerim came up to him and asked what he was doing here and why he wasn't answering his calls. She showed him her palms and said that she was also angry and understood him perfectly, but they couldn't have known that they would do that. Standing in front of her friend, the brunette said that there was no point in dealing with them and asked to hurry up because they had to celebrate Sua's birthday. Yang-soo looked past her. The girl smiled and said that he could let her restore justice. She reminded him that she was a hacker and knew countless ways to take revenge on them. While the guy was holding a knife in his pocket, she asked how about changing their plane tickets so that they would fly to another place. Yerim perked up. She started waving her hands and asked him to think rationally because it wouldn't help solve anything. The brown-haired man lowered his head and asked what would help them. Looking at the airport, he said that if Sua still had feelings for those freaks, then if he eliminated them, she would be able to get rid of them. The guy gritted his teeth and exclaimed that he should have done it from the beginning. The girl with a surprised face began to ask what he was saying and noted that he meant that even if he did something to those people. Yang-soo looked at her and asked if she meant that nothing would change. He asked if she was going to tell him something so cliched and meaningless. Looking at her, the brown-haired guy asked if it would be the same result if he just left them alone. Watching the raindrops fall from the sky, he said that he always thought so, and saying that revenge is meaningless is nonsense. He said that the only way to unleash the bitterness and resentment of the victim. The guy furrowed his brows and said that it was to make them suffer the same pain. Passing by his girlfriend, he asked her to step aside and said that this decision was not sudden, and he was simply carrying out the planned revenge, which was expected to take a long time. Yerim tried to stop him, asking why he also thought that Sua would not recover if he himself told her to believe. She smiled nervously and said that if you wish, then everything will come true, because he is from the Dragon Clan and also the god of dragons. Yang-soo threw her hand away and shouted that all these things are obviously lies. The brunette froze in shock. The brown-haired man frowned and loudly asked how she thought, "Does such a thing exist in reality?" He shouted that all this is nonsense, and he knows it better than anyone because he started this nonsense himself. The guy waved his hand and said that not all wishes come true just because they wish for it, and in this world there are no dragons, no magic. He shouted that it was just a comforting lie that he created to escape. Clenching his fist, Yang-soo said that it was a lie that was supposed to be a comfort from the start, and even though he knew that they were freaks who didn't look like their parents, he still left his only sister alone. He ran his hand through his hair and said that it was because of the feeling of guilt and regret that it was his fault, and he felt like he would go crazy if he didn't do anything. brown-haired looked pitifully and said that he had immersed himself in the role of a brother comforter, but in reality, he didn't find any answers and he just went into fantasy. Yerim listened with a puzzled face, that he had nurtured hope with the help of illusions, as if he was from the dragon clan. Well, even that was just an escape, he just didn't have the determination to kill them. Standing on the wet asphalt, the guy said that he would no longer hesitate and run away. He put his hands in his pockets and said that he would do what had to be done and break these damn bonds right now. The brunette froze. She darkened and quoted his words that it had to be done. She exclaimed that it was just running away. Standing behind her friend, the brunette asked what would happen next if he killed these people now. She said that Suwa would remain the same, but he would end up in prison, and so she would be without him. Yerim frowned and said that now he just wanted to commit the act and feel free. She asked if he thought about what he would remain for his sister. The guy remembered himself, while she asked him to remember how his dragon clan power comforted her. The brunette asked if he would just consider it a lie and run away. The brown-haired man stood with his back to her and asked what she even knew about Sonya to say such a thing. He called her a simple stranger who had known them for a short time. The girl walked forward, saying that now it is possible. Touching the guy's shoulder, she began to say that in this case. Yerim turned Yong-Soo towards her. She kissed him. The couple stood in the rain. The brown-haired man froze with a dumbfounded look. Their kiss continued. The girl pulled back. Both their faces turned red. Looking at the guy with an embarrassed look, the brunette asked if they were still strangers. Shocked, Yong-Soo muttered. Yerim frowned and said that he did not know anything. The guy with a surprised face listened to her words about not knowing why his sister was so fixated on reconciling the family. They both turned when he was called. A frightened protagonist ran up to them. He threw a phone at his friend's head and then noted that he did it without thinking. The brown-haired man grabbed his head and asked what was going on. On the broken screen, he saw Sua's call. Holding the phone, he listened as his sister asked if he was really going to do something to mom and dad. The girl was holding the phone. Everyone perked up when she said that if this was what he really wanted, he could continue. Yong-Soo looked at the phone and listened as she said that if it was to ease his anger, she wouldn't stop him. Suwa on the phone said that however, she said that if the reason was because he wanted to do it for her. Frozen, the boy listened as his sister said in that case to never do such meaningless things. He lowered his head when she asked if he knew what she wanted most. He said that he knew that for her it was to recover, and for the family to reconcile and live in harmony. The brown-haired girl held the phone and said that everything was right, noting that she was grateful to mom and dad for giving birth to them and for their support, but that was all. She smiled and said that the ones who raised them were their secretary and housewife. Suwa asked what was the point of forcing a reconciliation that neither side wanted. The guy waved his hand and asked if she had always said before that she wanted him to stop hating those people. The girl held the phone and said that it was true, and that was why she wanted her precious brother to no longer be tied to their parents. Yong-Soo stared at the screen while she said that if the reason he couldn't forgive his parents was because of her. She asked if it would help if she showed that their parents were harmonious. While it was raining outside, she asked if he had freed himself from their parents. The brown-haired man frowned and asked what she was talking about. Recalling the past, his sister said that she knew that he was still looking after her rooms, and despite the trip, he made sure that there were always notifications and ended up returning without ending his trip. A wheelchair pulled up to the guys. The maid was wheeling a girl who was saying that the revenge plan that the brother had was to destroy the company and all its assets, destroying everything that the parents owned. The brunettes looked at him with surprised eyes. Yong-Soo became sad and asked them not to worry about it. He adjusted his glasses and said that it was a reliable and safe plan. If they were worried that it could fail, then they should not. His sister laughed and said that he would definitely do it because he was smarter than everyone else. Looking at the guy, she said that she was worried not about the plan, but about him. The brown-haired man lowered his head when asked what would happen to him after the revenge was completed. He looked at his sister and said that he never thought about it because there was no need for it, and no matter what happened, it did not matter. He frowned and exclaimed that as long as it concerned the two of them, he would take everything from these people, the rest did not matter. Yong-Soo clutched his chest, declaring that even if it took his whole life. The girl grabbed the armrests and screamed that she hated the idea. The guy perked up when she said that the most precious thing she had was him. Suwa lowered her head and said that he was attached to his parents, who did not love them and were attached to his younger sister. She said that she did not want him to lose his own life. The brunette brought her knees together and said that she hated the thought of him giving his whole life for these worthless people. Rising to her feet, she clenched her fist and asked if he knew how scared she was every time she woke up that her brother could possibly live such a worthless life. The girl remembered the boy, saying that seeing how he changed made her feel afraid and anxious. Then she remembered him as a teenager. Thinking about his current appearance, Suwa exclaimed that she hated herself for being useless. She asked if she knew how she felt. Yong-Soo listened with a puzzled look, that if it was to vent her anger, she wouldn't care. She began to beg that if he wanted to do it for her, then he didn't have to. The brunettes froze in shock, listening to his sister tell him to live his own life without being tied to his mom and dad. The brunette placed her hand on her chest and declared that she wanted the person she loved to live the happiest life possible. She furrowed her brows, exclaiming that this was her most precious wish. Her brother's mouth dropped open in surprise. His eyes widened. Remembering the round table, he wondered why he forgot about it. He thought that on this day, another birthday, when they, as usual, did not show up. The guy remembered the festive table. Looking at his sister on her shoulder, he asked if she was sad that mom and dad didn't come. The girl turned around and said that she was happy because she could play a lot with her brother because he was always busy with the academies. The brown-haired man looked at her with a smile and said that from now on he would try to spend more time with her. Sua began to ask if it was true. He confirmed it. He stroked his sister's head and said that he would always be by his side. They sat together on the couch. His sister asked if he was making a promise to her. The boy confirmed it. Yang-soo rushed forward, mentally noting that he had broken that promise and was trying to run away, forgetting about what was really important. He approached the girl and said that he would not leave. He pressed his forehead to hers and said that he would always be by her side. Their parents safely left the country. The brunettes tried to explain what was happening to the police. Thus, their little commotion ended in just a minor incident. The protagonist stood in front of the brother and sister. He noted that all that was left was Sua's birthday party, for which their club had prepared something special. The lights were on in the tall building. The brother and sister looked on with surprised faces. Kang Lim stood at the door with a smirk. He thought about how they had prepared a surprise party at the restaurant together, but kept it a secret in case the girl fell asleep again due to illness. The brunette's face turned red. She saw a fairy tale forest ahead. Dragons flew over her head. Yang-soo was rolling her through the forest. Sua raised her head and said that the legend had become reality right before her eyes. She asked how he did it, and did her brother really prepare this event especially for her. The brown-haired man frowned and answered in the negative. He asked how she had even managed to get into the house. The brunette behind him thought that since her friend was constantly in the hospital, they were able to do it secretly. Watching Yerim chat with the birthday girl, he wondered if anyone knew the house's security code. Slimes were jumping around in the forest. The protagonist was thinking that managing both the party and this was quite a feat. There were floodlights hanging on the trees. He thought that it was difficult, especially with all the special devices they were using. Kang Lim glanced at the door and thought that by now everyone in this room had probably passed out. The girls were sleeping on the bed. Watching Sua petting the dragon, the guy thought that it was worth it after all. Behind the girl were her brother and the brunette. The light was on in the long hallway. While Yang-soo was pushing her, the brunette said that she was really grateful for today. Walking forward, the guy said that today he was the one who was more grateful. He held onto the handles of the stroller. The sister said that she was starting to feel sleepy. As they continued walking, the brown-haired man said that he would continue to wait by her side and that they would meet again. The girl called out to him. Yang-soo responded. He blushed when she said that she would cheer for him and Yerim. She touched his chin and said that seeing his excited reaction made her feel a little relieved, knowing that her feelings had reached them properly. Sua smiled and said that the next time she woke up, she would not have to worry anymore. As her brother continued to wheel her, she said that she would continue to cheer for him. Walking down the hallway, the guy asked her to take care of herself. Together with his friend, he was standing on the roof. Looking up, the brunette asked if everything was okay. The brown-haired man looked ahead and said that he was not sure because in the end, nothing had changed. He said that not only his sister but also these people continue to live well. Without turning to face him, the protagonist said that it was usually like that, noting that you might think you've overcome a huge mountain with great effort, but when it's all over, you realize you've only been standing in one place. Resting his head on the railing, he said that he was already thinking that this might be enough and that enduring all of this was just fine. He said that it didn't seem like anything had changed that way. As the brown-haired man adjusted his glasses, his friend asked if it was okay to end his chunibyo. The guy looked up at the sky and said that he thought it was a symbol of his own determination, but at some point it became a symbol of his obsession with revenge, and now that he had a new goal, he thought he didn't need it anymore. Yang-soo grabbed the railing and said that instead of settling down, he was thinking about becoming independent. The protagonist looked at him as he said that once he became an adult, he planned to sever all ties and become financially independent. He added that it would be difficult, but that he and his sister wanted to try. Kang Lim smiled softly and said that it meant that there was a real change. His friend replied that with the hospital fees, it would not be easy at all. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and said that he had to prepare for various scenarios and properly focus on his studies. The brunette asked if he really meant that he had not studied properly before but his grades were better than his. The guy raised his head and said that he wanted to ask his servant, whose love life was notorious, for advice. The male lead said that it sounded like he was some kind of The brown-haired man scratched his chin and his friend asked if that was. He turned around from her seat. Kang Lim was breathing heavily and asked her to calm down, saying that he should calm down and take a few deep breaths. His face distorted in shock when they approached him and greeted him. Yang-soo waved his hand and greeted the servant. The guy pointed at him and asked why he looked exactly the same. He asked didn't he finish his Chunabu nonsense yesterday, so why does it seem like nothing has changed? He said that he thought his friend would come today without glasses and bandages. The brunette indignantly spread his arms out to the sides when Yang-soo asked if he really expected a 180-degree transformation. The protagonist indignantly exclaimed that he even prepared to say the phrase "give me back my dragon's arm." The brown-haired man began to sit down on the port and said that it was a pity to disappoint him, but he still planned to finish Chunabu, but he didn't think he needed to make a big scene about it. Kang Lim narrowed his eyes when his comrade noted that he wouldn't make a scene, like someone making a fuss just because they got a haircut. He asked not to take direct shots at him. The guy smiled and said that he had already come to terms with the fact that Chunabu lived in his heart, and as for the glasses and the headband, he just really liked them. The brunette froze when he added that there was one more place where he wanted to use them. He began to ask if he was really going to do it for real today. Yang-soo waved his hand and said that unlike those who kept beating around the bush, he didn't really like indecisive romances since that wasn't his style. The protagonist clenched his fists and began to ask why he was attacking him today. The brown-haired guy smiled and said that to be honest, everything inside him turned over because of him, and then he asked his friend not to deny his indecision. He looked at his phone and said that in any case, he promised to meet today. The girl arrived at the library. She looked at the message on her phone in which she was invited there. The brunette looked at the shelves. She sighed heavily. There was a guy waiting for her by one of the cabinets. He turned around and said that he had been waiting for her. Yerim clenched her fists and loudly asked for the Chunabu dragon arm back. The brown-haired man froze with a puzzled expression. The girl looked at him in surprise. When he clenched his teeth, she asked why he was dressed exactly the same. Yang-soo indignantly asked if they had all conspired together. The brunette began to say with a sad look that she had been looking forward to this and really wanted to try it. She imagined a handsome guy without glasses and a blindfold. The guy indignantly exclaimed that they were treating his decision as gag material. The brunette put her hand behind her head and said that she thought he had written to her today to show her the changes. Yang-soo said that they had already promised to hold secret meetings in the library, but then she left school. He turned away and said that he had found another place for them, and that this library seemed good to him and that they had a good collection of light novels. Looking away, the brown-haired guy said that they still had something to discuss. Yerim said that she thought they had settled everything. The embarrassed guy adjusted his glasses and started talking about that kiss at the airport. The brunette blushed and started making excuses. She started waving her hands, saying that she could only think of it in a desperate situation when it had to be done later. She exclaimed that I didn't mean that. The girl looked at him and said that if he didn't like it, they could forget about it. The brown-haired guy looked at her and suggested that they do so. Yerim looked away and said that she understood, but nevertheless, it was a little. Yang-soo lowered his eyes and said that in the end, like her, he had phrases that he would like to say in real life. The brunette asked him about these words. Imagining himself in front of a gang of bandits, the guy said that the second phrase would be that he would deal with everyone. Then he looked at her with surprised eyes, talking about the third place where he asks if he got combo. The girl laughed and said that it would be better if he never had to say those words. The brown-haired guy coughed into his hand and said that the first line he wanted to say had appeared in countless manga. Yerim heard with surprised eyes that the kiss should follow by itself. The guy raised his head. He took off his glasses. With an embarrassed face, he said that he liked Yerim and asked her to be with him. The brunette covered her mouth in shock. She ran forward. Hugging the guy, she loudly agreed. They held hands. The couple began to disappear into the shelves. It turned out that Yang-soo took off his glasses at that moment on the advice of a friend. Students began to gather in the classroom. Entering the main character yawned, thinking about how much time had passed since the incident with Yang-soo, and since then the incidents with ESW died down. Ordinary days went on and on. He imagined the girls and thought that rather, those days were pleasant for him. Thinking back to himself, Kang Lim wondered if it was strange to put up such a big warning and then nothing happens. He mentally noted that he thought that right now everything should become real instead of becoming even more intense than before. For some reason nothing happens. The guy imagined the 5th and 6th heroines, whose names were Hong Soo-young and Jong Ki-young. Imagining them entering the classroom, he thought about describing what kind of ESW characters they were. He thought that perhaps because there were complaints that they were always transferred to the same class, these twin sisters start by transferring to the next class. Thinking about the red-haired guy, Kang Lim noted that one of them was rumored to be the protagonist's first love, turning the love battlefield into a chaotic mess. The two girls stood in front of the guy. The brunette was thinking that the problem was that the main character couldn't remember which of the twins was his first love, And what's more, both girls claimed that it was her. He walked down the school hallway, thinking that this was a cliché that often appeared in rom-coms. He wondered why they all had trouble recognizing faces. The guy imagined the sisters, thinking that they had completely opposite personalities and were in conflict, and then their mother, who left when they were little, came back, and then she got involved in some cult. Remembering how the main character saved the twins, Kang thought that this is why he steps in, ruins everything, and saves the day. He sat at his desk, thinking that since he couldn't find the twins before, this time he tried to investigate the same cult, but there was nothing about it. Remembering how the blonde spread her arms, the guy thought that even taking into account her connections with MI6, they could not find such an organization, and no matter how optimistic he was, now he was starting to worry. The brunette crossed his arms and thought that this time he decided to conduct an investigation based on the solution to the main character's first love. But the information about him was rather vague, and he himself already remembered little about him. Raising his hands to his hair, he thought that he had not come up with anything at all, and perhaps this was all right for now. The girls met him with the words that he needed to hurry because today was the day of the big cleaning. The main character waved to them and thought that as long as he was not alone, everything would be fine. He approached the girls. A man was standing in the corridor. With a gloomy smile on his face, the unknown woman called Kang affectionately. His eyes widened, his body froze, and sweat began to flow down his neck. With clouded eyes, he looked at his girlfriends, who asked what happened to him. The guy grabbed his heart. He began to breathe heavily. He thought that he now understood why they could not find the twins. Introducing the two girls, the protagonist thought that even if the plot expanded and a cult appeared in the episode, they were originally introduced as the protagonist's first love. Remembering the red-haired guy, Kang thought that in real life, such a protagonist does not exist, and he plays this role. Seeing the girl in front of him, he thought that he remembered the cut-off black hair. Frozen with a shocked look, the guy thought that instead of the original heroines, there are mistakes from his past, and the one who was his first love may appear. The brunette with a short haircut smiled and said that as expected, he has not changed at all. The protagonist stood with his mouth slightly open, thinking that he was filled with regret when everything came to an end. The schoolgirls looked puzzled. Looking at the girl in front, Kang mentally noted that he never thought that he would meet his first love again. He stood there with shock in his eyes and thought about asking her why, but his lips did not move. The brunette approached him and said that she came to see him and returned to this area for this very reason. She smiled and said that she hoped that he would meet her with a happier expression. The girls, confused, began to ask him who she was. The blondes frowned and asked her directly, noting that she was putting the older man in an awkward position. The brunette smiled and said that the rumors about him were true and then said that he had always been dazzling. She smiled and offered to start everything from the very beginning. Dahi stepped forward and repeated that she was asking who she was. They started glaring at each other. The guy abruptly ran down the hallway. Gritting his teeth, he thought that it was his own immaturity and naivety that brought her to the brink of death. As he continued running down the hallway, the protagonist thought that regrets and lingering feelings were tearing his heart apart, which is why he still. Kang pulled back the collar of his shirt. The brunette smiled and apologized for introducing herself so late. She said that her name was Sunabail and she was the guy's first love. The blonde, with a puzzled look, heard that the stranger was his ex-girlfriend. The girl, with a smile on her face, noted that he was still a fool, which made her feel better because it would be boring if she grew above herself alone. Dahi looked at her with displeasure. Sunabail turned around and said that they would meet again, and then said goodbye. The schoolgirls watched her go. Remembering the recent moments, Dahi thought that leaving aside the false introduction of this girl, she only realized it from the boss's reaction. Thinking about the past, she mentally noted that the stranger was the girl from middle school and the past that the protagonist struggled with. They were sitting in the club room and the blonde thought that her behavior must have displeased everyone else, but they remained silent. Young-ah said with a sad face that they agreed to wait until the guy was ready to talk. Siren said that he would not want to tell them otherwise. The blonde closed her eyes and suggested just watching, and Rami said that they trusted the elder. Dahi remembered Kang in the past. Leaving him, she said that if he did not want to share, then it was okay. She and the girls were standing on the stairs. The brown-haired girl pressed her hands and said that she felt the same way, and that the brunette would not do anything like that. Dana clenched her fists and said that she would rather respect his decision now and give him time. The blonde in the past stood in front of her friend, saying that whenever he felt the need to open up, she smiled and said that she would always be there to listen. The sun was shining over the city. The girl walked along the sidewalk. Lowering her head, she thought about what she had said to Kang earlier. Frowning, she thought that she shouldn't have said that since she was very curious and wanted to know everything right now. Remembering the brunette, she wondered who the stranger was and why everyone kept talking about his middle school. She wondered what happened back then. Dahi clutched her head and mentally noted that there was just a suitable atmosphere back then, and she thought that it was all in the past. Her eyes widened when she realized that Tsunabile suddenly showed up with an expression that foreshadowed the end of the world. She crossed her arms and thought that she was not trying to avoid it, but now everything was different, and although she was not going to pry into other people's business, she might be able to find out something herself. The blonde began to smile slyly, thinking that the main character was not the type to come up to her and ask for help. She took out her phone, thinking that if she asked him directly, she would not be able to find out anything. She said that she could ask someone who went to middle school with him. After a while, the girl smiled and made an appointment. Looking at the smartphone screen, she said that she was going too far. Dahi sat at the bus stop thinking about what she should look up on the internet because that story could be true. She remembered how two schoolgirls discussed hearing a story about how the main character threatened a girl, because of which she decided to commit suicide. The blonde went online, thinking about what she should search for keywords. She started reading an article about a schoolgirl's suicide. A little boy was playing with his friends. Like any other child in elementary school, he was just playing and socializing normally. The brunette was sitting in the classroom because he was then assigned to a middle school that was far away, where he didn't know anyone and puberty didn't help him fit in. Walking along the road, he looked at his phone. It was noted that during his first year, he stayed at the edges of the class, but he never felt lonely because they didn't have any bullies. On the way, he watched anime, which he had started to immerse himself in during school. Kang remembered waving his arms, thinking that because he didn't communicate with people much, he was boring. He closed his eyes and apologized. Two schoolgirls began to ask why he was apologizing with a sharp movement of his hand. The brunette was sitting at his desk. He recalled that his quiet life continued in his second year, and then during one of their dumplings, he ate with Tsunabile. A brunette sat down next to him. Looking at her, he recalled that his first impression was that she seemed mysterious. Imagining two types of girls, he thought that usually popular people are either bright and sociable, or help the class teacher and have many friends, and he vaguely imagined someone with a mysterious aura. Remembering the girl, the protagonist thought that she was calm and showed little emotion. But as part of the couple flew an eraser. At this time, Kang thought that there was something about her that attracted people. Tsunabile smiled and asked if he could give her a eraser. The guy blushed. Looking at his classmate in surprise, he thought that for the first time he understood what it meant to not have the ability to see. Remembering the boy's embarrassed cheeks, the brunette mentally noted that he wasn't the only one who thought so, since he always felt the gaze of other boys around them. Remembering the schoolboys next to the girl, he thought about how at the end of each lesson, someone always took her away and it seemed like she had a lot of guys. The protagonist remembered how he was walking home one day and something caught his attention. The guy was walking next to the brunette and asking if she wanted to go out with him. She refused. Kang stood with his mouth slightly open, realizing that this moment taught him one lesson, and he realized that anime and reality are different things. He thought that if he was asked, he would have answered positively like any other guys his age, because it is a natural attraction towards a popular girl. Looking at his teacher, the brunette thought that if he had not made the transplant then, they probably would never have talked. With a surprised face, he heard that the task had to be done in pairs and that the students had to find a partner. The boys started running up to his neighbor, offering to team up with them. The girl smiled and said that she had already promised someone. Propping his chin, the protagonist listened to their conversations. The brunette said that she had promised him. She pointed at her neighbor and said that she had decided to team up with him. Watching the teacher take notes, Tsunabile noted that she blurted this out to him because she felt uneasy. She looked at the board and said that if he didn't want to, she could back off. The protagonist started mumbling. She asked if he agreed or not. The girl smiled and said that he was more interesting than she thought. The brunette was surprised when she noted that he studied well, because she noticed that he often read books. The protagonist, with a puzzled look, realized that she had confused his light novel. Then she told him that she was not interested in studying, but it would be better if she had at least an average grade. With a smile on her face, Tsunabile said that she was counting on his help. Kang blushed. He began to imagine the ringing of bells, and then his classmate in a wedding dress. He noted that he then imagined how he would marry her and choose a name for their children. The girl began to write down saying that they could meet after school and suggested doing so at her house. The guy with a red face asked if that would be too soon. She replied that she was just joking. Looking at the protagonist standing in the classroom, she offered him to sit back down. As he continued to blush, the brunette asked if he really wanted to go to her house that much. Kang replied that it was not so. He looked up with an embarrassed look when she asked his name and then said it. Tsunabile said with a smile on her face that even his name seemed interesting. She said that she was looking forward to working on the assignment with him. Then the guy thought that for some reason he felt at ease. He smiled nervously, saying that he would also count on her. The girl touched her chin with her pen and said that she really knew a good place. Students were walking around the yard. The guy opened the door slightly. He saw chairs lying on the floor. Looking inside, he asked if they always had an empty classroom. The girl answered that it should be quiet enough for them to do their homework. The protagonist said that he had previously thought about a study hall or a library. The classmate said that they would not be able to talk there. She leaned over and said that a cafe was also a good idea in this regard, but she hated noise, and then added that this place was known only to her. The girl picked up the cigarette butt and said that the others use this classroom for something like that, but after school, they most likely will not run into anyone. Kang Lim froze and thought maybe he shouldn't ask about it. He jumped back when she pulled the cigarette butt towards him and said that he was clearly surprised. How did she know this place? She asked if he wanted to try it. The guy exclaimed that it was not that. The brunette smiled and said that she was mostly joking, and she also does not smoke it. Looking at the cigarette butt, she said that just thinking about how she smelled of cigarettes made her want to jump off somewhere and die. The main character looked at her in surprise. The classmate suggested connecting the desks. They were sitting at desks in an empty classroom, and Sunabile said that this was unexpected. She touched her chin with her pen and asked, "It can't be that he is bad at studying." Kang Lim shouted indignantly that everything was fine and all grades were only about how to conduct a search. He gestured vigorously and said that it was like research outside of school. He thought that he was confident in his internet search skills and then wondered why he was making excuses. The girl started writing, saying that she trusted him. The guy was clearly nervous and said to leave it to him. He wondered why he felt relieved. Showing the phone screen, he said that this graph looked impressive and if they adjusted it a little. His eyes widened. The classmate was watching him closely. She beckoned to him with her hand. The brunette began to lean towards her. The schoolgirl stood up abruptly. Touching her friend's bangs, she said that his hairstyle was simply amazing. She smiled and said that she thought it was unique. The main character looked away and said that he had naturally curly and unruly hair, which is not subject to spraying and grows very quickly. Sunabile touched her face and said that he must have a lot of bad thoughts. Kang Lim exclaimed that it was not so, and he was just an ordinary person, and then loudly asked what he was talking about. The girl put her hands on the desk and began to ask if it was possible. She leaned back in her chair and asked, could it be that she was in a dangerous situation? The guy blushed deeply. The brunette touched her ear and said that she was just joking. She asked if he wanted her to cut it off. The protagonist looked at her with dumbfounded eyes. The friend said that she was talking about his hair. She sat on the desk and said that she was going to become a hairdresser. Kang Lim asked if it was true, and then said that he heard that even in beauty salons he struggled with his hair. The girl stroked his hair and said that if he straightened it from the roots and then changed the structure, it should become obedient, and most likely they saw in him a person who would not succeed. She asked if he used hair care products or just shampoos. Kang Lim looked at her when she said that. However, she did not have to worry about hair loss. Sitting down on a chair, Sunabile said that he considered hair an important aspect of a man's charm. The guy blushed, mentally noting that he had always been irritated by his hair. Looking at his classmate's smile, he thought that this was the first time he considered it a blessing to have such hair, and perhaps from now on. The brunette put his elbows on the table and said that he trusted her and wanted her to cut it. The girl looked at her phone and offered to end it here, and then added that she would bring the necessary tools tomorrow. When she stood up, the protagonist asked if she really wanted to finish it already, given that they had barely managed to cope with one page. The schoolgirl replied that they still had a lot of time left. Looking at her friend, she asked, wouldn't it be a disappointment to finish everything in just one day? While the classroom was empty, Kang Lim asked to meet and were they here again. Sunabile answered affirmatively. The boy was lying on his bed at night, noting that it was the first time since he went to middle school that he was looking forward to going to school again. He reached for his phone. Turning away abruptly, he told himself that he needed to sleep, otherwise he would be sleepy again tomorrow. The sunset set in on the school. The brunette was sitting in the classroom. As she entered, a classmate waved to him. She began to cut his hair. The protagonist looked in the mirror at his short haircut. He was sitting in the classroom. In the hallway, students were looking at him. He waved with a smile. Sunabile and her friends were standing in front. Kang Lim smiled nervously. The girl waved back. The boy raised his hand with a confident face. They were back to back in that classroom again. The classmates were sitting at their desks. The brunette was laughing sweetly. They measured their palms. Then the friends sat with their backs to each other. The main character slept at night. He confidently walked out of the room in the morning. At school, he was having dinner in the classroom. School children were walking along the corridor. Kang Lim pulled his friend by the hand. They hid behind the table. Sunabile waved her hand. Then they both walked out. The guy was smiling. Looking at the textbook on the table, he said that it looked like today was their last day of meeting here. The girl next to him praised him for his work. When she looked at him, he said that now it was really the end. The classmate said that because of the teacher's whims, they even extended the deadline and worked on other subjects. He looked like he wanted there to be more of them. The brunette began to laugh and said that their classes were very close, so they could meet at any time. The schoolgirl looked at him and said that they might not have another chance to be together. She sat closer and asked if this was their last chance. The protagonist thought he understood what she was getting at. He was reminding her that she had a boyfriend by holding his hand on the table. The girl smiled and asked why he suddenly called her by a pet name. She added that she had already broken up with him. Kang Lim thought he knew this, but he didn't want to seem like trash. The girl looked at him lustfully and told him that she had lost interest in him because of someone. The guy thought that this made him feel like if she lost interest in him, it would be over for him too. He mused with his mouth slightly open that even though an inexplicable chill ran down the back of his neck, he still felt drawn in, as if someone was leading him. Sunabile placed her hand on his thigh and said that they could just connect their tables. The brunette thought that for some reason it felt nice, however, it was until their relationship completely changed after that. Touching his leg, Sunabile asked how to do this as payment if he was still afraid. She looked at the textbook and said that it seemed like all this work on the project has nothing to do with their actual grades. She said that she asked and it turned out that no one else was doing as well as them and she thought they could get an excellent grade. The guy's heart was pounding as he sat. A drop was running down his neck. The girl reached for his chest. The brunette ran out of the classroom, shouting that he needed to leave. The schoolgirl froze with a puzzled look. She was left in an empty classroom. The brunette began to laugh loudly. Wiping away a tear, she asked if maybe it was too much for him. She said that it all turned out to be funny. Sunabile sat on a chair and said that it was a shame not to see the expression on his face that she wanted. It was terribly annoying. Looking at the guy with the envelope, she noted that when she receives confessions, she experiences a thrill. The schoolboy's expression darkened. The girl thought that the moment she rejected them, they felt pleasure and it was the result of self-knowledge called youth. While the sun was shining on the school, she thought that she really didn't understand why. Remembering how she stood in front of the boy, the brunette mentally noted that it was the first time she received recognition at the entrance ceremony, and then she thought that maybe she felt this way only because it was the first time. She imagined how many dark hands were reaching out to her and thought that it was not so, and every time she saw the bored in the eyes of another. Sunabile smiled, thinking that her heart was filled with a feeling of satisfaction. She passed by the confused guys and thought that unlike others, she had a talent to have fun whenever she wanted, and she needed to hide her identity. Imagining little monkeys in a cage, the schoolgirl thought that guys were like them, but simpler, and it would be easier to figure them out than to feed them. Watching the handsome blonde, she thought that even if she was not interested, guys were coming from all directions, and if she wanted, she could get anyone. The brunette walked with the guy, thinking that if it seemed fun, she would meet them and talk, but as soon as she got bored with them, she immediately dumped them. Looking at the messages in which the blonde asked for a last conversation, Sunabile thought that guys were like gum for her and they become annoying when they lose their taste. Looking at the faces of her classmates, she mentally noted that some girls might find it disgusting when she spits out another one, but 9 out of 10 just keep quiet. The heroine chatted with them, realizing that all this was because the men they wanted to impress were in her hands. Holding the bag in her hands, the girl thought that this was so offensive that she just wanted to puke. She gave the shocked guy a gift, thinking that she just wanted to see the expression on their faces. At home, the brunette took off her shoes. When she came in, a loud voice rudely asked where she was walking so late at night. From the open room, her mother screamed that she stole the best years of her life, and if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have left her. The girl closed the door to the room, noting the terrible smell of cigarettes. She thought that her dream was not to be like her. Pressing her back to the door, she mentally noted that she did not want to go down her ugly and loveless path. She thought that this was the path to being abandoned by everyone. The schoolgirl looked up and thought that unlike her curse, she planned to live better than anyone else. She sat in class, noting that this was what she had decided, but it had become boring lately. Sunabile bit her nail, realizing that she had nothing new. Many guys came to her. Looking at them with displeasure, the girl thought that they were gum that had already turned black and stuck to the ground, and they were just noise that she stepped over and passed by. The girl looked away, then thought that perhaps this would be good for a change. The main character was propping his face up with his hand. Pointing at him, the schoolgirl said that she had decided to form a couple with him. Remembering how they spent time together, she thought that it was unexpectedly funny. Sitting in front of him, the brunette thought that she would be interested in seeing his confession and how he would deal with the rejection. The main character in front of him was smiling. Sunabile began to think that she thought that there was no one easier than him. She mentally noted that he happily talked about his interests. If she laughed a little with him, her mood rose. Seeing his red face, the schoolgirl thought that he had held out for quite a long time because by this point, others had already confessed to her several times. Seeing how Kang Lim looked away, she mentally asked why he was so slow. The girl sat next to him, noting that today was his last chance and that he should not drag it out and just confess, having received a rejection. The guy laughed. They said that their classes were close and they would be able to see each other often. Sunabile in her head said that if he continued in the same spirit, she would want to chew him up and spit him out even more. Looking at his puzzled face, she thought that it was not just about confession and rejection. Imagining how he would run after her, the girl noted that he would cling to her in public like a stalker. She smirked, thinking that such scenes were sometimes refreshing. It was funny. The brunette turned to her classmate and said that they might not have another chance to be alone. She thought that in that case, she should make him more delirious. Sitting closer, the schoolgirl asked if this was the last chance. She put her hand on his thigh. Sweat was running down the guy's cheek. Soon a bile reached for his chest. The main character ran out of the classroom, screaming that he needed to leave. The girl began to laugh loudly. Leaving the school, she mentally noted that she never thought that this would happen, and she just wasted her time. Looking at her phone, she thought that if she went home now, she would still have to meet this person, but now she could just call someone to make time pass faster. Someone grabbed her by the shoulder. The guy turned her around and indignantly asked how she could do this to him. The girl looked at him irritably. For a day in her head, she asked what all this meant. What did you shout? That these were his words, and then noted that he was seeing another while she was dating him. Shaking her shoulders, he was indignant and asked if she really planned to just play with him from the beginning. The brunette smirked and said that now he was her ex, and this had nothing to do with him. She added that it was not so much a game as she just played along with him. There was a sound of impact and a loud scream. The guy threw the schoolgirl to the ground. Soon a bile looked at him silently. The brown-haired man drew his eyebrows together in fear. He smiled nervously and said that he was expecting an apology, and if she didn't apologize, he would compensate for it in another way. When he started to pull her tie off, the girl asked if this was really his goal from the very beginning. The guy ordered her to shut up and said that if she didn't keep quiet, he would publish the video he had shot before. The schoolgirl asked if this would be suicide for him. She said not to confuse that day with missed opportunities, because from the very beginning she had no intention of finishing the job and he wouldn't be able to. She asked what if it ended like last time. The heroine smirked and asked if he wouldn't feel awkward not being able to become a man again like then. The brown-haired man recoiled in shock. The brunette turned away and said that he had also chosen a place in an alley not far from the school. While two guys were staring at them, she said that people were starting to gather. Seeing them start talking, she thought that these guys were the ones she had played with before. The guy turned to them and sternly ordered them to get lost. The two of them started. They immediately ran away. Soon a bile smiled, wondering how they dared to leave her. While the male body was sitting on her, she thought that she would never forgive and show them. Kang ran out into the alley, loudly calling for the officer. The brown-haired man looked up in fear, hearing a loud voice. He got up and ran. The male lead was holding a phone, which was playing a recording of the police officer. He said that he couldn't believe that it worked. The girl started to get up, asking why he came back. The guy looked away and said that it seemed wrong to him. He looked away and said that it was wrong to leave so suddenly. He began to mumble and say that he wanted to apologize. The schoolgirl looked at him, peered into his brow and wondered if such people really existed. Running up to her, the brunette began to ask if she was okay and who that person was. He offered to complain about him right now. Taking his hand, the girl said that this was one of her exes. The surprised protagonist listened to her words that complaining would be too problematic and, thanks to him, it was just an attempted crime. She touched her forehead and said that she was dizzy and that she would like to drink something cold. In the evening, they were sitting near the sea on a bench. Kang, with an indignant face, asked if she was really being filmed and then shouted that those people were disgusting. The schoolgirl looked at him and wondered why he was making more noise about this than she, the victim. Looking at the drink in his hand, she mentally wondered what kind of strange drink he bought even though they had gone out for coffee. The girl waved her hand and said that it was over now, and judging by the way he ran away, he didn't have the courage to do anything more, so she should just leave him alone. The guy glanced at her and said that this was unacceptable. Looking at his friend, he said that whoever did such things deserved to be punished, and more importantly, that even if everything was fine now, he could use this video as leverage. Soon a bile listened with a nervous smile to his words that even if it was too difficult to report, the video should still be deleted. She wondered how he was saying this even after she told him what kind of person she was. The schoolgirl looked away and asked how she could delete this video. She said that he probably filmed it on his phone. The only way out was stealing it. Brunette chin and called it a good idea, noting that, however, it will not be enough since there may be copies. The girl listened to his words with surprised eyes, that if it was just one video, it would be easy to transfer, so maybe. He asked what would happen if they tricked him into deleting everything on the condition that they would not report it. The guy noted that they could report it later. Soon a bile started drinking her drink, saying that this guy didn't know anything about computers, so there couldn't be any copy. She looked at the cold coffee and wondered why he was so seriously worried about other people's affairs, because in the end, this was a problem that she should deal with herself. The protagonist looked at her with a smile and said that if the video was only on the phone, then it was a big relief, but just in case, they should act quickly. He asked if she had time tomorrow. The brunette froze in surprise. Looking at him with wide eyes, she asked if he really meant that he would help her. Kang Lim smiled nervously and said that maybe it was a bit too much because of what happened to her, and then said that she needed to take a break and fully recover. Sunabile narrowed her eyes, wondering if he was doing all this expecting something from her. Seeing how nervous he was, she thought that it didn't look like that at all, and if that was the case, he would have crossed the line back in class. The guy froze with a dumbfounded face when she said that there was a limit to being naive. She got up from the bench and said that they could meet tomorrow. The girl thought that since he offered to help her, there was no reason to refuse. The blue sky covered everything around. The brunette waved to his friend. He handed her a pair of black glasses. Then the protagonist put on the same ones himself. They watched the guy. The schoolgirl sat down and began to meow. When the brown-haired man was distracted by the sound of a cat, Kang Lim pulled out his phone. Sunabile decided to throw it in the trash. The guy with shock in his eyes began to say that they can't leave everything as is, and they should rewrite several times with unnecessary data, and then physically break it to be sure. They headed to the computer club. Looking at the schoolboy sitting at the computer, the brunette thought that she could not understand why. Propping her face with her hand, she thought that he does all this after hearing about her and even now knows that she chews men and spits them out like gum. Seeing his smiling face, the girl wondered why he treats her the same way as before. The main character waved goodbye and asked to contact him if something happens. He sharply pointed his finger and said that first they need to call the police, and then him. Kang Lim ran away. He turned around when his friend asked if there was something he hadn't realized yet. Sunabile frowned and said that she never wanted to get along with him sincerely and that he was just one of many, so he didn't need to bother himself and be nice to her. She said with her face that she was just using him. The guy sighed in relief and said that in that case, his escape was the right decision. Lowering his head, he said with a smile that he felt relieved that he had escaped the trap and now felt a mental victory over the fact that his escape was not due to cowardice. The brunette perked up and began to ask if he really got some kind of strange pleasure from helping others. She tried to understand the real reason. The protagonist looked up and said that he didn't know. The schoolgirl froze in surprise. Looking at her, Kang Lim said that he had never really thought about the reasons, so he was not sure about it. Remembering how he stood in the gateway, he said that he simply could not ignore it and pass by. The guy smiled widely and said that if he did that, he would not be able to sleep that night. The girl stood silently. With her head down, she said that it was very boring. Starting to leave, she asked not to come near her from now on and thought that this was the end. The sun was shining on the school. Sunabile stood among the boys. She smiled when one of them asked what was wrong, noting that today she was a little out of it. She answered that everything was fine. The brunette raised her hand when he noted the scratch and asked how she got it. She thought that she must have gotten it in that very alley. The boys looked at her while she said that there was nothing serious about it. The guy asked if she should treat it properly. The heroine frowned and asked not to interfere in her affairs. The students stepped back. The girl was biting her nail, mentally noting that she had become very irritable since then, and it was all because of the conversation with the main character. Her eyes widened when she was called. Kang Lim was walking towards her and said that there was something he had to tell her about the project and then asked if they could talk for a few minutes alone. Hearing this, the students began to talk. Sunabile wondered if she had told him earlier not to approach her. They were standing together in the hallway. The guy looked at her apologizing, noting that the project was just an excuse and in fact it was not something worth discussing among everyone. He said that he forgot to give her something yesterday. The brunette stood with a surprised face while he was looking for things. The protagonist handed her the things and said that this is a personal safety spray and a security app, show me your phone. He said that he meant that technology in their day is so amazing that one app with one click can send a message and can also recognize blows. The girl lowered her head, mentally asking him to stop talking to him like that. She touched her hair and said that she would use it, so he should stop bothering her from now on. Seeing the wound on her hand, the guy began to ask if she really still had it from that moment. He grabbed her hand and said that it looked really painful, and she didn't even disinfect it properly. Looking at her with frightened eyes, the protagonist said that it was starting to swell early. There was a need to go to the medical center immediately. He asked what would happen if she got infected with something. The schoolgirl opened her mouth in confusion, wondering if he had been awkward with girls before. She mentally noted that his talent was that he became shameless if he did not recognize someone as the opposite. In her mind, she asked him to stop looking at her like that. Kang Lim smiled widely and said that if she was embarrassed to say how she got hurt, he could help and make up a story for the nurse. Sunabile pursed her lips. While her cheeks were blushing, she continued to mentally ask him to stop looking at him like that. The teacher was writing on the board. The classmates were sitting next to each other, their desks were pushed together. The guy was waiting for the girl on a chair. She perked up when she saw him. The brunette pulled his bangs, saying that they had grown too long. The girl sighed. She decided to cut them. Seeing her classmate, she raised her hand. Sunabile grabbed her wrist, trying to understand why the main character approached her and asked if she was going home already. The schoolgirl shyly recoiled. She walked down the hallway. Turning around, she loudly asked the guys to leave her alone. As they walked away, they said they understood. As she watched them go, Sunabile heard them say that she had been in a bad mood lately. Kang Lim showed her a comic and exclaimed that it was his favorite anime and that she should watch it too, since she had shown him that she had been looking a little depressed lately. While he was showing her, the brunette stood there with a gloomy face, and the brunette said that it was a real masterpiece, especially at the end when the main character dies. She started laughing loudly, thinking that she now understood. Kang Lim looked at her with a surprised face. At this time, Sunabile looked with a soft smile, thinking that what she had wanted all this time. There were tears in her eyes. She began to remember the past breakup. The girl realized that the pleasure she felt while playing with men was nothing more than a fleeting, empty, perverted feeling. Then came the memories with the main character, because it was thanks to him that she experienced real feelings for the first time. The schoolgirl pursed her lips and thought that she realized everything too late. She wiped away her tears. At this time, the guy did not understand what was happening. The brunette thought that if he was next to her, she could. With an embarrassed face, she asked if he wanted to go to the movies with her this weekend. The sun lit up the sky. The girl blocked the contact. She looked at the screen with a gloomy face. The main character ran towards her and loudly that for the first time he came so far. Sunabile turned to him. She smiled charmingly and said hello. Kang Lim's cheeks blushed, and her friend asked how he liked the outfit. She said that she thought he would not like her casual clothes, so she dressed up a little. The guy smiled nervously and said that she looked great. He noticed the changes in her. He remembered her saying that she never really wanted to get along with him, and since he was awkward in relationships, it was time to walk along the alley. The brunette perceived their new interaction as nothing more than friendship between a man and a woman. The girl admired him in the cinema, but he could not realize that her feelings had changed in the other direction. The sun's rays sparkled in the clouds. The protagonist walked up the stairs and said that she did not have to go all the way to his house. He asked how long she waited. The schoolgirl answered that she had just arrived. She showed her phone when he asked if she had bought a new one. She said that her previous phone was broken, so she bought the same model as his. Another day they were on a picnic, and the protagonist asked what happened to her fingers. He asked if it was because she cooked for them. The girl paid with her fingers bandaged and said that she had not done such a thing for a long time. It was then that Kang Lim was unable to tell her what he should have said. Now he was smiling widely, but later it became a trauma and the biggest regret for him. A shadow fell on the school stadium. The brunette walked along the corridor, and although she had changed, these changes were not moving only in a positive direction, and after breaking ties with the influential male students who acted as her protectors, the schoolgirls turned around and laughed. It was noted that the girls who had always felt contempt and resentment dumped it all on her, and Sunabile accepted what she thought she deserved. There was a light in the window of a multi-story building. The perverted obsession of the heroine Kang Lim gradually intensified. The guy agreed to meet and asked her not to come too early. The girl looked up with a smile, saying that she was already here. She looked at her lover's house and wished him good night. Earlier, the repairman held the phone and said that it only needed to replace a few parts and there was no need to buy a new one. The schoolgirl took it and broke it. A crazy smile appeared on her face. She continued to be the phone on the wall. The man froze in fear and tried to call her. The brunette handed him the phone and said that now it was definitely broken, so she was buying a new one. She sat with the phone in her hands in a dark room. Sunabile bit her nails with a crazy look, asking why he did not answer her even after 2 minutes. The girl stood, and a black shadow stretched under her feet. She was convinced that she had taken the wrong path, and so she ran at full speed in the other direction. The day was reaching for her other personality. However, the fact that she chose a different path does not guarantee that it was the right choice. The sun again illuminated the school. It was noted that now that her vision and heart had narrowed, she simply could not see anything else. Water splashed on the sides. The girls ran out of the toilet. A wet Sunabile was standing inside. She looked at the phone and said that her paired keychain was wet here. Her eyes were empty as she asked what to do if Kang Lim hated her. She walked down the hallway and heard the boy's name being called in class, noting that they were saying it for his own good. The boy and girl were saying that the brunette was the type to just flirt with guys and change them like that every night. A crowd had gathered around the protagonist, and each of them were saying that anyone would do for her, and that she also did this with guys from other schools, and that's why they were worried about him. The schoolgirl stood and listened as they were afraid that he might actually believe that she loved him. The protagonist pursed his lips and said that maybe they were right. The girl froze in shock, her eyes filled with horror. She began to take a step. When she left, a keychain was left on the floor. The brunette ran his hand through his hair and said that however, even if that was the case, he looked up and asked if they really thought they were worried about him. The students froze with surprised eyes. Kang Lim said that what they were doing was more like a mockery. He started to leave the classroom and said that for him, Sunabil was a real friend whom he first became friends with in middle school, and no matter what they said behind her back, he would prefer that they not say all these words in front of him. Something caught his attention. There was a wet keychain on the floor. It was a keychain in the shape of a flower. It was noted that the brunette had 2 goals in life, and one of them was the excitement she felt when playing with men. The other goal, struck by the desire to take revenge on her mother, was a luxurious life and being everyone's favorite. A single flower grew on the ground. It was noted that however, realizing that her first goal was wrong and that she couldn't get back on her feet because of the main character, her hands were clasped around the licorice. It was noted that she returned to her second goal, as if it was her only goal from the very beginning. The girl was scrolling through her contacts. They looked at her as she walked down the hallway. The brunette thought that she couldn't just leave. The men also looked at her mother. Sunabil thought that she would be loved so as not to become like her mother. She stood in front of the guy, thinking that this was her only dream. She rode a motorcycle with him. The heroine reasoned that she was riding even more recklessly than before despite the fact that she did not know what was ahead. Lowering her head, she screamed denial. She pointed to the side and told the guy to just disappear. He left on a motorcycle. The schoolgirl clenched her teeth looking at the phone. She looked with shocked eyes and said that anyone would do this. Her mouth was left with only bitterness. The stream of people apologized to the days. She pressed Kang Lim's contact. Cars rushed past her. Watching them, the brunette noted that this was inevitable and she could not just leave. Returning home, she thought about living luxuriously and proving to this man this is the only goal that is left for her. She saw the hanged corpse of her mother. A smile appeared on her face. The heroine fell to her knees. The guy looked away. He asked his classmates. Then he decided to call. The friend ignored the call. She hit the man in the face. Someone pushed her in response. There was a bruise on her cheek. The girl was walking down the street in a black dress. The protagonist was also walking along the road. They were supposed to meet at the corner. Kang Lim was distracted by passers-by. Sunabil passed by. She was crossing the road while he was still talking to them. There were cigarette butts on the table. The brunette looked sadly. She looked up and thought that she thought the same thing. The heroine looked at the reflection and thought that she was afraid of being abandoned, but she would choose to leave first. Her eyes sparkled in the darkness. While the phone was on the floor, she said that she wanted to end everything. The guy asked her with a puzzled look where she was now and said that he was worried because she had disappeared for a week. Sunabil smiled and asked if he liked her. The brunette blushed and started mumbling that it wasn't that he didn't feel it at first. The girl stood by the railing and said that she thought she really loved him. Her friend's eyes widened when she asked if he could do one last favor for her. The protagonist asked where she was. The schoolgirl looked down on the city from above. Standing on the edge, she asked if he would die with her. The door suddenly opened. When Kang Lim climbed onto the roof, the brunette said that she knew he would come, and then added that from such a height they wouldn't even feel pain. She turned around and started saying that even if it hurt, if she was with him. The guy started putting his phone away and asked him to stop talking nonsense and look at her. He said that he didn't know what was going on, but he would help her. As he approached, he said that she should go down and talk to him. Her friend replied that it was too late. With a smile on her face, she said that she had already realized that she had been going down the wrong path from the beginning and it was too late to turn everything back. The brunette spread his arms to the sides and shouted that she should stop joking and that she needed to come to him. Sunabil turned around and asked him to stop. She turned around and said that if they wanted to be together, he should take her side because it was partly his fault too. Her phone fell down and she said that it had revealed her dark side and if it weren't for him, she would never have understood it. The phone continued to fall and the schoolgirl said that it was his punishment. She extended her hand and asked if he would take responsibility for her and then said that they should go together. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he could give his life, but he could not accept an offer that would concern her. Sunabil grabbed the railing and said that he was really kind and she knew he would say that, so she prepared herself, although she did not want to take advantage of this. While her lover stood at some distance, the girl said that before coming here, she planned to post on a social network about how they dated and recently broke up. She smiled and said that she also wrote that he blackmailed her and threatened to leak her video. The protagonist perked up. Looking at his friend, he listened to her words about how, of course, this was not just a suicide note and she prepared everything properly, contacting her ex and receiving a video from him. She noted that, as he told her, the video was copied. As the wind blew through her hair, the schoolgirl said that she had deleted the parts where the guy's face was visible and edited it to look like he was filming it, leaving it on her laptop. Standing on the edge, she said that many people had seen them at school, and even if her history with men was questioned, it could be interpreted as him holding a grudge because of it. The male lead asked with a puzzled face why she was going so far. The brunette opened her mouth and replied that if she hadn't done this, he wouldn't have joined her, and she had no choice but to punish him because, as the lights shone behind her, Sunabile held onto the railing and mentally noted because she knew that in reality, Kang Lim was too. With her head down, she said that if he asked for a more compelling reason than wanting to end everything, she thought those reasons definitely played a role. The girl smiled and said that, however, from the very beginning, she wanted to paint him in her color. The main character was silent. He lowered his head and said that he did not know and did not quite understand, but if this is what she wanted. Smiling, the guy said that he would die with her. The schoolgirl extended her hand to him and thanked him. The brunette walked towards her. Her eyes widened. She clenched her fist and said that she was very sorry that he made such a choice. The main character extended his hand when she began to fall. He reached for his friend and said that he would not let her die. Kang Lim almost managed to catch her. However, his hand missed. The heroine flew down and said goodbye to him. The guy looked at her with stunned eyes. Flying down, Sunabile thought that in the end even he left her, but this was already quite natural. She thought that she was the first one to leave him. The brunette smiled, mentally noting that at the moment when she let go of herself, there was no one left to support her. She closed her eyes. The schoolgirl fell onto the inflatable structure. Looking around, she began to ask how it happened. Climbing up to the roof, the guy called the rescue service. The girl wondered if this could have happened at the moment when he was climbing. Remembering recent moments, she thought that now she understood why he asked to look at him and not come up, because he did not want her to see what was being prepared below. Sunabile clenched her fists in anger. The guy was looking down. The schoolgirl covered her face with her hand and said that she did not want to live anymore, she was sick of such a life. The rescuers listened with surprised faces to her words that if he wanted her to stay alive, then he would pay for it, and therefore she would not cancel the loading, even if he did not die with her. The girl smiled and suggested that it was to go to hell in a place. While her lover was standing on the roof, she thought that he had a hard road ahead of him, no less difficult than hers, so he should live a life full of regrets. The heroine pursed her lips and thought that she couldn't do it when he was looking at her like that. Seeing his sad face, she wondered why he looked so unhappy even in this situation. It was noted that later, as Sunabile said, her post was uploaded online. Due to the wide distribution and the fact that she actually jumped, it became the hottest topic of discussion overnight. Kang Lim was in custody as he was immediately declared a suspect and interrogated, and throughout the entire process, he did not make any excuses and admitted to all the charges. It was noted that, however, the fact that the girl remained silent did not lead to any additional testimony, and the discovery of the fake video led to him being cleared of all charges. People walked the streets calmly since neither the suicide note nor the news mentioned their real names, and as always, public interest quickly died down. However, the students were still discussing it animatedly since the rumored not guilty verdict barely mattered. That rooftop was now closed. From that point on, the protagonist was never seen at school. One day, he left the police station, and that was enough to confirm the rumors. Black shadows spread throughout the school, and everyone began to talk about him threatening the girl. As the dark aura loomed over the building, they discussed all of this. Gloomy people looked at Kang Lim, discussing that he drove the girl to suicide. He sat alone at his desk. It was noted that this was the entire story of the middle school incident. Dahi decided to meet people. Sitting at her laptop, she collected rumors, researched, and also connected them with what she knew about the guy. The girl touched her chin because she, with an extraordinary mind, carefully calculated everything. She stood in the shower and thought that now everything fits together, and thus revealed the truth that only those two could know. The blonde closed her eyes, thinking that on the other hand, this is clearly not something worth interfering with. She looked at her phone, thinking, but noting that simply forgetting about it was not her style. When she called, she was answered. Dahi stood in the room and the brunette asked if she was calling because he left early today. He said that he was not feeling well. The girl with red cheeks shouted that she was investigating the incident of his middle school. She frowned and said that even though she said she would wait until he was ready to tell her, she swore it was purely out of curiosity. The girl pouted and said that 92% of it was curiosity and the rest was concern for him. The protagonist noted that this essentially meant that she was investigating out of curiosity. The blonde looked at the phone with displeasure and asked him to forget about it. The guy asked why it sounded like she was blaming him. Dahi said that he didn't know how much she found out, but it wasn't the most pleasant story and that's why he couldn't tell. She held the phone to her ear and he asked if that was why she called him. The girl said that after what she saw earlier, she wanted to tell him something. She raised her head and said that she was not like this girl, and she was willing to bet that the others felt the same way. Introducing her friends, she said that if he were to reach out to them, they would never let go of his hand because he had to have someone to save him like he saved them. The protagonist held the phone and said that he knew it. Dahi's eyes widened. Recalling the past, Kang Lim asked if she remembered how after everything ended and they were in class, he simply apologized and she was the one who thanked him. He said that it should have been the other way around and he should have said it. The guy looked down and thanked her. He remembered running. With his mouth wide open, he asked the girl to grab onto it. The brunette reached out his hand to her. He grabbed her palm. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist thanked her for holding his hand. He looked at the lantern, saying that thanks to this, she didn't even have time to remember, but they believe that he has already come to his senses. Kang Lim stood there and said that it was because although he was shocked to see Sunabile again, well, the panic was because he thought he should feel the same, that's all. He asked him with a surprised face what he meant. Remembering the comics, the guy asked if she knew how much he was afraid of ghosts when he was little. When he was older, he saw them in a box and said that at first he was involuntarily scared because of the old memories an adult guy leafed through the comics. Now he said that when he calmed down and looked closer, it was a very ordinary comic that could only scare little children. He said that he outgrew these fears without even realizing it. Remembering how he ran down the corridor, the brunette said that he realized it at that moment. Then he pulled his collar. The main character, looking at his hand, you understood that he had already come to his senses. He walked down the street and said that if she asked when he came to, then maybe. Kang Lim remembered how they were sitting on the roof and he said that it was at that moment when he pulled her out. The guy was smiling. The blonde looked away and muttered that if he said so. With a blush on her cheeks, she frowned and asked that she regretted that you thanked him then. The brunette noted that they had a very touching moment. She ruined it. He smiled sweetly and said that she was still glad that he was okay. The protagonist opened the gate. The girl recoiled and asked what kind of sound was that. He replied that he asked for a meeting to settle everything. Kang Lim ran his hand through his hair and said that he should have gone to her before she came to him, but regretting it would not change anything. Holding the phone to his ear, he said that he would no longer run away or hesitate. Walking with a confident face, the guy said that even if he felt bad again, he would try to be okay. The girl walked along the dark corridor. From the door, she said that it was faster than she expected, and she thought that he would need a few days to think alone. Looking at the main character in the office, she said that this is why she is even happier and is glad that he called her here. Kang Lim stood with his back to her as she suggested living together as sinners. The brunette ran her hand over the desk, saying that it reminded her of the old days. The guy turned around. With a smile on his face, he said himself that this was not an empty classroom now. Sunabile frowned and asked why he looked normal now. She said that this was not what she wanted. The protagonist scratched his head and said that every time he heard something related to her, he had a panic attack. The schoolgirl smiled and said that she didn't care anymore and that she wanted to take care of others who were suffering, but there was no need to start all over again. She looked at him and asked if his call meant that he was thinking about all this. The girl extended her hand and offered to start all over again. It was night outside. Kang Lim looked at his hand and said with a smile that he became normal much earlier than he thought, and seeing her again, he clearly understood it. The brunette asked him what he was talking about with a puzzled expression. He began to answer her that if by beginner she meant in a romantic sense. The guy furrowed his brows and said that they couldn't possibly be in a different relationship. The schoolgirl began to ask with surprised eyes if his feelings had cooled because of those girls. Kang Lim looked down and said that it wasn't him, it was her. Since he came here first, he spent a lot of time thinking. The guy clenched his fist, because the more he thought, the more disordered his mind became. Looking down, he said that it was all because she didn't like him. Sunabile smirked and asked what he was talking about now, and how could he say that she didn't like him after all. Looking at her, the brunette said that he was pretty stupid, and maybe it was a brief moment of attraction. The girl listened as he said that when she said she loved him that day, it wasn't him. Looking at his old friend, the protagonist said that the one she really loved was another version of her. The schoolgirl began to remember the past while he said that she, who hadn't gone through these things and didn't do them, the one who lived a boring and dull life. He said that she loved a potentially different version of herself, a different future. The brunette began to laugh out loud. She sat down on the table and asked why beat around the bush. She asked if he really meant that she remembered herself with regret. The girl lowered her head and said that if he thought so, then it was. She couldn't say the word mistake, because she knew it would be a lie. When she stood on the roof, she thought that her legs were shaking, and there was darkness below. Sunabile held onto the railing. I understand that then I didn't want to die, but was simply afraid to continue living as I was. The girl sat in the darkness, thinking that all she wanted was to erase her past mistakes. She turned around. The main character stood behind her, radiating light. The brunette thought that the more she did, the more her unwanted self was exposed, and claiming that it was revenge, she became obsessed with false goals. Seeing the guy in front of her, she thought that she dragged him to where she was, and then gave up. The heroine thought that she really didn't want to die. Kang Lim looked away and apologized, saying that he didn't quite understand and he was stupid before. Lowering her head, the schoolgirl listened that he should have realized this when she started calling his name again. He said that he couldn't say what he needed to say. The girl thought that she knew it too, and she just wanted to be comforted. The guy touched his neck and said that maybe it was a cliche and a consolation for himself, and that's why he couldn't say it. He added that if she knew about his injury, if she had been watching from afar, she would have known. The brunette smiled widely and said that he didn't blame her now. He asked if she knew that it was hard for him when he saw scissors. The days he spent with her constantly flashed by, so he couldn't cut her hair. Remembering how he walked down the hallway, Kang Lim said that he had to transfer to another school and distance himself from his sister. Then he remembered the girls and said that even a person like him dealt with it and was doing well. With his mouth slightly open, the guy said that she too. The girl sat on her desk, thinking that she knew it too, and his words now were what she wanted to tell him all the time. She remembered the moments. She remembered how she stood on the roof, thinking what she wanted to tell herself. Kang Lim said in class that it was not too late to start all over again. The brunette looked down with tears, thinking about what she wanted to tell herself and hoping for the same from him. To the side stood two empty desks connected. Soon a bile bit her lip. She walked forward. The girl raised her hand to hit. Her hand froze. She relaxed it. The schoolgirl leaned over. She touched the guy's chest and said that he was a fool. Holding onto his clothes, she said that she had gone down the wrong path a long time ago and then asked if he was really telling her to go back. The main character smiled and said that they could do it. The girl began to cry, asking how he could act calmly, pretending that she was okay. The guy said that a lot of time had passed. The brunette pressed herself against him and said that it irritated her. She asked what would happen if she ran away again. They answered that they believed that she would not run away. Kang Lim smiled and said that if it came to that, he would not catch. Soon Abiel walked away and asked for an answer. She began to say that if that day, on the phone, instead of asking them to jump, she would have asked for help. The schoolgirl clenched her tie and asked if he would have been offended by her and if everything would have been okay between them. The guy was silent. He smiled and answered. The brunette's eyes widened. She laughed and said that if he denied it, she would not be able to apologize. The protagonist walked down the street. He was scared when he met Dahi, who asked if he had finished. He began to ask why she was here. The blonde waved her hand and said that she was going to hit him if he fell in love with her again. Kang Lim clenched his fists and asked who she took him for. The girl said that she had been pecking at all these rumors, and she and the girls could help restore order. When he passed by, she said that they could reveal the whole truth, but the friend asked to forget it. Dahi frowned and asked why he didn't want this girl to be hated. She started talking about feelings. The guy said that was not true. The blonde put her hand on her waist and asked what was the matter and why he insisted on taking everything on himself. He answered that he liked this memory or not. Waving his hand, the brunette said that playing the Dark Knight was a loner's fantasy. The girl looked puzzled. Night covered the city. Soon Abiel was walking down the street. She looked down and called her friend a fool, saying that at least she should have walked her home in case she tried to die again. A schoolgirl walked past shops. She saw laughing girls coming out from somewhere. Turning around, the brunette noticed a hairdresser. The woman inside was cutting a customer's hair. The brunette looked at her reflection. She touched a black strand. Looking at her hair, she said that maybe she could grow it. There was a calendar on the wall. The white-haired girl adjusted the bow on her chest. The young man stretched. After the incident, he realized that now the incident from ESW can completely change and happen. He walked to school and thought, so he prepared and took countermeasures in every possible aspect. And even if he was prepared, he reminded himself that he should never be complacent. Complacency is absolutely forbidden. A blonde was approaching the school on a bicycle. The young man sat at the back. All the passers-by turned around. He was very scared because they were riding fast. The guy entered the school and said hello to Yona. They started writing something on the tablet. They were discussing heatedly what was happening. The girl took noodles with chopsticks and began to eat them. The young man was sitting next to her. The chef came up. The guys showed that they were very tasty. They, a shelter for homeless dogs. Rami leaned towards the puppy. Then the boys walked down the street, taking this puppy with them. Complacency is forbidden. Seo Younger raised her hand. Her phone broke. After some time, the boys found themselves in Dubai. They came to a mobile phone store to choose a new smartphone. The guy received a message from NARI with an offer to go for a walk in the park this weekend. The guys had a good time, had a picnic. They rode on the water on a catamaran, and with the actress, he went to events as her manager. The woman turned around and was unhappy about something. His sister was sitting on the couch and watching TV. Days changed to other days, regardless of such preparations. Time passed without incident, and now November has come. A notice came about a field trip in high school. Right before the field trip, the time when hearts can feed 3, the incident happened suddenly, without any warning, as if mocking Kang Lim's preparations. The guy walked down the hallway and received a message from a friend. Is that incident a real dragon? He scratched the back of his head, received another message about what kind of magic they used to cause all this. He needs to come quickly. He didn't understand what he was talking about. The classmates looked at him and giggled awkwardly. The young man turned and said, "Could it be? No, but it shouldn't be, it can't be." In the office they were discussing, "This boy again? Just madness, how could this be?" His friend coughed, continued to sit at the desk. The girl with white hair stood and smiled. The blonde came up and clarified if she really came to meet the boss with that same blue-haired Kang Lim with a strong approach. The girl smiled and answered that it was exactly like that. She came to meet with that same guy to keep the promise they made a long time ago. But why was she being asked about this? Siren came up and said that the boy was planning to create a football team. The princess replied that it could be that the road secretes a special pheromone. It is necessary to conduct a thorough examination in the near future. The blonde added that it is good. At the moment it is more commonplace than shocking. Na Yu stood behind the door and said that even for an expert, a lover of all mankind, this is incomprehensible. The young man drives her crazy. The brunette thought that this girl must also be a character from a webtoon. Sunabile was with him in middle school. She can't be the 5th or 6th. Classmates turned around and were surprised. The guy came. He went into the office and looked at everyone in surprise. The blonde came closer and said that in the world. Then the girl with white hair turned and said hello, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She missed him so much. The young man stood and did not know what to answer. Then he looked to see if there was anyone behind him, looked at her again and asked again if they were talking to him. The girl smiled and said yes, who else if not him, and asked if she still remembered their childhood promise. She closed her eyes and began the story. A long time ago, when the guys were still children, playing in the sandbox, the girl said that she would become his bride. They agreed on this. The boy extended his hand and said that it was a promise. They sat opposite each other and agreed that the punishment for lying would be 1,000 needles. Then she smiled and said that she had not forgotten about this promise for more than one night. If it were not for this promise, she would not have been able to hold out until now. The other girls were shocked, and her classmates also did not know what to say to this, and the main character himself stood and did not understand what was happening. The blonde came closer and said that they cannot continue like this, they need to tell everything. How much exactly? He interrupted her and said to wait a minute. He frowned and added that this was a prank from a hidden camera. What was happening? Not only was this flashback ridiculous, before this, he looked at the girl and thought who she was. Did he really know her? The whole class began to whisper. The girl came closer and said, did the young man really forget about her? This is so cruel. What kind of situation is this? He looked at her hair. This setup seemed strangely familiar to him, as if he had seen her over and over again. But in the comic there is no heroine with such hair. Her hair was white and with pink ends. He imagined the heroine and thought that there was not one like that, not to mention that all the ESW heroines had already appeared. Since then, Sunabile replaced the sisters. He continued to study the girl. Maybe it was someone from his reality, then it makes even less sense whether such a person could even exist. He imagined a picture of them swearing to each other as children. Why this ridiculous flashback? Promises that now she confused him with someone else. Then the little girl burst into tears, asked if it was true that one was sincere. The blonde ran up to her and asked her not to cry. This was just the boss in his repertoire. He thought it must be related to the comic. Considering how absurd it was, he did not understand what was happening. He looked up and asked her name. He should start with that. Da, he asked what kind of attitude this was, and the girl smiled and said that he had forgotten this too, but would mentioning it make him remember. She came closer and reminded him of their childhood memories when she looked him in the eye and said that it was a lie, just a joke, that this was their first meeting. She smiled and added that it would be a shame if there wasn't at least such a surprise at their first meeting. She always wanted to illustrate the scene of the promise in childhood. Then she leaned over and said that she had already made a childhood promise, Hong Soo-young and Hong Ki-young. Kang Lim was very surprised. Really? It can't be. The girl looked up. Her pseudonym is King Cupid. She is the author of ESW. The guy grabbed her hand. Then he pressed her against the wall and put his hand next to her. He looked and asked what her secret goal was. The girl turned away and said that I didn't know he had such a side, so assertive. It's good. The wall mode always works well. It's a classic scheme, but he doesn't need to be so very intense. The boy gritted his teeth and told him to stop talking nonsense. If she really was the author of the comic, the instigator of all this, then it was because of her that he suffered so much all this time, and after leaving a warning last time, what now? The girl closed her eyes and said that it was inevitable. She also had her own circumstances. Then she said that it took too long to explain everything. The guy couldn't stand it and punched the wall. It scared her. Then he came closer and told the girl to tell him everything, not to leave anything out. He looked at her from under his brows and added that if he was the only one suffering, he might have left everything as it was. He could have simply treated it as a lightning strike, calling it bad luck or an incredible adventure and laughing about it. Then he began to clench his fist. But not in this case. Then it is not clear how many times the others were on the threshold of death, how much suffering he had to endure because of this. He looked at her with angry eyes and said that he had to stop twisting his words. He needed to know the reason, why, for what purpose all this happened. The girl raised her hands and said that she understood everything. He definitely deserved to know, but first he had to move a little further away, too close. Then she put her hands behind her back and thought about where to start. She raised her head. All 6 heroines were born, and when the series was at the peak of popularity and had many positive reviews, she was seriously preparing for the next group of episodes. The girl continued to say that she could not continue the ESWSCR realization because at that time, she paused for a short time and said that she had been diagnosed with an incurable disease. Imagined as characters, with sleepy hands, doctors told her she didn't have long to live. As an author, she was more than blessed with love and thought she had lived a life with no regrets. Looked at the main character, except for one, hated not being able to properly finish the comic. Started creating characters again. There was so much content she wanted to show and so many scenes she wanted to draw, although she received a lot of criticism, but there were so many who encouraged and supported her. The girl sat in front of the computer for hours, despite everyone telling her to stop, stubbornly continued to write, decided not to put the pen down until the last moment. Suddenly, something appeared in the room. At that moment there was a being, a huge column of energy, and someone in a pantsuit came to her. The girl looked at him in surprise. At first she thought it was a grim reaper with a scythe or a broom of death. But this being smiled. They were able to talk. He introduced himself as Agent. He raised his hand and smiled when she asked him what it meant. He only said that he came from above, and the agent made her an offer. They were sitting in a room. Webtoons were quite popular in their day. The management specially allowed her to continue writing comics until the end. The girl listened attentively and asked what it meant. He answered that they were going to extend her life. She clenched her fists and happily asked again if it was true. Then she began to cough up blood. The agent folded his arms and said that there would be one condition. It was necessary to strengthen the logical sequence of the story even more than she had now. He raised his head and said that the main character is a man who decides everything alone with violence. That's all, isn't it? It was harshly criticized for being completely meaningless. He stood in front of her and said that he must admit he also agrees everything is always decided by brute force, perhaps more than logical sequence. He lacks realistic and intense development, and the girl replied that the main character was created by you as such an invincible character. The man told her that even considering that, it was unreasonable for him to do everything alone. How about introducing the main character's friend as a supporting character? She asked in surprise, is this a harem rom-com? Add another male character. To which she received the answer that the position of the main character's friend is quite normal, but besides, it is necessary to listen to him. Raised his hand and asked if it really has to be a harem. There are also many non-harem rom-coms. In fact, one-on-one romance has been trending for a while, hasn't it? The little girl asked in surprise, what kind of one-on-one romance is this? Then the agent introduced 2 people, exactly as it sounds. It's a genre where a couple is matched one-on-one from the start. It all starts with a statement that the 2 will end up together, so she doesn't have to worry about it and wear herself out with that kind of competitive anxiety. The reader watched the comic, wondering what if his favorite heroine doesn't end up with him. Introduced the comic because it focuses less on the big event, more on everyday life, so it's lighter and allows for a variety of one-on-one pairings, thus showing off the diversity of male and female characters. Introduced not one couple, but several. Introduced a multitude of Romanovs and said that's why they dominate modern realities. Countless works can prove. The girl noted that he knows quite a lot. Then the agent raised his hand and said that the harem genre became obsolete back in the 2000 seconds. From now on ESW will turn into a piece of romance one-on-one life in. Then the writer started shouting that she doesn't know anything here, abruptly switches to informal speech. She raises her hand and starts shouting that he doesn't know anything, adding the main male role would violate the theme, and besides, the point is a harem, doesn't he understand? Isn't he familiar with MXXO Orange or XXD Luxna? The agent was surprised and asked her again how old she was. Then he frowned and asked who was watching them now. The girl replied that she needed to take her words back and quickly apologize, then apologized to the respected seniors for the fact that this fool said that. The writer was very angry, argued with this agent all night, but they could not come to a common opinion. While they were arguing, her condition worsened and was close to actually fainting. The agent raised his hand and said that then nothing could be done. First he would provide her with authorship. The girl began to shine, did not understand what was wrong with her body. Could everything be healed? He said that this was not all. Authorship allows everything that is possible. Then he came closer and said that it was necessary to prove that her way of developing the plot was possible. She took off her glasses and asked again, what did he mean? The man introduced the heroes. In fact, among the authorities there were opinions, as she had, that even in reality one person can save all the heroines. It was necessary to check whether this is true or not by choosing someone for the role of the main character. Mentally transferred the person to the book, anyone will do. You can choose anyone, and move him to the world of the comics. This will be her test. The girl tensed up and said that her meeting with him The agent smiled and said that it was true, the search for a candidate is also possible with the help of authorship. The blonde began to scream how to use it. A status window appeared in front of her. He raised his hand and said that it was difficult for the human body to use authorship, that perhaps it would be advisable to use it on oneself. Then he looked to the side and said that for this it was necessary to look through information about 1 billion people, usually for this purpose the carrier is used. He looked at the table and said that a laptop would be quite suitable, you need to put your hand on it. Then she came up, everything around began to fill with energy. Different people began to appear, information about them. There were many schoolchildren and a schoolgirl. With the authorship embedded in this laptop, she would be able to look through similar profiles, all people around the world, and even watch their lives, like a camera, find the most suitable person with it. The girl raised her hand and asked if this was okay. Didn't this seem like an invasion of their privacy? The agent came closer and said that everything was fine, she was going to die anyway. Then he turned and added that besides, the authorities were not really bound by such concerns. There was a lamp on the table, many books, she had a month to choose a candidate. She studied the questionnaire after the questionnaire, continued serializing until the last day, wondering who could prove her beliefs. The choice was great, maybe a genius with an IQ of 200, or a rich handsome heir, maybe a national champion in athletics. She frowned and thought, who should she choose as her hero, capable of saving the heroine from crisis situations? She came across Kang Lim's questionnaire, you have to do it in moderation, it upsets the human, why are all the main characters like this? The young man took the phone and started shouting that he would never refuse, if it were him, he would have already thought about dating and getting married. He started boxing, he could probably fight if he tried, the girl listened attentively. Then she started shouting that then it was worth trying to do this, and she pressed the enter button, the choice was irreversible. Then she scratched the back of her head and said with a smile that this is how it is, the young man was chosen, he was furious. Then he put his hand to his forehead and said no, what is this? The girl came closer and said that to be honest, at first she also thought that everything was doomed. She should have looked at this shitty otaku who didn't understand anything, a simple student moving the story forward. She tried to persuade the agent to cancel once, she didn't understand what to do with this child. She cried and begged him to give her loops, it was intended as a kind of advantage. Then she smiled and said that as a result, yes, he really did a great job. For this she sincerely expresses her gratitude to him. The young man came up and said that this was absurd. In the end, he was used only because of one slip of the tongue in this little bet with the agent, by the way. The writer looked at him and said that he should watch his words, this is not just a little bet, ESW is her everything. The brunette looked and said that now, why did she appear? No, before that, what was the reason for the change in the plot? She remembered how she wrote, said that it was a temporary measure for a fair competition, like a balance correction. It's one thing to use information from comics for your own benefit, but if they completely block episodes or deviate from the intended path, it will be an unfair assessment. She watched as the boy canceled the event. This includes such unnecessary actions as trying to find her. Poe looked at him and said that that's why she kept an eye on him and if necessary, everything was a setup, the boy asked again. The girl remembered how she constantly watched him, controlled all the events, was nearby, and the boy did not know, but since he transferred, she was near them, sometimes with the authorship from afar, other times with her own eyes. Then she raised her head and said not that it concerned him in any way, but as an author, seeing her own characters come to life, it is incomprehensible how happy she is from this. The girl opened her eyes and said that this also made it difficult to simply observe. The agency agreed that this was enough for passing. The brunette listened attentively as the writer said that the final test was to introduce Sunabial. She replaced the crises that were supposed to happen. She extended her hand and said that it passed and it was successful, proved her beliefs. The clash ended with their victory with her, came to announce the end of the game. Then she turned around and walked on, so she said that once their clash ended, it was inevitable that they would have to meet. The young man said that he did not like this atmosphere of a one-sided ending. In any case, did this mean that there were no more incidents related to ESW? The girl answered that yes, none, it was over, now everything that happened, it remained to do this. The writer turned and with a smile said that the young man should be sent back to his original world. He looked at her and asked again, the original world, what did she mean? And she answered that it was exactly as it sounded, returning him to where he was, a world without incidents related to the comic book and life-threatening situations. She raised her hand and said about the world without the heroine she created. Kang Lim looked at her and asked if it was true that she was talking about. The girl smiled and said yes, he had nothing more to do here. The guy started yelling at her not to make him laugh, who would want that? The writer turned around in surprise and asked why the boy was yelling at her. He was a little surprised, asked again, didn't quite understand. Then he raised his head and said that in any case, there was no need, she didn't need to send him back, absolutely not, if she sent him back, she would not tolerate it. He came closer and said that for her they could have been just chess pieces in a bet with a risk to life. He imagined situations from the past, but for him, the girls were not just characters, but real people, the most precious, who were part of his life after countless risks. He frowned and said that in a world without them now, he would rather die again and again than accept this. The woman started laughing and asking what it was about. These girls are just characters. Thanks to the authorship, they really became people here. Then she folded her arms and said that the boy was upset because the rewards did not match his efforts, although it was something like a bonus since, well, she would give him more rewards. In fact, she had already discussed this with the agent. When he returned to his original world, he would receive one wish. Of course, a wish like more wishes and are forbidden. After that, she added that she should just say something that he wanted, money or maybe. But the guy stood his ground and said to forget, he was not going anywhere. He came closer and said that if he needed to wish for something, it was to be with them. If this was a world without them, he did not need money or anything else. The girl scratched the back of her head and said that this was problematic. Then she came closer and asked if he could stop complaining. It was really annoying. She poked his finger in the chest and added that he was no longer needed. It was better to make a wish and come back. While he was asking politely, she would even let him say goodbye. The boy looked at her and said that he understood everything. The answer was the same, no matter how many times she asked. He had no intention of returning, or rather, he had no intention of leaving. He stood his ground, said that this was his place and his place was with them. It was daytime. The writer leaned over and said that he better not make her his enemy, otherwise he would regret it, because she had to send him back no matter what. If he insisted, then she had no choice but to use her methods. He smirked at the boy and said that he shouldn't worry, this is what he chose, there will be no regrets. As she left, the girl waved her hand and said that she would see how she would survive from now on. She closed the door behind her, and the boy looked up and said that it all seemed surreal. But it was refreshing, so refreshing. Did this mean that everything related to comics was over? He smiled and said that it was obvious. It looked like the situation was over with them, so he should be careful. This is the author King Cupid. He is definitely up to something. Well, he thought that this was a problem for another time. At that moment, the girls came to him and started saying that he needed to explain who it was, what kind of promise to get engaged at the moment. He picked up his phone, saw 7 missed calls from the brunette, a message from the actress. Should he deal with this first? The day went on. Then night fell, late evening, the lights of the city were burning. Everything around was enveloped in the light of windows and lanterns. The young man was sleeping in his bed. At that moment the earth began to change, as if the world had changed to another. He turned the page, and the boy continued to sleep. In the morning the alarm rang. He woke up, sat on the bed and said that he felt like he was in a nightmare. He left the room. Something was wrong, a certain feeling of anxiety, a feeling that something had happened in one part, and was this King Cupid wet to do something? Then he was very surprised. Something was wrong, I feel Nick, without anxiety. In front of him stood his sister, who asked if he had gotten up early for a change. He shouldn't just stand there, let him help. He ran up to her and started grabbing her by the shoulders, asking if the girl knew. She answered why suddenly. The boy continued to shout, does he know or not? He needs to answer quickly. Maybe while he was sleeping, he was sent to the original world. Definitely not. What if he had already returned to the world without them? The girl jumped off and started shouting that she knew why she was worried early in the morning. The brother replied that he understood everything. What a relief. The girl shouted to her mother what happened. Her mother paid attention and started asking something. But the young man put his hand to his chest and thought that since the comic ended, he had been on the screen. Perhaps it was just his imagination. He was walking to school and thinking that it must be just his imagination. He can't say such things. People were paying attention to him. He kept thinking how it happened. Bad mouth again. So far he's only avoided the ending of the dream, but he doesn't know what about the rest. The boy covered his face with his hands, said that he and Mia were here after all. A brunette came up from behind. The girl looked at him and said that his gaze was again some kind of dead fish, but still not too late, already good. She came closer and asked, how are you? Did something happen? The guy was a little confused and replied that he was just thinking, decided to ask if she knew Dahi and Siren. Yoonga looked at her friend and said yes, but why all of a sudden? He looked ahead and thought, everything is definitely fine, but somehow he feels out of place. He can't do anything, he has to see it with his own eyes. Then he ran forward as fast as he could and said that he just needed to run. They would see each other after school. He went into the office. His classmates were in front of him. The board was being wiped by a blonde. He came closer and said that he was very glad to see her today. The girl responded in kind. She turned around and asked if the guy was helping her with the cleaning today. He thought about the tone, why it sounded so good. He picked up the phone and said did he really go back in time? No, he was afraid that this happened, but everything is fine. The girl looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Other friends were standing in the background and discussing something. The young man raised his hand and waved to them, asked if they could come over for a second. He wanted to ask something. The girls turned around and said good morning, welcome. They were waiting for him. The boy stood in place and thought it was a relief. He asked what happened. Well, the girls ran past him. They turned to the guy. The brunette turned around. The blonde said that he was a little late. The guy put his hand to his chin and apologized. He was helping an old lady with her luggage on the way here. A young man with red hair, the main character of the comic, came in, said that in any case, good morning to everyone. The brunette looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was happening. His classmates began to greet him, saying that Kang was here. The brunette stood to the side and thought that this was the worst of all, watched as the girls approached the guy. He drooped a little, listened as the young man again helped someone along the way. This is him, as always. The blonde smiled and said that she understood why she helped them so much before. Well, really. The boy raised his hand and said with a smile this topic again. He was already embarrassed. Kang looked and thought that she could intuitively say, not just appeared, but will return to himself the role of the main character. He looked at the young man, thought that this was the place that he occupied. The main character ran along the corridor, thought that he was in big trouble, late everywhere. It was Kang, if you do not go into the meaning of his name, just an ordinary high school student. He ran into the office with a sandwich in his mouth, leading a typical high school student life, which can be found anywhere in their country. He fell and did not understand what was happening. Siren was sitting next to them. The guys bumped into each other. She said hello and apologized, said she was in a hurry and it was an accident. The guy looked at her and said that everything was fine. He was as strong as a truck, so it was okay. A blonde came up from behind and asked if it happened again. Both were too clumsy. The guys said hello to her. Rami leaned over and asked what they were doing. Were they going to stay out late again like last time? She heard this one say no. Was it that late already? The young man and his friends were standing near the school. Okay, it was not for him to say this. Since he was late himself, he thought they should hurry up. A car pulled up. From there they said that since they were on the same way anyway. A princess and an actress were sitting inside. They offered to give them a ride. The actress noted that they were lucky to go to the same school with her. The guy smiled and said that unlike the ordinary him, all his friends are so unique, but all are really kind and wonderful people. Thanks to various situations, got to know each other better, and together overcame many difficulties. He imagined the office, often spending time doing extracurricular activities with students of a club called OMKO, as if something was wrong. But that is not the point. He squeezed and thought that of course, these peaceful days will not last forever. After all, it is not for nothing that they say that if you want to make God laugh, tell him about your plans. He raised his hand up. For the sake of his precious friends, he will rise as much as necessary. The guy stood and looked at the sky, thinking that he will never let those who stand in his way get away with it. Ho-chun came up and asked why it seemed to him that the young men never had a calm day at school. He greeted him and asked how the preparation for the taekwondo competition was going. Everything okay. The brunette replied that last time he helped him a lot with training. What about him? Thought about his offer and participate in the competition. Then the boy thought about it and said that if the guy takes part, then. The blonde ran up and interrupted him. What is even more important? The club. The guys were discussing all this in the office. They know everyone will gather, exactly, as she mentioned last time, a party with a snack. The brunette stood and thought that this was a complete collapse. He looked at the girl and thought that he saw that Dahi does not behave with this guy like a sweet girl. This means that all his painful days did not disappear without a trace. He lowered his head and thought that his role, his achievements, this man took everything from him. He clenched his fists and thought about whether he should consider this a success. At least this wasn't a scenario where it was all just a dream, so Dahi and the others were saved, right? He frowned and thought this was complete bullshit. There was no way he would accept this outcome. Screw it, just looking at this scene made his blood boil. He remembered the writer. This was what she had warned him about, a declaration of war. Yes, something was probably done with this so-called authorship. The protagonist could never have done this alone. He stood in front of them and thought that he expected the girl to do something. And he thought that he was used to absurd situations. He also thought that if everyone was together, everything would have worked out, but since everything turned out like this. The guys in front of him were laughing, and the guy thought that he simply had to somehow return this confusing world to its usual course. But how? What other way could there be? He went to him and thought that he didn't know, couldn't think straight, but if he just stood aside, he would go crazy. He turned to the blonde. She turned around. He said that he wanted to ask her a favor, to talk alone. It wouldn't take much time. She asked why all of a sudden. He had also recently tried to tell her something. The boy got angry and said that he was just asking to go with him, not to talk to a sweet girl in such a tone. The girl was surprised and asked what was going on. They weren't even close, so why? A young man came up and asked what was going on. Kang put his hand on his shoulder and asked what happened. The brunette looked at him and thought that this guy had always been so annoying, asked him to stop. Siren came up and said that the guy was taking it out on the wrong person. The princess added that it was rude of him to interrupt like that. The brunette turned around and asked if this was a joke. Everyone stared at him, while he shouted that the girls should remember everything. He looked at them and said that you did not do this, creature. The main character stopped him, looked into his eyes and said that he could tolerate if they started a quarrel with him, but if for some reason he pestered his friends, he would not forgive it. The blonde came up and said that it was better for him to rest today, and she would talk to the teacher so that the boy could go home early. He stood and thought that he did not like it when they teased him as a loner, but this is especially not what he wants. He looked at the eyes of his girlfriends and thought that he should not talk about him like that. He should not look at him like that, as if he were a stranger, as if he were an enemy. He pulled his hand away. He ran forward and thought that of course he knew it was not their fault, but a lot. The young man turned the corner and saw a crowd who said that they were fans and were watching the concert of the idol goddess, asking for an autograph. There was an actress standing there and giving autographs to everyone. The guy pushed his way through the crowd and asked how she was at their school. He thought that the girl was the same. Well, what exactly had changed? He ran closer. Maybe she remembered him. No. The girl turned around and asked why all of a sudden, scared her. Maybe this guy was at one of the fan meetings. Kang was very surprised. People started pushing him and asking who it was, like a classmate of the main character. Rami was sitting at the table and telling fortunes with cards. Some misfortune could be ahead, but she had the opportunity to overcome it. Then she suddenly turned to the side. A brunette was standing at the threshold of the office. The girl picked up the card and asked if the young man had come to tell fortunes with cards. She was a little busy now. It would be better to come a little later. The boy raised his head and said that it was okay. Meanwhile, in the office, the teacher asked where Kang was. The blonde bowed her head and said he had been here before, but must have left. It turned out he was in a bad mood. While the girl was saying that he might be in the infirmary or already at home, the author was laughing in the background. The boy was sitting on a bench near the school. His friend came up to him and asked what happened. The friend recognized him. The brown-haired man came closer and said that he would have said something. The boy did not answer his calls. The brunette asked if he really remembered him. Yang Su looked at him and asked what an obvious question. The boy thought correctly. He was so shocked that he did not understand this before when he came to this school. He calmly spoke with the brunette, maybe because they were friends before the incident with the comic book. At least everything is fine in this. A friend came up and said that he heard that before the start of classes there was a commotion in the class. The boy thought in their class he was the only one on his side. Then the classmate added that everyone said that he and his benefactor were clinging to him. If he tells him what happened, he will help as much as he can. The brunette turned to him and asked again, who did he just mean? The boy adjusted his glasses and said that he meant his benefactor. Of course, isn't it obvious that he was talking about Ngong? After all, everything that brought him to Yerim happened thanks to him. The brown-haired man came closer and said that this is why he wants the two of them to stop fighting. Is he really not listening to him now? Then he scratched his head and added that he thought he needed some time to cool down. Let him know if he needed help. The brunette lowered his head. He drank his drink. Then he looked ahead and said that he couldn't hold back and swear. Honestly, now he should even be grateful. If only it was moderately shitty, it would be moderately painful and moderately bad for him. Then he got up from the bench. Everything was so bad that he was desperate enough to resist. He got up and decided that he would accept the fight. He had nothing more to lose. What does the girl want? Topple laughed and answered, shouldn't he first thank her for making the heroines the protagonists' friends? The boy grimaced and said that if she had gone this far, she had long since ceased to be an author, and the situation was already bad enough. She was bullying people and treating his friends like toys. She should answer before she got hurt. What did she really want? If she had waited here, then she had something to say, so what would she want from him right now? The girl put her head in her hands and said that she had told him that she had to send him back to his home world. She smiled and added that since he stubbornly refused, so be it, she would do everything possible to send him back. The boy thought that when she received the power to start calling up situations from the comics, the way the world was created had a decisive solution. It was not the ESW setting that was imposed on the old world. He imagined the connection of objects, thus creating an ordinary comic book world. Then he imagined how the story was imposed on a new world. Instead, the setting of the old world was removed and replaced with fragments of the comic book to create another, independent real world. Remembered the logo, in other words, the fictional world became a real, independent world. But this implies that in the old world from which the comic was taken, destroyed the logo in his head, more Webtoon salvation, 6 brides, no longer exists. The girl lowered her head and said that the original plan was for them to return to the old world, close this world, turning it back into a Webtoon. The young man listened to her attentively. His stubbornness made everything very difficult. If he stayed, they would not be able to close this world if she returned to the old world alone. She stood up and said that this means that sending a world where this comic will not exist means that she will not be able to complete the serialization. Now understand. The girl gritted her teeth when she was given the final diagnosis. She regretted only this. She had a fatal argument with the agency. and somehow won. She came closer to him and added that because of his stubbornness, she must part with ESW, with her creation, for nothing. Then she turned away, raised her hand and said that she shouldn't even think about suggesting something crazy like republishing in this world. She winked and said that the thought of participating in the competition again terrified her. Besides, the desire to postpone her death was not for this place. She shouldn't think that she could just choose the worlds he liked. The guy came over and said that it seemed like she couldn't force him to go back. The girl put her hands behind her back and said that it was like that. If he refused, even if she didn't like it, she couldn't do anything. That's why she had no choice but to create today's situation. That's why she asked him. She turned around and asked with a smile if he really wanted to stay, a beautiful phrase, so what would he answer this time? In a sense, he should be grateful. She personally eliminated all the old attachments he might have, including all the memories of him in the heroine's minds. Kang Lim stood silently and listened. Then he put his hand to his forehead and said that he understood. In the end, it was all about her, wasn't it? He came closer and said that the girl was selfishly using him in her so-called bets or something like that. Hadn't he been manipulated enough? Who followed her wishes and won for her? He came closer and asked what the girl was now telling him to forget everything and leave. Nothing like that. Let him leave him. The author looked up and asked if he really thought he could live here and none of them would remember what happened to him. She stood next to him and added that she really wanted to say that she would ignore it. What then? What was she going to do? The boy replied that it was worth returning everything to normal, if necessary, using the agency. The girl held onto the bag and said that this was an absurd proposition, and the boy noticed it. The bag had been with her since the first time they met. The boy pointed to the bag and said that he thought it was small. It fit a laptop, which is a means of using her authorship. It is there, then with it he could use this power to change this world. The author looked up and asked if he really thought it would work. The boy continued to look at the bag and said that if it didn't work, would she take care of it and carry it with her? The laptop is important, so she keeps it close to her body. In fact, it's funny even to explain. Remembered the president. That reworked idea with the USB drive, couldn't use it in the comic, so decided it was a good idea. While the girl was looking at him, he added that all the incidents from the comic that appeared in her head. He stood right in front of the girl and said that they were all torn by him, and now he is here, basically above her head, so there is no need to try to fight him. He already sees through her. The girl clapped and said, "Wow, really? The main character you chose is impressive, usually ignorant, but sensitive when it matters. Not to mention that he has become quite good at fighting, which is why, as I said earlier, I did not come here for negotiations." The boy grabbed her by the shirt and said that if talking does not help, he will simply solve it by force. She looked at him and replied, "What a pity, I would have given this a 90, I understood everything correctly, but I missed the most important detail. It is true that she waited for him after school to talk. But does she know why she waited here? Because it was here that she promised to meet him." The boy looked at her and did not understand what this was about. Then the author grinned and said that it was true that Ngong and the heroes were just friends, but at the same time she never said that the young man was lonely. He was very surprised. "Just do not tell him." And the girl added that just in case something like this happens, she prepared this circumstance. A wall was destroyed nearby. She explained that she made the main character her boyfriend. Chairs flew in different directions. A boy entered the office. With burning eyes, he came up and asked if this guy was here again. The brunette turned around, and the writer shouted that she needed help. This man was trying to grope her. The main character clenched his fist and said that it was not enough for him to occupy his friends. Now he began because of his girlfriend. He swung and said that he was watching. It didn't really get to him. The boy tried to hide from the blow. Everything around him started to shine. You could even hear it on the street. The young man lowered his head and thrust his fist forward. The brunette looked and didn't understand what was happening. There was a huge hole in the wall next to him. The boy turned around and was surprised. The superhero pushed the girl away and said that they had to hide behind him. It was dangerous here. The young man thought that the bosses of the ESW episodes he had encountered were undoubtedly strong, but they didn't exceed human limits. But Ngong was on a completely different level. The boy ran forward and thought that he was created to defeat everyone without hindrance, being a character created with unlimited power. He continued to offend. Realism, rationality, not a drop of common sense. The young man flew up to him from above. He struck right in front of his face, and with his heel he broke the floor. A huge column of energy rose up from the building. Even a small crack appeared in the sky. The young man stood in front of him. The guys were near a huge hole that went through all the floors. Kang Lim turned around and said that this was too much. He could be called a human by everyone, but not just the strongest. He was the strongest among all supernatural action games. The young man looked at him and said that he missed on purpose. He should apologize while he could. The blonde ran up and said that she had never seen the full strength of the main character. That's why she should mess with his girlfriend. The classmates were peeping and thought that this was happening, some kind of explosion, an earthquake. Kang scratched his head and said that it was nothing special. He apologized for the inconvenience. He was guilty, just a small quarrel with a classmate. He tried to explain something to him. The brunette stood up and said that he had caused a disaster. The classmates turned around and said that they just shouldn't make too much noise. Since it was this guy, then everything was clear. The brunette started shouting, "What are they talking about?" Completely blinded. "Calm down after that, there is no point." The author laughed and said that this is all Kang. She looked at him. The first ability is unlimited power, invulnerable, invincible, and flawless. The second ability is the influence of his charisma on people's perception. No matter what he does, his actions will be understood and accepted. Why? Because he is Kang, literally the main character. She took her hand to the side and said that it is worth forgetting about the police and other similar tricks. He himself understands. He has used the public too often. He shouted that now is the time for jokes. How can he even defeat this man? The author said that he has no chance. Then Kang stuck the boy's head into the floor. Then he raised his head and said that he is not very smart, and I do not really understand what they are talking about, but I am sure of one thing, that the guy is too hostile to his girlfriend. The girl spread her hands and said that this embodiment of the all-powerful character from fantasy, any child, it is quite natural for the main character. What is surprising, you have to give up, throw away everything that was left of his pride. He himself understands that this was originally the role of Kang. While the boy was lying face down on the floor, she added that it was time to return you. This was a simple temporary replacement. The guy said about 150 chapters. The author asked again. He answered that comparing with the comic, he went through 150 chapters, and all this time he was with them. They overcame even what was not in the comic, which was not even planned, and these are only their memories. They are theirs. Kang listened and did not understand what was happening. Kang was lying face down on the floor and said that the author stole and offers to pretend that nothing happened. They are characters with whom you can play for your own pleasure. But still we manipulate their memories and erase them, then show him the result, trying to force him to leave this world. He added that he would repeat this as many times as necessary. Then he raised his head and said that it would be better to die already, let her bring his friends back. The boy also continued to shake and said that the time spent with them was priceless, even if less than a year, but thanks to her, it seemed like years had passed, no decades. The guys were in the classroom. He began to list names: Dahi, Siren, Rami, Yoonyoung, Kwonmia. He would never give them up and would not abandon them. Then he was hit face down on the floor again, and the boy said that he was a fool, only after becoming a real loner was able to realize. He raised his head and explained that he was able to realize how much he loved them all. The writer looked at him carefully. She watched and thought about Morocco. It seems that everything is happening the way this guy wanted. Last night, some situation happened. The girl sat at the computer and said, "So the world will change at dawn?" The agent replied that everything is correct. She has already tamed him to use her power. Then she said that to rule the world according to one's own desires is what it means to be an author. She spread her hands and said that it is more important that it is thanks to her that the guy got into the place of the main character. She watched him all the time. She knows what hurts him the most. She continued typing and said that after this she will immediately raise the white flag. She may not immediately agree to return him to their world, the agent said, as he wants, but if he came closer and said that if the guy holds out, he deserves at least a chance. She turned and asked what chance he was talking about. She was not satisfied with this. The man came closer and said that they were also not satisfied with something. A battle with a predetermined outcome is boring. He frowned and said that this confrontation is possible due to the kindness of his superiors. They do not need such a one-sided battle. A walk in the park would be more interesting. He looked at the laptop and said that cheating is not funny, and watching something like this is too boring. It should at least be funny. The author raised her head and said that no one told her anything about this. They said that in this world she can do whatever she wants. The agent came up and replied that he was talking about a fair fight and did not take any side. Even if she had an undeniable advantage, the other side should have at least some chance. As soon as their fight was over, they would meet in any case, otherwise it could not be called a confrontation. The girl threw back her hair. A fair fight instead of beating the powerless, okay, but as long as she had power, she would remain omnipotent. The agent came up from behind and said that there was no need to attract too much attention. Her abuse of power had already been unstable. The girl asked to agree that Kang had no chance to survive. The guy looked at her carefully. The writer came up and said that a voluntary return would be the best outcome for them. The guys looked up. She said to listen carefully. They would soon have a school trip. They had to decide everything once and for all. She took out her bag and said that, by the way, he guessed right. This laptop is the key to power. If during the trip he takes the laptop, the world will return as he wants. It will be his victory. She frowned and added that if he fails and does not manage to do anything in the allotted time, then her victory, and he will face the worst possible consequences. The boy asked again. The girl explained that this world is something like a temporary file. She imagined him as a ball, and the girls were hanging from below. The core is the heroine's names. They held him, but if they forget, break off all relations with him, then he will begin to gradually move away from the world, and eventually will be expelled. Only expulsion is not the same as movement. Since this world is not stable, if he is expelled, he will get stuck in the gaps between the worlds and will be finally deleted. She imagined how this ball dissolves. In other words, the young man will die. He looked at her attentively and listened. Then the author came up and added, like a file damaged during movement. If this happens, no cycles will help. That's it, the end, so a voluntary return for him. She raised her hand and said that he has time until the end of the trip, and this is not a warning. This is a warning. In any case, he can just wait until he is deleted, calmly return to his world. Close this one. Continue serialization of ESW. The guy continued to lie on the floor and asked, so he just needs to get a laptop during the trip and everything is fine, and if he does not fix it, his friends will degenerate simple characters and he will die. He got up and said that this is easy, and what is this whole atmosphere for? I always thought that the cycles can end, so until now I was always ready to risk my life every time. He got up and added that the girl decided to scare him with something like that. She turned around and said that the author, the god of this world, and he wants to make her, almost omnipotent, his enemy, then called Gong, told him to leave this fool. The young man was a little confused, so the writer got angry and shouted, asked if he really is not going to listen to his girlfriend. At that moment, the guy humbly ran after her. School corridor. The brunette spat out blood. He raised his head and said that he promised to hit him in the face. After some time, he left the store, walked down the street and thought, but he had a good opportunity. It is worth being more joyful, but still feels some fear. One word from her, and Gong turns into an obedient doll. Looked ahead and thought that if she tells him to drop the laptop, isn't this the end? Try to fight him, it is impossible for anything. Continued to walk forward, each time complaining about all these difficulties. But now everything is much more serious, even some superpowers will not help him much. Remembered how their classmates just left. This gives the ability and say perception. Well, now his usual tricks will not work. Then raised her head and thought how he managed until now, without cycles and without any tricks, all that was left for him. Looked at the sky and thought that he should help others. The guy continued to stand. Since when did he start relying on others so much? As for an otaku and a boss, this is a blow to his pride. The young man sat at home and treated his wounds. It's not like he has no one to turn to. His friends are still here. He was sticking a bandage on his face, but there could be problems with his friend. He wouldn't just go over to his side, and if he could persuade him, he shouldn't forget the risks. He fell on the bed. He thought that these risks were related to the cycles. I don't know if they work now or not. If they do, it's too dangerous for guys not from ESW to mindlessly call them into this. His hand was hanging off the bed. Everything could go back to the starting point. He needed someone from the comics, someone who doesn't like Gong. He lay on the bed and thought, if only such an ideal candidate existed. He jumped up sharply. His fall, it exists, how could he have forgotten? He drove up to the Starcats building. Nari was talking to her sister on the phone, asked if she would stay the night. They were standing in a cafe, but it's not worth saying what will happen to Gong. Da asked how many times to repeat, he has a girlfriend, and she has nothing to do with it, it just so happened that she was invited today. Then she added, why is her sister so hostile to Gong? The girl lowered her head and said that it is clear, okay, you need to be more careful, do not worry, she will take the children herself. The barista turned to her and said that the next one can make an order. She ordered 4 refreshing Americanos. The guy was sitting next to her. Yesterday he was in shock and did not notice, but he would not say that Gong stole the role from him, although he is friends with the others, as it should be. He looked at her. For some reason he behaved so nicely with him, a classmate. He remembered this situation. After the stalker incident she changed, then maybe the outcome of that incident is a little different here, otherwise she would not be so nice. He remembered the other girls. What about Siren? Why is she wearing her team's uniform? And the actress? Why is she attending their school? He sat, looked ahead and thought that he had checked the restaurant before. The brunette doesn't work there, although he's not completely sure, but she barely notices holes in history, so she called this world unstable. The girl was talking to a classmate. Maybe that's why her hostility towards Gong remained unchanged. This should somehow help make her an ally. He exhaled and thought that for her, the guy was an ordinary stranger. He took a cake, approaching her for no reason at all. The girl tried the delicious dessert. He thought it was a little scary. He turned around, although the fact that they were strangers was also not bad. If he mentioned something that would hurt her, no, he should forget. This was his last chance. The girls were sitting at the table and talking. The young man came up to her and addressed her. Then he waved his hand and said that he was lucky. Because that girl was Dahi's sister, he would like to discuss something related to her. The guys were sitting at the table. The brunette asked again about the name and said that it was very unusual. The young man answered, knocking at it. They were her older sister's classmates. Then he looked at her and asked if she hadn't told her. The girl replied that she didn't know him. He said that then maybe she had heard about Ngong. The girl looked at him and didn't answer. Then the young man scratched his head and said that it was a little awkward to say this, but the guys were going around with bad rumors about this. He was worried about the blonde, so he thought that at least his sister should know. The girl jumped up and asked what kind of rumors. This guy also seemed suspicious to her, and the young man thought that it was good. The girl bought it. We must continue in the same spirit and said that if he could describe Ngong in one word, Casanova, no, that's putting it mildly, rather a multifaceted embodiment of lust. The girl was horrified. Then the guy threw up his hands and added that he flirts with every girl he meets, without exception. This one, that one, and this one, and that one, and then winked everywhere and said that the girl herself understands, so and so. The brunette gun and asked the young man to call Ngong. She needed to discuss something with him. He started shouting. Did the girl really just want to talk? He needed to put that thing away. He took the mug and asked if she had calmed down. The girl lowered her head and said that yes, she was a little worried. It's just that her sister always goes with him and she couldn't hold back. He moved closer and asked if his sister was really worried. She raised her head and said that she held back only because her sister said that they were just friends, but if it weren't for something more, she wouldn't have left it like that. The brunette looked at her and asked again, had she ever encountered Ngong before? Well, I heard the answer that they only said hello, but even that was suspicious. Then the girl banged her fists on the table and said that there were rumors that he often communicates with many girls, but her sister says that he is too kind and cannot refuse others. But in fact, this is just a false indecision that allows him to play with other people's feelings. Either he wants many girls next to him, or he just enjoys seeing how girls compete with each other for him. At this moment, the main character imagined that they were talking about him. The girl added that in any case, he is a non-entity, an outcast, not worthy of attention. While the young man sat dejected, thinking that they were talking about Ngong, but why does it seem to him that it was about him? He smiled and said that perhaps he has some reason for this, began to justify him because of her own sense of guilt. The brunette jumped up and shouted what could be the reason for such behavior. Well, the young man replied that maybe they are not sure of their feelings for each other, or they are not sure whether their feelings are romantic. Nari looked at him and started screaming what to even say. Such an excuse doesn't make any sense at all. In this world, in addition to black and white, the only thing that can be distinguished is romantic feelings and friendship. Then the guy asked, how can you distinguish them? He listened carefully to the girl when she answered that it was easy. How can you confuse love and friendship? He said that he really doesn't know. That is, he means that Ngong may not know. She started drinking her cocktail and said that it was impossible. She herself had never experienced it, but love. She turned away and said that it was a feeling that could only be love. To the question of how it was, she answered that it was a desire to kiss another person and a desire to stay together all night, something like that, she said, and became very embarrassed. Then she jumped up and asked why the guy was making her say such embarrassing things. Was he really a pervert? Definitely a pervert. He shouted that he didn't force anyone. The girl said it herself. Then the brunette folded her hands and asked to wait a minute, now that she thought about it. He seemed suspicious to her too. It was strange that he suddenly came just to talk about Ngong. How did he even know that she was the girl's sister? The young man hesitated and said that he heard it from Dahi. After that, the girl took the phone and said that she wanted to call her sister to make sure. The guy agreed, but began to stutter. She replied that she knew it because she almost got caught. She turned around and said that he was Ngong's accomplice. The young man was surprised and asked why suddenly, to which he heard the answer that it was obvious. It was at his suggestion that he came here to seduce her because she had always told her sister to be careful with him. The brunette slammed his hands on the table and said that no, it was not like that. In fact, Ngong was against this. Then the schoolgirl looked at him and asked what was the matter then. He lowered his head and thought that he really needed help now, so he would have to mix the truth with lies a little, something Ngong's conspiracy during the excursion. He came closer and said that in fact, he began to think about whether it was right to trick the girl into helping him. Then wasn't she just being used? What was the difference between this and what the author did? He looked at her and thought that he had deceived and used them, but he didn't want to do it anymore. Even if someone was manipulating them, they were still individuals with their own will. The same people as them, living in this newly created world. He wanted to talk to them as equals, not as characters, but as a full-fledged person. It was time to finally tell everything. He raised his head and said that in fact, he thought it was time to tell about the loops, comics, and all the stories he had been hiding. The doors slammed in front of him. The guy looked at her and wondered why everything always ended with the door slamming. He started knocking on her and asking her to wait. Everything was supposed to go wrong. Wasn't this supposed to be a scenario with gaining sincere trust? The girl started screaming from the apartment for him to leave until she called the police. The brunette shouted that he should wait and open the door, let him explain again, to which the girl asked what to explain. Cycles. Comics are becoming reality, there is no need to talk nonsense. Is he really like a little child, regretting that he wasted time on such nonsense? Then the children came up and asked his sister who it was. The girl replied that there was no need to think about it, just a pervert. The young man thought that he could convince her if he was persistent enough. He continued to stand at the door and ask for another chance. The girl is all he has, but the question is why he speaks like that. Like a maniac, he replied that he will not leave, will stay here until he opens the door for him. Then the girl shouted that he is a real stalker, it's time to call the police. The young man pursed his lips. He leaned on the door and apologized, said that he would not disturb them, just wait quietly. If he suddenly changed his mind, he could open the door. Seriously, she was his only hope. The kid got out of the bath and told his sister that he had finished washing. She replied that the boy was great, said to call her sister and she would have dinner. Then she looked away and thought that some time had passed, probably the young man had already left. She looked at the intercom, the boy was still sitting by the door, maybe she should call the police. The guy was shaking from the cold. The girl decided that she should just forget about it. He would leave anyway someday. If he was here, even when her sister came in the morning, she would call the police. The little girl came up from behind and said that she wanted to eat. The brunette replied that she had almost finished cooking. She should wait a little longer. Then the sister asked what they were having for dinner today. The girl took off her apron and said that today there would be rice with vegetables and small pieces of meat, Appa's favorite dish. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and couldn't understand what kind of Appa she had just talked about. Memories of the brunette began to pop up in her head. She even remembered how he was lying on her lap and sleeping. She looked ahead and thought about what it was. It seemed like something flashed in her head for a moment. It couldn't be. Today was the first time she met this person. Was it a dream? The dishes were in the sink. She was washing the dishes when her brother came up and sneezed. Then he started shaking and said that he was cold. The girl turned around and asked what was wrong with him, decided to look at his face. Put his hand to his forehead. He had a fever. When did he have time? Then her sister came up and said that she had a sore throat. The children were lying in bed with a fever. The brunette climbed into the cabinet and thought about what to do. They didn't have any medicine. By this time, the nearest hospitals and pharmacies would already be closed. You shouldn't rely on pills to reduce the temperature because of the night shops. It seems there was a 24-hour pharmacy a little further. She left the room and decided that she would go check. If not, she would call the hospital. She started getting dressed and thought about her sister. It was too late to call her, and she was always taking care of them. She never stayed the night at friends, rarely went out to have fun. She didn't want to call her because of something like that. She left the house and remembered that guy. There was no one around. He left as expected. She went to the elevator, decided that there was no time to wait and went up the stairs. She started running abruptly. Her body didn't obey. It seemed she had caught a cold too. She started to lose consciousness. She was flying down the stairs and thought that it would hurt a little. Her sister would worry. She closed her eyes and thought that it was a pity. At that moment, someone's hand appeared. The guy grabbed her and said that it was close, asked if everything was okay. The brunette looked at him and asked what he was doing here. He replied that he said he would stay. He just ran to the pharmacy. Holding her in her arms, there was a bag of medicine hanging there. He had a feeling that she would need cold medicine. It seems he guessed right. The girl was in his arms and asked how someone knew. This is what he mentioned earlier, that he can already know the future through the webtoon. The boy was surprised, remembered their meeting in the cafe and said no. The thing is that she was constantly sneezing there, and on the way back he also sneezed. He remembered how many people were in the pharmacy when he went there yesterday. Everyone was talking about the spreading flu, so he just assumed. He smiled and said that it was just a lucky guess, and fortunately she was fine. The girl looked at him embarrassedly. Then the brunette said that in any case he would walk her to the room. She just needed to lie down and rest. She replied that she could not let a suspicious guy into the house. The young man stood up and said that there was no need to be afraid. He would just give her the medicine and leave. He couldn't leave her alone in such a state. If it was not true that he couldn't trust him, then he could call his sister right now and then leave. The brunette was embarrassed and said that it was okay, she could come in, but not for long, and she didn't need to call her sister. The children were sleeping in bed. The boy came up with a tray and said that the younger ones were sleeping. He brought hot tea in a thermos, so she should drink it little by little. The girl thanked him. She looked at him and asked if he had ever come to their house when she was not there. It felt like he knew this house like the back of his hand. He was surprised and said that he had already said that he was her older sister's friend. He had come once to study, then he couldn't say anything more. He scratched his head and said that now that he saw that everything was fine, he would go his own way. If she needed anything, she could just write to him. Then he realized that the girl didn't have his number. He turned around and said that he would write his number on a sticker before going. Don't be shy to contact him at any time. The brunette grabbed his sleeve. She sat on the bed and watched him go. She raised her head and asked him not to leave. Then she lowered her head and thought about what she was saying to the guy she met for the first time today. Just think that she was holding on to someone she barely let into her home and had a cold. She let him go and apologized. It was late. It was time for him to go home. His family might be worried. The young man turned around and asked if his sister knew when he would be back. The girl looked at him and said that in the late morning or at noon, to which she heard that in that case there was no problem, as long as it suited her. The forces were next to the bed and would stay with her until then. He smiled and added that it was hard to cope with difficulties alone, wasn't it? He had felt it on his own skin today, so he understood her well. He lowered his head and said that she shouldn't pay attention to him, that she needed to rest, that one of the characteristics of a boss was talking to himself. He was a little embarrassed and asked the girl if she thought about why exactly the boss. It was funny to explain, but the reason why the boss was. She was lying in bed and listening to him attentively. It seemed to her that she had fallen fast asleep and was having a very long dream. She was in the clouds, although she couldn't remember the exact content of the dream. One thing was absolutely clear: laughter, tears, anger. There were so many emotions, and among them the most valuable was the warmth of the heart that she shared with someone. Morning came. The girl woke up. She got up and saw a note. It was written there that the young man left because he thought the blonde was about to return, cooked porridge and put it in the refrigerator so that she could warm it up later, and also wrote his number. While the brunette was looking at the note, someone came up and asked if she had woken up. Did they really feel bad last night and invite someone? She picked up her phone. Then she threw it on the bed and said that everything was fine, just a cold. In response, she heard that she should call her when the children get sick. On the bed lay the phone with the sent message. It was written there that she wanted to hear more about the story from the webtoon, which the guy mentioned earlier, asked when he would be free. The brunette exhaled and said that this was such an incredible story. They were sitting on the bus. It turns out that the sisters are characters in comics that came to life and faced crises, made friends with him. Then the original author shows up for some kind of fight or something, and the original protagonist, Kang, took the place of the pervert, and the final fight will take place on the upcoming school trip. The boy raised his hand and said that she summed it up well. The girl turned around and asked if this was really not a fairy tale. The boy lowered his head and said that it was true. Well, even for him it sounds like a lie. He understands perfectly why she didn't believe it. The brunette lowered her head and said that she didn't say that. Then she looked at him and said that she never said that she didn't believe him. She believes it now. It sounds unbelievable, but she believes everything this guy told her. The boy was surprised, thanked her and said that he wasn't joking. It means a lot to him. The bus continued to drive through the city. She said that if she didn't believe, she wouldn't have gone so far. Bus station. The little girl got off the bus and said that they really did it, skipped school and came to another city. The guy got out after him and said that this place is for their school excursion. It's worth presenting as training, to study the area. The girl put her hand to her forehead and said that if only it were so easy to persuade her sister. The brunette looked at her and said that they would find a way. But first they needed to eat something. He was hungry and the girl hadn't eaten anything today. The guys came to a cafe. Then they walked in the park and ate buns. They talked and walked a lot. Suddenly it dawned on her that this was a real date. The young man raised his hand and said that they came here just to look around the area. Isn't that normal? Says the self-proclaimed loner who is too used to dating. He lowered his head and said that they came here for inspection. It was useless to resist. Even his usual tricks were useless, but they still had information about the comic that they could use to their advantage. He presented a notice of the excursion. They know what incidents will happen during this excursion. Now the best they can do is to research in advance and create favorable conditions for themselves. The girl raised her head and said that she understood this, but their opponent is the author who planned these incidents. I wonder if the traps will work against someone who knows ESW better than him. The young man thought about it and said that, to be honest, he was also skeptical, and so, before that they need to. He looked at her and said that they need to make the author feel safe. The brunette added that they need to create conditions for rapprochement. The boys continued walking through the park. Right, the weaker side often starts by looking for the weakness of the stronger side, since the protagonist is exceptionally strong. King Cupid may have areas where he unknowingly relaxes and lets down his guard, so preparation and basic sense of security are key. The girl raised her hand and said that it was worth waiting. If we put aside the details, the two of them were clearly not enough. Na frowned and said that she understood that she could not ask Yang-soo and Jang-ah for help, but was there really no one else who could help? The boy closed his eyes and said that if he asked if there was no one at all, there were two, but he was not sure whether they would go over to their side or not. It was not clear yet. He would try to contact them. For now he just needed to think about the two of them. The purpose of their preparation was clear. He imagined a garden with sunflowers. Since Cupid and Kang would probably be together on an excursion, the key point would be to somehow separate them. The brunette turned and asked if it was possible if the author insisted that they stay together, to which she received the answer that it seemed that it was not such a convenient power as hypnosis. It was more like he was being dragged along just because she was his girlfriend. The little girl asked if he was really willing to destroy his school to kill him. What a lack of principles. Kang lowered his head and said that it was not only because he was angry because of the girl, it was an excessive obsession with justice. The main principle of the protagonist in ESW introduced the young man and said that that was why he was often criticized, was unable to put up with even minor injustice. In other words, he adhered to principles, but it was unpleasant to read, so his only mistake led to this. Thus the agent also considered the protagonist's actions unreasonable, frowned and said that some kind of hero of justice is trivial. Then she turned around and added that in any case, the point is that despite the fact that he is a superhuman, his operating principle is multidimensional, like an algorithm. The guy replied that it is like a robot, or a game NPC. He lowered his head and said that in this way, if a major incident occurs that requires the protagonist's help, he can leave King Cupid and go there instead. It dawned on Nari. In fact, this is the opposite of what the brunette did. Instead of preventing incidents, they need to create them. The guy smiled and said that yes, this should happen so that even King Cupid could not predict, make it break out in a big way. But there is one thing that worries him. He imagined the tower. Why is the author arranging such a fight with him? The guys were walking through the park. He replied that he was not sure. This is definitely not out of the kindness of his heart. Maybe it is due to some circumstances, agent. The girl raised her hand and said that she was not asking why she was fighting, but why this kind of fight. If her authorship allowed her to do everything, why not solve the issue with her laptop right now? She looked at him and said that she could just hit him with a truck. She was sure that she had simpler methods at her disposal. The boy stopped and said that it was true. It seemed a little complicated and confusing. The brunette looked up and said that her theory was this: in the authorship of King Cupid, there was some limit. If she were really omnipotent, she would not bother herself with all this, so this means that she cannot do it. The young man grabbed his head and said that he also wondered about this. He imagined the web. Even if in Gong's school uniform and the actress's translation were supposed to show him something, why he could not find anything related to the incidents concerning Siren, and why he was acting like a good girl. The guys walked forward. Nari said that if this was not a deliberate mistake by the author, then this is not a power with which you can do whatever you want. She raised her head and added that among all this you cannot notice, but in fact the author demonstrated only one specific ability and it can be described in just one word. Then something surprised her. The guy came to the reception at the hotel and said that he had a room booked in his name. They would be together. The brunette turned and said that listen carefully, there is no need to worry, but the girl explained that she was asking him how he could just spend the night here, but most importantly, she grabbed her cheeks and embarrassedly said that she would sleep alone with Appa. The brunette began to scream that the young man was a pervert, which means they will stay the night. Was he really targeting her in the end? The boy scratched his head and said that it was obvious that they needed to stay the night. In fact, they couldn't go around the city in one day. They would have to leave the same way they came. Besides, it was already so late, and they hadn't even seen everything yet. The girl ran up and started screaming that nothing had been said about this. In response, she heard that because he had brought her here, he thought that he should at least be prepared for this. She clenched her eyes and said that it was fair. Then she dropped her hands and started screaming that just because it was fair, it didn't mean that everything was okay. The boy didn't understand what they were talking about, how to react to this. The girl looked at him and thought that she couldn't just take and retreat. After she had come so far, following him, she had ended up in a tiger's den. No, more like a wolf's den. The guys went to the room. The young man raised his hand and said what they discussed earlier. He really thought about Cupid's authorship, but the girl was walking in the summer and was angry. She couldn't understand anything. Why was she so indifferent to this? She remembered their whole day. If she remembered, then the same route. The date was suspicious from the very beginning. He treated it so casually, as if he had done it more than once. It happened right before the world became strange. She heard that he was close with the girls, but to what extent? She frowned and thought, now that she remembered, she really said something like that. Unlike her, the main character and the girls are friends. In other words, Appa were them. She began to twist her head and think that they were more than friends. The young man turned and asked what she was doing. Then the brunette came to her senses and said that she was simply lost in thought. She thought that it was impossible. She continued walking forward and thought that it was impossible for this man to be with all the girls. Yes, maybe she was taking the pervert story too far. There was one bed in the room. Nari looked at it in shock. Then she pointed and said that it was one thing. It was a single room, although this was already going beyond all limits. But why was there only one bed? The boy took off his coat and said that he was asked if he wanted to add anything else, but he told them that there was no need. He continued to undress and said that it happened because he did not think that he would be able to sleep that night. The girl was completely scared and thought that she was about to be eaten. She continued to look at him and thought that if she did not intend to, she really. The young man walked forward and said that until now he always thought that somehow everything would work out. The brunette followed, maybe because the young man was used to cycles, or maybe he was just too optimistic, maybe it was his mental defense mechanism, but since this is different. It was deep night outside. He had almost been robbed of even the few weapons he had, and so, in this situation right now, he looked ahead and said that he did not want to express his opinion. He needed to plan and play simulations based on his experience. That was all he could do, but he had to put all his effort into it. He looked up and thought that this was probably why he would not be able to sleep tonight. Then he sat down and said that there was no need to worry about him. They could go wash up and go to bed early. As he said earlier, he really knows how to talk to himself well. The girl lowered her head and thought that this was what this guy really meant. Then she pursed her lips and embarrassedly thought that she was so stupid, not understanding what this man felt and who was the pervert now. She came up from behind. Now, instead of trusting her thoughts, she wants to trust her feelings, that everything this young man says is true. The boy raised his head, and the schoolgirl continued to think that no matter what the world was like before it changed, whether she was just a character or a pawn, it doesn't matter now. She put her hand to her chest. No matter what happens, this unchanging heart will always be here. She also thought that the heart that likes Kang Lim is here. She turned to the guy. He turned around. She came up and smiled and offered to win it together. The day before the excursion, school. The blonde entered the office and said that tomorrow at the same time, they will be in another city. Gong leaned over and said that the thought of immersing himself in himself, the history of their country, seen with his own eyes, excites him. Isn't that so? Turned to his girlfriend. She looked at him and said that she was also looking forward to it. Then she looked away. In the office she saw a brunette. After several days of absence, he behaved so quietly as if nothing happened. Maybe he has already given up from fear. She started laughing and thought that she was an idiot. She hated the scenario where the strongest loses just because they let their guard down. She imagined the guy digging a hole. Didn't she tell him? He's only capable of small tricks. He probably went to the city on the days he was away and set a trap for her to fall into when he made her let her guard down. His plan, wasn't it? It's a pity that it was already revealed. The boy continued to sleep on the desk. It was too obvious for someone watching him. Besides, the author can do whatever she wants. She looked ahead, laughed and said that she wanted to get up soon tomorrow. The next day, the international airport. Gong came over and said that he was so worried. They would explore the proud island that represents their country, Jeju Island. The girls were standing there too. Siren had never been to this island before. She had been excited for several months. Dahi asked Rami why she had come, and in response she heard that it would be a pity to miss the trip to this island. The elders said that they were busy because of work and to join them later. The writer smiled. That's right, the author's husband, with the new one, manipulated her authorship. All these tricks that the guy had prepared with such difficulty. You can change the location of the excursion from one city to another. She smiled and asked what it was like. He probably feels desperate now. Imagined how the boy worked and made traps. Then she began to look around. She wanted to see him, what expression he was wearing now. But the young man was just standing in his phone. The writer was surprised why he looked so calm. Just don't tell her that there is still something in reserve. She continued to watch and thought that no way, probably, these are the ones designed to make her think so. They are also ready to keep him under surveillance anyway. Everyone got off the bus. The blonde came up and said that before leaving, they need to go through the route again. She spread her hands and said that this excursion will last 3 nights and 4 days. The brunette added that with such ordinary places as a cliff, a waterfall, black pork for lunch, a fairly common route. Siren clenched her fists and added that there is something unusual in this life. We are divided into those living in the provided housing and scarves. Rami came up to them and said that they sleep separately at night. Even daytime activities seem strangely inconsistent, although they really gather together around the fire. The blonde thought about it and said, is it really the only tent nice among them? But why did she sign up for this again? Earlier on the bus someone said that by mistake they chose the team with the provided housing, and not the tent team. Was it really a mistake too? The bus was driving along the highway. The author sat inside and thought that the original story of the tent team and the residence team were also separated. But here she sent only Kang Lim and Dahi to the hiking team, where the girl will act as a spy. She looked ahead and thought that since they will still move in groups during the day, the young man has almost no opportunity to steal her laptop, and the transition to the island brought to naught all the initial incidents. She imagined them in a hotel and him in a tent, so if he gets there, then only at night, so she sent him to the hiking team to separate from the very beginning. She looked at her boyfriend. In addition, she chose the Ingong room next to hers. I will be a purely fashionable idiot. He cannot stay in the same room with a girl. If not for him, concrete walls with the same success may not exist. And then she clenched her fists and thought that after that incident in the classroom, she constantly hinted to him that the young man was looking at her strangely, and she felt uneasy and said so. Then she smiled and thought that if the brunette tried to do something to her again, then from now on, Ingong would protect her constantly. This means that the entire excursion, which is a critical moment for their showdown, is essentially a lie. Then she leaned her elbows and thought that if they simply block his first attack once, this is a victory, a one-sided boring showdown. What can he do? Victory is all that matters. It was the third day of the excursion. The girl was sitting on the bed, thinking. Gong came up and asked if anything strange happened last night. She replied that nothing happened. She lowered her eyes and thought, why nothing? This is already the third morning, they have already passed half the way. Why there was no movement from the guy? She remembered the conversation with the blonde. Unlike the observations, nothing remarkable was said by her. If he did not follow the group route, he simply stayed in place. She looked ahead and thought that he really realized that he essentially had only one chance, and so he was being careful, waiting for the next opportunity. Was that really it? Gong looked at her. The girl continued to think then, the upcoming final event by the fire. It was noisy, crowded, and the easiest time to make a move. Maybe at this time even Gong would be far from her. Then she hit herself on the head. This makes sense, but it is too small, so small that it seems suspicious. This cannot be all that there is. What else could there be? A drop fell from her chin. The girl thought that it was possible, and so maybe the young man understood this. The writer was embarrassed and thought no matter how advantageous the position of the influencing author seemed, the advantages of the attacker are on his side. Leaned on her hand. Although she only needed to defend herself once, King Cupid still couldn't predict this moment, which in turn led her to anxiety and confusion. The girl practically cried, never lost track of duration, and was always cunning, using her acting skills, but this overwhelming advantage also led to discomfort and renunciation. Although she knows that this is stupid and there is no need for such experiences, only the need to monitor everything around her constantly led to a constantly active amygdala, generating extreme anxiety. The girl continued to think, which in turn made her doubt herself, as a result of which King Cupid came to a natural conclusion. She began to cry. She lowered her head. Maybe what if he guessed, and the limit of her authorship. Late at night, the guys decided to continue their conversation. The girl sat down next to him and said that the power of the cube bottom is not omnipotent. They discussed it for a long time. On the night when King Cupid chose the boy as the main character, the fictional world of the webtoon became reality. The book turned into the real world. But since it all started from a fictional world, the new one had a predetermined fate where every incident was determined. Imagine this land. Because of this, the dispute between King Cupid and the agent would be meaningless. The boy clenched his fist and thought that the power to change fate had passed to him. Because of this, the dispute between King Cupid and the agent would be meaningless. Thanks to this, the boy and those around him changed the course of events in ESW. Well, its essence has already been conveyed to Kanglim. The girl was sitting at the computer. It is not always possible to manipulate the world at will. Like a god, King Cupid has only one ability left. This is the first day of the trip, the airport. The girl looked for him with her eyes and thought it was interesting to look at his expression. She saw a guy who was just standing in the phone. She did not understand what was happening. The young man walked away and called someone regarding the assumption he mentioned that evening. Everything became clear when the excursion location changed. Nari was sitting at the airport and said that the authorship of King Cupid was just a change. Then she lowered her head and added that she swapped Kang Lim and Ngong, swapped the protagonists, swapped the girl's attitudes towards him and her, even changed the location of the school excursion to the island. But if you think about it, it's all just a rearrangement. The young man took the phone and answered that it was true because she was the author, mistakenly believed that she had power equal to God. Then he lowered his head and said that the girl could not create incidents out of nowhere as well as materialize something out of nothing. Also, probably, on the contrary, she cannot erase anything. Otherwise, as was said earlier, there would be no need for all this. She imagined the writer, the explosions, and the protagonist. She simply threatened him by harming him or his friends. She could create a new event to attack them, or it would be easier to completely abandon the school trip or other incidents. The agent was against the writer during the dispute between them. The brunette was in the center. The authority to change was transferred to him, but if King Cupid could not intervene at all, no matter deviating from the path or trying to avoid incidents, she would become helpless. In this case, the dispute would also fail. She remembered how the guy changed the event. She began to change places so that the remaining authorship is really a rearrangement, or rather they say, it was the power to change the world like the author, but this change is just changes. The brunette lowered her head and said that this does not create something new, but simply changes places, so not all the details fit perfectly into place. Then looked forward, so there were inconsistencies and cracks that seemed strange to him. The guy replied that, for example, how the blonde and others changed slightly, or that King Cupid herself mentioned the instability of the world. The girl adjusted her hat and said that at first glance such a thing may seem insignificant, but it is not, and especially if the location of the school excursion is just replaced by another. The girl sat on the bed, and the protagonist reasoned that, roughly speaking, did not make the school trip safe. Gong ran from the explosions. Instead of a full-fledged event, a school trip from a comic book. imagined a bunch of bombs on the ground. She just swapped the incidents, creating, in fact, a situation of superficial cleaning, but these bastards will still not go anywhere. If you cut off the burning vessel, it means that the problems disappeared only because the conditions were not met, but in fact, they themselves were not removed. It is like turning off the detonator, but leaving the bomb. The boy imagined himself walking up and rekindling them. It was a strategy, not to create new incidents that would hardly be enough trouble, but to revive the ones she thought were already over. Gong looked at her. The girl thought that he wanted to create chaos to distract the boy from her. She jumped, but did not know where these people were, and was silent because he needed time to find them, opened the laptop and shouted, which weakened her vigilance and missed a critical hit. But it's okay, it's not too late. The boy ran up to her and asked what was there. Why did the girl suddenly flare up and ordered him to shut up? She gritted her teeth and thought that she had prepared all the possible events for the school trip. Here are the main ones. The first was the explosion of a truck, a blown-up burning tank. The second was the forest, wandering through it during a hike in the mountains. The third was a destroyed building, a landslide that fell on student dormitories in the middle of the night. Fourth, window, power outage caused by heavy rain right during the test of courage. And the fifth accident on the last day, well, never mind. Started changing all this, moving it to the island. In any case, changing the location of the trip does not erase the existence of these events, just moved from hid the seeds of those incidents around the island and did not touch them. She looked closely at the laptop and thought that if the guy found them, then the location of the events should be swapped. But what if he hasn't found them yet? If they are well hidden, why move them? Thought, she can't mindlessly interfere. In the end, she can inadvertently help the guy find them. She slammed the laptop shut. This is not it, not through authorship, but directly. She needs to somehow figure it out completely, but she can't send Gong. She went up to him and said that she needs to start calling her friends, tell them to disperse and find the guy. She also told him to stop asking questions and just do it. The young man started calling, said that one of them was not answering. The girl shouted that there were others next to this person. There was a guy who appeared and then left. She came closer. The guy did not understand anything. Suddenly, something distracted them, a very loud explosion. The guys ran out of the room. They ran to the window and saw rising smoke, a forest fire, the first incident. The fire was plowing, the smoke was rising up. The main character came to the window, such a column of smoke. Maybe he found the source of this event and activated it. The explosion of a truck, a blown-up burning tanker. She looked at it and thought that it cannot be. The place where it was moved is not there, and it is just a fire, not related to this. She began to get angry. It cannot be. At such a moment, it cannot be a coincidence. It is logical to assume that the young man found the truck and somehow moved it here, and the goal was to show all this to the main character. The guy raised his head and said that he needed to go. He was needed there. He went forward. The writer shouted after him where he was going. He needed to protect her. Gong turned around and replied that he couldn't. With such a fire, the damage would be huge. There was no point in trying to stop it when people could die. It wouldn't work. The blonde started screaming that they were looking for her, his girlfriend. The young man said that he trusted her, wanted her, but 3 days had passed, nothing had happened. The girl was very surprised. She was in shock. The guy had prepared everything. The superhero left and said that they needed to contact him if something happened. Then he left. He left very quickly. The author did not even have time to stop him. She was left alone and thought that this guy was a useless person. After all, she had no other choice but to intervene. She imagined a window. She would have to put out this fire herself. Of the 4 major incidents, she prepared for a power outage. She changed the downpour in good weather. Since the main problem was in the downpour, it was the easiest. She changed the date of heavy rain to the date after they left. She just needed to return everything back at this very moment. She opened her laptop and thought that a simple fire would not be able to distract Gong for long. In ESW, a tank exploded near the plant. She began to type. In this case, his plan is to make it explode in the forest to spread the fire. And even if it rains, he can speed up the extinguishing of the fire and quickly call Gong back. She pressed the key, confirmed. The sky began to cover with clouds. It began to rain heavily. The girl looked at this and felt her victory. She was sitting in front of the laptop. It was very dark outside. After which she began to laugh loudly. She spread her hands and said, didn't she tell him that his tricks wouldn't work? This signifies her victory. The young man came up from behind and said, so as not to jinx herself by raising the victory flag, words can be the beginning of unpleasant changes. He says this from his own experience. It is worth watching your language. The girl looked at him and said that this is not bad. She hopes for an instant victory. Does she really think that even if she intervened, Gong has not returned yet? She wants to have time to take the laptop in this short moment. Then she took the phone and said with a smile that he knows the young man's legal capacity. Now when the fire shows, just call and the boy will be here in 3 seconds. She began to dial the number, but no one answered the call. The girl was surprised why the guy did not pick up the phone, asked what the brunette did to him, and he stood opposite and smiled. The author held the phone in her hands, listened to the answering machine. Her boyfriend does not answer the calls. She imagined their last dialogue. Despite the fact that his girlfriend was calling, she warned him in advance that she could be in danger, so he cannot answer the calls. The guys were standing opposite each other. Could it be that Gong is in a situation where she cannot even answer the call, even after she caused rain to put out the fire? She looked at the brunette and asked what he did. She came closer and said what exactly she did, that she would hold her boyfriend. The boy replied that he could not do anything. Then he smiled sarcastically and added that he simply used something again. That's all. The second day of the trip, dawn. The guys were standing next to each other. The girl said that she was not sure that this was the right thing to do. He replied that he had already said that blowing up the truck was the best way. He continued eating his sandwich and said that if they moved the truck into the forest and blew it up there, they could start a fire without causing casualties and luring Gong. She replied that she understood, but they hadn't found him yet. She looked down and told him how to find a truck that was about to crash because a nail had punctured its tire. The guy looked ahead and said that he thought it would be easy to find, because it was an island. But since yesterday they had been driving around gas stations without success, maybe they had just missed him. The truck was still moving. Then the schoolgirl turned around and added that the sun would soon rise, and it was already the second day. How about giving up and looking for another chance? It was worth thinking about the time it would take to find and install everything necessary. She raised her head and said that plus he needed to get back to the campsite as soon as possible. He would have to act naturally so as not to arouse suspicion. The young man turned around and asked what was wrong. The girl started screaming that the guy was a pervert. There was no point in telling her. He was using this excuse to come to her room at this awkward time, wasn't he? She ran away and started screaming that he had been targeting her from the start. The brunette replied that he had never said anything like that. What was going on? His face changed and he said that, to be honest, he had thought about it before, but she was a real pervert, like that day in the cafe. Oh yeah, now she didn't remember him. He rolled his eyes and said that in any case, that's how it was. Rather, she was a pervert. The girl came up and asked what kind of unfair treatment this was, but what she hadn't even done. It was obviously a lie to deceive her in his perverted plan. The brunette lowered his eyes. He just had to accept it as it was. He wouldn't have done it if only she had seen herself at that time. Suddenly it dawned on him. The girl looked at him and asked what was going on. He replied that he had to hold on. Something clicked. Thinking about their last conversation, for something she didn't even do, an obvious lie, just accept it as is. He put his hand to his chin, not to create a new, but to provoke an unexploded incident. That was the direction of their work. Nari listened carefully as he said that if they just tweaked it a little, they wouldn't need to create a bomb, but to create something like a detonator, that was fine. He smiled and said that the one who pressed it didn't have to be one of them. The girl asked what he meant. The boy looked down and said that he meant that they didn't need to look for a truck, they just needed to play more riskily. She asked again. The guy didn't answer that no, it wasn't that more risky. He meant a real risk, like a fire. She called him a pervert again and kicked him. The author put the phone down and said that she thought he would have something to brag about. It turned out that he just pretended that it was an accident with a truck explosion, but in fact he just set fire to the forest. Does he even know how serious a crime arson is? She looked at him from under her brows and added, what's the point? It's too late anyway. Whether it was a fire from a comic book or the one he set himself, she already made it rain to put it out. It's over. Then she came closer and asked where the hell Gong was. Marinette replied that that's not all. The girl was very surprised. Kang Lim raised his hand and said that that's not all, thanked her, kindly lit a new fuse that was prepared in advance. She stood opposite and did not understand anything. Then she looked out the window and was surprised. People were running to another building. They gathered in a crowd and asked what happened. Where do all these people come from? The writer tensed up and shouted that this eventually led to a new incident. The young man raised 4 fingers. These are not new incidents. Think again. 4 major incidents during a school excursion. He imagined all these incidents. Cupid, to suppress the fire of incident number 1, used incident number 4. Then he came closer and said that whether the consequences really affected only the first incident, it began to dawn on her. It was raining heavily. The schoolgirl called 119 was lying in a tent under the rubble, reported that she was at a campsite. Suddenly when the rain started, a landslide occurred. Everything around was in sand and earth. At that moment, the main character took her hand, and he moved the tree and said that everything was fine. Now they were close. While the young man was thinking about how such a tragic incident could happen, the girl pointed to the side and shouted that some of their classmates were there. They needed to be saved. Gong ran up the mountain and said that he just needed to believe. He would not let anyone get hurt. His phone was left lying on the ground, and there were missed calls from the writer. The brunette put his hand in his pocket and said that the fire was a trick to make her call for rain, to make her cause a landslide with her own hands. The author listened attentively and was angry. Then the guy came closer and said that in the comic, the cause of the landslide was an old fence, and the order is such that the landslide occurred before heavy rain. Probably did not expect that rain provokes a landslide. The girl began to shout that this is true, it is impossible. How could one know about this, even change the place where the landslide will occur? From a place to spend the night instead of a hike, unlike a truck, a landslide is an intangible phenomenon. How can they know where it was placed? The guy looked at her and said that her authorship creates gaps when trying to use it forcibly. Then he smiled and said that in order to minimize these problems, it was necessary to switch the students along with other related incidents to the hiking team. In fact, this is his own guess. The truth is that he just saw it. He remembered coming to that fence as part of the camping team, saw a warning sign next to it. The writer started screaming, "Is it really only because of this? Such a warning sign is everywhere. How could he know that a landslide would happen?" Then the guy scratched his head and replied that you can call it an occupational disease or, better to say, a loop disease. Before he could look back, the habit of paying close attention to such insignificant warning signs appeared. He remembered the sign above the exit, the traffic light, the fire extinguisher. Even when he goes to the cinema, he first checks the emergency exits. When crossing the road, he checks left and right at least twice. Waiting for the subway, the first thing he does is look for a fire extinguisher. He looked at her and said that it was all because incidents in ESW usually have similarities. He looked down and added that he had seen guys die from things that were mentioned in these banal signs over and over again. The girl was very angry. Damn, what was happening to this guy? Could it be that the author knows less than he did? Lightning was thundering outside the window. The young man asked if the woman had ever heard the saying that once a work is published, from that moment it belongs to the readers. Maybe she created the comic, but he knows it better. He looked at her and said that when it comes to ESW, he doesn't even think that he can beat it. But the light started flashing, and now there's a power outage. The brunette came even closer and said that it was checkmate. Now everything was in complete chaos, and Kang no longer had time to take care of her. He raised his hand and said that it would be a problem for him too, and if the guy did not actively participate in the rescue. They could make a fire in the forest together where there were no people, but you would be a landslide to bury the rest. This worried him a little. Then he smiled and said that he believed the author was guaranteed to have a strong protagonist. The girl grabbed the laptop and crawled back. She turned around and tried to run away, but this escape would lead to good. The brunette stood in front of her and said hello, then said that it was nice to meet her. She had heard a lot about her from the young man. The writer was surprised. This was not a controlled madwoman. She took his side. Did she really fall in love with him again without memory? Nari smiled and said that for her and her friends, the author played a pretty interesting prank, didn't she? The guys surrounded her. The girl lowered her head and said that it meant it had come to this. She came closer and shouted that she understood. She just had to do it. One of the passers-by turned around and painted what the guys were doing there. They had to hurry up and evacuate. The teacher should follow. At that moment the girl took the laptop and started typing something, shouted that if this is what everyone wants, then they had to do it, a dirty fight, do or die. The brunette shouted that they had to stop her. The brunette replied that he knew. The man came up and told them to stop, asked what they were going to do with her daughter. The writer smiled and said that her dad was the best. Kang ran there and shouted that the woman continued to mock people and use them until the very end. She looked at him and replied that this was not mockery, but legal use because she was the creator of this world, the world of ESW. The man and the guy started fighting, even if it was their student, if he dared to touch his daughter. At that moment, he gave the command to Nari, shouted that he would follow her. She watched all this and could not believe it. The author ran away with the laptop and shouted that they were becoming so self-confident, as if they had already won. Even meeting them face to face was not disadvantageous for her, it was just annoying and that's all. She frowned and thought that she still had a way to summon Kang. But even without it, the exchange power was enough. Besides, when the authorship healed her minor illness, her physical abilities, including vision, improved significantly. The girl ran forward and thought that, frankly speaking, she could just run away, and there would be no problems. The brunette was approaching her. She grabbed the mop and moved forward. Then she broke it into two parts, and the writer threw it straight, but it flew right in front of her. The girl grouped herself. The author looked at her with wild eyes and shouted that the girl was crazy. They both flew out of the window straight into the street. The blonde landed successfully. She stood up and shouted that seriously, couldn't the brunette understand the metaphor? When she said dirty fight, she didn't mean literally dirty fight. She stood in front of her and just kept quiet. The author smiled and added that, roughly speaking, does the girl know that she is both her mom and her dad, and if she behaves so inappropriately, it really hurts her heart as a parent. The girl swung the stun gun and shouted for her to die. She struck, but the writer managed to dodge. Then she swung again, and she kicked the woman in the chest. She began to back away. The blow was so strong that the girl ended up very far away. Then she smiled and shouted that it wouldn't work, trying to defeat the final boss without any preparation. It's boring if you don't stick to the right narrative structure. What if they were going to talk about it and there was nothing to say? Nari just listened, and the author continued talking because in truth, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. She remembered the situation and the president. She was very upset that she couldn't show this episode, so the USB is not the only thing she reworked. She had a strange device hanging on her neck. She also attached an average rhythm meter to her body. Due to heavy rain, the distance was reduced, which forced her to go out. Then she took it in her hands and thanked the girl. Now Kang will receive a signal. Then she looked at the devices. She didn't understand why the transmitter light was not on. It was off. Could it be broken? She looked ahead. Because of the impact when falling from the 3rd floor, no, this can't be. Wasn't it made by a special device here? Someone must have done something to it in advance. Then a young man came up from behind and said that he didn't know what was happening, but it seemed that everything was not going as she would like. The guys went forward, suggested finishing with this. The writer stood opposite and did not understand what to do next. Finally, they struck with a stun gun. Only it was not she who appeared in front of them. It was Kang. The girl looked at him and asked how he got here. She couldn't use the transmitter. Wasn't he the one who got caught in the landslide? The guy stood in front and said that he had already finished and saved everyone. He thinks, you can say that he woke up. Something inside him stirred. The blonde was delighted and said that here it is, the 3rd ability of Kang, unlimited growth potential, becomes stronger in the face of a crisis. The first ability is unprecedented combat power. The second ability is to change common sense with the help of his charm. The guy raised his hand, said that the pain that does not kill him only makes him stronger. Then he turned to the girl and asked how things are now, why these two are attacking her. She replied that they did something bad. After which the guy turned around and said that it is clear Kang is really hopeless, even bribed their pure and innocent Nari. Then the brunette asked who decided that she was his Mary. She smiled and said that it was simply disgusting. He could not help but act as if they were close. It was obvious that the guy was a little upset. Then she covered her eyes with her hands and said that even if the brunette told her, sooner or later it would come to this, because she looked at him and said that she always disliked him at all. Kang listened in surprise, that flashy hair color, his frivolous voice. The girl continued to say with a smile that his stupid catchphrase, the way he laughs as if a screw fell off, or his tasteless behavior. Her eyes were filled with anger, even his face. Kang is much cooler, does he not know? A brunette came up from behind and said that this is a bit too much. The girl ordered him not to interfere. He apologized and walked away. Kang lowered his head and said that he did not think that the girl would say such things to him. The brunette must have completely brainwashed her. Then she raised her hand and said that it means that everyone who hates him has been brainwashed. Either it is narcissism or a simple-minded organism capable of thinking only in binary code. That is why such a fake pseudo-author is exploiting him. This angered the woman. Kang turned away and calmed down. The guy thought that his frantic impulse and energy were waning. Maybe it hurt because of Mary's words. The boy imagined his crowds of people. After all, his driving force is faith in absolute good. Motivation appears in support and approval of other people. It was clear that at this moment the young man completely wilted. Now all this is denied, especially since the brunette, who he thought was on his side, told him this to his face. The brunette was delighted. Great job, you need to add more poison, it is really effective. After which she turned and said that she asked not to interfere. The boy apologized again. He looked ahead and thought that after all, with this was the young man introduced to the human level. If you use the traps that were prepared correctly. A fist appeared in front of his face. The young man was thrown back so that the wall was broken. Kang hit him. The brunette Korean turned around. The author began to rejoice and said that it was useless. How many times did I have to repeat it? Nothing would work against overwhelming power. Even if I lowered myself to the level of a human, the boy would still be uneven with him. The superhero boy was about to attack the girl. The brunette smiled and said that he had understood this in advance, so he was prepared. Then he asked if he really understood Kang's true nature. Someone was approaching them. Ho-chan hit the boy with all his might. He came up and said that he was wrong about him. Was he always the type to solve problems of violence? The brunette just watched from the side. Forest. The guy set a trap and said that everything was ready. Even if they set it on fire, a lot of smoke would form. No one should be hurt. The brunette came up from behind and said that this was an emergency. More importantly, they would soon encounter the King of Cupid directly. How was the work on this? The boy did not understand what they were talking about. The girl came closer and explained that when she asked if there was anyone else who could help besides her, she said that there were 2 potential people and that she would contact them separately. The boy scratched his head and said that he contacted and talked to the wallpaper. He remembered meeting a girl. One of them was Suna Bile, his old friend. After the break their restored relationship got tangled up. Well, he managed to end everything on a good note and forget about it. Then he lowered his head and said that he was rejected. In the end, she burst into tears again, said that she would think about it, but honestly, this was to be expected. The brunette listened attentively. Now it was just awkward to define their relationship. Then she asked what kind of relationship, for example, an ex-girlfriend or something like that. The young man answered that in any case. She said no, let's move on. Then he raised his head and added that the other one, Ho-chun from his class, it's not about increasing their numbers. His fighting abilities are also very good, but the chances of winning him over are still 50/50. A few days before the trip, school. The guys were talking. A classmate asked what it meant. The brunette replied that exactly what he said. He always felt out of place because of the main character. Wondered if he hadn't had problems with Ingong recently in the morning. I heard that after school there was also some kind of fuss. The young man looked down. That's probably why he gossips so much. That's why he hates these stupid hot people. It's annoying, but if you scare him a little, then he can cope. He frowned and replied that he should stop gossiping about others behind their backs. If he has complaints, he can say it to their face. The boy smiled. Then he came up and told him to stop talking nonsense. He can just answer his question. The classmate was very surprised. The guy came closer and asked if he felt it. He felt dissonance. Here's the answer. He heard the question what it was about. Dissonance about what? And then he decided to explain. If something is wrong, what worries him? The guy thought. The brunette stood opposite, recalling all the past situations. Before Ingong appeared, the center of the class was just this guy. But then the main character appeared and took this place. If you think about it, this person, whose status changed as much as his, the feeling of split caused by power is quite natural. The boy grabbed his head and said that it is difficult to express in words, but there is definitely something. When he tries to think about it, it seems like his head is about to split. Kang looked at him and said that, to put it bluntly, he took something away from them, someone who should not have existed at all. A classmate asked who was there. At that moment, the young man calmly replied that it was an enemy, absolutely clear. The guy was surprised and said that he was lost in any case. What does the brunette want? What does he expect from him? He turned away and replied that nothing for now, but he should think about it during the excursion if he thinks that something is wrong with Ingong. He turned around and smiled when the time comes, hoping that he will join them and help, as before, once again. The guy stood still and did not understand what was being discussed. What happened earlier? The brunette said that nothing and he should forget about it. It was the best action that could be done. And so the guy intervened in the fight. He flew into the main character. It bore fruit. The brunette fell to the ground. Ingong turned around and did not understand what was happening. Then he turned to his classmate and asked what he was doing here. The young man answered that this was his phrase. He frowned and added that what he always said, how he fights for honest help to the weak. Frankly, it seemed to him that it was a little vulgar. Then he stretched out his hand and shouted that it was rude, immature, and naive. He continued to speak, looking at the girl on the ground, classmates on the wall. Always thought that this was right, but now it looks like violence. Ingong took a step forward and said that the brunette attacked his girlfriend. Kang came closer and said not to make excuses. Will that really justify him, and so on. He wiped the blood and said that he forgot what he always says to villains. His classmates added yes. He was also tired of hearing it. They surrounded the guy. Great timing. They are alive thanks to him. To be honest, I didn't think he would come. Ho-chun asked not to misunderstand him. It's not because of him. Sometimes Ingong goes too far. He needs to be restrained. The brunette replied, what kind of behavior is this? You can fall in love with him after this. The guys walked forward. The classmate said to shut up. This is just a temporary alliance. The guy replied that this is what Young-soo would gladly say out loud. Ingong began to cover the writer and said that they need to be close to him. Since they have an advantage in numbers, it will be difficult to protect her if she is too far from him. She smiled and replied that she was planning to stay close anyway. The worst thing was to run alone and fall into a trap. Now that Ingong was here, there was no reason to avoid a head-on battle. She frowned and said that when it was over, she would give him a special reward. The young man offered his hand to the brunette and asked what happened. Was she in pain? Nari leaned against her leg and said that she slightly twisted her ankle when she fell, but it was okay, it could still be useful. The boy leaned over and said that there was no need to force himself, he needed to rest, he would not target Cupid first anymore. Then he looked at the enemy and thought that Ingong, who had completely blocked the way, could not take the laptop unnoticed. It seemed they had no choice but to confront him. He looked at the guy. It was possible to do this, as he understood this person was weakened now. After which he punched the young man on the ground, so hard that the asphalt cracked. He took a piece from which the rods were sticking out, and he raised a piece of a huge pipe right above himself. The guys were very surprised. This is madness. It seemed he chose the wrong side. The brunette turned and said to stop whining. He needs to do what he is good at. In response he heard that is it about fighting well, and it is not for him, he is just trying to stop his friend. Ingong looked at them and said that he really does not want to fight with a classmate, but nothing can be done, he will not kill him. Then he shouted loudly that he firmly adheres to the belief not to kill. The brunette asked, does this mean that as long as he does not kill, you can do anything, even if it turns him into vegetables? The pipe was already flying at them. In a moment it was right above their heads, landed and broke the asphalt. The guys managed to jump back. Everything around was in smoke. Gong jumped to Ho-chun from the side. He struck with his knee. At that moment, the brunette ran up to him. He tried to hit the club, but the guy was able to dodge. Then he looked at him and thought that this was very bad. Obviously he had been weakened. He was no longer the invincible strongman he used to be. He looked into the eyes of the young man and thought that in addition to being denied the values and justice he stood for, he was also deciding to attack his friend, so perhaps he was subconsciously holding back because of this. There was a fight between them. In other words, this was now the only chance to strike. The guys were hitting him from all sides. The brunette shouted that now was the time, they had to follow him. And he ran to the side. His classmate did not understand what was happening, did not expect that he would fight for real. He gritted his teeth. For some reason it seemed like the right choice. It was like deja vu, as if something like this had already happened. He ran up to him and asked what was happening now, was there a plan or something like that? The guy replied that yes, he was preparing for such a direct confrontation. This situation was not exactly a disaster. The boy and the girl didn't understand anything at that moment. Now that they had openly agreed to a direct confrontation, they could do something that they couldn't do when they had just attacked. He ran up to something. A huge shadow fell on him. There it was. There was a huge construction site next to their accommodation, an abandoned building, the construction of which was stopped originally as a resort was built by its previous owner, who then went bankrupt. When this setting was mentioned in ESW, everyone was delighted. The girls were walking there with a flashlight. It seems they are planning to conduct a test of courage there during a school excursion. But then this scene was removed. In fact, everything went without any incidents. Given the low abilities of Cupid, as an author, probably forgot or was unable to use them, and so, given what a kind person, decided to use this, and very similar to the comic style. It was dark and scary inside, set up all sorts of traps there in advance. The guys ran inside. Before, when they tried to avoid a collision with Gong and aimed at Cupid, it was useless, since they had no way to lure them. But now that the guy was aiming at them, in this direct confrontation, he could choose the battlefield. The young man followed the abandoned building and asked what kind of dark place it was. He climbed the stairs. It was useless to hide now. There was no point in running away. It was better to go out and meet him face to face. Then he suddenly turned around. The thread was pulled taut. The guy raised his head and saw something. Huge iron beams were flying at him from above. With one blow, the young man was able to throw them aside. The brunette watched and said that as expected, he is merciless to inanimate objects. He took out a button and said that this is something that cannot be solved by force. Buckets of paint began to fly around. It poured right on his face. The young man stood all covered in paint and did not understand what was happening, did not see anything around. At that moment, the floor cracked under his foot, after which he flew to the very bottom. He turned around, saw a bunch of fragments below, landed right on them. His whole back was in cuts. The guy was lying on the floor and said that his opponent was a coward. Bags of cement began to fall from above. One after another, they landed right on the guy. Smoke rose. Gong stood up and said that the brunette was a cowardly bastard. And he was pleased to hear this again and again. At that moment the boy swung and thanked. This is quite a high assessment. He was wearing some strange glasses, through which the boy looked at the main character. Then he struck with all his might. Gong was able to reflect this blow. Then he began to scream. Everything around was enveloped in energy. He could not stand it anymore. He was going to kill him. Ho-chun stood aside and said that after this it was definitely impossible to be a man. This guy was a monster. He continued to watch and said that no, considering that it was Gong, of course, that's how it was. What was he thinking about now? How did this happen? He remembered their meeting with a classmate. He understood. He knew what to do. He ran forward. Now everything was clear. He kicked his classmate, and the brunette pounced on him from the other side. The battle continued. Gong looked around and assessed the situation. Kang Lim gritted his teeth, finally got the advantage in the fight for the first time, but deep down he had a premonition this could not go on any longer. Everything around changed color. At this rate it would not be enough, because this first advantage was not really the first. Thinking back to what happened before, with a battlefield full of traps and skilled allies ready to fight, the guy really gave it his all. The building was very dark, but this small advantage was all the current situation could offer. Simply pressing with such an advantage was not enough. It was favorable, but not enough to win. Gong's veins on his neck bulged. His stats that had fallen gradually recovered. The conviction and lack of justice were replaced by rage, and his hesitation to hit his friend and other people decreased. Everything around him began to shine, also getting used to the darkness, studying the fighting style and nature of his opponent's traps. The classmate screamed. On the other side, both of them became. The guy screamed that Gong was a bastard who was really trying to kill him. Then he flew to the side. He hit the wall so hard that it cracked. The brunette looked at it. Both of them were becoming more and more depressed due to accumulated fatigue and injuries. This was of course expected, but what Kang Lim did not foresee was the fear that was slightly different from the primal fear of death. The boy exhaled. Everything around him became cloudy. It was a fear that perhaps only he, the one who had passed the loop countless times, could feel, because he knew that if he failed, this time, it was the end. Standing, looking ahead, it was the horror caused by the realization that this was his last episode. The boys walked in the rain. In accordance with the feelings of the time, the young man about 10 days ago walked and discussed that this time the union, his comrade would say this with pleasure. Ingong hit the ground, split the asphalt, then pulled out a pipe, and threw it straight at them. The pipe landed on the ground. Ingong attacked the brunette first, hit him right on the neck, and he suddenly teleported away. Then he found himself at the airport, holding a phone in his hand. He grabbed his neck. What was that feeling? Was it really a noose? He had just entered the noose. The girl asked why he had suddenly gone silent. He turned around and asked what day it was, then asked when the excursion was. She heard the answer that today was the first day of the excursion. He looked around. It worked. He came back. Despite his encounter with King Cupid, the noose still worked. He could definitely win with this. He smiled and thought that no, it was too early to speak with certainty. If she knew that the young man was in a noose, if she knew about his noose, then that was a completely different story. He frowned and thought that then she could have prepared accordingly. The writer smiled and looked at him sarcastically. At that moment, it dawned on him that the author did not know, King Cupid did not know that he was in a noose. The smile stretched from ear to ear. With this, you can win. It may take some time, but in the end, you will manage to win. However, this confidence in victory did not last long. After 4 circles, the 5th excursion, the tents were in the forest. The young man got out. Sleeping was a waste of time. It was time to set more traps this time. He went out into the forest. A bright light appeared, went for a night walk. An agent appeared nearby and said that he just needed to tell him something. The guy was scared and asked if he could be the one King Cupid mentioned. In response, he heard that yes, it was the agent. He had a notice for him. The guy came closer and shouted that he had so many questions. Who were they to do something like this? At this moment, the agent said that the next cycle was his last. The young man stopped and asked again. The agent looked at him and said exactly as he said, one more loop and that's it. As he knows, it won't be a fair fight if only the brunette can use the loop. But since then King Cupid has become completely closed, so he was given this loop as a personal privilege. He came closer and said that he was given 6 chances in exchange for 6 heroines. So far 5 chances with 4 loops have been used. The next loop is the final one. The young man tried to say something. The agent listened to him carefully. Well, then he lowered his head and said that you can forget it. It doesn't matter. He just asked to tell him something that will happen if he gets into the loop again. Then he will die. The creature came closer, just deaf, like any person. Does it really think that he is different? The guy turned away and said that he thought so. It seems they have no time for empty talk. It was deep night. The boy tried his best to understand the calm, and yet despite his efforts, the 5th circle ended more fruitlessly than one could imagine. Even reaching the stage of direct confrontation with Ingong, it was easily defeated because King Cupid saw through his strategy. Introduce these two. The young man could not help but understand that there were no more chances left, although he tried not to admit it, because as soon as he entered the 6th loop, he panicked, squatted down and thought. He lowered his head. What should he do? This is really his last chance. To waste the previous loop like this? No, he must stop thinking about it. What's done is done. No. This thinking only works if loops are possible. He looked at the floor and thought that all the failures should be corrected this time. He needs to figure out what went wrong, learn from this. Can't he really succeed? That if he fails, this is really his last chance. Maybe there is still a chance to repeat the loop. Damn, what will happen to the others if he dies now? The guy fell to his knees. He had a lot of thoughts. What about the King of Cupid, Ingong? Do they really win just like that? No, he can't accept this. What should he do? The young man exhaled. He was overcome with despair, hopelessness, regret, torment, reflection, and at the end of it all, the young man pressed his lips once again. A huge stadium. The girl turned to the guy. He lay on the grass and said that it wasn't like he was thinking about it. He was still trapped, and even if it was just a little, he eventually saved them out of habit. But he had no choice. This time it was different. He could easily escape if he wanted. In fact, now was the only chance to run, but strangely enough, he didn't want to do it at all. Baikov listened attentively. The young man believed that it meant that he helped them all, not because he had several lives. He looked at the sky and said that it was because he sincerely wanted to help. He did it because it was them. So he didn't care if he couldn't get into the loop again. He would get up again. Kang Lim walked forward, adjusted his shoulder. There is fear, there is horror, there are unexpected variables. He stood in front of Ingong and thought that none of this matters. He raised his eyes, fists. He will fight to the end. Even if it is ugly, he will fight until his last breath. He will reach out to them, to the guys. They stood opposite each other. The protagonist said whether he really wants to continue, because at this rate you can die. The brunette answered how many times he should repeat the same thing. Threats of violence do not work on him. He frowned and thought that even if so, now it is very dangerous, they must defeat him when it comes to this, because in previous cycles, where everything that is good, this was the end. He looked at the writer. If they can't defeat Ngong by this time, it will mean time is up. King Cupid will come back again, use his authorship. He looked up. Yes, if they can't stop this, it's over, but the problem is that Ngong is regenerating the road. Then he waved his hands, shouted to Nari that they were here. His opponent turned around. There was no one in the passage. And when he turned around, he saw that the brunette was simply running away from him. Youth was offended up the stairs. The opponent followed him, and with one blow he broke all the steps. The guy began to fall down. Everything collapsed. Smoke rose up. The brunette got up from his knees. Damn, as expected, his little tricks do not work. He needs to find new escape routes. To the side, saw a thread, and then it dawned on him. It was a trap. Iron beams began to fall from above. The brunette flew into the room, began to scream at him. There was fear in her eyes, despite having spent more time than others. Even with his distorted sense of time, this is the first time he feels that everything is passing slowly. He looked up. Maybe this is what is called life flashed before his eyes. Huge ones of his own were approaching him. With his emaciated body, he will not find a way to avoid it, and the chance of survival if it falls on him is zero. This is a trap designed for Ngong, so it is deadly. Then he smiled. After all, he did not think that in the end he would die from his own trap. That is why being near is a difficult task. It is easy to stumble on small things. He looked at the girl. If he died now, only she would remain. He apologized to her, promised to be honest with her, but he just could not bring himself to say in the end that he was in a loop. In the envelope was a will written just in case, a way to shift all the blame to Ngong. At least he can send him far away from everyone. This is only the minimum measure that the best could do. The guy looked up. Besides, he trusts Dahi and the others. Even if the author is manipulating them now, they will do it in the end. Then he lowered his head and thought that his last wish was too long, ending like this much. Suddenly, a car appeared there. A huge bus flew over his head, thus saving the guy. He just fell to the ground. From there, someone came out and asked why it doesn't open. The girls walked and discussed that they thought they were late, but it seems they arrived on time. Using tear for navigation was accurate from the beginning. The problem was in driving. Does not blame them. And the other said that racing games and reality are completely different things. Perhaps it would be better to connect a joystick. No, that would not work either. The blonde came up and said that thank God the boss was still alive. The brunette looked at them and did not understand what was happening. Rami came up and said that they agreed to make the first move secretly alone. Siren added that they agreed to first resolve the situation, then added that it was a joy to see the brunette again. The writer was very surprised. Why are the girls here? And the blonde just called him boss. She was very surprised. It can't be. It means. Ngong ran from the side and shouted that everyone came to help him, thanked him and said that they need to quickly defeat the brunette. Then the girls turned and looked at him head on. The blonde did the same. She came closer and said that she knew that he was there too. She understood it with her mind, but emotionally, she cannot forgive him. She came closer and hit him between the legs. The guy felt a lot of pain. He fell to his knees and began to shake in pain, after which Dahi his hair and switched to the fake author. The girls raised their heads and said that they had a reason to deal with her. Now she was next. Kang Lim watched this. Could it be that their memories returned? The blonde turned and said that she would deal with the fake author and the rest should help the boss and leave. Then she turned and told Rami to definitely finish off this red one, but the risk disappeared somewhere. The young man was right above the brunette. His eyes read only kill him, kill him, kill him. The writer ordered, raised her hand and thought that the only power she had left was the power of replacement. But this does not apply to Ngong, who has the same ability to change reality. This is a situation in which she absolutely cannot lose. She was very angry, reasoning that if Kang Lim disappears, if she just kills him, everything will work out. The main character attacked him. The young man was scared. Was this a joke, to die like this? This was a completely different situation than when he had half given up earlier. If he died in this atmosphere, it would be too unfair. Jiang Ah ran up, grabbed him by the shoulders, and threw him aside. The ceiling began to collapse. The girl said that she had always been in a position where she was helped, always thanked him for looking at her correctly. Stones fell down. This time she also watched what was happening carefully. She lay on top and said that she finally felt like she had really met her friend. The boy looked at her. She continued saying that all this time it was so painful for her to watch this. She apologized very much that it appeared only now. Then she smiled and said that this time did she manage to help her. The guy looked at her and thought that he knew these eyes that knew everything. The girl looked at him, eyes that fight on behalf of another person. The brunette stood. King Cupid made her a supporting character among the gray crowd. Initially was not the heroine of the comic, did not think that the girl would get together with other heroes in another reality, so did not adjust anything. As it was with others, well, King Cupid lost sight of her feelings. The girl pressed her hands to her chest and stood. If you remember the replacement, her feelings for the guy withstood the waves of reality change, so even a preschool excursion was all ready. She ran along the corridor and asked what was happening. All this is strange. Who is this main character? Is he really sleeping? Then she stopped and saw something. There was a huge hole in the floor of the classroom. The writer stood and watched this. The schoolchildren asked what it was. Ingong scratched the back of his head and said that nothing, apologized for the commotion, just argued a little with a classmate, trying to reason with him. Then everyone looked at each other, asked not to make too much noise. After all, it's Ingong, nothing to worry about. Then the guy began to hit Kang Lim's head on the floor. Then he turned around and shouted that he would rather die, refuses, asked to return his friends. The girl was standing behind the door, the main character, the author, incidents, reality shift, showdowns, Webtoon. She looked at it and thought that it couldn't be all this. She reached for the door, but she stopped if her guess was true. Even now she would interfere. She couldn't help. She had to move behind the scenes so that the author wouldn't notice. She was always nearby and watched. Even during the fight, she saw how the guy sat and said that he swears he will hit him in the face. She stood behind the door, covered her mouth with her hands. Even if she wants to help, she has to endure for now. The girl called her friend and she said that she was just going to do the same, then added that she heard that she wasn't at school today because she was sick. Is she better? The brunette was sitting on the bed and replied that everything was fine, then offered to come to her tonight. The blonde was surprised and shouted that the girl looked very tired. Didn't she get enough sleep? Is everything okay? She smiled and said that everything was fine. We need to go in faster. Everyone was waiting. He was surprised. At that moment, all the heroines were sitting in the room. She came closer and said that their facial expressions did not look very good, maybe the guys too. The brunette took out her phone and said that the reason she called everyone. She wanted them to take a look at something. All the girls took out their phones. They looked and did not understand what was happening. On the screen was a webtoon with Kang Lim in the lead role. The blonde looked at the screen and asked who drew it. The girl said that she would like to hear their thoughts after reading. Then she smiled and added that the main character who pretends to be indifferent is actually the kindest of all. It's about how he tried his best to save his precious friends, and there are so many ideas and things he wants to draw. The girls studied it carefully. The brunette explained that she sent everyone different episodes, hoping that everyone read them. He was surprised. In her episode, there was a rescue. When a stalker attacked, she almost fell off the roof. Siren was also shocked. In her episode, there was a rescue from a broker. Rami read it carefully. She and the main character ran through the park, shouting that they don't need fate. The princess couldn't believe what she saw. The brunette got her a treasure. The actress was also surprised. Kang Lim saved her. They all stood in different places and studied the comic. And so the girl was lying on him. The guy asked if it was possible all this time. She raised her head and said that he seemed to the others. It took more time, so in the meantime she secretly moved alone. She looked down, although many things did not go as planned, but she hoped that at least some of them would work. She remembered recent events, for example, importing a heart rate sensor, or leaving a mop in the hallway, or opening the door to the construction site. The guy was very surprised. He looked at her. Young did all this, what he initially considered just luck during this loop. In fact, the young man looked at her and smiled. They all were, if you think about it earlier too. For example, during the duel between the blonde and the actress, the guy climbed up, the spotlight was intact, did not understand what was happening. He looked down. Does he really have a bad memory? This can't be. I'm sure he was hanging out here during the performance. Then he looked at the spotlight again. Moreover, only this spotlight is new. It means that it was recently replaced. Because it was broken, it's not just that. The same applies to other minor things. For some reason, everything is already protected from accidents. In other words, he hit the jackpot. He was surprised and happy. He hung up and thought that it was true, which he thought too much about. Surely someone from the staff noticed. He looked at his girlfriend and said that she knew it from the very beginning. The girl grabbed him by the t-shirt and said that she found out about the fight against incidents. Since then the young man seemed to her somehow distant. She remembered how she suffered. She felt that he would suddenly leave her. There were moments when she hesitated and poured out brass thoughts, but at the sight of a smile it all melted. She even remembered how they went to the water park. Thanks to this she was able to go so far. Then she raised her head and asked not to carry everything alone anymore. She grabbed his cheek and said that it was all because. She smiled and confessed her feelings. The young man became embarrassed, and then he noticed the blood on her palm. The girl lowered her head. The young man began to scream about bleeding, and he realized that there was a huge pin in her back. After that, the girl slowly turned completely red. She should not die. He was lying on the floor. He thought that the girl was dying. His eyes were filled with red from his own blood. Blood was also flowing from his head. Young-ah turned out to have simply fainted from fatigue. She began to scream that she needed to pull herself together. It was he who was bleeding, and the pin actually missed and flew off to the side. The writer screamed that the girl had received her plan. She looked at her with anger, an amateur who had not even debuted, an ordinary character, similar to a childhood friend, without any pronounced individuality. She ran there and shouted for Ngong to kill them all right now. There was no need to worry about anything else, just kill them. There was an explosion. A guy came out of there. He walked forward and thought only about death. The guys noticed him, stood up. At that moment, the girls came up and started to close them. They were standing right in front of their friends, trying to stop their classmate. Someone's fist appeared next to his ear. It was a blonde who struck a very strong blow. Then she stopped and looked at him. A few days before the excursion day, she was sitting in the car, asked what the schedule was for today. It was just a photo shoot for GD magazine. Unni replied that yes, so there was no need to rush and come a little later. The girl closed her eyes and said that today they had director Choi. She remembered this person and added that he was strict about being late. His previous temper would have surfaced. The atmosphere on the set had finally improved, so it was necessary to keep it pleasant. She went into the store, took some chocolate. This was predictable, but the children had not tried it yet, and for NARI she chose something else. Then she came up, saw the keychain. Here it is, what the boss likes. She began to smile, asked if it didn't look exactly the same. But they are different. The shapes of their tails are different because they are twins. Besides, judging by the setting, this character is from the demon world, and this one is from hell. Then she smiled. Before that, she and the boss went to watch an anime movie with these characters. The movie was so noisy because of all these unnecessary details. Serious. She went up to the consultant and said that the young man was so nervous when talking about a topic he understands. She scratched her head and apologized. She had talked too much. Maybe she caught it from her boss. The women came up and asked what kind of boss, who are we talking about? And then it dawned on her. What kind of boss? Memories of one day last summer, the streets of the city, popped into her head. She raised her head and said that here is an ice cream. She bought one for him. The young man was standing next to her and agreed. Then the girl asked what was wrong with him, what was bothering him again. The guy threw up his hands and said that, strictly speaking, it is not ice cream. The milk content in it must exceed a certain amount to call it ice cream, so it is an Eskimo. Then he raised his hand and said that, to be more precise, each ice cream must have a sufficient amount of dry fat and skim milk. The girl replied that he has a disease due to which he will die if he does not fulfill his OTA quota. Then the blonde suggested to forget, said to eat both. The young man answered that no, did not mean that he would not eat it. She answered that it was too late and began to eat, and the boy asked if she really ate it. It was his ice cream, to which he heard that he said that it was not ice cream. He ran closer and asked to return it. The blonde began to raise her hands up and talked, let him try to take it. The women again turned to her. She had not been home lately. Was she really feeling bad? The girl raised her hand, grabbed her bow and could not say anything, thought what it was, such a feeling that she was forgetting something important. She felt a squeeze in her chest. Who was this person? She imagined the brunette, the one who constantly popped up in her head. And then finally came the understanding. Game Min Hyuk Jeju. Siren raised her hand up. The two men laughed. They smiled and said that they finally met again. Is she ready? Today is the day when they will take revenge for that day. The girl frowned. The twins closed their eyes and said that she couldn't forget them. They were the ones who pushed her to the edge. Siren looked at them and asked who they were. If they wanted an autograph, they should line up. They said they were the Black Devil twins. The girl raised an eyebrow and realized they were black tigers. They corrected her. The boys said that the name would knock her down, so she should remember it well. After that day, they trained in the mountains to beat her. The pink-haired girl smirked and said that since there were spectators here, she wouldn't dodge. However, if they wanted to play 2-on-2, she couldn't participate alone. She looked to the side and asked Kang Lim to join her. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. The boy and the girl were playing a video game. The hero was taking out the trash. The pink-haired girl was looking at her phone. She frowned. The man was watching a video of the couple. Siren grabbed the blue-haired guy by the shoulder. The girl frowned. She looked at the hero. They turned away from each other. The twins looked at the girl and asked if something was wrong or if she was afraid. Siren was crying. On the shore, Rami looked ahead and thought that since she came to Young Ah's place, something seemed strange. She raised her eyebrows and thought that she was only a first year. Why did she take part in a school trip? The guy raised his hand and greeted Rami. She looked away and thought that she came here because she wanted to work with seniors who speak several languages. She looked at Ngong and thought that he was a little out of her taste. She closed her eyes and thought that she didn't like the style of his bangs. Rami opened her eyes and thought that this was not the one who saved her. The guy said that he still can't get used to cutting his hair every 3 weeks. Kang Lim frowned and said that it was too much for him in terms of cost. The girl offered to pay for the date today. He said that he felt like a gigolo. The girl extended her hand and said that it was true. He asked her not to say that. Rami smiled and said that if he was done, they could go shopping. She needed to buy clothes for the fall. Kang Lim looked down and thought that this was the first time he had worn a coat like this. He frowned and said that this really didn't suit him. There was a windbreaker lying there that looked comfortable. The girl turned around and said that it was nice and he should take it. She blushed and thought why he looked so handsome. This reflex again, the same thing happened with the haircut. She frowned and thought that his face was not her type, but now he looked cool. The girl frowned and paid for all the clothes he had just tried on. The hero put on the hat and asked to ring them up separately. He smiled and said since he was already depending on her, they should have a couple's outfit. Rami blushed when he told her to wear it when they went out. The blonde looked ahead. Ingong hit the wall. He frowned. He didn't look at him. Kang Lim looked at her when she said that there were many things she wanted to tell him, but because of the current situation, she would leave it as is. The blonde turned away and apologized. She apologized for leaving him alone even though it was too late. She was sorry. Siren frowned and said that she too. Kang Lim smiled and said that it was okay and neither of them were at fault. This incident also served as an opportunity for him to realize himself. He said that was why he told them to hold off for a while. After everything was over, he would be able to answer. Everyone looked at him in shock. The blonde smiled and said that if there was a happy ending, all this was a memory. The author of ESW frowned and thought that she ordered the protagonist with all the power of her authorship not to attack the heroines. She said that it was very annoying for her. Why did not all of them listen to her? She turned around and thought that in any case, enough time had passed, and now she could use her full power. The ability of King Cupid is just the power of replacement, but it is also the power that can change reality. This means that it is possible to change the perception of the protagonist, so the strengths of two people have a synergistic effect on each other. That is, only if King Cupid chooses as the protagonist. For example, when the hero was switched with Kang Lim, it could be that the use of power became more extensive and aggressive. The girl was bleeding from her mouth. She frowned and said that although it was too harsh for the body, it was okay because it was a small sacrifice for the sake of work. They were blows. Kang Lim looked up and thought that he couldn't stop the ending this time. That's why he ruined all the previous episodes. The author of ESW smiled. The main characters were switching with each of their enemies within a 3-kilometer radius. The reality-altering synergy would increase the discontent. She thought that it would be an attack similar to a zombie apocalypse. The girl laughed. She thought that the main character was the target, but they would all be swept away and die first. The hero frowned and shouted at the girl to take these guys and leave quickly. She said that it was okay. He looked forward in shock. The girl grabbed the railing and said that they should have already broken in by now. What kind of power does this person have? She said that she knew that the brunette was secretly watching Kang Lim and could control other people, although she couldn't stop her directly. What if that was the case? Young-Ah frowned when she said that if there was no one around who could control. The hero looked up. The author said that was why she asked the two to hold the people back. Someone was shouting that this was nonsense. The residential building was very close. The students were supposed to gather there because of the landslide. The girl thought, why is no one reacting to the author? Everyone was chatting. It was an exclusive concert and fan meeting. The host said that they put on this show to heal their hearts that were tormented by the accident. Mia extended her hand and told them to cheer with all their might. Everyone screamed. The author frowned and said, did they really manage to keep all the students busy with this? And that was their whole plan. Young-Ah smiled and said that it was okay, because they weren't done yet. The boys walked forward and said that the concert was announced so suddenly, they would go to sleep instead. They looked up. Money was falling from a helicopter. Everyone ran forward and asked if it was real money. Yoon-young looked at it. Nia was dancing. Someone said that everything went really well. The guy shouted that she did a great job and he was very touched. He raised his hands in the air and said that for her first lead role, this was a real success. She was guaranteed an award this year. Mia frowned and looked at him. He apologized. She inhaled and said that he did nothing wrong. It was just too early to talk about awards. The guy looked up and thought that he would be scolded again. She had softened up lately. He said that she looked too tired. Was there something wrong? He scratched his head and said that if she was having trouble, she could talk to him. These were no longer the days when the Red Moon could do anything to her. The president said that she could take a break whenever she wanted. Nia thought that there was definitely a turning point in her life, but for some reason her memories of that time were very vague. But she was sure of one thing. Ingong helped her. She was sure of that, but something was wrong, as if there was someone else there. The guy held his head and asked if she was sick. He would call an ambulance right away. The girl stood up and said that was enough. She would go home alone today. She walked forward. Suddenly, the guys appeared. Mia frowned and asked where they were going. She turned around and said that she was not angry, so there was no need to pinch her. The room was empty. The cashier looked at her and said that she ordered 2 mango juices to go. Did she need anything else? The girl put her hand in her bag and said that was all. She suddenly remembered. The cashier looked at her. She asked to wait a second. Mia was looking for her wallet. The bag was empty. She picked up the keychain and remembered Kang Lim. She suddenly ran away. She ran down the street. The girl held the mask and thought, how could this happen? She took off the mask and thought, how could she forget? She cried and shouted the hero's name. After a while, the maid bowed and said that it was late. Yoon Young was writing and said that it couldn't be helped that she took a few days off for the trip. She had to finish an equivalent amount of work in advance. The girl didn't look at her and said that she had been working too often at night. It was making her worry. Maybe she should think about returning to her home country. The blonde put down her pen and asked why she came to Korea in the first place then. The maid looked at her and said that she wanted to spend time with her friend. She stood up and said that there seemed to be something else. She needed to check the safe. She said that it was a hassle to travel 30 minutes to the safe. The maid bowed her head and said that this was where she kept her most valuable things, so despite the inconvenience, they had taken many security measures. Yoon Young picked up the book. She opened it. A few months ago, the brunette stood with her eyes closed and said that they had brought in 3 experts to decipher it. The blonde sighed and told them to act as quickly as possible. She frowned and said that she had to be the first to find the legacy left by her grandfather to protect his honor from her relatives. She looked out the window and said that they could gradually quiet down the gossip online. It seemed that there was some commotion outside. She was told that someone saw the ad for the treasure hunt and came. Yoon Young raised her eyebrows when she was told that he was a middle school student. The hero sat opposite the blonde. She said that she understood his situation. He came from Korea. She raised her eyebrows and said that his claim to have solved the code seemed far-fetched. Many famous detectives had already tried and failed. Kang Lim smiled and said that school detectives were often more capable than famous ones. He leaned over and said that they had recruited about 3 detectives. He frowned and said that one was a fraud, and the rest were hired by a fake. The real detective died during the investigation 2 years ago. The maid bowed her head and said that she would immediately look into the matter. The guy smiled and said that even if he were in her place, he would not believe himself. First, they needed to confirm whether his words were true or false, and they would talk about the code later. He was very busy now. He needed to fly to the United States. The girl said that all 3 turned out to be frauds. They had missed that in their superficial investigation. She frowned and asked how he knew. He replied that it was a trade secret. In any case, they would entrust the code and the search for the inheritance to him. Yoon Young frowned and asked him to understand that it was very important to her. Kang Lim smiled and suggested that they go look for the inheritance. After a while, the guy frowned and thought about what to do now. He knew where the inheritance was, but he had no idea how to decipher this riddle. He looked at the piece of paper and thought that if he only knew the answer and could not explain the process, it would be suspicious, so he should at least pretend to be active. He thought that he read and did not understand a single line. He thought that he needed time. The guy turned around. He thought that Yoon Young tried to find the inheritance more than once and looked quite tired. Kang Lim stood there and thought that she should be given a chance to distract herself. He smiled and said that before they started looking, could she ask the bodyguards to move away for a bit. The man frowned and said that it was impossible for security reasons. They had to accompany them. The guy raised one eyebrow and asked how they could search for something if they were attracting so much attention. The bodyguard replied that they would keep their distance but provide protection. They walked away. Kang Lim looked at the girl and said that she must be tired of all this. She confirmed that it was more like surveillance than protection. She smiled and said that not only the property but also her grandfather's will had disappeared. Amidst the bitter disputes between her relatives who were trying to get hold of the inheritance, she, with her weak foundation, had effectively lost everything. Yoon Young said that she was now nothing more than a chess piece at the mercy of her relatives. The girl looked down and said that with a stifling schedule, not only walking, even eating was a political move. She raised her eyebrows and said that she could have everything, but she could not do what she wanted. Yoon Young looked up and said that sometimes she thinks that if she could spend one day the way she wants, she will be happy. Kang Lim looked at her. She smiled and said that she complains too much. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what her perfect day looks like. He smiled when she said that like an ordinary peer, she would like to spend the day in comfort. He replied that he would definitely find an inheritance in a few days as promised. Will she trust him today? He took her hand and pulled her forward. The hero smiled and said that they will have a vacation in London. Yoon Young blushed. Harrod's department store. The girl asked if this was really okay. Kang Lim smiled and said that everything was fine. It was part of the plan. She said that she believed him. The blonde put her hand on her chest and said that she doubted whether this outfit suited her. She always had to wear formal outfits. The guy looked away and said he was sure it would look good on her. Besides, it served as a disguise. Yoon Young frowned and asked how she looked. Did it look weird? Kang Lim raised his eyebrows and said that it might not work as a disguise. Her noble aura did not disappear. He smiled and said that she looked beautiful and it suited her very well. The girl looked away and said that he was impressive to slip past her security when he was a schoolboy. He replied that he could run. He frowned when shouts were heard from behind that they should be close. The blue-haired man said that he had a big mouth. The men frowned and said that they heard sounds somewhere from the area. Yoon blushed. She looked at the guy. He smiled and told her to be patient a little longer. The blonde raised her eyebrows. They walked down the street. The girl tried ice cream. They drank tea. Yoon pointed to the tennis court. The guy said that they don't have rackets. The maid brought rackets and balls. The blonde served the ball. Kang tried on a hat. After a while, they smiled. At night, the blue-haired guy looked at her and asked if this was her first time visiting all these places. She replied that despite the fact that they were so close, she never thought of visiting them. The guy raised one eyebrow and asked if she was really so immersed in work and social events. If he had known, he would have come earlier. Yoon looked at him and asked what he meant by would have come earlier. He said nothing, and by the way, isn't it too dark here? Kang raised his head and asked if the working hours of the street lights were different in their countries. The girl thought that now she understood why her friend had feelings for him. They walked forward. Yoon thought that she was so comfortable spending time with this gentleman that she wanted time to stop. She clenched her fists and thought that after all, longing for the one her friend loved was unthinkable, but if she had not yet realized her feelings. Kang stopped and asked if she was listening to him. How was her day? He smiled and asked if he helped relieve stress. The girl opened her mouth. The lanterns came on. She smiled and said that she had a great time. The guy grinned and said that he was glad to hear it. He asked her to wait for her a little longer. He would get in touch after a short trip to the United States. She asked again. He said that he had deciphered half of the code and the rest of the clues. Yoon darkened. The maid called her. There was an envelope in the safe. She took it out. The girl was holding a letter in her hands. The document said that it was a marriage registration. It was signed by Yoon and Kang. She started crying. Nia ran forward. A car passed by her. The blonde frowned and asked if she was there too. They opened the door and called out to the hero. Yoon looked out the window and said that they had arrived. After a while, Da-hee turned around and called out to the boss. Siren raised her eyebrows and called out to Kang. Rami frowned and called out to him too. Their eyes widened. The homeroom teacher smiled and told them to welcome back. She had been waiting for them. Author ESW frowned and yelled, "Don't make her laugh. Do they remember everything now? That's impossible. She had definitely manipulated everything." She raised her hand and said that they were just toys that reacted when she pressed the keyboard a few times. They were nothing more than Webtoon characters. The girls looked up at her when she said why they were coping and challenging her. Characters who challenged their author weren't even worthy of being characters. Da-hee looked down and said that although she was able to understand it when Yoon explained it to her, being addressed as a character to her face was a different feeling. She looked up and said that to be honest, this was completely ridiculous. The author frowned when she said that everything she had felt up until now, the day she was happy to debut, the day she was shocked by her parents' death, the day she got angry after being framed, if all those days were just manipulations by her hands, then she should feel dirty. Da-hee said that this might lead to a complicated debate about fate and free will, but she thought that there was no need to think about it too much. She said that all the talk about this world or the webtoon, these external things didn't mean anything to her. She said that the one who chooses and decides her future is her, who is standing here. The blonde frowned and said that even if she created characters similar to them, the fact that they are here now is not just a character. Rami raised her finger and said that this was something that was already decided in her heart ever since Kang destroyed her fate and saved her. Siren frowned and said that even if she manipulated their memories, the fact that they are standing here now is proof of that. The hero looked at them in shock. Yoon smiled and said that to put it simply, she is from the webtoon right here with the protagonist. The author gritted her teeth and said that she will not let them get away with this. They are just characters. How dare they play with her work as they please? Her laptop began to beep alarmingly. She frowned. Yerim said that it is useless. A voice came from the drone saying that she had deployed an electromagnetic interference field around the dorm. Unless she took special measures, she was not allowed to use electronic devices. The girl looked at the drone and asked why she was doing this. She replied that this was punishment for using her and bullying her friends. The blonde widened her eyes and said that no matter what she did, it was some kind of supernatural power. She just needed to get out of the electromagnetic interference field to another place. The author ran and told Ingong to do everything to buy her some time. Kang said that they can't let her go anymore. Da-hee frowned and told them not to worry. If this is a game of tag, they can leave it to her. Suddenly, the ceiling began to collapse. Ingong stood in front of her. He did not look at her and said that he just did not understand. Weren't they all brainwashed by the protagonist? The blonde frowned and explained everything that happened and said that they didn't have time so he should move away. The guy let go of her gaze and asked did she really think he would believe that he was a webtoon character. The girl looked at him and said that to be honest, she couldn't understand that part either, but he did understand that he was used by the Cupid King. If he was able to think rationally, he should be able to understand that. Ingong put his hand on his chest and said that even if that was the case, it was a different matter. He still had memories of how he saved them all and was together with them. He thought it was a bit cheap to say that at a time like this, but he clutched his shirt and turned to everyone and said that to them, he was. The girls said that to them, he was just. The irony of fate. Thanks to the terrible events that happened recently, some things became clear to us. They also learned something. Kang Lim looked at them in surprise when they said that boss said that she was emotionally confused or something, but it was not like that at all, because when her memory was manipulated and she thought that Ingong was the one who saved her. Red looked at her in surprise when she said that she still did not feel anything romantic towards him. The girl said that she liked the hero not because he saved her. After all, this feeling is definitely romantic. Everyone stood around Kang Lim. They hugged him and said that they loved him. Mia said that she did too. It was unfair for everyone to cut in. The others also confirmed their feelings for him. Ingong clenched his fist and punched the wall. The girls ran there and told him to hurry up and catch up with her. The hero turned around when Red asked if he was really wrong. Kang Lim looked at him and said that the stupid, well-liked protagonist has long been outdated. The guy didn't look at him and said, didn't he tell him before, he won't give up any of them. He smiled and said that they were his girls. The girls looked ahead. The author walked towards them. They asked why she came back by herself 5 minutes ago. The girl thought that she needed to completely leave the excursion site. For example, hide in the forest, then she could safely use the authorship again. She pointed to the side and said, here, this way is short. The girl ran forward. There was a man in front of her. She frowned and asked if he was also here to interfere. What was his problem? She even let him chat with the girl. The author smirked and told him to step aside, otherwise she would use her authorship and she could use it to ruin his relationship with the girl. Yang Su looked down and said that this was stupid. Didn't she notice until now? The guy looked at her and asked does she still think he is actually a character. She spends too much time watching webtoons and has lost touch with reality. The girl looked at him with confusion and asked, what does he mean? Didn't he say it was because of his sister? He broke his glasses and said, this is the story of the owner of this body. He only helped in exchange for borrowing his body. A glow appeared around him and he asked, doesn't she still not understand? He smiled and said that he was also an agent from above. The blonde frowned and thought that his body was emitting flames in this wind too. She pursed her lips and thought, what does that mean? He really is like this. The guy said that if the agent she met before was a narrator, then he is an observer. She should have arranged the final showdown, so why is she running away? He looked at her and said that if she doesn't come back right now, he will end this matter by disqualifying her. She said that he can't be so unreasonable. He frowned and said, isn't it her who did this? Is it unfair for this to happen to her? The girl frowned and thought that this guy really was another agent. The characters don't know keywords like agent or showdown. She thought that given the circumstances, the only person the hero would tell about this was the homeroom teacher. But the hero didn't know that their memories had returned, so he didn't have time to explain, so knowing such keywords meant that he was real. The guy smiled and said to go back and meet his end. The author frowned and shouted to at least give her an advantage so that Ingong wouldn't suspect her anymore, so she could use the authorship. He said he would. She ran back and thought that it worked. If she could trick him, she could win. Dahi looked at her and asked why she came back on her own. She said that she didn't want to go either. She pointed her finger forward and said that the guy must follow her words without question from now on. It's an order. The other agent guaranteed it, so there's no doubt. Ingong looked at her. Everyone was looking at her. The author opened her laptop and asked why it wasn't working. Kang Lim looked at her and asked what the other agent meant when he met the agent. He confirmed that part. He approached her and said that in case another unreasonable plot twist happened. He asked if there were others like him. He replied that he was the only one. The blonde raised her head and said that it couldn't be. She remembered their meeting. Her eyes widened. The girl grabbed her face and said that this Yang Su guy tricked her. The guy frowned. He laughed and said that she was easy to trick. He said that everything he did was a bit like a magic show. He used the dark place to his advantage. He put on his glasses and said that it was time to end it. He smiled and said that although he was acting grandly, it was not only his own doing. The girl helped with the equipment and he got the information about the keywords. The guy took out his phone and said that he had to tell her that everything went well. Everyone in the class was chatting. The phone rang. Kang Lim waved his hand. He stretched out his hands and said that this thing is King Cupid and this agent. The girl looked at the phone and said that Limmy likes this kind of thing. She smiled. The author frowned and said that it couldn't be. Dahi smiled and said that she wasn't sure, but it seemed like she had no more tricks up her sleeve, so it was the end. The girl frowned and said that she never intended to harm them in the first place. She just wanted to return to her original world, so if they let her negotiate with this agent, they would find a compromise that would suit them all. The girl stood next to her and said that this was all she could come up with. It was a pity to even beg on her knees now. She had no other choice. The blonde smiled and asked if she had a choice. It was the laptop. Did she want to give it to her for free or for good? The girl handed over the laptop and said that she would give it to her for free. Kang Lim looked at the laptop and asked how he should use the authorship. He turned around and said that he should ask King Cupid. He beat her. The author cried and said that she gave it to her for good, so why? She replied that she asked if she wanted to give it to her for good or for bad, but she did not say that she would not beat her if she gave it to her. Yoonga approached them and asked why they were getting their hands dirty like that. The hero's expression darkened when she said there was a more convenient way. Everything around them began to shake. He frowned and asked if he had done something wrong with the laptop. He looked up and said that it was probably because they had defeated the demon lord and her castle was collapsing. He said that it was probably just collapsing because they had destroyed everything here recently. Rami frowned and said that they needed to get out of here. A drone flew up to them and a voice from it told them to go to the roof where they would be met by a helicopter. He ran up. The others followed her. The hero frowned and said that he felt like he was forgetting something. He remembered Ho Chun. The red-haired man picked him up on his shoulders. He looked at him and said that he would take him with him. Kang Lim frowned and asked if he wouldn't go with them. This place would soon collapse. Ingong walked forward and said that it was time for him to leave. He said to take good care of Dahi and the others. The girl turned around and asked the boss what he was doing. He should hurry up. The boss ran forward. He thought that day, Ingong disappeared in the flames of the collapsing building and never appeared in front of them again. The girls walked towards the helicopter. The hero looked at the fire. He raised his eyebrows. The helicopter. Kang Lim frowned and asked if it was really over now. Had they won? Dahi turned around and said that there were many things to talk about, but first, a huge thank you to Dahi and Na Rai. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that she was really sorry about the boss. The guy walked forward and said that he knew, even if they didn't talk, they just needed to go back. He smiled and said that besides, they still had a bonfire left for this excursion. They couldn't miss it since they had landed far away, they would have to walk a bit. The blue-haired man looked at the girl and said that he would take care of King Cupid and she should take care of the laptop. He thought that instead of discussing old stories, they were talking about the future. Of course, when he talked about the future, it was nothing grand, but simple things like what they wanted to eat or how to make up for the excursion time they had missed made him feel like everything was back to normal. He thought that he wished that this could go on forever. Kang Lim looked at Dahi in surprise when she said that she didn't mind if they discussed something, but there was one problem that needed to be solved. She blushed and asked the question from earlier, wasn't he going to give a decent answer when she sheepishly confessed her feelings? He took a step forward. Kang Lim looked forward and said that it was probably really hard for him to answer. Even then, it was true that it was important to clarify what was going on, considering what he said when he chose them all earlier. Everyone looked at him. He looked up and said that he finally realized that the author left. The guy turned and asked when she woke up what was so funny. She said that if he wanted a happy ending that badly, he should have taken care to kill her. She smiled and said that didn't he think that she wanted to screw it up at the very end. The girl thought that she knew that she couldn't use her authorship without a laptop, but the agent had mentioned something when they first met. The agent said that it was hard for a human vessel to use authorship. Maybe it would be more appropriate to use it on himself. He pointed to the laptop and said that usually some kind of storage medium was used for this, and this laptop should be fine. Author ESW widened her eyes and thought that the laptop was just a medium. Since the authorship was inside her, once she got used to it, she would be able to use it even without the laptop if she aimed at herself. The girl frowned and said that she was changing the last incident of the excursion, the traffic accident, until now she was the target. The blonde smiled and said that to hell with his happy ending, they would all die together. A car was driving towards them. The truck was next to the hero. He looked at it in shock. The girls stretched out their hands. Kang Lim's eyes widened in shock. Everything was illuminated. He thought that at that moment, memories came flooding back to them. Memories that only the hero knew about, or maybe even he didn't remember them all. Memories of how he fought for them. Memories of those countless loops. The hero looked ahead. He clutched his chest. A voice asked if he had woken up. The boy turned around and asked where he was. The agent replied that it was like a gap between worlds. He looked at the hero and said that he was originally supposed to be killed by that truck, but because the world he belonged to was not like this one, and because he defeated King Cupid, he was caught up in the ongoing reconstruction of the world. The blue-haired boy looked at him blankly when the agent said that this was causing some sort of error, like confusing codes. It was all thanks to those girls who loved him. He said that their desire to keep him in their world and their feelings for them. For a moment, they defied even the laws of this world. The agent looked at the boy and said that if he had to give this phenomenon a name, maybe it would be a miracle. The boy replied that it sounded cheap and based on luck. Kang Lim grabbed his chin and asked how about calling it the power of love instead. How about that? The agent smiled and said could he please help him straighten out his crooked arms and legs. Could he be any more shamelessly cheesy? Seriously, could he tone down his otaku moments? He gave a thumbs up and said that he also agreed with the principle of love and peace, so it was only natural that the ESW world was collapsing. Kang Lim frowned and asked what about his girls then? What was going on with them? He should send them back to the original world with him. The agent looked at him and said that those girls were always from his world, he had a bad dream or something. The guy collapsed on the floor and said that everything was set up that way. It was a relief, it was very good. The agent raised his hand and said that the girls had already returned first, now they would just leave, but before that, would they like to talk about their reward? The guy asked again. The agent said that they promised them one wish at the beginning. The author smiled and said that they were upset that the reward did not match their efforts. Although it was some kind of bonus, she would give them more rewards. In fact, she had already discussed it with the agent. When they returned to their home world, one of their wishes would be granted. Kang Lim said that Cupid said that she would grant his wish if he returned quietly, but was that still the case? The agent smiled and said that of course, someone who uses blue flames never goes back on their word, they can ask for anything. The guy smiled and said that he didn't need anything as long as he could be with his girls. He closed his eyes and said that was all he needed, he didn't want anything else. The agent looked at him and said that he would take care of his wish properly. The guy looked at his hand in shock and asked if he was really going back. He said that he should go and punish King Cupid right now. He smiled and said that he did well and really deserved to be happier. Kang Lim woke up. He was in class. He asked if the class was over. The guy stood up and asked if the girls were really here. He couldn't shake off the feeling of anxiety. His iPhone was missing. He thought he should check the app. There was a flyer about the Cultural Development Club. The hero looked at the paper. It said that they listened to the agent's explanation, so they were moving the app. The guy raised his eyebrows. He said what a relief, it seems like he's in the right world. But what do they mean by moving the app? What's going on? He frowned. There was a house in front of him. He asked if this was the place. He looked at the flyer. Kang Lim walked into the house and apologized. There were a lot of shoes on the floor. He turned around and asked what it was. He said he would take care of it properly. But did he just give them real estate? He looked at the TV. The program said that a famous actor got a new wife. This will be his third marriage. Kang Lim was watching TV. The girls came to him and said that they were waiting for him. The guy smiled and thought, what did he mean by take care of him properly? The girls ran up to him and offered to live together. The girl grabbed her head and wished death on someone. Agent was standing next to her. The girl asked what kind of place this was, because she was hit by a truck, so this must be the afterlife. The interlocutor replied that it was not, and unfortunately, she was still alive because Kang Lim saved her. She looked at him in surprise and asked if the guy was still alive. The interlocutor replied that he had already gone to where he needed to be, and the world of the heroines would soon be destroyed. Therefore, the existence of the heroines in the world to which she was going to return would cease. The girl grabbed her head and said that it annoyed her that everything ended like this, and then if she came back, she would have to play the role of the goddess from the first episode, and she hated it, but there was no other way. The man answered that everything was correct, and that her illness was cured when she defeated him, but she would have to pay the price for losing the fight with the hero. The girl asked what that meant. The creature explained that she should not have let anyone see how the power was used. Even if she abused it, she still lost, and then asked about how she thought that was it. The girl looked at him in surprise. The man added that from now on she was allowed to reproduce the heroine only in this space. The girl asked what this place was. The agent answered that it was the abyss between worlds. The girl spread her arms out to the sides and said it didn't matter, then asked if there was food and computers there. The man said yes. She agreed and said it didn't matter at all, because it would just be quiet around, and she just needed to recreate it completely. The man pointed to the side and said that it wasn't so, because even if she recreated it, she wouldn't be able to get out of there now, and that the rules of this place were written on that side. The girl was surprised by what was said. She saw an inscription that if the rating was not equal to 10.0, then she would not be able to get out of there. She frowned in fear. The girl fell to her knees, grabbed her head and screamed desperately, wondering how many more years it would take, and said that as an author, he should start changing his mind first. Ngong walked silently down the street. He looked down and thought that he had never doubted his rightness, and, as it seemed to him, as long as he had good intentions, the result would be wonderful. He looked at the piece of paper and thought that this was not the case and that he was wrong, so he should think about himself, so he can consider this a lesson and the price for his mistakes. He held the expulsion letter in his hands, thinking that he would study hard. The guy said that he should leave quietly, without making a noise. Suddenly, the girl bumped into him with her head. The two sisters looked at each other and began to sort things out with a scream. The guy smiled widely and asked what was going on and what was the matter. He opened his mouth in surprise. Looking softly at the girls, he said that if possible, they should calm down and tell what happened. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the school building. Dahi stood at the podium and finished her speech. The guys watched her calmly, clapping their hands. The host announced the speech of the second-year student representative Rami. The cherry blossoms were covered with bright pink petals. The guy raised an eyebrow and asked what he should say and if the ceremony was boring. The blonde put her hand on her waist and said that it was obvious, but that didn't mean they were actually saying goodbye. Yoonga agreed and said that there was more to come. The girls looked at them. The gamer girl suggested that they just call it a multicultural house. Rami objected and said that she had another year ahead of her. Yoon added that there would be times when they would have to go their separate ways for work because that's how things are. The guy turned away and said that it was true, but he had thought about it before, then asked if they didn't think the name of a multicultural house was a bit weird. Mia and Nari approached them. Mia asked what was up with the names and said that they couldn't call it a love house. The brunette suggested calling it an extravagant pervert's home and 7 people. The guy agreed to keep the name of a multicultural house. He looked up at the cherry blossoms and said that the graduation ceremony and finishing school were quite an exciting event. The girl looked at him and said that besides, he had spent much more time because of love. The guy agreed with her and said that in terms of the period of time, it was true, and who knows, maybe he would be attached to this place for the rest of his life. He smiled slightly and said that it had its own value, because in fact, suffering from love compared to death or pain just looked like loneliness that no one knew about. Yoon smiled and said that now she knew, because the moment he extended his hand to her. Nia said that although it was one-sided, like a scene in a movie, it left a lot behind. The blonde looked at him serenely and suggested that they ended on good terms, after which she asked him to give an interesting congratulatory speech, because even if he said something nasty, she would ignore it. The guy raised his hand to his mouth and coughed. The girl turned away from him with displeasure. The guy said that this episode was just the beginning. The blonde asked to make the speech shorter. The guy frowned angrily and called out to her. The brunette laughed, seeing what was happening. Rami said that this did not mean that they were saying goodbye forever, so it would not be for long. The gamer added that if you think about it, today they were all together. Hearing this, the guy suggested starting. Young-ah looked at her friend and said that fighting with her had become pointless. The blonde laughed and said that it was not about that, because from now on everything would be exactly like this. Siren looked ahead in surprise and said that they had overcome the coefficient of 1%. Rami said that at this speed it should be about 0.01. Yoon crossed her arms and said that the official round starts tomorrow. Nari agreed with her and said that they will be in the same house all day. Mia added that they should not get ahead of themselves. The guy turned to the side, noticing something. He saw a boy similar to him. With a calm expression, he watched him go. Smiling slightly, the guy said that he wanted to tell him something, but he did not know what, and then added that he would definitely be fine. 7 years have passed since these events. There was a sign above the cafe that said 7 goddesses. A large number of people gathered inside. People were discussing the fact that there were so many people inside because this place is famous on social media, and there are rumors that the workers are very pretty. One of the men put his hand on the table. The people continued to discuss that they work full-time, but change every day of the week, and although they change, all 7 of them are beautiful, and also that they are not only beautiful, but also. The dark-haired man looked at Nari with a smile and asked her for her number. The girl apologized. She touched her face with trepidation and said that she has a boyfriend with whom she is engaged, and also that last night they had quite a hot one. The man was surprised to notice the guy approaching. The young man apologized and said that such questions are not allowed. He added with a smile that he can help him with the order. The guy thought that he is not a superhuman or something like that. He told about himself. They say he owns a cafe, is a house husband, manager, driver. The girl interrupted him and said that he is an all-powerful husband. The young man irritably said that she should stop rubbing salt into his wounds. The girl raised her hand to her mouth, smiled and said that now she understands all his thoughts. The hero thought that he does not know if it can be called wonderful, but these are definitely peaceful days. He fiddled with the cash register with a smile, thinking that there are days when many interesting things happen, and now his girls live together, helping out in the store every day. Nari made coffee with a smile. The guy thought that today was a day with help from her, and that in fact, it is a luxury to treat her like an ordinary employee. He imagined the girl in a formal suit and thought that she majored in political science and diplomacy, and after graduation, worked as a prominent diplomat, so at first, most people were surprised, but then he imagined her in home clothes with a cup of coffee and added that unexpectedly for herself, she achieved everything she wanted, and now she wants to be flexible with her time and take a step back, so she works as a freelance translator. The young man remembered her peculiarities and thought that there were some problems, but everything is fine as long as they live together peacefully. The girl put the order on the tray. The hero finished the thought by saying that she loves to cook dessert, and, in fact, it is more than just a hobby because she is the greatest treasure of their cafe. The guy crossed his arms and said that they should put up a bigger notice, asking for phone numbers inside is prohibited. The girl said with trepidation that she is fine and that it is the opposite because she can attract customers, so it is even better. She pressed herself against his hand and said that they loved each other very much. Everyone present looked at them in surprise. Kang Lim sat behind the wheel serenely. He answered Yoon Young's call. The girl asked if the guy was in the cafe now. He smiled and said that he was in the car and would arrive first, after which he said that they were all busy these days, so they did not often have a chance to have dinner together, and such an opportunity rarely occurs, so he would cook something hot. The girl's plane was flying through the sky. The young man asked if she would be back late because of some work. The girl took a cup of tea and said that she was already on the plane. She smiled and added that she would be back much earlier. If he was in the cafe, he could come and pick her up. Kang Lim imagined her in a formal suit and thought that she had accumulated knowledge for years and had political influence all over the world. Then he imagined the girl stroking the baby's head and thought that she had been supporting cross-border non-profit organizations lately, and she had also announced a 100-year vision plan to achieve the goal of world peace. He imagined a magazine with Yoon Young on the cover and thought that in case anyone had misheard, he could repeat it again because the topic was world peace, and as a result, she was chosen as MM Magazine's Person of the Year. He took the phone in his hand and said goodbye to her. The girl blushed deeply when she heard the words that the boy loved her. The boy thought that for him she was just a girl in love. Suddenly, the radio broadcast news about her. The boy was surprised by this. His car stopped at the curb. Mia crossed her arms and said irritably that he arrived very quickly. The boy picked up the packaging with drinks. The girl said that he arrived 10 minutes early and she had not bought the drinks yet. The boy replied that that was why he bought them himself. He imagined the girl performing with a microphone and thought that she had been on her way for a while now, holding concerts from time to time, and the reaction was good, so she was active as a singer and of course as an actress too. Memories of the news about her flashed through his mind. He thought that it was okay. After all, it wasn't that anyway, because it wasn't just one problem, but many. He remembered his photo on the article page and thought that fortunately, the public's reaction was quite positive. Kang Lim imagined the girl walking away from him shyly and thought that perhaps the most important factor was that she was a talented actress, and what's more, she often took pictures with him on shows, showing a different, cuter side of herself than usual, and people liked it for sure. The girl closed her eyes, lowered her head and said that, anyway, he shouldn't come so early next time. The guy decided that this was her charm. The girl suddenly flinched when she heard the words about her earrings falling out. She started hitting him on the shoulder when she heard the words about it being just a joke. The guy patted her cheek, telling her that she was cute. A yellow car pulled into the parking lot. Inside were Sian and Yura. The woman got out of the driver's door. The guy asked when they returned to Korea, because if she wanted, he could come and pick her up. The woman replied that she would be leaving again soon, because she just wanted to see the girl's face for a while. The guy smiled and asked if she had time to eat, because if not, she could have dinner with them before leaving, and today's people would have hot pot. Siren immediately threw herself into his arms. The woman smiled widely and asked if they could arrange it, especially if the number of brides increased to 8. The girls irritably replied that they would not. Yura stepped forward and said that she brought some liquor as a gift from duty-free. Mia offered to help. The Demersha blushed slightly, pressed herself against the guy and said that they should wait, because she needed to restore her energy with him. The young man agreed and said that he would quickly recharge her. He imagined her standing next to the cup and thought that she returned to her career as a professional gamer in her 3rd year and broke all the records and career milestones that she set for herself, and these days she is taking another sabbatical. Then he imagined her doing gymnastics and thought that this time she is seriously engaged in fitness and dancing, and although at first it was done to overcome stiffness and improve her well-being, but apparently she really liked it and is training her body for local competitions. The girl blushed with embarrassment, pressing herself against the guy. He thought that she was doing well in both her natural talent and in other areas, and apparently Yura had been pestering her lately, saying that she had the quality of a coach after seeing Siren conquer both sides. The gamer girl blushed embarrassedly and said that everything was just in time. The young man asked if he should carry her like this all the time if they don't let her go. The guy took off his outerwear. A notification came to his phone about the end of Rami's broadcast. The girl quickly ran to him. She spread her arms out to the sides and jumped into his arms, greeted him loudly. The young man fell onto the bed. The girl lay down on his chest. He said that she worked hard. The girl replied that she was really tired. She began to rub against his chest. The guy decided that she was just like a puppy. He imagined her in light summer clothes and thought that she traveled and did tarot streams like she wanted to. And she also visited several countries and wrote articles about her experiences. And when she tried to take him with her, a small mishap occurred. He imagined the girl dragging him along with her, and the others loudly indignantly about it. The guy thought that some places were too dangerous for her to go alone, so sometimes they went together or went on a trip with everyone. He then imagined her with cute headphones and added that she only recently came to the house because the blogger content she launched for fun became popular and her cute phrase went viral on TikTok. So now she is more focused on this content than on her tarot streams. The hero got up from the bed and put the girl on her back, saying that since they were both done, they can take a shower together. He approached the embarrassed girl and asked if she thought she could get away with it by getting her boyfriend on the bed. She blushed deeply and covered her face with her hands, muttering something. The guy laughed, stood up and said that he would let her go because they were supposed to have dinner together soon. Young-ah was working on a graphics tablet. The guy leaned over to her from behind and asked if she was still working. The girl answered yes but said that she was almost done. She closed her eyes and lowered her head to the boy. The guy asked her to relax and said that she could do it in 6 minutes 7 days. The girl replied that if she did that, she would not be able to go far with him on her days off. On the tablet screen, a character was visible that looked like the guy in his school years. He handed Young-ah the editor's dictionary and thought that it was natural that she, as a professional author, was sterilizing Webtoon. He glanced at the character and thought that, unlike a certain fraudulent author, she draws rom-coms about pure love, and she says that the male lead is based on him. A young man sat across from an excited girl, thinking that just like everyone else, he also played the role of a manager, and recently, while discussing ideas for her next project, she said that she wanted to create a slice of life series with 7 heroines, and he tried to stop her. The girl stretched hard and said that everything was ready and that she had successfully met the weekly deadline. The guy quickly picked her up in his arms and said that it was time for them to eat. He stood at the table and said that dinner was ready. He looked back at the girls and thought that today was actually a special day because he could finally announce this to his girls. He put his hands behind his back and decided that someone should be coming over soon. He ran to him, telling him that she was back. The girl hugged him tightly and asked him to hug her back, telling him that he should know that the reason she called him boss was because she still loved him. The boy looked her in the eye and said he knew it and she didn't need to tell him that every time. And then he thought she continued her modeling career after college and eventually launched collaborations with several brands. He imagined her in a jacket and thought she had an idea and soon launched her own business, an app that offers personalized style recommendations every day. He then imagined her in her loungewear and added that she needed to register the clothes she had and the app would suggest casual outfits and also recommend products based on the user's preferences. And with its algorithm, the boy imagined the girl shaking hands with a businessman and thought that although he wasn't too sure. But as they say, the key to this is the breadth of the database and the strength of the brand behind the products being recommended. Because if she used the connections she made as a model, she could collaborate not only with home brands but also with several spa brands. He presented a pink envelope and added that it was no longer a startup, since it was already a fairly large business, and now the blonde is heading a company valued at hundreds of billions of won. The girl closed her eyes and said that in any case, the launch should go well, and then asked if he knew what else had happened today. She returned to the guy. The guy asked if she really needed to tell him about this. The girl asked if it was difficult for him to eat like this, and then said that she would feed him. She put a cherry on her tongue and handed it to the guy. The guy moved away embarrassedly. Nari said that it was still her day. The blonde replied that they did not agree that everyone would have the same conditions during meals. The guy cleared his throat and said that there was something more important, since he wanted to share something. The girls looked at him. Kang said that he had finally saved up enough money for it, and then asked if they could all go somewhere with him this week. He remembered the moment when they decided to live with him, and thought that despite the fact that they live in a world where polygamy is accepted, despite the fact that they live together, they have not yet had a wedding, only then that he insisted. The guy looked at the piece of paper and decided that it did not matter what kind of gigolo he was, because he wanted to save up for the wedding himself. He imagined a diagram with expenses and thought that strictly speaking, the costs of living, the interior of the cafe and many other things take a lot, and although he says that he saved up, but it is not only his money. The guy straightened his tie and decided that he plans to tell them what he had been planning for a long time. The blonde put her hands on the table, asked the guy about what was wrong with him and whether he had such a place reserved. She grabbed her face in shock, hearing the proposal of marriage, after which she said that she had been waiting for these words for a long time. The young man put a ring on her finger. The girl said that he should make her happy. Siren awkwardly looked away and asked why he brought her there. She blushed embarrassedly and said that since that day, her feelings have always been unwavering, and as long as she can be with him. The girl smiled tenderly and asked the guy to take care of her. Rami chuckled and asked why he dressed so nicely and what he was going to say, then said that he should understand that she is cute every day. The girl quickly blushed after hearing the proposal and said that although she expected it, but hearing it directly was very exciting. The guy put a ring on her finger. The girl blushed embarrassedly, said that she would be happy to be his bride if he did not mind. Yoon touched her chin with a smile and said that she thought he was a little nervous, then asked if she should say something, then said that it was okay and he could take things at his own pace. She looked at him in surprise and said that since that day in London she had always dreamed of this event. The guy put a ring on her finger. The girl with tears in her eyes asked him to take her with him everywhere he went. Yoon-ah awkwardly looked away and said that she might feel a little embarrassed since this is her first time in such a situation, but she is okay. However, she needs to take a deep breath. She wiped the tears from her cheek and said that she tried not to cry, but she is very happy and she can't do anything about it. The guy put a ring on her finger. The girl asked him to make her his bride. Nia smiled worriedly and asked if he wanted to talk about their future, after which she said that as a woman, she also wants to hear some words. She grabbed her cheeks and asked if he was telling the truth and if he would be okay with a wife like her. The guy put a ring on her finger. Anas with a big smile said that he can make her his woman. Nari closed her eyes and asked with a smile that she couldn't guess what he wanted to say. Suddenly, she jumped up from her seat and said that she would marry him anytime and as many times as she wanted. She put the ring on his finger and said that she would make him happy for the rest of his life. Bright rays of sunlight illuminated the tower. Various flowers were displayed near the red carpet. The girls in formal suits were counting the brides in shock. One of them said that since it came to this, he should make them all happy. Young-soo and Yerim smiled widely. The guy congratulated his friend. Sua and Yerim followed suit. Soon Abiel knocked on the door. She peeked in and said that she just came to take a look, because she heard that her ex was marrying 7 women and decided to check it out, but he could relax because she was not going to cause trouble, and then asked if the guy liked her outfit. She leaned over and whispered in his ear that she had put her envelopes in the wedding gift envelope, so he could call her if the brides bothered him. Suddenly, the bell rang and the registrar began to read the vows. The young man stood in front of his bride, agreeing to the vows. The girls' voices were heard calling the man by their own names. The newlyweds kissed. The girls said in their voices that they loved him and always had. He kissed him first. Young-ah was the next to finish the vows. Siren followed her, kissing the man. Rami kissed the man softly and tenderly. Yoon was next in line for a kiss. Nia also kissed him after the vows. Nari grabbed the man's face and kissed him passionately. The brides tossed their bouquets. In the Administration and Social Welfare Center, the voice of an employee was heard, asking the man what he could do for him. Kang Lim approached him and said that he wanted to register his birth, but the forms were all gone. The man asked how many forms he needed. The guy asked for 7. He started filling out the paperwork. The man asked if the name he had given was his real name. The guy said yes. He smiled tiredly, scratched his head and said that his name was Kang Lim. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.